Su Yun, in his past life, was tragically naive, expending his efforts only to be met with ingratitude, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of those closest to him. He devoted countless resources and elixirs, employing every means at his disposal to elevate those around him to the realm of tribulation transcendence, assisting them in attaining esteemed positions of power and influence within the sect. However, at the moment when the sect leader ascended and the struggle for leadership commenced, they conspired in the shadows to thwart Su Yun's ascent and prevent him from competing for the position of sect leader against Feng Tianxiang. How laughable! With merely a few honeyed words, Feng Tianxiang ensnared their trust, convincing them that true love and hard work were the true catalysts of their success. They lamented their rescue by Su Yun, regretting their deep entanglement with him. Fortunately, Su Yun had anticipated their treachery, decisively vanquishing 15 tribulation transcendents, yet ultimately succumbing to exhaustion during the celestial tribulation. Upon his rebirth, Su Yun found himself returned to the time when he was still the deputy leader of the sect, while those treacherous ingrates were stripped of everything, starting anew at the threshold of their immortal journey. Did they not claim to wish to distance themselves from him, to sever ties? Then let them depart, seeking Feng Tianxiang and relying on their so-called true love to ascend into immortality. But before banishing them, Su Yun intended to reclaim all he had bestowed upon them, their supreme techniques, cultivation, elixirs, and magical artifacts, leaving not a single item behind. He was eager to witness how these fools would fare without his resources, connections, and techniques. Chapter 1. Su Youli, you possess remarkable audacity. As for the foundation-building pills, I shall devise my own means. Do not dare to continue presenting me with gifts under the guise of rewards. Do not presume that your status as the deputy leader of Tianxian sect grants you the right to insult me with these worthless trinkets. In the past, I was blind, foolishly accepting your offered elixirs and spiritual herbs in pursuit of avenging familial grievances and following you in the practice of immortal techniques. But now, I find them unnecessary. Your offerings are beneath me. Draped in resplendent robes, Su Youli radiated an aura of brilliance, forcefully slamming a jade vial onto the table. I shall ask but once. I intend to depart immediately. Will you allow me to leave or not? Hearing her voice, Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the woman clad in white nearby, a surge of fury erupted within him, emanating a formidable aura from his perfected state that soared into the heavens. In an instant, the skies darkened, and the realm of Tianxian sect, spanning 1,000,000 miles, was enveloped in ominous black clouds, plunging into an abyss of darkness. This sudden upheaval startled countless practitioners within the sect, who soared into the air in alarm, casting bewildered glances around them. Numerous powerful presences hastily converged, yet were swiftly dispersed by a mere wave of his hand, too fearful to approach any closer. The familiar energies evoked a momentary confusion in Su Yun, but he quickly regained his composure. He had been reborn, transported back 1,500 years to the moment he had just achieved the perfected state. In his previous life, he had devoted immense resources and energy towards nurturing those around him, servants of mediocre talent, elevating them to greatness. He frequently bestowed upon them spiritual pills and rare treasures, relentlessly amassing resources to propel them into the tribulation realm. He also employed various clandestine methods to elevate them to high-ranking positions, making them esteemed elders and leaders within Tianxian sect. Little did he know, the gratitude he sought to cultivate would instead yield only their animosity and betrayal. They conspired in secret with Feng Tianxiang, laying traps to extinguish him and thwart his ambitions for the position of Sect Master. It was only at this moment that Su Yun realized that over the years, rather than expressing gratitude for his teachings, they had harbored resentment towards him. Take, for instance, the woman named Su Youli. Despite possessing only mediocre talent, she became lost in her own delusions, swayed by Feng Tianxiang's flattery, believing that her success was solely due to her innate gifts and hard work, with no acknowledgement of Su Yun's contributions. Then there was the deposed princess, burdened by a deep-seated vendetta. Although she had acquired the power to obliterate a nation through Su Yun's support, she loathed him for not taking the initiative to avenge her, condemning her to witness her enemies die of old age. It's all your fault. You could have avenged me sooner. Instead, you made me wait until I could take revenge myself, but that scoundrel has already perished. Do you expect me to harm his innocent descendants? Even the leader of the Xinyun Hall, whom he had appointed to command 100,000 battle cultivators within the Qingyun sect, resented him for not understanding her heart. She had never desired power or strength. All she yearned for was to be with Feng Tianxiang, willing to sacrifice everything for him. She despised Su Yun for urging her to cultivate, believing that the time she could have spent with Feng Tianxiang was squandered on training. How absurd! Were these individuals devoid of reason? They believed every word Feng Tianxiang uttered. Even more ludicrous was the fact that these ingrates regretted being saved by him until their last breath, lamenting that had Su Yun not rescued them, they would have been saved by Feng Tianxiang and would never have experienced such a wretched fate. If given a second chance, they vowed never to accept a single spirit stone or pill from him, nor would they engage with him in any manner. They aspired to rely solely on their own talent and effort to become great cultivators and ascend alongside Feng Tianxiang, embodying the envy of all as a celestial couple. This foolish lot, with their heads filled with dreams of romance, would amount to nothing without Su Yun's support. As for becoming great cultivators, with their paltry talents and a lack of resources and connections, even achieving the Nascent Soul stage would be a monumental feat. Awakened from their grand delusions, they found themselves back in a state of utter destitution. Su Yun was curious to witness how these 7 lowly cultivators, stripped of his resources, would fare within the realm of immortality. Would they truly break through to the tribulation stage, joyfully soaring alongside Feng Tianxiang, only to be struck down by him? Or would they remain ensnared at the Nascent Soul stage, expending all their efforts to no avail, ultimately fading away in despair? And would Feng Tianxiang, who only ever spoke sweet words but had never truly exerted himself, extend a hand to aid them once more? As thoughts raced through her mind, memories flitted by in an instant. When she turned her gaze back to Su Youli, she found that Su Yun's eyes were devoid of any emotion. In the face of urgent circumstances, his actions had been excessively decisive, sparing these miscreants from experiencing the consequences of their actions. Now, with the chance to start anew, he would ensure that their demise would not be so merciful. Su Youli, what audacity do you possess to speak to the young master in such a manner? The maid, Lingyin, exclaimed indignantly. Had it not been for the young master's timely intervention, you would have long since met your end at the jaws of a beast. Yet you dare to speak disrespectfully to him? Do you wish to be cast out from Xinxia Peak? However, Su Youli ignored her steadfastly regarding Su Yun. In her past life, she had been a formidable cultivator, a transcendent being in her own right. Although she currently possessed only the cultivation of a late Qi refinement stage, there was no need for her to squabble with a mere infant in the Nascent Soul stage. Once she regained her strength, she would have ample means to deal with this fool. The thought of her previous life sent a pang of sorrow through her heart. At that time, she and her fellow cultivators had laid a trap in collaboration with Brother Tianxiang, nearly achieving their goal. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Su Yun had concealed his trump card, having secretly implanted a soul-destroying curse within them and surreptitiously refined a complete killing artifact. Caught off guard, all 15 of her fellow cultivators were mercilessly slaughtered, their souls scattered, as they helplessly witnessed Brother Tianxiang fall beneath his sword. The memory of that scene caused unbearable pain in Su Youli's heart. Yet, Su Yun was not in a better predicament. He was preparing to transcend the Heavenly Tribulation, and in his then-current state, his chances of survival were virtually non-existent. However, this time, it was different. She now had the opportunity to extricate herself from Su Yun's control and be with Brother Tianxiang. This time, she would rely on her own efforts to reclaim her pinnacle and trample Su Yun beneath her feet. Chapter 2. I am not indebted. Lingyin was about to speak again when Su Yun raised his hand to silence her. His consciousness swept over the surroundings, and he spoke coolly. If you find it distasteful, then return everything I have bestowed upon you. Su Youli faltered, gritting her teeth in anger. I have already returned the Foundation Establishment pill. What more do you desire? This detestable Su Yun, fully aware that she still required elixirs for her cultivation and that everything she wore and used was provided by him, dared to demand items from her in front of so many servants. What do you mean by this? Was he attempting to humiliate her? How infuriating! If only she had been reborn 3 years earlier, before encountering Su Yun. Then, she would not owe him anything at all, having been saved by Brother Tianxiang instead. He would have surely gone to great lengths to ensure she became a true disciple of the Tianxian sect, cultivating daily with superior spirit stones, rather than being relegated to a mere maid, receiving only 800 medium-grade spirit stones a month. Su Yun tossed the Foundation Establishment pill to Lingyin, his tone growing noticeably colder. From your words, It seems you refuse to return what is owed? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Yin hurried forward, desperately signaling to Su Youli. Su Youli, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and apologize to the young master. Without Xinxia Peak, you would not even hold the official status of the Tianxiang sect, and you would not survive. Yet, Su Youli remained ungrateful, instead responding with an impatient laugh. Silence, you insignificant servant at the late stage of the Nascent Soul. What right do you have to speak to me? What? Ling Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Youli. How could a mere junior at the late stage of qi refinement disdain her, a peak nascent soul cultivator? How had she not recognized Su Youli as such a foolish and reckless individual before? Yet, Su Youli paid no heed to these thoughts and merely regarded Su Yun with disdain, saying, "Is this all a ploy to have me return your belongings? They are nothing but worthless trash in the form of magical artifacts and pills, as if anyone would covet them." These items were not something she had sought after. How laughable for a distinguished cultivator at the integration stage to attempt to take advantage of her in such a manner. As long as she could meet Brother Tianxiang and become a disciple personally taught by an elder, these artifacts and pills would be in abundance. Previously, Brother Tianxiang had been unable to directly give her treasures due to Su Yun's interference. But now that she had left the Xinxia Peak, he would surely provide her with endless resources and artifacts to aid her in becoming a transcendent cultivator. At that time, she would crush that scoundrel Su Yun with the countless resources at her disposal. I currently possess only these, so grant me a few days. Once I am settled, I shall return the remaining items to you. With a slight pang of reluctance, Su Youli placed her storage ring on the table, along with 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones and over 10 bottles of second-grade qi refinement pills. Brother Tianxiang had mentioned that these items were actually meant for her, to be transferred through Su Yun, and were in no way related to him. Thus, it wouldn't matter if she didn't return them. Yet, just the thought of Su Yun having touched these items made her feel nauseous. She would rather return them directly. Moreover, she could use this as an excuse for Brother Tianxiang to confront Su Yun for resources, leaving Su Yun utterly dumbfounded. She could also take this opportunity to reveal today's events before everyone, causing them to mock him and ruin his reputation completely. Truly, she had not yet escaped the clutches of fate, and already she was plotting for Brother Tianxiang to ascend to the position of Sect Master. These are the items you gave me the day before yesterday now. Having returned half of them, can I leave? Leave? Of course, you may depart. But I have made it abundantly clear that you must return everything you took from me. Of course, that includes the cultivation techniques you practiced as well. Su Yun's gaze flickered, and immediately, spiritual energy surged in the void, condensing into a colossal phantom hand that swiftly grasped Su Youli's lower abdomen. Ah! Su Youli let out a piercing scream as the hand invaded her dantian and yanked fiercely. She was lifted off the ground and then slammed down with a resounding thud. Yet, she felt no pain. Instead, she pressed her hands against her abdomen in terror, exclaiming, "My spiritual energy! No! My cultivation!" Once the dantian was seized by that enormous hand, an overwhelming force forcibly extracted all of her spiritual energy. Her cultivation plummeted from the late stage of qi refinement, vanishing entirely in an instant, reducing her to a mere mortal devoid of spiritual power. Su Yun scoffed, "I have rendered your cultivation useless. As for those spirit stones and pills, I will consider them as food for stray dogs. From this moment forth, we are even, with no debts between us. Yet, I have not harmed your foundation. Merely resting for a few days will suffice for your dantian to recover, and you shall continue your cultivation henceforth." How benevolent he is, leaving a glimmer of hope for Su Youli, so as not to plunge her into despair too swiftly. You have such a ruthless heart." Su Youli, her face a canvas of despair, glared at Su Yun with fury, nearly deranged. "Even if I have consumed some resources during my cultivation, I never stated I would not repay you. Why must you force me? Moreover, that technique is merely an ordinary top-tier method at worst. I could return you another copy in the future. How can you so cruelly obliterate my cultivation, allowing 3 years of arduous effort to be undone in an instant? That detestable Su Yun is undoubtedly the most malicious person in existence." Su Youli clenched her fists with resentment, her breath quickening, her eyes a crimson hue. This deep-seated enmity is unforgivable. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. An ordinary top-tier technique? Su Yun chuckled derisively. In your lifetime, You shall never behold another top-tier method. Ringin, cast this selfish fool out. Do not allow me to lay eyes upon her again. Ringin responded with a bow, her voice filled with rage. Su Youli, you ungrateful wretch. Over the past 3 years, you have consumed at least several 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Squandering them recklessly, your cultivation has scarcely improved, yet the treasures and elixirs you have consumed are countless. The Master has treated you with utmost sincerity, yet you remain ungrateful, openly disrespecting him. Today, the Master shall expel you from Xianxia Peak, and you have brought this upon yourself. Upon hearing these words, the maidens present were struck with astonishment, their pupils dilating. In a month, they earned merely 800 mid-grade spirit stones, several 100,000 spirit stones, equated to the treatment given to the Master's direct disciples, an amount that could sustain them for decades. The Master's kindness towards Su Youli was unparalleled. What right did she have to confront him? Ringing beckoned a dozen maidens, pointing at the pale-faced Su Youli, and commanded, "Bring a simple robe from the mountain below for her to wear. This disloyal and ungrateful wolf has no right to don the precious garments of Xianxia Peak." As soon as she finished speaking, several maidens rushed forward, dragging the ungrateful traitor into a room, changing her into the simple robe and unceremoniously tossing her down the mountain, with a harsh thud by the roadside. Yet, despite enduring such brutal treatment, Su Youli remained silent, fists clenched, allowing them to humiliate and insult her, her eyes reflecting disdain and defiance. These fools have no inkling that she is destined to become a formidable cultivator in the tribulation phase. To offend her is to jeopardize their own paths to survival. Ironically, it was Su Yun's intense reaction to her departure that revealed how deeply he cared for her, for he would not have lost his composure otherwise. A cold laugh echoed within Su Youli's heart. What does his anger matter? He still fears senior brother Tianxiang and dares not truly harm her. In her past life, after successfully traversing the tribulation, he had lavished her with treasures and resources, desperately seeking her favor. How pitiful he is, destined to live perpetually in the shadow of senior brother Tianxiang. Previously, she deemed Su Yun formidable, but now it appears he is merely a minor cultivator in the latter stages of integration, unworthy of her attention as a great cultivator of the tribulation phase. Before long, she would be able to return to Xianxia Peak with her head held high, compelling Su Yun to personally apologize and acknowledge his wrongdoings, while he would hand these scoundrels their just deserts, thus avenging today's grievances. Chapter 3. I, Su Youli, the Supreme Genius. Su Youli, with great effort, struggled to rise from the ground despite her frail body. The pain coursing through her was unbearable, yet it was the foul stench that assailed her senses that was truly intolerable. The tattered garments she wore, procured by Lingyin from an unknown source, reeked so horrendously that she nearly retched. How despicable! That wretched Lingyin must have filched these rags from some beggar. Su Youli gritted her teeth in fury, wishing to shred the offending garment into tatters. However, it was the only clothing shielding her modesty, and to tear it would be to jeopardize her chance at the impending assessment. Recalling the humiliation she had endured that day, she nearly crushed her fists in rage. She cast a fierce glance at the towering Xianxia Peak before resolutely turning away. In her current state, devoid of cultivation, she knew she had to bide her time. Yet, her patience would not be tested for long. With her remarkable training speed and the wealth of experience from her past life spanning over a millennium, she inherently surpassed Su Yun in advancement. Given ample resources, she would soon reclaim her former glory, and those resources would be provided by senior brother Tianxiang. Just wait, she thought. It would not be long before I, Su Youli, return in full force. When that time comes, I shall obliterate Xianxia Peak in the most barbaric manner imaginable. Once a few maidservants returned to report back to the mountain, Lingyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her face flushed with guilt as she bowed to Su Yun, offering her apologies. It is entirely my fault for being careless and failing to detect Su Youli's treachery sooner, which led to her confronting you. I beseech you to punish me. It is of no consequence. You are not to blame, Su Yun replied, gazing into the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a resonant voice that echoed across the peak. You are rewarded. Take it and distribute accordingly. Having been reborn, he was determined to seize this opportunity to devise a grand plan. He would not overlook any of the hidden realms brimming with immense fortunes or the ancient sites where celestial artifacts emerged. This time, armed with his 1,500 years of cultivation experience, he intended to plunge Feng Tianxiang into the abyss, leaving him with no hope of resurgence. He also aspired to claim the position of the sect leader of Tianxian's sect for himself. The maidservants bowed in gratitude for their rewards. And as Lingyin approached to inspect the bounty, she discovered that, in addition to the items returned by Su Youli, the young master had also bestowed upon them a storage bag containing mid-grade spirit stones. Upon scanning its contents with her spiritual sense, her eyes widened in astonishment. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this revelation, gasps of amazement escaped the lips of the maidservants, and even the patrolling guards, who had been stationed nearby, gazed at the bounty with envy. As a maidservant at the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage, Lingyin's monthly allowance was a mere 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the guards received 1,200 each month, and ordinary maidservants often earned as little as 800. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones meant that even if they divided the sum among themselves, each would receive approximately 2,000, equivalent to the monthly allowance of an ordinary maidservant for 3 months. Holding the spirit stones, the group of maidservants and guards felt a growing disdain for Su Youli, who, rather than appreciate the generous benefits of Xianxia Peak, had chosen to provoke the young master. Now, having been cast out, she would be lucky to receive even a single spirit stone. Yet, Lingyin felt an unsettling disquiet. Even if Su Youli were the most foolish of beings, she would not so recklessly jeopardize her own future, unless, perchance, she had found a more desirable destination and had grown indifferent to the treasures of Xianxia Peak. Lingyin's gaze shifted with intrigue as she promptly sought out the head of the guards, Li Shi, to confer. Sister Li, I suspect that Su Youli's actions today are orchestrated by another, aiming to disrupt the young master's tranquility. Might it be prudent to dispatch someone to shadow her and uncover who is targeting Xianxia Peak? Li Shi's expression turned grave as she replied, Sister, your words hold merit. I shall personally attend to this matter. They were all orphans, having lost their families, and upon being taken in by the young master, they had long regarded Xianxia Peak as their sole sanctuary. No one would dare harm the young master. The Heavenly Xian sect, nestled in the heart of Zhongzhou, stands as the preeminent among the 3 foremost sects in the region. Within its confines, not only do 7 scattered immortals preside, but there are also 3 esteemed elders in the ascension stage, along with a total of 9 formidable beings who have transcended calamities. The sect's core strength is fortified by over 30 cultivators in the harmonization stage, a rarity in the world. Thus, the resources at the Heavenly Xian sect's disposal are unparalleled, with countless blessings of the heavens and treasures hidden in secret realms, making it the most coveted sect for the scions of noble families and prodigies from all corners. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the entrance examination for the Heavenly Xian sect. Time is of the essence, and as Su Youli departed from Xianxia Peak, she bore the pain and trudged towards the examination site. The sect spans over 1,000,000 miles, hosting innumerable assessment points. Those possessing spiritual roots would be ushered to the Mountain Gate Square for subsequent evaluations. The nearest assessment point was merely 50 miles from Xianxia Peak. Yet she struggled for half a day without sight of it. Su Youli could not suppress her ire, gnashing her teeth in frustration. Had her cultivation still been intact, she could have easily reached the assessment point in a mere moment. But now, she was slow and fatigued, her body reeking and her head spinning. Her skin raw and itchy from the coarse fabric of her garments. With her once delicate feet, accustomed to luxury, now bare against the ground, she suffered greatly. It was not long before her feet were blistered, each step a painful reminder, forcing her to wince with every movement. That hypocritical Su Yun. She would spare him this time, for all she sought was to leave Xianxia Peak. Yet, he wielded such heavy-handedness against her, revealing how reluctant he was to see her go. Indeed, as the individual with the finest aptitude at Xianxia Peak, and possessing a beauty akin to celestial beings, it was only natural for Su Yun to be loath to part with her. In her past life, Su Yun frequently wielded the debt of life-saving grace to coerce her, incessantly providing her with spirit stones, elixirs, and secret techniques, compelling her to seclude herself in cultivation, leaving her no time for leisure. It was only after she reached the Calamity Crossing stage that she fortuitously discovered that the one who had saved her was not Su Yun at all, but rather the sect leader's son, Feng Tianxiang. At that time, Brother Tianxiang had urgent matters to attend to and had no choice but to instruct Su Yun to rescue her. It was said that Su Yun was initially reluctant, and only after much pleading did he reluctantly agree to intervene. This hypocrite possessed not a shred of benevolence, seeing such a beautiful girl in peril, yet refusing to offer her assistance unless Brother Tianxiang spoke well of her, was truly chilling. It was on that fateful day that she finally comprehended that she owed nothing to Su Yun. Rather, it was Brother Tianxiang's kindness that she was indebted to. Furthermore, Brother Tianxiang intended for Su Yun to take her to test her spiritual roots, allowing her to become an official disciple of the Tianxiang. However, Su Yun insisted that her aptitude was too poor, claiming that even if she passed the spiritual root assessment, she would merely be relegated to a lowly servant. Better off remaining by his side as a maid. Su Yun had deceived her, all to keep her close. The techniques and elixirs he provided were nothing more than worthless, unwanted trinkets, given to her only out of pity. In essence, Su Yun had never regarded her as one of his own, merely using these useless items to placate her, while instructing other maids to feign envy at her supposed good fortune. How disgusting! What was there to envy? Because of these worthless trinkets, her entire life had been ruined by Su Yun. Now that she had a second chance, her foremost ambition was to participate in this year's Tianxiang entrance examination, to become an official disciple of the Tianxiang and deliver a resounding blow to Su Yun's arrogance. She would make him open his eyes and see that she was far more than a mere servant. Chapter 4. Be shocked, mortals. Senior Brother Tianxiang once remarked that although she possessed only a single spiritual root, her path to transcendence might prove arduous. Yet, her spiritual root was unique, allowing her to cultivate at a pace several times faster than her peers. Provided she could participate in the assessment, it was likely she would secure a position as an inner disciple of the Tianxiang sect. If only she could seek him out sooner. He might advocate on her behalf to the Sect Master, facilitating her elevation to a direct disciple of an elder, or even enable her to become the Sect Master's true disciple. Alas, at present, Senior Brother Tianxiang was unacquainted with her. She would have to face the assessment alone. Without an identity token, seeking out Senior Brother Tianxiang would be a cumbersome endeavor. Once she found an opportunity to encounter him, she could implore for his assistance in becoming the Sect Master's true disciple, soaring to unprecedented heights, leaving even Su Yun in her shadow. As Su Youli envisioned her future as the mightiest, relishing the thought of triumphing over Su Yun, she limped towards the assessment point, gritting her teeth against the pain, her eyes gleaming with the anticipation of vengeance. It was only as dusk approached that she stumbled, lightheaded from hunger, near the assessment site, only to be halted by the guards. Who let this beggar in? This is not a place for you, one guard sneered. There are plenty of low-grade spiritual fruits on the mountain. One must be terribly lazy to be reduced to such a state. Fuming, Su Youli glared at him, suppressing the scathing retort that threatened to escape her lips, silently cursing his lack of discernment. Did he not recognize her status? Those wild fruits were unworthy of her consumption. She recalled her days on Xianxia Peak, where she dined daily on exquisite delicacies crafted from rare beasts and heavenly materials. Even the cooks were at least at the yuaning stage, while the head chef was a pinnacle-grade alchemist. The dishes not only tantalized the senses, but also enhanced one's cultivation and fortified the body, meriting the label of premium spiritual medicine. Now, being offered such refuse from the ground was a profound insult. If only her powers were intact, if only those elixirs were still at her disposal. Cursed be Su Yun, that scoundrel. Yet, as soon as she had vented her frustrations, regret washed over her. Her stomach growled audibly, leaving her mortified, wishing for a crevice to hide in. Had she known, she would have plucked some fruits to sustain her on the journey. After much pleading, she finally convinced the guards of her intent to participate in the assessment. However, upon entering the assessment square, her hunger dissipated, replaced instead by indignation. A throng of people crowded the square, spilling over a radius of several miles, all awaiting their turn to have their spiritual roots evaluated by formal disciples the following morning. As Su Youli approached, those nearby instinctively covered their mouths and noses, recoiling in terror. What a foul stench! Is this beggar fresh from a dung pit? The crowd erupted in a frenzy, creating an immediate buffer of distance around her, as if she were a pariah to be avoided at all costs. This scene infuriated Su Youli. She was a cultivator of the tribulation stage, and had never endured such humiliation. The disdainful glances were far more painful than death itself, causing her to clench her garments tightly, her mind seething with contempt for Su Yun. He must have anticipated all of this, deliberately employing such tactics to humiliate her. Perhaps that scoundrel, Su Yun, is secretly observing her from afar with his divine sense. Humph, does he think he can coerce her into begging for mercy through such means? Su Yun, you underestimate me far too much. A slight setback is nothing more than fleeting clouds to me. Once I complete the assessment of my spiritual roots, I shall astonish everyone present, rendering all of your schemes utterly futile. Su Youli envisioned the scene where she would dazzle the audience in the near future. Unable to suppress a smile, she suspected Su Yun might be lurking in any corner, watching her, so she straightened her posture, determined not to reveal even a hint of fatigue. Watch closely, Su Yun. The The so-called inferior aptitude you spoke of is about to soar to great heights. Time flew by in her daydreams, and just as Su Youli found herself both hungry and weary, on the verge of collapse, the time for the assessment finally arrived. With various colors of spiritual light soaring into the sky, disciples from the different teams gradually divided into 3 groups, standing by as they awaited the conclusion of the evaluation. Those with 3 spiritual roots and above proceeded to the back to await their turn at the spiritual measurement platform. Those with double spiritual roots moved to the right, while those with single roots stood on the left. Those without any spiritual roots were to return the way they came, all neatly lined up for a unified arrangement post-assessment. Su Youli observed the downcast expressions of the disciples without spiritual roots, lingering in place, reluctant to depart, and could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Individuals blessed with exceptional talent, like herself, are ultimately but a rare few. The majority are destined to remain as mundane beings, striving tirelessly yet ultimately unqualified even to carry her shoes. Even the rare genius among thousands stands little chance of becoming a formidable figure in tribulation. Yet she is that unparalleled prodigy among millions. However, as she continued to watch, a realization struck her. Hadn't senior brother Tianxiang mentioned that geniuses with single spiritual roots were exceedingly rare? Why did it seem that the number of single-rooted geniuses on the left was nearly equivalent to the number of mediocre 3-rooted individuals? What could be the reason? Could it be that in this new life, the number of geniuses had increased? Su Youli felt a surge of anxiety. This bodes ill. If there are too many geniuses, she would be unable to select her spiritual peak. She had long since resolved to join the Zikufeng, where senior brother Tianxiang resided. As one of the 3 principal peaks, Zikufeng undoubtedly offered benefits that far surpassed those of Xinxia Peak, and only there could she access the vast resources necessary for her advancement to the tribulation stage. Furthermore, she wished to demonstrate to Su Yun that even away from Xinxia Peak, she could find an even better path. But now, she felt that something was amiss. There were simply too many geniuses participating in this assessment. Soon, after the crowd had completed their spiritual root tests, it was Su Youli's turn to ascend the stage. As the most unique presence in this place, the moment she made a move, everyone around her cast hopeful glances her way. This beggar is finally leaving. Our noses will finally be saved. Yet, those gazes directed at Su Youli only compelled her to hold her head even higher. As expected, with her talent and beauty, regardless of where she went, even clad in simple hemp garments, she became the most radiant presence in the entire assembly. Even the disciples with considerable cultivation dared not meet her gaze, a testament to her overwhelming charm and formidable presence. Simply place your hand upon the spirit testing stone, and do so expeditiously. Do not dawdle, urged the guarding disciple, his voice laced with urgency. As soon as he spoke, he held his breath, unwilling to cast another glance her way. Had it not been for the fear of breaching sect rules, he would have readily expelled this individual who had just emerged from the depths of disgrace. Su Youli advanced with an air of pride, her gaze sweeping disdainfully over the disciples before her. It was no wonder they were relegated to handling menial tasks as outer disciples. They hardly dared to breathe in her presence, their dispositions utterly lacking. She slowly raised her hand, her fingers spreading as they rested upon the spirit testing stone. A wave of warmth coursed through her body, prompting her to close her eyes in bliss. So this is the sensation of having one's spiritual roots assessed. Indeed, Su Yun had recognized her unparalleled talent long ago, yet he had insisted on labeling her as lacking in aptitude in a bid to keep her by his side. How absurd. As Su Youli gradually opened her eyes, she tilted her head back with an air of superiority, preparing for the astonished exclamations from these mundane individuals. Ha! Su Yun, widen your eyes and behold. I am about to soar to unimaginable heights. Chapter 5. Who, in their folly, declares that a singular spiritual root is a genius? A singular water spiritual root. After uttering this, the testing disciple, noticing her immobility, impatiently shoved her aside, exclaiming, "Do not obstruct the process here. With a singular water spiritual root, proceed to the left in queue." Su Youli was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. Presumptuous. I am a genius with a singular spiritual root. How dare you treat me thus? Yet, she soon discerned something amiss. Shock. Exclamations. Were the onlookers truly so blind as to overlook her unparalleled talent, remaining so composed? The testing disciple, momentarily stunned, regarded her with amusement. Which fool convinced you that a singular spiritual root signifies genius? Do you truly believe such nonsense? He waved her away dismissively. Off you go, to the queue. If you have questions, once the spiritual peaks are allocated, someone will explain it to you. This woman displayed an utter lack of decorum. Had it not been for her water spiritual root, he would have delivered a sharp reprimand. Su Youli attempted to retort, but was abruptly pulled aside by another woman. Hush! Do not create a disturbance. The testing disciples are all foundation-building cultivators. We cannot afford to offend them. What nonsense! Foundation-building cultivators are unworthy even to hold my shoes. Su Youli seethed. Then, regaining her senses, shook off the woman's grasp. Wary. Who are you? The woman, taken aback, explained. I am Liang Qian, also possessing a singular water spiritual root. I pulled you aside to prevent you from attracting trouble. Su Youli's eyes brightened. So? You too are a genius. Unexpectedly, within this modest testing site, two extraordinary talents with singular water spiritual roots had emerged. Liang Qian offered a bitter smile. What genius! We with singular spiritual roots can only serve as errand disciples. At best, we may join the outer sect, never to aspire for the inner sect. Without fortuitous opportunity, we might merely attain the position of a deacon elder in our lifetimes. Su Youli furrowed her brow, somewhat dissatisfied, but considering their shared status as geniuses. She replied, how can you be so ignorant? A singular spiritual root undoubtedly cultivates at an accelerated pace, marking it as a talent. From whom did you hear that singular roots are inferior? Liang Qian, recognizing her genuine lack of understanding, patiently elucidated. While it's true that singular roots cultivate swiftly, they lack endurance. Their spiritual energy is several times thinner than that of multiple roots, and they cannot comprehend the principles of the 5 elements interactions, rendering them incapable of combat. I understand that, Su Youli countered, still perplexed. But cannot the deficiency of spiritual roots be compensated for with rare treasures? With the swift cultivation of a singular root, once the roots are supplemented, one's strength could rival that of multiple roots. Liang Qian regarded her with a complex expression. It is indeed possible to supplement spiritual roots. However, the treasures that can achieve this are all supreme celestial items. Not only are they exceedingly rare, but they are also exorbitantly priced, requiring at least several tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones. To supplement 4 distinct roots, one would need a minimum of several 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Yet, in this world, how many would squander such vast resources to enhance the potential of a singular root? Instead of seeking treasures, it would be more prudent to find numerous partners and bear hundreds of offspring. For the probability of producing a genius is far greater than that of seeking treasures to supplement spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, Su Youli was left momentarily speechless. When she was enhancing her qualifications, Su Yun directly gathered a plethora of rare treasures to assist her, and it was never mentioned that these invaluable items were exorbitant. If they truly possessed a worth of several 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. No, that is implausible. There must be some mistake. Senior Brother Tianxiang had clearly stated that those spiritual materials were commonplace and utterly worthless. It is undoubtedly a case of these individuals pretending to be knowledgeable, misjudging worthless debris as treasures. Regardless of the reality, Su Youli firmly believed that once she located Senior Brother Tianxiang, he would undoubtedly help her resolve these issues. However, before that, she needed to gain entry into the inner sect. Only disciples of the inner sect possess the qualifications to ascend Shiku Peak. Do not be disheartened. With diligent cultivation, one day she would surely replenish her spiritual roots. She kindly advised. In her past life, it was only after she had fully restored her spiritual roots that she soared to great heights, achieving the tribulation stage within a mere millennium, becoming a renowned great cultivator across the land. This time would be no exception, as long as she found Senior Brother Tianxiang. She could undoubtedly attain the same accomplishments as in her previous life, if not surpass them. Liang Qian nodded bitterly, stating, let us not dwell on this. Although we are merely serving disciples, possessing a water spiritual root is still quite beneficial. It is highly probable that we will be assigned to the spiritual medicine garden to oversee the irrigation of the spirit fields. Since we have crossed paths, it is a form of fate. We can support each other and enjoy a comfortable life. Su Youli was taken aback, perplexed by her words. Serving disciples? Irrigating spirit fields? What are you talking about? Oh, you are unaware? Liang Qian explained that those with a singular spiritual root can only serve as serving disciples. Why? Was it not said that as long as one passes the assessment, they can join the inner sect? Su Youli suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. For Liang Qian's words mirrored Su Yun's previous explanation precisely. Those with a singular spiritual root can only serve as serving disciples. And it would be better to remain at Xianxia Peak as a maid, enjoying a more carefree existence. Yet Senior Brother Tianxiang had clearly stated that with her innate talent, as long as she participated in the assessment, she would surely gain entry into the inner sect and become an official disciple of Tianxiang. It was precisely for this reason that she believed Su Yun had severed her path to immortality, tarnishing her reputation, forcing her to bear the identity of a maid despite her extraordinary talent. However, those with a singular spiritual root were not even qualified to participate in the assessments. Liang Qian elucidated. All singular spiritual roots are directly sent to the Hall of Elders, where they are uniformly assigned and barred from participating in any other assessments. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap resounded in her mind, leaving Su Youli momentarily dazed. How could this be possible? If she could not join the inner sect, how could she ever find senior brother Tianxiang? How could she soar to greatness and make Su Yun regret casting her aside? In her past life, she was lauded as the spring sun sword immortal, a formidable tribulation stage cultivator, unmatched when her sword was drawn. The world held her achievements in high regard, her revered title echoing far and wide, known to all. Yet now, Liang Qian claimed that she lacked even the qualifications to partake in the entrance assessment. Relegated to being a mere serving disciple? Impossible, absolutely impossible. With her aptitude, she could surely gain admission to the inner sect, it was certain. Yes, it is not over yet. The testing disciples have not declared her ineligible for assessment, and there remains a glimmer of hope. She fixed her gaze intently on the testing disciple, awaiting the final arrangement from her counterpart. Yet, all she received was a single phrase. Those with 3 spiritual roots or above, follow Senior Brother Wang to the Mountain Gate Square to undergo the next round of assessment. Those with a single spiritual root, come with me. I shall lead you to the Deacon Hall for your assignments. Upon hearing these words, Su Youli trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could this be? How could it be so? Su Yun had not deceived her. Her aptitude truly relegated her to the status of a menial disciple. Yet, Senior Brother Tianxiang had clearly stated. Chapter 6. Enduring hardship without suffering, Su Youli was numbly pushed along by the crowd, boarding the flying artifact of the outer disciples, making her way to the Elders' Hall. Her expression was vacant, her mind a blank slate. Brother Tianxiang had once stated, with certainty, that Su Yun was deceiving her. Yet, why did the outcome mirror Su Yun's words? Why was she disqualified from the assessment, relegated to the role of a mere servant disciple? If she was indeed destined to be only a servant, would she, as Liang Qian suggested, spend her entire life confined to the medicinal gardens, toiling endlessly in watering and cultivating herbs? The mere thought of such a life filled Su Youli with dread. She aspired to become a transcendent practitioner, to astonish everyone, and to obliterate Su Yun entirely. Yet, if she were merely a servant disciple, she could not inflict even a fraction of harm upon Su Yun, let alone destroy the celestial peak. This should not be, for in her previous life, Brother Tianxiang had assured her she could achieve greatness. Why then, in this life? Was it not possible? Could it be that Brother Tianxiang had erred in his memory? Su Youli clenched her fists tightly. Yes, that must be it. Brother Tianxiang had simply momentarily misremembered, resulting in this discrepancy. Or perhaps it was Su Yun's doing, in a bid to ruin her future. He had the audacity to alter the sect's regulations, intending to bring down so many gifted individuals along with her. To further her deception, he had deliberately sent Liang Qian to mislead her. Ah, Su Yun, how cunning and ruthless you truly are. Su Youli believed she had unraveled the entire scheme and could not help but snicker coldly. You did not foresee this, did you, Su Yun? Not only am I, Su Youli, endowed with unparalleled talent, but my intellect is also unmatched in the world. I have already deciphered all your machinations. Just wait, scoundrel. Once I locate Brother Tianxiang, I shall publicly expose your vile nature and seek justice for these innocent, single-spirited geniuses. As Su Youli cast her gaze upon the others, a hint of pity flickered in her eyes. These unfortunate souls remained blissfully unaware that their futures had been shattered by Su Yun. However, it mattered not. She would soon find an opportunity to seek Brother Tianxiang's assistance. When that time came, she would rescue them from their plight, and they would undoubtedly be eternally grateful. You are saying that Su Youli participated in the sect's entrance examination and was assigned to the medicinal gardens as a servant disciple? Ling Ying was somewhat bewildered. She could not fathom why Su Youli would forsake the promising life at Celestial Peak, choosing instead to sever ties with her esteemed master and become a servant disciple. Was life as a servant disciple truly so desirable? Such roles were fraught with endless labor, leaving no time for cultivation. And the meager monthly stipend of 300 low-grade spirit stones was scarcely enough to purchase a few bottles of elixirs. During her time at Celestial Peak, Su Youli had been generously bestowed with an abundance of elixirs and spirit stones by her master, never having to worry about such matters. What was she thinking? To reject such favorable conditions in favor of hardship? It was indeed perplexing. Though I too cannot comprehend it, She certainly did not seek refuge elsewhere. Li Shi was equally puzzled. Could it be that Su Youli had truly grown weary of a life of ease? Madness to endure hardship without complaint. Lingyin could not fathom the situation, so she decided to report to the young master instead. Li Shi understood her concern and reassured her, "Do not worry. I have sent someone to keep watch." Lingyin then rose and made her way to the summit to convey the matter. As Su Yun listened to her report, he remained unfazed, slowly responding, "Understood, you may leave." He was not surprised by this outcome. In this world, resources were entirely within the grasp of the major sects. Common individuals seeking to cultivate had no choice but to join these sects in search of protection. For Su Youli to cultivate, her only option was to enter a sect. Yet her aptitude destined her to be a mere servant disciple, with little hope for significant achievements in the future. Unless she could find Feng Tianxiang and persuade him to assist her, she would be relegated to performing menial tasks in the herb garden for the rest of her life. With his thoughts racing, Su Yun did not dwell on this matter, for he had more pressing concerns. In his previous life, he had amassed 15 centuries of insights, now converging within his consciousness, awaiting meticulous organization to transform into his strength in this life. He aimed to rapidly enhance his power and, leveraging the memories of his past existence, seize every opportunity that arose within the next 15 centuries. In due course, he would become the strongest during the tribulation period of Tianxian sect. Indeed, Su Youli was assigned to the herb garden. Unlike the serene Xinxia Peak, this place was bustling with hundreds of new disciples crammed into a single village, the noise akin to a mundane marketplace, causing headaches. Accommodations were shared, with no semblance of privacy. Liang Qian, her face alight with excitement, pulled Su Youli to select a room, oblivious to the disdain etched on her companion's face. "This one will do," she declared, pointing to a room situated in the southeast, with decent ventilation. Liang Qian eagerly rolled up her sleeves and said, "I'll fetch some water. Let's south clean this place up." Su Youli's gaze swept over the interior, her eyes betraying unfiltered contempt. Reflecting on her time at Xinxia Peak, where although she shared her living quarters, they enjoyed a quaint courtyard with individual rooms, allowing for personal space. The courtyard boasted a spirit-gathering array, rich in spiritual energy, enabling automatic cultivation even without active effort. In stark contrast, this place had deliberately been built in an area of sparse spiritual energy to ensure the growth of medicinal herbs, a far cry from Xinxia Peak, where the energy was diminished by several dozen times. Yet, she recalled that prior to reaching Xinxia Peak, her living conditions had been even more dismal, devoid of any spiritual essence. It was only after accompanying Su Yun to Xinxia Peak that her circumstances had gradually improved, despite his cruelty. She could not deny that he had never skimped on her basic needs. Though the disparity was hard to accept, the thought of having escaped Xinxia Peak and regained her long-awaited freedom, along with the impending reunion with senior brother Tianxiang, made her feel that these hardships were trivial. Suffering must come to an end, and as long as she could meet senior brother Tianxiang, any amount of pain would be worthwhile. Furthermore, her gaze fell upon a delicately crafted wooden box resting on the table. This was her first monthly allowance as an official disciple of Tianxian sect. Although she was merely a servant disciple, it was surely more generous than what she had received at Xinxia Peak. Brother Tianxiang once remarked that Xinxia Peak offers fine food, comfortable lodging, and splendid attire. However, these are but superficial luxuries, of no true benefit to her. That fellow Su Yun is indeed quite miserly, begrudging even the monthly stipend, unwilling to bestow upon her even a single high-grade spirit stone, instead offering only a handful of inconsequential mid-grade spirit stones. Outside of Xinxia Peak, such mid-grade spirit stones would scarcely be distributed. Upon becoming a core disciple, one would at the very least receive premium spirit stones, not to mention the possibility of being awarded rare treasures, each of which surpasses mid-grade spirit stones in value by leaps and bounds. Su Youli cradled the wooden box, her eyes gradually sparkling with excitement. That insufferable Su Yun, throughout the span of 1,500 years, has consistently withheld my monthly allowance. Yet, this time it shall be different. No matter how stingy he may be, he shall not deprive me of even a single spirit stone. Although she is merely a servant disciple, she is entitled to at least high-grade spirit stones, if not premium ones. Those fools remaining at Xinxia Peak remain oblivious to the extent of their own mistreatment. It is truly laughable to ponder. She had considered rescuing them from their misery, yet it was a task she could not articulate, for they had never glimpsed the world beyond, believing Su Yun to be exceedingly kind to them. Little do they know, it is precisely Su Yun who has been continuously siphoning their allowances. Once she attains a life of comfort, she shall return to show those wastrels just how splendidly she thrives outside. Taking a deep breath, she eagerly opened the wooden box. However, the smile on her face vanished in an instant, leaving her utterly stunned in place. Chapter 7. Ah, what a remarkable Su Yun. Moments later, Su Youli's eyes widened in shock as she cried out in disbelief, tremblingly exclaiming, Where are my superior spirit stones? Why are there only inferior spirit stones here? What on earth is happening? Liang Qian, returning with a water bucket in hand, asked with genuine concern. Su Youli pointed at the wooden box with a shaking hand. Spirit stones, inferior spirit stones, they are all inferior spirit stones. Liang Qian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the wooden box, nodding excitedly. Yes, you've never seen so many spirit stones, have you? Don't be too agitated. You are not mistaken. These are indeed inferior spirit stones, and there are as many as 300 of them. The Heavenly Profound Sect is exceedingly generous. She promptly set the water bucket down and eagerly opened her own wooden box, starting to count the stones one by one. It's my first time seeing so many spirit stones as well. I had heard that the miscellaneous disciples of the Heavenly Profound Sect receive 300 inferior spirit stones each month, but I never imagined it to be true. It feels like a dream. In this cultivation technique, it is the most suitable inferior technique for those with water spiritual roots. It is said that one can cultivate to the golden core stage with it. You cannot even purchase it for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones outside. Moreover, we can each receive 30 spirit gathering pills every month. My goodness, just these pills alone are worth 200 inferior spirit stones. And this clothing, it is made of heavenly silkworm silk, warm in winter and cool in summer, with a wonderfully smooth texture. Liang Qian chattered on incessantly, as if she had truly struck it rich. However, Su Youli trembled with rage. Such a meager amount of items to pacify a beggar. During her time at Xinxiao Peak, she received 800 middle-grade spirit stones each month. Converting that to inferior spirit stones, it amounted to a staggering 80,000. 300 inferior spirit stones were barely enough for a single meal. As for the cultivation technique, Su Yun had distributed the most suitable top-tier techniques to everyone, capable of cultivating to the ascension stage. But here, golden core stage, inferior techniques. Who do they look down upon? She was destined for transcendent ascension. How could she practice such worthless techniques? Even the maidservants' garments at Xinxiao Peak were made of golden core-grade silkworm silk, not only extremely comfortable to wear, but also a treasure that could gather spiritual energy to aid in cultivation. As for the pills, the worst she had ever consumed were second-grade spirit-gathering pills, and she received 100 each month. If she ran out, she could always ask that wretched AI Lingyin for more. She had always thought that what Su Yun provided was trash, waste. Yet now, in comparison to the items in the box, the belongings of these miscellaneous disciples were the true refuse, the real waste. Su Youli was on the verge of madness. Why? Senior brother Tianxiang had clearly stated that there were no middle-grade spirit stones distributed outside. Why then was she given inferior spirit stones? After much contemplation, Su Youli concluded that it must be Su Yun's doing. Was she attempting to use such tactics to force her back? With a grim expression and a face filled with resentment, she glared at the wooden box. Having decided to ally with senior brother Tianxiang, she resolved that no matter how much hardship she faced, it would only be temporary, and she could endure it. Is it merely a matter of having fewer resources, inferior techniques, and shabby attire? At worst, she could consume more spiritual food, utilizing the essence from those high-quality dishes for her cultivation. As for what is lacking, as long as she can locate senior brother Tianxiang, he will undoubtedly provide her with the necessary supplies. Almost forgetting the main matter, Liang Qian regained her focus, wiped away her drool, and placed the wooden box on the bedside. There is a river to the east. The water is quite pleasant. You should wash up and change your clothes. Leave your belongings here. The sect has strict standards for the disciples' character, and no one dares to steal. These trifles are of no concern to me, Su Youli murmured, suddenly recalling that she still bore an unpleasant odor. Although she despised the shabby garments of the servant disciples, she reluctantly picked up the clothes and made her way to the riverbank. Upon seeing the icy river water, she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. In order to target me, they have even dismantled the hot spring for bathing? Quite the effort, Su Yun. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the sect leader sent word that Su Yun was to visit the main peak. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yun stepped into the void, and upon reappearing, she had traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, arriving outside the Tianchuan treasure hall on the main peak. Disciple Su Yun pays respect to the master. As the words left her lips, a deep voice resonated from within the hall. Yun'er has arrived. Come in quickly. Su Yun entered, casting a glance around before bowing again. Master. Indeed, apart from Master Feng Tianxiang was also present. Upon seeing her, Feng Tianxiang greeted her warmly, "Senior sister." His handsome visage and radiant smile resembled that of an innocent youth. Had it not been for his betrayal at a critical moment in her past life, Su Yun would never have imagined that Feng Tianxiang harbored such cunning intentions. Yet, she pondered whether he too had been reborn. Su Yun smiled and nodded at him, maintaining her usual demeanor. Master Feng Yunhua, seated in the highest position, nodded with satisfaction. "Well, although your relationship is good, do not forget the primary matters. As the Vice Sect Master, you should prioritize the sect above all else. The entrance examination is nearing its conclusion. You too should select some exceptionally talented disciples and nurture them diligently, striving to secure the top position in the upcoming competition for new disciples in a year, thereby establishing our sect as a benchmark." Indeed, the matter of recruiting disciples was at hand. In her previous life, the master had similarly broached this topic today, but at that time, she felt grateful for his kindness and was unwilling to vie for the position of sect leader against Feng Tianxiang, thus acting discreetly and casually selecting a disciple of mediocre talent. Little did she expect that such a casual choice would lead her to select an ungrateful wretch. However, this time, she would not remain low-key, nor would she allow all the benefits to go to Feng Tianxiang. The master has more than one son, at worst. She would choose a compliant disciple to guide through the tribulation phase, thus repaying the master's kindness. Moreover, since conflicts with Feng Tianxiang were inevitable in the future, it would be wise to diligently train several exceptionally gifted disciples this time. In her previous life, her indifference to power dynamics had indirectly contributed to her dismal fate, as it was during the time of transcending the tribulation. Had there been 2 or 3 cultivators assisting him in safeguarding his path, he would not have depleted all his strength to confront his adversaries, ultimately leading to his failure in transcending. In this manner, the act of accepting disciples could serve to weaken Feng Tianxiang's future support, while simultaneously augmenting the strength of Xianxia Peak, preventing him from standing alone against numerous adversaries in the tribulation stage. However, the selection of disciples requires utmost caution. While innate talent and comprehension are undoubtedly important, character and temperament must be prioritized, ensuring that no ungrateful individuals are chosen again. With his thoughts racing, and having come to a resolution, Su Yun respectfully acquiesced. "Yes. Disciples shall obey." Su Yun had always shown great courtesy before Feng Yunhua, being renowned within the sect as a model of respect for teachers. The two departed from the grand hall, traveling side by side on clouds, and amidst their jovial conversation, they arrived at the Mountain Gate Plaza. At that moment, the entrance examination had just concluded, and the elders were deliberating on the selection of disciples. Upon seeing the two approach on clouds, they immediately ceased their discussions and rose in salutation. "Greetings, Sect Leader Feng and Sect Leader Su." Feng Tianxiang slightly raised his hand, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. Has the examination concluded?" Whenever the two appeared together, the crowd invariably regarded Feng Tianxiang as the leader, a role he had grown accustomed to, despite being only in the mid-stage of integration while Su Yun had reached the pinnacle. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the selection of disciples commenced, and as Deputy Sect Leaders, it was naturally their prerogative to choose first. With a broad smile, Feng Tianxiang exclaimed, "This year is indeed brimming with talent, and there are even quite a few possessing the rare complete elemental bodies. Brother Su, shall you take the first selection this time?" As anticipated, it was yet another instance of his familiar tactic. Each time something desirable arose, Feng Tianxiang would loudly draw attention, feigning a willingness to cede the opportunity. Su Yun had previously refrained from contesting such matters, showing no desire for rivalry, and would often yield to his words, prompting Feng Tianxiang to reluctantly accept his goodwill. However, this time, Su Yun would not concede. "Very well. Coincidentally, I have a few candidates in mind, so I shall not be courteous with my junior brother." Upon uttering these words, the smile on Feng Tianxiang's face abruptly froze, and he looked at Su Yun with a hint of confusion. What is happening? Why isn't Su Yun playing along? Chapter 8. In this life, she will change her master in a corner of the square. Mu Siyu stifled the cacophony around her, her face alight with fervent emotion as she gazed up at the elevated platform, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. It was senior brother Tianxiang. How splendid! Indeed, she had been reborn, and senior brother Tianxiang still lived. With him present, she vowed never again to pledge herself to Su Yun, but instead to become a disciple of senior brother Tianxiang, to be with him before anyone else. In her previous life, it was on this very day that Su Yun had taken her as a disciple, leading her into an unending cycle of torment. That man was nothing short of a monster, a true tyrant. Upon learning of her deep-seated vendetta, and that her enemies were formidable beings at the pinnacle of their power, He would bestow upon her vast quantities of elixirs and spirit stones each month, confining her within the Tianxiang sect to cultivate her skills, forbidding her from venturing beyond its walls. He would proclaim that if she persevered in her training, he would ensure her success in transcending her tribulations, enabling her to exact her revenge and fulfill her obsession. She could only blame her former naivety for believing Su Yun's deceitful words, as she toiled for over a millennium within the confines of the sect. Yet, when she finally emerged with enthusiasm, wielding the pseudo-immortal artifact bestowed by Su Yun, driven by an intense desire for vengeance, she discovered that her nemesis had long since met their demise, their life extinguished and buried by their descendants. How could this be? How could that scoundrel have died so easily? Her heart was filled with rage. It was all Su Yun's fault for not aiding her sooner in avenging her grievances. Otherwise, that old wretch would not have passed so effortlessly. When she confronted Su Yun, demanding answers, he perplexingly questioned her, suggesting that she should retaliate against the descendants of that old fiend for the sins of their forebear. Such words left her in disbelief, as she began to question her own ears. In that moment, she realized that the master she had known for a millennium was, in truth, a cold-blooded monster. Mu Siyu could scarcely comprehend how such malevolence could exist in the world. The destruction wrought by that old fiend was solely his doing. What connection did it have to the innocent descendants? All she desired was to slay the old wretch for her revenge. How could she harm those blameless heirs? Fortunately, she later encountered Uncle Tianxiang. No, Senior Brother Tianxiang. He understood her plight and was exceptionally kind, promising that had he been in her position, he would have personally avenged her by eliminating that old monster, without indulging in unnecessary bloodshed that would only exacerbate her suffering. Regrettably, as her master, Su Yun could not intervene too deeply. Otherwise, he would have sought to resolve her obsessions, never allowing her to endure pain in silence. Senior Brother Tianxiang had spoken many heartfelt words that resonated deeply within her, illuminating the true malice of Su Yun. Thus, this time, she must not allow Su Yun to choose her. She did not wish to live a life filled with regret, nor to miss the chance to be with Senior Brother Tianxiang. In her previous life, when selecting a master, she had revealed her most resilient and vulnerable self, attempting to convince them of her unwavering resolve for revenge through her ocean of grievances, hoping to gain the attention of the most powerful elder and be accepted as his disciple. She had succeeded. Su Yun was indeed the mightiest elder of the Tianxiang sect, so formidable that even the 15 of them who had preemptively prepared for tribulation were no match for him. However, this time, she would not follow that path again. She only wished to be chosen by Senior Brother Tianxiang and to become his disciple. She observed the exchange between Su Yun and Brother Tianxiang, and then took flight, seemingly locking eyes with her for a brief moment. Startled, she trembled and hurriedly concealed herself behind another person. Such an overt action naturally caught Su Yun's attention early on. Particularly, the fear and hatred reflected in Mu Siyu's eyes illuminated his interest. How delightful! This naive and love-stricken girl had also been reborn. A mere glance sufficed for him to decide to seek others, as Mu Siyu's 3 spiritual roots rendered her unworthy of his investment in cultivation. However, she could serve as a source of amusement. Suddenly, he turned back, donning the same amiable smile as in his previous life, and addressed Mu Siyu. I perceive a simplicity in your nature that resonates with me. Might you consider becoming my disciple and acknowledging me as your master? Given her rebirth, it was evident that she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him and would never agree to such a proposition. Yet, he was determined to grant her this opportunity, allowing her to willingly forfeit her singular chance to reclaim her former glory. Before long, once she encountered the harsh realities of this world, she would inevitably recall the events of this day, gradually succumbing to regret for having rejected him. Once that thought took root, it would haunt her day and night, and whenever faced with adversity, she would be reminded of the monumental opportunity she had let slip away, leading to a growing sense of remorse and longing for a second chance. The more she suffered, the deeper her regret would grow, until she could no longer bear it. Marking the moment she would plummet into despair, Su Yun could not help but smile more warmly. Yet to Mu Siyu, it appeared sinister and malevolent. True to his previous life, this great demon had immediately set his sights on her. This time, however, she resolutely vowed not to repeat her past mistakes. Should he insist on claiming her as his disciple, she would rather take her own life than allow him such a triumph. Around her, gasps arose. Expressions of envy for her potential apprenticeship under the Deputy Sect Master, heralding her as a recipient of unparalleled fortune. Yet, she stood there, disdainful and unresponsive. Foolish imbeciles. What absurd notions of fortune and destiny. Following Su Yun would lead only to eternal damnation. She had no intention of joining him. Mu Siyu turned her gaze toward Feng Tianxiang, hoping he might descend to accept her as his disciple, thus providing her with a legitimate means to reject Su Yun. However, when her eyes fell upon him, she found him smiling, seemingly pleased. Of course, Feng Tianxiang was elated. He had not anticipated Su Yun's folly in overlooking so many talented individuals in favor of this three spiritual roots waste. With such abysmal potential, no amount of resources would facilitate her breakthrough to the refinement void stage. Keeping her close would be a gross misallocation of elixirs. Since Su Yun was so graciously collecting refuse, he would not hesitate to gather those with exceptional physiques and complete elemental affinities under his command. Yet, why was this three spiritual roots waste staring at him? Feng Tianxiang's brow twitched, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as everyone awaited Mu Siyu's decision, yet she merely glared defiantly at Feng Tianxiang. After a considerable time had passed with no response from the other party, she could only grit her teeth and perform a stiff bow. Master Su, I implore your understanding. My heart has already chosen a mentor. I can only regretfully decline your generous offer. At her utterance, an uproar erupted in the gathering. No one had anticipated that Mu Siyu would outright reject Su Yun, the esteemed vice master. To be accepted under his tutelage would undoubtedly confer numerous benefits. Yet she had audaciously turned him down in public. Even Feng Tianxiang was taken aback. Could this female cultivator truly be in her right mind? With such an exceptional master as Su Yun, who could she possibly desire instead? He cast a glance around, finding no one who could rival Su Yun's stature. Indeed, Su Yun's smile broadened, though he merely shook his head slowly, feigning a sense of regret. Is that so? What a pity. The seed had already been sown, awaiting its growth into a towering demonic tree. With a tone of curiosity, he inquired, I am rather intrigued. Which elder do you have in mind as your desired mentor? At this, all present turned their attention to her, including the assembled elders in the integration stage, all equally eager to discover the identity of this remarkable individual who could compel her to spurn the Vice Masteress offer. Chapter 9. With such qualifications, you wish to be a disciple of the true self? The ceaseless flattery directed at Su Yun left Mu Siyu feeling nauseated. This group of fools would indeed perish under his tutelage. Despite his seemingly benevolent demeanor, when he began to overwhelm one with resources to force them into cultivation, he could drive a person to the brink of death. In her heart, Mu Siyu held disdain and secretly scoffed. Su Yun was not seeking disciples. He merely wished to torment others. This great demon was utterly unworthy of existence in this world. In her past life, she had stubbornly remained within the Tianxiang for a millennium, fueled by a blood feud and an unwavering will like no other. This time, anyone who became Su Yun's disciple would surely be unable to endure even a month, desperately seeking escape from his clutches. Just wait and see. It would not be long before the truth of Su Yun's coercive training methods would come to light, and his reputation would be utterly ruined. As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but let a smile grace her lips, her face alight with excitement as she turned her gaze towards Feng Tianxiang. Since Su Yun was digging his own grave, it was only right to let him face public humiliation. She disdainfully swept her eyes over Su Yun, then coyly looked at Feng Tianxiang, before respectfully bowing. The master I wish to serve is the esteemed Sect Leader Feng. I have long admired Sect Leader Feng, and I have come today to beseech him to accept me as his disciple. I implore you to take me under your wing. Upon her declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. This woman truly had the audacity. She had just rejected a vice sect leader and then turned to seek the tutelage of another. With her mere 3 spiritual roots, she could only aspire to be a disciple of an ordinary elder. The fact that sect leader Su had actively sought her out was already a tremendous stroke of fortune. Yet she was unsatisfied, and the onlookers had assumed she sought to apprentice under some revered elder, only to discover she was now clamoring for another vice sect leader to accept her. Did she believe Tianxiang belonged to her, that she could choose her master at will? Moreover, it was evident that sect leader Feng had no intention of accepting her, otherwise he would have spoken up when sect leader Su expressed his interest. What was she thinking, forsaking a willing master to pursue one who clearly did not desire her? Feng Tianxiang paused, his gaze lowering slightly as he surveyed the scene below, his expression subtly cooling while a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Yet he remained silent. Tianxiang Shixiang smiled at me. Mu Siyu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, Shixiang Tianxiang was the kindest of souls, always accommodating her desires. He would go to great lengths to assist her in her pursuits. Although he had never truly succeeded in aiding her, he always expressed profound remorse, proving himself to be an exceptionally good person. Since he smiled so warmly at her, She was certain he had tacitly agreed. At last, she could finally become Tianxiang's disciple. Once more, she bowed, proclaiming, "Sect Leader Feng, I bear deep-seated enmity. And only by becoming your disciple do I stand a chance to avenge this great grievance and resolve my obsession." In her eagerness to secure Tianxiang's approval, she even publicly revealed her most profound secret, hoping to evoke his sympathy for her past. Tianxiang, with his benevolent heart, would surely be unable to refuse her after hearing such words. Thus, it was revealed. Feng Tianxiang slowly began to speak, yet the world is fraught with injustices. How could he possibly attend to every single matter? Moreover, he chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe that anyone is worthy of being his disciple? With merely 3 spiritual roots, she dares to seek him as a mentor. This woman is utterly oblivious. Sensing the disarray, an elder hastily intervened, reprimanding. How can you, a mere child, display such ignorance of etiquette? Those of ordinary talent may only be selected by the esteemed elders. When did it become your prerogative to choose your own master? Su Youli was left dumbfounded. In her previous life, after she ascended as a formidable cultivator, senior brother Tianxiang had once mentioned this to her. It was a pity that during the selection of disciples, he had been disturbed by Su Yun's wicked machinations, clouding his judgment. Additionally, being the first to choose a disciple, he had hastily overlooked her potential, fearing to delay others. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly scrutinize his candidates meticulously. With her innate gifts, he would have recognized her brilliance at first glance and would never have missed such a promising disciple. Had they been able to be together over 1,000 years earlier, they would have shared countless days and nights, never to part. From that day forth, her mind frequently wandered to such scenarios, and each time she recalled them, her heart swelled with sweetness. If only she could be reborn. If only she could become senior brother Tianxiang's disciple, how blissful she would be. Now, fate had indeed granted her a second chance. Yet senior brother Tianxiang was no longer the first to select disciples. Rather, he took his time to choose with utmost seriousness. But why? Did he still reject her? In front of so many witnesses, he spoke in a condescending tone, claiming her talents were insufficient, that she was unworthy of seeking him as a master. Even Su Youli, that demonic figure, had always spoken to her with kindness, never uttering harsh words. Though he relentlessly pressured her to cultivate, tormenting her spirit and will to the point of unbearable strain. Yet senior brother Tianxiang, without a hint of mercy, publicly scolded her, offering no semblance of compassion. What was happening? Had senior brother Tianxiang lied in their previous life? No, impossible. He would never deceive her. With tears brimming in her crimson eyes, Su Youli could not help but weep, yet her gaze remained defiantly fixed upon Feng Tianxiang, as if she hoped to compel him to retract his words through sheer will. Observing her plight, the onlookers sighed in unison. Indeed, some individuals are so oblivious to fortune that even when it is thrust upon them, they cannot grasp it. This female cultivator's fate seems irrevocably sealed. Su Youli shook his head in regret and then raised his hand, effortlessly lifting 3 individuals with his spiritual power. I am Su Youli, the Vice Master of the Tianxian sect. You 3 share a fateful connection with me. Are you willing to become my disciples? These 3 were renowned prodigies of the Tianxian sect in her past life, each possessing a complete array of elemental affinities and unique physiques, truly unparalleled geniuses. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. 3 fortunate souls had been chosen by the Vice Master himself. What extraordinary fortune this was! Even the selected trio momentarily stood in a daze before hastily bowing in excitement, exclaiming, "We are willing to be your disciples." This was a Vice Master of great stature and influence, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. Today, he had taken the initiative to accept them as his disciples. The benefits that would follow were beyond measure, and only a fool would refuse such an offer. Their enthusiastic voices reverberated, shaking Feng Tianxiang's composure, causing the smile on his face to freeze. Among the numerous novice disciples, these 3 stand out as the most gifted, possessing a complete array of elemental affinities and unique constitutions, indicative of their potential for great accomplishments. Furthermore, their admirable temperaments and distinguished backgrounds render them invaluable assets for any future endeavors to vie for the position of sect leader. He had long set his sights on these 3, yet, infuriatingly, it was Su Youli who, how detestable, in the past, he would always graciously yield the finest opportunities to me. Why, on this occasion, did he not extend the same courtesy? Feng Tianxiang lamented his earlier politeness towards Su Youli, realizing too late that he should have been more assertive. Yet, even more infuriating was that girl with the triple spiritual roots. His gaze turned icy as he cast a glance at the still aggrieved maiden. This foolish girl had she not spurned Su Yun? How could he have possibly claimed the disciples he desired? Excellent. Su Yun nodded in satisfaction, then gestured to the other elders. You may proceed. I shall return to my peak. The crowd bowed and exclaimed, we bid farewell to Sect Leader Su. Meanwhile, the once captivating Mu Siyu was now met with headshakes and sighs from the assembly, with some even deriding her as foolish and ridiculous. She had missed the singular opportunity that could have altered her destiny. Chapter 10. Why? Why does the senior brother refuse her? Mu Siyu stood there in a daze, her face a canvas of confusion. Despite the unkind words hurled at her, rendering her flushed with embarrassment, she did not retort, merely bowing her head in silence. Seemingly unable to recover from Feng Tianxiang's words. She could not fathom why, after all the assurances in her past life, the senior brother had turned her down today. She yearned to inquire of him the reason behind this rejection, but as she lifted her gaze, she discovered he had vanished without a trace. Feng Zhongzhu. Just as she was about to call out, she was interrupted by Elder Feng. Do not call out. You bear a deep-seated grudge and wish to take a powerful master to exact your vengeance. This ambition is indeed commendable, and your willingness to strive for it attests to your bravery. However, with your trifling 3 spiritual roots, you lack the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple by the Vice Sect Master. If you truly seek revenge, it would be wiser to become my disciple. I am also at the mid-stage of integration and will dedicate myself to your training, ensuring you have the opportunity for retribution. Elder Feng's reminiscence of Mu Siyu's plight stirred his compassion, prompting him to resolve to assist her wholeheartedly, if only to fulfill his own long-held aspiration. Yet, Mu Siyu paid no heed to his words, her expression marred by sorrow as she muttered, Why? Why does Feng Zhongzhu refuse to accept me? I have come before him. He has seen me. Why will he not take me as his disciple? Senior brother Tianxiang had assured me that if given another chance, he would certainly accept me as his apprentice. How could he break his promise? Elder Feng sighed. If you seek someone to blame, blame your lack of talent. You simply failed to catch Feng Zhongzhu's eye. Unable to bear her despondence, he inquired once more, So, are you willing to accept me as your master? Mu Siyu regained her senses and gazed at the elder before her. She recognized Elder Feng. It was only after she successfully transcended her tribulation that he had barely advanced to the late stage of integration, his cultivation vastly inferior to hers. At that time, she had already become the head of the affairs hall, and he had spoken to her with utmost respect. Now, he wished to assume the role of her master? What an absurd notion. If she were to take on an instructor, it would undoubtedly be senior brother Tianxiang. Her countenance turned icy as she replied, No need, elder. Please excuse me. Elder Feng's brow furrowed, acutely sensing her coldness, and his expression darkened. With his status, he typically accepted only those with at least 4 spiritual roots. With the right spiritual materials, he could help them catch up to their peers. This girl's talent was merely mediocre, and were it not for his sympathy towards her plight, he would not have wasted his breath on her, let alone promised to assist her. Yet she was so ungrateful as to speak to him thus. Little did she realize that once she departed from this place, the opportunity to see him again would be lost. Elder Feng's voice turned frosty. In that case, take care of yourself. He flicked his sleeve and turned away, seeking disciples with better qualifications elsewhere. Such foolishness would surely prevent her from achieving great things in this life. This scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. What is the situation with this woman? She has rejected Sovereign Su without any signs of remorse, and now Elder Feng has presented her with yet another opportunity for ascension. Yet she still declines. Does she insist on taking Sovereign Feng as her master, dismissing all others? This is utterly absurd. Even the other elders, witnessing this scene, cannot help but shake their heads in disbelief. While they acknowledge the tragic background of this female cultivator and commend her courage, upon seeing Elder Feng's predicament, they are unwilling to subject themselves to further embarrassment. Even the more benevolent female elders withdraw their gazes, choosing to ignore her. Each individual has their own fate. If she insists on pursuing a path fraught with peril, then let her do so. Aspiring to be a disciple of Sovereign Feng? Who within the sect is unaware of Sovereign Feng's pride? He himself is a genius, surrounded by other prodigies. It can be said that he associates only with the exceptionally talented and selects students solely from among them. He holds the greatest disdain for the mediocre. Given this woman's qualifications, without an extraordinary stroke of fortune, even if she were to plead for a lifetime, Sovereign Feng would not make an exception to accept her. Unless she can attain a monumental opportunity and become a world-renowned genius, only then might Sovereign Feng cast a glance in her direction. But does she possess such an opportunity? Mu Siyu believes she does. In her previous life, senior brother Tianxiang did not accept her due to the malevolent influence of Su Yun. This time, it must be the same. By publicly rejecting Su Yun's overture, she has caused him to lose face, leading the demon to harbor resentment and employ dark arts to dissuade senior brother Tianxiang from accepting her. Yes, it must be so, cursed Su Yun, that vile demon. Mu Siyu feels she has finally uncovered the reason and now harbors an even deeper hatred for Su Yun. In light of this, she decides to wait a few days before seeking out senior brother Tianxiang for apprenticeship. Once senior brother Tianxiang is free from the influence of dark magic, he will surely not refuse her. Yes, indeed. Mu Siyu, having cast aside her previous despondency, is once again filled with joy. After a lifetime apart, to see senior brother Tianxiang again is a rare opportunity, and she will not allow it to slip through her fingers. No matter the cost, she will ensure she is with her brother. At the summit of Xianxia Peak, within the Grand Hall, Su Yun gazes at the 3 disciples before him, 1 male and 2 females, all around the ages of 15 or 16. They are renowned prodigies from the past, each having been accepted as disciples by Feng Tianxiang. These 3 individuals are supported by 3 prominent families, unwaveringly loyal to Feng Tianxiang. In the wake of the sovereign's ascension, they have maneuvered among the various spirit peak families, securing the backing of over half the peak masters and elders for Zikufeng. In terms of talent, comprehension, loyalty, and cunning, these 3 stand at the pinnacle among their peers in the central state. If Su Yun can secure their allegiance, he will not only weaken Feng Tianxiang's influence, but also aid in consolidating support within the sect. In this way, the heights of Xianxia Peak could reach unprecedented levels. With this thought, Su Yun raised his hand, and at once, Ling Yin approached with 3 bowls of tea. Upon the exalted Xianxia Peak, there exist no stringent worldly conventions. After presenting the ceremonial tea, you shall henceforth be regarded as my esteemed disciples, under my protection. However, the bond between master and disciple must be forged out of mutual consent. Should any of you harbor doubts or find your affections elsewhere, you may depart at this moment without further ado. Having spoken, he deliberately paused, observing the 3 remain unyielding. He then nodded, declaring, since you choose to stay, I shall consider you bound. Should anyone dare to commit acts of treachery against their master or lineage, let it be known that I will not hesitate to unleash my wrath. As he finished, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. The summit was engulfed in a tempest, dark clouds loomed overhead, and thunder roared, plunging the scene into an abyss of darkness. The 3, overwhelmed by the ferocity of his presence, turned pale, their earlier joy evaporating into an abyss of dread. Weak in the knees, they knelt, proclaiming in unison, we vow, with our hearts devoted to the path, to never commit any acts of treachery or heinous deeds. Otherwise, may we be consumed by 1,000 demons. Excellent. Su Yun acknowledged, and the atmosphere returned to its former tranquility. Given the temperaments of the 3, coupled with the binding oath, their loyalty to him would be unwavering. Ling Ying hurriedly approached, carrying tea, her face alight with envy as she gazed at the trio. To be chosen as direct disciples by the master was indeed a tremendous fortune. Alas, her own lack of talent rendered her unlikely to ever capture his esteemed attention. The 3, however, were left with a lingering sense of terror, for in that fleeting moment, they had genuinely felt the precipice of death. Though the sensation was ephemeral, the profound despair of that near-death experience would forever be etched in their memories. Chapter 11. I want you. 1 year to forge the Dan. The male disciple clad in a blue robe was the first to rise, receiving the tea and promptly kneeling. Disciple Zhao Qianfeng pays respects to master. Su Yun accepted the tea and took a sip. Rise. With a casual wave of his hand, a stream of ethereal energy swiftly penetrated Zhao Qianfeng's pores, instantly dispelling his fatigue and invigorating his spirit. The other 2 young women also offered their tea, and upon receiving the cleansing energy, stood gracefully to the side. One, dressed in white and exuding a gentle demeanor, was named Ning Qiuyu. The other, adorned in red with delicate features, was called Xia Zhuwei. All 3 possessed exquisite appearances and transcendent qualities, adhering to decorum far better than the rebellious disciples of his past life. You 3 shall rest for a day. Tomorrow morning, come to select your cultivation techniques. The trio's expressions brightened with joy as they promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Their joining the Tianxian sect was solely to acquire a suitable cultivation method. Su Yun waved his hand. Ling Yin, show them to their accommodations. The strength of newly accepted disciples would be pivotal for the upcoming competition a year hence. Although the contest was ostensibly to assess the disciples, it also served to evaluate him as their master. Should his disciples achieve notable ranks, it would reflect positively upon him, earning him recognition within the Elder Council. Their eventual merits would likewise contribute to his own standing. These accolades could significantly influence the distribution of resources on Xianxiao Peak and affect future promotions. In his previous life, Su Yun had been indifferent to such matters. To avoid giving others leverage against him, to prevent accusations of strife among sect members, he had deliberately refrained from competing for the position of sect leader. He had made concessions during Feng Tianxiang's aggressive maneuvers, solely to ensure his master's peace of mind and to maintain sect stability. Yet, what was the outcome? His master ascended to the higher realms without a word, failing to make any subsequent arrangements, which led to a series of conflicts. It was only then that Su Yun realized his master had been utterly unconcerned with such affairs. His sole focus was on achieving immortality. How foolish he had been to make sacrifices for someone who did not care. This had caused disappointment among the elders who had initially supported him, leading them to overlook Feng Tianxiang's actions, culminating in the catastrophic battle that followed. Since his concessions had only emboldened Feng Tianxiang and disheartened his supporters, Su Yun resolved not to yield any further. He would no longer forsake his rightful claims for the sake of his master. Having cultivated diligently and fought for the Tianxian sect, he had endured countless injuries, with 7 near-fatal wounds. Among his peers, he had amassed the greatest achievements. Therefore, why should he relinquish what rightfully belonged to him to someone like Feng Tianxiang, who incessantly pressured him? Why not strive for his rightful place? If the master finds it truly challenging, why does he not revoke Feng Tianxiang's position as Deputy Sect Leader, thereby eliminating the possibility of conflict between them? Instead, he remains silent, merely observing as Feng Tianxiang continually concedes, allowing him to bear the brunt of the gossip alone. If the master is unperturbed by the difficulty, why should he fear it? Feng Tianxiang may not wish to overshadow him, yet this time, he is determined to allow his 3 disciples to astound the entire sect, rekindling hope among the elders who once supported him. On the following day, before dawn, Zhao Qianfeng and the others awaited outside the main hall, patiently anticipating the summons of Su Yun. Even the seemingly restless Xia Zhuwei stood quietly, betraying no signs of impatience. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Su Yun. When Mu Siyu was his disciple, she had never exhibited such diligence, though she often proclaimed her deep-seated desire for revenge. Whenever it came time to cultivate, she would concoct excuses to procrastinate. Whether it was having overslept or feeling unwell, even when compelled to practice, she would drag her feet and display reluctance, proving to be a source of frustration. Yet, as these were the disciples he had chosen, Su Yun could only invest his efforts in teaching them, striving to amend their shortcomings. At one point, he felt that imparting knowledge to a disciple was more exhausting than his own cultivation. However, the 3 new disciples he had taken under his wing required no such prodding. They rose early, eagerly preparing for their training. They were even seen adjusting their breathing, evidently preparing for the upcoming selection of techniques. After observing them for a while, as the first rays of sunlight streamed in, Su Yun finally spoke, "Come in." As his words echoed, the grand doors of the hall opened of their own accord, and the 3 entered respectfully, bowing in greeting. Disciple pays respects to the master. Su Yun presented the meticulously prepared supreme techniques to them. Zhao Qianfeng, within you lies a complete spectrum of elemental energies, and your spiritual body is attuned to the 5 elements, making you exceptionally suited for the practice of elemental techniques. This 5 Emperors Canopy scripture is most compatible with you. At its zenith, it will not only summon the ethereal forms of the 5 Emperors for your service, but also allow you to evolve the laws of the 5 elements, unbound by the constraints of heaven and earth. Ning Qiyu, endowed with an array spirit body, is apt for the paths of formations and prohibitions. You may cultivate this celestial diagram of the Zhou Tians, capable of harnessing the power of the stars to forge formations against adversaries. Upon reaching the void refinement stage, you will directly comprehend the laws of formations and prohibitions. Xia Zhiwei, possessing an ethereal body, has an innate affinity for spatial power. You may cultivate this prison of the universe, which will assist you in grasping the laws of space and manipulating spatial forces, traversing the boundless void. Upon hearing this, the 3 were utterly astonished, forgetting to express their gratitude as they stood transfixed, watching the golden orbs of light merge into their foreheads. All the information regarding the techniques was imprinted deep within their minds, accompanied by annotations from numerous predecessors and various cultivation experiences. Even though they hailed from prestigious families, they were left awestruck by the master's generosity and methods. It is essential to understand that exceptional cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare. Even the ancient clans, which have inherited knowledge for millennia, possess only a single volume of such a technique. However, upon his recent intervention, the master has bestowed upon them 3 distinct and unparalleled cultivation techniques, each perfectly aligned with their individual constitutions. Were such a technique to be presented in the outside world, it would serve as an invaluable treasure capable of sustaining an entire clan, worth no less than several million top-tier spirit stones. Even within the Tianxiang sect, acquiring such a technique would demand an astronomical amount of contribution points, not to mention the priceless experience gleaned from the predecessors, which cannot be purchased with any amount of spirit stones. They had initially planned to cultivate some advanced techniques first, gradually accumulating contribution points to exchange for an exceptional technique. Yet, unexpectedly, their master has granted them these treasures outright. This not only saves them considerable time in their cultivation, but also places them far ahead of their peers from the very beginning, a significance of monumental importance. In a moment of overwhelming excitement, Zhao Qianfeng could not contain himself and knelt down, bowing his head. Disciple expresses profound gratitude to the master. He bowed 3 times, prompting the other 2 to hastily follow suit. Disciple expresses profound gratitude to the master. Su Yun smiled, gesturing with his hand to lift them up, chiding lightly. Enough? Heads are not to be bowed frivolously. Listen to me before you kneel. The 3, daunted into silence, stood respectfully to the side, their eyes brimming with fervor. With a wave of his hand, 3 storage rings floated before them. Within these rings are 100,000 top-tier spirit stones each, as well as sufficient elixirs for your cultivation to the golden core stage, and a set of high-quality magical artifacts suitable for that stage. Accept these gifts in their entirety. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Zhao Qianfeng exclaimed in disbelief before kneeling once more. Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. This time, he remembered not to bow his head. The other 2 reacted swiftly, almost simultaneously kneeling in gratitude for Su Yun's generosity. This was indeed 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, a sum that their respective families would only allocate to elders as a monthly allowance, amounting to a mere 50 or 60,000 top-tier spirit stones annually. Such stones were celestial treasures reserved for the upper echelons of their clans, rarely seen even by them. Yet, their master has granted each of them 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Did this not imply that they were now wealthier than even the senior uncles within their own families? Do not express your thanks too soon. There are stipulations attached to these treasures, he cautioned. Hearing this, the 3 grew somewhat anxious, yet their expressions remained resolute, unafraid. Master, please instruct us. We are prepared to risk everything to meet your expectations. There is no need for such drastic measures, Su Yun replied, adopting a serious demeanor. I require that you break through to the golden core stage within a year, becoming the highest ranked among the new disciples. Particularly you, Qianfeng, with your 5 elements spiritual body. You face no bottlenecks in cultivating the 5 elements technique. By the end of the year, you must at least reach the mid-golden core stage, if not the late stage. Chapter 12. I must become the disciple of the Phoenix Sect Leader. The pupils of the 3 individuals contracted in disbelief. Achieving the golden core stage within a year? Such a feat was utterly unheard of. In their clan, even the most prodigious cultivators required 3 to 5 years to reach that level. If it were possible, only those extraordinary geniuses, who could shake the very foundations of history, might accomplish it. Could they truly attain such a remarkable milestone in just 1 year? Given their innate talents? The 3 hesitated, but upon recalling the vast resources bestowed upon them by their master, their resolve hardened. With such abundant support and the personal guidance of their master, they were determined to give their all. Should they fail to reach the golden core stage under these circumstances, they would have no face left to remain on the celestial peak. In a rare moment of unity, the trio exchanged glances and knelt down in unison. Disciples, accept the command. 1 year hence, we shall undoubtedly break through to the golden core stage. Su Yun nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Maintain this confidence and do not entertain thoughts of anything else. I shall provide you with all the cultivation resources you require and arrange for various sacred sites to help you solidify your foundations. Though the journey may be fraught with hardship, if you adhere to the plan, you shall surely achieve the golden core stage within a year. With that, he instructed Lingyin. Accompany them to receive their identity jade tokens, and then take them to the cleansing pool to awaken their physiques. Lingyin complied and led the trio away. Even after exiting the grand hall, the 3 remained somewhat dazed. Despite their noble lineage and exposure to extraordinary experiences from a young age, they had never encountered a master as generous as this one. Not only had he provided them with 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, but he had also bestowed upon them 3 supreme cultivation techniques, surpassing even their ancestors in magnanimity. Xia Jiwei was the first to regain her composure. She approached Lingyin and, with an endearing demeanor, asked, Sister Lingyin, Is it possible that Master has given us too many spirit stones? Lingyin chuckled at her innocent curiosity. You wish to inquire why the young Master is so generous, do you not? Caught in her thoughts, Xia Zhuwei blushed and smiled shyly. You've seen through me, sister. Lingyin laughed lightly. This matter is not a secret. Since you have joined the Celestial Peak, you will eventually come to know. Upon hearing this, the other two quickly leaned in, eager to listen. They too were curious as to why, despite the Celestial Peak appearing modest and lacking visible enterprises, their master possessed such immense wealth, surpassing even their formidable clans. Do you think the young master attained his position as sect leader without merit? It is through countless achievements that he has reached this esteemed rank. In the past, he was the foremost disciple of the Tianxiang sect, a paragon of the cultivation world in Central Continent, having cultivated for over 2 millennia. He has claimed innumerable celestial paradises, top-tier spirit mines, and various rare or veins for the sect. For each treasure trove he secured, the young master would receive a share of its profits. The accumulation of these resources amounts to an astronomical figure. Each year, when the profit-sharing day arrives, the head of the Earth Official Hall brings a cart laden with storage rings to the young master. A cart towering 3 zhang high, filled entirely with storage rings, each brimming with top-tier spirit stones. As Lingyin spoke of this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I must say, within our sect, apart from the Sect Master and the esteemed elders, the wealthiest is undoubtedly young master. Her words left the others in awe. They had never anticipated that their master possessed such remarkable prowess. Not only had he previously been the foremost disciple of the Tianxiang sect, but he now held the esteemed position of vice master of the largest sect in Zhongzhou. They could scarcely fathom when they might attain such strength themselves. If their parents and ancestors were to learn of their association with such a formidable master, their joy would be immeasurable. In a moment of exhilaration, the three of them felt an overwhelming urge to share this news with their families. There was no need for excessive contemplation. Given their exceptional talents and the comprehensive guidance from young master, they would undoubtedly vie for the position of chief disciple in the future, thereby enhancing the sect's prestige. While they may not surpass young master, they would eventually reach his current level of mastery. Zhao Qianfeng, standing aside, shook his head in astonishment. I do not aspire for too much. If I could attain even half of my masteress prowess, I would be content. However, Lingyin's expression turned serious. That will not do. As young masteress disciples, you must strive to become the chief disciples of the Tianxiang sect, earning renown throughout Zhongzhou. Otherwise, how could you justify young master's investment in your training? Moreover, when you venture outside, you must assert yourselves. Never let young master's reputation be tarnished. Upon hearing this, the three straightened their expressions and responded respectfully. The lively atmosphere at the mountain gate had come to an end, as the elders selected their favored disciples and gradually returned to the mountain to impart their teachings. Those who failed to secure a master were taken to the Hall of Elders for reassignment. Mu Siyu, alongside hundreds of other disciples of average talent, stood within the Hall of Elders, awaiting further arrangements. The elders of the sect had a limited quota for accepting disciples, resulting in some being unable to find a master each year due to a lack of available spots. Do not dwell on this too much. Even if you cannot directly apprentice under a master, you are still inner disciples of the Tianxiang sect. As long as you diligently cultivate and perform well in the upcoming new disciples competition, you might attract the attention of an elder, who may take you under their wing for personal instruction. The elders spoke with great tact, yet the reality was that they were merely the remaining candidates, overlooked by all, hence lacking the hands-on guidance of a master, falling behind in every endeavor. With a wave of his hand, the elder summoned over 100 storage pouches that floated before each individual. These contain your identity tokens, this month's allowances, along with some garments and standard magical tools. Please take care of them. Inside the storage pouches lay a map of the sect. You may refer to this map to locate the scripture pavilion and obtain a mid-grade cultivation method, and then proceed to Wanling Peak to select a cave dwelling. Every 3 days, an elder would rotate to preach at Zixia Peak. Should you encounter any issues, you may take the guiding celestial crane to consult the preaching elder. With that, the elder elegantly withdrew, instructing them, the monthly allowance will be distributed at the beginning of each month. Do not be late in collecting it from the Earth Official Hall. Once the elder departed, the disciples, feeling a sense of disappointment, accepted the storage pouches with downcast expressions. Unexpectedly, despite having joined the Tianxiang sect, we find ourselves bereft of the qualifications to receive mentorship, left to navigate our own path to cultivation. Alas, our lack of aptitude has rendered us undesirable to any masters. A collective sigh of despair echoed among the crowd as they contemplated the bleakness of their future. Yet, at that moment, A voice pierced through their gloom. What is there to feel disheartened about? Without a master, we shall cultivate on our own. We are no less than others, and with diligent effort, we shall inevitably become great cultivators. The crowd's spirits lifted, and they quickly turned to the source of this encouraging proclamation. However, upon recognizing the speaker, their excitement swiftly dissipated. They had anticipated a seasoned elder from whom they could seek guidance, only to discover it was the notorious fool who had gained infamy on the very first day of joining the sect. Gao Yicheng shook his head in resignation. Indeed. While junior sister, you may possess some peculiarities, we appreciate your attempt to console us. Peculiarities? Mu Siyu's expression darkened. Although the latter part of the statement had been swallowed back, she discerned the underlying intent to call her foolish. What do you know? I am destined to become a disciple of the esteemed Fengzong. Today's mishap is but a minor setback. Within 3 days, I shall surely attain the status of a direct disciple of the Fengzong Master. Chapter 13. Why is it different from what Brother Tianxiang said? With a dismissive snort, she turned on her heel and strode towards the door. A group of worthless individuals dared to disdain her? Had they forgotten that she was not unwanted, but rather chose to reject the Dark Master as her teacher? At that time, both Su Yun and Elder Feng vied to accept her as a disciple, drawn to her extraordinary talent. Had it not been for Brother Tianxiang, she could have easily found a worthy mentor. However, it was futile to explain herself to these mediocrities. Let them wait and see. In 3 days, when she became Brother Tianxiang's disciple, they would surely be filled with envy and regret for not having courted her favor sooner. Yet, before that, she needed to select a cultivation technique. Without the means to cultivate, she would lack the strength to approach Brother Tianxiang. As she reached the threshold, she encountered 4 individuals approaching, Ling Yin accompanied by Zhao Qianfeng and the others, there to process their identity jade tokens. Upon seeing them, Mu Siyu paused, her previous arrogance swiftly transforming into doubt. Why was AI Ling Yin here? Was it possible that Su Yun had sent her to drag her back? That detestable Dark Master, resorting to force when soft persuasion failed. Did he truly intend to take her to Xinsha Peak in front of all these witnesses? Fists clenched in fury, she glared defiantly at Ling Yin. She would never return. If Ling Yin resorted to force, she would fight to the bitter end. As they closed in, just as she prepared to voice her rejection, to her surprise, Ling Yin merely cast her a curious glance and then walked past her, ascending to the 2nd floor. Wait, were they not here to capture her? Mu Siyu's body stiffened, her resolution wavering into confusion. Yet at that moment, her eyes fell upon the 3 individuals trailing behind Ling Yin. Instantly, her eyes widened in realization, and she could not help but clench her fists. She recalled that these 3 were the disciples Su Yun had taken in this lifetime. At the time, she had been engulfed in sorrow, oblivious to these details. But now she remembered just how outrageous Su Yun had been. This Dark Master, having been rejected by her, had gone on to accept others as his disciples. If he could not ruin her, he would torment someone else. How many lives did this wicked master intend to destroy before he was satisfied? The 4 noticed Mu Siyu as well. Ling Yin, unaware of her identity, found it curious that this female disciple regarded her with such disdain, deeming her quite rude. However, Zhao Qianfeng and the others recalled that this disciple had publicly rebuffed their master's invitation just yesterday. Xia Jiwei, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, contemplated stepping forward to taunt her but was swiftly restrained by Ning Qiyu, who whispered urgently, "Do not provoke her. We cannot add trouble for our master." With so many onlookers present, if they were to bully this girl at this moment, they would undoubtedly be branded as arrogant and oppressive. While they did not mind such accusations, it could tarnish their master's reputation. Realizing this, Xia Jiwei huffed softly and continued to follow Ling Yin, feigning indifference as she absent-mindedly fiddled with her newly acquired storage ring. As they passed by Mu Siyu, she lamented aloud, "Alas! With so many exquisite spirit stones and countless treasures and elixirs bestowed by our master, I truly do not know how to spend them." Her voice was so soft that only Mu Siyu could hear it. Mu Siyu's body stiffened, and she cursed inwardly. "What are you showing off? What you possess now? I had in my past life." In her previous existence, after becoming a disciple, she too had received a storage ring bestowed by Su Yun, filled with exquisite spirit stones and various magical artifacts and elixirs. Yet, what did it matter how abundant these possessions were? They came at the cost of her freedom. And for her, losing her liberty was more unbearable than death itself. Once she became a disciple of Brother Tianxiang, he would bestow upon her even greater treasures and superior artifacts, all without pressuring her to cultivate. Instead, he would abandon everything to accompany her on leisurely excursions, savoring a life akin to that of deities. As for the 3 of them, a cold smile played at the corners of Mu Siyu's lips. Within 3 days, these three would witness Su Yun's malevolent cruelty. He would employ all manner of coercion to compel them to cultivate and grow stronger, indifferent to their capacity to endure, merely to satiate his twisted vanity. She recalled that after receiving the Identity Jade token, Su Yun would cast the individuals into the marrow washing pool. That place was uninhabitable. It seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet once inside, the water felt like blades scraping through the body, capable of inflicting excruciating pain that could drive a person to the brink of death. She had managed to endure for merely a quarter of an hour, relying on her unwavering willpower. Even that was deemed unsatisfactory by Su Yun, who claimed her endurance was too brief to achieve maximum effect. Bah! That pervert merely sought to torment her. She was certain these three were far inferior to her and would faint within half a quarter of an hour. Subsequently, they would be subjected to Su Yun's ridicule, satisfying his perverse inclinations. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Youli had not slept well for 4 days. The presence of an additional person in her room made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if something were amiss. Moreover, the bed was deplorable. It was not a superior warm jade bed, but rather an utterly ordinary wooden one. The wood was mundane, devoid of any spiritual energy, and even lacked the calming formations that her bed on Xinsha Peak possessed. Over these 4 days, not only had she failed to rest adequately, but dark circles had also formed under her eyes, leaving her in a constant state of drowsiness, as if she were on the brink of collapse. Yet, despite her exhaustion, she was compelled to rise early for morning lessons. As the first light of dawn appeared, the large bell to the east of her residence rang incessantly, driving her to exasperation. How infuriating! When she was on Xinsha Peak, she could sleep until the end of the morning hour, yet here, she was forced to rise at the beginning of the hour of the rabbit. Who could possibly sleep well under such circumstances? Ah, sleep was truly delightful. Liang Qian stretched luxuriously before hastily getting up to prepare for her morning class. By the time she finished her preparations, Su Youli, while cursing the wretched bell, sluggishly crawled out of bed, neglecting to tidy up, and groggily followed along to class. During the half-hour morning lesson, Su Youli was scolded no fewer than 10 times for dozing off. The elder explaining the spell spoke in a particularly harsh tone, berating her mercilessly until she was so infuriated that she could no longer sleep. After enduring the long wait until class finally concluded, she now found herself stifling a surge of frustration, preparing to consume the kind of wretched fare that even dogs would disdain. Though rice and meat were present, the flesh was merely that of mundane livestock, devoid of any ethereal essence. Moreover, she would have to expend effort to eliminate the impurities left behind. It was absurd. Although the fields yielded spiritual rice, the elder proclaimed that only the outer disciples held the privilege to partake in such treasures, leaving her to subsist on the most ordinary grains. It was laughable. During her time on Xinsha Peak, she feasted upon the finest quality spiritual rice, with no restrictions on quantity, able to indulge as she pleased. Yet here the stinginess surpassed even that of Su Yun. Filled with indignation, Su Youli felt as though everything was contrary to her expectations, and in stark contrast to what Brother Tianxiang had described. Initially, she had believed that her lack of spirit stones and elixirs could be remedied through spiritual food to enhance her cultivation, but to her dismay, there was no spiritual food to be found. At this rate, when would she ever return to the tribulation stage? When could she seek vengeance on Xinsha Peak? She truly yearned to reach the weekend swiftly, to find Brother Tianxiang at Zikufeng. Chapter 14. Nonsense. Tianxiang has no time to teach you. After finishing the tasteless meat buns devoid of spiritual energy, Su Youli once again expressed her disdain for the tea, lamenting its lack of vitality, not even sparing a thought for quality leaves. Over the past 4 days, she found fault with one thing after another, lamenting their inadequacy, and not only failed to learn anything, but also felt increasingly listless and drained, as if her very essence had been siphoned away by malevolent spirits, leaving her in a state even more dismal than the day she first descended from Xinsha Peak. It was not until a certain piece of news arrived that her spirits were finally lifted. Have you heard? A significant incident occurred at the recent disciple recruitment ceremony. In the afternoon, after being summoned by the elders to practice water manipulation for half the day, Su Youli returned to her quarters, where Liang Qian burst in, her face alight with excitement. There's a female disciple who failed to recognize her own standing and sought to take Feng Zhongzhu as her master, only to be publicly rejected by him. Su Youli, who had been languishing over the table in a state of utter exhaustion, immediately sprang up upon hearing the name Feng Zhongzhu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Liang Qian. Sister Liang, do tell, what exactly transpired? Is this related to Senior Brother Tianxiang? Another female disciple seeking to publicly acknowledge him as her master? How could I have missed this? Was it not mentioned in my past life? Or did Su Yun deliberately suppress the news to keep it from me? Well, I heard. Liang Qian poured herself a cup of water and recounted the rumors she had gathered, causing Su Youli to scoff repeatedly. Sister Liang speaks the truth. That female cultivator is utterly deluded, failing to assess her own worth. With merely 3 spiritual roots, how could she possibly qualify to be Feng Zongzhu's disciple? Someone like her is only fit to be under Su Zongzhu's tutelage. Only I can be senior brother Tianxiang's disciple. And only I am worthy to stand by his side. That woman deserved her public humiliation and rejection. Had it been me, senior brother Tianxiang would surely have recognized my talents and accepted me on the spot as his personal disciple. Liang Qian shook her head and sighed. Indeed, it is a case of delusional aspirations. It is said that Su Zongzhu actually intended to take that woman as a disciple, but guess what? She audaciously rejected Su Zongzhu on the spot, insisting on being taken in by Feng Zongzhu instead. Now, the entire sect is abuzz, claiming she failed to recognize a monumental opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Youli sensed something amiss. She recalled that in her previous life, Su Yun had indeed accepted a female disciple during the recruitment ceremony. But why had this woman rejected her now? Could it be? Her expression shifted as she hurriedly inquired, Sister Liang, do you happen to know the name of that female cultivator? Liang Qian pondered for a moment, rubbing her chin. I believe her name was Musiyu. Yes, that's it. Musiyu. Musiyu? Su Youli's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in shock. It was indeed her, just as she suspected. She had clearly entered Su Yun's fold in her past life. So why would she refuse this time? Could it be that foolish Musiyu had also been reborn? A wave of urgency washed over Su Youli. Since her rebirth, she had yet to lay eyes on senior brother Tianxiang, yet that wretched Musiyu had already engaged him in conversation. No, she could not squander any more time here. She must seek out senior brother Tianxiang immediately. Meanwhile, Su Yun had settled his disciples and was preparing to retreat into seclusion once more when his master's wife came to find him. Yun'er, this girl is my niece from the Yi family. My elder brother entrusted her to my care, but I am quite unable to attend to her myself. Your master is also nearing the final tribulation and cannot be distracted. Thus, I thought it best for her to be taken under your wing for her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Yun raised an eyebrow and glanced at the young girl standing beside his master's wife, who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. The hint of resentment in her eyes felt oddly familiar. Yi Xiao, it seemed, had indeed also been reborn. His master's wife, Yi Yajun, belonged to the illustrious Yi family, known for their mastery of the sword. Their ancestors had produced a 7 tribulation loose immortal, and currently, a revered elder presided over the clan, making them exceedingly powerful. The members of the Yi family were all exceptionally gifted in the sword arts. Yet Yi Xiao was the sole exception, lacking any sword aptitude, which rendered her quite unpopular within the clan. Out of pity, his master's wife brought her to Su Yun, hoping he would take her in and provide careful instruction. In his previous life, he had not dismissed her for her lack of talent. He had gone to great lengths to procure numerous treasures to enhance her abilities, expending vast resources while devoting daily attention to her training, even sacrificing his own cultivation time to nurture her potential. Feeling insecure and timid, she had wished to travel the world, and he had taken her on journeys to broaden her horizons and build her confidence. She yearned to master the sword and prove herself to the Su family. So Su Yun had scoured the human realm and ventured through the realms of demons and monsters, ultimately discovering a supreme secret technique. He invested tremendous treasures to elevate her sword aptitude. In the end, Su Yun had indeed succeeded, transforming her from a talentless individual into a formidable great swordsman in the tribulation stage. Yet what was the outcome? After all his efforts, she ascended to the position of leader of the Xiankong Hall, proving herself to the Yi family and earning the recognition of their elder. However, she ultimately resented Su Yun for pressuring her to train and practice the sword, claiming that her time, which should have been spent enjoying life, was wasted on cultivation. In the end, she even conspired with Feng Tianxiang to plot against him, asserting that she possessed a strong sword aptitude all along, which had simply never manifested. All her later achievements, she claimed, were due to the awakening of her sword talent, with no connection to Su Yun whatsoever. Very well, if that were the case, then in this life, Su Yun would take no further interest. Let her cultivate with that concealed sword aptitude, and he would see if she still possessed any hidden talent without the nourishment of those treasures. Su Yun bowed and said, Master's wife, please forgive me. I am currently besieged by trivial matters and truly cannot take on another disciple at this time. It's of no concern, her cultivation is still low. You can simply spare some time each day to teach her, she replied. With that, Yi Yajun turned to her young relative and smiled. Xiao Xiao, quickly greet your master. She instinctively overlooked Su Yun's refusal, intent on foisting Yi Xiaoxiao upon him. Indeed, Su Yun had never denied a request from his master or his master's wife. But this time, it simply would not do. However, before Su Yun could speak, Yi Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself. Aunt, I have already expressed my desire not to take him as my master. I wish to seek Brother Tianxiang and have him teach me. Upon hearing this, Yi Yajun's expression darkened, and she reprimanded, Nonsense. Tianxiang is already burdened with the trivial affairs of the sect and has recently accepted 2 disciples, leaving him with hardly any time for his own cultivation. How could he possibly have the time to teach you? According to her plans, even those 2 disciples should not have been accepted by Tianxiang, as teaching students was a frivolous waste of time compared to the importance of one's own cultivation. Chapter 15. Infuriating you. Yun was exceptionally skilled at instructing her disciples. If you were to study under her, even if you did not achieve greatness in the future, no one would dare to bully you. Yet, Yi Xiaoxiao could not absorb a single word, clinging to her Aunt Yi Yajun's arm and pouting no. Aunt, I don't want that. I wish to follow Brother Tianxiang. In her previous life, she had already followed Su Yun once, but what had she ultimately gained? She squandered over a millennium in cultivation, more than 1,000 years. Who could fathom the endurance it required? During that time, she had not even laid eyes on Brother Tianxiang, only encountering him after she became a formidable cultivator. It was then that she learned her brother had sought her out multiple times, only to be obstructed by Su Yun, who insisted that she was engrossed in a critical phase of her training and had no time for visits. Yet, she clearly had time. Even the delightful trinkets that Brother Tianxiang had crafted for her were intercepted by Su Yun. Those were gifts made with his own hands, imbued with his heartfelt sentiments. When she confronted Su Yun about this, he denied it outright. He was lying again. Brother Tianxiang had expressly stated that he would send her a handmade gift each year, entrusting it to Su Yun for delivery, yet Su Yun had never passed any of them on. It was evident that Su Yun was envious of Brother Tianxiang's kindness towards her, deliberately concealing those treasures. Yi Xiaoxiao felt an intense hatred. She despised her own weakness. Her compliance to Su Yun's demands, being constantly maneuvered by him without an ounce of personal freedom. Now, given a second chance, she vowed to do everything in her power to make amends with Brother Tianxiang, to spend 1,000 years at his side, never to part again. She would personally receive the gifts he sent each year, ensuring that Su Yun would never snatch them away again. Oh, dear child, Yi Yajun sighed, turning to Su Yun. Yun, look, the child is shy. Why not let her stay with you for a few days until she comes to terms with things? From this, it was clear that her mother did not wish to manage the situation and simply wanted to pass her off. Su Yun chuckled helplessly. Mother, I have just taken on 3 disciples and truly cannot spare the time. Since this girl wishes to accompany my junior disciple, let him take her under his wing. As luck would have it, he has only accepted 2 disciples this year and has 1 spot left for her. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. This was not right. In her previous life, when her aunt brought her to Xinxia Peak, Su Yun had readily agreed and promised to teach her well. Why was it different this time? Although she did not wish to follow Su Yun, seeing him continually push her away filled her with a sense of loss. It should not be this way. In her past life, Su Yun had been reluctant to let her go, and upon her arrival at Xinxia Peak in this life, he should have welcomed her joyfully, only to be rejected afterward. Yi Yajun also felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What on earth was wrong with Su Yun today? Over such a trivial matter, he was persistently evading responsibility. Did he think everyone could serve as her family's master? Did he not realize the magnitude of this honor? Were it not for him addressing her as master's wife, such a fortunate opportunity would not have fallen to him. Knight Yajun's expression darkened, poised to reprimand Su Yun, only to be embraced by Knight Xiaoxiao. Aunt, Knight Xiaoxiao cooed, tilting her head in a playful manner. Please let me accompany senior brother Tianxiang. I promise to be good and will not disturb his cultivation. How it must pain Su Yun. She relished in uttering such words before him, delighting in the thought of provoking his ire. Stealing glances at Su Yun, she was perplexed to find no trace of displeasure upon his countenance. Surely, after such hurtful remarks, he ought to resent her abandonment, yet he remained unperturbed. An inexplicable sensation surged within Knight Xiaoxiao. Gritting her teeth, she inwardly cursed. Feign all you like. Su Yun, you vile monster. You must be in agony right now, merely putting on a brave face to conceal it from me. I shall see how long you can endure this. She continued to playfully entreat. Aunt, please let me follow senior brother Tianxiang, won't you? Knight Yajun found herself in a quandary, casting a hopeful glance at Su Yun. wishing he would speak up to keep Knight Xiaoxiao with them. However, Su Yun remained silent, merely grinning foolishly, which further vexed her. Very well, if you cannot comprehend. We shall discuss this matter again in a few days. Knight Yajun, feeling irked, took Knight Xiaoxiao by the hand and turned away, ultimately denying her wish to accompany Feng Tianxiang. Upon returning to their residence, Knight Yajun unceremoniously cast Knight Xiaoxiao into the courtyard and ignored her, opting instead to seek out Feng Yunhua to voice her grievances. Look at the fine disciple I've raised. He won't even assist with such a trivial matter. What use is he? Had I entrusted the position of Deputy Sect Leader to the Knight family, I wouldn't be groveling for favors now. As soon as Knight Yajun departed, Knight Xiaoxiao could no longer remain still. She hurriedly changed into a long white embroidered dress, preparing to seek out her senior brother Tianxiang. In her previous life, he had adored her in this attire, claiming the color complemented her beautifully, symbolizing purity and grace, akin to a celestial being. The memories of Tianxiang's words made her cheeks flush with warmth, and she swiftly summoned a celestial crane to soar towards the western bitter peak where Feng Tianxiang resided. In her past life, it was she who had made senior brother Tianxiang wait for her through a millennium of tribulation until she successfully transcended, compelling Su Yun to relent and permit their meeting. The mere thought of Su Yun ignited a simmering hatred within her. In her previous existence, Su Yun had persistently obstructed her from meeting senior brother Tianxiang, and when she bravely expressed her desire to be with him, he opposed her even more vehemently. He claimed that senior brother Tianxiang was already betrothed, and they could not grow too close lest it be misconstrued, potentially affecting the sect leader, the Knight family, and even the prestige of the Tianxian sect. To thwart her from seeing Tianxiang, he deliberately inundated her with coursework, scheduling every moment to the brim, all in an effort to keep her away from him, until she faced her tribulation and encountered senior brother Tianxiang. She was filled with trepidation as she inquired and learned that senior brother Tianxiang was not bound by any engagement. The rumors circulating were malicious fabrications, entirely unfounded. Knight Xiaoxiao further questioned senior brother Tianxiang as to why he did not refute these claims or bring the deceitful culprits to justice. He explained that those were individuals arranged by Su Yun, who sought to compete for the position of sect leader and deliberately employed such tactics to tarnish his reputation. He preferred not to stir the hornet's nest, thus allowing the external voices to persist unchallenged. At that moment, her heart ached for him. Because of that scoundrel Su Yun, senior brother Tianxiang had endured countless grievances and borne the weight of numerous lies and slander. Previously, their scheme had failed, allowing Su Yun to escape unscathed. However, this time, she vowed not to falter. She would stand openly by senior brother Tianxiang's side, rendering those rumors powerless, and unveil Su Yun's facade, casting him into the abyss. Now, the first step was within reach. Since her aunt feared that she might disrupt senior brother Tianxiang's cultivation, she resolved to persuade him first. As long as he agreed to take her as his disciple, her aunt would surely acquiesce. As she approached the western bitter peak, Knight Xiaoxiao could not help but shyly clutch the hem of her garment. Today marked her first meeting with senior brother Tianxiang since her rebirth, and she wondered whether he had thought of her. Chapter 16, Did Brother Forget to Praise Her? Upon hearing from his disciples that someone from the Yi family sought him out, Feng Tianxiang felt a sense of bewilderment. It would be more appropriate for the Yi family to approach his mother regarding their matters, as he was not a member of their clan. After much contemplation, considering that the visitor was merely a novice girl from his mother's family, he resolved to meet her in the rear courtyard. Brother Tianxiang Yi Xiaoxiao's gentle address struck him with an unexpected warmth, causing him to question her enthusiasm. They had only met once many years ago at the Yi family estate. Why was she so affable toward him? Moreover, members of the Yi family should refer to him as cousin, not brother. Despite these thoughts, he maintained a serene demeanor, offering her a warm smile as he nodded and said, "You've arrived? Please, take a seat. I heard you accompanied my mother to see Brother Su today. I assumed you were intending to apprentice under him. What brings you here instead?" In the brief span of less than half a tea's time, he had discerned all about Yi Xiaoxiao, including her arrival and intentions. He could surmise her purpose. She wished for his assistance in finding a suitable master, a task he deemed trivial. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes dimmed with disappointment. What was amiss with brother today? Why had he not complimented her attire? In the past, whenever they finally met, he would always commend her choice of clothing, noting how it suited her exquisitely. But today had he truly forgotten? Comforting herself with this thought, she remembered her purpose for visiting and pouted, saying, "Su Yun said he was too busy to take me, and I truly do not wish to train under him. He doesn't teach his disciples at all." The mention of the word disciple reminded Feng Tianxiang of the 3 prodigious disciples, filling him with a sense of unease. Brother Su indeed was not inclined to take on disciples. While he was somewhat surprised by Su Yun's refusal, it was not entirely unexpected, considering the girl's average aptitude. Even he would hesitate to take her on as a student. However, Su Yun's rejection of his mother's request was quite astonishing. Feng Tianxiang shook his head and reassured her, "It's of no consequence. If you do not wish to follow him, then do not. With your talent, you could thrive anywhere." "Really?" Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed with immense delight. Brother Tianxiang was truly the best to her. He would agree without a second thought, regardless of her desires. Feng Tianxiang took a sip from his cup, opting not to respond directly. Instead, he inquired, "Did your mother send you to find me today?" Unaware of any underlying issues, Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head, her expression animated. "It was not my aunt's idea. I simply haven't seen brother in ages and wanted to pay you a visit." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang immediately lost interest. He had assumed there was some matter from his mother to discuss. It turned out this was merely her own initiative. "Oh, so it is true. We have indeed not met in quite some time." He cast a discreet glance towards the courtyard gate. And soon a disciple approached to report, "Master Feng, Elder Wang has an urgent matter to discuss and is waiting in the front hall." "Oh." Feng Tianxiang rose, offering a resigned smile to Yi Xiaoxiao. "It seems the timing is unfortunate. Let me arrange for someone to escort you back to your mother. We can meet again another day." Yi Xiaoxiao, filled with excitement, stood up. "All right, the matter of state is indeed pressing." However, suddenly recalling something, she quickly inquired, "May I come directly tomorrow?" Feng Tianxiang paused, somewhat taken aback by her question. "Perhaps another day. There are numerous affairs within the sect that require my attention, and I may not have much time." Yi Xiaoxiao felt a tightening in her chest. "What about my request to become your disciple?" "Become a disciple? Of what?" Feng Tianxiang was genuinely perplexed. When did he express any desire to take this girl as his apprentice? Yi Xiaoxiao grew anxious and hastily clarified, "Brother, did you not just say I could go wherever I wished? I wished to be under your tutelage." What was going on? It was obvious he was merely being courteous. Could he not discern that? A shadow flickered in Feng Tianxiang's eyes, his displeasure mounting. If Su Yun were eager to accept this girl as a disciple, he would have contested that. But this girl was a mere waste, someone even Su Yun would not take on as a disciple. What made her think she could aspire to be his? It was utterly delusional. The peak of Western bitter was not a place for the inept. Suppressing his frustration, he gently advised, "You are, after all, a member of the Yi family. The matter of becoming a disciple should be approached with caution. You ought to consult my mother first." It was clear that his mother would not agree. Yet, while that was a stance she could take, he could not afford to act in a manner that would provoke the Yi family. As he noticed Yi Xiaoxiao preparing to speak again, Feng Tianxiang promptly exited, stating, "I have urgent matters to attend to. Ting Han, please escort her back." With that, he vanished, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao in a state of bewilderment. Why had Brother Tianxiang left? She was confused. The matter had not been clarified, yet he departed so abruptly. Did this mean he agreed or disagreed? Ting Han reminded her from the side, "Miss Yi, allow me to escort you home." Upon finishing, he summoned a cloud and transported Yi Xiaoxiao back to the courtyard outside the residence of the sect leader. At that moment, Yi Yajun returned and, seeing Yi Xiaoxiao with Ting Han, inquired with curiosity. Upon learning that Yi Xiaoxiao had sought to become Feng Tianxiang's disciple, her expression darkened with anger. "You are quite bold. Tianxiang is now the esteemed vice sect leader, burdened with countless responsibilities. How could he possibly have time to teach you? I just spoke with your uncle. Although Su Yun is reluctant, he will personally arrange this matter. You will accompany me to find Su Yun tomorrow and become his disciple." At this, Yi Xiaoxiao's countenance fell. She had not anticipated that Su Yun's earlier refusal was merely a ploy. He had deliberately rejected her, then used this matter to pressure her uncle, forcing him to bow to Su Yun on her behalf. What a despicable schemer. She could not allow him to succeed. Chapter 17. Is the Phoenix Sect Master someone you can simply meet? Certainly not. I am determined to take Brother Tianxiang as my master. I would rather perish than seek out Su Yun. In my past life, I owed Brother Tianxiang so much, and I must make amends. I refuse to wait until the tribulation period to see him again. Having finally encountered Brother Tianxiang today, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Yi Yajun was utterly infuriated. She could hardly believe that her niece was such a foolish girl. With only a dual elemental root of earth and wood, even the lower-ranked elders were unwilling to accept her. Now, she wanted to be a disciple of Su Yun but remained dissatisfied, insisting on becoming Brother Tianxiang's apprentice instead. What a mindless fool. Did she not comprehend the severity of her own deficiencies? If it were not for the Yi family's influence, she would not even have the privilege to enter the gates of the Tianxian sect, let alone be choosy. In a fit of rage, Yi Yajun confined Yi Xiaoxiao to the courtyard, declaring that this matter was non-negotiable. Brother Tianxiang was destined to become the sect leader, and his disciple must be a prodigy from a prominent family. She ordered Yi Xiaoxiao to obediently follow Su Yuan, forbidding her from entertaining any fanciful notions. Yi Xiaoxiao felt utterly aggrieved. Was she not also a genius from a distinguished family? Why did her aunt refuse to allow her to accompany Brother Tianxiang? What could possibly be the reason? She sat in the courtyard, sighing at the moonlit sky, contemplating throughout the night without arriving at any resolution. All she could do was hope that Brother Tianxiang would soon learn of her plight and come to her rescue. In her previous life, she had been confined by Su Yuan on numerous occasions, and she had thought that this time she would escape such a fate and never be separated from her brother. Yet, to her dismay, upon her return, she found herself once more imprisoned by her aunt. The only difference this time was that there was no Su Yuan to plead on her behalf. Wait, why would she need him to plead for her? That overly sentimental fool. If anyone were to intercede, it would have to be Brother Tianxiang. He had always shown her particular attention, and as the Vice Sect Master, he would surely receive news swiftly. She was confident that her wait would not be prolonged. Perhaps by dawn, Brother Tianxiang would come to rescue her. The following day, Yi Yajun dispatched a personal made to convey a message to Su Yuan. The young lady from the Yi family, being new and unfamiliar with the rules, had inadvertently angered the Sect Master yesterday. Thus, the Sect Master was unwilling to accept her, a situation that the lady could understand. The lady had punished the young lady by confining her and instructed that once she came to her senses, the Sect Master would consider accepting her as a disciple. The implication was clear. It was as if Yi Xiaoxiao's punishment was a consequence of Su Yun's refusal to accept her. The underlying message suggested that as long as Su Yun did not take Yi Xiaoxiao as a disciple, she would remain imprisoned. Was this a threat? In her previous life, Su Yun had never paid attention to such matters, merely believing that Yi Xiaoxiao's lack of talent rendered her unworthy of his master's efforts. Now, viewing it from a different perspective, it became apparent that his master had long regarded him as a stumbling block to Feng Tianxiang's ascension to the Sect Master's throne, considering him a potential adversary. Accepting Yi Xiaoxiao as a disciple was merely a ploy to hinder his cultivation progress and utilize his resources to foster the Yi family. In his past life, he had suffered numerous penalties because of Yi Xiaoxiao. It is evident that while Su Yuan is the one imparting knowledge, the matriarch persistently seeks various pretexts to scrutinize Yi Xiaoxiao's progress in cultivation. Subsequently, she expresses her dissatisfaction with Yi Xiaoxiao's slow advancement, berating her, and then, rather abruptly, the conversation shifts to insinuations that Su Yuan is negligent in his teachings. Does he solely focus on his own affairs, neglecting his disciple? Does he consider Yi Xiaoxiao's talents too inadequate to warrant his attention? Naturally, Su Yuan refutes such claims. Yet, Yi Yajun uses this as a pretext to impose penalties on Su Yuan, compelling him to offer treasures as compensation for Yi Xiaoxiao, while also confining Yi Xiaoxiao, forbidding her release until she has refined the treasures. Initially, Su Yuan perceived no wrongdoing in this arrangement. After all, they were merely items meant for his disciple, and he held little concern for their distribution. In retrospect, however, the matriarch's tactics seem exceedingly juvenile, relying on his filial piety and respect for his elders. She consistently exerts her authority over him. Whenever assistance is required, she never directly asks, instead feigning anger and expecting Su Yuan to decipher her feelings. If he fails to do so, her displeasure persists. Alternatively, she would present herself as a pitiful figure, subtly chastising him to compel him to submit. Previously, out of respect for his master, Su Yuan had never contested her behavior, complying with her whims and indulging her demands. However, such indulgence will not continue. She can confine Yi Xiaoxiao for as long as she pleases. Whether the girl remains imprisoned until death is of no concern to him, and he feels no guilt in this matter. Resolving this in his mind, Su Yuan firmly declined her request. This matter is known to me. Please convey to the matriarch that my capacity is limited, and I am unable to accept Yi Xiaoxiao as a disciple. I kindly ask her to seek another. With that, he dismissed the maid, who was visibly taken aback, and had her escorted out. He then returned to his secluded chamber, activating the formation to resume his arduous training, allowing no one to disturb him. His sole desire was to cultivate and grow stronger, with no time to squander on their convoluted affairs. After completing the morning lessons, Su Youli spent 20 low-grade spirit stones to enlist Liang Qian's help for her afternoon tasks, and then she eagerly boarded a celestial crane, soaring towards the West Ku Peak. She was determined to see senior brother Tianxiang at the earliest opportunity, resolutely refusing to allow that wretched Mu Siyu to get ahead. Upon gazing at the towering, ethereal West Ku Peak, Su Youli nearly burst into tears. Such a place, brimming with spiritual energy, was where she truly belonged. In comparison, the medicinal herb garden felt like a pigsty, utterly unfit for human habitation. In her previous life, she was destined to dwell here. Yet due to Su Yun's folly in bringing her to Xianxia Peak, she endured over 1,000 years of suffering. After reaching the tribulation stage, her senior brother had once quietly expressed his desire for her to reside at West Ku Peak alongside him. However, upon learning of this, Su Yun inexplicably flew into a rage, vehemently opposing the idea, even going so far as to confront her senior brother at West Ku Peak, delivering a severe beating. It is unclear what he conveyed to the sect leader, but as a result, her senior brother faced harsh reprimands and had not come to see her for quite some time. Yet, this time would be different. She was now free, and Su Yun could no longer command her to do anything or discipline her. As long as she could behold her senior brother Tianxiang, she would be content to reside here, surrounded by abundant cultivation resources. Her powers would soar, and she would swiftly reclaim her status as a formidable cultivator capable of transcending tribulations. By residing at Shiku Peak, she would be able to remain with Tianxiang forever, never to part again. Shiku Peak was protected by a formidable barrier, and without a high-level identity token, entry was forbidden. Su Youli could only alight at the foot of the mountain on a celestial crane and gain entry through a report to the guards. The disciple stationed at the foot of the mountain, merely at the Golden Core stage, had not even been worthy of meeting her in her past life. Yet now, in her fervent desire to see her senior brother, she found herself compelled to initiate conversation with that guard, a most uncomfortable endeavor for her. However, she was willing to endure this discomfort, recognizing it as the price to pay for an early reunion with her brother. Yet, upon conveying her intent, she was summarily dismissed by the guard with a wave of the hand. "Begone. A mere servant disciple dares to seek an audience with the Sect Master of Phoenix? You must have lost your mind." Chapter 18. Brother Tianxiang had clearly stated. At present, Su Youli possessed no cultivation, and all she felt was a sudden blur before being swept several paces away from the mountain gate by a gust of wind. When she regained her senses and heard the guard's words, her heart surged with indignation. "Presumptuous. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? Once I become Brother Tianxiang's disciple, I shall ensure you pay for this." Her words left the guard both infuriated and amused. Brother Tianxiang? A disciple? Did this fool not realize the absurdity of her claims? Unable to even grasp the appropriate titles, she aspired to be a disciple of the esteemed sovereign of the Phoenix sect? He bellowed loudly. What audacity! The sovereign of the Phoenix sect holds a status of unparalleled nobility, far beyond what a mere servant disciple like you could ever address as brother. Begone. If I hear another word of your nonsense, I shall not be so courteous. Once more, Su Youli was propelled backwards by the force of the wind, nearly losing her footing. She staggered a few steps before managing to stand upright, feeling both helpless and enraged, glaring at the guard disciple, unsure of how to proceed. In the past, such matters were always handled by Su Yun or resolved by Ling Yin and her companions. She had never encountered such a situation and was utterly at a loss. "You wretched fool, with your narrow-mindedness. What of being a servant disciple? Just wait until I become Brother Tianxiang's disciple. I will show you." In her previous life, guards of this caliber would have bowed and greeted her respectfully upon seeing her, treating her with the utmost deference, fearing to exhibit any semblance of disrespect. Yet now, it was truly a case of the tiger falling in the plains, bullied by dogs. Here she was, the illustrious sword immortal of Chunyang, momentarily devoid of her powers, yet subjected to such treatment by a mere guard, who even dared to lay hands on her. Su Youli cursed the guard vehemently in her heart, but her indignation only fueled her ire towards Su Yun. If not for Su Yun's actions in stealing her garments, that lavish attire alone would have dissuaded the guard from obstructing her. Su Yun, unable to bear her success, was likely using his divine sense to spy on her, reveling in her humiliation. How detestable! Did he think she would return to Xianxia Peak seeking his refuge out of despair? Dream on. She would rather perish beneath the western peak than endure the disgrace of returning to Xianxia Peak. Just wait. Once I meet Brother Tianxiang and become his disciple, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Though fury coursed through her veins, despair soon followed. Her current status was far too low. She could not even enter the gates of the western peak, let alone seek Brother Tianxiang's assistance. Without his help, how could she elevate her standing? How could she ever hope to be accepted as his disciple? Furthermore, her supreme techniques, her endless supply of spirit stones, and her pseudo-immortal artifact sword, were they all to be lost? Did this mean she was destined to be a servant disciple for the rest of her life? No, that was absolutely out of the question. She, Su Youli, was destined to become a formidable cultivator during the tribulation phase. the sword immortal of Chunyang renowned throughout the realm. She would assist Brother Tianxiang in ascending to the position of sovereign and vanquish the demonic Su Youli. How could she possibly resign herself to a lifetime as a mere servant disciple? No, she must find a way to meet her senior brother. It is imperative that she sees him. Su Youli's resolve grew ever more steadfast as she summoned a celestial crane to fly toward the medicinal garden. Having cultivated for over 1,000 years in her past life, although she faced such a challenge for the first time, her perspective and wisdom were unparalleled, allowing her to conceive a plan to enter the West Bitter Peak in a mere moment. Every 10 days, or half a month, the medicinal garden dispatched spiritual herbs and plants to various peaks, and both the West Bitter Peak and the Immortal Cloud Peak were included in this distribution. She intended to seize this opportunity to meet Brother Tianxiang. Su Youli felt a surge of pride. Only she possessed such sagacity, while Mu Siyu, that fool, was likely still hiding somewhere, weeping profusely. Indeed, Mu Siyu was on the verge of tears. Following the instructions of the elder from the steward hall, she hurried to the library to select a cultivation method after leaving. However, upon arrival, she discovered that the intermediate techniques spanned an entire floor, with spatial formations inside the building creating an endless vista. The dense array of jade slips made her head throb. How could this be? In her previous life, she had never needed to worry about seeking out techniques. Su Youli would arrange everything for her, allowing her to commence her cultivation immediately. Yet in this life, when she ventured to find one herself, she realized how arduous it was to select a single technique. If she were to examine each jade slip one by one, it would take her a decade to finish. What was even more despairing was that she had no idea which technique was suitable for her cultivation. In her past life, it was always Su Youli who provided her with guidance, and she had never had to concern herself with such matters or even thought about them. Standing in the scripture pavilion, Mu Siyu found herself glaring blankly, and suddenly her resentment towards Su Youli surged. How infuriating! That wretched Su Youli must have done this on purpose, intending to ensnare her in such a manner. He deliberately withheld the information about the technique most suited to her, seeking to keep her firmly within his grasp, fearing that she might leave him. With gritted teeth, Mu Siyu's gaze swept across the gold attribute techniques, and suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked before her. Brother Tianxiang had previously praised her, stating that she possessed the 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and water, and with her heart filled with resentment, she was most suited to cultivate the path of slaughter. The gold attribute technique represented the most intense form of killing, and combined with the nurturing qualities of water and wood, it would allow her spiritual power to be both sharp and resilient. At this thought, Mu Siyu was nearly moved to tears. It was indeed Brother Tianxiang who cared for her the most, even though he was not by her side now. He was genuinely able to assist her, unlike that wretched Su Youli, who was consumed by his own cultivation and had never truly cared for her. No, it wasn't merely a lack of concern. That fiend was solely focused on himself, never minding her thoughts. Only Brother Tianxiang truly cared for her. After spending half a day selecting, Mu Siyu finally found a technique named the Secret Record of the Soul-Slaying Golden Threshold, an intermediate high-grade gold attribute technique. This method pursued the pinnacle of offensive capability, and when cultivated to profound depths, it could even harm the opponent's soul, integrating the destruction of souls, severing the spirit, and shattering the body into one formidable force. Excellent, I shall choose it. Little did you expect, Su Youli, that even without you, I can rely on my own strength to find the correct path. Mu Siyu felt a quiet satisfaction as she meticulously copied the technique and eagerly departed from the scripture pavilion, making her way to the designated area for selecting her cave dwelling. However, she soon found herself at a loss. Hadn't senior brother Tianxiang mentioned that the residences of inner disciples were constructed atop premium spiritual veins? Yet, here she was. Mu Siyu gazed at the quaint yet sparsely infused courtyard, confusion clouding her eyes. Where was the eye of the spiritual spring? Where were the vibrant, multicolored auras? Wasn't it promised that each person would have a grand estate? Chapter 19. How dare a gatekeeper block my path? Senior brother Tianxiang had clearly stated that she had been deceived by the illusion created by Su Youli. The treatment at Xianxia Peak was the most abysmal within the entire sect, far inferior to that of Shiku Peak, and even the accommodations of the inner disciples. Anywhere away from Xianxia Peak would be preferable to following Su Youli. Yet now, Mu Siyu gazed at the meager residences before her, a veil of confusion rising in her eyes. She could not comprehend where things had gone awry. Everything here seemed to starkly contrast with what senior brother Tianxiang had described. Not only were there no premium spirit veins, but even the servants to attend to her needs were conspicuously absent, leaving only a barren courtyard. To make matters worse, That group of inept individuals had the audacity to choose their residences while she was away from the scripture pavilion, selfishly selecting the spots with the richest spiritual energy and the most picturesque views. What remained were dilapidated quarters, bereft of spirit energy, overrun with weeds. Furious, Mu Siyu clenched her fists, yearning to expel these inept fools from the sect. How despicable! Lower-class individuals are indeed just that. These worthless ingrates, cunning and insidious, had deliberately seized the opportunity to claim the best lodgings in her absence. Such treachery was utterly shameless. Humph! What if they had secured a prime location? This place, with its meager spirit energy, held no allure for her. She would only linger here for 2 or 3 days at most. After that, she would relocate to Shiku Peak. Where the spirit energy was abundant, there was where she truly belonged. The thought of those fools reveling in their ill-gotten gains from this wretched courtyard made Mu Siyu unable to suppress a laugh. These despicable lower-class beings deserved to dwell in such a barren place. With their petty mentality, they would never aspire to become great cultivators. Reassured by her own thoughts, a smile returned to Mu Siyu's face as she commenced her search through the vacant courtyards, seeking a barely acceptable place to settle. The remaining options were either devoid of spirit energy, lacking in exquisite furnishings, or poorly situated with unattractive views. Ultimately, she had no choice but to select a location with somewhat diminished spirit energy, but a pleasing vista. She had never been short of spirit stones, and a poor view could dampen her spirits. Thus, she preferred to sacrifice a slight amount of spirit energy for a more comfortable environment. After all, it was merely for 3 days. She could endure. Activating the formation with her identity token, this space became her dwelling. However, everything within was so rudimentary. The tables and chairs were unremarkable stone furniture, and even the bed was fashioned from ordinary spiritual wood, appearing quite coarse and unrefined. A far cry from the exquisite red jade bed at Xianxia Peak. Upon closer inspection, a musty odor even emanated from the mattress. The fruit trees in the courtyard were merely commonplace spiritual wood, lacking any rare materials, and were nowhere near the calming presence of the Kanglin wood at her previous abode. The more she observed, the more her dissatisfaction grew, and her heart sank deeper. Unable to contain her frustration, Mu Siyu erupted in exasperation. What a wretched courtyard, filled with worthless items. This cannot possibly be a place for habitation. It is even inferior to Xianxia Peak. She cannot linger here idly. She desires the eye of the spirit spring. She yearns for the exquisite spiritual veins. She requires a maidservant to attend to her needs. She seeks to find her senior brother Tianxiang, and she must reside at West Bitter Peak. She can no longer wait 3 days. Without hesitation, Mu Siyu left her dwelling in disarray and summoned a celestial crane to soar towards West Bitter Peak. Upon witnessing the abundant spiritual energy of West Bitter Peak, she felt an immediate sense of relief and elation. Only this place could befit her noble status. She need not compete like those of inferior rank for a mere dilapidated courtyard. All she needed was to meet her senior brother Tianxiang, who would arrange everything for her, alleviating her from any worries. Contemplating this, a sweet sensation blossomed within Mu Siyu. Her brows arched in delight, and a gentle smile unwittingly graced her lips. However, this smile vanished abruptly upon encountering a guard disciple who obstructed her path. She frowned, displeased, and retorted, "I am here to see senior brother Tianxiang. What is the purpose of your obstruction?" In her previous life, she had never traversed the foot of West Bitter Peak. She was either personally received by her senior brother or soared directly from the skies. Yet now, a mere gatekeeper dared to impede her progress? Step aside. Do not make me repeat myself. Her tone was firm, not befitting that of an unrefined mortal, but rather akin to an invincible being at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. The guard, having just dismissed a lunatic, was already in a foul mood. Her words only exacerbated his irritation. However, lacking clarity on the situation, he refrained from reacting rashly and scrutinized her with curiosity. "Which elder is your master? What business do you have with the sect leader Feng?" He was eager to ascertain which elder-s disciple had the audacity to act so arrogantly at West Bitter Peak. Such an impolite inquiry sparked discontent in Mu Siyu. How dare a mere guard speak to her in such a manner, devoid of any decorum? She looked down her nose at the guard, brimming with arrogance, and declared, "My business with sect leader Feng is of utmost importance and does not warrant your inquiry. Simply announce my arrival and inform him that Mu Siyu seeks an audience. The sect leader will see me." Upon hearing her name, the guard's expression shifted to one of intrigue, followed by a sudden realization. "Oh, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it is that fool who wishes to ascend in one leap. Are you implying that your important matter is to seek the sect leader as your master?" At this, Mu Siyu's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired, "How do you know this? Is Su Yun intentionally leaking my information?" The guard's expression turned incredulous, then cold as he waved her away impatiently. "Begone. Do you not see your own worth? Even I lack the qualifications to seek the sect leader as my master. What makes you think you are entitled? What is happening today? Why are these lowly disciples clamoring to see the sect leader? Do they truly believe anyone can meet him?" This was absurd. Having been publicly rebuffed once, she still dared to approach again. Enraged, Mu Siyu exclaimed, "How dare you insult me, a mere gatekeeper? Do you wish for death?" The guard's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Mu Siyu's face. The force of a golden core cultivator is indeed formidable. Had he not tempered his strength, that strike could have reduced her to a mere mist of blood. Nevertheless, even with such restraint, Mu Siyu was sent sprawling, spinning in the air for 2.5 rotations before crashing to the ground with a thud. You dare strike me?" Supporting herself with one hand on the ground, she stared incredulously at the diminutive guard, fury igniting in her eyes. Such a lowly guard had never even qualified to lay eyes on her before. Yet now, this audacious individual had the gall to strike her, and on her face no less. This was a profound humiliation, an affront of the highest order, one that demanded retribution in blood to cleanse it. Chapter 20. I endure. I can still endure. Hit you? The guard chuckled coldly. If you don't leave immediately, I shall render you powerless. With that, the formidable aura of a golden core cultivator erupted without restraint, leaving Mu Siyu pale with fright. It then dawned upon her that she was merely a powerless mortal, while the guard before her was indeed a bona fide golden core practitioner. If she provoked him, she feared she would be left crippled. Daring not to utter another word, she covered her face and took a deep, lingering glance at the guard, imprinting his visage in her memory. Then, she staggered to her feet, limping as she turned to depart. Although Mu Siyu possessed little, her indomitable resilience was unmatched by anyone. In her past life, she had endured under Su Yun's command for over 1,000 years, until finally seizing an opportunity to turn her fortunes around. This momentary humiliation was something she could withstand. She vowed to remember this grudge. What was a golden core after all? With diligent cultivation, she could ascend to that realm within 3 years. When the time came, she would make him regret his existence in this world. No, that would take too long. She would seek out her senior brother, Tianxiang, to report this matter. She desired her brother to exact vengeance upon him, to shatter him into a myriad of pieces, thereby relieving her heart's resentment. Her hands clenched into fists, almost to the point of tears from the injustice she felt. Yet she remained oblivious to the cold smile in the guard's eyes behind her. Today, encountering 2 lunatics had soured his mood to the extreme. Furthermore, this individual was ungrateful, her tone more arrogant than his own father's, even daring to insult him. Naturally, he felt compelled to teach this fool a lesson. As for the grudge, a waste with 3 spiritual roots. What could it matter? Who among them lacked a background? By the time she attained the golden core stage, he would have already advanced to the Nascent Soul stage, serving as an elder in another location. The notion of becoming a disciple of the Sect Master Feng was nothing short of absurd. Everyone knew that the Sect Master Feng was exceedingly rigorous in selecting disciples, discarding anyone with even the slightest flaw. In her presence, a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots would be regarded as utterly worthless, not even worthy of a glance. On Xianxia Peak, Li Shi bore a grave expression as he sought out Ling Yin, whispering, "I have found it. My people witnessed Su Youli visit the West Bitter Peak today." West Bitter Peak? Ling Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that Su Youli's actions were orchestrated by the Sect Master Feng?" Indeed, as co-vice Sect Masters, both the young master and the Sect Master Feng were bound to contend with one another in the future. It was entirely plausible that the Sect Master Feng acted first in a preemptive strike. Her brow furrowed in concern as she pulled Li Shi toward the quiet chamber, saying, "This matter is of great importance. You must accompany me to report to the young master and recount the details." Upon hearing Ling Yin's report, Su Yun merely nodded and instructed, "Do not dwell on it too much. Should she venture to the West Bitter Peak again, provide her discreet assistance." Su Youli's visit to the West Bitter Peak was likely an attempt to seek refuge with Feng Tianxiang. Coincidentally, Su Yun wished to ascertain whether Feng Tianxiang would indeed offer shelter to her, a weak, impoverished individual filled with resentment. Even if she were accepted, did Su Youli truly believe that the West Bitter Peak was a favorable place? No matter how reluctant she was to admit it, she was still a person from Xianxia Peak, and this fact would be uncovered upon investigation. As the embodiment of Su Yun, she unexpectedly ventured to the Western Bitter Peak, a place historically opposed to her. What fate awaits her there? A quiet chuckle escaped Su Yun's lips as she dismissed the matter. turning her attention instead to the cultivation of her 3 disciples. The trio was currently immersed in the cleansing pool, having soaked for half a day. Ling Yin remarked, "From my observations, all 3 exhibit remarkable resilience. Even when racked with pain, shaking uncontrollably, they utter not a word. I believe they can endure for 3 days. 3 days is commendable," Su Yin thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The cleansing pool allows for a maximum immersion of 7 days, necessary to eliminate impurities and enhance the body's absorption of spiritual energy by approximately 50%, while also broadening the meridians to accommodate an additional 30% of spiritual power. Although 3 days falls short of the limit, it still promises half the effect, a significant improvement compared to the inept individuals from her past life. In her previous existence, even the most determined Su Youli, who yearned for success, could only withstand the excruciating pain for half a day before succumbing to tears and emerging from the pool. Others fared even worse, with many enduring merely an hour. Mu Siu, known for his laziness, was even forced into the pool, crying as he soaked for just an hour, barely managing to expand a few meridians. Reflecting on this, Su Yun couldn't help but admire her own progress. The lazy, foolish individuals from her former life achieving a breakthrough would indeed be a miracle. Yet, she had managed to guide them into the tribulation stage, elevating them to higher realms. However, this time was different. Her newly acquired disciples were exceptional talents endowed with both innate gifts and unwavering determination. With her resources backing them, they could ascend to the tribulation stage long before a millennium passed. Soon, Xinxiao Peak would boast 3 formidable cultivators at that level. While she herself might have reached the Great Ascension, she informed them that enduring for 7 days would earn them a high-grade magical artifact. Ling Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to the cleansing pool to share the good news. It is worth noting that treasures in this world are classified into 3 tiers: magical tools, magical artifacts, and spiritual treasures, each further divided into upper, middle, lower, and supreme grades. Additionally, there are legendary treasures containing the laws of heaven and earth, as well as pseudo-immortal artifacts, and those mythical items capable of severing laws with boundless power. High-grade magical artifacts are powerful tools commonly used by spirit transformation cultivators, worth at least several 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones in the outside world. If they could refine such an artifact during the Golden Core stage, it would grant them an invincible position among their peers. Indeed, upon hearing this news, the trio, who had been grit-teeth enduring in the cleansing pool, suddenly found a surge of strength, their thoughts of surrender dissipating like mist. A high-grade magical artifact, if obtained, would undoubtedly enable them to shine brilliantly in the upcoming disciples competition, overshadowing their contemporaries and establishing themselves as the foremost disciples of their time. This endeavor would not only fulfill their master's task, but also elevate their family's prestige significantly. 6.5 days later, Su Yun arrived at the cleansing pool, having calculated the time precisely. Zhao Qianfeng and his companions were thoroughly exhausted, drenched, and had to be retrieved by Ling Yin. Indeed, they had persevered for 7 days. Upon hearing the sound, the 3 individuals hastily raised their heads. Upon recognizing Su Yun, they struggled to lift their weary bodies and staggered forward, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to our master." Despite their visibly fatigued appearances, their eyes sparkled with unadulterated joy at their success, a stark contrast to their past lives. Su Yun distinctly remembered that when they had first emerged ashore, their initial reaction had not been to express gratitude for the monumental fortune bestowed upon them, but rather to lament the hardships they had endured. Though they were all of similar ages, their fortitude and mindset differed vastly. As Su Yun observed his 3 disciples, his satisfaction grew. There is no need for excessive formalities. After the cleansing of your marrow and the refinement of your essence, your cultivation speed will surpass your previous pace. Simply devote yourselves diligently to your practice, and within a month, you shall establish your foundation. With a wave of his hand, 3 exquisite treasures materialized before them. These 3 superior artifacts align perfectly with your attributes. Once you condense your golden core, you may refine and utilize them. Each artifact, distinct in nature, radiated an imposing aura, eliciting surprise and delight from the trio, who promptly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing these treasures." Indeed, Su Yun nodded. With the marrow cleansing complete, do not rush your cultivation. Rest for a day to allow your bodies to acclimate before resuming your practice, lest you incur any hidden dangers. Remember, haste makes waste. After you establish your foundation, I shall present you with further treasures. The 3 disciples' eyes gleamed with excitement as they replied, "Yes, we shall heed our master's teachings." They had come to realize that their master genuinely wished to cultivate them into formidable talents, consistently finding ways to enhance their strength with various treasures. They felt immense gratitude toward the unknown female disciple, for had she not rejected the master, they would never have encountered such an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 21. Courageous yet impossible. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. The three began their cultivation, progressing rapidly. On the first day, they infused their energy into their bodies, and by the 5th day, they had reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. Zhao Qianfeng's elemental spirit body advanced even more swiftly, experiencing no bottlenecks in his ascension, and now he has reached the late stage of qi refinement, poised to attempt a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage once his internal spiritual energy is fully amassed. Su Yun's estimation of 1 month was overly conservative. At this rate, all three could attain the late stage of qi refinement within 10 days, and within 5 days, they could successively succeed in establishing their foundations, totaling no more than 20 days. Such a rapid pace of breaking through naturally further bolstered their confidence, prompting them to cultivate even more diligently. Meanwhile, the trio from Xianxia Peak brimmed with determination, preparing to challenge the foundation establishment stage, in stark contrast to Su Youli's rather dismal situation. In order to secure the opportunity to distribute medicinal herbs, Su Youli had been exceptionally diligent in recent days. She forced herself to rise early and retire early, not only attending morning classes with utmost seriousness, but also voluntarily staying behind to practice. After 5 days, she finally succeeded in infusing energy into her body and skillfully mastering the basic water control technique. In light of her commendable performance, the elder of the medicinal herb garden consented to her request, allowing her to accompany several senior sisters to the Western Bitter Peak to distribute herbs. Before their departure, the leading sister Ning gathered them for a cautionary talk. You newcomers must heed my words. The people of Western Bitter Peak are the most difficult to please. Upon arrival, do not speak casually, follow my commands. Should anyone provoke trouble, do not expect me to show mercy. The others promptly acknowledged her words, but Su Youli's face was alight with excitement. She hardly took the admonition to heart. These fools seemed unfamiliar with Western Bitter Peak and its people. However, she was different. In her previous life, after becoming a formidable cultivator, she often found various excuses to visit Western Bitter Peak and was quite familiar with its inhabitants. Brother Tianxiang was inherently kind-hearted, and his followers were likewise benevolent. Each time they encountered her, they treated her with utmost respect, never once displaying a cold demeanor. In stark contrast to Sister Ning's claims about their unapproachability, except, of course, for that detestable guard. The mere thought of that guard's vile countenance ignited a fury within Su Youli. She seethed with frustration, lamenting her inadequate strength that prevented her from seeking immediate vengeance. Soon enough, they organized the medicinal herbs, each carrying a storage box, and boarded the garden's unique celestial crane, setting off toward Western Bitter Peak. Upon their arrival, armed with the medicinal garden's command, they successfully ascended Western Bitter Peak as intended. This thrilled Su Youli beyond measure. After setting down her belongings, she seized an opportunity to slip away unnoticed toward the back courtyard where Feng Tianxiang often resided. Having frequented this place in her past life, she was well acquainted with every detail, and relying on her memory, she swiftly arrived at the courtyard entrance. However, before she could revel in her success, a tremendous force struck her back, and the world around her spun uncontrollably. A sharp pain erupted across her face as the guard forcefully pinned her to the ground. "Ah!" Su Youli instinctively cried out, her mind reeling in confusion. What had transpired? She had done nothing yet, so why was she being apprehended? Was she mistaken for a servant delivering herbs? Ting Han glanced at her waist token with a frigid expression and inquired, "Who sent you here, and what do you intend to do?" Su Youli was pinned to the ground, her eyes brimming with tears from the pain. Forcing herself to look up, she was momentarily brightened upon seeing Ting Han. In her previous life, she had frequently interacted with him. They were old acquaintances. Understanding his temperament, she knew he had never lost his temper in her presence and was generally amicable. Thus, she directly stated, I wish to see Sect Master Feng. I seek his assistance." "See Sect Master Feng?" Ting Han raised his gaze to a nearby individual, who nodded in response. Only then did he slightly lift his chin, signaling the guards to release her. "If you have grievances, you may voice them at the law enforcement hall. The Sect Master is exceedingly busy managing the sect, and has no time for trivial matters." He waved his hand dismissively. "Return now. Should you dare to act in such a manner again, you will be treated as a spy and sent to the law enforcement hall." Rubbing her arm, Su Youli shot an indignant glare at the guard who had restrained her. Upon hearing his words, she quickly clarified, No, I have no grievances. I seek Sect Master Feng to become his disciple." "Become Sect Master Feng's disciple?" Even Ting Han, with his profound cultivation, felt his eyelids twitch at this revelation. To his knowledge, including the present individual, 3 female disciples had sought to apprentice under Sect Master Feng this month. Yet, those 2 at least possessed some talent or background. Whereas this young woman, he scrutinized her closely but could not discern any exceptional qualities. By all appearances, she only possessed a single elemental affinity. What right did she have to aspire to be a disciple of Sect Master Feng? However, her courage was commendable. If he were in her position, he would never dare to entertain such aspirations of becoming a disciple of the Deputy Sect Master. A fool's dream. Ting Han's expression darkened, his tone icy. Throw her out. Instruct the guards to ensure this person does not approach Shiku Peak again. Yes. A guard stepped forward, seizing Su Youli and turning to exit. Terrified, she cried out, flailing her limbs, Ting Han, stop. It's me. You cannot treat me this way. Sect Master Feng knows me. If he learns of your treatment, you will surely face consequences. Desperate, Su Youli resorted to both pleading and threatening, yet refrained from resorting to insults. Had Su Yun dared to treat her in such a manner, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. However, she understood that Ting Han likely did not recognize her, and thus she bore no resentment. Still daring to threaten me? Ting Han nearly laughed in exasperation. As a refined cultivator in the mid-stage of the void refinement realm and a recognized disciple of the Sect Master, he had grown up alongside Sect Master Feng. Would the Sect Master punish him for a mere unknown servant disciple? What a jest! Foolish simpleton, cast her far away. For 50 miles around Shiku Peak, this person is forbidden to enter. The guard complied and hastily departed with Su Youli, disregarding her frantic cries. What a vexation! Her day had been soured completely. Hearing the cold voice, he turned and walked towards the courtyard, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. How could a mere servant disciple recognize him and accurately call out his name? Could it be that this woman truly knew the sovereign of the Phoenix? He paused momentarily and commanded, ascertain the identity of this individual and whom they have interacted with. Rumor had it that the one from Xianxia Peak had been acting rather oddly of late. It was feared that they had sensed something amiss. He hoped it was not the result of his own machinations. At the moment Su Youli was cast out, she fortuitously encountered Senior Sister Ning, who had just finished delivering herbs and was exiting with a list in hand. Seeing her being dragged away, Ning initially thought Su was being bullied and swiftly positioned herself in front of the guard. Halt! Release her! Her voice, resonant and assertive, immediately drew the attention of others, prompting the overseeing steward to approach with a puzzled expression, inquiring, Guard Lu, what transpired here? Upon noticing the arrival of her rescuer, Su Youli cried out desperately, Senior Sister, save me. He intends to throw me out. I demand to see the sovereign of the Phoenix. Please do not let me be cast aside. Chapter 22. Seeking a master? A servant disciple? Lu Hui's expression was devoid of warmth as he cast a glance at the steward and explained. This woman stealthily infiltrated the back courtyard with impure intentions. Elder Su ordered me to expel her 50 miles from the West Bitter Peak, and she is henceforth forbidden from approaching within half a step of it. With that, he offered no further explanation, swiftly seized Su Youli, and soared away like a shooting star. Only after traversing 50 miles did he cast her aside, his gaze as cold as ice. Let me offer you a piece of advice. A waste must possess the awareness of their own worthlessness. The water spiritual root is rare even in the herb garden. If you diligently cultivate your skills, you may one day become an elder of the herb garden, which would be a noteworthy achievement. However, should you entertain any other delusions, your demise would be a futile one. With those words, he departed in a flash. Su Youli lay on the ground, her head turned as she glared with resentment at the retreating figure of the guard, cursing him silently in her heart. Guards, how dare they treat her with such disdain? She, the illustrious Spring Sun Sword Immortal, revered by countless admirers, was now subjected to such humiliation. It was understandable that someone like Ting Han, who did not recognize her, might speak harshly, but what right did this mere guard have to critique her? What awareness of worthlessness! You are the true waste, she thought furiously, after hundreds of years of cultivation. And yet you remain a mere guard, truly the most pathetic of the pathetic. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Unable to contain her fury, she clenched her fists and struck the ground, only to wince in pain and rub her throbbing hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was consumed by hatred. That scoundrel Su Yun, why did he have to impose such a lethal restriction on her? Had she not been afflicted by the deathly ban, her past life would not have ended so swiftly, overwhelmed by the combined might of 15 peak tribulation cultivators. Su Yun could never have survived that onslaught. If only she could have remained with Brother Tianxiang, she would not have to endure such disgrace. It was all Su Yun's fault, all his doing. Why did he not just perish? A flock of celestial cranes approached in haste, led by Senior Sister Ning and a group of disciples from the herb garden. Landing before her, the expressions among them varied. Some wore looks of concern, while others appeared indignant, all gazing at Su Youli in silence. Senior Sister Ning had prepared a scolding for this ungrateful wretch, but upon seeing her pitiful state, weeping on the ground, the words died on her lips. She sighed softly and bent down to help Su Youli to her feet. From now on, do not return to West Bitter Peak. If you wish to deliver medicine and earn merit, it would be better to go to Xinxia Peak. The seniors there are far easier to get along with. And even mistakes will not lead to such humiliation. Su Youli opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. The people of Xinxia Peak are easy to get along with? Ridiculous. Did they not see how that scoundrel Su Yin treated her? And what about that vile AI Ling Yin? They were both utterly malicious. Yet, after a moment's thought, she decided against voicing her grievances. After all, who would believe her? Better to let the truth reveal itself. Once they witnessed how Su Yun mistreated her, they would understand the true nature of Xinxia Peak's malevolence. The group returned to the herb garden in silence, seemingly mindful of Su Youli, and an unspoken agreement prevailed, with no one daring to speak lightheartedly. It was not until they returned to their quarters after the handover that Su Youli could no longer restrain her sobs. Why must it be like this? Su Tinghan was merely the captain of the guards. What right did he have to prevent her from meeting senior brother Tianxiang? Because of him, the opportunity she had painstakingly sought was now lost. Not only had she failed to meet senior brother Tianxiang, but it seemed she would no longer be able to visit Zikufeng. Cursed be this day. Once she regained her cultivation, she would surely seek revenge for this grievance. At that moment, Liang Qian, having heard the news, hurried back and, upon seeing her in tears, rushed to offer comfort. I have heard everything. You must be seeking Master Feng. Is there something urgent? Su Youli wept silently, offering no reply. Noticing her distress, Liang Qian leaned closer and whispered, You need not go to Zikufeng to meet Master Feng. Su Youli paused her sobbing and looked up with red-rimmed eyes, questioning, What do you mean? Liang Qian, with an air of mystery, replied, I have heard that the current master intends to abdicate, secluding himself in deep meditation and leaving all matters to Master Feng, who handles all affairs daily at the Tianji platform. If you venture there, you might just encounter Master Feng. A glimmer of hope sparked in Su Youli's eyes as she grasped the possibility. She knew the way to the Tianji platform. Meanwhile, upon finishing his tasks, Feng Tianxiang returned to hear Tinghan report that a maid from Xinxia Peak had come looking for him. A maid from Xinxia Peak? To see me? Feng Tianxiang expressed his puzzlement. Indeed, Tinghan confirmed, she is a dismissed maid now working as a labor disciple in the herb garden. Feng Tianxiang, even more bewildered, took a seat and inquired, Did she mention the purpose of her visit? At the mention of this, Tinghan struggled to suppress a laugh, but managed to maintain his composure as he poured a cup of tea and said slowly, She expressed a desire to take you as her master and become your disciple. Feng Tianxiang's hand paused as he took the tea, his body visibly stiffening. Another one wishing to become my disciple? And she is merely a labor disciple? This marked the third such request. Would there be no end to this? Moreover, her qualifications seemed to be deteriorating further. The first had approached him during the disciple-granting ceremony, having admired him for a long time, which was somewhat understandable. The second was a cousin from the Yi family, having heard of his prowess since childhood, which was reasonable as well. But this one, a maid from Xinxia Peak, lacking background and aptitude and associated with Su Yun, what made her think that he, the esteemed Deputy Master of Tianxiang, would accept her as a disciple? He couldn't help but doubt if his reputation outside had become so favorable that everyone assumed he was easy to approach, leading them to seek his assistance without hesitation. Tinghan respectfully placed the tea before him and responded, I believe this individual is merely indulging in fanciful delusions. I had her expelled from the premises. He added, Rest assured, Your Highness, I will enhance our defenses to prevent such trivial matters from occurring again. Indeed, Feng Tianxiang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Such occurrences had never happened before. Why was there suddenly an influx of unqualified individuals seeking to be his disciples? He harbored an inexplicable premonition that these three were merely the beginning, and there would likely be even more deluded individuals seeking him in the future. At that moment, Tinghan continued, There is also news regarding Xinxia Peak. Upon hearing Xinxia Peak, Feng Tianxiang's interest was piqued. What about it? He inquired. It is said that Sect Master Su has assigned a task to his disciples, requiring them to attain the golden core stage within a year, and even expects Zhao Qianfeng, the one with the 5-element spiritual body, to reach the latter stage of golden core in that time. Feng Tianxiang raised an eyebrow. Oh, the latter stage of golden core? My senior brother has remained low-key for many years, and now he finally reveals his brilliance. Historically, in the competition among new disciples, the strongest are usually at the golden core stage, and it seems Su Yun's intention is to aim for the top. Tinghan asked, "What about us?" Feng Tianxiang replied with a confident smile, "No worries. There are still disparities among those at the golden core stage. My disciple possesses the innate sword body, unparalleled in offense. With just 6 months of training in the Yi family's sword washing pool, he can ascend directly to the golden core. At that time, I shall bestow upon him a precious sword. That mere 5-element spiritual body is hardly a concern. This upcoming competition for new disciples will undoubtedly showcase my brilliance, while Su Yun will merely be trampled beneath my feet." Chapter 23. What does it matter if she has less? She has attained her freedom. Mu Siyu propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought in the courtyard. She yearned to meet her senior brother Tianxiang, yet found herself at a loss for how to do so. In the past, whenever she wished to see him, a simple visit to Zikufeng would suffice. However, now that the malicious guard barred her entry, all avenues to her brother were effectively sealed. She had sat there for over half a month, but fortunately, the tree bore spiritual fruits. Whenever hunger struck, she would use a stick to knock one down, thus staving off starvation. Yet, the inability to see her brother left her restless, unsure of what to do next. Just then, she overheard voices from outside, approaching gradually. "Have you heard? In just 11 months, the new disciples' entrance competition will take place. If one performs exceptionally well, they might catch the attention of the elders and be accepted as their disciples." "I've heard that too, but rumor has it that only those who reach the foundation establishment stage are eligible to be chosen by the elders. Without proper guidance, it seems unlikely for us to achieve that within a year. Alas, isn't that the truth? Our aptitude is merely average. Attaining foundation establishment in a year is truly a daunting challenge." As the voices faded, a spark ignited in Mu Siyu's eyes. The new disciple competition? The chance to be accepted by an elder? Since it was a competition, her senior brother Tianxiang would undoubtedly participate. This meant that if she performed well, she could see him and become his disciple. With excitement, she slapped the table. "Yes, that's it. I shall participate in the competition and publicly request to be accepted as his disciple once more." Last time, her brother had publicly rejected her due to the influence of Su Yun's dark arts. It was not his intention to refuse her. This time, he must have shaken off the effects of that malevolent magic. As long as she approached him to pay her respects, he would surely agree on the spot. The thought of her brother accepting her as his disciple in front of everyone, stunning them all, made her eyes gleam. This time, she would dazzle the audience once again. Especially Su Yun, that scoundrel. He would never expect her to seize the moment when his dark arts failed and approach her brother again, catching him completely off guard, and would be left envious as she accompanied her brother back to Zikufeng. Mu Siyu envisioned the splendid scene, unable to suppress her smile. As for the requirement of achieving foundation establishment within a year, it might pose a challenge for others, but for her, it was hardly an obstacle. Others struggled due to their poor aptitude, lack of guidance, and absence of suitable cultivation techniques. Yet, her aptitude was exceptional. Even Su Yun and the elders at the integration stage vied to accept her. Coupled with her 1,500 years of cultivation experience from her previous life and the discovery of a suitable technique, reaching foundation establishment was merely a matter of time. No, merely reaching foundation establishment was not enough. She aspired to attain the mid-foundation establishment stage, just as she had in her past life, to truly astonish everyone. With her foundation establishment cultivation combined with her fierce techniques, she would undoubtedly make a remarkable impression in the competition, becoming the most radiant presence of the event. Those who had previously spoken ill of her would be filled with regret, lamenting their folly in crossing her. With these thoughts in mind, Mu Siyu returned to her room and retrieved her storage bag, placing it upon the table. Upon receiving the item, she initially presumed it to be entirely inconsequential. Thus dismissing it entirely, she merely took the identity token and carelessly discarded it into a corner. Now, in the absence of her senior brother, she found herself compelled to utilize these ordinary resources for her cultivation. She recalled her senior brother Tianxiang mentioning that resources for inner disciples were scarce. Apart from the fundamental monthly allowance, acquiring additional resources necessitated earning contribution points for exchange. Yet, even the most basic monthly allowance surpassed what was available at Xinxia Peak. Not only did it include numerous elixirs suitable for her current cultivation stage, but there were also ample spirit stones each month for her practice. Although her senior brother did not specify the exact amount of spirit stones, he merely indicated that she would receive a substantial quantity each month. He also refrained from detailing the exact number of elixirs, only gesturing that many bottles would be provided. Despite the lack of specifics, It was evident from her senior brother's comparisons that the offerings would far exceed what the notorious Su Yun provided. Even if the quantity were slightly lesser, it mattered little. At the very least, she had gained her freedom within the inner sect, a treasure that could not be exchanged for even the most abundant spirit stones. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Mu Siyu took a deep breath, her excitement bubbling as she opened her storage bag, only to widen her eyes in astonishment. Her senior brother had indeed spoken the truth. There were indeed a considerable number of spirit stones, 2,000 in total, a staggering heap. However, to her dismay, they were all low-grade spirit stones. While the number appeared plentiful, the collective essence of these stones was far inferior to that of a single high-grade spirit stone. The energy within high-grade spirit stones was exceptionally pure, allowing for rapid absorption and even nourishing the body. In stark contrast, low-grade spirit stones were hardly suitable for cultivation. In her previous experience at Xianxia Peak, she had never even fed low-grade spirit stones to her spirit pets. And yet now, she was expected to cultivate using such inferior stones? Was her existence truly less enviable than that of the spirit pets at Xianxia Peak? No, she reassured herself. There were still elixirs. Worst case, she could forsake the spirit stones entirely as long as the elixirs were sufficient, enabling her to disregard these worthless stones. As she glanced around, a surge of excitement washed over her. She immediately poured out all the bottles containing elixirs onto the table, eagerly counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 100. The monthly allowance for inner disciples included a remarkable 100 bottles of elixirs. Mu Siyu was nearly ecstatic. For even if each bottle contained merely 10 elixirs, that amounted to a staggering 1,000. Typically, new disciples were provided with basic qi condensation pills, each allowing for 3 hours of cultivation. If used judiciously, 1,000 pills would suffice for an entire month. Having calculated this, her confidence soared. With such an abundance of elixirs to assist her, she was certain she could attain the mid-foundation stage before the grand competition. Anticipating her imminent rise to prominence in the competition, she could not help but clench her storage bag tightly, collecting the elixirs before dashing into her room. She was eager to commence her cultivation, determined to become her senior brother's disciple without delay. Upon entering her room, she settled into a cross-legged position on her bed, retrieved a bottle of elixirs, and poured its contents. Wait, something was amiss. Why was there only a single pill? She distinctly recalled that qi condensation pills were small, and each pour typically yielded several. Yet this time, alarm bells rang in her mind as Mu Siyu hurriedly raised the bottle, tilting it upwards to inspect. As she beheld the scene within the vial, her heart jolted violently. What on earth? How could there be but a single pill in this entire bottle? In the past, Su Yun had provided her with bottles containing 30 pills. Even if this place were to offer a lesser amount, 10 would have been acceptable. Yet, a solitary pill in a bottle. That amounts to merely 100 pills across 100 bottles. A quantity hardly sufficient for her cultivation over a mere 10 days. Why? Senior brother Tianxiang had clearly stated that there would be an abundance of pills, yet this. Mid-sentence, Mu Siyu suddenly fell silent. It seemed that senior brother Tianxiang had not erred. Indeed, there were numerous bottles of pills, and a substantial quantity of spirit stones as well. However, while it was true, there lingered an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Chapter 24. It has been half a month, yet why has my senior brother not come to rescue me? The more Mu Siyu pondered, the more uncomfortable she felt. Tianxiang's senior brother could not possibly deceive her. It must be that she had misunderstood. Yes, that must be it. It was her failure to inquire thoroughly at that time. It was not her senior brother's fault. Surely, inner disciples must possess additional benefits of which she was unaware. For instance, could it be that they receive a monthly allowance every 10 days? Or perhaps the amount varies each month, with this time being slightly less and next time being more? Mu Siyu attempted to persuade herself, and she succeeded. However, gazing at the meager elixirs in her hand, she found herself in a quandary. Such scant resources were utterly insufficient for her cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Would she then have to resort to absorbing those inferior spirit stones? Absolutely not. Such low-grade materials were fit only for the unworthy, and she refused to stoop to that level. Gritting her teeth, Mu Siyu struggled and resolved to cast aside these vexing thoughts, preparing instead to practice her techniques. Yet, upon retrieving the copied technique and opening it, she nearly shattered the jade slip in frustration. She had not examined it closely before, but now she realized that this technique was merely the most rudimentary jade slip method. Not only could it not be directly infused into her mind, but it also required personal comprehension before she could cultivate it. How infuriating! In her past life, the techniques Su Yun had given her were of the highest quality, perfectly suited for direct cultivation. Yet now, within the esteemed inner sect. They were still employing outdated jade slip methods. It was utterly laughable, though she felt a sense of indignation, believing that cultivating such an ordinary technique diminished her worth. She had no choice. This was the best technique available to her at the moment. With this in mind, she began to comfort herself. Well, Tianxiang's senior brother possesses many exceptional techniques. At worst, she could request one from him after becoming his disciple. He treated her exceedingly well and would surely grant her the finest technique. As she reassured herself, Mu Siyu bore through her discomfort and began to attempt comprehending the technique. It was obscure and convoluted, with no one to elucidate it. After much effort, she could discern nothing, which only fueled her frustration. Ever since she had rejected Su Yun during the disciple initiation ceremony, she felt as if misfortune followed her everywhere, as if everyone conspired against her. Her living conditions were unsatisfactory, her techniques inadequate, and her resources scarce. Yet whenever she thought of her future as Tianxiang's senior brother's disciple, a sweetness blossomed within her heart. She fervently wished to reach the foundation establishment stage swiftly, to ascend to Shiku Peak, and have Tianxiang's senior brother avenge her against that formidable old monster of the late core formation stage. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Xiaoxiao had been confined in the courtyard for half a month. From the very first day, she had yearned for Tianxiang's senior brother to rescue her. But now more than 10 days had elapsed, and Tianxiang's senior brother had yet to make an appearance. This was unexpected. As the esteemed Deputy Sect Master, he should have been aware of her confinement by now. In her previous life, he had often expressed that every time she was imprisoned, his heart would ache as if pierced by a dagger, longing to rush to her side and spare no effort to rescue her from peril. Regrettably, the scoundrel Su Yun has persistently obstructed her, employing every conceivable means to prevent her senior brother from visiting her. Despite her senior brother's earnest entreaties, he has steadfastly refused to grant him entry. It is evident that her senior brother is aware of her confinement each time, and this instance is no exception. Yet, why has he not come to her rescue until now? Could it be that this miscreant Su Yun is behind it all? As this thought crossed her mind, a surge of indignation welled up within Yi Xiaoxiao. That detestable Su Yun, who was her master in her previous life, had the audacity to impose his will upon her. However, this time, she had not even acknowledged him as her teacher. What right did he have to meddle in her affairs? This rogue seems so intent on taking her as his disciple that he is unwilling to relent, even resorting to coercive tactics to force her compliance. Clenching her teeth in fury, Yi Xiaoxiao fantasized about dismembering Su Yun. Although he aspired to be her master, she resolutely refused to acquiesce to his desires. Confinement was merely confinement. It was not the first time she had been subjected to such pressure, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. She was curious to see who would ultimately succumb first. While she could endure, Yi Yajun was nearing her breaking point. It had been half a month. Yet Su Yun had not come to her, seeking to appease her. Something was amiss. In the past, whenever she employed such tactics to exert pressure, Su Yun would promptly yield, often bringing her what she desired within a day. Never had he made her wait this long. She had initially thought this time would be no different, believing that after a day of confinement, Su Yun would relent, apologize, and retrieve her to become his disciple. Yet, the reality was that Su Yun had not sought her out even once in the past 2 weeks, nor had he inquired about her well-being. Her attempts to gather information revealed that Su Yun had declared himself in seclusion to instruct his disciples, showing no inclination to humble himself before her. Enraged, Yi Yajun raised her hand and shattered a teacup. Very well, Su Yun, you have grown wings and elevated your cultivation. I can no longer control you. But if I cannot, others will. With a fierce determination, she stormed out of the courtyard. As she caught sight of the separate residence where Yi Xiaoxiao was confined, her anger flared anew. This was yet another useless entity. Had Yi Xiaoxiao merely knelt and called her master, she could have settled the matter, allowing the girl to remain at Xinxia Peak. But the foolish girl insisted on taking Tianxiang as her master, a delusion beyond belief. Given Tianxiang's esteemed position as Vice Sect Master, she ought to have contemplated whether her dual spiritual roots granted her the qualifications to be his disciple. Humph. With a disdainful huff, Yi Yajun soared towards the heavenly treasure hall, intent on demonstrating to Su Yun that whatever she, Yi Yajun, set her mind to could never remain unaccomplished. Before long, Feng Yunhua dispatched someone to summon Su Yun to the heavenly treasure hall. Upon arriving, Su Yun discerned the troubled expression on his master's face and immediately understood that his master's wife must have said something. This was a frequent occurrence. If she was dissatisfied with something, she would cryptically express her grievances to her husband, never stating her concerns directly, but rather sulking and speaking in riddles, leaving her husband to decipher her meaning. It is one thing for the master to speculate, but if she cannot deduce the truth, she remains in a state of vexation until the matter is resolved. Presently, within the hall, only the master is present. It appears he has indeed discerned the intentions of his esteemed wife, seeking his assistance in the matter. As thoughts raced through his mind, Su Youli maintained an impassive facade. Respectfully bowing upon entering the hall, disciple pays homage to the master. Feng Tianxiang gazed at his distinguished disciple, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. However, he could not help but lament the narrow-mindedness of his wife, who had gone to such lengths for the sake of the Yi family. It was truly a matter difficult to articulate. Sighing softly, he stated directly, "You have likely surmised the issue at hand. It pertains to the young lady of the Yi family." He had a deep understanding of his disciple. Merely observing Su Yun's calm demeanor, he was aware that the latter had prepared for this situation. Thus, it was best to address the matter openly, to prevent any misunderstandings between master and disciple over trivial issues. Upon hearing this, Su Youli no longer concealed his thoughts and nodded. "Disciple possesses some conjectures. However, I am uncertain how the master intends to proceed." Feng Tianxiang pondered briefly before responding. "Your esteemed mother's view is to have the Yi girl cultivate at Xianxia Peak, while Yi Xiaoxiao herself wishes to follow Tianxiang in her training. Yet, I believe she would not fare well under either of your tutelage. Perhaps it would be more prudent to send her under the guidance of Elder Gu at Yulong Peak." Su Youli lifted his gaze. Elder Gu possesses profound cultivation and remarkable expertise in alchemy. Should Yi Xiaoxiao acquire even a modicum of his heritage, she may still achieve considerable success despite her limited aptitude. "That is precisely my intention," Feng Tianxiang affirmed with a nod. He then added, "Your mother tends to be overly indulgent towards the Yi family. I urge you to show her understanding and not to let this matter cause discord between you." As he spoke, he extended his hand, presenting a delicately crafted food box. "This contains your mother's favorite delicacies, freshly delivered from Zui Feng Tower. When you return, please be sure to bring it to her." Chapter 25. Aunt's Favoritism. Tianxiang's senior brother is truly your biological son. Meanwhile, as a couple of many years, Yi Yajun had long anticipated Feng Tianxiang's intentions upon the steward of Zui Feng Lu's visit to the mountain. Thus, she deliberately went to the annex to wait, hoping that when Su Youli arrived, she could compel Yi Xiaoxiao to pay her respects as a disciple. "Listen carefully. When Su Youli arrives, you must apologize and speak amicably. This matter will then pass without incident. Do not repeat the last time's discord." Yi Xiaoxiao could only scoff. It had only been half a month, and Su Youli could hardly wait. Why had he not acted sooner? Now, seeing that the hard approach was futile, he sought a soft plea, hoping that a few kind words from Aunt would persuade her to take him as a master. Oof, what a delusion. Su Youli was entirely unfit to be a teacher. He possessed no pedagogical skills. He operated without a coherent method, merely inundating her with resources, pressuring her to cultivate and grow stronger, cycling through techniques, secret arts, and swordplay without a moment's respite. At her age, she should be lively and carefree, yet under Su Young's tutelage, her mind was consumed solely by the notion of relentless training, with merely 7 days of rest each month. Were it not for her steadfast resolve, she would have long been driven to madness by that scoundrel. Conversely, had Tianxiang's senior brother been her mentor, he would have granted her the freedom to choose when to train, never coercing her to grow stronger. Yi Yajun perceived the stubbornness in her eyes and was poised to reprimand her when a maid entered with a food box, reporting, "Madam, Sect Master Su has just sent a box of pastries from Zui Feng Lu." Yi Yajun furrowed her brow. Where is he? Why did he not come himself? The Sect Master had urgent matters to attend to and departed early, leaving the maid to convey his message. The Sect Master has instructed that Miss Yi is to go to Yulong Peak to follow Master Gu in her training. Yi Yajun inquired, puzzled. Gu Yinshin? The alchemist? The maid bowed her head. Indeed, it is Master Gu. Yi Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself and vehemently rejected. No, I refuse. I do not wish to practice alchemy. I want to follow Tianxiang's senior brother. How could she, the future Lingshu sword immortal, waste her time on alchemy? Moreover, she was destined to oversee the Xianfeng Hall, commanding 100,000 battle cultivators, assisting Tianxiang's senior brother in ascending to the position of Sect Master. To be a hall master with an alchemical background would undoubtedly invite ridicule. She would never allow such a fate. Silence. Yi Yajun was exasperated. This is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. Do you wish to bring ruin to Tianxiang? If you refuse alchemy, then obediently go to Xianxia Peak. You have no right to be picky. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao's anger flared. Xianxia Peak, Xianxia Peak. All you ever mention is Xianxia Peak. You know what kind of person Su Youli is, Aunt. Why must you push me into the fire pit? Yi Yajun was perplexed. What do you mean? Did Su Youli bully you? Not exactly. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice softened considerably, but she soon declared loudly, but he will surely bully me in the future. She felt a sense of injustice for herself and empathy for Tianxiang's senior brother. As the biological mother of Tianxiang, Auntie did not consider arranging for her talented nephew to enhance her son's strength. Instead, she insisted on sending her to Su Yun, urging her to bring glory to Xinxia Peak. How is it that in her eyes, only Su Yun is deemed worthy to be her master, while Tianxiang is overlooked? Does she solely think of Su Yun, wishing to bestow all good things upon him while neglecting her own son? Such folly. Yi Yajun was perplexed by Yi Xiaoxiao's thoughts but sensed something amiss. After all, this girl had only met Su Yun once. Why was she so certain that he would harm her? It was utterly nonsensical. Su Yun seemed to have some inexplicable aversion to accepting her. Very well, if he continues to refuse, you shall accompany me to Xinxia Peak, and if he still declines, then you may go to Yulong Peak instead. This foolish girl was beyond help, and Yi Yajun chose to let her be. I refuse. Yi Xiaoxiao protested vehemently. Auntie, you are Tianxiang's true mother. Cannot you consider his interests for a moment? Is it not better for a genius like me, destined to become a great sword immortal during the tribulation period, to bolster my brother's strength at Zikufeng, rather than being sent to Xinxia Peak? A great sword immortal during the tribulation period? Yi Yajun nearly laughed in exasperation. A talentless wretch, lacking aptitude in swordsmanship, would find it exceedingly difficult to even reach the transformation stage without immense fortune, let alone become a great sword immortal. How could she claim to care for Tianxiang when she was unwilling to let such a poorly gifted fool drag him down at Zikufeng? This girl simply could not see the truth. Yet, she discerned that Yi Xiaoxiao harbored a genuine disdain for Su Yun, unwilling to follow him even if it meant sacrificing her own future. If that were the case, she would not impose further. If Yi Xiaoxiao was unfit, she could find another with better talent and obedience. The Yi family was abundant in members. One more or less did not matter. Regardless, she was determined to secure a place for her kin at Xinxia Peak. Su Yun's status and power were evident. Many sought to apprentice under him. Had she not felt pity for this girl, such an opportunity would not have been granted to her. Yet now, it seemed she was unwilling. Very well. If she refused to go to Xinxia Peak, she could study alchemy at Yulong Peak instead. Yi Yajun could not fathom why Yi Xiaoxiao would forsake the vice sect leader Su Yun for this ruckus. Just as Yi Xiaoxiao prepared to speak, Yi Yajun shot her a glare. Do not even think about Zikufeng. You will either go to Yulong Peak or return to the Yi family. Her words effectively silenced Yi Xiaoxiao, who clenched her fists in frustration. That detestable Su Yun must be behind this, attempting to coerce her into submission through such means. It was utterly inconceivable. How could she learn alchemy? A few days of study would suffice, and once she found an opportunity to meet Tianxiang, he would surely rescue her back to Zikufeng. Meanwhile, Su Yun sailed through the skies, returning to Xinxia Peak. Rather than retreating into seclusion, he sought out his 3 disciples, intent on assessing their progress in cultivation. As anticipated, he was quite pleased with the results. Each of them diligently practiced, consuming medicinal pills and tirelessly absorbing the essence of top-quality spirit stones without a moment's respite. Ning Xiuyu and Xia Jiwei are striving to reach the late stage of qi refinement, while Zhao Qianfeng is already amassing strength, poised to attempt the foundation establishment stage within a few days. With exceptional talent and diligence, it is no wonder that they seek disciples of high aptitude and commendable character, as teaching such individuals is indeed a matter of ease and efficiency. In stark contrast, his previous life was fraught with hardship. However, this pleasant mood did not last long. The very next morning, the master and mistress visited in person, accompanied by a girl of around 13 or 14 years old. Feng Yanhua found it difficult to broach the subject. This girl is also from the Yi family. Observing his hesitance, Yi Yajun could not help but roll her eyes and interject. I can understand your reluctance to accept Yi Xiaoxiao due to her poor aptitude, but this girl possesses remarkable talent, with a complete elemental affinity and an innate sword body. Furthermore, she has an admirable disposition and is a swordsmanship genius that the Yi family is keen to cultivate. Surely, she would be a worthy disciple for you? Not having someone from her own circle by Su Yun's side left her uneasy, fearing that Su Yun, in pursuit of the position of sect leader, might act recklessly against Tianxiang. After much deliberation with her clan brother, they had pledged considerable resources to secure this talented disciple. Su Yun initially intended to decline, but upon catching a glimpse of that somewhat familiar face, her gaze flickered, and she inquired, "What is your name?" The girl seemed somewhat shy and, only after Yi Yajun gently patted her shoulder, timidly replied, "Yi Wuxin." Chapter 26, A Sinister Scheme. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was her. In a past life, the Yi family produced a formidable female, sword immortal. During the contest for the clan leader, she repelled 3 tribulation sword cultivators with a single strike, asserting her dominance and ascending to the position of clan leader. Subsequently, she diligently consolidated power, employing ruthless measures to annex the surrounding small families and plundering resources from all corners, which significantly bolstered the Yi family's strength, casting a shadow of supremacy over the 7 great clans. Her name was Yi Wuxin, the Azure Luan sword immortal. This woman possessed extraordinary talent and was favored by fortune. In merely a millennium of cultivation, she reached the mid-stage of tribulation, and after becoming the clan head, she had met him several times. To his surprise, this sword immortal had been somewhat shy in her youth, and he could hardly fathom how she transformed into the cold and unfeeling figure she later became. Yi Yajun sighed nearby. This girl, orphaned and without parents, has always been bullied within the clan. I know, Yuner, that you possess the kindest heart. If she could become your disciple, she might find a place to belong. As she spoke, she discreetly pinched Feng Yunhua's arm, chiding him for his silence even in his old age. Feng Yunhua cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, this girl indeed possesses remarkable talent. After over a decade of honing her skills within the clan, her temperament has matured considerably. If she diligently practices, she is bound to achieve great things in the future. Yuner, consider this. Both master and mistress are here, ensuring that she is brought to you. What more could Su Yun say? Especially since this was a gifted prodigy, the future clan leader of the Yi family. By accepting her as a disciple, not only would he enhance the influence of Xinxia Peak, but he would also diminish the Yi family's support for Feng Tianxiang. It was a win-win situation. He nodded. Disciple understands. Then he turned to Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin, do you wish to take me as your master? Yi Wuxin, clearly well prepared, hastily knelt. Disciple is willing. Master, please accept my bow. As her words fell, Yi Yajun directed a maid to bring tea, her eagerness evident, causing Feng Yunhua's lips to twitch in bemusement. It was his first time witnessing someone present gifts in such a manner. Though it was a joyous occasion, his wife had managed to turn it into something almost forceful. After partaking in the master-disciple tea, Yi Wuxin would henceforth be Su Yun's disciple. Yi Yajun was elated, unable to contain her joy. This alliance effectively tied Su Yun to the Yi family, which was a momentous occasion for both Tianxiang and the Yi clan. Henceforth, whatever he wished to pursue would require careful consideration. With matters settled, Feng Yunhua spoke again. Yuner, the fuming cave is about to open. If you have the time, perhaps you should pay a visit. If you can see some opportunities, it may assist you in entering the tribulation stage sooner. The fuming cave? In his previous life, it was Feng Tianxiang who led the expedition to the fuming cave. Why was it different this time? Could it be that Master felt a sense of guilt and intended to make amends? Noticing that his mistress was about to pinch someone again, Su Yun quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, disciple will prepare at once. The fuming cave was indeed a remarkable place. In his past life, Feng Tianxiang had treasured a certain pseudo-immortal artifact obtained from there. Since it was he who would be venturing forth, that artifact could not be missed. Knight Yejun could not help but cast a glance of discontent at Feng Yunhua, yet she refrained from saying much. After all, Su Yun had been quite sensible this time, which left her rather pleased. Granting him a few favors was not particularly troublesome. Once the two were sent away, Su Yun turned his gaze to Yi Wuxin, inquiring whether she had practiced any techniques within the clan. Yi Wuxin shook her head, replying in the negative. Su Yun nodded and summoned Ling Yin, instructing her to take Yi Wuxin to find suitable accommodations and to return early the next morning for him to impart his teachings. Naturally, the Tianxian sect possessed top-tier sword techniques, yet those that would truly complement Yi Wuxin were few and far between, necessitating a thorough search on his part. Since she had become his disciple, it was only right that he devoted himself to her education, at the very least. Her accomplishments should not fall behind those of her past life. Upon returning to her residence, Knight Yejun had yet to speak when Yi Xiaoxiao rushed to the gate. Peering in to ask, Aunt, I saw third uncle bring Yi Wuxin here this morning. Where is she? Having been confined in a separate courtyard for half a month, she felt nearly suffocated and was eager to vent her frustrations, longing for someone to join her in berating that scoundrel Su Yun. Knight Yejun, upon realizing she was dealing with this foolish girl, felt a surge of irritation and replied brusquely, She has been sent to Xinxia Peak. Xinxia Peak? Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Why would she be sent there? Her expression suddenly shifted, and she exclaimed, Could it be that she has gone to become Su Yun's disciple? Knight Yejun was startled by this revelation, gazing at her in surprise. Oh, you are quite perceptive. This won't do, Aunt. Su Yun is a nefarious character. How could Yi Wuxin possibly become his disciple? Yi Xiaoxiao's face flushed with urgency. You must go retrieve her at once. She cannot become Su Yun's disciple. Knight Yejun, perplexed, sat up straight and asked, then do enlighten me as to why she cannot become his disciple? Su Yun was not only the sect leader's most esteemed disciple, but also the current vice leader of the Tianxiang sect, possessing formidable powers at the mid-stage of the fusion realm. The spirit stones he received annually were enough to make anyone envious, overflowing to the point of being unspendable, regardless of status, strength, financial resources, or character. He was among the elite within the sect, with countless individuals vying to become his disciples. Why, then, was it unacceptable in your case? Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. While she recognized Su Yun's strength, she struggled to articulate her concerns. She could not simply say that Su Yun would ruthlessly exploit his disciples, could she? Ultimately, she could only mutter in frustration, in any case, it just cannot happen. Knight Yejun rolled her eyes at this response, having expected some profound secret only to be met with such nonsensical reasoning. Disinterested in further engaging with this foolish girl, she waved her hand, directing a maid to escort her back to the separate courtyard. It was truly vexing. Her mood had been quite pleasant before this simpleton disrupted her tranquility. Seeing her aunt's indifference, Yi Xiaoxiao felt powerless, despite her growing anxiety towards Su Yun's intentions regarding the Yi family. However, she was currently unable to protect herself, let alone rescue Yi Wuxin. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of discomfort lingered within her. Wasn't Su Yun supposed to be desperate to recruit her, disregarding everyone else? Why, after a mere refusal, did he not persist, but instead turn to accept other disciples? Could it be that he sought to provoke her into submission through such tactics? Yi Xiaoxiao was struck by this realization, abruptly awakening to her surroundings. How infuriating. I nearly fell victim to Su Yun's cunning scheme. Fortunately, I was astute enough to regain my senses in time. That scoundrel truly possesses a myriad of deceptions. Despite these thoughts, as the night wore on, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep, my heart brimming with restlessness. For some inexplicable reason, a sudden urge to journey to Xinxia Peak arose within me, to unveil Su Yun's true nature and rescue Yi Wuxin. Chapter 27. This is more like it. After concluding a day of diligent practice, Su Youli carefully placed the empty bottles back into their box. These vessels, designed for storing elixirs, could be returned within the sect, where 10 bottles could be exchanged for a modest low-grade spirit stone. In the past, she had looked down upon such a pitiful low-grade spirit stone, but now, a sense of grievance welled up within her, moistening her eyes. Recently, she had been visiting the Heavenly Mechanism platform daily, hoping to encounter Senior Brother Tianxiang to voice her grievances and seek his assistance in extricating herself from her plight. However, upon arrival, she was invariably obstructed by the guards, who insisted that menial disciples were not permitted entry. How absurd. The fools with their narrow-mindedness failed to recognize that they were all disciples of the same sect. Why should menial disciples be barred from entering? Yet, she was powerless. Her meager strength rendered her words unheard, and she had nearly been beaten for her persistence. In her desperation, Su Youli could only wait outside the Heavenly Mechanism platform for Senior Brother Tianxiang. After 2 days of waiting, she was warned by an elder that if she dared to be lazy again, she would be confined to the herb garden and forbidden to leave. Despite the multitude of people in the herb garden, not a soul spoke up for her. Even Liang Qian, whom she had to pay in spirit stones to assist her, would come up with various excuses to evade work unless she offered 20 low-grade spirit stones each time. It wasn't long before she felt her spirit stones dwindling. It was then that Su Youli realized the immense value of a single low-grade spirit stone. In the absence of spirit stones, no one was willing to lend her a hand. Yet, she could not fathom why her fate was so cruel. In her previous life, she was trapped as a maid on Xinxia Peak, deprived of freedom day in and day out. Now, she found herself confined to the herb garden, serving as a menial disciple, similarly shackled, and burdened with even more arduous tasks, receiving less in return, while the elders offered no spirit stones or elixirs as recompense. The one person capable of aiding her escape from this suffering remained perpetually out of reach. It was infuriating. If she had not been caught by Ting Han last time, if she had met Senior Brother Tianxiang then, he would surely have taken her in on the spot. Even if he could not accept her, he would have arranged for her to serve under an elder, rather than relegating her to the company of menials in the herb garden. All of this was Ting Han's fault. Su Youli could not comprehend why Ting Han, who had treated her so well in her past life, could be so heartless in this one. Why did those who had always greeted her with smiles and spoken to her with utmost respect suddenly treat her with such rudeness? Previously, she had perceived them as benevolent and kind, but upon their reunion, their smiles had vanished, leaving only disdain in their wake. Baffled and defeated, Su Youli could only close the box wearily and make her way outside. She still had 3 acres of spirit fields to irrigate, and it would not be until the day after tomorrow that the elder would allow her to leave. She had prepared herself, resolved to spend an entire day and night at the Heavenly Mechanism platform, even if it meant foregoing sleep. She believed that with sincere intent, she would surely encounter Senior Brother Tianxiang. At that moment, she would be able to break free from her torment and restore her life to its rightful path. Senior Brother Tianxiang had once promised that if he met her sooner, he would ensure her happiness and joy, rather than confining her to Xianxia Peak, where her days were consumed solely by cultivation. What difference was there between that and a domesticated animal raised by Su Yun? Yet now, she had finally escaped Xianxia Peak, only to find herself unable to meet her Senior Brother's gaze. Is Senior Brother avoiding her? Su Youli felt a surge of anxiety, but she quickly regained her composure. Senior Brother had always treated her with kindness. There was no reason for him to evade her. It was merely her misfortune that she had not seen him lately. If she persevered, she would surely encounter him one day, and all her current dilemmas would be resolved. After all, given Senior Brother's status, addressing these issues was but a matter of a single utterance. Furthermore, Senior Brother was never one to shy away from trouble. Whenever he encountered a situation, he would undoubtedly lend her assistance. Lost in thought, Su Youli suddenly recalled Su Yun, and her teeth clenched in anger. That despicable fellow. It was entirely his fault for seizing her treasures and spirit stones. Otherwise, she would not be enduring such hardship. She should have never sought Su Yun to bid farewell that day. Instead, she ought to have seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed, thereby retaining those spirit stones and pills. She could still vividly remember the 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones in her storage bag. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a staggering 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. With 300,000 low-grade spirit stones in hand, even if she spent her days idly at the Heavenly Machine platform, entrusting all the work to Liang Qian, she would not be met with a single complaint. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Youli felt a pang of heartache that rendered her breathless. That scoundrel Su Yun was truly infuriating. He knew how crucial the spirit stones were to her. Why could he not have left them for her? Even when she was about to leave, he did not consider giving her even a few more spirit stones. He only wished for her to suffer outside, to harm her. Her current misery was entirely due to Su Yun. Fueled by rage, Su Youli's spiritual energy faltered, causing the conjured spirit water to crash to the ground with a loud splash, prompting a sharp reprimand from the elder. Tears brimmed in her eyes as her hatred for Su Yun deepened once more. Had she possessed those spirit stones, she would not have taken half a month to reach merely the initial stage of chi refinement. She would have advanced to the intermediate stage much sooner, enhancing her control and avoiding the elder's scolding. How infuriating. It was all Su Yun's fault. Were it not for him, she would not be in such dire need of spirit stones. Sigh. How she wished for a way to earn some spirit stones. Earn spirit stones? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Su Youli's mind. She recalled that in her previous life, she had studied alchemy for several years and was a bona fide third-grade alchemist. Provided she had sufficient materials and an appropriate alchemical furnace, she could concoct pills suitable for the golden core stage, which could be sold for a substantial amount of spirit stones. The art of alchemy had been a cherished hobby of hers. She had even sought guidance from a 9th-grade alchemist at the Dragon's Soaring Peak. However, after only a few days of study, the old man grew impatient and declared her talent lacking, assigning her to a 5th-grade alchemist instead. How infuriating. She was already a tribulation-crossing cultivator. Of sound mind and quick to learn, how could she possibly lack talent? It was undoubtedly Su Yun who had prevented the old man from teaching her, thus forcing the sect leader to decline her, despite her innate capabilities. Particularly after that 5th-grade alchemist had the audacity to call her talent lacking, she fully comprehended the situation. Su Yun was deliberately suppressing her passion, wishing for her to confine herself to cultivation, denying her the chance to live for herself. However, the astute Su Youli would never succumb to such trifling setbacks. The art of alchemy, for her, a formidable practitioner in the tribulation stage, was but a mere trifle. With no mentor to guide her, she immersed herself in books, scouring the scripture pavilion for a wealth of texts. After a year of diligent seclusion and rigorous study, she finally grasped the essence of the craft, modifying the alchemical techniques imparted by Master Gu to ultimately become a distinguished first-grade alchemist through self-study. From that moment onward, she surged forward, successfully concocting third-grade elixirs and thereby earning her rightful place as a true third-grade alchemist. Yet, despite her achievements, she was met with disparagement from Su Yun, who criticized her alchemical methods, claiming that the spiritual energy of her elixirs was excessively depleted and their success rate dismally low. relegating them to the status of inferior-grade elixirs. He further asserted that the alchemists of the Tianxiang sect were as plentiful as cattle, and such elixirs would hardly be desired, suggesting she abandoned this pursuit in favor of cultivating her magical arts, which he deemed the true path. Yet, her alchemical techniques were derived from Master Gu's teachings, and with her enhancements, they should yield even greater results. Although the spiritual energy was somewhat lacking, the appearance was less than appealing, and the efficacy was slightly diminished. These were, without a doubt, authentic third-grade elixirs, meticulously crafted by her own hands. How could their worth be measured solely by the quantity of spiritual energy? To substantiate her claims, Su Youli ventured into the sect's marketplace to sell her elixirs on several occasions, each time witnessing them swiftly snatched up, an undeniable testament to their demand. Even senior brother Tianxiang praised her unique methods, declaring her elixirs to be unparalleled within the Tianxiang sect. While the spiritual energy might be somewhat deficient, the essence of the creator's heartfelt intentions could be sensed within, a rarity not chronicled even in historical texts. He hailed her as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, suggesting that she might one day carve out a completely new path in the realm of alchemy. This was precisely the affirmation she sought. She knew all too well that Su Youli was deliberately misleading her. Only her senior brother spoke the truth and genuinely wished her well. Chapter 28. Just wait. Just wait for me. Su Youli's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. She resolved that if she failed to encounter brother Tianxiang this time, she would first devote herself to alchemy. With spirit stones in her possession, she would have ample time to seek out her brother. Although her current cultivation level was too low to concoct expensive elixirs, she could begin with the most fundamental first-grade qi condensing pills. She firmly believed that the moment her extraordinary and unparalleled elixirs appeared in the market, they would be snatched up at exorbitant prices, just as they had in her previous life. Within a month, she would amass a considerable fortune in spirit stones, prompting Liang Qian to light up with excitement and eagerly take on all the tasks, granting her greater freedom to search for brother Tianxiang. With newfound hope in her heart, Su Youli approached her tasks with renewed vigor, completing her assignments ahead of schedule for several consecutive days, allowing her time to recall her past experiences in alchemy. Soon, the day of rest arrived. She rose early at the crack of dawn, taking a celestial crane to the Tianji platform. The guards recognized her, and she dared not approach too closely for fear of being driven away, so she waited at a distance, continuously glancing towards Shiku Peak. Shiku Peak was far from Tianji platform, yet brother Tianxiang, undeterred by fatigue, came daily to handle affairs, embodying the very model of diligence within the sect. In stark contrast, Su Youli, during her previous life spanning over a millennium, seldom engaged in sect matters, and when he did, it was always with great fanfare, instilling widespread anxiety among the disciples, revealing himself to be both indolent and inept. Despite this, he paraded around with an air of superiority, as if he were exceptionally formidable. After all, he was merely the vice master of the Tianxiang sect, just as brother Tianxiang was, yet the latter had never flaunted his status. He treated everyone with kindness, never uttering harsh words. By comparison, Su Youli appeared utterly ineffectual, while her brother truly resembled the sovereign of the sect. The thought of her brother filled Su Youli's heart with sweetness, and even as she stood there, subject to curious glances, she paid them no mind. However, as the sky darkened gradually, and her legs grew weary from waiting, she realized something was amiss. She turned to the guard at the entrance, hesitated, and finally approached cautiously to inquire, "Excuse me, esteemed guard, when will Master Feng arrive?" The guard looked at her with a puzzled expression, hesitating to speak. Ultimately shaking his head, "Today is a day of rest. Master Feng, like all, must also take a break. He will not be coming today." "What?" Su Youli felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Today is a day of rest. How could she have forgotten this? If he was resting, then brother Tianxiang would naturally be resting as well. Could it be that the elder had permitted her to come out on a day of rest for this very reason? That wretched scoundrel. The elder must have done this on purpose, intending to prevent her from meeting brother Tianxiang. Filled with disappointment and fury, Su Youli cursed inwardly. Yet, she could not fathom why the elder, with whom she bore no enmity, would target her so. Could it be? Her expression shifted, and she ground her teeth in indignation, cursing in her heart. "Very well, Su Youli, to prevent me from meeting brother Tianxiang. You have even bribed the elder of the herb garden." Beyond this, she could conceive of no other explanation. Su Youli turned away in frustration. Since the elder had been bribed, it would be difficult for her to see her senior brother again. It was better to focus on alchemy and enhance her strength in anticipation of a favorable opportunity. She intended to summon her celestial crane and visit the market. But just as she turned, she overheard two guards arguing. Hurry up. I guess correctly. She has indeed waited for the sunset. 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Bring them quickly. Don't be ridiculous. The sun hasn't fully set yet. This hardly counts as sunset. Who's being unreasonable? The sun will set in the west afternoon. How can you not understand this? Su Youli's body trembled with anger, her fists clenched, wishing she could pummel those two rascals. How dare they use her as a wager? And for merely 10 medium-grade spirit stones? Who do they look down upon? She was destined to be a formidable cultivator. How could she be wagered for just 10 spirit stones? Even more outrageous was the fact that as she hadn't walked far, the rascal began demanding money. His voice obnoxiously loud. What an affront to her dignity. Just wait. All of you shall pay for this. She seethed. When I, Su Youli, reclaim my peak and once again wield the name of the spring sun, sword immortal. You scoundrels who once looked down on me and insulted me will all face the consequences. Fuming, she mounted her celestial crane and, feeling aggrieved, hurried to the market to purchase an alchemy furnace. Before darkness enveloped the sky, she returned to her residence in the herbal garden. Liang Qian was in the midst of her cultivation when she saw Su Youli come back, holding an alchemy furnace. Curiously, she asked, "What do you need an alchemy furnace for? Are you learning alchemy?" Su Youli rolled her eyes in exasperation. What kind of question is that? I already know how to do it. Liang Qian was even more astonished. You know alchemy? Su Youli relished her expression, feeling her anger dissipate somewhat, and replied proudly, "Of course. Once I refine a product, you can have a look. Given our friendship, I can offer you a 10% discount." Liang Qian regarded her with uncertainty. Though she nodded in agreement, that's a deal. If the quality is good, I'll come to you for purchases in the future. Rest assured, my elixirs are of the finest quality. Just wait and see, Su Youli declared confidently. Although she had only studied for 5 years in her past life, her experience in alchemy was plentiful. As one of the few alchemists on Xianxia Peak, she had unrestricted access to the spiritual herbs in Su Yun's storeroom. During her initial explorations, she could easily refine nearly 100 batches of qi condensing pills each day, having become familiar with every step of the process to the extent that she could produce results with her eyes closed. Now, all she needed was a furnace equipped with earthly fire and a few materials, and she could commence her journey to prosperity. Chapter 29. A maid regardless of excellence. Seeing her confidence, Liang Qian felt a renewed conviction. You should rest up. Sister Feng will come by this afternoon. Tomorrow, we must journey to Xianxia Peak to deliver medicine, departing right after the morning class. Xianxia Peak? Su Youli's expression changed dramatically. Is it possible to avoid going? That place was the source of her anguish, and she had no desire to return. The inhabitants of Xianxia Peak recognized her and were aware of her painful past, having witnessed her tumultuous upheaval that led to her expulsion. She had intended to wait until she regained the name of Chunyang Sword Immortal, returning in a grand manner to astonish all who dwelled there with her formidable cultivation at the tribulation stage. She envisioned making those who toiled as mere maids and laborers regret their choices, lamenting their failure to accompany her away from that cursed mountain to a better life. Yet now, she found herself merely a nondescript servant disciple, her status inferior even to the maids and guards of Xianxia Peak. If she were to return clad in her current garb, rather than shocking everyone, she would likely be met with scorn and ridicule. Why not go? It's merely a brief trip, and you'll earn 20 merit points without lifting a finger, enough to exchange for half a vial of qi condensing pills. Liang Qian, noticing her pallor, assumed it was due to the events at Zikufeng and urged her, rest assured, I've inquired with Sister Feng. Xianxia Peak is not like Zikufeng. The master of Su Zong is benevolent, and his subordinates are amiable. They make things difficult for anyone. Plus, you'll be with me the entire time. We need to interact with others. We'll deliver the goods and return. Su Youli struggled to articulate her feelings. Her lips moved, yet no words emerged, leaving her countenance grim. She was reluctant to return, but 20 merit points equated to 20 low-grade spirit stones, a sum that outweighed 3 days of arduous labor. Moreover, if she merely accompanied her sister and avoided contact, it was unlikely anyone would recognize her. Liang Qian took her silence as tacit agreement and, after offering a few more encouraging words, resumed her cultivation. She aimed to elevate her realm swiftly, despite her single spiritual root yielding low combat power. Advancing her cultivation would still be challenging to achieve greatness. However, should she attain the mid-foundation stage within the year, she could make an appearance in the new disciple competition. Even as a single water spiritual root, she could secure a superior position, at the very least, escaping daily labor. The time saved could be devoted to other pursuits, and if fate smiled upon her, she might even complete her elemental roots and become a formidable cultivator. Meanwhile, Su Youli felt restless, unable to focus on her cultivation. Thus, She opted to sleep instead. The following day, after the morning class, Su Youli donned a veil before joining Liang Qian to collect the spiritual herbs and plants. After registering, they ascended on a celestial crane towards Xinxia Peak. Leading the group was Sister Feng, rumored to be a descendant of a renowned alchemist from Yulong Peak. Hailing from an illustrious family and possessing a commendable character, earning her great respect. Sister Feng was also studying the art of alchemy and had begun to successfully produce low-grade qi condensing pills on occasion. It was said that if she could achieve a success rate of over 70%, she would be eligible to join Yulong Peak as a formal alchemy disciple. As they conversed, Liang Qian winked at Su Youli, hoping to encourage her to forge a connection with Sister Feng. Perhaps, through her alchemical prowess, she could be transferred to the illustrious Yulong Peak, thus ascending to great heights. Yet, Su Youli merely scoffed. With only sporadic guidance, success was elusive. Her aptitude seemed rather unremarkable. She recalled how, after 3 months of diligent study of alchemical texts, she had attained a 70% success rate, far superior to that of Sister Feng. Once she amassed sufficient funds to concoct third-tier elixirs, she wouldn't even need to seek out mentors. Esteemed alchemists would undoubtedly come to her, eager to accept her as a disciple. Naturally, she had her own criteria for selecting a master, with the foremost being Brother Tianxiang. Should he be unable to take her under his wing, she would then consider aligning herself with someone of stature, like Elder Gu, who presided over a peak. Ultimately, she would only entertain those elders whose cultivation was at least at the integration stage. As for the lower-ranked elders, lacking both cultivation and status, they were unworthy of being her mentors. Let it be known that she, Su Youli, was destined to become a prodigious figure capable of transcending tribulations. Even in her current state of temporary misfortune, her innate pride and dignity would never wane. Her mentor must be a powerful and esteemed individual, not just anyone of insignificant repute. Aware of her silence, Liang Qian chose not to press further, assuming that Su Youli had her own plans, and turned back to engage with others in light-hearted conversation. Working in the herbal garden was far less demanding than elsewhere. The daily workload was manageable, often completed within half a day, leaving ample time for leisurely pursuits. At the very least, she was quite content and had made numerous friends. Soon, they arrived at Xinxia Peak, one of the main summits, which was notably less rigid in its customs compared to other locations. Xinxia Peak was known for its leniency, and the atmosphere was far more jovial than at Zikufeng, as they climbed the mountain path amidst laughter. Su Youli kept her head lowered throughout, striving to minimize her presence and refrained from conversing, leading others to assume her reticence stemmed from the previous incident at Zikufeng, thus sparing her further inquiries. Only she was aware that from the foot of the mountain, the guard had cast a peculiar glance in her direction, clearly recognizing her. To prepare for this day, she had donned a veil, believing that obscuring her face would render her unrecognizable. Yet, how had this guard, unfamiliar with her, identified her so swiftly? Was it possible that today's events were orchestrated by Su Yun, intended to lure her back against her will? Anxiety gnawed at Su Youli's heart as she feared Su Yun might unleash her ferocity and forcibly detain her, prompting her to bow her head even lower. However, when the group reached the summit and began to exchange herbs, Su Yun did not seek her out. Even Ling Yin, who had just glimpsed her, merely glanced her way without lingering, instructing others to inventory the herbs as if she were a complete stranger. Su Youli was taken aback. She was the one Su Yun had personally brought back and was somewhat familiar with Ling Yin. There was no way she could be unrecognized. What could this mean? Was she angry with her? Or was she attempting to compel her to apologize through this method? Humph, did she think this would make her bow down? How naive. She yearned for this opportunity. Su Yun undoubtedly believes that she is enduring great suffering at present, dreaming of a return to her former life every night. Little does she know that out in the world, I live with an unparalleled freedom and have no desire to return. How amusing it is to let her dwell in the past. When I regain my strength, I shall ensure that Su Yun is left utterly astounded. With this thought, Su Youli couldn't help but smirk coldly, deciding to cease her concealment and lift her head high. Upon noticing this, Liang Qian assumed she had finally liberated herself from her shadows and approached her to engage in conversation. Xinxia Peak truly lives up to its reputation as the residence of the Deputy Sect Master. Even the maids are dressed in exquisite garments. The shimmering colors are utterly captivating. I wonder when we shall have the fortune to don such splendid attire. Upon hearing these words, Su Youli felt a pang in her chest and turned her head away, disdainfully retorting, "What use is it, after all? They are merely worn by maids. Our single spiritual route allows for swift cultivation. Once our powers have ascended, we shall naturally acquire finer garments." Yet, as she glanced down at her own attire, her expression involuntarily darkened. In the past, she too possessed a splendid outfit, a gift from Lingyin herself. Now, however, she found herself clad in the most ordinary of mortal clothing, devoid of any spiritual essence, and far inferior in grandeur. Not only was it lacking in brilliance, but it was also susceptible to damage upon even the slightest encounter with objects. Chapter 30. Has someone taken over her residence? Alright, everything has been checked and the list is securely stored. Lingyin has finished processing the spiritual herbs and instructed others. Send these few strands of spirit-condensing grass to Falling Star Cliff to stabilize the spiritual energy. And also deliver these vials of elixirs to young Master Zhao. Su Youli's footsteps suddenly halted as she pricked up her ears to listen intently. Falling Star Cliff was prepared by Su Yun for the disciples, and it was also her official residence after she became a disciple in her past life. This time, Mu Siyu did not join Xianxia Peak, and she herself was absent. Logically, that place should be unoccupied. Why would Lingyin send spirit-condensing grass and elixirs there? Could it be that Su Yun has permitted others to occupy her residence? At that moment, she faintly heard Lingyin's words. Young Master Zhao is preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. So we need to place more spirit-condensing grass outside his courtyard to stabilize the spiritual energy. As for Miss Ning and Miss Xiao, let's put less outside to avoid excessive spiritual energy. Su Youli's heart tightened. What is this about young Master Zhao and Miss Ning? What is Lingyin implying? Could it be that Su Yun truly allowed others to take over her future residence? Yet, that doesn't seem right, even if he has accepted disciples. The disciple selection ceremony was only held half a month ago. How could young Master Zhao be preparing for a foundation establishment breakthrough so soon? Could it be that they have employed some method to overdraw their potential, hastily elevating their realms just to impress Su Yun? Contemplating this, Su Youli couldn't help but sneer inwardly, pitying those unknown three. To be chosen by Su Yun, they must possess exceptional talents. Yet now they risk their futures at Xianxia Peak. In striving for a fleeting advantage in realm, they have squandered their innate potential, thereby jeopardizing their chances of successfully transcending tribulations in the future. With a disdainful grunt, Su Youli's gaze involuntarily turned towards Falling Star Cliff. She remembered that place, rich in spiritual energy, rivaling even West Bitter Peak. Each disciple's residence was connected to a spiritual spring that communicated with a top-tier spiritual vein, measuring 10 zhang in length and width, with spiritual power condensed to its utmost. The pool also housed several earth heart lotuses, which greatly benefited cultivators seeking tranquility and focus during their cultivation. As for her current residence, forget it, it's best not to dwell on it. However, has Su Yun lost his senses? With their rapid cultivation speed, how could he not notice? Based on her past cultivation experience, attempting to break through to foundation establishment within a year is the most prudent approach. Yet now, they are rushing it in merely half a month, indicating how much potential they have overdrawn. Such individuals remaining at Xianxia Peak would only tarnish Su Yun's reputation. Once the new disciple competition commences, their tenuous and inflated realms would be exposed, promptly defeated by other disciples with solid foundations. A cold smile crept onto Su Youli's lips. She never expected that the remarkably grounded Su Yun would accept such wasteful disciples, who pursue only fleeting realms. After the competition concludes, he might very well be enraged enough to expel them all from Xianxia Peak. Su Youli, what are you daydreaming about? Don't forget you still need to go back and find the medicinal herbs. Liang Qian rushed over and pulled her forward, snapping Su Youli back to reality. She had been staring blankly in the direction of Falling Star Cliff. She hurriedly kept pace with the group. Yet her mind could not help but dwell on those three unknown disciples. Su Yun's discernment was rather lacking. The disciples chosen during the apprentice selection ceremony were, astonishingly, inferior to her own status as a mere servant. However, what was Su Yun truly occupied with? He ought to have known she had arrived. So why had he not come to see her? As Su Youli ascended the mountain, she had been anxious about being forcefully retained by Su Yun, but now, having not seen him, she felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, she eagerly sought out information regarding the three individuals and learned that they were, in fact, paragons endowed with all 5 elemental attributes and unique constitutions. Moreover, she recalled their names. In her previous life, they were all disciples of Brother Tianxiang, albeit with modest cultivation levels, having merely entered the initial stage of integration before her demise, far too weak. She remembered that, in her former existence, their cultivation pace had not been so rapid. Yet this time, with their complete elemental alignment and swift progress, it was evident they must have consumed copious amounts of medicinal pills to forcibly break through their bottlenecks. Such reckless haste for the sake of ephemeral gains illustrated their vanity. Despite their prodigious talents, They were nothing but foolish seekers of superficial glory. Su Youli increasingly believed that Su Yun was incapable of adequately mentoring disciples, squandering such promising potential. On her next visit, she resolved to seize the opportunity to counsel them, urging the trio to temper their cultivation speed lest they jeopardize their foundational strength. Her intention was not to confront Su Yun, but rather to rescue those three naive youths, preventing them from squandering their innate gifts. However, for the time being, she needed to gather materials to concoct medicinal pills, postponing her intervention until later. Fortunately, it would not be long. Considering their cultivation pace, she would soon be sending another batch of spirit-condensing grass their way. Lingyin swiftly reported Su Youli's movements to Su Yun. I had thought she descended the mountain for some noble purpose, but it appears she has truly embraced the role of a servant. The thought of Su Youli's furtive demeanor upon her ascent made Lingyin chuckle. Does this traitor believe everyone would mock her to her face, hence her avoidance and the veil she wore? Little did she realize that a mere servant at the initial stage of qi refinement would hardly garner any attention, even if recognized. No one would bother to engage with her. Were it not for her suspected ties to Shiku Peak, Lingyin wouldn't have spared her a glance. Let her be. She chose this path, so she must walk it alone. Su Yun, disinterested in the matter, knew that with Su Youli's talent and disposition, he needn't intervene. She would inevitably find a way to undermine herself. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After 3 days of exploration and comprehension, Mu Siyu finally grasped the nuances of the cultivation technique. Coupled with her over 1,000 years of experience from her previous life, she commenced her formal training. Initially, her progress was indeed remarkable. Within 2 days, after consuming 20 medicinal pills, she managed to guide qi into her body. After an additional 8 days of diligent practice, she firmly established her cultivation at the initial stage of qi refinement. However, problems soon arose. Her supply of spirit-gathering pills had been exhausted, and her dwelling, already deficient in spiritual energy, became even more desolate without the aid of pills, causing her cultivation to stagnate. For 2 whole days, she tirelessly practiced, yet only managed to increase her spiritual energy by a meager fraction. At this rate, not to mention reaching the later stages of foundation building within a year, it is questionable whether she can even break through the qi refining stage in that time. How could this happen? With my aptitude, I should not be progressing so slowly. Even without the aid of elixirs, Mu Siyu was utterly perplexed. In her previous life, she had also attempted to cultivate without consuming any elixirs. At that time, immersed in a spiritual spring, she absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, condensing 30 strands of spiritual power in just a single day. Yet now, after expending 2 whole days, she had managed to gather merely a minuscule thread, a pace that was more than 100 times slower than in her past life. Chapter 31. Enough. Are you seeking a mentor again? There must be something amiss. Given my exceptional aptitude, my cultivation speed should not be this sluggish. After pondering deeply for half a day, she entertained doubts about whether Su Yun had cast a secret spell on her, speculated if the spiritual energy in the world had diminished, and even conjectured whether some demonic cultivators had infiltrated and stealthily sabotaged the sect's spiritual veins. As the sky darkened, a moment of clarity struck her, and she finally discerned the root of the problem. It was the lack of spiritual energy in her living quarters that hindered her rapid cultivation. This realization pierced her heart with a dull ache. Initially, she had thought of joining Shiku Peak merely as a temporary refuge, carelessly selecting a residence. Now, even if she wished to change, she found herself unable to do so. How infuriating! Why did the inner sect disciples' living quarters lack a spiritual spring? If only there were a spiritual spring, she could cultivate her foundation within a year. Even without pills, a smaller spring, abundant in spiritual energy, would suffice if she exerted herself. Yet now, she had nothing. Not only did she lack the beautifully vibrant 7-colored spiritual energy, the exquisite spiritual spring, the lavishly adorned manor, and a retinue of servants that senior brother Tianxiang had described, but she also lacked even the most fundamental low-grade medicinal pills for cultivation. The disparity between her current circumstances and her past life was stark. Had she known the inner sect disciples lived in such squalor, she would have feigned agreement and followed Su Yun to Xinxia Peak, seeking an opportunity to slip away to Shiku Peak. Furiously, Mu Siyu stamped her foot. Her demands were not high. She merely wished for conditions akin to those of her previous life. However, the inner sect seemed utterly impoverished, unable to fulfill even her modest requests. The more she contemplated, the more her heart ached. Accustomed to a life of comfort in her past existence, she could not endure a day in these dire circumstances where nothing was available. No, she could not remain. She must seek out senior brother Tianxiang once more. As long as she could find him, she would escape this misery. restoring everything to its rightful course, continuing her cultivation in the exquisite spiritual spring. Senior brother Tianxiang had promised that regardless of whether he knew her, he would surely rescue her from peril if they met. She believed he would not break his word. Resolute, Mu Siyu, fueled by a surge of determination, made to leave. However, upon opening the courtyard door and lifting her gaze, she realized the sky had darkened. Never mind. It was too late. She would go tomorrow instead. Sullenly, she plucked a fruit and retreated to her room, dreaming of the blissful life that awaited her upon being rescued by senior brother Tianxiang, and soon fell into a deep slumber. After all, the spiritual energy here was sparse, rendering cultivation futile. It was better to rest well, rejuvenating her spirit, so that when she moved to Shiku Peak, she could easily make up for lost time with a little effort. The next day, groggy from sleep, she hurried to Shiku Peak to seek an audience with Feng Tianxiang. Upon learning that the sect leader was lecturing at Zixia Peak that day, her eyes brightened. She summoned a celestial crane and soared towards Zixia Peak. What a blessing! Not only did she evade that detestable guard, but she also avoided the arduous climb to pay her respects. It was a grand opportunity. Rushing to Zixia Peak, she indeed found senior brother Tianxiang seated atop a high platform, accompanied by ethereal beasts and celestial birds, delivering his teachings. Below, countless disciples sat cross-legged on mats, listening intently and with utmost seriousness. She felt a surge of joy and found a place to sit, waiting. Indeed, her senior brother was truly a remarkable figure destined to become the sect leader, a presence that attracted attention wherever he went. However, this pleasant mood did not last long. Half a day later, when Su Yunfei ascended the high platform to begin his sermon, Mu Siyu's expression darkened. Why was he here? Su Yun, who could not even teach his disciples, had no right to preach here. She wanted to publicly embarrass Su Yun, but after listening for a while, she found no flaws in his words. Instead, she felt they were quite reasonable. How infuriating. Su Yun must have employed some sinister technique to cloud her judgment. Fuming alone, Mu Siyu waited until dusk, finally seizing the opportunity to rush forward. Sect Leader Feng, please hold on. Her eyes burned with fervor as she fixed her gaze on Feng Tianxiang. Feng Tianxiang had long forgotten who she was and assumed she had come to seek guidance. He waved his hand to signal the guards to step aside, wearing a kind smile as he inquired, "No need to rush. The day is still young. I can make an exception and answer a few more of your questions. What would you like to ask?" He often lectured alongside Su Yun, but each time, it was always Su Yun surrounded by eager disciples, while he remained neglected. This was the first time in many years he encountered a disciple with such fervent eyes, filling him with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Feng Tianxiang discreetly glanced at Su Yun, who was being surrounded by disciples seeking answers, expecting to see surprise in his eyes. To his dismay, Su Yun had not even looked his way. Just as disappointment crept in, the female disciple before him suddenly dropped to her knees, performing a deep bow while exclaiming, "Sect Leader Feng, I wish to become your disciple, to follow you to the West Bitter Peak and cultivate the celestial arts. I implore you to accept me." Mu Siyu's expression was one of exhilaration, her body trembling with excitement. To utter these words, she had sacrificed so much, even setting aside her dignity to bow in front of countless disciples. Yet, none of that mattered. As long as she could become her senior brother's disciple and join the West Bitter Peak, she could endure any hardship and humiliation. For she was destined to be an extraordinary genius capable of transcending tribulations. Once she returned to the path of tribulation, she would help her senior brother defeat the formidable Su Yun and assist him in ascending to the position of sect leader. At that moment, she would. Mu Siyu couldn't help but blush. As her words fell, the entire lecture square fell into a profound silence. Even Su Yun's voice ceased, his gaze shifting in their direction. In the next moment, the disciples who had prepared to leave halted, countless curious eyes converging towards Feng Tianxiang and the kneeling female disciple. Another disciple seeking to become an apprentice? Feng Tianxiang was taken aback, having just experienced a similar scene last month, which had drawn laughter from certain individuals. He recalled that it had been a female disciple, one who was utterly unaware of her own folly. As he looked at the person before him, the more familiar she became, until her figure gradually aligned with the memory he held. "So it was you." Feng Tianxiang's voice was low and filled with anger. At the last apprenticeship ceremony, this fool had already caused him embarrassment and made him miss the opportunity to accept 3 exceptionally talented disciples. Now, he had the audacity to seek him out again, deliberately choosing a time when many were present. What was this? An attempt to publicly humiliate him once more. He distinctly recalled having informed this individual previously that he would not take him as a disciple. Feng Tianxiang wished to avoid escalating the situation further and simply wanted to conclude the matter and depart from this place of conflict. I understand. Mu Siyu abruptly lifted her head, her expression anxious as she spoke. Last time, you had your reasons for not accepting a disciple publicly, and I can comprehend your concerns. That is precisely why I waited an entire month before coming, to grant you ample time for consideration. The last incident was due to Su Yun employing dark arts, which is why you did not accept her. However, this time she has come unexpectedly, leaving no opportunity for her to resort to such tricks. Surely, you cannot refuse her again. Deliberately allowing time for my contemplation, Feng Tianxiang was truly infuriated to the point of laughter. Should I express my gratitude to you for this consideration? Mu Siyu smiled shyly. There is no need for that. Feng Tianxiang was nearly choked with exasperation. He had to admit, this female disciple was quite persistent. He could not be bothered to engage further and, with a wave of his sleeve, declared with indignation. If that is the case, let me reiterate, there is no destined bond between us as master and disciple. Do not bring this matter up again in the future. This is truly enough. 1, 2, 3. So many worthless individuals all wish to kneel at my feet. What? Is Zikufeng a place solely for accepting the inept? Chapter 32. Wait. Please grant me another chance. Mu Siyu gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. In her past life, her senior brother had promised that if given another opportunity, he would certainly rescue her from peril. Now, she found herself engulfed in suffering, and after much difficulty, she sought help from him. Yet, why did he refuse to save her? How could it be impossible? Her voice trembled as she hurriedly explained, Master Feng, I possess exceptional talent. It is destined that I will become a great cultivator during the tribulation phase. If you accept me as your disciple, I will repay your immense kindness with unwavering dedication. Exceptional talent? Great cultivator during tribulation? Feng Tianxiang could only chuckle in disbelief. Even I cannot ascertain whether I can survive the great tribulation and reach that stage. You, a mere junior with 3 spiritual roots, have the audacity to believe you can attain such heights? He thought her words were nonsensical and devoid of reason. Growing weary of the curious gazes around him, he hastily sought to leave. Yet, Mu Siyu would not let him go. She could not believe her senior brother would truly reject her. Master Feng, I am confident that with ample resources and fortuitous opportunities, I can undoubtedly reach the tribulation phase. If you accept me, I will diligently cultivate and never disappoint you. Feng Tianxiang found her words amusing and retorted, nonsense. If such opportunities truly existed, even a pig could achieve the tribulation phase. He had never encountered someone so foolish, speaking such absurdities in front of him. Did she truly believe he would fall for such nonsense? Did she think him so naive? Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, he considered leaving outright, fearing, however, that others might label him as cold-hearted. Just then, a spark of realization struck him. He remembered that Su Yun had once expressed a desire to take her as a disciple. Feng Tianxiang looked around, hoping to summon Su Yun as a shield, only to discover that she had set up a soundproof barrier unbeknownst to him, presently explaining matters to her disciples. Astonished, he felt a surge of anger. Very well, Su Yun, you are exceedingly thorough in your preparations. Surely, this female disciple is not a scheme of yours to ensnare me? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he frequently dealt with sect affairs and prided himself on his high esteem. Typically, disciples would not dare approach him for guidance, let alone seek to become his apprentice. Yet this woman, undeterred, persistently sought him out, showing no signs of retreat. Did she not realize that Su Yun had a penchant for taking in the most compassionate souls? Many of the maidservants and guards on the mountain were unfortunate souls he had rescued and nurtured. If she were to approach him, Su Yun would undoubtedly accept her. However, Mu Siyu was oblivious to these intricacies. Her sole desire was to follow her senior brother Tianxiang, to join the ranks at Shiku Peak, and seek vengeance with his assistance. With a sorrowful expression yet eyes filled with hope, she implored, Master Feng, I am aware of my humble status and do not dare to aspire to be a direct disciple. Even if I could merely be an honorary disciple, I would be content. Having already made such a significant concession to join her senior brother's tutelage, she hoped he would acquiesce. After all, she is destined to become a formidable cultivator in the future. Accepting her would undoubtedly yield boundless benefits. Let us not forget that she once had the opportunity to become Su Yun's direct disciple, yet she willingly relinquished that fortune to follow brother Tianxiang. Surely, he must recognize her dedication and be moved by her sacrifices. Feng Tianxiang lowered his gaze upon her and remarked, a named disciple? Do you think anyone can become my named disciple? In the pursuit of immortality, one must prioritize self-cultivation. Your talent may not be exceptional, but that should compel you to work harder and be more diligent. If you persevere, you will surely achieve greatness in due time. Rather than fantasizing about taking shortcuts by aligning yourself with the powerful, thereby squandering your time in cultivation. He then turned to Su Youli and reiterated, I have spoken my piece. You must consider your own path. With that, Feng Tianxiang made no further delay and departed, his robes sweeping behind him. Let him be cold. The longer he lingered, the more he feared he might succumb to the urge to strike. He never anticipated that Su Youli would so swiftly begin to undermine his authority. He needed to return and devise a strategy. He could not allow himself to suffer such a significant loss without recourse. As Feng Tianxiang made to leave, Mu Siyu stood frozen, her eyes vacant with despair. Yet she quickly regained her composure and rushed after him, calling out, No, don't go. I truly wish to join Shiku Peak, Master Feng. I am destined to become a great cultivator. If you grant me a chance, I will surely succeed. In her haste, Mu Siyu stumbled and fell with a thud. Ignoring the pain, she struggled to her feet and reached out, pleading, Wait. Don't leave. Master Feng, give me one chance. I can do it. But she was too slow, watching helplessly as Feng Tianxiang vanished in just a few strides, never once glancing back at her. Brother. Her voice trailed off as she gazed despondently at the horizon, her pace slowing until she finally stopped at the edge of the square. With arms drooping and body weak, she sank to the ground, her eyes cast down in despair. She murmured, Why? What? Brother promised that if given another chance, he would undoubtedly save her. He would certainly help her. She could still vividly recall the expression on his face when he uttered those words. His eyes sparkling and a gentle smile gracing his lips, the sincerity of his words resonating deeply within her. She had never doubted his honesty, not even for a moment. Yet now, Mu Siyu's gaze grew vacant, her eyes gradually losing their luster. Had her brother deceived her? Tears, large as beans, fell to the ground, shattering into a myriad of pieces. Even now, her mind replayed his recent words, those rejections so callous and indifferent, as if she were a stranger, chilling her heart to the core. But those memories shattered, and her mind was flooded with echoes of everything that transpired in her past life. Each word her brother had spoken reverberated in her ears, painting a world so beautiful and sweet. How could he have possibly deceived her? Certainly, there must be some underlying issue. In the past, her senior brother treated her with unparalleled kindness, far surpassing that of Su Youli. He would often utter words that delighted her, effortlessly alleviating her exhaustion from cultivation and the regret of not having avenged herself. However, his recent remarks were steeped in indifference, criticizing her for her perceived lack of talent and her desire for shortcuts. Yet, she possessed considerable aptitude. Otherwise, how could Su Youli have singled her out among countless disciples to become his personal apprentice? The more Mu Siyu pondered, the more powerless she felt, until ultimately, she wished to cease reminiscing. She still bore a profound grudge, yearning for retribution. She could not falter at this juncture. Yet, her senior brother Tianxiang represented her sole hope for vengeance. If he were unwilling to accept her, where else could she turn? Devoid of the support from Zikufeng, how would she procure elixirs and spirit stones, or seek opportunities for transformation? Chapter 33. She is already so heartbroken. What more do you want from her? Everything is gone. Without her senior brother, all hope has vanished. Forget about revenge. Even her personal cultivation has become a daunting challenge. In that desolate inner sect, where spiritual energy is scarce and devoid of elixirs or premium spirit stones, relying solely on arduous training, she fears that even 3 years of relentless effort may not suffice to establish her foundation. If establishing a foundation is so arduous, how long must she endure before she can ascend to the level of a tribulation transcending grand cultivator? When will she have the opportunity to avenge that blood feud? Mu Siyu bit her lip in distress, tears cascading down her cheeks as she trembled and choked out. What should I do? What am I to do? Without my senior brother, who will come to my rescue? Why? Senior brother, why won't you save me? Around her, a murmur of voices arose, most scolding her for her overconfidence, claiming her meager talent was unworthy of her lofty aspirations. Mu Siyu paid them no mind. These talentless fools could never comprehend her plight. Her future achievements were already destined, as long as she secured the necessary resources. She was certain to become a tribulation-transcending grand cultivator, only a matter of time. Unlike them, who would struggle in mediocrity all their lives, languishing below the divine transformation and waiting for death, the disparity between her future success and their fates was astronomical. Just then, a voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached her ears. Someone was discussing her from a distance. It served her right. During the discipleship ceremony, Master Su had expressed his desire to take her as his direct disciple, yet she publicly rejected him, insisting on apprenticing under Master Feng. Now look at her. Master Feng was utterly unwilling to accept her. Had she accepted Master Su's invitation, she would have soared to great heights by now, avoiding this humiliation altogether. Wasn't this a consequence of her own folly? Had she been wise, she would not have turned down Master Su. Master Su, Su Yun. Ah, Su Yun. Suddenly, Mu Siyu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Though senior brother Tianxiang was temporarily unwilling to assist her, she still had Su Yun. As long as Su Yun remained, she had an alternative, a glimmer of opportunity. The last time she had declined Su Yun was because she wished to study under senior brother Tianxiang, and she had reluctantly turned down Su Yun in public. However, if senior brother had his reasons and could not accept her, then she would have no choice but to temporarily place herself under Su Yun's tutelage, awaiting the moment when her senior brother could come to her aid. Yet, Mu Siyu hesitated again. Xinxia Peak was not an easy place, although it boasted an abundance of spirit stones, elixirs, and various resources. Su Yun was notoriously difficult to deal with. If she returned to join Xinxia Peak, would she not be retracing the path of her past life, subjected to his oppression and losing her freedom? However, upon reflection, life in the inner sect was not as favorable as she had thought, although no one monitored her there, allowing her to do as she pleased without pressure to cultivate or rise early. The conditions were dire. There was a lack of good food and entertainment. The spiritual energy was thin, and her basic needs were poorly met. By the time she transcended, that old wretch might have passed away. Thus, it would be better to stay at Xinxia Peak for a while. Although following Su Yun brings her a sense of melancholy, there is little she can do but endure it. After all, this situation will not last long. Once her senior brother concludes his tasks, he will return to rescue her. With this thought in mind, Mu Siyu turned her gaze towards Su Yun, contemplating granting him another opportunity to take her as his disciple. To her dismay, however, she found him surrounded by numerous disciples, engrossed in their inquiries, utterly oblivious to her presence. This scene instantly stirred dissatisfaction within her. What does this mean? Is he deliberately feigning ignorance? Can he not see that she is currently in distress? If only Su Yun would come to comfort her and express his desire to take her as a disciple, she would surely acquiesce. Yet what is this? Is he expecting her to initiate the conversation? Humph, such foolish delusion. Mu Siyu silently scoffed, resolutely kneeling and defiantly fixing her gaze upon the ground. She had previously felt that the timing of that remark was too fortuitous, as if it had been intentionally directed at her. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible that Su Yun had orchestrated this, intending for her to bow her head and submit, pleading to join Xinxia Peak. Absurd. Who does he think he is? While she, Mu Siyu, could kneel before her senior brother Tianxiang, she would never kneel before Su Yun, this cunning and treacherous fiend. I wonder how long he can endure this. When she first met him, he was quite concerned for her. Mu Siyu was certain that if she persisted a little longer, he would be unable to bear seeing her in such sorrow and would soon come to comfort her. She was unwavering in this belief. Yet, she waited and waited until dusk fell, until the surroundings felt utterly silent. But still, Su Yun did not come to find her. Her legs grew numb from kneeling, and when she finally raised her head in confusion, she discovered that the entire square had become deserted, leaving her alone in her supplication. Where is Su Yun? Where is everyone? Mu Siyu was taken aback. She had knelt in vain for half the day. Su Yun had not even waited for her. That detestable fellow. Did he not realize she was in distress? If only he had made an attempt to comfort her, she would have readily agreed to become his disciple. How could he lack even this courage? Coward. How utterly infuriating. After Feng Tianxiang departed from Xinxia Peak, he found himself increasingly troubled by the situation. The woman he had sent people to investigate turned out to be a princess of a fallen kingdom. Aside from the discipleship ceremony, she had no other connection with Su Yun or anyone from Xinxia Peak. He was perplexed, uncertain whether this was truly orchestrated by Su Yun or if it was merely a coincidence. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to head to Tianxian Peak to consult his mother. However, upon arrival, he was unexpectedly accosted once more. Senior brother, senior brother. Yi Xiaoxiao was waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing him, she hurriedly approached, her excitement evident as if she had just encountered a treasured possession. Xiaoxiao, another source of vexation. Feng Tianxiang forced an unnatural smile and inquired, "Did not the sect leader instruct you to go to Yulong Peak? Why are you still here?" Upon hearing Feng Tianxiang's affectionate call, Yi Xiaoxiao felt a sweet sensation in her heart, completely oblivious to any ulterior meaning. Bashfully, she stammered, "I merely wished to return and see my senior brother. Who would have thought that we would encounter each other in such a manner?" Feng Tianxiang's lips twitched. He thought to himself that only a fool would desire to meet her. What a deluded imbecile. failing to recognize her own standing while attempting to usurp the resources of Shiku Peak for her cultivation. He yearned to distance himself from her as swiftly as possible. Thus he replied perfunctorily, "I have matters to discuss with my mother, so I shall not engage in conversation with you. Perhaps another day." Initially intending to suggest a future gathering, the thought of her presumptuous nature made him wary that she might indeed seek him out at Shiku Peak. Therefore, he hastily amended his words, "Another day, I shall come to Yulong Peak to visit you." With that, fearing her unpredictable behavior, he instantly teleported away. What urgency compels him to leave so abruptly? Yi Xiaoxiao had a plethora of words she wished to express, yet she was taken aback by her senior brother's swift departure. Life at Yulong Peak was rather challenging, although her aunt had personally arranged for her to go there. She was no fool and could immediately discern that the head of Gu was not particularly eager to accept her. Initially filled with indignation, she had even contemplated confronting the elder Gu, accusing him of being blind and failing to recognize true talent. This unparalleled genius was destined to become a formidable sword immortal in the future. It was already a considerable favor to him that she lowered herself to seek a master at Yulong Peak, yet the old man was still unwilling. Chapter 34. She is not so easily appeased. However, the thought of being sent back to the Yi family by her aunt forced Yi Xiaoxiao to endure and reluctantly became a registered disciple of the esteemed Gu Fengzhu. Having been there for only a few days, she found herself incessantly commanded to memorize texts and identify herbs, spending her days either poring over books or scrutinizing the properties of various plants. With her restless nature, it was nearly impossible for her to remain confined. Today, she had finally seized an opportunity to escape, intending to seek help from senior brother Tianxiang to transfer her to Zikufeng. Yet, she found no chance to voice her request. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Yi Xiaoxiao stamped her foot, initially planning to wait for senior brother Tianxiang to emerge. Just then, she overheard a discussion. They spoke of someone kneeling at Zixia Peak, wishing to take Feng Zhongzhu as their master, even mentioning a name she was exceedingly familiar with, Mu Siyu. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She held a deep impression of this name. It belonged to a worthless individual who had met an untimely demise. Yet, at this point in her previous life, that person should have already joined Xinxia Peak, enduring hardships alongside Su Yun, having no connection to senior brother Tianxiang whatsoever. But now, how could this be? Her pupils suddenly constricted, and a terrifying conjecture sprang to mind. Could it be that this foolish person had also been reborn, seeking to usurp her position at Zikufeng? No, I must investigate. Yi Xiaoxiao, disregarding everything else, summoned a celestial crane and flew towards Zixia Peak. There would be ample opportunities to discuss her request with senior brother Tianxiang later. The matter of Mu Siyu's rebirth required her immediate confirmation. She had always believed that only extraordinary individuals, blessed with unparalleled fortune, could be favored by the heavens and granted such miraculous second chances after death. Those who had perished, including the scoundrel Su Yun, were certainly not candidates for rebirth. Let us not forget, this was a tremendous fortune that even senior brother Tianxiang lacked. Yet now, another suspected reincarnate had emerged. How could she not be alarmed? Along the way, Yi Xiaoxiao pieced together a complete narrative from snippets of conversation. Particularly after Mu Siyu publicly rejected Su Yun's invitation and insisted on apprenticing under senior brother Tianxiang, her conviction grew stronger. There was an 80% chance that Mu Siyu had indeed been reborn. In her previous life, that wretched person had always clung to unrealistic fantasies, relentlessly pursuing senior brother Tianxiang and manufacturing various excuses to approach him. Yet, her brother, being excessively kind-hearted, had never seen through her machinations, which had often left Yi Xiaoxiao gnashing her teeth in frustration. This time, she vowed to put an end to it all, ensuring that Mu Siyu would have no opportunity to interact with senior brother Tianxiang. Upon arriving at Zixia Peak, she discovered that no one remained. After inquiring along the way, she finally located Mu Siyu's residence at Wanling Peak. Yi Xiaoxiao could swear that she had never exerted such effort even when forced to cultivate by Su Yun in her past life. She approached the door and knocked, but received no response. She knocked again, yet still no answer. Stepping back to survey the surroundings, she double-checked her information. This was indeed the correct place. Why would no one answer the door? In the courtyard, Mu Siyu sat in solitude, grappling with the immense emotional turmoil that had beset her. Even as the clock struck midnight, sleep eluded her weary eyes. The refusal of senior brother Tianxiang to accept her was one matter. After all, he was preoccupied with his myriad responsibilities and likely lacked the time to instruct her, leading to his harsh dismissal. She could understand that, for in his previous life, he too had often forgotten promises and words amidst his busy schedule. However, What right did that scoundrel Su Yun have to act so indifferently? He had been present during her moment of despair, yet he merely stood by, witnessing her kneel helplessly and weep without offering a word of consolation. This tyrant possessed not an ounce of compassion. It was laughable that she had even contemplated giving Su Yun another chance to assume the role of her master. Who could have predicted that he would remain so selfish and oblivious to the feelings of others? Perhaps she should not have so readily acquiesced to Su Yun's overtures, but rather made him wait, allowing him to realize that she was not so easily appeased. As Mu Siyu oscillated between self-reproach and lamenting her plight, contemplating her future, a knock interrupted her thoughts. The sound, though soft, resonated with a sense of urgency that roused her spirits. It was evident that the one seeking her out could not be senior brother Tianxiang. He had once remarked upon his esteemed status, cautioning that any approach towards her could lead to misunderstandings. Thus, she was always the one to initiate their encounters. The only individual who would dare to seek her out and endeavor to comfort her was Su Yun. Quickly, she wiped away her tears and rose to answer the door. But halfway there, she hesitated and returned to her seat. That insufferable Su Yun had callously left her humiliated earlier in the day. What could he possibly want now? She was not a fool easily swayed by mere words. At the very least, she would let him stew in his own discomfort for a night, making it clear just how grave his misjudgment had been. If he did not possess sufficiently precious resources, she would not be so easily won over. As the knocking grew increasingly insistent, the grievances in Mu Siyu's heart began to dissipate, replaced by an unbidden sense of triumph. Though she had lost face before senior brother Tianxiang, had Su Yun not also suffered a similar fate in her presence? A cultivator of the late stage of integration, waiting outside her door for hours in a bid to placate a mere early-stage Qi practitioner. How absurd. In light of this, the injustices she had endured that day seemed trivial. With a sense of satisfaction, she began to nibble on a fruit, the earlier unease fading into oblivion. Undoubtedly, her instincts had proven correct. As long as Su Yun remained, she would not find herself at a dead end. There was still hope. Once she had sufficiently chastised him and subsequently accepted his overtures, she could reclaim all that she had lost in her past life. Moreover, she could avert the mistakes of yore, escaping the grip of Su Yun's control. Coupled with her 15 centuries of cultivation experience, perhaps she could persuade him to exact vengeance on her behalf. In doing so, she could not only avenge her nation's ruin, but also protect senior brother Tianxiang from harm. Mu Siyu's eyes began to shimmer with an increasing brilliance, as if she could faintly envision the moment of her vengeance fulfilled and her glorious return to the tribulation. She resolved to act upon this determination. Just then, the person outside the door seemed to grow impatient, the knocking growing ever louder. Mu Siyu frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. If you don't wish to come in, then stay out. No one is begging you. What kind of attitude is this, knocking with such agitation? Outside, Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback, then shouted in anger. So it's you, Mu Siyu? I had no idea you were home. I've been knocking for so long. Are you deaf or limping? Why won't you open the door? Chapter 35. Is Su Yun not coming? Must I take the initiative? Mu Siyu was momentarily taken aback by the voice echoing from outside the courtyard, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. In this life and the last, no one had dared to address her in such a tone except for Su Yun. Yet, the voice beyond the door was unmistakably not Su Yun's. Could it be that Su Yun was too occupied and had sent someone else to fetch her? It seemed likely that it was one of the maidservants from Xinxia Peak. Mu Siyu's expression darkened instantly, and she scoffed. Humph. The people from Xinxia Peak lack respect. Go back and tell Su Yun that if he wishes for my return, he must come personally to invite me. Otherwise, I shall remain steadfast in my refusal to visit Xinxia Peak, even if it costs me my life. Although she had been momentarily rebuffed by brother Tianxiang, she was still destined to become a great cultivator, a fact that would never waver. She could temporarily set aside her prejudices and reluctantly agree to be Su Yun's disciple. But she would never forsake her dignity, the dignity befitting a future transcendent cultivator. What nonsense! Who wants to take you to Xinxia Peak? Yelled Yi Xiaoxiao from outside. Open the door quickly, or I shall kick it down. Rude. How can the people from Xinxia Peak be so uncouth? With no other option, Mu Siyu, fuming, rose to open the door, eager to see which blind maidservant dared to speak to her in such a manner. I already said I'm not going. What more do you want? Bang. The courtyard door was flung open, and just as Mu Siyu was about to unleash her ire, she froze in shock. Why you? She pointed at Yi Xiaoxiao, her eyes wide, speech failing her. Yi Xiaoxiao brushed her hand aside and strode into the courtyard. What are you stammering about? Let us talk inside. Upon entering, she surveyed the surroundings with evident disdain. I heard Su Yun came looking for you. Why haven't you gone to Xinxia Peak? Living in such a shabby place? Not only is it dirty and chaotic, but the spiritual energy here is also scant. It's not even as good as the lodgings at Xinxia Peak. How can this fool possibly endure it? It was only then that Mu Siyu regained her composure, hurriedly closing the door behind her and rushing to inquire, What brings you here? She then scrutinized Yi Xiaoxiao and asked, Where's Su Yun? She recalled that at this time, Yi Xiaoxiao had already become Su Yun's disciple and commenced her cultivation. Could it be that Yi Xiaoxiao had come specifically on Su Yun's orders to fetch her? I wouldn't know where Su Yun is at this late hour. Yi Xiaoxiao replied, leaning in closer to examine her. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you refuse Su Yun this time? That would be because. Mu Siyu hesitated mid-sentence, realizing the implication of the word this time. How could she know of the previous occasion? Moreover, she noted that Yi Xiaoxiao had not addressed Su Yun as master but called him by name, and here she was in the middle of the night seeking her out. Could it be? Her breath quickened as she glanced around nervously, hastily activating her protective array, her face nearly inches from Yi Xiaoxiao's, as she whispered anxiously. Why you? Are you implying? Are you also? Yi Xiaoxiao wore an expression of knowing affirmation, nodding slowly and continuously. To deduce this, you've certainly grown wiser since before. Hiss. Mu Siyu gasped in astonishment. She once believed herself to be the most extraordinary individual in the world, convinced that she alone was favored by fate, granted the rare opportunity of rebirth that comes but once in millennia. Now, she has come to realize that another person possesses the same qualification. Yi Xiaoxiao, what a remarkable figure. Throughout their companionship of over 1,000 years in the previous life, she had failed to notice that this arrogant member of the Yi family, like herself, was also a prodigious talent favored by the heavens, bestowed with this miraculous chance of transcendence. However, it did not take long for Mu Siyu to regain her composure and inquire. Why are you here seeking me instead of cultivating with Su Yun at Xinxia Peak? Yi Xiaoxiao, having anticipated this question, was not overly surprised. She simply walked to the stone table and took a seat. I have heard about your circumstances, and I am here to assist you, of course. Assist me? In what way? Mu Siyu asked, astonished. In their past life, the relationship between the two was far from amicable. In fact, due to the involvement of senior brother Tianxiang, there had been a subtle rivalry between them, leading to a fair amount of competition both openly and behind the scenes. Aside from their mutual disdain for Su Yun's unkindness, their interactions were rather mediocre. Why would Yi Xiaoxiao come to help her now? Naturally, to help you become a formidable practitioner capable of overcoming tribulations, Yi Xiaoxiao stated matter-of-factly. Since senior brother Tianxiang is unwilling to accept you, you must seek alternative means to swiftly enhance your cultivation. You cannot afford to squander time in this desolate place. Do not forget, you are not like me. You have a grave enmity to resolve, and time is of the essence. If you delay, your enemy's lifespan will come to an end. Mentioning this only darkened Mu Siyu's mood further. Had it not been for Su Yun's reluctance to take action in their previous life, she would have avenged herself long ago. I am well aware of that, she replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xiaoxiao. Just tell me how you plan to assist me. Yi Xiaoxiao leaned in and said, of course. I will help you cultivate to the tribulation phase at the fastest pace possible. Based on our experiences in the past life, with adequate resources, it would take no more than 1,000 years to return to that stage. That's obvious. Did you really need to say that? Mu Siyu rolled her eyes. Am I not currently lacking in resources? She needed very little, just enough resources akin to those in her previous life for her cultivation to advance rapidly. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously. I know exactly what you need, and I happen to know of a place abundant in resources, sufficient to support your cultivation to the tribulation phase. Mu Siyu's interest was piqued, and she hurriedly asked, where? Xinxia Peak. Yi Xiaoxiao asserted confidently. Once you arrive at Xinxia Peak, Su Yun will surely treat you with sincerity, just as he did in our past life. Not only are there limitless supplies of spirit stones and elixirs, but he will also personally accompany you to train your combat abilities in the blessed lands of the small worlds and take you to challenge various sects to build your reputation. Before she could finish, Mu Siyu's expression changed dramatically. She was well aware that Su Yun possessed ample resources, but at present, he had not sought her out. There was no way she could take the initiative to plead with Su Yun for acceptance. No, that was out of the question. She had not yet fallen to such depths. She would never go to Xinxia Peak to beg for a master. Moreover, Su Yun has already seen her today and is aware of her current predicament. It will not be long before Su Yun personally approaches her once more to propose the matter of apprenticeship. At that moment, she need only acquiesce gracefully, enabling her to ascend to the esteemed position at Xinxia Peak with a sense of pride, without the need to humble herself in seeking favors. This time frame will not be extensive, at the shortest, a day, at the longest, 3 to 5 days. In this regard, Mu Siyu is quite confident. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, the evening is drawing near. If there is nothing further, please take your leave, junior sister Yi. Mu Siyu's tone has grown considerably distant, as she is well aware that Yi Xiaoxiao harbors ulterior motives. It seems that she wishes for her to tread the path of her previous life once more, leading her to an irreversible demise. Yi Xiaoxiao, astonished, inquires, "Have you not given it any thought?" No consideration whatsoever. Mu Siyu replies curtly, "Are you truly not pondering it? Will you not cease?" Mu Siyu urges her toward the exit. "I have been quite busy lately. Do not seek me out without cause." Chapter 36. These things were meant to be hers. Bang. The courtyard gate was slammed shut with force, and Yi Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of disappointment as she turned to leave, yet she was not truly angry. She perceived that Mu Siyu had indeed shown a flicker of interest just moments ago, albeit still holding back. However, based on her understanding of Mu Siyu, she knew that this hesitation would not last long. With a few more visits, she would undoubtedly persuade her. At that point, Mu Siyu would find herself ensnared in the quagmire of Xianxia Peak, unable to meet Brother Tianxiang for a millennium. A millennium was ample time for her to accomplish many things. Yi Xiaoxiao was exceptionally clever. No one would dare contest her claim to the position on Shiku Peak. Speaking of which, Yi Wuxin had also been at Xianxia Peak for over 10 days. She wondered how she was faring. In her previous life, she had endured considerable hardship under Su Youli, so it was likely that Yi Wuxin was not faring much better. No, as a sister of the same clan, it was her duty to check on her. Yi Xiaoxiao summoned a celestial crane to return to Yulong Peak, and the next day, she concocted a casual excuse to slip away and stealthily made her way to Xianxia Peak. With her disciple badge from Yulong Peak and her identity as a member of the Yi family, along with the fact that Yi Yajun had previously brought her here, the guards dared not obstruct her, merely inquiring about her purpose. "My aunt sent me to observe Yi Wuxin's cultivation. Please take me to her," Yi Xiaoxiao stated, her expression unflinching as she spun this tale. She had often employed this tactic to deceive Su Youli, knowing that the latter would not dare to consult her aunt about such trivial matters. As expected, the guards did not press further and promptly led her inside. Yi Wuxin was in seclusion, engrossed in her training. Upon learning that Yi Xiaoxiao had come to see her, she was puzzled. They were not particularly familiar, merely acquaintances of the same lineage. However, before she could voice her inquiry, Yi Xiaoxiao burst into the courtyard, surveying her surroundings. "This place is rather splendid," she remarked. "The spiritual energy here is exquisite, and the calming spiritual plants must make training here immensely fruitful." A pang of jealousy struck her. These amenities were rightfully hers. Or rather, they were opportunities she had relinquished in favor of Yi Wuxin. Even this courtyard had once been her residence in her past life, now occupied by Yi Wuxin. Although she resided in a solitary courtyard at Yulong Peak, it was considerably smaller, lacking the spiritual spring, and the spiritual energy was far less potent. Moreover, the courtyard was filled with numerous spiritual herbs, emanating an unpleasant herbal scent that she found quite distasteful. Yi Wuxin, oblivious to her jealousy, interpreted her words as praise and responded cheerfully, "It is all thanks to our Master's arrangements. Of course, it is wonderful." Yi Xiaoxiao pouted, wanting to speak ill of Su Youli but fearing being overheard. Thus, she redirected the conversation, somewhat glumly stating, "Did you know that my aunt originally intended to send me to Xianxia Peak?" Yi Wuxin nodded. "I heard my aunt mention that you vehemently opposed it, which is why she sent me to apprentice under our master instead. Do you know why I refused to come?" Yi Xiaoxiao inquired. Yi Wuxin, puzzled, reflected that their master treated her exceptionally well, frequently bestowing upon her treasures and elixirs, making Xianxia Peak seem preferable to the Yi family. Yet, she had heard that Yi Xiaoxiao had been genuinely unwilling to come, even to the point of preferring death outside. Could it be that there are secrets she remains unaware of? A flicker of curiosity sparked in Yi Wuxin's eyes as she inquired, "Why?" Yet, Yi Xiaoxiao did not provide a direct response. Instead, she scrutinized Yi Wuxin from head to toe and countered, "What cultivation level have you reached now? After more than 10 days of practice, you must have entered the mid-stage of qi refinement, right?" Yi Wuxin shook her head. "No." Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She recalled that in her past life, Yi Wuxin was a formidable genius, yet her cultivation speed seemed alarmingly slow, even lagging behind her own. In her previous life, after half a month of training in this place, supplemented by medicinal pills, she had just stepped into the mid-stage of qi refinement, rivaling even the direct disciples of senior brother Tianxiang. However, she quickly came to realize that she was a peerless genius endowed with exceptional talents. Even if her abilities had yet to fully awaken, they could not be compared to the average talents like Yi Wuxin. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head, a hint of disdain creeping into her tone. Only at the initial stage of qi refinement? Your speed. I am at the late stage of qi refinement. Yi Wuxin interjected earnestly. I broke through last night. Yi Xiaoxiao froze, her words caught in her throat. Last night? Was she practicing while kicking the door to Mu Siyu's courtyard? What a dull girl, refusing to rest at night, immersed in her cultivation. One could only wonder what she sought. Yi Xiaoxiao awkwardly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. That speed is, well, quite normal. Normal? Yi Wuxin's gaze swept over Yi Xiaoxiao, observing her still unstable initial stage of qi refinement, yet she remained silent. Nevertheless, the peculiar smile in her eyes made Yi Xiaoxiao feel thoroughly uncomfortable. This insufferable girl seemed to be mocking her. Yi Xiaoxiao averted her gaze. Let us not discuss this further. The teachings of the sect leader are notoriously strict. Have you been able to handle it recently? Yi Wuxin looked at her quizzically. Where's the strictness? I find Master S teachings quite gentle, far more so than the clan elders. Yi Xiaoxiao, puzzled at first, then suddenly understood, letting out a cold laugh. It appeared that Yi Wuxin had indeed endured considerable hardships, to the extent of not daring to speak ill of Su Yun in private. This clearly illustrated just how severe Su Yun's methods were, forcing a young girl into such a state. She glanced at Yi Wuxin with a hint of pity, feeling that her situation was quite unjust. In her previous life, she too had felt the oppressive weight of Su Yun's authority, but she would retaliate, feigning helplessness to elicit compassion and allow herself some respite. Su Yun had not pressed her too harshly, often acquiescing. Yet Yi Wuxin had been subjugated to the point where she did not even dare to plead for mercy. The days ahead would surely be challenging. In comparison, Su Yun had been far kinder to her, indicating that her standing in Su Yun's eyes was significantly higher than that of Yi Wuxin. Speaking of which, Yi Wuxin was destined to become the head of the Yi family. Being so suppressed by Su Yun now would likely hinder her future accomplishments. As for the position of clan leader, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If she could ascend to the role of clan leader, it would undoubtedly provide greater support for senior brother Tianxiang. Yi Wuxin, perplexed by her gaze, could not help but ask, "You finished looking? Do you have anything else to discuss?" "Not really," Yi Xiaoxiao replied. "Then why are you still here?" "I need to continue my cultivation. I have no time for idle chit-chat." Knight Wuxin spoke with an air of caution, as the fellow before her exhibited shifting glances and an undercurrent of peculiar sentiment in his words, fostering an undeniable sense of hostility within her. Naturally, Knight Xiaoxiao discerned this, but, with a dismissive tone, remarked, "What is the haste in your cultivation? A brief delay bears no consequence. While my senior brothers and sisters have already established their foundations, I am merely at the late stage of qi refining. It is imperative I hasten my progress, otherwise, I risk falling behind," Knight Wuxin asserted, before hastily ushering her out. "I have been quite occupied of late, so do refrain from seeking me out." Their acquaintance was already tenuous, and this altercation only served to deepen her reluctance to engage. There lingered an unsettling impression that the other harbored intentions of speaking ill of their master, which left her profoundly uncomfortable. "Oh, you!" Knight Xiaoxiao attempted to interject, only to be unceremoniously pushed out. The courtyard door slammed shut with a resounding clap, and Knight Wuxin even activated the protective array, clearly signaling her desire to terminate the conversation. Chapter 37. You do not understand me at all. How infuriating. Yi Xiaoxiao ground her teeth in frustration. Just last night, she had been expelled by Mu Siyu, and today she was once again dismissed by Yi Wuxin. Was she truly of a temperament that allowed others to cast her out with such ease? What was there to be proud of in the late stage of qi refinement? It was nothing but the petty triumph of a small-minded individual. She muttered incessantly, following the narrow path as her dissatisfaction with Yi Wuxin reached a boiling point. They were of the same clan, after all. Was it wrong for her to show concern, inquire about each other's cultivation progress, and caution her about that scoundrel Su Yun? Absolutely not. Indeed, she had intended to speak ill of Su Yun, but had not even begun when Yi Wuxin had summarily dismissed her. It was utterly absurd. As Yi Xiaoxiao descended the mountain, she cursed Yi Wuxin for her lack of compassion and righteousness. How could one treat their kin this way, especially at such an early stage of cultivation? If this continued, she would surely become insufferably arrogant. Such ungratefulness deserved to be suppressed by Su Yun, never to rise and take pride in her existence again. What was wrong with cultivating at a faster pace? Yi Xiaoxiao possessed a hidden potential, destined to become a formidable sword immortal in the tribulation period, her strength destined to be terrifying. Although her current cultivation speed was somewhat slow, once her hidden potential successfully awakened, her progress would accelerate dramatically. Perhaps she would reach the foundation establishment stage in just 10 days. In contrast, What was Yi Wuxin's late-stage qi refinement worth? What was there to feel smug about? Yet, as Yi Xiaoxiao pondered, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. How could Su Yun's disciples possibly cultivate at such a rapid rate? Since the initiation ceremony for accepting disciples, only a month had passed. Brother Tianxiang's 2 disciples had only just broken through to the late stage of qi refinement, with their realms still unstable. Yet, Su Yun's initial 3 disciples had all reached foundation establishment, and even the last to enter, Yi Wuxin, was already in the late stage of qi refinement. This level of cultivation speed was almost unheard of. In her past life, she had cultivated in this very place, and despite an abundance of elixirs and spiritual energy, it had taken her 3 months to reach the late stage of qi refinement. It had taken an additional 8 months, totaling an entire year, for her to finally succeed in foundation establishment. Yet now, these 3 individuals had accomplished it in merely a month? No, something was amiss. That scoundrel Su Yun surely must have employed some method to exploit those unfortunate souls' potential. If Yi Wuxin's cultivation speed was so rapid, had she also fallen victim to such treachery? The more Yi Xiaoxiao contemplated, the more she sensed something was wrong. She considered returning to warn Yi Wuxin, but recalling the latter's previous attitude extinguished that thought instantly, igniting a cold smile within her. Daring to throw a tantrum at me? Very well. I shall not come to your aid. When you exhaust your foundation and find it utterly irreparable, I shall revel in revealing the truth to you, allowing you to rue the day you treated me with such disdain. With this thought, Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled to herself, her steps light as she made her way down the mountain. She had initially intended to save Yi Wuxin, but given how that wretched person had provoked her and cast her out, any future blame would be solely on Yi Wuxin for her arrogance. The image of Yi Wuxin's pained expression upon discovering the truth brought Yi Xiaoxiao a sense of delight. This was the consequence of offending her. As she contemplated these thoughts, Yi Xiaoxiao's mood significantly improved as she returned to Yulong Peak. Although Yulong Peak lacked the resources of Xinxia Peak, she relished her freedom. Not only was she not coerced into rigorous training, but even the sect leader Gu also granted her the liberty to peruse books on identifying spiritual herbs and then left her to her own devices, bestowing upon her a profound sense of autonomy and respect. This stood in stark contrast to Yi Wuxin, who was not only pressured by Su Yun to train relentlessly but also secretly drugged, depleting her potential in exchange for accelerated cultivation. In comparison, her own life felt akin to that of an immortal, carefree and unburdened. Meanwhile, within the alchemy room of the medicinal garden, with a muffled thud emanating from the Dan furnace, Su Youli finally succeeded in concocting a batch of first-grade qi condensing pills. I have succeeded. Upon witnessing the familiar appearance of the pills within the furnace, tears of joy nearly streamed down her face. Half a month, a full half-month. She had poured countless efforts, endured much hardship, and consumed numerous materials for this batch of pills. Yet, fortune favored the diligent, and she ultimately succeeded in forging a genuine qi condensing pill. Under her unique techniques, this batch bore an uncanny resemblance to those from her previous life. Though it contained little spiritual power, its exquisite appearance was undeniable, perfectly rounded, and a clear indication of a superior spiritual pill. Eagerly, she presented the pills to Liang Qian, who immediately regarded them with astonishment. Indeed, these are qi condensing pills, Liang Qian remarked, inspecting one closely, her eyes filled with surprise. Impressive. Although they possess less spiritual power and can only be considered inferior grade pills, with diligent practice, you could produce superior qi condensing pills within half a year. A hint of envy flickered in her gaze. While she had long sensed that Su Youli was different from others, she never anticipated that Su Youli could truly master alchemy. However, upon hearing this, Su Youli's expression soured. All you see is spiritual power, she retorted with a pout. How was Liang Qian any different from that Su Yun? The first thing they noticed about her pills was their spiritual power, rather than their beautiful appearance. It was merely a first-grade pill. No matter how much spiritual power it contained, could it ever compare to a second-grade pill? She simply could not comprehend what these people were thinking. The pills she had painstakingly crafted were utterly unappreciated by them. Only Brother Tianxiang truly understood her. He had recognized her intentions at a glance, praising the beauty of her pills and her dedication. Even when she went to the market to sell her pills, those who rushed to buy them complimented their stunning appearance, praising them as perfectly rounded. See here, even outsiders can discern my intentions, yet Su Yun fails to grasp it, fixating solely on that trivial spiritual power. It's truly bewildering. Of course, now she had to contend with Liang Qian, who also seemed utterly clueless. These are pills that assist in cultivation. What else should one focus on if not the spiritual power? Surely, one cannot merely judge by appearance, can they? What can that reveal? Liang Qian was perplexed. Wasn't the purpose of purchasing pills to acquire more spiritual power and fewer impurities? Who would deliberately choose to buy those with lesser spiritual power? You fail to comprehend. You lack discernment. This is indeed a superior elixir. Once I present it at the market, knowledgeable individuals shall eagerly purchase it. In just a few days, I shall reap substantial profits. Su Youli, brimming with confidence, could hardly be bothered to engage with the mundane Liang Qian. She swiftly made her way towards the alchemy chamber. Her foremost objective was to concoct elixirs and amass spirit stones in abundance. The qi condensing pill was remarkably simple to produce. She could yield 30 pills in a single batch, perfectly filling a vial, which commanded a market price of 50 inferior spirit stones. The materials required for crafting the qi condensing pill amounted to merely 20 inferior spirit stones. Thus, the profit from this transaction would equate to 30 inferior spirit stones. With a monthly allowance of 300 spirit stones, she could acquire 20 batches of materials. Each batch yielding a profit of 30 stones would culminate in a total of 600 inferior spirit stones, effectively doubling her investment. Producing 20 batches of elixirs would consume a day's time. Should she persist in her alchemical endeavors and sales, she could create 600 batches in a month, resulting in an impressive profit of 18,000 inferior spirit stones. When converted to medium-grade spirit stones, this would amount to a staggering 180. Chapter 38. Is this what you call a supreme pill? At this point, Su Youli was suddenly taken aback. 180 mid-grade spirit stones. 180 mid-grade spirit stones. 180 mid-grade spirit stones. After all her arduous toil for an entire month, she had only earned 180 mid-grade spirit stones. When she was at Xinxia Peak, she merely had to tend to the flowers and occasionally serve tea to Su Yunwan, and in a month, she would earn 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Her days were filled with idleness, leaving her ample time to cultivate and engage in casual conversation. In stark contrast, during this laborious month, she had to constantly monitor the furnace, meticulously calculate the time to restore her spiritual energy, endured fatigue from sleepless nights, and suffered headaches from alchemy. All for less than what she could earn effortlessly at Xinxia Peak by serving tea to Su Yunwan. Su Youli's face darkened, her good mood evaporating in an instant. That despicable Su Yun had undoubtedly calculated that her earnings would be meager after her departure, deliberately offering her such a paltry sum of spirit stones. His intent was to make her suffer, so she would obediently return to Xinxia Peak and be at his mercy. She would not yield. If the spirit stones were fewer, so be it. She could simply be more frugal. As long as she could meet senior brother Tianxiang, she would soon possess an endless supply of spirit stones and an abundance of pills. She would not need to endure this hardship for long. With this in mind, Su Youli exchanged all her monthly stipend for medicinal materials, leaving the elder in charge utterly astonished. During morning classes, he had never seen this young girl so diligent. He was surprised by her earnest commitment to alchemy. While diligence is commendable, he cautioned, one must not neglect cultivation. If she exchanged all her spirit stones for materials, what would become of her cultivation? The elder intended to offer sound advice, but Su Youli was not in the mood to listen. I have my own considerations. I kindly ask for your understanding, elder. What could the old man possibly comprehend? Su Youli was determined to amass wealth through the art of alchemy. Once she began selling her pills, her spirit stones would soon multiply. By then, she would not have to fear a lack of spirit stones for cultivation. When her fortune soared, it would surely leave the elder astounded. Very well, if you have a plan, proceed as you wish, he said, relinquishing further insistence. Alchemy, indeed, offered a promising livelihood, and if she could master this skill, she would not have to worry about her future. With the materials in hand, Su Youli plunged into the alchemy chamber, emerging after 2 days, her eyes bloodshot and her body weary. Yet, despite her exhaustion, her expression radiated exhilaration. She truly was an unparalleled prodigy, although she was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. With insufficient spiritual energy and some awkwardness due to her long hiatus from alchemy, her extensive experience from her past life had endowed her with remarkable proficiency. After familiarizing herself, her success rate in pill production astonishingly reached an unprecedented 90%. Aside from 2 failed attempts, which resulted in an unsightly first-grade spirit condensing pill, the rest were all exquisite and flawless spirit condensing pills. She could almost envision the scene of her pills selling like hotcakes in the market, drawing countless eager buyers. After returning from a rejuvenating slumber, Su Youli made her way to the dining hall, indulging in a sumptuous feast of delectable, yet utterly mundane fare devoid of spiritual essence. With her spirits high, she set off towards the market square. The Tianxian sect sprawled over a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles, housing countless marketplaces of various sizes. Naturally, she gravitated towards the market adjacent to the apothecary garden, renowned for its abundance of elixirs and spiritual herbs. This particular area occupied 1,000 miles, and one could easily liken it to a grand city, albeit without walls, characterized instead by rows of bustling streets and buildings. The residents here were predominantly the families of elders and disciples from the apothecary garden. After meandering for a while, Su Youli found a spot with a decent flow of foot traffic and set up her stall, displaying her elixirs. In her previous life, this was how she sold her wares. It would not be long before eager customers rushed from afar to purchase her elixirs. However, this time, although there were many passers-by, not a single soul approached to inquire, most merely glancing before hastily departing. Growing increasingly impatient, Su Youli pondered the stark contrast to her past experience. Why was the response so lackluster this time? Was there a discrepancy she had overlooked? As dusk began to settle, a patron finally approached to inquire about her prices. The 2 bottles of superior qi condensing pills, though not particularly exquisite in appearance, were priced at 40 low-grade spirit stones, while the rest of the premium qi condensing pills were set at 50 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the prices, the inquirer's eyes lit up. He opened a bottle for a closer inspection and nodded in approval. Indeed, these are superior qi condensing pills, and the price is quite reasonable. I shall take both of these. Curiosity piqued, he picked up a bottle of the premium qi condensing pills, intending to ascertain their exceptional quality and whether the purchase was worthwhile. However, upon opening the bottle, he was nearly taken aback. "You dare to call this a premium qi condensing pill?" he exclaimed incredulously, placing the bottle back with a look of disbelief. "Sister, are you quite all right? These pills have a weak spiritual essence. At best, they are low-grade qi condensing pills. How could you mistake them for premium ones?" Su Youli's expression darkened. Another who lacks discernment. If you don't wish to buy, spare me your endless chatter." A wave of doubt washed over her. Had she misjudged the quality? Yet, emboldened by her confidence, the patron picked up the bottle once more for a second look, only to set it down again, bewildered. "Very well. It seems I am the one lacking in discernment. 80 low-grade spirit stones will suffice." After paying, he took the 2 bottles of superior qi condensing pills and departed, casting a puzzled glance back at Su Youli, muttering, "It's truly a first to encounter superior elixirs priced lower than inferior ones, and that premium one. TSK. His incredulous gaze seemed to regard her as a fool, nearly driving Su Youli to the brink of fury. How dare this ignorant fool label her premium elixirs as inferior? Her elixirs were unparalleled in the world, infused with the countless efforts and heart poured in by her as a formidable cultivator. Yet this individual merely assessed their worth by their spiritual essence, utterly failing to recognize the dedication she had invested in crafting them. Thus, as night fully enveloped the sky, her stall began to attract a considerable number of patrons. Initially, the exquisite qi condensing pills piqued considerable interest. However, upon merely opening the bottle, one would instantly wear an expression of bewilderment and set it down. Ultimately, some even gathered in groups, urging their friends to come and witness these remarkable pills, forming a queue to behold them. Yet, despite their curiosity, none were willing to part with their spirit stones. This infuriated Su Youli, who, in a fit of rage, exclaimed loudly at them, "What is the meaning of this? A bunch of ignorant fools, merely gazing without any intention to purchase. Do you think I am performing some sort of circus act?" Chapter 39. Clearly, you are unappreciative. Her silence would have been preferable, but as soon as she spoke, laughter erupted among the crowd. One person grinned widely, revealing his teeth, yet his words were merciless. "Buy? Only a fool would purchase. If it weren't for junior brother Zhang's insistence on withholding specific details, I wouldn't have bothered to come here." Amused, another kindly advised, "Dear junior sister, heed my counsel. When it comes to elixirs, one must assess their rank based on the abundance of spiritual energy and the presence of impurities. I have practiced the art of alchemy for many years and have yet to encounter anyone who determines rank solely by appearance. You seem quite diligent in your crafting. However, your approach is misguided. Observe this flame. Initially, one ought to ignite the medicinal properties with a vigorous fire, yet you have chosen a gentle flame to preserve the color." This group hailed from the dragon's roaming peak and possessed considerable insight into alchemy. Once the conversation began, a lively exchange ensued, with each person offering their critique of Su Youli's elixirs. They remarked on their superficiality, claiming an excessive focus on aesthetics at the expense of essence, criticized the clumsiness of her techniques for failing to retain the true nature of the ingredients, and lamented the loss of vital essence due to improper balance of water and fire, deeming her elixirs utterly worthless. Su Youli was rendered speechless, nearly at her wit's end. Something felt amiss. In her previous life, these same exquisite elixirs had been fiercely sought after, with admirers praising their roundness and beauty, declaring them unparalleled. The compliments flowed freely, and she had been besieged by eager buyers, some even requesting reservations for elixirs yet uncreated, which had delighted her for days. Why then, in this life, was there not a soul clamoring for her elixirs? Instead, they criticized her work, pretending to offer constructive feedback. Why? Upon what grounds? The alchemical methods were identical. How could the treatment differ so drastically between her past and present? Even more absurdly, this group dared to audaciously instruct her on how to amend her craft. How laughable. This was a technique passed down from the esteemed Master Gu of the Dragon's roaming peak, far beyond the comprehension of these mere nascent cultivators. And they suggested she make corrections? They truly lacked awareness. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Youli pointed at them and exclaimed, "Nonsense. My alchemical methods are flawless. It is you who fail to recognize true value." The group, incensed by her retort, felt slighted. They had only wished to offer guidance on improving her elixirs. Yet not only did she reject their advice, but she also dared to insult them. Fine. We said enough. You may craft as you please. We shared our insights, and if you wish to disregard them, so be it. With that, they stormed off in a huff, leaving Su Youli seething with frustration, her anger bubbling within her. She decided to pack up her stall and return home. Tomorrow, she would venture back, with so many people in the market. Surely she would encounter someone with discerning taste. If fortune smiled upon her, perhaps she might even cross paths with senior brother Tianxiang. The mere thought of this brought a sweetness to her heart, soothing much of her ire. If only she could meet senior brother Tianxiang. His discerning eye would surely recognize the extraordinary nature of her elixirs. If only my senior brother were to extol the virtues of my elixirs in the marketplace, lavishly praising their unparalleled quality, it would surely infuriate those ignorant souls. Yet, for 3 consecutive days, Su Youli ran to set up her stall immediately after work, only to find, to her bewilderment, that not only did no one purchase her elixirs, but the spectators had also dwindled significantly. As a result, she returned home each day burdened by an unyielding load of elixirs, having sold not a single vial. By the 4th day, Su Youli could no longer endure this predicament. That insufferable Su Yun must be orchestrating some underhanded scheme. Just as she had ingeniously discovered a path to great fortune, he could not help but conspire to suppress her. Could he? Su Yun. Oh Su Yun, do you so despise my success that you wish to force me back into obscurity? Dream on. I, Su Youli, am not so easily subdued. Just wait and see. I shall undoubtedly devise a means to shatter your nefarious tactics. As she toiled, she ground her teeth in silent frustration, contemplating her strategy. Upon reflection, it occurred to her that those scoundrels who criticized her elixirs were likely dispatched by Su Yun to defame her. The fact that she had yet to sell a single vial was undoubtedly due to their insidious whispers tarnishing her reputation, thus dissuading potential buyers. How infuriating! Did those people lack any discernment? Just because they heard others disparaging her elixirs, they chose not to purchase them? If only she were not in dire need of spirit stones. In her previous life, such gullible individuals would not have been worthy of sampling her meticulously crafted elixirs. After venting her frustrations, Su Youli returned to strategizing. The most pressing task at hand was to dispel the rumors with irrefutable evidence and restore her reputation. Once her reputation was reinstated, she would have no fear of dwindling sales. However, how could she go about restoring her reputation? Su Youli began to employ her keen intellect, pondering a solution. Soon, an idea sparked in her mind. Of course, to dismantle the rumors and restore her reputation, she needed nothing less than her senior brother, Tianxiang, to personally laud her elixirs, declaring them exceptional and publicly promoting their merits. This would surely cause all rumors to collapse under their own weight. In other words, if she could locate senior brother Tianxiang and persuade him to offer an honest appraisal of her elixirs, she would soar to unprecedented heights, her reputation soaring, transforming her into the most sought-after alchemist within the entire Tianxian sect. From then on, countless individuals would flock to purchase her elixirs, leading to an abundance of spirit stones, rapid cultivation growth, and her ascendance as the wealthiest powerhouse in the entire apothecary garden. Nay, in the whole Tianxian sect. Su Youli licked her lips, her eyes still sparkling with dreams of grandeur. Yet, alas, the mere thought of her brother praising her in front of a multitude made her feel a twinge of shyness. Nevertheless, in this critical moment, there was no room for such concerns. As long as she could thwart Su Yun's scheme, a touch of embarrassment would be a small price to pay. At present, the most crucial task was to swiftly locate senior brother Tianxiang and seek his fair and impartial judgment on her elixirs. Now, how could she possibly find Senior Brother Tianxiang? Knight Xiaoxiao was also contemplating this matter. She could sense that in recent days, Senior Brother Tianxiang had been avoiding her, even when she sought him out at Zikufeng. He always evaded her with various excuses, even if she forcefully intruded to find him. Before she could even mention the matter of him bringing her back, a guard would invariably approach to report an urgent matter, leaving her helplessly watching him depart. However, remaining at Yulong Peak offered her no distractions. The spiritual herbs merely irritated her, and she could not possibly bring them back. Since her master did not concern himself with her, she felt even less inclined to care. With nothing else to occupy her mind, she decided to visit Xianxia Peak in search of Yi Wuxin. Upon arriving, she saw Yi Wuxin tenderly polishing a long sword in the courtyard, her face radiant with joy, clearly enamored with the blade. Knight Xiaoxiao cast a fleeting glance and was instantly struck with a sense of peculiarity. The Kaiyun sword, a high-quality magical flying sword. How could it be in her possession? In her previous life, this very sword was a gift from Su Yun upon her breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. It was with this sword that she achieved an impressive 98th place in the subsequent inter-sect competition, garnering much attention within the sect. To her astonishment, in this lifetime, the Kaiyun sword had found its way into Yi Wuxin's hands. How had this girl, who was merely at the late stage of qi refinement, come to possess such a sword? Chapter 40. What does it mean to treat her as an outsider? Upon seeing her, the joy on Yi Wuxin's face instantly vanished, and she coldly remarked, "This is a treasure bestowed by our master." "How? Pray tell, do you recognize it? Bestowed by Su Yun?" Yi Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at the Kaiyun sword, hardly able to fathom her own ears. This was her treasure. How could Su Yun casually bestow it upon another? Gritting her teeth in dissatisfaction, she queried, "This is a superior treasure meant for those at the Golden Core stage. What use do you have for it now?" Yi Wuxin, perplexed, replied, "I do not need it at present. I shall utilize it when I reach the Golden Core stage." She dismissed it as merely ornamental, lacking practical value. A bitter taste filled Yi Xiaoxiao's heart, her words tinged with acidity. It was not as if she had directly apprenticed herself to Su Yun. Yet, this person had the audacity to gift her prepared flying sword to another. Her aunt had been right. Su Yun was indeed a short-sighted nouveau riche. To place a superior treasure in the hands of someone like Yi Wuxin, without considering her worthiness, was simply absurd. Yi Wuxin took offense at this, her brows knitting together, her voice laced with irritation. "What do you mean by ornamental and useless? Do you possess one yourself to speak so carelessly?" Though she felt somewhat constrained before her master, she was far from a meek individual who could be bullied. Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. She had indeed possessed such treasures, and even superior ones. Not only did she have the Kaiyun sword, a superior treasure for the Golden Core stage, but with each breakthrough in realms, Su Yun would prepare corresponding top-tier treasures for her, including flying swords, protective garments, and even spirit pets. Yet now, she had nothing but a humble set of attire for a disciple under Gu Feng and a standard flying sword. The most rudimentary of low-tier artifacts, utterly incomparable to the Kaiyun sword. Humph, though I may lack it now, I shall possess it all in due time. And even better treasures besides. What is one superior treasure compared to the grandeur awaiting me? Once I join the Shiku Peak, Senior Brother Tianxiang will prepare everything for me, and it will surely surpass what Su Yun has to offer. Then speak of it when you have it. For now, it would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut, Yi Wuxin retorted bluntly, before inquiring, "What brings you to me today? Did your aunt send you to check on my progress?" A mere superior treasure, and look at how proud this girl was. It was truly unremarkable. Yi Xiaoxiao felt a pang of jealousy. In her past life, she had been a transcendent sword immortal during the tribulation phase, wielding a flying sword that was a pseudo-immortal artifact, and she could hardly regard such low-tier superior treasures with any merit. Yet, the sight of the Kaiyun sword in Yi Wuxin's possession unsettled her. Su Yun truly could have chosen another sword to gift. Must he select this one to irk her? Noticing Yi Xiaoxiao lost in thought, Yi Wuxin snapped, "I'm asking you something. Why are you here? If there's nothing, then leave quickly. I have to meet our master shortly." Yi Xiaoxiao, now devoid of her previous patience, shot back. "Who would bother coming to see you? Were it not for our shared lineage, I wouldn't be here at all. Have you finished looking? No. Then you may continue your gaze. I am off to see our master." Knight Wuxin, disinterested in her, rose and made her way to the mountaintop. It was said that the three senior brothers and sisters had emerged from their seclusion, and today, the master would bestow rewards, allowing her the opportunity to formally pay her respects to them. She merely intended to polish her treasured sword before departing, but unexpectedly, she was followed by Yi Xiaoxiao. As she stepped out of the courtyard, Yi Xiaoxiao trailed behind her. Knight Wuxin immediately eyed her with suspicion. What do you want? Yi Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze. Since I am here, I too wish to pay my respects to Master Su. Is that not permissible? She felt that perhaps nostalgia had stirred within her, prompting a desire to visit the mountaintop and reminisce about familiar memories. Additionally, she wished to see the 3 unfortunate souls poisoned by Su Yun. Of course, it was certainly not to meet Su Yun. At the summit, Su Yun was instructing Zhao Qianfeng and the others in their cultivation, pointing out recent errors and urging corrections. Upon noticing Yi Xiaoxiao accompanying Knight Wuxin, he was somewhat taken aback, yet chose not to comment further. This girl, given her penchant for mischief, now lacked discipline, and it was likely that even foundational cultivation would prove challenging for her. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Knight Wuxin bowed in greeting, with Yi Xiaoxiao feigning a similar gesture beside her. Master Su, the tone was somewhat dismissive, lacking the respect expected, which left Zhao Qianfeng and the others feeling disgruntled. Knight Wuxin was particularly incensed. Even if Su Yun was not Yi Xiaoxiao's master, he was still the vice master of Tianxian sect, and her behavior was utterly uncouth. Su Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention back to Knight Wuxin. Wuxin, I present you to your 3 senior brothers and sisters. As disciples of Xinxia Peak, you are to support one another henceforth. Yes, Knight Wuxin regained her previous demeanor of shyness and formality, stepping forward to greet each of them in turn. The 4 were of similar age and quickly found common ground in conversation. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxiao's dissatisfaction grew. Did they not notice she was still standing there? They seemed to have forgotten her presence entirely, making her feel like an outsider. And Su Yun, what was his issue? He had previously shown such eagerness to accept her as a disciple, yet upon her arrival, he merely cast her a casual glance before ignoring her. What was going on? Should he not have been overjoyed to see her, extending the utmost courtesy in his reception? At the very least, he should have inquired about her progress in cultivation and tentatively asked if she had any intentions of becoming his disciple. Yet now, it felt as if he regarded her as a stranger, devoting his attention solely to his own disciples, utterly disregarding her. Yi Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sorrow. Su Yun had not been like this before, though he adhered strictly to rules and was somewhat rigid. He had always been gentle with others and never made anyone feel awkward. Even when hosting guests, he fulfilled his duties with grace. Now, it seemed as if he were deliberately ignoring her, as if he had chosen to cast her aside. She yearned to voice her grievances, yet suddenly remembered that she held no standing to question Su Yun. She was no longer a part of Xinxia Peak. Even if he chose to disregard her, it seemed to be justifiable. This realization only deepened her heartache. Chapter 41. You wish to dismiss me? On what grounds? In her previous life, she was a grand sword immortal who emerged from the peaks of Xinxia. Whenever others spoke of her, they would remark on Su Yun's adept mentorship, proclaiming that Xinxia Peak had a promising future. For years, she had brought immense honor to Su Yun and the peak. Yet now, she found herself treated as an outsider. A disparity that left Yi Xiaoxiao utterly disconcerted. At that moment, Yi Wuxin finally recognized her distress and turned to her aid. Yi Xiaoxiao, if you have matters to attend to, you may leave. I plan to explore the market with my senior brothers and sisters shortly, so you need not stay. What? This insufferable girl, what is she saying? Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on her indignation. How dare Yi Wuxin dismiss her, especially in front of Su Yun, atop the summit of Xinxia Peak, seeking to expel a former grand sword immortal? How outrageous. Shouldn't Yi Wuxin consider the implications of her words? This was her territory. So on what grounds could Yi Wuxin attempt to send her away? Seething with anger, Yi Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Su Yun, hoping to reveal the true nature of his well-taught disciple and prompt him to reprimand this impudent junior. Su Yun, aware of her gaze, merely nodded with a calm demeanor. It appears I have been remiss. Yulong Peak is indeed some distance from Xinxia Peak. Li Shi, please arrange for someone to escort Miss Yi down the mountain safely to Yulong Peak. Li Shi entered promptly at the door, gesturing toward Yi Xiaoxiao. Miss Yi, this way. Please. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Did Su Yun just imply that he too wished to send her away? Even if she were no longer affiliated with Xinxia Peak, she was still a guest. A guest, for heaven's sake. Does one not understand the essence of hospitality? Treating guests with courtesy and respect? Moreover, she was no ordinary guest. She was a member of the Yi family, the esteemed niece of Su Yun's wife. What a noble status she possessed. Yi Wuxin, being young and indiscreet, might be forgiven for her thoughtlessness, but what of Su Yun? How could he, of all people, be oblivious to such matters? Yi Xiaoxiao, after all, was destined to become a sword immortal herself. Did she not deserve a modicum of dignity? Under normal circumstances, Su Yun would have graciously inquired whether she wished to accompany Yi Wuxin and the others, then arranged for her safe passage. Perhaps even providing her with a storage pouch filled with spirit stones for her to spend at will, just as he had in the past. This would have allowed her to seamlessly join the trio, facilitating whatever endeavors she might pursue in the future. Yet now, Su Yun was also attempting to expel her. On what basis? Why? Yi Xiaoxiao was filled with fury and confusion, deeply disappointed in Su Yun. After all, she had been the one to seek him out as a mentor first. Even if he had declined her, they ought to have shared a better rapport. Yet now, he was speaking on behalf of Yi Wuxin, entirely disregarding her feelings. She was a girl too, perhaps even more esteemed than Yi Wuxin. How could Su Yun treat her this way? Her eyes burning with anger, Yi Xiaoxiao nearly blurted out, "I will not leave. I wish to go to the market as well." If it were an outsider witnessing the situation, it would indeed be reasonable for them to depart. However, she was a sister of Yi Wuxin's clan, and thus could hardly be regarded as a stranger, unworthy of the same treatment as anyone else. Yi Wuxin regarded her with curiosity and bluntly stated, "You are not familiar with us. I do not wish to stroll with you." Yi Xiaoxiao nearly choked on her words. She had never noticed before how candid Yi Wuxin could be, completely devoid of any decorum. She endured her frustration, yet could not restrain herself any longer as she retorted, "Yi Wuxin, I came to chat with you, concerned that you might feel out of place here, and this is how you respond to me?" Yi Wuxin scoffed, "Who cares? You have not uttered a single kind word since your arrival." Yi Xiaoxiao truly wished to cease her conversation with Yi Wuxin. The girl possessed a striking appearance, but was ill-fated with her sharp tongue. She turned to Su Yun, suppressing her anger, and asked, "Master Su, is this how guests are treated at Xinsha Peak? Your disciple wishes to expel me, and you merely stand by?" Su Yun nodded. "You have reminded me, Li Shi. Expel her, and instruct the guards to never allow her entry again." Yi Xiaoxiao's heart quivered as she stared at Su Yun in disbelief. Her intention had been to have Su Yun reprimand the ill-mannered Yi Wuxin, yet this fellow was joining in the chaos and truly intended to cast her out? In her previous life, no matter how raucous she became, Su Yun had never lost his temper. What had changed today that he would expel her at the slightest provocation? "You dare. My aunt is the matriarch." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Shi had already teleported her to the foot of the mountain, regarding her coldly. "Miss Yi, even the matriarch would not cause a ruckus at Xinsha Peak. As for you," she scrutinized Yi Xiaoxiao with an odd expression and added, "You would do well to mind your behavior." With that, Li Shi vanished, evidently returning to the peak. Yi Xiaoxiao stood in stunned silence. She had done nothing, yet Su Yun had genuinely cast her down the mountain. How could he dare? How could he dare? She was to become a formidable sword immortal during the tribulation phase, the future female sword immortal of the Yi family. How could Su Yun and Yi Wuxin treat her in such a manner? "Ah!" Yi Xiaoxiao screamed in fury, stamping her foot and crushing several small stones into dust. In her previous life, Su Yun would never have acted this way. If anyone provoked her, he would defend her, punishing those who dared to offend. Yet now, he simply stood by, allowing Yi Wuxin to publicly humiliate her. No, Su Yun was not just an observer. He was complicit in her humiliation. Not only had they expelled her, but they had also forbade her from approaching Xinsha Peak, clearly indicating their disdain for her. What had she done to deserve such contempt? Infuriating. If they did not want her there, then so be it. She did not care for that wretched place. Yet Yi Xiaoxiao could not accept it. Why was Su Yun so kind to Yi Wuxin while treating her with coldness and disdain, ready to cast her out at the slightest disagreement? This was intolerable. She must seek out her aunt to lodge a complaint. Wiping away her tears, Yi Xiaoxiao summoned a celestial crane and swiftly flew to Tianxian Peak, intent on reporting her grievances to Yi Yajun. In her previous life, she had lived for over 1,000 years and had never suffered such a significant humiliation. Should anyone dare to bully her, Su Yun would undoubtedly rise to her defense, personally seeking justice and ensuring that she never suffers the slightest grievance. Although she later conspired with senior brother Tianxiang to ambush Su Yun, it was a matter of necessity. At that time, the sudden ascension of the sect leader came without warning, leaving the sect in disarray and in dire need of someone to assume control. Everyone understood that Su Yun had little interest in managing sect affairs, thus it fell upon senior brother Tianxiang to take the helm. She merely sought to clear the obstacles for senior brother Tianxiang. Was she in the wrong? She was not at fault, for she had never betrayed Su Yun. What right did Su Yun have to treat her in such a manner? The more Yi Xiaoxiao pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and with each reflection, her heart grew heavier. It was one thing for Su Yun to be unaware of the events of her past life, but even if she were aware, it could not justify placing blame solely based on that. Senior brother had once mentioned that their intervention was merely intended to disrupt Su Yun's tribulation, hoping to cause him to fail and sustain injuries, never intending to take his life. Who could have foreseen Su Yun's acute awareness? They had barely approached when he discovered them, and before Su Youli could offer any explanation, Su Yun was consumed by fury and exterminated them all without mercy. Yi Xiaoxiao felt wronged. After enduring 1,500 years of arduous cultivation and countless tribulations, battling against heaven and earth, she had finally attained the status of a grand sword immortal and even ascended to the position of the Hall Master of Xianfeng Hall. Yet, just as she was about to truly save her life, it was abruptly snatched away. She felt wronged, her heart heavy with sorrow. She resolved to seek out her aunt to report the matter, hoping her aunt would deal with that scoundrel Su Yun. Chapter 42. I shall seek my senior brother for vengeance. However, upon reaching the courtyard, she was informed that the Sect Master's wife had gone out on an errand and her return was uncertain, advising her to visit another day. Knight Xiaoxiao felt a surge of resentment. She hurried to Shiku Peak, hoping her senior brother Tianxiang would come to her aid. After all, he had once remarked that they were akin to kin, sharing a bond closer than that of others. Surely, he would drop everything to see her, unwavering in his loyalty. Yet, upon her arrival at Shiku Peak, she was met with the same obstruction from the guards, who reiterated that the Sect Master was away and suggested she return another time. What? Knight Xiaoxiao could scarcely believe her ears. Did these guards truly think her foolish enough not to perceive their deceit? Her aunt was clearly evading her, unwilling to assist, but to her astonishment, senior brother Tianxiang also seemed reluctant to help. In her past life, she had sacrificed so much for him, even her very existence. How could he turn his back on her now? He had explicitly promised that she could always seek him out in times of need, that he would offer his utmost support. Yet, when she found herself in dire straits, why was he choosing to shun her? Anger and a sense of injustice welled up within her, and in a fit of rage, she returned to Yulong Peak, retreating to her room in tears. Neither of them would lend her a hand. Why? Oh why? This was not how it had been in her previous life. Her aunt had shown her kindness, often inquiring about her cultivation progress and dispatching Su Yun to provide her with precious resources. Senior brother Tianxiang had been equally benevolent, frequently visiting her, showering her with compliments, and preparing thoughtful gifts for her each year. This time, was it merely because she had chosen not to become Su Yun's disciple? Why had their hearts turned, prompting them to evade her? Ever since she had arrived at Yulong Peak, her aunt had not once come to see her, nor had she shown any interest, as if she had forgotten her own niece. Even senior brother Tianxiang, who had promised to find her, had never made an appearance. The small tokens of affection he had pledged to bestow upon her had never materialized, not even once. Each time she sought him out, he would concoct excuses to slip away, claiming to be occupied with one task or another, evidently avoiding her presence. Knight Xiaoxiao was utterly perplexed. What wrong had she committed? Especially this time, when all she had done was provoke Su Yun at Xianxia Peak. Her aunt and senior brother Tianxiang did not even pretend to maintain their facade, outright refusing to see her. Clutching her pillow, her sobs grew louder, drowning her in despair. Did no one value her presence? Knight Wuxin shunned her, Su Yun spurned her. Her aunt avoided her, and senior brother Tianxiang was actively evading her. Was she truly so unbearable? Exhausted from her tears, she resorted to hurling her pillow in frustration, cursing Su Yun vehemently. It was all his fault. Had he considered her feelings, had he not allied with Knight Wuxin in tormenting her, she would never have been cast out, and her aunt and senior brother Tianxiang would not be avoiding her. She would not be enduring such unjust suffering. Accursed Su Yun, wretched Su Yun. If she possessed the cultivation of a previous life, if she were still the renowned Lingshu sword immortal, feared by all, she would undoubtedly slay that scoundrel Su Yun, ensuring he comprehended the repercussions of offending her. However, she currently finds herself merely a fledgling in the early stages of qi refinement, a far cry from the transcendent realm of tribulation, separated by countless miles. She could scarcely crush the pillow in her grasp, let alone contend with Su Yun, who was at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. The mere thought of those scoundrels, led by Yi Wuxin, merrily strolling through the marketplace, relishing the life that rightfully belonged to her, filled Yi Xiaoxiao with an unbearable fury. She longed to wander the market herself, yet as a registered disciple of Master Gu, her monthly allowance of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones barely sufficed for her cultivation, leaving her too afraid to spend a single coin. This realization only intensified her resentment. In her past life, Su Yun would generously bestow spirit stones upon her, and she had been so affluent that she never once worried about them. Yet now, she found herself impoverished, lacking even the means to purchase basic necessities. That old fool, Master Gu, was utterly useless, Despite her long stay, he had yet to reward her even once. Not only had he failed to provide her with a superior magical artifact like Yi Wuxin's, but he hadn't even granted her a single spirit stone or pill. Useless, useless, useless. How could a dignified peak master, a rare ninth-grade alchemist, be so destitute? Yi Xiaoxiao was filled with hatred. She refused to endure such a wretched existence. She was determined to quickly join Zikufeng, to become her senior's disciple, utilizing her brother's spirit stones for her cultivation. Aspiring to become a great sword immortal and the head of the Yi family, she would leverage her innate talent and strength to make Su Yun regret overlooking such an extraordinarily gifted disciple and ensure Yi Wuxin would rue the day they crossed her. She yearned for vengeance. She craved retribution. With her eyes ablaze, Yi Xiaoxiao rose from her bed, glaring fiercely at the door. She was resolute in seeking out her senior brother Tianxiang, eager to ascend to Zikufeng, filled with ambition, determined to rise above others and trample Su Yun beneath her feet. Wiping away her tears with determination, she stormed out, taking flight on her celestial crane, heading westward towards Zikufeng. She felt an overwhelming strength coursing through her. Driven by hatred and singular purpose, the very essence of what it meant to become powerful. Upon arriving at Zikufeng, Yi Xiaoxiao, her visage marked by unwavering resolve, charged inside. And indeed, she encountered Feng Tianxiang. Xiaoxiao. Feng Tianxiang questioned, perplexed by her sudden return. Hadn't she just departed not long ago? Upon seeing her reddened eyes, he quickly surmised her intentions. He couldn't fathom what heinous act she had committed to provoke Su Yun, a person known for his good-natured demeanor, to cast her out from Xinxiao Peak. Yet, he preferred not to mention it, for that would necessitate his involvement, which he wished to avoid. But before he could divert the conversation, Yi Xiaoxiao spoke up. Brother, Su Yun is bullying me, and he is in cahoots with Yi Wuxin. I only wished to accompany Yi Wuxin for a stroll, yet they outright expelled me. She bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression utterly pitiable. In the presence of senior brother Tianxiang, she need not feign strength. She is free to reveal her most delicate and vulnerable self. Chapter 43. Where do you get the face? Feng Tianxiang felt a pang of toothache. This young girl truly was something. Could such matters be articulated so directly? He hastily produced a handkerchief to wipe away Yi Xiaoxiao's tears, expressing his concern. Why must you be so disheartened by a mere setback? As practitioners, we place great emphasis on cultivating our minds and tempering our spirits. How can one allow a small trial to tarnish their dedication to their path? He sighed again. Brother Su is simply that way, self-absorbed and indifferent to the feelings of others. Having suffered this loss, you have come to understand his true nature. Henceforth, it would be wise for you to focus on your cultivation at Yulong Peak and refrain from visiting Xinxiao Peak. Feeling the warmth of her brother's concern, Yi Xiaoxiao's heart swelled with sweetness. The grievances and doubts that had previously clouded her mind dissipated like mist. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, No, I cannot swallow this indignation. Brother, you must help me seek vengeance. Feng Tianxiang paused momentarily. Had it not been for the fact that Yi Xiaoxiao was the daughter of his fourth uncle, he might have wanted to cast her out, to ask him to confront Su Yun on her behalf. How could she dare to voice such a request? Where did she find the audacity? He shook his head and sighed. Alas, if you think this way, you are gravely mistaken. Yi Xiaoxiao stifled her sobs, looking at him in confusion. He bullied me. Isn't it only natural for you to help me retaliate? What is wrong with that? Not at all. Feng Tianxiang moved to sit aside. From what you have described, the one with whom you clashed was actually that girl, Yi Wuxin. Your discontent stems not from Su Yun's actions, but from his favoritism towards Yi Wuxin. Am I correct? Yi Xiaoxiao sensed something amiss. Yet it seemed rather close to the truth. It was indeed Yi Wuxin's words that had incited this situation, without her meddling. Su Yun would have had no reason to target her. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. It is because Yi Wuxin is so thoughtless and reckless that she instigated Su Yun against me. Precisely. This matter is quite simple to resolve. Feng Tianxiang gestured for her to sit down. Consider this. The discord arises from your generation. If I intervene, would it not give them ammunition against me? Therefore, it is best to resolve this in the manner befitting your youth. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with realization. Brother, do you mean for me to challenge Yi Wuxin? Her expression soon dimmed, but Yi Wuxin is already at the late stage of qi refinement and wields a superior grade flying sword, while I am merely at the initial stage. She was not only 2 minor realms behind, but also completely impoverished. How could she possibly compete? Would her brother truly bestow upon her a magical artifact? Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed with hope as she looked at Feng Tianxiang. I am not referring to the present, Feng Tianxiang replied with a mysterious smile. There are still over 10 months until the new disciples competition. If you can manage to break through to the foundation establishment stage within this time, you will certainly be able to confront Yi Wuxin. The night was shrouded in a melancholic silence, and a pallor washed over Xiao Xiao's face as her anticipations swiftly dissipated, leaving only a visage of despair. Ordinarily, I would possess the confidence to surpass her. Yet, my current resources are woefully inadequate. I am severely lacking in spirit stones and medicinal pills, and the spiritual energy in my dwelling is alarmingly sparse, barely sufficient for my cultivation. Achieving the foundational stage within a year seems to be a daunting challenge. After uttering these thoughts, she turned her gaze toward Feng Tianxiang. With a heart full of trepidation, she finally summoned the courage to speak. Brother Tianxiang, perhaps you could transfer me to the West Bitter Peak? I wish to become your disciple. Her expression brightened with excitement. The resources at West Bitter Peak are on par with those of Xianxia Peak. With your unwavering support, I am confident that I can contend with and even triumph over Yi Wuxin, avenging the humiliation of today. Feng Tianxiang's countenance stiffened. What nonsense is this? Hadn't he been direct enough in his previous refusal? Why was she still fixated on this matter? This cannot be allowed. You have only just become a disciple of Master Gu. Although merely an honorary disciple, you are nonetheless associated with the Yulong Peak. If I were to approach Master Gu to request your transfer, what would he think? What would others say? Feng Tianxiang's expression turned solemn, his words laced with righteousness. As the vice master of the Tianxian sect, I am acutely aware of the envy and jealousy that surround me, with many watching for my missteps. If I were to pressure Master Gu into releasing you, would I not be branded with the accusation of abusing my power for personal gain? His reasoning was sound, and though Xiao Xiao felt a deep sense of disappointment, she clenched her teeth in silent resentment. It must be Su Yun. It must be his incessant meddling and his relentless pursuit of causing Brother Tianxiang trouble that has made him so cautious. That wretched parasite deserves to be imprisoned, never to be released. Noticing her troubled demeanor, Feng Tianxiang continued, Alas, people envy my position as the son of the Tianxian Sect Master. Yet they fail to realize that this title is also a form of bondage. Whatever I wish to accomplish must adhere strictly to the rules, with not a hint of impropriety. Were I merely an ordinary cultivator at the integration stage, it would be a simple matter to accept you into West Bitter Peak, or even to take you on as an honorary disciple. I would gladly bear any consequences. However, I must also consider the reputation of the sect and the master. His words resonated with a sense of helplessness, and Xiao Xiao felt a pang of sorrow for Brother Tianxiang. She had not realized how burdensome his position was, and yet she had been solely focused on her own desires, never contemplating the difficulties he faced. A profound sense of guilt welled up within her. She felt utterly despicable for subjecting him to such strife for her own sake. I understand now, she replied with a solemn nod. Feng Tianxiang was perplexed. What could she possibly understand? Given this, brother, please provide me with some cultivation resources. The resources at Yulong Peak are simply insufficient. Only with adequate support can I defeat Yi Wuxin and cleanse the shame of today. This proposal was quite astute. If resources could silence this fool, Feng Tianxiang considered it a favorable arrangement, as it would neither offend the Yi family nor displease his uncle. Besides, how much could a qi refining stage cultivator truly require? A mere fraction of what he possessed would suffice. Feng Tianxiang, filled with delight, lifted his cup of tea and took a sip. This matter is easily resolved. How much do you require? Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. After reflecting on the resources Su Yun had initially bestowed upon her, she replied without hesitation, Not much. Merely 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. An unlimited spirit stone card for the West Bitter Peak, a high-grade flying sword, a supreme swordsmanship manual, 300 bottles of qi refinement pills, 100 bottles of foundation establishment pills, 500 bottles of earth spirit pills, and 800 bottles of essence cultivation pills. Feng Tianxiang nearly choked on his tea, struggling to swallow it down while gazing at Yi Xiaoxiao in disbelief. It became evident to him that she was not merely seeking resources. She was, in fact, attempting to rob him. Chapter 44. She aims to dazzle everyone, however. He was a person of refinement, capable of suppressing his anger and maintaining a calm demeanor as he inquired, Do you require so much at once? Yi Xiaoxiao pondered, tapping her chin with her index finger, and slowly nodded. The top-grade spirit stones are for cultivation, the spirit stone cards for purchasing daily necessities, the magical artifacts to combat Yi Wuxin, and the rest are all elixirs for refining. That should suffice for me to reach the late foundation establishment stage. Ample enough to deal with that fool Yi Wuxin. She felt an immense sense of diligence and frugality, requesting only items essential for her cultivation, without a hint of frivolous desires. Yet, Feng Tianxiang felt a surge of anger rising within him. The late foundation establishment stage? Do you truly require so many items for that? Moreover, as a dual spiritual root, did she genuinely believe she could contend with Yi Wuxin, even if she reached that stage? Feng Tianxiang realized he had misjudged her previously. He had thought Yi Xiaoxiao to be beyond reach, foolish as a pig. Now, upon closer inspection, she was far from foolish. She was quite clever, having come to him to seek favors. And indeed, she had managed to do so. I truly do not have so many items on hand. Feng Tianxiang feigned difficulty. How about this? You can take a few bottles of qi condensation pills for now, and once you've used them, you may return for more. Is that all you possess? In the past, Su Yun would casually offer more than this. Is senior brother truly this impoverished? Yi Xiaoxiao regarded Feng Tianxiang with a hint of curiosity, reluctantly nodding. Very well. Then, please provide me with the superior grade artifacts and top-tier techniques. I am about to commence my cultivation. Feng Tianxiang was incensed by her gaze. What did she mean by that? Did she think he couldn't see through her? A beggar come to request items, yet she dared to express dissatisfaction at the little he offered? With patience, he articulated, as a member of the Yi family, it is only fitting that you cultivate the Yi family's top-tier techniques. Therefore, I shall first provide you with a medium-grade technique for your cultivation. Once you reach the Nascent Soul stage, you may then switch to the Yi family's superior sword techniques. As for the superior grade artifacts, they would be of no use to you at present. They would only incite envy and jealousy, potentially causing trouble. I shall keep them safe for you until you form your golden core. How laughable. Superior techniques and artifacts were reserved as rewards for his loyal subordinates. How could he possibly bestow them upon this opportunistic wretch? As for the qi condensation pills and medium-grade techniques, they were of little worth. He could part with those. Yi Xiaoxiao considered his words and found them reasonable. Though something felt amiss, she nodded in agreement. Very well. But isn't the medium-grade technique a bit weak? Feng Tianxiang gravely responded. The shortcomings of the medium-grade technique are inconsequential. You will eventually transition to the top-tier technique. For now, practicing the medium-grade technique will facilitate a smoother transition when the time comes. Ah, so that was the reasoning. Yi Xiaoxiao felt a wave of gratitude for senior brother Tianxiang's meticulous concern and joyfully acquiesced. Then I shall heed senior brother's guidance. Indeed, senior brother Tianxiang was the one who truly cared for her, unlike that scoundrel Su Yun, who had merely handed her a top-tier technique, insisting she cultivate it. Su Yun had never contemplated that the martial arts technique truly suited for her was, in fact, the exquisite swordsmanship of the Yi family. Or rather, it could be said that he had only ever considered himself, without a thought for her welfare. Humph. That scoundrel Yi Wuxin must have practiced the supreme technique bestowed by Su Yun. But when she eventually realizes that this technique is ill-suited for her and wishes to revert to the Yi family's teachings, it will undoubtedly prove challenging. Feng Tianxiang, upon receiving her agreement, breathed a sigh of relief. He had never anticipated that in his illustrious life, he would find himself at a disadvantage due to a mere qi-refining girl. He instructed his subordinates to escort Yi Xiaoxiao to procure the congealing qi pill, and finally added, if you run out, do not hesitate to come find me. Do not feel any burden. Yi Xiaoxiao, of course, felt no burden at all. She regarded everything as a matter of course. Although her senior brother could not currently accept her into the West Bitter Peak, as long as he continued to provide her with cultivation resources, who could assert that she was not a disciple of West Bitter Peak? Moreover, she was far superior to Mu Siyu. She could already enjoy tea and conversation with senior brother Tianxiang. Meanwhile, that fool was likely still dreaming in the courtyard, waiting for her senior brother to rescue her, wasn't he? She? Ha ha ha. Indeed, she was the most astute among them. Mu Siyu, however, was not dreaming. She was no fool. After being rejected twice, she had nearly abandoned the idea of becoming Feng Tianxiang's disciple and had turned her sights on Su Yun instead. Drawing from the experiences of her past life and this one, she was convinced that Su Yun coveted her unparalleled talent and would go to great lengths to take her in as a disciple. Though she was uncertain why Su Yun had yet to come after such a long time, she felt no fear. A month had already elapsed since the disciple selection ceremony, and Su Yun's newly accepted disciples should have witnessed her formidable prowess and subsequently sought an opportunity to slip away. Before long, Su Yun would be anxiously searching for her disciples, and as someone who had previously declined Su Yun's offer, she, the one Su Yun most desired to take under her wing, would undoubtedly become the prime candidate for the devil's discipleship. She was certain that once those three slipped away, Su Yun would think of her first. Additionally, she possessed a powerful trump card. Mu Siyu had learned that next month, Su Yun would again accompany senior brother Tianxiang to Zixia Peak to impart teachings and address various cultivation challenges for numerous disciples. She intended to make another visit. This time, however, She would not beseech senior brother Tianxiang to take her as a disciple. Instead, she aimed to showcase her progress in cultivation over the past month to Su Yun. She would dazzle her with her extraordinary talent, compelling Su Yun to exclaim, "I perceive your exceptional aptitude and unique constitution, indicating a predestined teacher-disciple bond. Would you, perchance, be willing to accept me as your master and join the ranks of Xinxia Peak?" This time, Mu Siyu had already resolved to agree on the spot. She would no longer refuse Su Yun's invitation. Since senior brother Tianxiang was unable to accept her, she naturally sought an alternative path, and Su Yun, as the vice sect leader, was her first choice. Prior to that, her most pressing task was to elevate her cultivation level as much as possible within the month, ensuring she would astonish all present and earn their respect. Although her resources are currently limited, Mu Siyu possesses unwavering confidence. With her extensive experience spanning 15 centuries and her profound insights gained from overcoming tribulations, she is certain that she will maximize the potential of these resources. In a mere month, she anticipates breaking through to an astonishing advanced stage of qi refinement. Even if unforeseen complications arise, she is confident that she can utilize those spirit stones to reach the intermediate stage of qi refinement. She has recently observed that most new disciples in her vicinity are at the same initial stage of qi refinement as she is. Should she attain the advanced stage, she will undoubtedly surpass all others and become the center of attention. After all, in her past life, she had access to an abundance of resources, and despite her lack of experience, she only reached the intermediate stage of qi refinement in 2 months. Meanwhile, Su Yun's disciples will likely only achieve the intermediate stage in a month at most. She firmly believes in her judgment, certain that it will not lead her astray. Chapter 45. She merely utilized a modicum of spiritual energy in light of this. Those individuals could simply await their astonishment and admiration. Ha, ha, ha. Mu Siyu could not restrain her raucous laughter, her mirth steeped in derision for Su Yun. The so-called resources paled in comparison to her extensive experience gained over 15 centuries of cultivation in her past life. With but a moment's contemplation, she devised a solution to her current dilemma. She intended to arrange a spirit gathering array within her courtyard, channeling all surrounding spiritual energy into her abode to sustain her solitary cultivation. Mu Siyu had previously surveyed the area and found that none of the inept individuals nearby could conceive of such a formidable auxiliary formation as the spirit gathering array. Not a single one. These lower-tier disciples are truly dull-witted. The method for arranging the spirit gathering array lies within the library. Yet not one of them thought to study it to enhance their cultivation speed. Only someone as astute as herself could leverage her exceptional intellect to maximize the utilization of existing resources, thereby elevating the spiritual energy concentration in her dwelling. A small spirit gathering array could amass spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius, and once established, it would render the courtyard's spiritual energy tenfold more abundant, consequently accelerating her cultivation rate. Without hesitation, Mu Siyu ventured to the inner gate market, expending 700 spirit stones to acquire the necessary materials. That very day, she set up a small spirit gathering array in her courtyard. Although the arrangement consumed nearly half of her fortune and could not compare to high-grade array plates, it nonetheless drew the surrounding spiritual energy toward her residence, visibly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy. That night, she reveled in the joy of abundant spiritual energy. The surging energy flowed through her courtyard like a mighty river. With each breath, she felt the spiritual power within her dantian grow, making her cultivation significantly more efficient. In just one night, she refined 5 strands of spiritual energy, a pace vastly superior to before. If this trend continued, she would surely break through her current realm and ascend to the mid-stage of qi refinement within 10 days. On the following day, she remained blissfully immersed in her burgeoning power, oblivious to the escalating commotion outside. By the 3rd day, the clamor intensified, with voices shouting and seemingly searching for something. Yet, she paid no heed. Instead, she activated her protective formation, isolating herself from the external noise and focusing on her cultivation. Previously, she refrained from activating the formation to conserve surrounding spiritual energy for her own use. But now, with an inexhaustible supply of spiritual power, there was no need for such restraint. The benefits of the formation were self-evident. Once activated, all external sounds were effectively silenced. Mu Siyu continued her tranquil cultivation, perceiving the world as a splendid place. Even if her senior brother did not come to her aid, she could thrive on her own. On the 4th day, however, she was reported. Bang, bang, bang. The formation reverberated with each knock, causing the entire courtyard to tremble, while a voice outside proclaimed, "Mu Siyu, I am an elder from the Law Enforcement Hall. Someone has reported that you have privately established a spirit-gathering array, disrupting the normal cultivation of other disciples. Open the door and cooperate with the investigation. Engrossed in her joyful cultivation, Mu Siyu initially paid little attention to the voices outside, until the yard trembled violently. Seemingly on the verge of collapse, she finally discerned what the other party was saying, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. What nonsense is this? What does it mean to set up a spirit-gathering array without permission? Must one seek approval to arrange a spirit-gathering formation? I shall say this one last time. Open the door quickly. If you do not comply, I shall take matters into my own hands and break the formation. A thunderous shout reverberated, shaking the very roof, and Mu Siyu abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze ablaze with fury. How dare a mere law enforcement elder act so rudely and arrogantly? It was nothing short of reckless. She leapt from her bed, feeling the ample spiritual energy surging within her, instantly bolstering her confidence as she strode furiously towards the door. She was merely a step away from becoming a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner, and her past experiences would be sufficient for her to confront opponents beyond her realm. What a pathetic law enforcement elder. How dare he trouble her? As long as he wasn't a foundational cultivator far superior in rank, he would be no match for her. What audacity! Who does this law enforcement elder think he is, shouting without regard for decorum? Mu Siyu dismantled the formation and flung open the courtyard door. But before she could unleash her words of reproach, a formidable pressure surged towards her, causing her to stagger and nearly fall. She hastily steadied herself against the wall, and upon closer inspection, her expression shifted dramatically. This was not good. It was a foundational stage disciple. Ah, Mu Siyu, you finally decided to open the door. Elder, please observe. The surrounding spiritual energy has all been drawn into her courtyard. This woman has undoubtedly set up a spirit-gathering array without authorization. I wondered why the spiritual energy was dwindling. Someone truly dares to arrange a spirit-gathering array so brazenly, without even attempting to hide it? This woman was utterly audacious. And we implore the elder to intervene, dismantle the spirit-gathering array, and deliver justice. The cacophony jolted Mu Siyu back to reality, and she then noticed that, besides the foundational stage elder, numerous chi refinement disciples had gathered around, most of whom were her neighbors. So it was you lot. She gritted her teeth, filled with contempt for these useless individuals. They couldn't utilize the spirit-gathering array themselves. Why should she be denied the opportunity to use it? The leading young man, clad in a black robe, was the law enforcement elder who had just shouted. Hearing the comments of those around him, he nodded and declared, "Everyone, please remain calm. It is indeed a spirit-gathering array." His tone suddenly sharpened as he bellowed, caught red-handed. Mu Siyu, what do you have to say for yourself? He had never encountered such foolishness. The law enforcement hall had come knocking, and this female cultivator had not even attempted to conceal her actions. Even now, the spirit-gathering array was active, with spiritual energy pouring into the courtyard. It was evident to even a fool that something was amiss. What of it? There are no prohibitions against using a spirit-gathering array within the sect. On what grounds do you meddle? Mu Siyu retorted dismissively, in her eyes. It was merely a matter of absorbing a bit of spiritual energy, not a grave issue at all. In her past life, she had absorbed far more than now, and not only did her fellow disciples not object, but even Su Yun was indifferent. However, the others, upon hearing her words, were incensed, pointing at her and cursing vehemently. Shameless wretch. The available spiritual energy here is already scarce. We all require it for our cultivation. You have siphoned it all away with your spirit-gathering array. What are we to do? Indeed, you are solely focused on your own cultivation, disregarding the presence of your fellow disciples. I shall warn you for the final time. Swiftly dismantle the formation, or do not blame us for lacking camaraderie. Mu Siyu's face flushed with indignation. After living for over 1,000 years, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. With a cold snort, she retorted defiantly, "A bunch of inept fools. How utterly amusing. You lack the ability to set up a formation and yet blame me for seizing your spiritual energy? Why don't you try to establish a gathering formation yourselves and come to claim my energy?" Chapter 46. Why? Why do they all bully her? A bunch of worthless fools, attempting to overwhelm her with sheer numbers, yet they fail to recognize who she is. She is destined to become a formidable cultivator, unperturbed by a mere gathering of chi practitioners. These inept disciples resort to petty schemes. Lacking any real ability, they rush to the law enforcement hall over the slightest disturbance. Utterly useless. This tirade incensed the crowd, and they began to push forward, intent on attacking her. Some even discreetly summoned their magical artifacts, clearly preparing to strike from the shadows. Sensing the escalating situation, The Elder of Law Enforcement let out a cold huff, unleashing an oppressive aura that crashed down like a massive boulder, rendering the crowd immobile and rigid. With a frosty glance, he addressed the assembly. Do not act rashly. This matter shall be dealt with impartially by me. He then turned to Mu Siyu and declared loudly, Mu Siyu has disregarded sect regulations by privately establishing a spirit-gathering array, thereby violating the sect's rules. Considering this is her first offense, I shall confiscate her array tools and impose a 1-month fine as a warning. Should she dare to offend again, the punishment will be doubled. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause. Excellent. Truly, the elder is unwavering and just. We can now cultivate in peace. Being neighbors with this woman has truly been unfortunate. The crowd was filled with delight and excitement, save for Mu Siyu, whose expression shifted dramatically. What? A 1-month fine? She was already lacking resources. If her stipend was reduced further, it would be impossible for her to advance to the late stage of chi refinement within a month. Mu Siyu wished to resist, yet the oppressive force held her in place, leaving her with no choice but to glare at the elder with red-rimmed eyes, exclaiming fiercely, On what grounds do you penalize me? You must have accepted bribes from them, envious of my ability to set up the spirit-gathering array, deliberately coming to bully me. You are abusing your power and wrongfully accusing me. You claim I violated sect regulations? Absurd. Which rule states that one cannot use a spirit-gathering array? President, if you cannot, I will report your misuse of authority to the law enforcement hall and have you cast into the black prison. Her words startled the crowd. They had not anticipated that this woman, having erred, would still dare to be so audacious. The elder of law enforcement waved his hand, producing a map which he unfurled before her, pointing to a section. Upon entering the sect, new disciples receive a map and a brief outline of the sect's rules. Look here, Article 46. Does it not state that one must not privately establish a spirit-gathering array? Violators will have their tools confiscated and face a fine of 1 month's stipend? And you dare to report me? Think about how you will manage next month. With that, he rolled up the map, waved his hand again, and the array materials scattered throughout the courtyard trembled, all being collected into his storage bag as he turned to leave. With the pressure lifted, the others erupted in furious condemnation towards Mu Siyu. The spiritual energy here is already scarce, sufficient only for our cultivation. Yet you dare to seize it? How selfish can one be? Bah! In a realm fraught with treachery, you rightly deserve the punishment of a month's penalty. Should we discover your clandestine attempts to establish a spirit-gathering array, you shall face dire consequences. The crowd's tone brimmed with malevolence. Their desire to see this woman suffer was palpable. To sever one's spiritual energy is to obstruct their path to cultivation, and such an act is a grave enmity. Were it not for the stringent regulations of our sect, they would have taken matters into their own hands, ensuring she felt the weight of their wrath. Mu Siyu clenched her fists in fury but refrained from further insults, intimidated by the throng surrounding her. Once they had departed, she let out a contemptuous huff and shouted, A bunch of useless, despicable fools, preying upon a solitary, weaker woman. Having vented her frustration, she swiftly retreated to her courtyard, slamming the door behind her, fearful of being pursued. As expected, a cacophony of vulgarities erupted outside. The profanities uttered were beyond anything she had encountered in either her past or present life. Hiding behind the door, Mu Siyu tightened her fists, yearning to burst forth and vanquish those scoundrels, yet her current cultivation level. In her previous life, not a single one of them would have survived. Once a formidable cultivator on the brink of transcendence, she had commanded respect wherever she went. Even her sworn enemies had treated her with deference, fearful of inciting her ire. Yet now, she found herself subjected to the scorn of a mere gaggle of chi refinement period fools. How infuriating! Were it not for her insufficient cultivation, the ground would surely be soaked with blood today. After what felt like an eternity, silence finally descended outside. Mu Siyu ground her teeth, mentally torturing those imbeciles repeatedly. Only after she had expelled her pent-up rage did she take a seat within her room. The thought of her 1-month penalty weighed heavily upon her heart. Her allowance was already meager, consisting of merely 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Having spent a considerable sum on array materials, she now found herself bereft of both the spirit-gathering array and her allowance for the following month. She had aspired to cultivate to the late chi refinement stage, to astonish everyone and leave Su Yun speechless, compelling him to take her as his disciple. Yet now, a profound hatred simmered within her, directed at the enforcing elder, the snitching disciples, and even more so at Su Yun for his failure to seek her out. She found herself begrudgingly resentful of Feng Tianxiang as well. If only Brother Tianxiang had not turned her away, but had instead taken her as his direct disciple, how different her fate might have been. She was destined to enjoy abundant resources, yet now she was relegated to mingling among the waste. Had she retained her previous cultivation prowess, had she been that formidable transcendent once more, not a soul would dare to offend her. She could have dispatched them all with a mere wave of her hand. Yet now, she was merely an inner sect disciple at the initial chi refinement stage. Rather than vanquishing all, even the Foundation Establishment Elder could easily dispatch her with a single blow. Alas, it would be unjust to place the blame solely on her brother. The fault lay with her for not being adequately prepared. Had she diligently cultivated beforehand and approached him with late chi refinement strength, surely he would not have dismissed her. How she wished Brother Tianxiang were here to witness her plight. He would undoubtedly rise to her defense and never allow her to endure such indignities. Seated upon her bed, Mu Siyu cradled her legs, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Once a renowned cultivator on the cusp of transcendence, she had returned after merely a month, only to endure such profound humiliation. Moreover, she was not insulted by formidable adversaries. Rather, it was merely the most ordinary and utterly insignificant disciples at the chi refinement stage who dared to humiliate her. Why, oh why, did they possess the audacity to belittle her, showing no fear of her potential vengeance once her cultivation was restored? Furthermore, she found herself in dire straits, desperately lacking in financial resources, with a pressing need for spirit stones and elixirs, feeling as impoverished as a beggar. In her previous life, she had everything at her disposal, never once worrying about the availability of spiritual energy or resources for her abode. Now, she did not wish to rely on Su Youli. She merely yearned to rise through her own endeavors. Why, then, was it so arduous? Why were there obstacles at every turn? Chapter 47. Who will rescue me? Could it be that destiny itself conspired to thwart her quest for freedom, compelling her to seek out Su Youli once more? Mu Siyu bit her lip in distress, her heart brimming with indignation. Was she truly destined to tread the same old path, dependent on Su Youli and his resources for her cultivation? No, she vehemently rejected such a notion. She wished to sever all ties with that tyrant. Her only desire was to follow Brother Tianxiang, to cultivate alongside him. Yet, he seemed reluctant to accept her, even showing disdain. The thought of Brother Tianxiang pierced her heart, rendering her breathless, and her eyes brimmed with tears at the mere mention of his name. As the overseer of all sect affairs, he must surely be aware of her grievances here. Would he feel sorrow for her plight and come bearing gifts to see her? And what of Su Youli, that fiend? It had been so long, surely. Even if it were a test, it should come to an end. Why had he not come to find her yet? She could not bear to wait until next month. Nor did she wish to further burden Su Youli. All she desired was for him to come, and she would consent to be his disciple, agreeing to accompany him to Xianxia Peak for cultivation. But when would he arrive? Oh, how bitterly wretched her fate seemed. Mu Siyu wept aloud. Truly heartbroken and despondent, she longed to escape this place. The inhabitants here were so cruel, constantly opposing her at every turn. They not only seized the bountiful courtyard, but also conspired to bully her, forbidding her from utilizing the spiritual energy for her cultivation. It was blatant oppression, taking advantage of her amiable nature and kindness. In her past life, during her time at Xianxia Peak, every courtyard had its own advanced gathering formations, and no one had ever interfered with such matters. The spiritual energy in that courtyard was so abundant it nearly materialized into mist. It boasted a supreme spiritual spring, allowing her to bathe in its waters daily, an unparalleled delight. Moreover, the furnishings within were exquisite treasures that not only facilitated cultivation, but also calmed the mind. Each item was worth a fortune, unseen by most. Any single piece could fetch an astronomical price outside. She had numerous maidservants attending to her, relieving her of all burdens. She needed only to revel in her cultivation each day. The scenery was breathtaking. Beyond Falling Star Cliff lay a vast expanse of cloud sea, with the dawn bringing forth the rising sun and the dusk painting the sky with crimson hues, while at night, the starry heavens dazzled her. She adored gazing at the stars. In stark contrast, her current dwelling resembled a pigsty, unfit even for dogs. Although she had tidied up once, the room remained chaotic, the bedboard unyielding and cold at night. Not only could she not see the stars, but outside her window loomed a cold, barren stone wall, devoid of any beauty. This was a place meant for discarded disciples. She did not belong here. How could she possibly reside in such a place? The more she pondered, the heavier her heart felt. Apart from the hardships she endured while fleeing for her life, she had never experienced such torment before, especially after following Su Youli. Aside from her lack of freedom and the absence of Brother Tianxiang, she truly lacked for nothing. Yet now, it seems as though an endless torrent of suffering awaits her. Why, oh why? She had merely refrained from accompanying Su Yun to practice at Xianxia Peak. How could her life have transformed so drastically? Even a slight decline would have been bearable, but the disparity now is so immense that it feels as if the world has been turned upside down. In her previous life, whenever she faced adversity, Su Yun would come to her defense, even showering her with treasures to console her. Yet now, she is besieged by numerous adversaries, none willing to stand up for her. Not even the most ineffectual among them would lend a kind word or persuade the elder to spare her from a penalty. A congregation of useless, malicious fools, devoid of any compassion. They even conspire together to bully a girl. Her desires are modest. She merely seeks to cultivate using a modicum of spiritual energy. Why can't they tolerate her existence? Sobbing quietly, Mu Siyu bit the corner of her blanket. Su Yun, brother Tianxiang, brother, Su Yun. Who could come to her rescue? Who could whisk her away from this place? She no longer yearned for much. Simply a means to escape would suffice. Anyone would do. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from outside. Bang! The tremendous noise startled Mu Siyu, causing her to tremble. Her face a mask of panic as she glanced upward. It sounded as though something had struck the gate of her courtyard. Yet, she dared not investigate. In the dead of night, what if someone harbored malicious intentions? Her heart raced as she hastily activated the defensive formation, disregarding the expenditure of spiritual energy. As the formation illuminated with a soft azure glow, she cautiously crept to the window to peer outside. One glance sent her heart into a tumultuous flutter, her breath quickening. Someone had hurled a massive stone, creating a gaping hole in her courtyard gate. The outside was shrouded in darkness, and there might well be ambushers lurking. It was clear that those inept fools were seeking revenge. How despicable! Was it not merely a matter of utilizing a bit more spiritual energy? Why were they so petty? Escalating such a trivial issue into chaos? Did they wish to resort to violence? Mu Siyu was engulfed in a whirlwind of anger, urgency, and fear. These useless individuals resorted to such foul tactics to harm her. Today, it was the gate they assailed. What about tomorrow? Would she be ambushed while walking down the street? The mere thought of being assaulted by those inept fools left her pale with terror. Imagine a dignified cultivator facing such disgrace. How would she endure the ridicule? Daring not to venture outside, she curled up under her blanket, biting the fabric as tears streamed down her face. She truly wished to escape this place. Brother, Su Yun, please come to save me. Yet no one could rescue her, not even a soul to hear her cries for help. Exhausted from her tears, Mu Siyu eventually succumbed to slumber, only to awaken in a daze the following midday. The hours that should have been filled with joy turned grim upon her gaze, falling upon the large breach in her door. These foolish disciples were all madmen. Instead of resting at such an hour, they chose to vandalize her gate. Repairing such damage would be a cumbersome task, and even if she managed to fix it, they would undoubtedly return to wreak havoc once more. Perhaps it was best not to repair it at all. For the time being, she decided to refrain from berating them. In due course, she would relocate to Xianxia Peak, where there would be no need for any repairs. Mu Siyu resolved to disregard that dilapidated door. However, before that, she needed to procure some spirit stones. She waited throughout the night, but Su Yun did not come to fetch her. It appeared that she would have to wait until next month's sermon to see him. Since the spirit gathering array was no longer operational, she needed to acquire a sufficient quantity of spirit stones and medicinal pills to dramatically elevate her cultivation, thereby astonishing everyone and prompting Su Yun to take her as his disciple. Intelligent as she was, she naturally had her methods to obtain spirit stones. Mu Siyu pondered. Although she had many acquaintances, including senior brother Tianxiang and Su Yun, the only person likely to grant her spirit stones was Yi Xiaoxiao. The senior brother held a high and influential position, making him inaccessible to her. As for Su Yun, she knew he would certainly give her spirit stones if she approached him, yet she was reluctant to seek him out. She could not afford to lose face. Chapter 48. Borrowing money with such audacity? It seemed that Yi Xiaoxiao had mentioned it casually the other day. The place she was currently residing in appeared to be the Yulong Peak, which was under the supervision of alchemy. Without further ado, Mu Siyu cautiously peered around from the door, ensuring there were no ambushes outside the courtyard, before hastily dashing out to summon a celestial crane. Riding it swiftly to Yulong Peak. After a bit of inquiry, she finally located Yi Xiaoxiao's residence. Upon entering, she nearly burst into laughter. You criticize my living conditions, yet yours is hardly superior, messy and unkempt with a pungent herbal scent that is utterly unbearable. Interrupting her cultivation, Yi Xiaoxiao's expression darkened immediately upon hearing such remarks. At least my place is far more infused with spiritual energy than yours, and this is merely temporary. Once my cultivation improves and I shine in the grand competition, a better living arrangement will naturally follow. She had no intention of elaborating on how exquisite her dwelling truly was, fearing that Mu Siyu might feel envious upon hearing it. The mere mention of spiritual energy made Mu Siyu's heart sink. She preferred to avoid such distressing topics. However, her curiosity was piqued upon hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's subsequent words. You are aware of the grand competition? Of course, who isn't? Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, rolling her eyes in annoyance at the sheer foolishness of her companion, who remained blissfully naive as ever. She turned and settled into the courtyard, inquiring, What brings you here at noon? I have no chef to prepare meals, so I cannot entertain you. This mention sparked Mu Siyu's interest, and with a sly grin, she said, Could you lend me some spirit stones? I have a use for them. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Asking me for spirit stones? I barely have enough for myself. Oh, come now, don't be so stingy. Consider it a loan. What? You thought you could just take them for free? Yi Xiaoxiao was genuinely amused by the audacity of her companion. Just look at the excellent disciple Su Yun had raised, showing up empty-handed and immediately asking for money. Utterly devoid of manners. Mu Siyu, however, saw nothing wrong with her request. She had always approached Su Yun in such a manner, and he would readily oblige her. Was that not akin to receiving something for free? Yet, she found herself in a position of need and could only explain gently. I merely wish to return to Xinxia Peak soon, and once I acquire the spirit stones, I shall repay you. Returning to Xinxia Peak? You intend to seek out Su Yun? At this, Yi Xiaoxiao finally perked up. As long as Mu Siyu became Su Yun's disciple, the latter would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no escape, and she could forget about getting anywhere near senior brother Tianxiang again. Mu Siyu elaborated on her plans, and as Yi Xiaoxiao listened, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, regarding her with newfound respect. Remarkable. I did not expect that after being reborn, you would be so much more astute than in your previous life, devising such a brilliant strategy. Mu Siyu was displeased by the insinuation that she was now smarter than before. I have always been clever. I currently lack only a few spirit stones and medicinal pills. With sufficient resources, I can certainly reach the later stages of qi refinement within a month, at which point Su Yun will surely regard me with new admiration. Yi Xiaoxiao tapped her finger thoughtfully on the table, contemplating the idea, and the more she considered it, the more feasible it seemed. The cultivation level of Mu Siyu is of little significance. What truly matters is her character. In her previous life, Su Yun treated her exceptionally well, showering her with affection and granting her every desire. This time, as long as Mu Siyu's cultivation is not exceedingly poor and she takes the initiative to seek a mentor, Su Yun would undoubtedly be overjoyed and would readily accept her as a disciple. This, Yi Xiaoxiao was certain of. Having realized this, she slammed her palm on the table in excitement and exclaimed, All right, I will definitely assist you with this. How many spirit stones do you need? She had just received 10 bottles of qi condensation pills and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones from senior brother Tianxiang. Even if she lent some spirit stones to the other party, it would be no trouble. If necessary, she could always ask her senior brother for more. Mu Siyu was elated. Whatever you have, give it all to me. The higher my cultivation, the more regret Su Yun will feel for not accepting me sooner. She will be eager to take me as her disciple. Yi Xiaoxiao stared at her, incredulous. Have you lost your mind? You want it all? I will pay you back. Of course. Once I join Xinxia Peak, I will repay you double. Mu Siyu spoke as if it were a matter of course, fully confident in her impending success. Yi Xiaoxiao was thoroughly exasperated with Mu Siyu. That country had long since fallen, yet this girl still carried herself with a princess's airs. However, thinking of the benefit of reducing a rival, she clenched her teeth, steeled her resolve, and nodded. Fine, fine, fine. I don't have much either. I only have 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I will give them all to you. 5,000. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Mu Siyu was astounded. She had always thought she was the most fortunate person, only to realize now that this foolish girl, Yi Xiaoxiao, was wealthier than she. How could this be? Was she not the one with the strongest fortune? Was Yi Xiaoxiao more fortunate than her? Yi Xiaoxiao smirked with pride. That is none of your concern. I have my own means of making money. After all, she was a relative of senior brother Tianxiang, who took great care of her, and it was only natural. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones were a mere trifle. Whenever she wished, she could easily procure another 5,000, or even 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Mu Siyu pouted. Forget it, just give me the spirit stones. Time is of the essence. I need to hurry and buy some pills to cultivate. What means of making money? Perhaps she was just refining pills to earn spirit stones? It was astonishing that a dignified tribulation stage great sword immortal had fallen to the point of selling pills for spirit stones. It was utterly embarrassing. Yi Xiaoxiao let out a dissatisfied huff. This was the first time she had seen someone so brazen about borrowing money, were it not for her senior brother. She would never lend a thing. Why the rush? Wait for me to get them for you. She returned to her room, retrieved a wooden box, and filled it with the spirit stones she had just received from her brother. Looking at the remaining spirit stones in her storage bag, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This foolish Mu Siyu would probably never realize that she actually had an additional 7,000 low-grade spirit stones, but had claimed to possess only 5,000, leading her to believe she was lending her everything. Perhaps she would be moved to tears. Yi Xiaoxiao sealed the box, composed herself, and feigned reluctance as she carried it out, sighing, "Alas, I am left with so few spirit stones, and now they are all yours. When you join Xianxiao Peak, you must repay me." Mu Siyu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spirit stones. In just over a month, she had already experienced the bitter taste of poverty. Such a meager amount of low-grade spirit stones, in the past, she would not have bothered to glance at had they fallen to the ground. Yet now, they could very well save her life. Chapter 49. The first encounter of difficult sisters. Mu Siyu snatched the box and casually remarked, "Rest assured, you know how generous that great demon Su Yun is. He easily parts with tens of thousands of top-tier spirit stones. I can spare you a few. They are worth far more than these inferior ones." At the mention of this, Yi Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of discomfort. She had initially intended to request some top-tier spirit stones from her senior brother Tianxiang, but he happened to have none on hand and could only offer her a few inferior stones for the time being. If only she had chosen Su Yun as her target for spirit stones, he would have undoubtedly filled her storage bag with premium ones without a second thought. It must be said, though Su Yun may be rather rigid, he is indeed generous towards them and has never failed to provide them with spirit stones. Nevertheless, what good is it to dwell on such matters now, having lost her freedom and being unable to see senior brother Tianxiang? No amount of spirit stones or magical artifacts from Su Yun would bring her joy. Although her current situation is somewhat impoverished, the ability to frequently visit her senior brother is a far greater blessing than before. At worst, she could always ask her brother for some top-tier spirit stones next time, just to avoid witnessing Mu Siyu's smugness. Yi Xiaoxiao cast a reluctant glance at the box of spirit stones and reminded her, "Just remember, when you enter Xianxiao Peak next month, you must repay me with those top-tier spirit stones." Mu Siyu waved her hand dismissively. "Worry not. Although Su Yun is ruthless and devoid of compassion, he possesses an abundance of treasures. There are plenty of top-tier spirit stones at his disposal. Just wait for my good news." After counting the stones, she gleefully tucked the box away and turned to leave. "I'm off to the market to buy some qi condensing pills. Farewell for now." Qi condensing pills are the most cost-effective alchemical product during the qi refining stage. Although their efficacy is slightly inferior to qi refining pills, their affordability makes them a popular choice. The Tianxian sect has standardized prices, allowing one to purchase 30 superior qi condensing pills for 50 inferior spirit stones. If luck is on her side, she might even encounter some cheaper high-quality goods or even premium pills at the market. With so many spirit stones now in her possession, she intends to buy all qi condensing pills and then retreat for rigorous cultivation. When she emerges once more, it will be a time of great astonishment for the world, prompting Su Yun to take her on as a disciple. Upon hearing she was headed to the market, Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly called after her, "Remember to go to the apothecary market for the pills. Their prices are relatively lower. Do not buy from the Yulong Peak market, as everything is excessively priced there." Without looking back, Mu Siyu waved her hand. "I know. She wasn't foolish enough to buy the expensive ones." The apothecary market was not far from Yulong Peak. She summoned a celestial crane and soared into the clouds, feeling the sunshine warm upon her and the air sweetly fragrant. These 5,000 inferior spirit stones represented more than just those inconspicuous qi condensing pills. They symbolized a brighter future, a turning point in her arduous life, and a harbinger of good fortune. Upon reaching the apothecary market, Mu Siyu meandered for a while when suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her. That person stood behind a stall, visibly agitated, glancing around with a pitiful expression, seemingly eager to draw every passerby to her booth to part with their coins. "Oh my, isn't that Su Youli? Once renowned throughout the world as the Spring Sun Sword Immortal, what brings you to this humble stall selling elixirs?" Mu Siyu, brimming with excitement, approached and, upon closer inspection, could not stifle a laugh. Garb of a menial disciple? How did you become a menial disciple? Her own plight seemed trivial in comparison, for there were others who fared far worse. Just look at this once proud sword immortal, reduced to the status of a mere menial disciple, while she herself remained an inner sect disciple, her rank undoubtedly superior. Su Youli had initially paid no heed, dismissing her as yet another rogue seeking to mock her. However, upon turning around with a fierce glare, she exclaimed in surprise, "Mu Siyu, what are you doing here?" as soon as the words left her mouth. Her eyes narrowed. You recognize me? Mu Siyu was momentarily taken aback, but recalling the lesson learned from Yu Xiao, she quickly regained her composure and leaned in closer, whispering, of course I recognize you. We've lived together for quite some time. I must ask, have you also? Su Youli, astute as ever, swiftly grasped the situation. It appeared her previous suspicions had borne fruit. This foolish individual had indeed been reborn. But what could this person want from her? Could it be that she had betrayed Brother Tianxiang and allied herself with that rogue Su Yun, and now sought to persuade her to return? Her expression hardened, annoyance creeping into her voice. What do you want from me? Are you here to convince me to go back? Let me make this abundantly clear. Even if Su Yun himself were to extend the invitation, I would never return. Mu Siyu scoffed, thinking that with one less person vying for spirit stones, she could acquire more resources and expedite her cultivation recovery. Only a fool would attempt to convince you to return. Clearing her throat, she continued, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to purchase some elixirs. How much are you selling them for? Given our good rapport, I shall take them all. Really? Su Youli's eyes sparkled with delight. Only someone familiar with her could appreciate the rarity of these elixirs. Unlike those common folk who had forced her to peddle her wares for so long, only one person had bought a bottle of her elixirs, while the rest lacked the discernment to appreciate their value. Indeed, the condensing chi pills, correct? How many spirit stones for a bottle? I shall take them all. At the standard price of 50 spirit stones per bottle, there are 12 bottles here, totaling 600 low-grade spirit stones. Su Youli swiftly procured a bag to contain her treasures, and Mu Siyu happily exchanged spirit stones for her goods. Both were in high spirits. One had finally encountered someone worse off than herself, reveling in the opportunity to flaunt her wealth, while the other believed she had found someone who understood her creations, equally elated. As Su Youli began to tidy up her stall, a smile adorned her face. Wait for me a moment. It has been ages since we last met. Today, let us indulge in wine and conversation. Her plans for prosperity had finally taken their first step, and a celebration was in order. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in front of the stall. Excuse me, is this the stall selling those exceedingly rare premium elixirs? As Su Youli was smiling while folding the tablecloth, her expression turned icy upon hearing the inquiry. In the past, when she heard others praise her elixirs, she would feel a sense of joy, believing that finally, someone understood her. However, now, upon hearing such remarks, she instantly recognized that it was merely a ruse to attract onlookers. No, she thought, they should go elsewhere. Without even lifting her gaze, her tone was laced with impatience and a hint of anger. These individuals were merely spectators, likely to ridicule her afterward. She had grown weary of it all. Mu Siyu, filled with curiosity, cast a glance in their direction. Upon seeing them, her pupils constricted, and she hastily tugged at Su Youli's sleeve. Addressing the group, we are sold out for today. Please come back another time. The group before her was none other than Zhao Qianfeng and his 3 companions, who, upon recognizing Mu Siyu, exhibited a noticeable shift in their demeanor, though they refrained from speaking. Rumor had it that this woman had rejected her master and, in front of him, sought out the esteemed Fengzong Lord to request apprenticeship, only to be met with repeated refusals. This situation seemed fraught with complications. Did she truly perceive her master as inferior to Fengzong Lord? Or was it possible that she was, in fact, aligned with Fengzong Lord, deliberately staging this charade to humiliate Xinxiao Peak? Chapter 50. Merely acquiring what they discarded. The atmosphere among the group suddenly grew tense, and even Su Youli noticed something amiss. What? Do you know each other? How unfortunate. Since it's no longer available, we shall take our leave, Zhao Qianfeng said, lightly placing his hand on Xia Zhiwei's shoulder, and politely led the group away. The other party had not overtly provoked them, so they could not retaliate directly. Xia Zhiwei scoffed softly as she departed, recognizing that they were merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, beings from an entirely different realm. There was no need for her to assert her superiority and tarnish her own reputation. Yet, upon seeing that individual, a sense of irritation arose within her, compelling her to unleash a few sarcastic remarks. Once they reached another stall, Su Youli quietly inquired, do you have a grudge against them? None at all. Mu Siyu gently shook her head, unable to recall when she might have offended them, yet their gaze towards her felt distinctly unsettling. Those individuals possessed profound cultivation. Although their depths were not easily discernible, in my experience, they were at least peak mid-chi refinement, possibly even late-stage disciples. Moreover, their attire seemed somewhat familiar. Observing the retreating figures, Su Youli subtly shook her head. If you truly harbor animosity towards them, it would be wise to avoid them in the future. Mu Siyu chuckled derisively. Late-stage chi refinement? You overestimate them. Back in the day, it It took us half a year to reach that stage. It has only been a month, and they are likely only at mid-chi refinement at best. No sooner had she spoken than an exclamation erupted from the stall in front of Zhao Qianfeng. A top-grade spirit stone. It's indeed a top-grade spirit stone. The stall owner, clutching a multicolored spirit stone, repeatedly declined, bowing respectfully. Esteemed senior, I truly cannot part with it. May I inquire if you possess any low-grade spirit stones? Zhao Qianfeng furrowed his brow, appearing genuinely troubled. If you cannot part with it, then there is no need to search. Just wrap everything up for me. Ah, yes. Please wait a moment. I will prepare everything for you. The man, his face alight with excitement, hurriedly gathered the items, even handing over the storage bag directly to him. That was a top-grade spirit stone, which could be exchanged for a staggering 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The intrinsic value of a top-grade spirit stone was immense. It could be utilized for cultivation and in the refinement of high-tier elixirs, something that 200,000 low-grade spirit stones could not equal. He could toil for 20 years selling chi-gathering pills and still not amass such wealth. They had struck it rich. Indeed, a tremendous fortune. Such a display of wealth instantly drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding disciples, their eyes glowing with envy. In their glances towards Zhao Qianfeng and his companions, a newfound respect was evident. Those who could so casually wield a top-grade spirit stone were undoubtedly descendants of some esteemed figure within the sect, destined to ascend to unparalleled heights. Su Youli was also taken aback. Having returned to life, it was her first encounter with a top-grade spirit stone. This treasure, once casually carried in a storage bag, was only fully appreciated upon its loss. To her, it was akin to a rare gem, something she could hardly hope to behold again. Even if she labored tirelessly in alchemy, she could never hope to earn a single top-grade spirit stone. Cursed be it. I should never have sold the elixir to Musiyu. Had I sold it to that individual, I would have secured for myself a piece of exquisite spirit stone. Su Youli's breath quickened, wishing fervently to reclaim the elixir and inquire if that youth still desired it. Yet, she found herself unable to swallow her pride. After all, she was to be a future tribulation sword immortal. Engaging in such actions was undeniably beneath her dignity. Once she restored her cultivation, exquisite spirit stones would be abundant. She could not forsake her self-respect for a fleeting temptation. As Su Youli chided herself internally, it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. Feeling a twinge of bitterness as she queried, which peak does that youth belong to, possessing wealth rivaling our former resources? Regrettably, she had departed from Xianxia Peak. Otherwise, she would have certainly taken Su Yun as her master and acquired numerous exquisite spirit stones. Musiyu, with a hint of irritation, scoffed. Which peak could it be other than Xianxia Peak? What? Xianxia Peak? Su Youli's body stiffened, her vision momentarily darkening. So, these four were indeed Su Yun's newly accepted disciples? Noticing Su Youli's peculiar demeanor, Musiyu hastily began to clear the table, pulling her to turn and leave, stating, "Those few are Su Yun's new apprentices. Look at them, merely in the chi refinement stage. Yet they carry themselves with an arrogance that surpasses ours from back in the day, as if their noses were raised to the heavens." Upon hearing this, Su Youli could not help but glance back once more. It turned out that the spirit-condensing herb once desired by Tian Lingyin was sent to them. Now that she observed closely, those individuals indeed exuded an aura of opulence, adorned not only in exquisite garments, but also in hairpins, jade pendants, and footwear, all resonating with considerable spiritual energy. Su Yun, as always, treated his disciples with exceptional generosity, whether it be their sustenance, attire, or the necessities for cultivation. He ensured everything was meticulously provided. The items she deemed unworthy were all bestowed upon other disciples. Su Youli had inquired previously and was aware of Su Yun's acceptance of disciples. This was her first time witnessing them in person. Observing their demeanor, she noted a semblance to her own past. The pride, the sense of invincibility, and the feeling of being revered above all others were sensations she had not experienced in quite some time. A complex emotion flickered within her heart as Su Youli forced a strained smile. Su Yun remains as generous as ever. These individuals, mere chi refinement practitioners, are lavished with such treasures, without fear of excess. Musiyu, equally discontented, huffed in response. Humph, look at them, flaunting a few trinkets. Eager to display all their prized possessions, their mentality is utterly contemptible. Ultimately, these treasures are nothing but what we discarded, had we desired them. They would not have had the opportunity to claim them. Su Youli nodded vigorously in agreement. You speak the truth. These are merely items we deemed unnecessary, now picked up by them. How laughable that they regard these as treasures, oblivious to the fact that even if Su Yun personally offered them to me, I would refuse. In this moment of reflection, Su Youli abruptly awakened to the reality. How perilous! She nearly fell into Su Yun's trap. Su Yun has always disdained the negligence of her disciples towards their studies, desiring only that they engage in daily cultivation. It is only after they have transcended their realms that she allows them the respite of descending the mountain. Given that these individuals are her disciples and have only recently become her apprentices, it is inconceivable that they would be permitted to leave the mountain before establishing their foundational skills. Moreover, it is quite a coincidence that they have arrived at her stall. Such an occurrence is utterly implausible. The only explanation is that these individuals, acting under Su Yun's direction, have deliberately approached her to display their prowess. They intend to tempt her to return voluntarily by offering exquisite spirit stones. Chapter 51. As long as Su Yun accepts her, she is willing to relinquish her freedom. Ha! How absurd. She, Su Youli, is destined to become a transcendent sword immortal. How could she allow herself to be manipulated for mere spirit stones? If Su Yun were to personally beseech her, perhaps her heart might soften, and she would graciously accept the treasures he offers. However, if he continues to employ such despicable tactics, covertly attempting to coerce her back, that is utterly impossible. Her dignity shall not be trampled upon. Yet, what is truly the matter with Su Yun? Is he so unable to part with her, so eager for her return? Alas, her heart has never resided at Xianxia Peak. She yearns to cultivate alongside senior brother Tianxiang at Shiku Peak, and she is destined to disappoint Su Yun. Having come to this realization, Su Youli's spirits lifted considerably. She took Mu Siyu to a nearby tavern. We have been sisters in the sect for some time, and it has been ages since we last met. Today, I shall treat you, and you must share with me what has transpired recently. Mu Siyu, harboring a belly full of grievances, found the perfect opportunity to vent. The two quickly found a private room, set up a soundproof formation, and began to exchange words, voicing their discontent with Su Yun's missteps. Meanwhile, upon seeing Mu Siyu depart, Zhao Qianfeng and the others also decided to leave and explore elsewhere. Xia Jiwei, joyfully munching on candied hawthorn, remarked, "You truly thought this through, second senior brother. I witnessed it all. The moment that female cultivator laid eyes on the exquisite spirit stones, her expression transformed, and it wasn't long before she stormed off in anger." Zhao Qianfeng hastily denied it. "Fourth junior sister, you misunderstand. I merely happened to lack inferior spirit stones at the moment. It was not intentional." Xia Jiwei rolled her eyes. All right. At noon in the tavern, the innkeeper claimed your 800 inferior spirit stones were all counterfeit, worthless. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianfeng couldn't help but smirk, and even the usually gentle Ning Qiuyue smiled, clearly in good spirits. Only Yi Wuxin appeared bewildered, unsure of what had occurred. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly inquired, "Third senior sister, does that female cultivator harbor any enmity towards us?" Ning Qiuyue shook her head. "There is animosity, but the cause remains uncertain. It may be directed at Xianxia Peak. In the future, if we encounter her, it would be wise to exercise caution." Xia Jiwei added, "And we must also be wary of the woman beside her. I sense they both harbor ulterior motives." "Understood, I shall take note." Night Wuxin said as she reflected on the appearances of the two women, her heart filled with questions. They were merely at the early stage of qi refinement. Seemingly ordinary disciples, and one was unmistakably a servant disciple. Their status was lowly. Logically, they should not have any grievances against Xianxia Peak. Enough about them. Have you all prepared the medicinal pills? Our master will soon take us to Fuming Cave, and this will be our first encounter in battle. We must not afford any mistakes, Zhao Qianfeng stated. Xia Jiwei patted her storage pouch. All is in order. Detoxification pills, barrier-breaking pills, guiding leaves, low-grade array plates, and bewitching treasures are all accounted for. Ning Qiuyu nodded, stating that the exquisite magical artifact bestowed by the master had been successfully refined, and she had also mastered several low-tier secret techniques for combat, ensuring her absolute confidence. Yi Wuxin, observing the three with envy, lamented her own lack of foundation, as she would have to remain at Xianxia Peak to cultivate alone. However, this solitude would not last long. Within 5 days at most, she would surely achieve the foundational stage. Within the tavern, Su Youli and her companion grew increasingly agitated, vehemently criticizing Su Yun to the utmost degree, even going so far as to denounce Zhao Qianfeng and his companions, whom they had only encountered once. Just look at their smugness. They act as if they have discovered the finest spirit stones that we discarded, parading around as if they possess a supreme celestial artifact, desperate for others to recognize their treasures. As Mu Siyu downed a cup of fruit wine, her anger intensified with each passing thought. Once I arrive at Xianxia Peak, I must demand more exquisite spirit stones from Su Yun, far surpassing what any of them possess, driving them to envy. Su Youli chimed in, indeed. Su Yun has always treated you well. If you go this time, he will undoubtedly continue to favor you above all others. Mu Siyu, swelling with pride, retorted, humph. They have no inkling of Su Yun's true nature. Once he reveals his true self, these few will certainly not last long at Xianxia Peak. Only I possess the formidable willpower to endure in that den of demons. All those exquisite spirit stones, those magical treasures, and those spirit pets will ultimately belong solely to me. Su Youli agreed. Yes, without Su Yun's support, devoid of exquisite spirit stones, magical resources, and superior techniques, they will amount to nothing and will inevitably be expelled from Xianxia Peak. At that time, you can flaunt your spirit stones in front of them, inciting their envy and jealousy. Exactly, that is precisely what I am envisioning, Mu Siyu chuckled gleefully. The thought of soon escaping her arduous life filled her heart with anticipation. Soon, she would be initiated into Xianxia Peak. She wondered what expressions those individuals would wear upon seeing her. After all, they ought to address her as senior sister, for she was the earliest among this year's new disciples. However, one must consider the implications of joining Su Yun's sect, for such a decision would entail relinquishing one's freedom. Although Su Youli held reservations, she recognized that everyone has their own aspirations and refrained from further persuasion. Moreover, having an acquaintance at Xianxia Peak would facilitate her endeavors in the future. At the very least, she could procure some spirit stones from this individual in times of need. A few exquisite spirit stones would certainly outweigh her exhausting efforts in alchemy. Mu Siyu shook her head with a sigh. I have no choice. You cannot fathom the hardships of the inner sect. The people there are utterly heartless, akin to beasts. Remaining there would be far worse than following Su Yun. Though the pressure is intense, at least I would not live in constant fear. Besides, I still have a blood feud to avenge. Staying in the inner sect would merely squander my time. This morning, as she departed her residence, she feared that a group might suddenly ambush her. And it was only after distancing herself that her heart gradually settled. This time, I shall not provoke Su Yun again. For as long as he aids me in avenging my grievances, I would willingly accept confinement within the Tianxian sect, surrendering my freedom. Upon hearing these words, Su Youli recalled the torment of her past life, and a shiver ran through her. Su Yun, who usually appeared quite gentle, revealed an unexpectedly ruthless side when provoked. Displaying no mercy whatsoever, it was a pain that nearly brought her to the brink of death. Fortunately, she need not trouble herself with that individual any longer, for she was now free. Regardless of how she sought out Brother Tianxiang, no one would dare to speak against her, and at the very least, her life would no longer be in jeopardy. Chapter 52. Another renegade, however. How do you plan to seek a master? Su Yun spends all his days secluded on Xianxia Peak, completely out of sight. This is quite simple. Mu Siyu smiled with pride. I have already gathered the information. Next month, Su Yun will accompany Senior Brother Tianxiang to Xixia Peak to give a discourse. I merely need to wait for him there. Su Youli's eyes widened in surprise. What? Senior Brother Tianxiang will also be attending. Did you not know? Mu Siyu explained. It is said that the sect leader arranged this, stating that for the new disciples' initiation, both vice sect leaders should frequently give teachings to guide the novices in their cultivation. Su Youli hardly heard the latter part of her words. All she registered was that Senior Brother Tianxiang would be speaking at Xixia Peak. How wonderful, truly splendid. She had been troubled by the poor sales of her elixirs and had hoped for Senior Brother Tianxiang's assistance in promoting them. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Indeed, she was the epitome of a favored child of heaven. Whatever she wished for seemed to manifest effortlessly. This rare opportunity was not merely to have Senior Brother Tianxiang promote her elixirs, but also to seize the chance to request him as her mentor. In her past life, her brother had assured her that no matter the challenges she faced, she could always seek him out, and even if they were strangers, he would never allow her to suffer. He was such a benevolent person. Even across lifetimes, Su Youli would not forget those words. Previously, she had been thwarted by that scoundrel Ting Han, which prevented her from meeting her brother. This time, she would publicly seek his mentorship in front of many witnesses. He would undoubtedly not refuse. With her mind set on this, Su Youli lost interest in drinking. She needed to return and prepare her elixirs. She aimed to elevate her cultivation to at least the mid-stage of qi refinement within a month. Otherwise, she would feel too embarrassed to face her brother. Having confirmed the specific timing, Su Youli bid farewell to Mu Siyu, and they each returned to their preparations, vowing to soar to new heights at Xixia Peak next month and irrevocably alter the course of their lives. At Tianxian Peak, Feng Yunhua summoned Su Yun, Feng Tianxiang, and several elders who were available to discuss the forthcoming opening of the Fuming Cave. The fuming cave opens only once every millennium. While the outer areas are not overly perilous, they allow lower-tier disciples to hone their skills. The central fuming island, however, will be fiercely contested by core disciples at the God transformation stage. This time, Vice Sect Leader Su will lead the expedition, accompanied by Elders Ning and Yao. Elder Ning, adorned in a flowing white gown, possessed a gentle demeanor and was at the early stage of integration, while Elder Yao, dressed in a golden Taoist robe and wearing a Taoist crown, bore a serious expression, also at the early stage of integration. Upon hearing this, both elders nodded in agreement before acknowledging Su Yun with a gesture. Su Yun returned the salutation, feeling a stirring in his heart. These two elders had connections with the Ning and Zhao families, effectively forming an alliance with him, making collaboration with them significantly safer than with other elders. Was the Master-S arrangement intentional or coincidental? Seeing that the three had acquiesced, one elder produced a jade slip and slid it across the table to Su Yun. Sect Leader Su, this is the list of disciples for this expedition. I kindly request you to review it. Su Yun picked it up and glanced over it, a smile dawning in his eyes. As expected, that renegade was indeed on this list. I observe that Brother Su appears to be in good spirits, yet he notices a disciple he holds in high regard on the list. Feng Tianxiang has lost his qualification to lead, and his mood is already irritable. Upon suddenly catching the glimmer of amusement in Su Yun's eyes, he perceives it as mockery directed at him. Su Yun puts away the jade slip, a smile gracing his lips. Not at all. I merely recalled an amusing incident. The daughter of Master Su of the Divine Fire Peak, Su Lingling, was one of his 7 rebellious disciples in a past life. As the master of the Heavenly Profound Sect and the overseer of artifact crafting, Master Su is currently at the mid-stage of integration. Having been blessed with a daughter in his later years, he dotes on Su Lingling. Unfortunately, she possesses a flawed constitution that renders her unsuitable for the cultivation methods of the Divine Fire Peak, and her innate talent is rather modest. Without a distinguished mentor to guide her, her future progress in cultivation seems bleak, and she is unlikely to reach the realm of void refinement in her lifetime. Consequently, Master Su intended to place her under Feng Tianxiang's tutelage, leveraging the title of Vice Sect Master to ensure her lifelong stability. However, Feng Tianxiang dismissed her due to her lackluster aptitude and refused to accept her. Master Su had no choice but to appeal to the sect leader. Who first thought of Su Yun? Su Yun has always been indifferent to the matter of accepting disciples. Since his master has spoken, he would accept her, considering it merely a matter of investing some time in her education. Little did he know, this girl was also ungrateful. After he exerted great effort to improve her aptitude, found suitable cultivation methods for her, and assisted her in reaching the tribulation stage, thus allowing her to inherit the legacy of the Divine Fire Peak. She suddenly underwent a drastic change in temperament. She claimed that her original intention was to study under Feng Tianxiang, and that it was Su Yun who had forcibly taken her from him, accusing Su Yun of disrupting their bond and deeming him unworthy to be a teacher. It was she who disclosed Su Yun's specific location during the tribulation, leading to a disastrous incident. This expedition to the Fuming Cave Heaven marks her first encounter with Feng Tianxiang, and her inclusion was, of course, a deliberate arrangement by Master Su to bring her closer to Feng Tianxiang. Su Yun had never pondered this deeply before, but now it occurs to him that Master Su likely harbored ulterior motives beyond merely having Su Lingling seek a mentor. In his previous life, he truly believed that Su Lingling sought to learn the art, and thus he interpreted her affectionate gestures as a disciple's respect for her master. She was more considerate than his other disciples, never vying for attention, yet whenever something was taken from her, she would invariably come to him in tears. In an attempt to compensate her, Su Yun would bestow upon her additional treasures and even facilitated her attainment of the Divine Fire Peak's celestial legacy, elevating her to the position of Peak Master. Who could have anticipated that after receiving the legacy, she would turn around and accuse Su Yun, asserting that she never intended to compete for the legacy with her brothers, but it was Su Yun who compelled her to do so. What was initially a favorable situation, upon her retelling, transformed the entire Divine Fire Peak into a chorus of blame against Su Yun, deeming him meddlesome and accusing him of interfering in the affairs of other spiritual peaks. Furthermore, rumors began to circulate within the sect, claiming that Su Lingling had turned against her kin in her ruthless pursuit of the legacy, suggesting that there were issues with her character. Given her status at the time, such matters could have easily been disregarded. A mere word to dismiss the rumor-monger would suffice. Yet, she insisted on clarifying to the entire sect, stating that she did not wish for things to unfold this way, but was forced by Su Yun into a corner, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. At this juncture, Su Yun's reputation has plummeted dramatically, and she has been summoned by the sect leader for a discussion, resulting in the entire Xianxia peak suffering the consequences with a reduction in resource allocation. Yet, it was she who initially claimed that Sect Master Su was biased, allowing only her brothers to vie for the inheritance. She expressed her desire to compete and prove herself, which prompted Su Yun to come forth in support of her. Who could have anticipated that such goodwill would be met with treachery? This woman is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, repaying kindness with malice. As the meeting concluded and Su Yun was about to depart, she was halted by Feng Tianxiang. Senior brother, Sect Master Su sought me out earlier. Su Yun looked at him with confusion but refrained from responding. After a moment's pause, Feng Tianxiang could no longer contain himself. Aren't you curious about the reason? Su Yun shook her head, offering no answer, but instead countering with, do you have something to discuss with me, junior brother? Feng Tianxiang had intended to speak, but found his words caught in his throat, rendered speechless. He hoped Su Yun would take the initiative to inquire, allowing him to broach the matter of Su Lingling, followed by a sigh of lamentation, prompting Su Yun to assist him with this dilemma. He preferred not to request her aid directly, as that would leave him indebted to her. Chapter 53. Who granted you the right to call me senior brother? In the past, Feng Tianxiang often employed such tactics, and Su Yun would invariably fall for them. All it took was a mere flick of his tongue. There was no need for any action on his part, and in the aftermath, Su Fengzhu would express gratitude for his contribution, thereby incurring a debt of favor. Yet, of late, Su Yun has exhibited an unusual wariness, guarding against even the slightest provocations, something he had never done before. A smile crept onto Feng Tianxiang's face as he remarked, there are no pressing matters at hand. However, during our upcoming expedition to Fuming Cave Heaven, a multitude of experts from various sects will be present. Senior brother, do exercise utmost caution. No matter how exquisite the treasures may be, safety must take precedence. Of course, Su Yun nodded. I will entrust the affairs of our sect to you during my absence. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways with smiles, though it wasn't long before the joy faded from their faces. The position of Sect Master is singular, and they are inherently rivals. Feng Tianxiang had understood this truth from the very beginning. It seems Su Yun has come to this realization as well. Feng Tianxiang suddenly reappeared at the summit of a peak where Su Yunting, the master of Divine Fire Peak, awaited him. Upon seeing him, Su Yunting promptly bowed and inquired, Sect Master Feng, may I ask if Sect Master Su has consented? Feng Tianxiang shook his head, sighing, alas. Senior brother has always been accustomed to a carefree existence. He refrained from mentioning whether Su Yun had declined or accepted, for he had not posed the question to begin with. Instead, he redirected the conversation, I have done my utmost. Perhaps you should seek someone else. What? Sect Master Su has actually refused? Su Yunting's expression darkened. He had assumed that Su Yun would prioritize sect camaraderie, believing that if Feng Tianxiang personally interceded, Su Yun would be unable to refuse. Now, it appeared he might have to appeal directly to the Sect Master. However, seeking the Sect Master's assistance would incur far too many debts of gratitude. Very well, I shall make one more attempt. If that fails, I shall have no choice but to request the Sect Master's intervention. He bowed once more, saying, I appreciate your efforts, Sect Master Feng. It is of no consequence. Merely a trifling matter, Feng Tianxiang replied with a smile, before stepping forth and vanishing from sight. Although he had not truly assisted, he had indeed made an effort. It was unreasonable to expect him to solicit Su Yun's aid for something so minor. One Divine Fire Peak was hardly worth such a concession. My lord cannot be without attendance. Allow me to accompany you and serve you closely, Lingyin implored, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. However, Su Yun's intent for this journey was to procure a certain pseudo-immortal artifact, and bringing someone along would pose significant risks. This time, I have important matters to attend to. You all must remain here. Especially you, Lingyin. There are numerous affairs at Xianxia Peak that require your oversight. If you were to leave with me, wouldn't that create chaos? Su Yun comforted her. This trip will not be prolonged. I shall return in no less than 10 days and no more than a month. During this time, I shall rely on your diligence. Lingyin, flattered by his praise, obediently lowered her head in acquiescence. After addressing these trivial matters, Su Yun set off with 3 disciples towards the Mountain Gate Square. The Mountain Gate Square served as the assembly point for their expedition, where all disciples and elders preparing for departure gathered. Approximately several thousand disciples would accompany them, scattered across dozens of high-tier battle vessels. Besides Elder Ning and Elder Yao, there were 6 other elders at the virtual refinement stage accompanying them, while the rest were disciples of various realms, ranging from foundation establishment to divine transformation. Su Lingling occupied a prominent position, adorned in a splendid feathered robe of gold and crimson, its vibrant hues starkly contrasting with the light-colored garments of others. Anyone arriving at this gathering would instantly notice her fiery red attire. She stood alongside the members of the Divine Fire Peak, gazing adoringly at Feng Tianxiang, absorbing his warm words of concern. It had been a considerable time since she had last heard her senior brother Tianxiang's voice. Now, being so close to him again filled her heart with joy. At that moment, Su Yun appeared with his disciples. Everyone promptly bowed in respect. Even Feng Tianxiang joyfully addressed him as senior brother. Only Su Lingling's expression darkened instantly, and she conveyed her grievances to her two elder brothers. I truly cannot fathom the sect leader's reasoning. Fuming Cavern is brimming with treasures. It would have been splendid for senior brother Tianxiang to lead the expedition. Why must Su Yun go instead? He is perpetually brooding and reluctant to converse. His presence outside will only offend others and tarnish our sect's reputation. Enough. What nonsense are you uttering? Su Dequan reprimanded her without any leniency. The sect leader's decisions are beyond our reproach. Furthermore, how were you raised at home? You must not address sect leader Su by his given name. He should be respectfully referred to as sect leader Su, and you must never speak ill of him. Moreover, sect leader Feng holds the position of deputy sect leader in our sect, a status equally esteemed. By seniority, you should be addressing him as Uncle Master, not senior brother. Su Lingling wrinkled her nose, feeling wronged as she clutched the arm of another, pouting, Big brother, look at second brother. Always reprimanding me. Su Jingda, the eldest son of the Su family and her most favored sibling, shot a disapproving glare at Su Dequan upon hearing this, and retorted, it's merely a matter of titles. Neither of the two deputy sect leaders would take offense. Why must you scold our third sister so loudly? What if the two deputy sect leaders overheard and misconstrued our behavior as impolite? Big brother you. Su Dequan was nearly exasperated, believing that such a lack of decorum from their younger sister stemmed from the indulgence of their elder brother and father. All right. What is the fuss over a trivial matter? Our third sister is still young. Why bother quarreling over such things? Su Jingda affectionately ruffled Su Lingling's hair, his eyes brimming with fondness. Su Lingling huffed lightly at Su Dequan and redirected her gaze toward Feng Tianxiang. Previously, she would have called him Uncle Master, but senior brother Tianxiang had suggested that since she was now a tribulation-transcending cultivator, calling him Uncle Master would feel too distant. Thus, he permitted her to address him as senior brother, claiming it would foster a warmer connection. He had even stated that among the entire Tianxian sect, she alone was granted the privilege to call him that privately, as no one else possessed such an honor. Reflecting on those cherished memories filled Su Lingling's heart with sweetness, igniting a longing to reconnect with senior brother Tianxiang and rekindle their past bond. Yet, upon catching sight of Su Yun, all her joyous sentiments dissipated instantly. It was this detestable individual who had disrupted her once blissful existence. As she pondered this, Su Jingda tugged her forward, declaring, Su Jingda of Divine Fire Peak, I pay my respects to the two sect leaders. He embarked on this journey with a mission at hand. His third sister possessed a constitution that was exceedingly unique. Not only did she suffer from certain innate deficiencies, but even if painstaking efforts were made to mend these flaws, her cultivation would demand an abundance of resources to sustain it. Otherwise, her very life could be at stake. The Sacred Fire Peak lacked surplus resources and could only seek alternatives from other sources. Regrettably, the esteemed Lord Feng was unwilling to accept his third sister as a disciple, leaving him with no choice but to facilitate her interactions with Su Yun. Should she manage to capture the latter's attention, her path to cultivation would be secured. However, Su Lingling held a different perspective. She yearned to follow Feng Tianxiang, undeterred by her father's rejection. After all, senior brother Tianxiang had yet to meet her and was unaware of her exceptional qualities. If they were to cross paths, he would undoubtedly take her under his wing. In her past life, senior brother Tianxiang had expressed numerous times his desire for her to leave Su Yun and join the West Bitter Peak. Even secretly joining would suffice. The mere sight of her name inscribed in the roster of the West Bitter Peak would bring him immense joy. Now, the opportunity had arisen. All she needed was to find a moment to clarify her intentions with her brother, and she could gain entry into the West Bitter Peak. Chapter 54. Why address him as master when we are of the same rank? However, before she had the opportunity to converse with her senior brother, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Su Yun. He cast a glance at the three individuals and nodded at the elders, stating, since everyone has arrived, we shall set forth. The elders nodded in agreement and began to arrange for boarding, while he led his disciples onto the grandest golden warship at the center. To his surprise, Su Jingda followed closely behind with his two junior siblings. Master Su, he began, allow me to introduce my younger sister, Su Lingling. She possesses remarkable talent. with a complete mastery of the 5 elements, and bears a body of tribulation, which allows her to summon thunder during her cultivation for body refinement, making her progress significantly more efficient. The tribulation body, in simple terms, is prone to being struck by lightning. Moreover, the thunder tribulations can manifest at unpredictable moments, whether during cultivation, breakthroughs, or even while asleep. Although these tribulations can indeed be beneficial, refining the physique and enhancing the purity of spiritual power, they become increasingly formidable with each occurrence, eventually rivaling the tribulation faced upon ascending to immortality. Should her cultivation fail to keep pace with the arrival of the tribulations, it could spell disaster. In his previous life, Su Youli had tirelessly sought treasures to shield Su Lingling from these tribulations, hoping to expedite her advancement. Yet, after centuries of effort, he was met with betrayal. Third sister, quickly pay your respects to Master Su, Su Jingda urged. Su Lingling pouted and, with great reluctance, offered a half-hearted salute, refusing to utter a single word. The sight of Su Youli irked her immensely. How could she possibly show him the respect he demanded? Her dismissive demeanor drew immediate discontent from Xia Jiwei, who recalled a similar incident from the previous night when she had to intervene. This time, it was her turn to take action. She stepped forward, exclaiming, "How dare you? The master is the vice master of our sect. How can you, a mere girl, display such impudence?" Su Jingda was taken aback. He was unsure of his sister's motives. They were here seeking refuge, and their demeanor should indeed be humble. Yet, his sister seemed to disregard this, refusing even to address Su Youli with the proper title, making their appeal all the more difficult. He quickly interjected, "Master Su, please forgive my younger sister. She is still quite young and lacks the eloquence required. I hope you will not hold it against her." He then shot a significant glance at Su Lingling, urging her to apologize in alignment with his words, confident that the vice master would not be overly harsh with a junior. Seeing his brother's subservient posture only deepened Su Lingling's frown. What folly was this? Was it such a grave offense not to address someone properly? She was no longer a disciple of Xianxia Peak, and Su Youli had no authority over her. If she chose not to bow or offer respect, he would not cast them out for it. She could not fathom her brother's anxiety. In her past life, after she had faced her tribulation and encountered senior brother Tianxiang, she had seldom referred to Su Youli as master, as a fellow cultivator of the same rank. She was even entitled to address him as an equal. It was merely out of respect for their long-standing master-disciple relationship that she refrained from doing so. Yet, Su Youli persisted in reprimanding her for her lack of decorum, even going so far as to summon others to instruct her on the rituals of the sect. It is laughable. She refuses to learn, yet what can he do? If he dares to pressure her, she will simply flee. From that moment, she understood that Su Youli is nothing more than a petty individual who values his pride above all else. Ultimately, Su Youli cannot abide her cultivation catching up to his. He fears losing control over her, which is why he incessantly demands that she refer to him as master and adhere to his so-called traditions and etiquette. She has addressed him as master for over 1,000 years. How much more satisfaction does he seek? Brother Tianxiang, on the other hand, never bothers with such trivial matters. He even graciously suggested she call him brother instead. Look at that. Now there is someone who truly cares for her well-being. Someone who genuinely considers her feelings and never puts her in a position where she must engage in tasks she despises. Just as Su Lingling was about to retort with scorn towards the woman, Su Daoquan swiftly restrained her. "Please forgive me, Sect Master Su. This is Lingling's first descent from the mountain. She has long heard of your esteemed name and wished to pay her respects, but she is unfamiliar with the customs. I kindly ask that you do not hold this against her." With that, he pulled Su Lingling behind him, bowing respectfully to Su Youli, his body bending low. "Upon our return, I will ensure my younger sister learns the proper etiquette. She will not be allowed out until she does. After all, they are siblings." Even if he finds Su Lingling's inexplicable arrogance intolerable, he must step in to defend her. If their father were to discover this, he would surely blame him for being inconsiderate, and he would stand no chance of contending for the inheritance against his elder brother. Su Youli waved his hand, signaling Xia Jiwei to step back. Su Lingling's brother seemed to possess some sense, yet how could he have raised such an arrogant fool? Su Daoquan sighed in relief, noting that Su Youli did not seem inclined to pursue the matter further. It is understandable. As a cultivator of the combining stage and the Deputy Sect Master, he would not stoop to quarreling with a mere Foundation Establishment junior. However, what was once a splendid opportunity to present herself before Su Youli had now been squandered by the folly of the third sister. While her brothers sought to absolve her, Su Lingling could only perceive Su Yuli's reaction as an overreaction. It was merely a trivial matter, yet it had frightened her brothers to such an extent that they were groveling and pleading for mercy, How utterly contemptible. As for her second brother, what etiquette had she violated? She had performed the required rites. After all, she simply did not wish to address Su Yun in an overly familiar manner. What wrong had she committed? Humph. Who truly lacks understanding of etiquette here? Sect Master Su, though I did not utter a respectful title, I certainly extended you the courtesy due. It is rather your disciple who has been excessively rude, berating us for such a trivial issue. Now that is a true lack of decorum. Look at Su Yun. He truly does not know how to select disciples. Who is this person he has chosen? Her two brothers are cultivators of the transformation stage, while this woman is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. How dare she speak to her elders in such a manner? Furthermore, she is the daughter of the master of divine fire peak, of noble lineage. How dare anyone humiliate her to her face? Just her status alone is beyond the comparison of this woman. Xia Jiwei's expression shifted markedly. Who is this woman, and has she lost her mind? Even the master is unwilling to pursue the matter, yet this fool leaps forward seeking rebuke, behaving like a complete simpleton. She was mistaken. She should not have quarreled with a fool. When dealing with unreasonable individuals, one must compel them through strength. Chapter 55. Feng Tianxiang was keen to witness the unfolding drama. Xia Jiwei inhaled deeply, stepped forward, and pointed an accusatory finger at Su Lingling, exclaiming, "You insolent wench, how dare you repeatedly disrespect our master? If you possess any courage, step forward and face me in combat." Upon hearing this, Su Lingling nearly erupted in laughter. In her previous life, she had undergone tribulations and possessed boundless strength, standing at the pinnacle of the immortal path. Even if her current cultivation was lacking, her combat experience alone would suffice to effortlessly subdue this junior and grind her into the ground. How audacious of this disrespectful junior to challenge her. Yet, this was fortuitous. She would demonstrate to Su Yun just how utterly feeble the disciple he had painstakingly trained was before her. She advanced with a cold smile, preparing to respond. But before she could utter another word, Su Daoquan, quick-witted and swift, covered her mouth and pulled her back, kneeling on the ground in a hurry to bow his head. My younger sister is ignorant and has spoken recklessly without knowing her place. I, as her elder, offer my apologies to Master Su on her behalf. Please, Master Su, show her mercy, and I implore this younger sister to forgive her as well. No matter the circumstances, there was absolutely no room for conflict today. Should a fight truly ensue, even if it were merely among juniors, it would irrevocably offend the Xinxia Peak. The Divine Fire Peak was not in a position to provoke such a powerful vice master. Beside them, Su Jingda quickly knelt as well, pleading, "Master Su, spare her life." Lingling spoke out of turn. "I assure you, I will discipline her severely upon our return." Both men were filled with trepidation, fearing that a wrathful Su Yun might detain Su Lingling. The crime of disrespecting one's superior could range from a mere reprimand to a death sentence. Su Yun raised his gaze to the haughty young woman before him. Even with a second chance, her temperament showed no signs of alteration. All the etiquette he had imparted seemed to have vanished. He shook his head with a smile, remarking, "Master Su has truly raised a remarkable daughter." There was no trace of anger in his tone, yet both Su Jingda and Su Daoquan's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly bowed their heads in supplication. "We beseech you, Master Su, show mercy. Lingling is still young and does not understand her misdeeds. Please, Master Su, exercise restraint and forgive her." As he spoke, Su Daoquan chastised, "Impertinent fool. Quickly kneel." Master Su was known for his gentle demeanor, but even a gentle soul held the title of Vice Master of the Heavenly Profound Sect, a formidable cultivator in the later stages of integration. Even their father would treat him with utmost respect, daring not to offend in the slightest. How could Su Lingling presume to act so brazenly? Even if some arrogance were permissible, there should be limits. As a mere foundational cultivator, what right did she have to exhibit such hubris before a master of the later integration stage? Su Daoquan wished he could slap this foolish girl away. And even Su Jingda's expression darkened. He cherished his younger sister, but should she incite a disaster, he could not shield her from the consequences. Master Su was a powerful figure capable of determining the rise or fall of the Ling Peak. A single word from him could spell calamity for the Divine Fire Peak. That was the future he was destined to oversee. Yet, Su Lingling remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, convinced that Su Yun was genuinely praising her. Although she resented her elder brother for preventing her from teaching the junior a lesson, she felt elated, believing her words had touched Su Yun. It is no surprise that she, with just a few words, managed to persuade this formidable adversary. Indeed, in her past life, she had been overly accommodating towards Su Yun. Had she been more forthright and reprimanded him earlier, perhaps he would have relinquished his position voluntarily, thereby averting the calamities of her previous existence. Yet, In the next moment, her mind went blank, as if a colossal mountain had suddenly descended upon her, pinning her to the ground with a resounding thud. Even Su Jingde and Su Daoquan were forcefully subdued, unable to lift their heads. Simultaneously, Su Yun's voice resonated throughout the entire Tianxian sect, the Earth Official Hall, Feng Yao. Heed my command. Su Yunting has failed in the proper upbringing of his daughter. Thus, the resources of the Divine Fire Peak shall be suspended for 1 year. Su Yunting, should you take issue with this, feel free to confront me. While he was reluctant to engage with the younger generation, he had no qualms about holding their elders accountable. A year's resources may not seem substantial, yet it would certainly cause Su Yunting considerable distress, inciting resentment among all members of the Divine Fire Peak towards the instigator of their plight. In the next moment, a beam of azure light soared from the direction of the Earth Official Hall, and the voice of the Hall Master, Feng, echoed throughout the sect. Feng Yao of the Earth Official Hall fully complies with the decree of Sect Master Su. The proclamation resounded across 1,000,000 miles, leaving those preparing to set sail in a state of bewilderment, their gazes drawn to the central ship, puzzled by the unfolding events. Even Feng Tianxiang, who was about to return, turned in confusion. Wasn't Su Yunting the one who had sent his daughter to present herself before Su Yun in a bid to curry favor and gain entry into the Xinxia Peak? What on earth had this girl done to provoke such wrath from Su Yun, prompting him to issue a severe punishment? Previously, he had been impressed by Yi Xiaoxiao's knack for causing trouble. Now, his admiration for Su Lingling had only deepened. While Yi Xiaoxiao had merely been expelled from the mountain by Su Yun, Su Lingling's actions had ensnared the entire Divine Fire Peak in her misfortune. He could only imagine the treatment she would receive upon her return. The disciples of the Divine Fire Peak, who would unjustly suffer a year's loss of resources, would surely direct their ire towards her. It seemed she was destined to experience the fickleness of human sentiment. Meanwhile, within the battleship, Su Jingde and his companion were utterly dazed, their vision darkening. They could hardly fathom that Su Yun would impose such a severe punishment. Nor could they comprehend the audacity of Su Lingling. What should have been a mere gesture of respect towards a higher-ranking cultivator had been transformed into such a debacle by her actions. Su Jingde's expression was one of sheer panic, his heart racing with trepidation. How would he explain this to his father? Should he tell the truth or defend his sister? Though he felt compelled to reprimand her, he could not bring himself to do so. Fortunately, Su Daoquan was quick to react. While remaining prostrate on the ground, he transmitted a frantic message. Fool, why are you not kneeling and begging Sect Master Su to retract his decree? This was indeed a grave misstep. A year's worth of resources represented a vast reservoir of cultivation materials, a reward earned through the collective efforts of the entire spiritual peak over the course of a year. There was no need to speculate. Upon Su Lingling's return, she would undoubtedly face the scorn of the entire peak, and even their father would be subject to the elders' reproaches. As for Su Lingling herself, she had yet to grasp the magnitude of what had transpired. What? Just moments ago, Su Yun was praising her, yet suddenly, he intends to penalize the resources of the Divine Fire Peak. How has the Divine Fire Peak offended him? At that moment, Feng Tianxiang, driven by curiosity, swooped in to witness the unfolding drama. What could have transpired to ignite such fury in his senior brother? He had not personally witnessed the last incident involving Yi Xiaoxiao, but this time, he was determined to comprehend what foolishness could provoke Su Yun to such a state of agitation. Upon hearing his voice, the previously bewildered and indignant Su Lingling felt an immediate surge of joy. Her senior brother had arrived. Tianxiang had come, her savior. Although both were deputy sect leaders, Tianxiang was the biological offspring of the Sect Master, wielding far greater authority than Su Yun, and was virtually assured to be the next Sect Master. As long as her senior brother intervened with a few stern words, Su Yun would undoubtedly refrain from tormenting her further and would think twice before recklessly handling the affairs of the Divine Fire Peak. Chapter 56. The commotion fades. Yet he becomes the center of attention. Su Lingling yearned to raise her head and seek assistance, yet she found herself immobilized, unable to move. Just as she was about to cry out, she felt the oppressive force suddenly dissipate. Surely, Su Yun felt guilty, fearing that brother Tianxiang might accuse him of bullying a junior, prompting him to hastily withdraw his pressure and grant her freedom. She quickly scrambled to her feet and joyfully called out to Feng Tianxiang, Tianxiang. Sect Master, Su Sect Master has humiliated me. I beseech you to save me. Brother Tianxiang had previously advised her against allowing others to hear her refer to him as brother, lest it incite jealousy. This was her exclusive privilege. In her moment of urgency, she had to alter her words. Having spoken, she gazed at Feng Tianxiang with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Brother Tianxiang, being exceedingly benevolent, would undoubtedly come to her aid. However, Feng Tianxiang winced at her words. Sect Master Tianxiang? This was the first time he had heard anyone address him in such a manner, and it struck him as rather novel. He could not help but acknowledge that the girl from Xinhufeng was indeed a prodigy. Even upon his arrival, she had managed to irk him somewhat. Silence. Kneel down at once. Su Jingda's face turned pale with fear. Offending Su's Sect Master was already daunting enough. To also incur the wrath of Sect Master Feng? What future could Xinhufeng possibly have? In a panic, he turned to Feng Tianxiang, kneeling in supplication. My younger sister has long admired Sect Master Feng, and in her excitement, she spoke out of turn. I hope for your understanding. This sentiment seemed oddly familiar. Had he not just uttered similar words? Su Daoquan hastily joined in the explanation. Earlier, my sister spoke out of line against Su's Sect Master. Yet, Su's Sect Master, in his magnanimity, merely imposed a punishment of 1 year's resource reduction on Xinhufeng. That alone is a gracious act. Upon our return, we shall ensure she receives proper guidance. Oh, is that so? Feng Tianxiang nodded, moving past the others to approach Su Yun. Since she has committed an offense against her superiors, punishment is indeed warranted. You must return and teach this girl some manners. Brother is magnanimous and does not wish to quibble with juniors. Should she provoke others, she may face dire consequences. Su's 2 family members hurriedly bowed in gratitude, while Su Lingling stood frozen in place. What was happening? Wasn't brother supposed to chastise Su Yun for making a mountain out of a molehill, for bullying her, and then resolutely rescue her? How could he assert that Su Yun was justified in her actions and deserved punishment? She had done nothing wrong. Why should there be any punitive measures? Su Lingling felt a twinge of confusion, sensing something was amiss. She had merely lacked the proper respect in her demeanor. Even in her past interactions with Brother Tianxiang, her attitude had never been excessively reverent, and he had never held it against her. But this time, could it be that brother had misunderstood? Panic surged within her, and she hastily explained to Feng Tianxiang, Sect Master Tianxiang, I am not at fault. I simply forgot to address Su's Sect Master appropriately just now. How does that constitute an offense against my superiors? Feng Tianxiang regarded her with curiosity. You are not at fault. Then does that mean it was I who erred? What was going on with this girl? Su Yun had intended to impose punishment, but was not inclined to pursue the matter further. He had come to assist in wrapping things up. All she needed to do was acknowledge her mistake and concede gracefully, and the incident would be forgotten. But why was she bringing it up again? Moreover, as he had just stated that she was at fault, she immediately retorted that she was innocent. What was this, deliberately opposing him? Su Lingling was taken aback. She had not claimed that Brother Tianxiang was wrong. She merely asserted her own innocence, and Su Yun was merely seeking an excuse to punish her. She could not comprehend how her senior brother could interpret it that way. I, she stammered, struggling for a moment before finally managing to utter, I am not at fault, and neither is the Sect Master of Tianxiang. Feng Tianxiang's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of disbelief flashing within them. It seemed he understood why Su Yun was so enraged. If it was neither his fault nor hers, then whose fault was it? Su Yun smiled mischievously at her. Oh? Are you implying that it is my fault then? With others present, this foolish girl dared to utter such words. Did she truly possess no semblance of intelligence? Su Daoquan knelt on the ground, his palms pressed firmly against the floor, his face as pale as a ghost, devoid of any color, and before him, darkness began to swirl, making him feel as though he might faint at any moment. He yearned to leap to his feet and loudly proclaim to everyone, it is not the fault of the 2 sect masters. It is all my fault. Everything happening today is entirely my doing. He should never have brought Su Lingling out. He should not have descended the mountain today. Oh, my foolish third sister. Does she even realize what she is saying? Everything had seemed fine a moment ago. Why did she have to drag Sect Master Feng into this? Did she truly intend to bring down the divine fire peak? Originally, Feng Tianxiang had merely come to observe the commotion, but now he found himself embroiled in it. He wished fervently to turn back time, to return to the moment before he stepped inside. How splendid it would have been to observe from a distance with divine perception, rather than intrude so closely. Su Lingling attempted to clarify. No, what I mean is that none of us are at fault. It is all a misunderstanding. Before she could finish, Xia Zhuwei seized the opportunity to interject sternly. How audacious. The master has yet to speak. Who permitted you to rise? Kneel and respond immediately. She had been watching her closely and had finally caught her in error once more. Su Lingling shot her a fierce glare, then quickly turned to Feng Tianxiang with a pitiful expression, seeking assistance. Sect Master Tianxiang. She was at a loss as to what to do, only wishing for Brother Tianxiang to help extricate her from this predicament. Feng Tianxiang was once again taken aback. What did this mean? Did this girl believe she had not offended him? How could she still dare to seek his aid? He snorted coldly, unleashing his pressure to pin her to the ground. The act of defiance warranted punishment, and indeed, his leniency was rather excessive. Su Lingling's heart quivered. She wished to raise her head and inquire of Brother Tianxiang what was happening. She merely did not desire to kneel or address him with honorifics. So why was he also accusing her of insubordination and imposing his pressure upon her? Let us not forget, she was destined to inherit the legacy of the Divine Fire Peak and was not required to kneel in the presence of the Sect Master. Why was it that here? Everyone expected her to bow. Furthermore, had not her senior brother claimed in a previous life that she could seek his assistance in times of difficulty? Why was he treating her this way now? Sect Master Tianxiang, I am not. Silence. Feng Tianxiang wished fervently to seal the mouth of this imbecile. It was clearly Su Yun who had initiated the difficulty, yet she incessantly blamed him. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingde pleaded for mercy, stating, "The younger sister's transgression against her elder is indeed a grave offense. I implore both sect leaders to administer punishment. The Divine Fire Peak holds no grievances." He had truly reached his limit and hoped for a swift resolution to the matter. Initially, the penalty was merely a year of resource support reduction, which could have been endured with time. However, if Su Lingling continued her tirade, it seemed that the entire Divine Fire Peak would be at risk of annihilation. Chapter 57. Silence her. Feng Tianxiang was also reluctant to listen any longer. He did not wish to escalate matters with Su Fengzhu over trivialities. However, the girl must be punished. He turned to Su Yun, hoping he would suggest a suitable reprimand, and inquired, "Senior brother, how should we proceed with her punishment?" Su Yun lowered his gaze upon Su Lingling and spoke. Her insubordination does not warrant death, yet her refusal to admit guilt and her arrogant demeanor render her quite unworthy. Considering her brother's sincere confession, let her be tasked with cleaning the plaza at the mountain gate for 3 years to temper her disposition. Upon hearing this, Su Daoquan exhaled a long breath. It was merely a 3-year cleaning duty, although performing such menial tasks in the plaza could be somewhat humiliating. It would indeed refine the character of his younger sister. Su Yun had shown mercy. However, Su Jingde felt the punishment was rather severe. His sister had always been a bit childlike, and occasional slip-ups could be excused. Moreover, being the daughter of the Lord of the Sacred Fire Peak, her noble status rendered such a disgraceful task inappropriate. Was 3 years not excessive? Yet, he dared not voice his concerns. Feng Tianxiang found the decision agreeable. He had no desire to see that foolish girl wandering about again. As long as he avoided the plaza, he would be fine. However, as a compassionate Deputy Sect Master, he felt the need to demonstrate a more benevolent stance. Thus he feigned concern and advised, 3 years may be rather lengthy. After all, Su Fengzhu has contributed significantly to the sect. Although Sacred Fire Peak was not the main peak, it held a prestigious position, overseeing the maintenance and crafting of various magical artifacts within the sect. From the Sect Master to the elders, everyone relied upon Su Fengzhu. If he could persuade Su Yun to lessen the punishment, Su Fengzhu would surely remember his kindness. Su Lingling, regaining her composure, felt a mix of resentment towards Su Yun's harshness and gratitude towards Feng Tianxiang. How infuriating that Su Yun would impose such a degrading task upon her. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. Yet, Tianxiang was genuinely concerned for her. Despite her earlier offense, he was still advocating on her behalf. Unlike the miserly Su Yun, who pursued every minor fault relentlessly. Feeling touched, she quickly echoed Feng Tianxiang's sentiments, raising her head in plea. 3 years is indeed too long, Sect Master Su. I am but a mere junior in the foundation establishment stage. Why must you be so harsh on me? Had her cultivation still been at the level of her past life's tribulations, Su Yun would hardly have dared to impose such a penalty. Feng Tianxiang silently facepalmed. Reflecting on how fortunate Su Fengzhu was to have such a daughter, Su Jingde and the others trembled slightly, realizing that their sister was beyond saving. Su Yun gazed at her in disbelief, astonished at her folly. Knowing you are a junior, you ought not to disrupt the hierarchy. He then turned to Feng Tianxiang. Since junior brother feels that 3 years is too long, let us reduce her punishment to 1 year of cleaning the spirit beast quarters at the 10,000 Beasts Peak. What do you think? Feng Tianxiang's eyelids twitched. What did it matter what he thought? He had merely made a polite suggestion. Su Yun would impose whatever punishment he deemed appropriate, and he had no desire to be entangled in the matter any further. Despite the brevity of the time, the punishment is undeniably more severe. Initially, he sought leniency, but now the question lingers. Should he acquiesce or not? Su Yun has already granted him some consideration. To refuse further would seem rather ungrateful. However, should he comply, would not Master Su harbor resentment towards him? Originally, The task merely entailed sweeping the streets, a matter of losing some face. Yet, upon his utterance, it was escalated to cleaning the toilets. The foul stench from the beast excrement was unbearable, enough to suffocate a person. Cursed be his tongue for speaking out. Feng Tianxiang glanced awkwardly at Su Yun and managed to say, "As you wish, senior brother." Su Yun nodded in response. "Since you believe this is acceptable, let it be so. You too, escort her to Wanshou Peak, where she shall learn the art of silence." The odor from the dwelling of the spirit beasts is no ordinary foulness. It is a uniquely pungent stench, where even to breathe becomes a luxury, let alone to speak. Upon receiving the order, the Su brothers felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, grateful beyond measure as they hoisted Su Lingling and rushed outside. It was over, finally over. They feared that continuing the conversation might prevent their escape from this place. Su Lingling, unwilling to acquiesce, began to thrash violently, her feet kicking in protest. "Eldest brother, second brother, what are you doing? I haven't finished speaking. Why are you taking me to clean the toilets?" "Absolutely not, mama." Before she could complete her protest, Su Daoquan cast a spell to seal her mouth. Truly, their youngest sister was the embodiment of calamity. Her mere words could summon misfortune, as if she were possessed. He would need to inform their father that her affliction not only attracted natural disasters, but also human catastrophes. Su Lingling was in a state of panic, desperately turning her head to seek help from Feng Tianxiang, her eyes pleading, yet her muffled cries were unintelligible. Feng Tianxiang chose to ignore her gaze. He had already interceded once and dared not provoke further wrath. This girl was quite formidable. Her little mouth could easily attract trouble. If they sought to stir up mischief with other sects, she could accompany them, her words capable of inciting fury. However, within their own sect, it was prudent to maintain distance from her. Su Lingling watched helplessly as senior brother Tianxiang grew increasingly distant, her desire to speak thwarted, her eyes reddening with urgency. Wishing to kick Su Daoquan away. What on earth is happening? This is not Su Yun's dictatorship. Senior brother Tianxiang is still present. What were these two foolish brothers so afraid of? Did they not see that senior brother had already interceded on her behalf? If only she could hold on a little longer. If only she could ask senior brother for help. Surely, he would not turn a blind eye. Yet, these two imbecilic brothers had sealed her lips, missing a golden opportunity to plead for assistance from him. Wanshou Peak. What a dreadful place that must be. Though she had never been there, she could imagine it was far from pleasant. How could her brothers truly send her there to clean the spirit beast's quarters? Su Lingling was beside herself with impatience, wishing fervently to kick her brothers aside and rush back to plead with senior brother Tianxiang for aid. The senior brother has always been forgiving towards others. Had it not been for Su Yun's relentless demands, he would never have so easily conceded. He would undoubtedly have intervened to rescue her, even if he found himself in a predicament and was unable to provide immediate assistance. There were clearly other opportunities available at that moment. As the future leader of the sect, Tianxiang's senior brother is restrained in his expressions. Yet the bonds of blood with his two elder brothers afford them the liberty to speak candidly. Why did they not step forward to bear the punishment on her behalf? The Beast Mountain is a place ill-suited for a girl. As male cultivators, it would have been entirely appropriate for them to brave such a filthy environment, undeterred by dirt or toil. Yet, neither of them was willing to offer her support. Instead, they pleaded for mercy, exhibiting selfishness and ignorance. She truly misjudged their character. Chapter 58. Father, do not worry. I have a plan. As the distance between her and the warship widened, Su Lingling's eyes reddened with urgency, nearly spilling tears. To clean the dwelling at the Beast Mountain for an entire year. How dirty, exhausting, and humiliating it was. She would rather meet her end than endure this. However, the two brothers of the Su family merely silenced her, preventing her from uttering another word. They had already offended the two vice sect leaders, and if she dared to utter another rebellious phrase, the three of them would face dire consequences today. After all, the offense to the vice sect leaders was solely her doing. She alone would bear the responsibility. Being punished to clean the toilets might alleviate some of the resentment from the other disciples of the Divine Fire Peak, and it would also ease some of the pressure on her father. Meanwhile, within the warship, Feng Tianxiang wore an uneasy expression. He had initially aimed to cultivate a closer relationship with sect leader Su, yet this unforeseen incident had derailed his intentions. Even more absurd was the fact that he had merely come to observe, only to find himself unwittingly used by Su Yun to deliver a severe reprimand to that girl. He felt as though he had been a pawn throughout the entire ordeal, yet he could not discern what had gone awry. The girl was a stranger to him. Why had she chosen to direct her ire toward him? Feng Tianxiang glanced at Su Yun, wishing to extract some information but unsure of how to broach the subject. He feared that Su Yun might have further schemes and would entangle him even more.
After some contemplation, he decided that remaining silent and letting the matter fade from memory would be wise. Thus, he cupped his hands in farewell to Su Yun, senior brother. As we are about to set forth, I shall take my leave now. Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. His expression remained inscrutable, and once Feng Tianxiang departed, he turned to Xia Jiwei, nodding in praise. Well done. This is for you. He produced a round disc artifact and handed it to her. This treasure is a superior defensive artifact. Refine it promptly. Once we enter the fuming cave, it will serve as an additional means of protection. Xia Jiwei was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Her spirited nature often led her to act on impulse. Zhao Qianfeng and Ning Qiuyu were not averse to stepping forward. They simply had not found the opportunity to speak, and could only look at her enviously at that moment. Su Yun gestured for the three to withdraw, then began to meditate in silence. Su Lingling's predicament was merely a trivial episode that would not weigh heavily on his mind. The journey to the fuming cave was exceedingly distant. Even utilizing a large-scale teleportation array for transit would require 3 days of swift travel to reach the destination. During this time, he intended to seize the opportunity to continue his cultivation. The locations he recalled where celestial artifacts could be found necessitated a cultivation level of the Tribulation Transcendent stage to even approach. Otherwise, any attempt would be futile. Since his return over a month ago, his cultivation in the late stage of the integration realm had stabilized. However, the insights into the principles and numerous cultivation experiences he had grasped in his previous life still required harmonization with his current body before he could again summon the heavens to bestow the source law imprint, fully integrating it into his being. He lacked for resources. Even the heavenly materials and earthly treasures absent from his possession could be exchanged at the sect's treasury. This time, he merely needed to secure the pseudo-celestial artifact from the fuming cave, after which he could commence preparations for breaking through his current limitations. With myriad insights from past lives, the restoration of one's cultivation is a swift endeavor. One merely needs to discover a few sacred locations, set up formations, and absorb the celestial materials and earthly treasures to voraciously draw in spiritual energy and seize the essence, thereby rapidly regaining one's former realm. According to his estimations, within 3 to 5 years, he could attempt to break through the tribulation bottleneck, and in a mere few hundred years, he would restore himself to the pinnacle of his past existence. At that time, his master had yet to ascend. Meanwhile, Su Lingling was being escorted by 2 members of the Su family towards the sacred fire peak. They intended to report to their father first before sending their third sister to the beast peak. Halfway through their journey, Su Yunting suddenly appeared, his expression fraught with urgency as he directed a sharp inquiry at the three. What on earth has transpired? Where is the master of the Su sect? Su Jingda, chastised, dared not raise his head, pointing back and stammering. The master of the Su sect has already departed with the group. He should have exited the teleportation array by now. It is likely impossible to catch up. Su Yunting's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the three, then waved his hand to lift the silence spell binding Su Lingling, asking in a grave tone, "Speak. How did you offend the master of the Su sect?" He had intended for Su Lingling to join the master of the Su sect at the Xianxia Peak for cultivation, yet shockingly, on their very first meeting, she had directly provoked him. There was no doubt that the master of the Su sect would no longer want her. As soon as Su Lingling was released, she promptly turned and dashed back, exclaiming, "Father, do not fret. There is still a chance. I will seek out Master Feng. He will surely not turn a blind eye to this matter. Brother Tianxiang is exceptionally kind. Since my rebirth, I have yet to have a proper conversation with him. This is the perfect opportunity to beseech him for assistance." She was destined to oversee the sacred fire peak's tribulation, thereby holding a prestigious position within the Tianxian sect. As long as she articulated her situation clearly, her brother would undoubtedly lend her a hand. Su Yunting's expression shifted. Master Feng is also present? Upon hearing this, Su Jingda's face fell, and he recounted the entire incident from beginning to end, adding at the conclusion, "It was merely that Master Feng was dissatisfied with the punishment imposed by the master of the Su sect, deeming the penalty of cleaning the plaza too lenient, thus suggesting that our third sister be assigned to clean the beast peak." Su Daoquan, standing nearby, opened his mouth to speak but thought better of it, choosing silence instead. After all, his father would not believe him. He had always placed his trust in his elder brother. Su Yunting, infuriated, waved his hand and summoned Su Lingling back from over 10 miles away. "I instructed you to familiarize yourself with the master of the Su sect, and this is how you went about it?" Now, she was indeed familiar, and not just in a casual sense. Both sect masters would undoubtedly have a vivid impression of her, albeit a decidedly unfavorable one. While enduring the loss of resources for a year was bearable, The mismanagement of his daughter's education was a matter of great concern, raising questions about how his peers and the Sect Master would perceive him. If he could not even guide his own daughter properly, what could he teach others? Yet, Su Lingling remained oblivious to her faults, wearing an expression of grievance. It was not her father's constant fear of her encountering sudden tribulations that had kept her from descending the mountain. In her desperation, she had resorted to such measures. She had feigned compliance to meet Su Yun, but in truth, it was merely to see Brother Tianxiang, wherein lay her only misstep. Had it not been for her senior brother's words, she would never have consented to go to the fuming cave upon learning that the leader of the expedition was Su Yun. Su Yunting scolded her with exasperation. Do you not realize how fragile your body is? As your father, my talents are limited. My cultivation at the fusion stage is already my utmost limit. I can protect you for a moment, but I cannot safeguard you for a lifetime. Only by taking a master of exceptional talent, such as the Deputy Sect Leader, can you secure your future. Yet now, he sighed heavily. What you are doing is harming yourself, do you understand? Su Lingling pouted. Having heard this admonition countless times, her ears nearly calloused from it. What a trivial matter the Thunder Tribulation was. It was merely a means of refining one's cultivation, and Su Yun had later assisted her in overcoming it. Once she procured that treasure, any future Thunder Tribulations would merely serve to refine her physical and spiritual strength, never causing her harm. Unfortunately, her father's limited perspective meant that even if he spoke of it, he could not realize it, leaving her with no choice but to seek assistance from senior brother Tianxiang. Su Lingling tilted her head and muttered, I don't understand what you are so afraid of. Even if the Thunder Tribulation is formidable, senior brother Tianxiang will surely protect me. What need is there for Su Yun? Silence. Su Yunting erupted in anger. You must address the two sect leaders with proper respect. Who allowed you to speak so casually? You've already brought calamity upon yourself with your words, and this fool still lacks awareness. I believe the punishments from the two sect leaders are just and warranted. If you cannot learn to keep your mouth shut, you ought to go to the Beast Peak for some discipline. Su Lingling, alarmed, replied, Father, the place where the spirit beasts reside must be filthy and foul. How can you bear to send me there to suffer? Enduring some hardship is beneficial. If you continue to speak recklessly, you will sooner or later lose your life. Just as Su Yunting was about to scold her further, his expression suddenly shifted, and he quickly turned to the void beside him, bowing respectfully. I greet Sect Leader Feng. As his words fell, ripples surged in the void, and Feng Tianxiang stepped forth, though his demeanor seemed somewhat unnatural. Chapter 59. Why did senior brother depart? As he passed this spot, he fortuitously encountered Su Yunting and thought it prudent to clarify matters with him to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. His previous avoidance was merely an attempt to evade that sharp-tongued young lady, fearing her words might ignite trouble. It was not that he feared Shenhua Peak. He simply wished to steer clear of complications. However, to his surprise, Su Yunting saw through his concealment and called him out directly. Congratulations to Master Su for your further advancement in cultivation, he said, attempting to deflect the attention. Master Feng, you flatter me. I was just about to accompany my daughter to apologize to you for the disturbance she caused. I sincerely regret her lack of understanding, and I am grateful for your leniency in this matter. The tone of Su Yunting's words was laced with regret. Provoking two vice masters was no small feat for his daughter. Yet, to Feng Tianxiang's ears, it sounded amiss. What did he mean by leniency? It was clearly a decree from Su Yun. What was his role in this? As he prepared to clarify, Su Lingling rushed forward with a look of excitement. Master Tianxiang, it was my fault earlier. Please rescind the punishment and spare me from going to Wanshou Peak. Feng Tianxiang's gaze sharpened. What did she mean by that? This was clearly Su Yun's doing. Why was she pleading with him? By asking him to revoke the command, was she not furthering Master Su's misunderstanding that this punishment was his own decree? Feeling a tinge of displeasure, he maintained a facade of magnanimity. This matter is a command from senior brother. I cannot say much about it. It is merely for a year, and a bit of training would do you good. Upon hearing this, Su Lingling looked puzzled. Master Tianxiang, why do you concern yourself with Master Su? As long as you give the word, Master Su will certainly not protest. In her eyes, senior brother Tianxiang's authority always surpassed that of Su Yun's. With a mere command from him, Su Yun would feign agreement regardless of his true feelings. However, Feng Tianxiang felt utterly bewildered. What was going on? Did this girl lack common sense? What was her status compared to Su Yun's? Why would he, for the sake of a peak master's daughter, offend a vice master in the late stage of integration? It was preposterous. That he could remain calm and composed was already a testament to his self-restraint. If Su Yunting did not silence this foolish girl soon, he might well lose his temper. Yet, Su Lingling was convinced that Feng Tianxiang would not refuse her. She firmly believed he was the best and would acquiesce to any request she made. In her past life, Senior brother had repeatedly assured her that anything she desired, even the sun from the heavens, he would find a way to procure for her. Simply to see her smile. Now that she was being targeted by Su Yun and facing some punishment, she was certain that with a word, senior brother could save her. It would be no challenge at all. She looked at Feng Tianxiang with hopeful anticipation. The Su brothers sensed something was amiss, but dared not voice their concerns. Su Yunting was filled with trepidation, quickly pulling Su Lingling back. Master Feng, I plead for your forgiveness. This girl indeed lacks proper guidance and decorum. I shall take her to the Beast Peak at once. He dared not mention any requests for assistance, as it was evident that the other party was disinclined to help. Should he press the matter further, it could indeed provoke irritation. Feng Tianxiang's expression softened considerably. It seemed that Master Su was quite aware of etiquette. Yet, he pondered how his daughter could behave so foolishly, completely oblivious to manners. Nodding, he dissipated into thin air, seemingly too weary to utter another word. At this juncture, there was little left to clarify. Misunderstandings were simply misunderstandings. The more he deliberated, the more he feared that the girl would disturb his tranquility. Having lived for over 2 millennia, he had never encountered such a lack of discernment. He had merely wished to observe the commotion, only to find himself embroiled in this debacle. If a true crisis were to arise, she might well bring calamity upon them all. What a fool she was. In that brief moment, he had saved her countless times, yet she remained oblivious, even daring to seek his aid with unabashed boldness. What was she hoping to be rescued from? He had indeed saved her, yet she could have graciously accepted his assistance. Dim-witted, foolish, a mere waste of potential. Had he known, he would never have ventured to witness that so-called spectacle, achieving nothing while attracting unnecessary trouble. The more Feng Tianxiang reflected, the more vexed he became, feeling that nothing was going smoothly of late. However, there seemed to be something amiss. Why had he recently encountered so many erratic women? First, there was that inexplicable inner disciple seeking to become his apprentice, then the scatterbrained Yi Xiao Xiao, and even a maid devoid of any merit seeking his help. Each one claimed to admire him, shamelessly aspiring to be his disciple. How absurd. They failed to recognize their own standing and qualifications. What audacity they possessed to beseech him. Su Yun, holding a higher cultivation and serving as vice sect leader, was never approached by them. Truly, these female disciples were all remarkably foolish, lacking a single sensible individual among them. Where had they all come from? Could it be that this year had brought a curse of romantic misfortune? Feng Tianxiang could not help but furrow his brow. Soon, he would need to visit Zixia Peak to deliver a lecture. He would have to exercise caution, ensuring that the girl with 3 spiritual roots did not come within a step of him. He feared he might be unable to restrain himself from striking her down. Feng Tianxiang departed, yet Su Lingling remained rooted in place, bewildered. What had transpired? Had brother Tianxiang truly left just like that? Had he not promised to save her, assuring her that he would assist with any difficulties? She had expressed her troubles, so why had he turned his back and walked away? What was happening? She had never seen him act so thoughtlessly back home. How had she become so foolish? Su Yunting was utterly exasperated. He had believed there was a genuine misunderstanding, that Master Feng might indeed intercede on their behalf, which was why he had allowed Su Lingling to seek help. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear that there was no misunderstanding. She had effectively driven Master Feng away. Originally, even if the esteemed Su Master was reluctant to accept her, he would have set aside his dignity and sought out the Master, personally imploring him, which would have had an 80% chance of securing a place for Su Lingling at the Xinxia Peak. Given Su Master's responsible nature, once he took her as a disciple, he would undoubtedly devote himself to her guidance, treating her as his own progeny, without the slightest neglect. Su Yunting had meticulously planned everything, and all had proceeded smoothly. Su Lingling had even met Su Master in person and paid her respects. However, the moment she spoke, she inadvertently offended him, and in the blink of an eye, all his efforts were rendered futile. Su Lingling remained oblivious to her misstep, staring blankly at the departing Feng Tianxiang, and could only utter in a daze, "Why did Master Tianxiang not assist me? Father? He ought to have helped me. Why did he leave so abruptly? We had made promises in our past life. How could it have turned out this way?" Brother Tianxiang had often recounted how he grew up alongside Su Yun, yet due to his status as the junior disciple, the master consistently favored Su Yun, the senior. Any treasures, opportunities, or precious items were bestowed upon Su Yun to enhance his prowess. Though he was the master's biological son, he felt like an outsider, relegated to watching Su Yun bask in the master's favor, too timid to utter a word. Only the items discarded by Su Yun provided him with the chance to make use of them. At such a tender age, Brother Tianxiang had already endured the fickleness of human emotions. Now that he had finally acquired strength, he was determined to protect those he cherished. ensuring they would never again suffer grievances, but instead live in perpetual joy. Should she require assistance, he would lay everything aside and exhaust all his efforts to aid her. Such was his kindness, his thoughtfulness. He treated her with utmost care. In her previous life, she had feared that his benevolence might render him vulnerable to exploitation, advising him against being overly sincere to avoid deception. Yet now, she sensed something amiss. Chapter 60, This Matter. It would be better for her to perish. Do you truly comprehend the words that escape your lips? The Phoenix Sect Leader is a stranger to you. Why would he extend his assistance? Su Youli felt a throbbing headache. Although the Phoenix Sect Leader appeared amiable and always bore a smile, rarely losing his temper, his true disposition was one of cold indifference, devoid of compassion. Without tangible benefits, he would never aid anyone. Those elders who had collaborated with him for any length of time could discern this truth. To solicit his help demanded a substantial exchange of interests. Unlike Sect Leader Su, who, if approached with humility and without crossing boundaries, would likely offer assistance, requiring nothing more than a token of gratitude afterward. If he wished to decline, Sect Leader Su would do so clearly, without weaving ambiguous words for others to decipher. Su Youli was baffled. From whom did his daughter hear that the Phoenix Sect Leader was agreeable, to the extent that she dared to implore him for help repeatedly? I care not where you are or the nonsensical tales you have been told. From now on, maintain your distance from the Phoenix Sect Leader. He is not someone you are entitled to engage with. Having spoken, Su Youli glanced at his two sons and commanded, Daoquan, you shall escort her to the Beast Peak. Remain by her side. Should a thunder tribulation descend, lend her your aid. After a few days, when Sect Leader Su returns, you shall accompany me to offer our apologies to both sect leaders. With that, he vanished from sight, clearly disinterested in further discussing such trivial matters. The Sacred Fire Peak had been penalized with a year's worth of resource deprivation. He needed to return swiftly to pacify the elders and disciples, minimizing the repercussions. Additionally, he had to prepare a substantial gift to present to the two vice-sect leaders at an opportune moment. How vexing. He was already overwhelmed with tasks. And now this debacle arose. Su Daoquan respectfully acquiesced. He had anticipated this outcome. In the past, whenever there was arduous work to be done, his father always assigned it to him, and this instance was no exception. I will accompany you, Su Jingde offered. Unable to bear the thought of his younger sister suffering alone, lest she be bullied, Su Lingling had also come to terms with her situation. Realizing that her impatience had been her downfall, Brother Tianxiang and she were still unfamiliar with one another. There was indeed no reason for him to assist her. Next time, when their father went to apologize, she would devise a way to improve her rapport with Brother Tianxiang. However, the mere thought of being cast away to the Beast Peak ignited her ire, causing her to grit her teeth. It was all Su Yun's fault. Ultimately, her own lack of cultivation was to blame. A minor issue had been seized upon by that scoundrel. Had she possessed the strength of the tribulation stage? Had she been as formidable as in her past life? Even if Su Yun had tenfold the audacity, he would not dare to treat her so. This was disrespect. A profound disrespect. Just wait, they would all pay for this. With over 1,000 years of cultivation experience from her past life, she could reclaim her peak in no time. When that day comes, she would seek her revenge for the grievances of today. Su Yun. In her previous life, that fellow only ascended to the tribulation stage after 500 years. Such a duration would suffice for her to catch up to his cultivation. By then, she would stand on equal footing with him. No, that won't do. Her cultivation would surpass his by a considerable margin, having entered the tribulation phase long before him. This time, she intended to compel Su Yun to respectfully address her as senior. Yes, indeed, that was the plan. Su Lingling's heart raced with excitement, her imagination swirling with visions of Su Yun bowing before her, while she sat in a position of authority, observing him with a knowing smile. Any slight misstep on his part could easily result in her imposing a penalty upon him. Perhaps she would have him clean the spirit beast residence for a decade. Ha ha ha, what sheer delight. Su Lingling laughed joyously, brimming with exhilaration. However, upon her arrival at the Beast Peak, she was doused with a bucket of cold water, her laughter abruptly silenced. With trembling hands, she pointed at the vast pool below, nearly 100 feet in diameter, stammering, what did you say? This is the spirit beast residence? That is no residence at all. It is clearly a large mud pit. A horde of indistinct, elongated creatures wriggled within. Not only was the pool filled with murky sludge, but it was also interspersed with countless indescribable and bizarre items, flung about haphazardly. The disciples of Beast Peak maintained a stern demeanor as they nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is where the young by Hai Qinglong beasts are raised. Their nature compels them to thrive in the limestone mud, absorbing its spiritual essence for growth. They shall not leave this place until they reach the golden core stage. Your task is to extract the excrement of the Bai Hai Qing Long from the limestone mud to prevent it from altering the mud's properties. Ugh! Before the explanation concluded, Su Lingling could hardly suppress her urge to vomit. What is this nonsense, demanding she sift through mud for excrement? Is this madness? Su Jingde could no longer bear it and furrowed his brow, questioning. With the beast peak spanning 30,000 miles, are there no other spirit beasts being raised here? The disciple shook his head resolutely. Other areas are managed by different personnel. This place is the only vacancy. Indeed, the beast peak boasted cleaner and more pleasant locations, such as those for Tianxin Fox and Xuehuan Luan, spirit beasts that prefer cleanliness and require merely periodic maintenance. Yet, this woman was specifically designated for punishment by Sect Master Su, and since he had not specified the nature of the punishment, they were bound to impose the most arduous task upon her. No one dared risk offending a vice Sect Master to curry favor with the Divine Fire Peak. Furthermore, the matter of Su Jingde capturing the spirit pet raised by the young master at the foot of the mountain was still unresolved. Su Yun, he must have done this deliberately. Su Lingling clenched her fists, mentally cursing Su Yun, imagining herself forcefully pressing him to the ground and kicking him repeatedly. What on earth was that scoundrel thinking? She could not fathom such a cruel punishment, yet he had proposed it with ease. The mere thought of having to wade through that slippery mud in search of ugh, she felt an overwhelming desire to perish. Chapter 61. Could this elixir possibly be a counterfeit? No wonder Mu Siyu constantly refers to Su Yun as a great demon, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards him, wishing for his demise. It appears her judgment was not misplaced. A great demon, indeed, how detestable. A disciple from the Beast Peak presented her with a garment from his storage pouch. Here, this is the attire for the menial disciples of the Beast Peak. It bears a minor formation, once donned. It only requires spiritual energy to maintain, effectively shielding you from those repugnant odors. Upon gazing at the garment, Su Lingling was overcome with despair. How could the esteemed daughter of the Lord of the Divine Fire Peak find herself reduced to wearing the attire of a menial disciple, engaging in such demeaning tasks? All of this, instigated by a single utterance from Su Yun. Her heart brimmed with resentment. Resentment towards Su Yun for his ruthless punishment, towards her selfish brother for his unwillingness to assist her, and towards her father for his impotence in her time of need. As the revered Lord of the Divine Fire Peak, renowned throughout the central continent, he was now incapable of resolving even this trivial matter, forced to watch helplessly as his beloved daughter plummeted into despair. If only Brother Tianxiang were still here. He would never allow her to be bullied by the likes of the Beast Peak. Were he to witness her enduring such humiliation, he would undoubtedly rush to her aid without a second thought. Brother Tianxiang, when will you come to rescue me? I truly cannot endure this any longer. At Wailing Peak, after several days, Mu Siyu relished the unrestrained joy of having an abundance of elixirs once more. In her previous life, she had never needed to fret over such trivial matters. Should she require elixirs, she merely needed to inform Ling Yin, who would promptly deliver them without a thought to their quantity. The surplus would be stored within her spatial ring. Now, as she experienced this sensation anew, her storage pouch brimmed with bottles of qi-condensing pills, filled to the brim, sufficient for an entire year, bringing her a sense of reassurance. The sole difference this time was that, despite consuming the elixirs, her cultivation speed had not markedly increased. It seemed these pills were unlike those from her past. Examining the elixirs purchased from Su Youli, she scrutinized them closely, unable to discern any flaws. However, upon comparing them to those procured from other sources, her eyes widened in shock, a surge of indignation flooding her heart. Was Su Youli truly selling her counterfeit pills? While the elixirs from other vendors varied in appearance, lacking perfection in form, they brimmed with spiritual energy, comparable to those distributed by the sect. In stark contrast, the pills sold to her by Su Youli, though aesthetically pleasing and uniformly shaped, contained scarcely any spiritual energy. Typically, a single qi-condensing pill could sustain her cultivation for 3 hours. Yet Su Youli's pills only lasted half an hour, an alarming discrepancy. Mu Siyu was engulfed by fury, indignation, and a sense of injustice. After finally encountering an acquaintance, she had felt a moment of joy, thinking to support her friend's struggling business by purchasing Su Youli's elixirs. Little did she know, she had been deceived by that wretched girl on the very first attempt. She had even spoken of their sisterhood, urging her to look after her business in the future. Caring is a trivial matter. The mere thought of the 12 bottles of elixirs costing her 600 spirit stones fills her with an overwhelming desire to drag Su Youli over and give her a thorough beating. However, time is of the essence. She must concentrate on her cultivation and has no leisure for vengeance, which must be postponed for a later date. Once she finds the opportunity, she will surely ensure that the scoundrel pays for her grievances. Mu Siyu has already resolved to accelerate her cultivation to the late stage of qi refinement, aiming to astonish everyone in her path. Driven by such determination, she has intensified her efforts and dedicated herself to rigorous training. Originally, she would only cultivate for 3 to 4 hours a day, spending the remainder of her time in a daze. Now, she has pushed herself to cultivate for 6 hours daily, reserving the rest solely for sleep. For 20 consecutive days, bolstered by an abundance of elixirs, she finally reached the pinnacle of the early stage of qi refinement. What is happening? After diligently cultivating for 20 days, she should have progressed to the mid-stage of qi refinement, yet she remains stuck in the early stage. Mu Siyu introspects her dantian and discovers that she has condensed 100 strands of pure, robust golden spiritual energy. All she needs to do is merge them into a single strand to break through to the next realm. Yet, no matter how hard she tries, the speed of merging the spiritual energy is painfully slow, and there is even a degree of repulsion among them. It takes an entire day to merge just one strand. At this rate, she will require at least half a year to advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Why is this happening? In her previous life, it was never like this. After completing her spiritual roots, her cultivation speed was remarkably swift. Merging spiritual energy was a simple task, requiring merely a touch to facilitate fusion. In half an hour, she could refine a strand of spiritual energy, and with diligent effort, she could condense as many as 10 strands in a single day. Now, however, it takes her a day and a half to condense just one strand of spiritual energy. This is utterly disheartening. In 6 months, Su Yun's new apprentice will likely have established a foundation, while she will have only just reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. How can she possibly astonish anyone or make Su Yun regret his decisions? How infuriating. In her previous life, she was undeniably talented. Why? Merely by changing her cultivation environment. Has her speed diminished by hundreds of times? Mu Siyu feels anxious and restless, for the first time realizing how arduous cultivation can be. As if the entire universe conspired against her, thwarting her growth. No wonder those mediocre individuals who entered the sect alongside her only managed to reach the void refinement stage when she ascended to the tribulation stage. Many of them remained at the lowly realms of the Nascent Soul. Is it true that the external cultivation speed is this sluggish? Indeed, it must be due to the sparse spiritual energy. If only she could cultivate at Xianxia Peak. Utilizing the spirit spring for her training would enhance her speed 100-fold. Even without elixirs, she would undoubtedly progress much quicker than she does now. Just consider Su Yun's newly accepted disciples. Although their aptitude is not on par with hers, by the last time she saw them at the market, they were already at the mid-stage of qi refinement. After a month of training, those individuals would likely soon reach the late stage of qi refinement. How infuriating. Their progress relies entirely on the spiritual energy of Xianxia Peak. If only she had access to such resources, her cultivation speed would surpass theirs by an unimaginable margin. How contrasting it is to her current plight. Mu Siyu feels a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have readily accepted Su Yun's offer from the start. In that case, she would undoubtedly be the fastest cultivator among the new disciples of Xianxia Peak, destined to receive the utmost regard from Su Yun, who would bestow upon her the most valuable treasures and elixirs, thereby enhancing her strength. Furthermore, she could flaunt her newfound possessions before Su Youli and Yi Xiaoxiao. Unlike her current predicament, filled with hardship and lacking in every necessity, food, clothing, shelter, and all, she found herself dissatisfied in every regard. As Mu Siyu gazed at the elixir in her hand, she pondered for a moment before returning it to its vial and rising to step outside the courtyard. After all, 10 days would scarcely suffice for her to reach the mid-stage of qi refinement, so she might as well forego her training. Instead of laboring endlessly, she deemed it far more beneficial to rest and unwind her mind. This was not due to laziness or a lack of diligence. Rather, she understood that relentless cultivation could yield counterproductive results. Brother Tianxiang had often advised that one should balance work with relaxation, and when encountering a bottleneck in their practice, taking a stroll outside could lead to moments of insight, making breakthroughs feel effortless. Mu Siyu sensed her exhaustion and resolved to seek inspiration outdoors, hoping for a sudden flash of clarity that might propel her to a new level of understanding. Even if such illumination did not strike, she remained unperturbed. After all, Su Yun had always wished to take her under his wing. Her slightly lower cultivation level would not dissuade him. As long as she expressed her desire, he would surely be pleasantly surprised and would not reject her goodwill. At most, she might simply miss the chance to dazzle everyone. But that was of little consequence to her. She had never been one to seek vanity, having shocked the world enough in her previous life. She had grown weary of it. In this new beginning, she desired a more tranquil existence, planning to astonish the world only after becoming Su Yun's disciple. With these thoughts, Mu Siyu's spirits lifted considerably. Sitting in the courtyard, resting her chin on her hands, she gazed dreamily at the fruit trees, nearly stripped bare. Such days seemed far from unpleasant, like carefree clouds and wild cranes, each day passing in serene simplicity, aligning perfectly with her state of mind. It would be even better if a senior brother could accompany her on outings. She cherished this way of life. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of vengeance that compelled her to become Su Yun's disciple and to strive for greater strength, she would not have forced herself into such a position. She couldn't help but wonder how delighted Su Yun would be when he learned of her earnest request to become his apprentice. Chapter 62. The Master of the Su Sect in the secluded cave of Feng Tianxiang. A sense of triumph enveloped Su Yun as he cradled an ancient blue lamp. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary oil lamp, were it not for the pitch-black flames dancing atop it. One might easily mistake it for a commonplace household item. The flames, ethereal and flickering, cast a disorienting effect upon the observer, as if even the essence of their soul were at risk of being consumed. This lamp, known as the Sin Fire Heart Lamp, possessed the uncanny ability to incinerate sins with its malevolent black flames, disregarding any form of defense and directly scorching the very essence of the spirit. It also served as a protective fire ring, safeguarding its bearer, making it a priceless artifact that embodied both offensive and defensive capabilities. In his previous life, during the final battle, Su Yun had nearly succumbed to the power of this ancient lamp. Fortunately, he had concealed a celestial artifact for protection, which allowed him to forcibly destroy the lamp. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to Feng Tianxiang. With the lamp securely stored for future refinement, Su Yun turned to exit the cave. The treasure hunt had reached its climax, and it was time for him to return and oversee the division of spoils alongside other sections. Feng Tianxiang would remain accessible for several years, and subsequent excavations would be allocated based on the outcomes of this contest. As the leader of this expedition, he would also receive a continuous share of spiritual stones for several years. Stepping out of the cave, Su Yun's thoughts shifted, and in an instant, he materialized thousands of miles away. Below him, Zhao Qianfeng and his companions were besieged by 13 Foundation establishment cultivators, each adorned in distinct attire. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the trio exhibited remarkable synergy. Ning Qiyu manipulated 6 array discs to form a formidable defensive formation against the enemy's onslaught, while simultaneously employing talismans to strike back. Xia Jiwei utilized a protective disc, maneuvering along the perimeter of the array to counter the enemy's powerful spells and artifacts, occasionally hurling fire thunder pills into the fray, each capable of inflicting severe injuries upon their foes. Zhao Qianfeng, the most skilled among them, took the lead in offense, channeling his spiritual energy to unleash a radiant sword light against the adversaries, a force so potent that even Foundation establishment practitioners would find themselves cleaved by his blade, sustaining grievous wounds. Though they faced greater numbers, their formidable defenses and peak offensive capabilities allowed them to gain the upper hand. In less than half an hour, the trio had successfully vanquished their attackers and began collecting their spoils. Their adeptness at this task suggested they had engaged in such endeavors frequently during this period. What transpired? Only then did Su Yun descend, startling the three, who quickly rose to pay their respects. Master, these individuals are unknown to us, suddenly attacking without warning, Zhao Qianfeng reported. They differ from our previous opponents, exhibiting a strong intent to kill and each wielding artifacts. This is not merely a treasure grab, it resembles a calculated assassination. Without any identifying marks, their techniques appear to be common practices from the outside world. Su Yun raised his hand and captured several lingering souls within his grasp. As his consciousness swept through them, clarity dawned upon him. There is no need for further investigation. This was a premeditated ambush. Collect the spoils and hasten to the center of this realm to regroup with others. There is no need to continue the treasure hunt. The three bowed in agreement, and with a swift motion, Su Yun departed first. The souls he had grasped were fragmented, their essence partially erased by sorcery, and coupled with the disguises. It was evident that this attack had been meticulously orchestrated. The three disciples have yet to gain any notoriety, and it is unlikely they would encounter any adversaries. The only one who would target his disciples in such a manner is undoubtedly Feng Tianxiang. His intention is likely related to the imminent competition for new disciples. However, he did not anticipate the formidable prowess of his 3 students. They faced 12 initial stage Foundation establishment cultivators, led by one of mid-stage. and remarkably managed to eliminate them all, sustaining only minor injuries themselves. Little did he know, he had been prepared for Feng Tianxiang's underhanded tactics all along. Although the cultivation techniques of the three disciples focused on late-stage power with limited offensive capabilities in the early stages, he had bestowed upon them numerous talismans, medicinal pills, and protective treasures. These items were not procured from external sources, making their origins untraceable, and their potency was formidable. The defensive treasures could autonomously protect their master. It was not merely a group of Foundation establishment cultivators they faced. Even if confronted by a clandestine assault from Golden Core stage practitioners, they could endure until he arrived to rescue them. Yet, it remains uncertain whether that esteemed junior brother has orchestrated any ambushes against him. In fact, it has been proven that Feng Tianxiang dared not act against the Deputy Sect Master of the foremost sect in the central region at this time. Until leaving the cave realm and leading a substantial force back to the sect, no further incidents occurred. During this period, the tale of Zhao Qianfeng and his companions ambushing and defeating 13 Foundation establishment cultivators with their lesser numbers rapidly spread. Truly, they are deserving of their Master Su's reputation. These three, already so powerful at the Foundation establishment stage, undoubtedly embody the essence of prodigies. What? Foundation establishment stage? They have barely been in the sect for 2 months, and they have already reached that level? Not only that, it is said that they were already at the Foundation establishment stage before arriving at the Fuming Cave realm. Furthermore, Zhao Qianfeng has broken through after engaging in battle and is now a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. To achieve such rapid progress in just over a month is astonishing beyond belief. Such talent, it is indeed somewhat extraordinary. In our time, it took us 2 months merely to reach the mid-stage of chi refinement. Compared to them, we seem utterly insignificant. The disciples engaged in fervent discussion, from those in the God transformation stage down to those in the Foundation establishment stage, including numerous elders in the void refinement stage, who all took note of Zhao Qianfeng and his companions. Particularly among the Foundation establishment disciples, admiration for the trio was palpable. They had spent years reaching their current level, while these three accomplished it in merely a month. Moreover, despite their accelerated training speed, their strength remained unaffected, easily dispatching cultivators of their tier. If this continues, it is likely they will soon break through to the Golden Core stage. It is daunting to even contemplate. Throughout the history of the Tianxian sect, there have been few prodigies with such rapid cultivation speeds. Yet this time 3 have emerged simultaneously, all disciples of Master Su. The crowd could not help but marvel at Master Su's exceptional teaching methods. In contrast, most of the new disciples who entered the sect during the same period are still at the initial stage of chi refinement, with only a handful reaching the mid-stage. Only one disciple of Master Feng has attained the late stage of chi refinement, but when compared to these 3, the disparity is nothing short of monumental. The news spread throughout the sect, causing a lively commotion at Xianxia Peak for quite some time. Yi Wuxin, unwilling to be outdone, revealed his Foundation establishment cultivation. Su Yun, in high spirits, generously bestowed numerous treasures, even rewarding the maidservants and guards with a bounty of spirit stones. In stark contrast, Yi Xiaoxiao, upon receiving the news, found herself in a state of discontent. Chapter 63. The Indulgent and the Unfit. Upon hearing the news, Yi Yajun summoned her for a thorough reprimand. Oh, is this not the future sword immortal destined to transcend tribulation? Over a month has passed, and you remain at the initial stage of chi refining? Look at Zhao Qianfeng, who has progressed to the mid-foundation stage in less than 2 months, surpassing you by an entire major realm. How can you show no sign of advancement? Even if he started 2 days earlier, Niao Wuxin, who began later than you, has already reached the foundation stage. And here you are, lacking ambition, indulging in play, spending your days idly, devoid of even a trace of the aura befitting someone at the tribulation stage. Yi Xiaoxiao endured the scolding with a pained expression, bowing her head and muttering, "How can I compare with them? Sect Master Su has an endless supply of spirit stones, generously rewarding with spirit stones and bestowing treasures. I have to meticulously ration even a single bottle of chi condensing pills. If I had their resources, my cultivation would undoubtedly surpass theirs." Yi Yajun's brows furrowed in irritation. "Oh, do you still think you have a leg to stand on? I offered you the chance to accompany Su Yun, and you obstinately refused. Now, with your lack of progress, you blame your resources?" Her frustration mounting, she pointed an accusing finger at Yi Xiaoxiao. "You brainless fool. I cannot fathom why you rejected the opportunity at Xianxia Peak, a place so bountiful, opting instead for the trials at Yulong Peak. Now, witnessing your stark disparity in cultivation, what will you do in the future?" After venting her wrath, she softened her tone slightly and inquired, How fares your alchemy studies? What grade of pills can you craft now? Upon this mention, Yi Xiaoxiao's countenance grew even more woeful. I am still memorizing the properties of herbs. I have yet to commence learning alchemy. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and she could scarcely bring herself to meet Yi Yajun's gaze. In truth, it had been quite some time since she last memorized herb properties. The tome of herbal knowledge had gathered a thick layer of dust. After her master visited for evaluation some time ago, he left with a sigh and had not returned to guide her since. Yi Yajun, exasperated, clutched her chest in frustration. Do you not realize that the direct disciple of Master Gu has already become a first-grade alchemist, while you remain fixated on memorizing herb properties? What have you learned in this past month? You are a disgrace to the Yi family. How can you be so inept? It is simply embarrassing to even admit. With a thud, she slammed her hand on the table. Your father has entrusted me with your guidance, and I shall ensure you are properly taught. By next month, I will personally assess you. Either show progress in your cultivation or memorize the herb properties and commence your studies in alchemy. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. Yi Xiaoxiao, head bowed and lips pursed, remained silent, clearly harboring some discontent. Seeing her demeanor, Yi Yajun, infuriated, waved her hand and dismissed her. Barking, why are you still here? Go practice. As she watched Yi Xiaoxiao struggle to rise, her eyes reddened, mumbling complaints. A fresh wave of ire surged within Yi Yajun. This foolish girl is a failure, and so is that old man Gu, incapable of teaching even a single disciple properly. She gulped down a cup of tea, her dissatisfaction with Master Gu growing ever more pronounced. The state of Yi Xiaoxiao was evidently a result of that old fool's negligence in teaching and lack of care. After all, she is merely 14 years old. It is only natural for a child to be playful. As a mentor, it is imperative to rectify her bad habits rather than leave her unchecked. Such negligence exhibits a complete lack of responsibility. This is a matter that could affect her entire life. If she possesses poor cultivation talent, it is one thing, but should she fail in alchemy as well, Knight Xiaoxiao would truly be rendered useless. It is essential to find a devoted master for this foolish girl. Knight Yajun immediately thought of Su Yun. Although this young man has been rather rebellious lately, often opposing her, he possesses remarkable skills in teaching. All four of his disciples have successfully established their foundations, promising a bright future ahead. If Su Yun can also guide Knight Xiaoxiao well, she would feel that she has fulfilled her duty to the Knight family. However, the predicament lies in the fact that one is unwilling to apprentice at Xinxia Peak, while the other is reluctant to accept this disciple, making it seemingly impossible to bring them together. Alas, just contemplating this brings a headache. Knight Xiaoxiao sulked as she made her way back. Protected by spiritual energy, the fall did not hurt much, yet it left her feeling utterly wronged. Her aunt was far too harsh. She had yet to awaken her hidden potential, so her cultivation speed naturally could not keep pace with those gifted prodigies. To be scolded so harshly over such a trivial matter was no different from the tyrant Su Yun. She could not comprehend it. In her previous life, her aunt had not been like this at all. Whenever Su Yun reprimanded her, she could simply go to her aunt for support, and her aunt would stand up for her, chastising Su Yun in turn. Yet now, with her aunt managing her affairs, she found herself on the receiving end of scolding. And her aunt's words were far more cutting than Su Yun's, even daring to lay hands on her. This time, however, she could not find anyone to back her up. She contemplated seeking out senior brother Tianxiang to confide in him, but she had not seen him around. For some unknown reason, he seemed particularly busy lately. Ever since their last parting, no matter when she visited Shiku Peak, she was always intercepted by the guards. They insisted that senior brother was occupied with official duties and had no time to meet her, refusing to allow her entry regardless of her pleas. Initially, it was bearable, but as the occurrences multiplied, Knight Xiaoxiao began to sense that senior brother was deliberately avoiding her. She could not understand what had transpired and worried that she had inadvertently angered him. Yet, she could not inquire directly. Instead, she returned to Yulong Peak in a dejected mood. As she dismounted from the celestial crane, she overheard others praising Zhao Qianfeng and his companions for their remarkable feats. Each compliment made her stomach churn. How absurd. What is there to boast about? Is it merely for having slain a few individuals of the same rank? As if no one else has ever done so. During her early Golden Core stage, she had even defeated a mid-Golden Core opponent. Yet she did not boast about it like they did. To be fair, defeating 3 with 13 is indeed impressive, but it is only slightly better than her own achievements. Among peers, the disparity in strength is not vast. Often, defeating 2 opponents is a considerable challenge, let alone facing such an exaggerated numerical disadvantage. In her past life, even when she was at the Foundation establishment stage, wielding the flying sword bestowed by Su Yun, she could only manage to take on 2 opponents with great difficulty. Yet these three could take on three, reportedly sustaining only minor injuries. It goes without saying that Su Yun must have provided them with exceptionally powerful magical artifacts to achieve such feats. Regardless, it is evident that they do not rely on their genuine abilities. Contemplating this, Yi Xiaoxiao felt an inner resentment. If she were to possess the resources of Xianxia Peak, coupled with even more formidable treasures at her disposal, she could undoubtedly contend against three adversaries with ease. What is there to boast about? They have been prattling on for so long, as if fearing that others might remain oblivious to their accomplishments, thus revealing the inadequacy of their characters. Furthermore, observing those ineffectual disciples exclaiming in excitement, one might mistakenly believe they had triumphed in a 1 versus 3 scenario, bringing glory to their sect. A gaggle of sycophants. They strut around with an air of superiority when addressing her, almost as if they wished to elevate their noses to the heavens, refusing even to meet her gaze. Yet now, upon the mere mention of Xianxia Peak, they instantly shed any semblance of pride, speaking in hushed tones to extol the virtues of those three, their flattery reaching absurd heights, indifferent to whether their words are even heard. Such obsequiousness is utterly disgraceful. It is truly shameful to be associated with them. Yi Xiaoxiao hurried back, unwilling to endure another word. However, her steps suddenly faltered. No, she could not bear this burden alone. Such vexing news must certainly be shared with Mu Siyu. Chapter 64. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Night Xiaoxiao turned on her heel and promptly made her way to Mu Siyu's residence. Upon arriving, she was taken aback by the gaping hole in the door. When no one responded to her knocks, she decided to crouch down and slip through the opening. Once inside the courtyard, her gaze swept across the scene, and she was appalled to find that the foolish Mu Siyu was actually asleep on the stone table. Night Xiaoxiao was instantly filled with indignation. She had just endured a scolding from her aunt and had been subjected to a barrage of gossip, leaving her with a belly full of frustration. And here was Mu Siyu, sleeping soundly. With a resounding slap on the table, she exclaimed, "Do you still have the heart to sleep? What about your cultivation? Did you not vow to reach the latter stage of qi refinement and dazzle the world? Why are you still at the initial stage? Those three from Xianxia Peak have already established their foundations. I hear they diligently cultivate every day without a moment's respite. Even during their 7 days of rest each month, they are tirelessly honing their skills, seizing every precious moment to enhance their strength. Yet here you are, napping in broad daylight, utterly lacking ambition, like a stubborn mud unable to rise." Startled awake, Mu Siyu groggily lifted her head and, upon recognizing Night Xiaoxiao, pouted irritably. "Aren't you also not cultivating? What right do you have to criticize me? That is because cultivating now would waste resources. Once I awaken my hidden potential, I will cultivate in earnest, maximizing the use of resources." Night Xiaoxiao paused, raising her voice. "I am not avoiding cultivation. I merely await the opportune moment. I am in a similar situation." Mu Siyu yawned and drowsily returned to her slumber at the table. "Cultivating now is too slow. I will cultivate once I reach Xianxia Peak. Then my efforts will yield greater results." "Xianxia Peak?" Night Xiaoxiao scoffed. "If you do not exert yourself, you won't even be able to enter Xianxia Peak." At this remark, Mu Siyu's eyes widened in shock, only to gradually relax as she murmured, "Impossible. Su Yun is eager to take me as his disciple. As long as I seek him out, he will surely accept me. Are you aware that Su Yun's 3 disciples have already established their foundations? During their recent expedition, they encountered an ambush and, in a combined effort, managed to slay 13 foundation-building cultivators." Seeing her bearing a demeanor of indifference, Night Xiaoxiao, in exasperation, revealed the information she had been withholding. Those were 13 cultivators of the same rank. This is something neither you nor I could achieve, yet they did. Now, they not only have gained fame within the sect, but have also become renowned in other sects, idolized by many new disciples. The entire sect is singing their praises. As expected, upon hearing this, Mu Siyu sprang up, her pupils quivering in disbelief as she cried out, "What did you say? Established their foundations? They even killed 13 of the same rank? Just those 3? What is going on? What happened? The last time they met at the market, she had thought they were merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, but now she realized they were all foundation-building cultivators. How could this be? Their talents seemed comparable. So how could their cultivation speed be so astonishing? Even in their past lives, they had not measured up to these 3. Something feels amiss. This situation is decidedly peculiar, and there must be an underlying issue." In an instant, Mu Siyu found her drowsiness evaporating, her anxiety palpable as she inquired, "How could they have progressed so swiftly, surpassing even our initial pace? Could it be?" After ruminating for some time, a sudden insight struck her. Could it be that Su Yun has provided them with some elixir to enhance their cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao's expression brightened with understanding. Ah, now I see. It must be so. In our previous lives, we encountered Zhao Qianfeng and his companions, whose talents were far inferior to ours. When we underwent our tribulation, they were merely at the mid-stage of the void refinement. Now, with time having reset, their inherent abilities remain unchanged. They have simply exchanged Lingfeng for Xinxia Peak. Logically, given equal resources, their cultivation should at best be on par with ours, and there is no reason for them to advance more rapidly. With this affirmation, Mu Siyu's teeth clenched in indignation, further solidifying her conviction that detestable Su Yun, such a miser, he has possessed this elixir all along, yet in our past life, he was utterly unwilling to share it with us. Had he given it to me sooner, I would have undoubtedly reached the tribulation stage and avenged the deep-seated grievances of my previous life. In their last existence, they were indeed prodigies. With the enhancement of such elixirs, their cultivation speed would have been accelerated, their renown amplified, and their strength fortified. Yet Su Yun hoarded this treasure, compelling them to rely solely on their own efforts to advance, revealing his malicious intent. He could not bear to see them thrive. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. Once you reach Xinxia Peak, you must find a way to acquire that elixir. We cannot allow it to benefit outsiders. With Mu Siyu on the verge of joining Xinxia Peak, should the others obtain the elixir, they might even secure a portion for her, sparing her the tedium of studying the tedious herbology compendium. With the elixir, she, too, could achieve the foundation establishment stage within a month, undoubtedly earning her aunt's admiration. I must seize it. With the aid of that elixir, I will surely exact my revenge. Mu Siyu's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, the heavens had granted her a second chance, allowing her to rectify her past regrets and avenge the blood feud she was unable to settle in her previous life. This time, she would fulfill her wishes. In 3 days, it would be the day Su Yun delivers his teachings. Xiao, just watch. This time, I shall do everything in my power to become a disciple of Xinxia Peak. Then it rests upon you, replied Yi Xiao, equally exhilarated. The moment of destiny was drawing near. As long as Su Yun accepted Mu Siyu and bestowed the elixir, their lives would be irrevocably transformed. Henceforth, as long as Mu Siyu remained at Xinxia Peak, she could devise various excuses to solicit resources. Her cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate. Moreover, she would be free from Su Yun's ire and admonishments. The mere thought of such a life filled her with joy. This time, they would surely lead lives far superior to those of their past. Chapter 65. Does he not care for her suffering? In the span of merely 20 days, Su Lingling felt as though she had endured 2 millennia. Even the monotonous and tedious seclusion of her past life seemed a paradise compared to her current plight. In the initial days of her arrival, she had contemplated throwing a tantrum befitting a young lady of privilege, adamantly refusing to work. She had presumed that the disciples of the Beast Peak would, like those of the Divine Fire Peak, dare not provoke her, allowing her to merely create a fuss and have matters resolved. To her astonishment, upon declaring her unwillingness to labor, she was unceremoniously kicked into a mud pit by the disciples of Beast Peak, who then commanded her to remain there until her tasks were completed. Su Lingling was nearly driven to despair. The mud pit was foul and filthy, ruining her beautiful attire. Despite her protests and invectives, her pleas fell on deaf ears, and any attempt to escape was met with a swift kick back into the mire. Even her elder brother turned a blind eye to her torment, leaving her to endure humiliation. Enraged and filled with hatred, she began to scream, and in her fervor, she startled the azure sea dragons, who retaliated by flinging mud upon her. The repugnant, gooey substance covered her, sending shivers down her spine and causing her to tremble in revulsion. In a moment of exasperation, she shrieked and attempted to retaliate against the oblivious creatures, only to realize that these azure sea dragons were all foundational beasts, far beyond her capability to contend with. A swarm of them pounced, submerging her in the muck, leaving her entirely encrusted with the nauseating slime. She gagged and cried out, but the more she struggled, the more they pressed her down, rendering her efforts futile. Ultimately, when her voice failed her and she succumbed to the stench, she was rescued by the disciples of Beast Peak. After receiving a reprimand, she became subdued. When she was cast into the mud pit a second time, she refrained from loud outcries. After spending an entire day vacantly seated by the edge of the pit, realizing no one was coming to her aid, she obediently began to gather excrement. For over 20 consecutive days, she languished in the mud pit, only allowed to ascend for rest once the azure sea dragons had fallen asleep and ceased their defecation. Each dawn required her to rise early to labor, and any delay would result in her being kicked back down. During those harrowing days, Su Lingling genuinely believed her life was at an end. With no one willing to assist her, she longed for Brother Tianxiang's help, yet found herself imprisoned within the pit, in the depths of despair. Had it not been for her lingering affection for Brother Tianxiang, she might have contemplated ending her own suffering to demonstrate her resolve against her oppressors. Fortunately, just as she was on the brink of numbness from her incessant torment, her savior appeared. "Father!" Su Lingling exclaimed as she threw herself into Su Yunting's embrace, rubbing her mud-streaked head against him, weeping inconsolably. "Save me, Father! I cannot remain here any longer. I promise never to speak out of turn again. I shall show utmost respect to Master Su, exceedingly so, and I will never act disrespectfully again. Father, please rescue me. If I stay here any longer, I truly will perish." Amidst her cries, she began to recount her grievances. "They bully me here, kicking me into the mud pit, and deny me rest, tormenting me all day long. Behold, the marks upon my skin, all inflicted by their hands. And my second brother, yes, my second brother, he merely stood by as I was tormented, offering no aid. You must discipline him with great severity." Su Lingling wept, her eyes brimming with indignation and resentment. She was resolute in her desire for vengeance. Every individual who had wronged her today would pay dearly. Su Daoquan wore an expression of utter disbelief. Could he dare to intervene at the behest of the sovereign Su? Those aggressors likely acted upon some directive, emboldened to act with such cruelty. If he were to assist her, he too would face retribution. Su Yunting observed her soiled state and instinctively held his breath. "Your second brother bears his own burdens. Since you acknowledge your faults, go wash up and change your attire. I shall accompany you to apologize to the two sovereigns. Should Sovereign Su's ire subside, perhaps your subsequent penalties will be alleviated." Upon hearing this, Su Lingling's heart soared with joy, as long as it meant leaving this place. She would kneel and bow before Su Yun if necessary. She dared not overestimate her strength. Not until she possessed the power to overwhelm Su Yun would she confront him directly. Without further contemplation, she eagerly nodded and dashed toward the distant chamber, where a special array for cleansing awaited her. It was in that sanctuary that she felt most at ease, indulging in the luxury of a warm bath. Yet, as the thought crossed her mind, her joy began to wane, her lips pursed, and she could not suppress her tears. Here she was, a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage, destined to become a 9th-grade artifact master, reduced to this pitiful state, tormented daily, as if a mere slave. Su Yun was truly terrifying. He was like a demon. She had merely failed to greet him, and he unleashed his wrath upon her. In her previous life, he had not been so merciless. What had changed this time? She had simply misspoken, so why must he torment her so? Cultivation, cultivation, and yet again, cultivation. This time, she vowed to exert herself, to dedicate herself to rigorous training. Once she matched Su Yun's prowess, she would ensure he understood her strength. With newfound determination, Su Lingling quickly cleansed herself and donned fresh garments before returning to Su Yunting's side. After this ordeal, she indeed appeared considerably more composed. The inexplicable arrogance in her eyes had diminished significantly, revealing a more grounded demeanor. Observing his daughter in this state, Su Yunting felt a pang of compassion. Yet upon recalling her sharp tongue, that sentiment quickly transformed into relief. For too long, he had indulged Su Lingling, allowing her to develop into a headstrong and impudent individual, ultimately doing her a disservice. He owed a debt of gratitude to Sovereign Su for providing the necessary guidance. Otherwise, who could foresee the calamities that might have arisen in the future? In just over 20 days, the transformation was remarkable. He smiled with satisfaction. "Come, let us visit Sovereign Feng. He can be rather petty. If we delay, he may harbor grievances." Sovereign Su would not dwell on such matters. As long as no fundamental principles were breached, he would not be overly concerned. Thus, a slight delay in their visit would be inconsequential. Upon hearing that they were heading to Zikufeng, Su Lingling instantly forgot her grievances, her heart brimming with joy. She hurriedly grasped Su Yunting's arm and said, "Father, wait a moment. My attire seems rather inappropriate. Allow me to change into something more fitting." Su Yunting, understanding her concerns, replied, "That makes sense. Let us return briefly." Back at Shinhuofeng, Su Lingling took her time to groom herself meticulously. She donned her most cherished and exquisite garments and applied fragrant incense to mask any lingering scents. Feeling satisfied before they set off. Upon arriving at Zikufeng, Su Lingling's excitement only intensified. She had initially intended to seize the opportunity to report to her senior brother, Tianxiang, hoping he would address the misdeeds of the ruffians from Wanshifeng and spare her from further punishment. However, when she finally found the right moment to express her grievances regarding the trials she had endured at Wanshifeng, all she received was a tepid reassurance. "It seems this trial has been beneficial. Your disposition has indeed matured compared to a few days ago. Continue to strive, and I believe you will experience a transformation within a year." Su Lingling was taken aback. What did this mean? Was senior brother Tianxiang unwilling to rescue her, insisting instead that she endure more suffering? Surely, upon hearing of her tribulations, he should have felt compassion and offered her assistance. Yet, no matter how she perceived it, her brother displayed not a hint of empathy. In fact, he seemed rather indifferent. Chapter 66. Surely, this time there will be no more trouble, right? Moreover, despite her painstaking effort to select a beautiful outfit, brother Tianxiang barely glanced at her, revealing not the slightest hint of admiration, as if she did not exist in his eyes at all. Su Lingling wished to voice her thoughts further. Yet Feng Tianxiang promptly issued an eviction order. "I have official matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you two any longer." Su Yunting hastily rose to bid farewell, urging Su Lingling to leave West Bitter Peak swiftly. Su Lingling, feeling dissatisfied, complained, "Father, why must we leave? Why can't I converse a bit more with the Sect Master Feng?" Su Yunting looked at her, puzzled. "Did you not hear Sect Master Feng state he has official duties to attend to? What more is there to discuss? He can handle his affairs while I sit beside him and talk. I wouldn't disturb him." In the past, even when busy, her senior brother would never send her away. He preferred her company, claiming it brought him solace. Her father truly understood nothing, squandering a precious opportunity to accompany her senior brother. Su Yunting inhaled sharply, feeling slightly dazed. He suddenly realized a grave issue. His daughter appeared utterly oblivious to the implications of Sect Master Feng's words. The latter had clearly sought an excuse to dismiss them, yet she remained unaware, even attempting to linger. It was no wonder she had previously uttered nonsensical remarks, provoking the ire of two sect masters. It turned out she was not being willful. She simply could not comprehend human speech. What was going on? Had he given birth to a fool? Su Yunting felt a surge of anxiety. This child must have a problem with her wits. How could this be remedied? They were soon to arrive at Xinxia Peak, and this girl wouldn't inadvertently cause him more trouble, would she? Upon their arrival at Xinxia Peak, Lingyin reported and conveyed that only Su Yunting should enter. Though no further words were exchanged, Su Lingling's heart seethed with fury. What did this mean? Just because she was not a disciple of Su Yun, she was denied the right to even meet him? Moreover, she had come to offer an apology, having made the effort to come in person. Ready to express her contrition, how dare Su Yun refuse to see her? She contemplated arguing, but was hastily stopped by Su Yunting. In that case, you should wait here and absolutely not wander off. This action by Sect Master Su clearly indicated he had not forgiven Su Lingling. Yet Su Yunting felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was for the best. If the foolish girl did not enter, she would not provoke Sect Master Su, sparing him from further troubles. Su Lingling pouted, feeling disgruntled. In her previous life, she could meet Su Yun directly without any need for an announcement. Now, it seemed he had begun to treat her with airs. Even the maid could see him, yet she was denied entry. Did he look down upon her? Humph. If he chose not to see her, then so be it. She was not particularly keen on it anyway. She was merely temporarily down on her luck. Her cultivation too low, making her a target for others. Once she restored her cultivation to the tribulation stage, it would be Su Yun who would have to seek her out, and she would make him realize her worth. Lingyin observed her discontented expression and could not help but feel the urge to scold her. The young lady from Su Feng's household appears to be somewhat unhinged. Upon hearing that the young master did not wish to meet her, she incessantly rolled her eyes. A mere junior in the foundation establishment stage. Whom is she directing such disdain towards? It is no wonder the young master wished to avoid her. Even she herself seemed reluctant to encounter this individual again. Lingyin pondered briefly, then led her to a nearby pavilion to sit, before departing without a word, clearly uninterested in engaging further. Su Lingling resumed her eye-rolling. What on earth was happening? Lingyin displayed an utter lack of perception, failing to offer her even a decent cup of tea. Had she been a disciple of Xinxia Peak, she would have certainly seized the opportunity to reprimand this insufferable girl thoroughly. A mere maid, even if she were at the Nascent Soul stage, had no reason to put on airs in her presence. Su Lingling internally scorned her, growing impatient as she waited. Finally, she rose and made her way towards the back mountain. After 2 lifetimes, returning to this familiar ground stirred within her a myriad of complex emotions, prompting her to wander and explore. In her previous life, she had resided here for over a millennium, traversing this very path countless times. She was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree, able to name most of the passing maids. In the past, they had shown her great respect, addressing her as Miss and skillfully ingratiating themselves, bringing her daily joy. However, today, for reasons unbeknownst to her, those same maids seemed to harbor a peculiar animosity towards her. Their gazes were strangely unfamiliar, and they deliberately avoided her, not even acknowledging her presence. What was the meaning of this? Why the need to hide from her? Irritated, Su Lingling scoffed. A bunch of maids who cannot distinguish their superiors. Just as she uttered these words, the courtyard gate swung open with a loud bang, and Xia Zhuwei poked her head out. Upon seeing Su Lingling, she frowned and coldly remarked, "I was wondering whose foul mouth it was. Turns out it's you. The brainless fool." Su Lingling's expression shifted. "Who are you insulting, you disrespectful wretch? Had it not been for my brother's intervention last time, I would have torn your mouth apart." Xia Zhuwei, unfazed, merely turned to close the courtyard door, taunting, "Oh, your skills may be lacking, but your arrogance is quite grand. You were fortunate to escape last time. How dare you show your face again?" She stood defiantly at the courtyard's entrance, lifting her chin towards Su Lingling. "Little fool, do you dare to join me on the sparring platform for a contest?" Fuming with rage, Su Lingling retorted, "Very well, you've asked for it. Insolent wretch. Today I shall teach you a lesson in place of Su Yun." She had never encountered such a disrespectful person before, after her previous contempt for Xia Zhuwei. She could hardly believe that this girl would dare to insult her again. Perfectly, she seized the opportunity to impart some much-needed discipline. At that moment, Zhao Qianfeng and his companions rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Upon hearing her words, discontent flickered through their expressions. Zhao Qianfeng furrowed his brow and stepped forward. "Who is this imbecile, daring to speak of our master's name? You are truly asking for trouble." Ning Qiuyu, eyes aflame with anger, added, "If you apologize now, I may spare you this once. Otherwise, today you shall face the consequences." "Consequences? Just based on you lot?" Su Lingling smirked derisively. "Fighting? I fear no one. Even if you all came at me together, I would still stand my ground." Knight Wuxin scrutinized her, wrinkling her nose as she remarked, "Fourth senior sister. This person has a foul mouth." Xia Zhuwei nodded, her expression darkening as she fixed her gaze upon her. "Do not worry, junior sister. I will ensure she remembers this lesson. Come with me. We shall settle this on the arena." Su Lingling shot Knight Wuxin a fierce glare, for she dreaded hearing the word foul. This wretched girl was clearly testing her patience. With a cold laugh, she stepped forward. "Who will remember what remains to be seen? Just make sure you do not end up in tears." Chapter 67. You shall witness my greatest power. The group swiftly arrived at the contest arena situated halfway up the mountain. Upon seeing this, Lingyin hurriedly entered the hall to report, for she was the esteemed daughter of the Su family and needed to seek permission from the young master to engage in battle. Su Yun, however, remained unfazed. "It matters not. It is merely a sparring match among the younger generation. Let them indulge." Su Yunting felt a sudden pang of unease. How could this girl be so troublesome? He had barely settled in when she was already itching for a fight. Thankfully, he had not allowed her to accompany him inside. Otherwise, she might have truly provoked Sect Master Su's ire. This girl was indeed a source of constant worry. "Rest assured, Sect Master Su. I shall discipline her properly upon my return," he promised, then shifted the conversation. "However, Lingling has faced considerable hardship at the Beast Peak recently. I believe her temperament has been sufficiently tempered. Don't you agree, Sect Master Su?" Su Yun took a sip of tea and remarked casually, "This matter is easily resolved. Should she emerge victorious, I shall absolve her of any punishment." This Su Yunting's expression darkened. Su Yun's 3 disciples had recently gained quite the reputation within the sect. Who did not know they could effortlessly vanquish opponents of the same rank? Although Su Lingling was also at the foundation establishment stage and had been struck by lightning twice, refining her physique, she was still significantly stronger than her peers. Yet, she had always been pampered and had never engaged in combat, if a real fight ensued. While there was a slim chance of victory, her overall odds were less than 30%. Lingyin relayed Su Yun's words to the contest arena, and upon hearing them, Su Lingling's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, Su Yun could not bear to see her suffer, and here he was, casually providing an opportunity to absolve her of her transgressions. Ha ha ha, truly, divine providence smiles upon me. She had not anticipated that in this new life, Su Yun would still show her such care. It made her journey to Xinxiao Peak worthwhile. However, given that her future happiness depended on this battle, she knew she must secure a decisive victory. Xia Zhuwei, the impudent scoundrel, could never imagine that she was a tribulation stage cultivator who had lived through a past life, frequently enduring the trials of lightning, her physique terrifyingly formidable. Not to mention her 15 centuries of combat experience, her sheer physical strength alone was sufficient to crush opponents of the same rank. Although she could no longer utilize those powerful spells from her previous life, overcoming these foundation establishment cultivators required no intricate techniques. With a sword in hand, sheer brute force would suffice for victory. In her past life, She needed only to exert her pressure and wield the pseudo-immortal artifact, the Shattering Hammer. A single strike could obliterate her opponent's treasures, sending them reeling in defeat. Even when facing Tribulation stage cultivators, she had the protection of the pseudo-immortal artifact, the Fusion Umbrella. She merely needed to focus on her offense, and within 10 strikes, she could destroy her adversary's treasures and secure an effortless victory. As for this mere foundation establishment girl, she truly had no idea how to lose. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come forward to be bested. Xia Jiwei, noticing her incessant grinning from below, could not resist the urge to caution her. Don't celebrate too soon. If you manage to defeat me, only then will my master absolve you of your punishment. If you lose, you shall return to wallow in the mud. Upon hearing those words, Su Lingling's heart jolted, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes as she hurriedly inquired, "How do you know? Has someone been speaking ill of me?" She had always believed that her struggles on the Beast Peak were well concealed, unbeknownst to outsiders. Now, she realized that news of her being bullied there had reached Xinxia Peak. If it had spread this far, did that mean others were aware? Was the entire Tianshu sect informed? How could she ever face anyone again? Xia Jiwei raised an eyebrow and smiled. "If you defeat me, I shall divulge the truth. How dare you threaten me? You are courting death." Su Lingling seethed with rage. Propelling herself onto the dueling platform, drawing forth a crimson flying sword. Ignoring any intricate techniques or secret arts, she channeled her spiritual energy, causing the blade to radiate a searing red glow. With a flourish, she pointed the sword at Xia Jiwei, sneering, "This Chaoyan sword, while not an exceptional flying sword, is indeed a superior magical artifact. Coupled with my formidable physique, I am more than capable of battling above my rank. You still have time to surrender, otherwise, should you be injured or worse, do not blame me for not warning you." "Oh, battling above your rank. Is that so?" Xia Jiwei smirked, unfazed. "Enough of your chatter. Make your move, little fool. You have successfully provoked my ire. Prepare to witness my true power." Su Lingling's eyes blazed with fury. Without hesitation, she surged forward, raising her sword to deliver a decisive strike. This blow was infused with all her strength. The force of the sword drew forth a howling wind, conjuring a blazing inferno that surged forth, overwhelming the arena with heat and causing the protective barrier to ripple. Even Xia Jiwei furrowed her brow at the intensity of the flames. It was no wonder the girl was so arrogant. Her mastery of spiritual energy was formidable, and her physical strength surpassed that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, that was where her advantages ended. In Su Lingling's eyes, she believed that Xia Jiwei was momentarily stunned by her ferocity. Gloating, she exerted even more force into her strike. This attack was executed with raw power, devoid of any embellishment. Although the technique was simple, as her senior brother Tianxiang had advised, it was a return to simplicity, discarding unnecessary variations and consolidating all strength into one point, capable of shattering the void. In her past life, this very move had allowed her to break high-level magical artifacts of her rank, securing countless victories. This time, she expected no less. However, faced with such a formidable assault, Xia Jiwei remained unfazed, calmly drawing her sword from its sheath. As the blade was unsheathed, a sharp, chilling white light surged forth, as if ice and snow had erupted, instantly dispelling the searing heat. In the next moment, the sword glowed with a blinding white radiance, and without flinching or evading, she charged at Su Lingling. With a whoosh, the sound of breaking air resonated as Xia Jiwei swiftly closed the distance, appearing before Su Lingling. The long sword emitted a clear, resonant note as it sliced through the air, aiming for the crimson sword in a fierce counterattack. White light like snow clashed with the red flames, unleashing a high-level foundation establishment secret technique, cloud shattering. A brilliant flash of sword light suddenly pierced the air, scattering rays of brilliance. The clash of metal rang out sharply as two long swords collided with immense force, their energies grinding against each other in a ferocious struggle. However, the crimson sword could only endure for a fleeting moment before emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The flames extinguished in an instant, and with a sharp crack, the blade shattered into two pieces. What? How could this be? Su Lingling's expression changed dramatically. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden pain pierced her brow, heralding the arrival of a lethal strike. The dazzling white sword light, having severed the Chaoyan sword, continued unabated, swiftly arcing towards her with its edge aimed directly at her chest. The speed of this strike was astonishing, almost instantaneous, as it closed the distance before her eyes. Su Lingling's heart constricted, and instinctively, she attempted to evade, only to realize that her body moved too slowly, leaving her no time for any other response. In the next moment, the sword light descended upon her, her protective artifact activated autonomously, erupting into a fiery shield that barely held for an instant before it was utterly obliterated. Bang! Su Lingling's spirit trembled as she watched the sword's edge whistle towards her. Just as it was about to cleave her, it shifted to a crushing blow, the slender blade transforming as if it were a massive hammer, striking forcefully against her chest. Crack! With tremendous force penetrating her being, Su Lingling let out a cry of agony, spewing forth blood as she was hurled backward, crashing onto the arena floor and rolling several yards before finally coming to a halt. Her body curled in pain. She lay on the ground, moaning in distress. Chapter 68. Is this truly your greatest power? How can this be? Su Lingling was filled with trepidation, unable to fathom her own defeat. Despite possessing over 1,000 years of combat experience, how could she fail to evade even the foundational sword techniques? And what of Xia Jiwei? Why was she so formidable? The beam of sword light bore an overwhelming force that was simply not characteristic of an early-stage foundational practitioner. Is this truly your strongest power? Xia Jiwei stood at the edge of the arena, looking down upon her with undisguised derision and confusion. With such weakness, what audacity do you possess to be so brazen on Xianxia Peak? This woman had been audacious from the start. She had assumed her opponent possessed some dreadful trump card. Yet, when the battle commenced, it became evident that her adversary was alarmingly feeble, merely brimming with bravado and brute strength. Her movements were stiff and lacking finesse, unable to even wield any secret techniques, thus failing to unleash even 70% of her potential. In contrast, Xia Jiwei, bolstered by her secret arts, could effortlessly manifest 13 times her full strength. In summary, her opponent was exceedingly weak. Xia Jiwei sheathed her sword and gracefully descended from the platform. Pausing momentarily beside Su Lingling, she smiled and said, "Perhaps you should return to wallowing in the mud, you simpleton who relies solely on brute force." As she stepped past her, she suddenly halted, turning back to look down at Su Lingling, her gaze turning icy. "Oh, a word of caution. Should you encounter me again, it would be wise to steer clear. If I hear you speak ill of my master once more, I shall sever your tongue." Her tone was devoid of warmth, sending a shiver down Su Lingling's spine. Though she initially intended to retort fiercely, the moment her eyes met Xia Jiwei's, all her words caught in her throat. That gaze, she had only witnessed it in Su Yun. It was the same cold expression he wore when he discovered their ambush, infused with a suppressed fury and murderous intent. It was the first time she had seen Su Yun so enraged, striking out without affording her an opportunity to explain, reducing the surrounding area to rubble. Now, however, she found that same intensity reflected in the eyes of Su Yun's disciple. She was certain that if she dared utter another word, this girl would indeed follow through on her threat. Yet, Su Lingling could not comprehend how, despite Xia Jiwei's strength, she should not have fallen so swiftly. After all, she was a formidable figure in the tribulation stage. How could she fail to withstand even a single strike from a mere foundational junior? If word of this spread, where could she possibly hide her shame? But why? This should not be happening. It must be the artifact. Su Lingling's gaze flickered, landing upon the long sword in Xia Jiwei's grasp. Had the Chaoyun sword not shattered, she would never have lost. In every previous confrontation, she had always been the one to shatter her opponent's artifacts. Yet this time, the roles had reversed entirely. Her own treasured weapon had been cleaved in two by a single stroke from her foe. Where had things gone awry? The Chaoyun sword she wielded, though inferior to the pseudo-immortal artifact, the shattered immortal hammer of her past life, was still a superior grade weapon. Even in a clash with a top-tier artifact, it should not have broken so effortlessly. Yet, in that moment, it had been severed cleanly. Could it be that this wretched girl was employing an artifact against her? Was this not the very definition of bullying? Su Lingling felt aggrieved. Her physique was robust, and her spiritual power more refined. In a fair duel, she would undoubtedly prevail. As she watched the four retreating figures, she could not restrain herself and called out, "I refuse to accept this. You merely rely on the advantage of your magical artifacts to bully me for lacking superior ones. In a fair contest, you are no match for me." Upon hearing her declaration, the four who were about to depart halted almost in unison. Yi Wuxin was the first to respond, "A loss is a loss. If you lack the courage to admit your mistakes, how can you aspire to attain immortality?" "Silence. I simply refuse to accept this." Su Lingling rose to her feet, clutching her chest and wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "This battle does not count. Once I acquire a magical artifact, we shall duel again. If I still lose, then I will concede that you are indeed superior. Just you? You are far too weak. Even 10 more matches would be a waste of time." Xia Jiwei scoffed, intending to refuse. when Su Yunting hurriedly appeared and admonished Su Lingling. This is foolishness. A loss is a loss. Focus on your training henceforth. As a young lady, you should not be so reckless and combative. Seeing her father arrive bolstered Su Lingling's confidence and fueled her indignation further. I refuse to accept this. This loss was solely due to the artifacts. If we were to compete with artifacts of equal caliber, I would surely win. Su Fengzhu. Su Yunting began. But Su Yun appeared in the sky, casting his gaze over the assembled crowd before addressing Su Lingling. Since you refuse to accept defeat, and your cultivation is now comparable to Zhiwei's, take the next few days to heal, and we shall arrange a rematch in the future. Su Yunting grew anxious. If this were to be settled, it would irreparably offend Xinxia Peak. He hastily urged, Su Zongzhu, this matter. Su Yun raised a hand to silence him, then inquired, Su Lingling, do you find this arrangement fair? Su Lingling initially wished to scoff, but, fearing Su Yun's displeasure, restrained her anger and nodded. I have no objections. But this alone is insufficient. You must provide me with a magical artifact of equal rank to hers. At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the audacity of such a request. How could one be so shameless? Accepting defeat was already rude enough. Now she dared to demand treasures. And with such brazen justification, where did she find the audacity to challenge and be overwhelmed, yet still seek artifacts from the host? This was unprecedented in centuries of experience. Su Yunting was further alarmed. His eyelids twitched as he rushed to intervene, bowing to Su Yun. There is no need to trouble Su Zongzhu. The matter of artifacts shall be resolved by Shenhua Peak. Su Yun nodded. Very well. We shall schedule the duel for the martial arts arena in 1 month. There will be many disciples present to witness. He continued. You may rest and recover during these days, and seek to refine a top-tier artifact. Do not utter claims of unfairness again. Should you lose the next match, the penalty shall extend by another year. This foolish girl, neither her disciple nor a member of Xinxia Peak, dared to demand treasures? How amusing. Was it not said that she could thrive without relying on him? How dare she come to ask for treasures? She should have sought Feng Tianxiang instead. What business does she have here? Su Lingling was momentarily taken aback by this remark. An exquisite magical weapon? Xia Zhiwei's sword was merely an exquisite magical weapon? She had always believed that the flying sword was a superior treasure. Otherwise, how could it sever her superior magical weapon with a single strike? Yet, she now realized that it was merely an exquisite magical weapon. How could Xia Zhiwei wield such formidable power with just a single level of distinction? If it were solely a secret technique, the enhancement should not have been so substantial. What puzzled her even further was why no one else seemed astonished by Xia Zhiwei's immense strength. It appeared as though they were all accustomed to it. Su Yun's form dissipated, leaving behind a resonant proclamation. Lingyin, see them off. The crowd once again bowed in deference. Su Yunting cast a helpless glance at his daughter, then nodded at the approaching Lingyin, swiftly departing with Su Lingling. He could no longer bear to stay. His daughter had chosen to seek treasures from the Sect Master Su rather than acknowledge him, the master of the Divine Fire Peak. This situation was truly incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. Moreover, it was undeniably embarrassing. Chapter 69. She must win. She absolutely must win. What on earth were you thinking? Engaging in conflict with the disciple of Master Su and requesting treasures from him? Su Yunting, full of exasperation, rebuked. If you desire treasures, you could have approached me. Though I lack elixirs, I possess an abundance of magical artifacts. How could you? How could you? Su Lingling, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered her gaze. In her previous life, she had grown accustomed to asking Su Yun for things and had momentarily failed to correct this behavior. With no other recourse, she fabricated an excuse. Xia Zhiwei damaged my Chaoyan sword. As her master, it is only reasonable for Master Su to compensate me with a treasure. Wasn't it merely a matter of obtaining a magical artifact? The incredulous expressions of those around her were absurd. One might think she was demanding a celestial weapon. As for Su Yun, he, too, seemed intimidated and refrained from responding to her. It was merely a magical artifact. How could he be so miserly? Su Tingyun, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. He could not fathom what sin he had committed to end up with such a daughter, foolish as a pig. With a deep sigh, he felt the weight of the world upon him and weakly remarked, enough of this. We still have a month. It is ample time. I will take you to Yulong Peak to seek Master Gu's assistance in treating your injuries, to avoid any lingering issues. Initially, such a visit was unnecessary. He could easily heal minor injuries himself. However, given the complexity of mental afflictions, it was prudent to have Master Gu examine her thoroughly. Su Lingling responded with a soft "oh" and suddenly inquired, by the way, Father, what did Master Su mean by that? Why did he specifically mention that I am close in cultivation to Xia Jiwei? Our levels are indeed similar. And is Xia Jiwei's longsword truly just a top-tier artifact? Why does its power seem so immense? Su Yunting turned to her, a look of concern crossing his face. He began to wonder if his daughter had been possessed, for she had never been this foolish before. What on earth was happening lately? To call her a pig would be an exaggeration. He shook his head and replied, "That sword is indeed merely a top-tier artifact. Her ability to sever the Chaoyun sword with a single strike is due to her use of a foundational sword technique. Moreover, that strike was surely the result of extensive practice, having reached a level of mastery. When executed, it consolidates all her strength into a single blow. You have yet to learn any sword techniques, so it is entirely reasonable for you to be defeated by her. If you wish to triumph over her in a month, you must acquire several targeted foundational techniques. Otherwise, even with a top-tier artifact, the chances of defeat remain high." As for the meaning behind those words, his voice grew increasingly weary as he waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. Master Su was merely speaking casually. There was no deeper meaning. Let us focus on your treatment. Yet Su Lingling remained lost in thought. Techniques? Was it solely due to the techniques? In her previous life, Su Yun had imparted numerous techniques to her, most of which emphasized overcoming cleverness with strength, renowned for their simplicity yet profound efficacy. When executed, they could harness the power of the heavens, striking with enough force to shatter the void and obliterate vast expanses. However, those magical artifacts were of a grade too high, primarily usable only by those at the transcendent stage or above, rendering them currently inaccessible. It appears that she must delve into the study of lower-level secret arts suitable for the foundation establishment stage to truly unleash her inherent power. Fortunately, her comprehension is exceptionally high, and her talent is astonishing. She progresses swiftly in whatever she practices. A month's time is ample for her to master several potent secret arts. Next time, she will not face defeat. Atop the serene peak of Xinxia, within a tranquil chamber, lies the most concentrated source of spiritual energy throughout the entire mountain. Since her rebirth, Su Yun has dedicated herself to seclusion and cultivation in this very place. The affairs conducted outside and the guests entertained are merely a projection of her essence. In recent days, as she organizes her insights, she continually aids her cultivation with abundant rare materials, elevating her prowess. In her previous life, aside from the oblivion principle that merged with her during the integration stage, she also grasped the principles of decay and rebirth, gradually touching upon the concepts of life and death as she approached the tribulation stage, transforming yin and yang. At her peak, she could determine the life or death of her foes with a mere thought, earning her a place among the top 3 among numerous tribulation experts in the central continent. Yet now, everything begins anew. She must first perfect the oblivion principle before using it as a foundation to comprehend the subsequent principles. Today, after the recent disturbance caused by Su Lingling, she felt a sudden surge of insight. In an instant, her spiritual platform was engulfed in a howling tempest, and a black rune appeared upon her brow. The markings, though sparse, seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the heavenly way. As the light flickered, tendrils of darkness extended outward, swiftly enveloping the entire tranquil chamber. The densely woven black threads, imbued with an aura of infinite stillness, spread throughout, yet were confined within the chamber, unable to escape. As the black threads danced with increasing fervor, a tremendous force descended from above, disregarding the protective array and the restrictions of the grand hall, penetrating all as if it were mere vapor, directly rushing towards Su Yun's brow and crashing into the black rune. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding black threads twisted and coiled tightly, transforming into a swirling sheet of darkness, ultimately coalescing into a spherical orb of light, expanding outward from Su Yun. Wherever the black orb traversed, all matter was obliterated, be it tables, chairs, stones, artifacts, or even high-tier magical tools. All vanished silently, leaving behind only a smooth, mirror-like floor and walls. At that moment, the rune on Su Yun's brow trembled, causing the orb to gradually contract, transforming back into strands of black that were drawn into the rune. The black imprint then extended, as if an invisible hand were elegantly sketching 3 sharp strokes upon it. When the orb fully merged with her brow, the sketching concluded, and the black rune grew increasingly intricate and enigmatic, yet it exuded a sense of perfect strangeness before slowly vanishing into her brow. The oblivion principle reached its zenith. 300 years ahead of her previous life, the black imprint signifies the recognition of the oblivion principle by the heavens, allowing her to harness the celestial laws for her own use. And once assimilated into her being, she will attain the qualification to ascend to the tribulation stage. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, surveying the tranquil chamber, his expression unperturbed. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing high above in the sky, bowing respectfully, Master. The clouds billowed around him as Feng Yunhua sat cross-legged, eyes closed, vigilant with his divine sense, evidently guarding him. Upon his arrival, Feng Yunhua fixed his gaze upon Su Yun's brow for a moment, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, the law of annihilation is inherently a formidable path of offense. Now that you have reached the state of consummation, you can embody both the ethereal and the tangible. Not only can you obliterate the physical body, but you can also extinguish emotions and thoughts, significantly enhancing your power. He sighed, his eyes reflecting unabashed admiration. In the future, when you venture into the higher realms of the celestial cave, you alone shall be capable of effortlessly seizing the treasures therein. Your name shall undoubtedly find a place on the illustrious ascension rankings that span the entire world. Chapter 70. The disliked Su Yun, who is unloved by anyone with a smile. Su Yun spoke. Master, you flatter me. Until one undergoes the tribulation, no matter how formidable the laws may be, they ultimately pale in comparison to the true powerhouses of this world. Feng Yunhua shook his head with a smile. You possess quite the ambition. However, for you, the tribulation is not too distant. Since your breakthrough to the late stage of the harmonization phase, it has merely been a little over a decade. Now, with your recent advancements, I dare say you might attempt to challenge the tribulation within a century. A century to undergo the tribulation is indeed unprecedented among the esteemed elders of past generations. He rose, flicking his sleeves, and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Since you have concluded your matters here, make haste to Zixia Peak. Tianxiang has been waiting for you for quite some time. Su Yun, with a thought, connected to his avatar, and sensed that what felt like a fleeting moment of enlightenment had actually spanned 3 days in the external world. However, this was to be expected. Typically, delineating the laws requires utmost caution, often taking several years or even decades, and any misstep would necessitate starting anew. Fortunately, he had already harbored insights, and now he merely retraced the path of his past life, thus only taking 3 days. As for the century-long tribulation his master mentioned, it was rather conservative. Su Yun felt confident that he would not need a century, nor even a decade. In about a year, he believed he could challenge the tribulation phase. Nonetheless, since the day had arrived for him to impart teachings at Zixia Peak, he felt compelled to proceed. Su Yun instructed his avatar to arrange for the repair of the meditation chamber before setting off towards Zixia Peak. At this hour, it was still early. Feng Tianxiang had likely not yet finished his discourse, so there was no need for haste. During this time, a whirlwind of activity stirred within the Tianxian sect. The conflict between Xianxia Peak and Xinhua Peak had become a hot topic among the disciples. Almost all had heard that Su Lingling, the daughter of the Xinhua Peak's master, was scheduled to publicly duel Xia Jiwei, the esteemed disciple of the Xianxia Peak, in a month's time. Upon hearing this, the Sect Master added an enticing incentive. The victor would receive a supreme magical treasure, the Pashasha shuttle, personally bestowed by him. At Zixia Peak, Feng Tianxiang expounded on the teachings from a high platform, while the crowd gathered at the edge of the square engaged in fervent discussions. Heavens, that is a supreme magical treasure. If it were to be sold outside, it would fetch no less than 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. You know the value of spirit stones. The power of a supreme magical treasure is utterly terrifying. For those below the golden core stage, possessing such a treasure renders them invincible among their peers. Senior Sister Xia is already formidable. If she were to acquire a supreme magical treasure, who could possibly match her during the grand competition? You speak as if that treasure is guaranteed to fall into Senior Sister Xia's hands. She does have an opponent after all, someone capable of matching her in such a duel, presumably with considerable strength as well. What was that person's name? Su Lingling? No, that can't be right. Who is Su Lingling? I've never heard of her before. Few knew of Su Lingling. Yet Xia Jiwei's name had recently echoed throughout the Tianxian sect. Any disciple with aspirations for the competition paid her special attention. She was a prodigy who had reached the foundation establishment stage in just over a month and, during her trials, had even collaborated with her peers to slay 13 opponents of the same tier. Such a formidable genius disciple has been brazenly challenged by the obscure Su Lingling. Who exactly is this Su Lingling? Intrigued, the crowd began to inquire, and soon a well-informed individual recounted the recent escapades of Su Lingling. Speaking of Su Lingling, she is indeed a legendary figure, rumored to possess a body of calamity, bringing misfortune wherever she goes. Not long ago, shortly after her departure from the Divine Fire Peak, she managed to anger 2 vice sect masters and was punished by being sent to the 10,000 Beasts Peak to clean the toilets. Yet, she remained undeterred. 3 days prior, she seized an opportunity to provoke Sister Xia at the Immortal Cloud Peak. A disagreement ensued, leading to a confrontation and the outcome. Can you guess what happened? He deliberately left the suspense hanging, prompting others to scoff. Do we even need to guess? Sister Xia, in her prime, undoubtedly triumphed over Su Lingling. Indeed, she was defeated, yet Su Lingling refused to accept her loss, insisting that Sister Xia's magical artifact was too powerful, rendering her victory unjust. Hence, Sect Master Su granted her permission for a rematch, allowing her to procure a top-tier artifact, refine it, and return for battle. The crowd, puzzled by her defiance, wondered, what is there to contest? In the face of danger, the strongest prevails. Who would arrange for her a fair duel with a magical artifact? Lacking a powerful artifact was merely a stroke of bad luck. Had she encountered a benevolent master like Sect Master Su, she wouldn't dare blame others for possessing superior artifacts. Su Lingling is truly an intriguing character. Within our sect, she may thrive, but outside, she might just amuse her adversaries. But that is not all. Do you know what is most remarkable about her? One person suddenly lowered their voice and leaned in. I have heard, merely heard, that after her defeat, Su Lingling shamelessly approached Sect Master Su to demand a magical artifact, insisting that he bestow upon her one of the same caliber as Sister Xia's. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. The atmosphere momentarily hushed, before erupting into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. Is she out of her mind? To demand a magical artifact after being bested? What kind of world does she think this is? Indeed, I suspect she may be delusional, her actions defying all logic. How unfortunate for Peak Master Su to have a daughter of such folly. Hush, tread carefully. Knowing she is foolish is sufficient. We shall keep our distance. But to speak ill of the Peak Master is a grave offense. Do not implicate me in your folly. As the words settled, silence enveloped the crowd once more, only to be broken by a peculiar, suppressed laughter. Mu Siyu, hearing the mocking laughter, exchanged bewildered glances with Su Youli. After a moment, she cautiously transmitted her thoughts. Did I hear correctly? Su Lingling, that fool? Has she returned? After a brief contemplation, Su Youli nodded emphatically and replied, I found it curious how she managed to anger Su Yun last time. And she hasn't even sought Su Yun as her master this time. Coupled with this recent contest, it's nearly confirmed. It is indeed strange. In a world blessed with extraordinary fortune, one such individual suffices. Why then, do so many emerge in succession? Mu Siyu is rather agreeable, for her obsession with revenge is profoundly entrenched. She can indeed share a rebirth with her. However, why has even the unfortunate Su Lingling been granted a second chance? Is she not a vessel of misfortune, destined to endure perpetual calamity? What right does she possess to attain such celestial fortune? Contemplating this, Su Youli could not help but emit a cold chuckle, transmitting her thoughts. Su Yun truly embodies failure in this new beginning. None of us are inclined to take him as our mentor, which speaks volumes of his unpopularity. He is universally detested. Mu Siyu nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, I share your sentiments. Were it not for being cornered with no alternatives, I would not have chosen to tread the same path as in my past life. Su Youli cast a sympathetic glance in her direction, gently patting her shoulder, offering solace. Let us think positively. Although Su Yun's character may be questionable, he is indeed generous in his support. You shall no longer need to worry about resources for cultivation. Chapter 71. Alas, someone seeks to harm him. To be candid, Su Youli now finds herself yearning for the days when she need not fret over resources. After enduring a period of destitution in the medicinal garden, she has come to realize how precious the resources she once took for granted truly are. In her previous life, she could effortlessly summon a storage bag brimming with exquisite spirit stones and an abundance of precious elixirs. Yet now, she must labor diligently to procure the resources necessary for her cultivation. No matter how hard she tries, the spirit stones she acquires remain woefully insufficient for her needs. The elixirs required for her cultivation are even rarer, and the ones she concocts herself are too precious to utilize, forcing her to rely on the monthly distribution of elixirs for her practice. Consequently, her cultivation speed is absurdly slow, were it not for the monthly support. She fears she could toil for a year, or even 3, without hope of establishing a foundation. In contrast, her prior life at Xianxia Peak was relatively comfortable. At least she was never burdened by such trivial concerns and could focus solely on her cultivation. As she reflects on this, a complex array of emotions arises within Su Youli. Would her existence be more favorable had she not hastened her departure after her rebirth? This thought proliferates wildly, prompting her to clutch her sleeves tightly and shake her head to dispel these peculiar notions. No. Although Xianxia Peak is splendid, it lacks freedom. Su Yun is exceedingly difficult to interact with. What does it matter if there are abundant resources? With her own efforts, she could still ascend to the tribulation stage, albeit at a slightly slower pace. If that is the case, why should she tread the same path as in her past life? This time, she aspires to become a free sword immortal during the tribulation phase. She wishes to be with Brother Tianxiang, and for that, she is willing to forsake the illusory comforts of Xianxia Peak. Moreover, the benefits on Brother Tianxiang's side are no less than those at Xianxia Peak. Once she arrives at Shiku Peak, she will have access to whatever she desires, and her days will be filled with joy, far surpassing her experiences at Xianxia Peak. You are absolutely right. Mu Siyu nodded vigorously. As long as I have ample resources to support me, I can accelerate my cultivation and surpass Su Yun in transcending the tribulation, thus freeing myself from this formidable foe. With the experience and insights from my past life as a foundation, the bottlenecks that once hindered me for years will cease to exist. My path of cultivation shall be remarkably smooth. This time, not only shall I re-enter the tribulation phase, but I shall also become the most extraordinary prodigy of Tianxiang, astonishing the world. Everything is in place. Yet why has Su Yun not yet arrived? Mu Siyu glanced anxiously at the empty seat beside Feng Tianxiang. Su Yun has always been punctual. Could it be that something unforeseen has transpired at Xianxia Peak? They had arrived at Zixia Peak early that morning, eagerly awaiting Brother Tianxiang and Su Yun to conclude their lecture so they could pay their respects. Su Youli had also prepared her finest elixirs, hoping for Brother Tianxiang to publicly commend her. If possible, she wished to join Shiku Peak under Brother Tianxiang's mentorship. At the very least, she sought his assistance in being assigned to a certain elder's tutelage, becoming a direct disciple and escaping the drudgery of daily labor. By the way, is that elixir of yours fake? Suddenly recalling the matter of the elixir, Mu Siyu questioned with a serious expression. The last time I used your elixir for cultivation, not only was the spiritual energy scarce, but I could only sustain it for half an hour. It pales in comparison to other qi condensation pills. Upon hearing this, Su Youli's temper flared. She retorted through voice transmission, impossible. Each of my elixirs is meticulously crafted. Their effects can only be superior, never inferior. I even specifically showed them to Sect Master Feng before. There can be no issue. She scrutinized Mu Siyu for a moment. Perhaps the spiritual energy at your residence is too thin. While the elixir is excellent, the environment plays a significant role as well. Do not place all the blame on my elixirs. Sect Master Feng has seen them. Mu Siyu's gaze shifted. What you say does seem plausible. Indeed. The spiritual energy in her courtyard was exceedingly sparse, insufficient for her to break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. If that were the case, it could very well be a contributing factor. Yet, why did other elixirs perform normally without such issues, while only Su Youli's elixir fell short? Mu Siyu was not well versed in elixirs. In her previous life, she simply had to ask Su Yun for whatever she needed, never worrying about such matters, and thus had not paid attention to the quality of these items. In truth, she had never witnessed a poor elixir, let alone these low-tier ones, which she had never scrutinized closely. As for spiritual energy, all these elixirs in this lifetime were, after all, inferior to those she consumed in her past life. Nonetheless, Su Youli's elixirs were indeed visually appealing, surpassing those of others, presenting a certain uniqueness. After reassuring herself, Mu Siyu inquired, by the way, what did Sect Master Feng say? Su Youli smiled proudly. What else could he say but praise? Oh, don't ask just yet. I will bring it to Sect Master Feng shortly. Just wait, and you shall soon hear him commend me publicly. Her eyes sparkled as a smile graced her face. Although a tinge of shyness lingered within her, she still lifted her gaze towards Feng Tianxiang, who was seated on the high platform. Brother Tianxiang remained as noble and unparalleled as ever, merely sitting there. He radiated like the sun, making it impossible for her to avert her gaze. In her previous life, after breaking through to the tribulation stage, she had also lectured low-tier disciples on the essentials of breakthrough at Zixia Peak. At that time, all eyes were upon her, filled with admiration and respect, akin to how she now gazed at Brother Tianxiang. In those moments, she was the most prominent and dazzling sun in the arena. Regardless of what she spoke, whether the disciples comprehended or not, they would express their gratitude towards her, thanking her for her guidance. She relished that feeling, the sensation of being trusted and revered, which captivated her. Yet, she pondered how long it would take in this life before she could once again occupy that position, becoming the warm sun that illuminated the entire sect. However, this time, she would not sit there as a disciple of Xianxia Peak, adding glory to Su Yun. Instead, she would sit there as a disciple of Shiku Peak, bringing honor to Shiku Peak and to Brother Tianxiang. Su Youli could not help but feel a surge of delight. Surely, my esteemed senior would be quite pleased, wouldn't he? Whether he is pleased remains uncertain, yet at this moment, Feng Tianxiang finds himself in a state of restless anxiety. He senses that something is amiss today. Since the break of dawn, his eyelids have been twitching incessantly, a foreboding aura clinging to his consciousness, refusing to dissipate. In an unprecedented move, he even resorted to divination, only to be met with a veil of obscurity, leaving him perplexed. Moreover, as time progresses, the ominous feeling intensifies, almost compelling him to retreat into his sanctuary and remain hidden. At his level of cultivation, he possesses an intuition for impending dangers, and the current circumstances evoke a particularly alarming premonition. While this degree of peril may not inflict grave harm, it has the potential to disturb his mental state and disrupt his recent efforts in cultivation. It is evident that something significant is destined to occur today, and it appears to be aimed at him. Could it be that someone intends to bring him harm? Chapter 72. Her magnificent life. The first person that Feng Tianxiang thought of was Su Yun. 3 days prior, a sudden fluctuation of laws emanated from Xinxia Peak. The desolate aura of obliteration unmistakably signaling that Su Yun had experienced a breakthrough in her obliteration law. At that moment, he felt a surge of alarm. Su Yun's obliteration law had already reached a consummate level. Now, with this newfound advancement, was she not on the verge of attaining perfection? It had scarcely been over a decade since her last breakthrough. In just 10 years, after an ordinary period of seclusion, she had achieved yet another leap forward? This was far too rapid. Such a pace was unsustainable. After perfecting the laws, one must prepare for the tribulations ahead. Should she enter the tribulation phase within a century, coupled with the merits she had accrued for the sect over the years, there would be no doubt she would become the next sect leader, garnering the unwavering support of even the Elder Council. By then, he, despite being the sect leader's son, would entirely forfeit his chances of competing for the leadership. Before it became irrevocable, he had to take action, even if it meant courting danger. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Feng Tianxiang's eyes. Just then, a figure descended on a cloud, gracefully landing beside him. Startled, Feng Tianxiang swiftly suppressed all his thoughts, his expression shifting to one of gentle warmth as he nodded and smiled. Congratulations, senior brother, on your latest breakthrough. However, why have you arrived so late today? The disciples have been waiting for quite some time. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of reproach tinged his tone. Su Yun found this remark peculiar. He had already fulfilled his master's request by dedicating half a day each month to impart teachings here. Today, in a particularly good mood, he had even come in his true form, a monumental opportunity for the disciples. Otherwise, even if he visited once every decade or century, no one would dare to complain. Moreover, he had not arrived late at all, having just caught the tail end of the session. Why was this young man expressing discontent? Perhaps he was feeling uneasy upon witnessing Su Yun's breakthrough. With a smile in his eyes, Su Yun replied, "If you have pressing matters, junior brother, you may leave early. I shall conclude the remaining teachings." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang recognized the impropriety of his words and hastily amended, "Please do not take offense. Senior brother, I have been rather restless of late." Let us not dwell on this. You should commence your teachings promptly." "Very well." Su Yun nodded slightly and began to sit cross-legged in the air, commencing his discourse. His voice resonated like celestial music, each word seemingly transforming into a tangible imprint within the minds of the audience, subsequently replaced by the next. One by one, phrases flowed forth, infused with his insights on cultivation, embedding themselves into the consciousness of each disciple. Though they might forget the words after hearing them, the essence of their meanings would linger in their minds for 7 days, ample time for them to achieve breakthroughs. After this period, the insights belonging to him would completely fade, leaving only the understandings gained by the disciples themselves. This was also to prevent any interference with their individual paths of cultivation. As the wind danced and the clouds drifted, the sky ablaze with crimson hues, dusk swiftly approached. With his teachings complete, it was time for Su Yun to address the disciples' queries regarding their cultivation challenges. As the two descended from the high platform and stood before it, the disciples formed 2 lines, gathering around Su Yun and Feng Tianxiang to pose inquiries regarding the challenges they faced during their cultivation and the confusions encountered during the lecture. However, Feng Tianxiang appeared somewhat distracted. Unlike before, Su Yun's discourse this time resonated with him, granting him insights that, while not groundbreaking in understanding the laws, deepened his comprehension of the path of cultivation. This was perplexing. Although he was 2 minor realms beneath Su Yun, they were both in the same stage of integration. Thus, their insights into cultivation should not differ significantly. What was happening? If he could glean any understanding from Su Yun's words, it would imply a considerable disparity between them, suggesting that Su Yun's grasp of cultivation far surpassed his own. How could this be possible? Merely a breakthrough in the laws could not account for such substantial progress. Were he not so familiar with Su Yun, he might have suspected that the latter had been possessed by some powerful elder. At that moment, a figure slowly rose in the distance. Despite the hundreds of zhongs separating them, the familiar aura instantaneously captivated all of Feng Tianxiang's attention. As he turned his gaze, his previously absent expression sharpened with focus. It was her, the one who had previously insisted on becoming his disciple. What was she doing here again today? Was she still so stubborn as to seek him as her master? Mu Siyu gradually stood, her eyes filled with unwavering determination as she addressed Su Youli with solemnity. Su Youli, I am leaving. After today, I shall cast aside all worldly thoughts and seclude myself at Xianxia Peak for rigorous cultivation until I become the renowned tribulation-level cultivator, seeking vengeance against that old wretch. Her tone was grave, imbued with a sense of resoluteness, as if Xianxia Peak were not a celestial haven, but rather a perilous abyss from which there was no return. Though Xianxia Peak is quite distant from the medicinal garden, given our friendship, should you encounter any difficulties, you may come to seek me at Xianxia Peak. I shall assist you in any way I can. After enduring various tribulations in her past life, it had become exceedingly difficult for her to regard anyone in this world with favor, apart from senior brother Tianxiang. Alas, he currently seemed to harbor some disdain for her. Until she attained sufficient strength to capture his attention, she would refrain from imposing herself upon him. Beyond that, only Su Youli and Yi Xiaoxiao, her fellow disciples with extraordinary destinies from their previous lives, were worthy of her genuine companionship. As for others, those mundane individuals would never occupy her thoughts. Nevertheless, if Su Youli wished to benefit from her brilliance in the future, she would need to be mindful of her status, prioritizing her above all else. Otherwise, Mu Siyu would not hesitate to discard those who could not keep pace with her, for her life was destined to be one of grandiloquence, where the weak would be left far behind, unable even to glimpse her shadow. Hearing this, Su Youli felt a surge of emotion. Once more, it was only Mu Siyu who was willing to show her kindness. Not only had she invested spirit stones to support her alchemical endeavors, recognizing the merits of her potions, but now she was also willing to share the resources of Xianxia Peak to aid her cultivation, helping her reclaim the pinnacle she had once achieved in her past life. Such kindness shall forever remain etched in her memory. Should the other party find themselves in need, she will undoubtedly exert every effort to avenge the deep-seated grievances. Su Youli nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Go forth. Xianxia Peak is not a tranquil place. If you find yourself discontented, you are welcome to stay in the medicinal garden with me for a few days to rejuvenate your spirit before facing Su Yun again. Very well. A gentle glimmer passed through Mu Siyu's eyes. She had indeed not misjudged Su Youli. Although her pride was somewhat excessive, she was also a person who understood gratitude and loyalty, making Mu Siyu's sincere treatment worthwhile. In the future, there would be opportunities to support her further. Perhaps she could invite her to serve as her personal maid at Xianxia Peak. Though this designation bore a lower status, Su Youli's aptitude was such that she could only fulfill the role of a maid. However, even as a maid, she would be spared the burdens of the lowest-tier disciples, who toiled under harsh conditions, and she would receive a generous monthly allowance. Although Su Yun was known for his ruthless and petty demeanor, and for his penchant for controlling his disciples to ensure their obedience, he was typically generous towards his own. Even the allowances for the maids exceeded those of the inner disciples by a considerable margin. Undoubtedly, Su Youli would be grateful for this arrangement. A slight smile graced Mu Siyu's lips as she felt pleased by her benevolence and elated to be of assistance to her friend. She nodded towards Su Youli, took a deep breath, and with resolute determination, she set forth. She was about to retrace the path of her previous life. Chapter 73. Could I leave her with some dignity? Despite the countless pangs of reluctance and the profound attachment to her hard-won freedom, Mu Siyu was unwilling to easily fall into Su Yun's grasp. However, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Within the entire Tianxian sect, only the Xianxia Peak possessed ample resources to facilitate her rapid cultivation to the tribulation phase. It was only by relying on Su Yun that she could exact her revenge in the shortest possible time. Moreover, in this world, Su Yun was the only one willing to nurture her at any cost. For this, she was ready to relinquish everything, even to willingly endure Su Yun's torment. The notion of being rejected by Su Yun never crossed Mu Siyu's mind. She understood Su Yun's temperament, since he repeatedly sought to take her as his disciple. It was evident that she possessed extraordinary qualities. It was highly likely that she harbored a unique physique that Su Yun urgently required. Even though she had once spurned him and publicly embarrassed him, she was confident that if she took the initiative to speak, Su Yun would overlook everything and simply desire her return. Meanwhile, before the high platform, Feng Tianxiang narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease swelling within him. He watched intently as the female cultivator strode forward, her steps resolute, her expression one of fearless determination. What did this mean? Did she truly intend to seek him as a mentor, even with the expectation of rejection? It must be said that this female disciple possessed a rare tenacity. If her elemental affinities were complete, even lacking a special physique, her indomitable spirit alone would warrant his acceptance of her as a registered disciple. Given the right opportunities, she might awaken a commendable postnatal physique, leading to a promising future. Alas, her qualifications were woefully inadequate. Her elemental affinities were incomplete, rendering even the strongest will futile. He would never squander resources on someone deemed inept. With a quiet sigh, Feng Tianxiang was about to signal for her to be stopped when suddenly, his gaze shifted, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. Something was amiss. The direction in which she advanced appeared to be towards Su Yun. Indeed, she was heading directly towards Su Yun. A wave of delight surged within Feng Tianxiang. This female disciple had finally come to her senses. Seeking assistance should indeed be directed towards Su Yun. Known for his kindness and penchant for meddling, Su Yun enjoyed a stellar reputation within the sect, and it was possible he might truly accept her. Though she had taken many unnecessary detours, it was not too late. As he contemplated the unfolding events, a smile involuntarily crept into Feng Tianxiang's eyes. Having previously reveled in Su Yun's misfortunes, he now anticipated witnessing Su Yun's embarrassment. When Su Yun had sought to take this female disciple as his apprentice, she had rejected him and instead turned to seek refuge with Feng Tianxiang. To be honest, he had felt a twinge of joy at that moment. It was a clear indication that, in the eyes of the disciples, he was deemed stronger and more suitable as a master than Su Yun. Now, having turned her back on him, she reluctantly sought Su Yun. Did this not further illustrate that Su Yun was only worthy of collecting what he had cast aside? How delightful, truly delightful. Should Su Yun decline her, it would be inconsequential, but if he were to accept her, it would undoubtedly provide a spectacle worth watching. Feng Tianxiang felt a flicker of anticipation. As long as Su Yun accepted that woman, he had ample means to disrupt Su Yun's state of mind. Gradually, many onlookers began to take note of Mu Siyu's actions, turning their heads to regard her. Most present had encountered this proud and oblivious female disciple before, knowing all too well that she often committed bewildering follies upon her appearances. Even those who were initially unaware of the situation quickly grasped the essence of the matter through others' explanations. Yet, observing her demeanor, one could not help but wonder if she was foregoing seeking Feng Zhongzhu and instead approaching Su Zhongzhu to request mentorship. Gazes fell upon Mu Siyu in succession, ranging from indifference to curiosity and even mockery and derision. However, she remained unfazed, lifting her chin higher, her eyes sparkling with the pride of a formidable cultivator. These mere mortals could not fathom her ambitions. They could scoff to their heart's content. Yet, when Su Yun ultimately agreed to accept her, their derision would transform into endless astonishment and envy, rebounding upon themselves. They would be astounded that Su Yun truly chose her, and they would envy her meteoric rise to greatness. As for her, she would finally escape her current hardships, reclaiming her position atop the clouds, looking down upon all. Su Yun had also taken notice of Mu Siyu's movements and slowly turned his gaze towards her. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, he comprehended the truth. The seed was about to sprout. Mu Siyu sensed Su Yun's scrutiny but did not shy away. Instead, she gazed back at him resolutely, her eyes filled with defiance and grievance, gradually reddening with unshed tears. "Are you happy now, you jerk?" She had endured humiliation outside and returned, surely overjoyed at her misfortune. Though this was not what she desired, if he could aid her in avenging herself, she could forego confronting him this time. The crowd parted in astonishment, creating a pathway directly to Su Yun. This woman's audacity earned her a measure of respect from many. Were they in her position, they would merely beseech an elder for acceptance, never daring to implore two esteemed vice sect masters. These two were exalted beings, and merely catching their gaze was a stroke of fortune. How could one dare to entertain other thoughts? Unfazed by others' opinions, Mu Siyu maintained her lofty demeanor, believing it only natural for them to yield. She strode proudly through the parted crowd, halting before Su Yun and tilting her head to look up at him, hoping for him to speak first. They locked eyes for a moment, but when she remained silent, Su Yun furrowed his brow and said, "If you have any difficulties in your cultivation, speak quickly. My time is precious and cannot be squandered." His words carried an undertone of reproach, causing Mu Siyu's heart to ache, and a glimmer of sorrow flashed in her eyes as tears began to fall. She had come this far, casting aside her dignity as a woman to stand before Su Yun, yet he still bore this indifferent attitude. How could he blame her for interrupting him? As a cultivator in the harmonization stage, how could he not discern her feelings? If he would just say a word, just one sentence, she would gladly agree to go to Xinxia Peak. She merely wishes to preserve her last vestige of dignity. After all, Su Yun will eventually claim her. Why is it that even this scarce semblance of grace is not afforded to her? Must he truly obliterate all her self-respect, compelling her to speak up? Chapter 74. Do you disdain me? Even you disdain me? Amidst her feelings of grievance, Mu Siyu could not help but feel a pang of anger. Su Yun was indeed heartless. In her previous life, he had never spoken to her with such harshness, yet this time, upon their first encounter, he reprimanded her so coldly. It was infuriating. She struggled internally for a moment, and as she noticed a flicker of impatience rising in Su Yun's eyes, she dared not cling to her dignity any longer. With a heavy heart, she lowered herself and implored, Master Su, I had my reasons for my previous refusal. It was a necessity. Now, I have come to terms with it. I hope you will overlook past grievances and allow me to study the celestial arts under your guidance. By the end of her plea, Mu Siyu felt a profound sense of shame, as if she were stripped of all pride. The last time she had lowered herself to such a degree was in her previous life, when she first approached Su Yun to request elixirs after becoming his disciple. Over a millennium had passed since then. At that time, she believed it was a matter too difficult to voice, and after much contemplation, she had finally mustered the courage to ask. Eventually, she grew accustomed to such humility, habitually seeking Su Yun's assistance without any hesitation. Now, she found herself starting anew, enduring Su Yun's humiliation bit by bit. However, as long as she could return to Xinxia Peak, she was willing to bow her head before him. Observing the grievance on Mu Siyu's face, along with the underlying resentment and unwillingness, Su Yun could not help but engage in self-reflection. Was there something fundamentally flawed in his teaching methods from his past life? After more than a millennium, what had he truly cultivated? She was ungrateful and self-serving, carrying an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if she were perpetually above others, expecting everyone to accommodate her, placing herself first in every regard. Even when seeking help, she maintained an air of haughtiness, making it seem as though it was he who was at fault. Under such circumstances, not only he, but any elder would have undoubtedly refused her. Yet, his own master had once taught him in a similar manner. Why then did the same methods yield such disparate results with these wayward disciples? As his thoughts raced, Su Yun's expression remained impassive as he decisively rejected her plea, stating, Our fates are no longer intertwined. Do not bring this matter up again. Moreover, given your aptitude, there is no need to seek a renowned master. Even through solitary cultivation, there lies a chance for destiny to unfold. What did he mean? Mu Siyu was taken aback. Upon realizing the implications, her countenance darkened, and she gazed at Su Yun in shock, exclaiming in indignation, Master Su, I merely wish to become your disciple. How can you speak of me in such a manner? Su Yun's words were deliberately ambiguous, yet Mu Siyu discerned the underlying meaning. Did he imply that her lack of a master would lead to the same outcome? Was he disparaging her talent? No, was he out of his mind? Why would he disdain her? In her previous life, Su Yun had never uttered such words to her. Instead, he had provided her with abundant resources to enhance her abilities, never suggesting that her talent was lacking. Even more infuriating was the fact that he had openly voiced such sentiments in front of others, as if he intended to humiliate her deliberately. Mu Siyu felt a tumult of shame and anger within her. In both her past life and the present, she had always been the one to mock the talents of others. No one, aside from senior brother Tianxiang, had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yet, Su Yun appeared oblivious to her embarrassment and fury, reiterating, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. One must always maintain a humble heart. You ought to be aware that I currently have 4 disciples, each possessing an innate constitution and an exceptional talent that encompasses all 5 elements. With your qualifications, aspiring to learn alongside them under my guidance is indeed a considerable stretch. As time progresses, the gap between you and them will only widen. Ultimately, not only will you see no advancement, but your resolve may also falter, giving rise to inner demons, causing your cultivation to stagnate. After pausing, Su Yun added, Do you comprehend my words? His tone was quite tactful. To an onlooker, his remarks seemed like heartfelt counsel, grounded in reason, and intended for Mu Siyu's benefit. This aligned perfectly with his reputation among his peers. However, to Mu Siyu, it sounded like nothing more than disdain. Clenching her fists in disbelief, she furiously retorted, Is it simply because my talent pales in comparison to those for that you refuse to accept me? Indeed, the unvarnished truth pierced her like a dagger. Once again, she found herself in this predicament. Senior brother Tianxiang had scorned her talent, and now Su Yun had begun to do the same. He had not expressed such disdain before. What had changed? Although a 3-element root was not as impressive as a 5-element root, it was hardly inadequate, was it? Mu Siyu, indignant, fixed a furious gaze upon Su Yun and declared through clenched teeth, though I may lack in spiritual roots, I can compensate for them with spiritual materials in the future. While an innate constitution is indeed rare, it is possible for me to awaken an acquired physique if I am provided with a suitable environment. These elements can all be remedied. Master Su, how can you dismiss me solely for these easily obtainable resources? The world is replete with treasures, many of which can enhance one's qualifications and complete their spiritual roots. Moreover, this is the Tianxian sect, the foremost sect in the central continent. As the vice sect master, Su Yun could easily elevate her qualifications by presenting her with some precious materials. In her past life, he had done precisely that. Yet now, he merely rejected her talent instead of aiding her elevation. When had he become so mercenary? Confounded, Mu Siyu fixed her gaze upon Su Yun, demanding an explanation. Su Yun, naturally, sought to fulfill her need for clarity, countering, let us not even mention the resources required to complete your spiritual roots or awaken an acquired physique. Given the time and resources that would be squandered on you, why should I not simply accept a disciple with a complete 5-element constitution and innate talent instead? Upon hearing this, Mu Siyu was rendered speechless. She couldn't help but feel that there was a semblance of logic in Su Yun's words. Rather than exerting immense effort to elevate her qualifications, it would be far more efficient to accept a disciple with outstanding talent. Given his status, he could certainly do so. No, that was not right. This was merely an excuse, a flimsy pretext. Even if a prodigiously gifted genius were to appear, could Su Yun guarantee that this individual would successfully cultivate to the tribulation stage? Could he assure that this person is not a covert agent of the demonic path? Could he promise that this individual would not betray him? No, Su Yun could absolutely not provide such guarantees. Yet she could, with the experience of her past life. Given ample resources, she could swiftly return to her zenith and become a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage. She could even vow that this time, she would never betray Su Yun again, pledging to heed his every command. However, Su Yun seemed unwilling to grant her even this opportunity, clearly seeking excuses to avoid assisting her. As she consoled herself with these thoughts, Mu Siyu felt her heart ache increasingly, as if a sharp dagger were being thrust into her chest with mounting intensity, causing her to tremble and her complexion to pale. She longed to reproach Su Yun but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately pleading, Master Su, it need not be so complicated. All I ask is to be accepted as your disciple. I can procure those treasures myself, and I am capable of enhancing my own aptitude. My sole desire is to be under your tutelage. I can resolve everything else on my own. Tears brimmed in Mu Siyu's eyes, cascading down the trails of her previous sorrow. Having made such a significant concession, it was only reasonable for Su Yun to accept her. Chapter 75. I had initially intended to accept her as my disciple, yet upon her utterance, Su Yun's gaze remained unchanged. As she coldly remarked, since our fates have reached their conclusion, do not force the matter further. The path of cultivation is vast and boundless. Clinging too deeply to one's desires is a folly. With that, she made it clear that this matter should not be broached again. Her words were undeniably ruthless, directly conveying that no matter the circumstances, she would not accept her. Even if she were to relinquish everything, even if she were to humbly beseech her, Su Yun would remain resolute. Mu Siyu could scarcely believe it. Hadn't Su Yun always sought to take her as a disciple? Now, she had approached, lowering herself to plead for acceptance, even making repeated concessions in hopes of joining the ranks of Xianxia Peak. Yet, Su Yun would not yield an inch, refusing to welcome her into Xianxia Peak for shared cultivation. Why? What could possibly be the reason? Despair swiftly took root in her heart, causing her body to tremble with weakness. What was happening? Brother Tianxiang had suddenly reversed his decision to accept her, and now even Su Yun, who had once regarded her with admiration, had turned her back. This was not how it had transpired in her previous life. Back then, they had vied for her as a disciple, and her brother had expressed his regrets after failing to secure her. Yet now, they all distanced themselves, unwilling to lend her aid. Without their support, how could she hope to restore her cultivation, to transcend tribulations before Su Yun, to exact vengeance for the blood-soaked enmity? Mu Siyu felt as if her heart had turned to ash. Su Yun, her last lifeline, had been her greatest source of pride since her rebirth, and now it seemed on the verge of severance. With trembling arms, she reached out, yearning to grasp Su Yun, but was met with a frown and an evasive step back. Please, Su Sect Leader, grant me another chance. Accept me once more. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression beseeching. She desperately wished to implore Su Yun again, unwilling to forfeit this solitary opportunity for redemption. At that moment, Feng Tianxiang could no longer stand idly by. With a face etched in sorrow, he stepped forward and lamented, "Your disciple has come this far," which speaks to her sincerity. He feigned a heartfelt sigh before continuing to persuade Su Yun. "Brother, I see in this young woman an extraordinary resolve. If she dedicates herself to her training, she is bound to achieve greatness. Why not consider accepting her, even as a registered disciple? It would honor her earnestness." Feng Tianxiang had initially wished to refrain from meddling in such matters, but today presented a rare opportunity to witness the spectacle of Su Yun's predicament. He could not allow her to escape so easily. At the very least, he aimed to take the opportunity to undermine Su Yun's reputation. In his earlier years, he had often engaged in fierce battles, yet now he inexplicably altered his demeanor, showcasing a newfound kindness and gentleness before others. Given this shift, he felt compelled to assist his brother. Look at how this young disciple has been reduced to tears. It is evident she is wholeheartedly seeking guidance. If my brother truly embodies kindness and compassion, he ought to take her under his wing. In the present moment, with his persuasive words, if Su Yunru remains obstinate, then the facade of gentleness he had previously donned will undoubtedly shatter today. Consequently, he would merely need to orchestrate a few maneuvers to unveil Su Yun's thousand-year disguise, allowing all to witness the true visage of this ruthless individual. Should he proceed further, he could arrange for whispers to circulate, branding Su Yun as hypocritical, claiming he is far too scheming, having disguised himself for a millennium solely to vie for the position of sect leader. What would the other elders and disciples think of him then? How would his father perceive him? And what of the grand elder? Meanwhile, the vice sect leader who has devoted his heart and soul to the sect and voiced the concerns of lower-ranked disciples, would undoubtedly bask in the adoration of all. At that juncture, everyone would recognize him as the most worthy candidate for sect leader. Feng Tianxiang felt elated within, realizing his unparalleled fortune. Just as he was troubled by Su Yun's cultivation level, heaven graciously presented him with such a grand opportunity. Brother, what are you still hesitating for? If you worry about wasting resources, then, brother, you need only to teach. I shall seek the resources to enhance her aptitude. Upon utterance of these words, a stir erupted in the gathering. The sect leader Feng was indeed capable of such magnanimity. He was right. This young woman possessed remarkable tenacity and was both wise and valiant, able to accomplish what others dared not. Should she enter Su sect leader's tutelage, she would surely evolve into a formidable expert in the future. I had previously believed Su sect leader to be quite benevolent, gentle-hearted, and warm towards others. Yet it now appears that he too holds disdain for disciples of lesser aptitude. It seems only sect leader Feng genuinely cares for us, advocating for those of us with inferior qualifications. Sect leader Feng has always treated others exceptionally well, merely preferring to remain low-key and not seek grand accolades. Henceforth, we must ardently voice our support for sect leader Feng, for such commendable deeds ought to be known throughout the sect. Voices began to rise from various corners of the square, attempting to undermine Su Yun. Although the intent was for Su Yun to accept disciples and impart teachings, the implications subtly suggested that his actions were improper, guiding others to develop a negative impression of him while attributing all merits to Feng Tianxiang. Nevertheless, there were astute individuals who questioned this narrative, but this young woman had sought out sect leader Feng previously, and at that time, he too dismissed her due to her inadequate qualifications. Why is it that when sect leader Feng declines, no one speaks out, yet when sect leader Su does, it is deemed unacceptable? Indeed, this woman had approached sect leader Feng twice, both times being outright rejected, with him stating she was too lacking in qualifications to be his disciple, abandoning her without further thought. In contrast, Su sect leader's refusal was quite polite, and he had offered kind words to preserve her dignity. However, these voices of reason quickly dissipated, as more disciples emerged to extol Feng Tianxiang, their praises growing louder, leading many uninformed individuals to nod in agreement. Su Yun, upon hearing the disparaging remarks, felt no anger. Instead, a trace of amusement surfaced within him. Indeed, these purveyors of rumors were all under Feng Tianxiang's influence. When Elder Imo spoke in a previous life, he was met with disbelief. However, upon reflection, one can truly appreciate his foresight. Thus, the rumors from that time, which alleged that he turned against his fellow disciples in a bid for the position of Sect Master, were indeed mere fabrications. This young man has become so entangled in unorthodox ways that he has forgotten the fundamental principles of the cultivation world. In the face of absolute strength, such trivial matters are effortlessly extinguished. Once he chose to disregard the so-called camaraderie among peers. These rumors not only failed to harm him, but also provided him with a justification for action. With a smile in his eyes, Su Yun turned to Feng Tianxiang and inquired, "Are you implying that you hold this junior in high regard?" Feng Tianxiang nodded with a sense of certainty. Indeed, she has accomplished what many find insurmountable, casting aside the gossip of others and daring to seek guidance from her senior brother despite the considerable risks involved. This alone attests to her courage and resolve. As you are aware, innate talent and comprehension are not the sole criteria for determining one's strength. Throughout history, there have been numerous predecessors who ascended to the celestial realm with merely 3 or even a single spiritual root. Given this girl's tenacity, there is a possibility she may achieve similar fortune in the future, which would be immensely beneficial for our Tianxian sect, dear brother. To speak broadly, this young woman has come to symbolize those disciples within our sect with lesser qualifications. Should you choose not to accept her, it may dishearten the others. As he spoke, he habitually donned a metaphorical hat, seeking a measure of sympathy. Alas, had she not chosen you as her mentor, I would have been at a loss. For I cannot stand by and witness such a prodigy languish in obscurity. Chapter 76. Master, please accept my bow. As he spoke, Feng Tianxiang cast a regretful glance at Mu Siyu and shook his head slowly. If I do not accept her, will it not dishearten those disciples? Su Yun appeared contemplative, turning his gaze towards Mu Siyu, as if genuinely pondering the matter of accepting a disciple. This troublesome girl is easily satisfied. A mere compliment sends her spirits soaring. Indeed, senior brother, with so many disciples observing, if you do not accept her, it would surely dampen their spirits and significantly impact the morale of our sect. Feng Tianxiang sighed and shook his head. My previous refusals were merely tests of her perseverance. I had intended to accept her when she approached me again. Yet she sought out senior brother instead. Alas, perhaps I am fated not to have a master-disciple bond with this girl. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples nodded in understanding. It turned out that the Sect Master had not truly rejected her, but was instead testing her resolve. Even Mu Siyu's heart quivered, her eyes widening in surprise. So, senior brother had intended to accept her all along. I must not follow Su Yun now. I must refuse him and seek to become a disciple of brother Tianxiang instead. Just as she prepared to voice her rejection, Su Yun smiled and said, I see. Since my junior brother holds her in such high regard, I shall not compete with you. Let her become your disciple. Feng Tianxiang froze. Senior brother, you will not accept her? Are you not concerned about the disappointment of the other disciples? How can he say such a thing and not fear the ensuing gossip? Su Yun replied, her talent is lacking. I will not accept her under any circumstances. There is no need for you to worry. If you wish to accept her, do so. As for those disciples who may feel disheartened, if they can be disturbed by such trivial matters, they are certainly not of steadfast character and will find it difficult to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. There is no need to pay them too much attention. Who cares whether those disciples are disheartened? Once I acquire a few more blessed lands and distribute the spirit stones and resources among all disciples, I shall inform them of the treasures I have procured. That will surely warm their hearts. Before Feng Tianxiang could respond, Su Yun's expression turned serious as he shouted at Mu Siyu. What are you dawdling for? The Sect Master wishes to accept you as a disciple. Quickly kneel and pay your respects. Feng Sect Master, brother Tianxiang. This time, Mu Siyu reacted swiftly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her face flushed. She knelt before Feng Tianxiang, bowing deeply. Master, please accept my bow. She bowed fervently, and when she lifted her head, her forehead was bruised. Yet, she felt no pain. Instead, her heart brimmed with joy. Truly, there is always a glimmer of hope. Just moments ago, she had been terrified, believing she would be cast aside by everyone and left to live a solitary life in the dark inner sect. Not to mention revenge. She had no certainty of even returning to the tribulation stage within a millennium. She had been envisioning a dismal existence, either dying before breaking through or her lifespan abruptly ending. Either marry the descendant of a peak master elder and bear children, like my sisters who are forever confined within the inner chambers, never to behold the majestic vistas from the mountain summit. Yet, who would have known that fate would bestow upon her a glimmer of hope? Though her sincerity and resilience could not sway the formidable demon, Su Yun, they did touch the kind-hearted Tianxiang Shixiao. Ha! Who would have anticipated that even the heavens conspired to assist me against the great demon Su Yun? You dared to humiliate me in front of all, to cast me into disgrace and ridicule. yet your actions have inadvertently paved my path. Tianxiang Shixiao. The western bitter peak, which she had desperately sought but failed to attain, has unexpectedly embraced her in this manner. She felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Tianxiang Shixiao. Such profound kindness, how could she repay it? Only by treating him with utmost sincerity. Feng Tianxiang was bewildered. What is this? Su Yun commanded you to bow, and you complied without my consent. The sound of your prostration echoes, and your call rings out brightly, as if you fear others cannot hear. Just moments ago, sensing the situation was amiss, he hastily released his spiritual energy, attempting to support Mu Siyu and prevent her from kneeling. However, his energy was effortlessly dispersed by another force. Undoubtedly the work of Su Yun. Feng Tianxiang felt a surge of resentment. He had no desire to accept this waste of potential. 3 spiritual roots meant her aptitude was lacking, and resources spent on her would be better utilized feeding dogs. Yet, having extolled her virtues so extensively earlier, if he refused her now, he would completely tarnish the image he had painstakingly maintained. At that moment, those who had stirred the pot earlier suddenly brightened with realization, perceiving this as a new opportunity, and began to fervently spread the word. Look, this is the magnanimity of the sect leader, as long as it benefits the sect. He is willing to accept even disciples with the least aptitude and teach them with care. Indeed, accepting a disciple with 3 spiritual roots had never occurred among the past sect leaders. Where did those who claimed that Sect Master Su scorned lowly qualified disciples disappear to? Listen closely. Feng Zhongzhu was merely testing her, and now that she has passed the trial, he has directly accepted her. Only Feng Zhongzhu would think of such benevolence. One wonders when such a stroke of fortune might come to us. The disciples were filled with envy, realizing that had they known it would be so simple to become the disciple of the Vice Sect Master, they would have tried their luck. Once accepted, they could soar to great heights and become core disciples of the sect. Hearing this, Feng Tianxiang's expression darkened. He had not made arrangements, yet they acted on their own accord. Now, he found himself thoroughly caught in a predicament. Angrily, he glared at Su Yun, but as he lifted his gaze, he saw Su Yun beckoning, and a disciple approached with a tray of tea. What does this mean? Has the tea already been prepared? Was it all premeditated? Mu Siyu was overjoyed, hurriedly accepting the tea bowl and respectfully offering it forward. Please, master, partake in the tea. As these words fell, the surrounding commotion fell into a harmonious silence, with all eyes fixed upon this moment destined to be recorded in history. The Vice Sect Master of Tianxian Sect, having taken a disciple with 3 spiritual roots, a purported waste, was indeed an extraordinary tale, unparalleled throughout the realm. In no more than 3 to 5 days, this matter will undoubtedly spread throughout the Central Plains, causing a stir in the tea houses along the streets. Feng Tianxiang secretly gritted his teeth. What nonsense! He wished he could slap this insufferable creature into oblivion. Chapter 77. No longer desiring this disciple, can I change my mind? Junior brother, the ground is cold. Do not keep others waiting too long, Su Yun kindly reminded from the side. Feng Tianxiang ground his teeth and spoke. What my senior brother says is true. Cold-hearted indeed. Had he known, he would have refrained from mentioning it at all. He had meticulously calculated every possibility, but never anticipated that Su Yun would be utterly indifferent to the opinions of the disciples, even publicly stating that such matters need not be considered. It was truly baffling. Su Yun had always been amicable, courteous to all, seemingly intent on leaving a favorable impression within the sect. Did he not wish for others to remember him kindly? Now, he uttered these words without concern for the potential discontent it might sow among the less talented disciples, jeopardizing his own reputation. Feng Tianxiang found it incomprehensible. Yet while Su Yun remained unfazed, he could not afford to be indifferent. His father and the elders believed he fell short of Su Yun in every regard, particularly the elders who, though they masked their feelings, always treated him with a hint of aloofness. He needed to demonstrate to them the true nature of Su Yun. Reluctantly, Feng Tianxiang extended his hand, accepting the teacup, gritting his teeth as he took a sip, careful not to crush the cup in his grip. Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my. He intended to say named disciple, but upon catching a peculiar glint in Su Yun's eyes, a sudden insight struck him, and he amended his words. You shall be my 3rd personal disciple. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate and refrain from frivolous distractions. Yes, disciple obeys. A personal disciple. She truly was a personal disciple. Mu Siyu trembled with excitement, hastily bowing in acknowledgement and rising with uncontainable joy. She had always known that senior brother Tianxiang would not abandon her. In this moment, she felt an exhilarating sense of vindication, overwhelmed by emotion. She had sacrificed so much for this moment, enduring countless barbs and misunderstandings, even facing ridicule from others. Thankfully, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. She had succeeded and finally stood beside senior brother Tianxiang as she had long desired. Did you see that, Su Yin? No matter how much you disdain me, senior brother Tianxiang will never forsake me. Did you witness that, you short-sighted fools? Do you still dare to call my aspirations foolish? Ha ha. She was indeed favored by the heavens, destined to ascend to greatness. At last, she could cultivate alongside her senior brother, united forever. And all the promises he had made in his past life would be fulfilled. This included aiding her in resolving the deep-seated enmity that had plagued her for 2 lifetimes. Though everything remained unresolved for now, it was merely a matter of time. Senior brother Tianxiang possessed the kindest heart, becoming his personal disciple. No, now she should refer to him as master, meant he would treat her with sincerity and would not torment her as Su Yun had, nor pressure her at every turn. Her master would bestow upon her the finest resources and treasures, arrange the best accommodations for her, and help her awaken the most exceptional physique. Ultimately, he would even entrust her with the management of the entire West Bitter Peak. Today marks the beginning of Mu Siyu's beautiful life, as she is poised to embrace a future radiant with possibilities. Cheers of congratulations fill the air, celebrating the acceptance of a new disciple by the sect leader, and commending Mu Siyu for achieving her heartfelt desire. Listening to the jubilant remarks, Feng Tianxiang felt a surge of frustration welling within him. A group of fools. They are elated, but what about me? Who considers my feelings? Accepting such a useless apprentice will only serve as fodder for ridicule among peers. No one will commend him for his selflessness or dedication to the sect. Instead, they will deride him for squandering resources and for his poor judgment in selecting disciples. He had merely intended to make a casual gesture, yet it has inexplicably become reality. Feng Tianxiang's expression darkened ominously. No wonder his eyelids had been twitching. And he sensed danger lurking today. It was all leading to this moment. He never anticipated that he would stumble upon a worthless novice in the qi refining stage. He cast an irritable glance at Su Yun, contemplating how to create some trouble for him, only to find Su Yun smiling warmly, addressing him with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Junior brother, your discerning eye is truly commendable, far beyond my own. Today, having accepted such an extraordinary disciple, why not seize this opportunity to host a master-disciple banquet to celebrate? It would not only enliven our sect, but also allow the younger generation to connect with peers from other sects, a splendid double benefit. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang realized that Su Yun was being deliberately provocative. He was certainly doing this on purpose. What utter nonsense about a double benefit. This fellow clearly intended to make him a laughingstock. Accepting a disciple with 3 spiritual roots, is this something to boast about? He quickly declined. Such a trivial matter does not warrant such grandiosity. My disciple's cultivation is still quite shallow. It is not the right time for her to meet disciples from other sections. Let us defer this matter for now. His words carried a hint of reluctance, as if he were genuinely considering the sect's welfare and Mu Siyu's interests. However, Mu Siyu felt somewhat discontented, having finally become a disciple of senior brother Tianxiang. If she did not publicize her achievement and show those who had mocked her what she had attained, would her past suffering not be in vain? She stepped forward eagerly, saying, Master, I will soon catch up in cultivation, and I wish to take this opportunity to meet other fellow practitioners. Why not arrange a banquet? Her tone was slightly coaxing, yet she had just become a disciple. Where did she find the audacity to make such requests? Feng Tianxiang frowned in displeasure and shook his head. This matter is inappropriate. Do not bring it up again. This foolish child, how can she be so oblivious? Does she not recognize her own status to dare make demands of me? He was already regretting his decision to accept her, wishing he could expel this useless apprentice from the West Bitter Peak at this very moment. But he could not. He turned to Su Yun. Today, I must also express my gratitude to my senior brother for graciously allowing this exceptionally determined disciple to become my apprentice. I shall return to make arrangements and then visit your residence to convey my thanks. Su Yun smiled warmly. Between us, there is no need for such formality. Allow me to congratulate you, junior brother, on acquiring such a beloved disciple. His heartfelt congratulations were genuine, aimed at fulfilling Mu Siyu's dreams from her past life. He had just subtly hinted to Feng Tianxiang, which led him to accept Mu Siyu as his direct disciple. Only by becoming a direct disciple would Feng Tianxiang, for the sake of his own reputation, truly devote himself to her education, rather than neglecting her entirely. Before long, Mu Siyu would come to understand the true nature of Shiku Peak and how her cherished senior brother Tianxiang guided his students. It is hoped that she can remain steadfast in her convictions and not hold her senior brother Tianxiang accountable. Otherwise, in a fit of anger, Feng Tianxiang might take actions that are irreversible. Mu Siyu was still basking in the praises surrounding her, The compliments made her feel as if she were floating on air. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment from her master's earlier rejection, she reassured herself that it was due to her low cultivation. As her master feared, she might be bullied. As long as she could elevate her cultivation swiftly, she could once again request her master to host a banquet in another manner. Of course, she would not forget her dear sister, having fulfilled her own wishes. Could it be that Su Youli also? She scanned the crowd and finally spotted Su Youli, who was desperately pushing her way forward from the back. Chapter 78, A Direct Disciple? Just her, Su Youli was on the brink of madness. Initially, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Mu Siyu, who had been spurned by Su Yun, and found herself cursing the so-called demon lord in her heart. Couldn't he see how distraught Mu Siyu was? Yet, as fate would have it, just when everything seemed to settle, she never anticipated that, bewilderingly, Mu Siyu would be accepted as a direct disciple by senior brother Tianxiang. What transpired? How could Mu Siyu be chosen like this? Senior brother already had numerous disciples, and now Mu Siyu had claimed one of those coveted spots. What would happen to her? Was there still a place for her among senior brother's ranks? Panic surged within Su Youli, realizing that her plans for the day had been utterly disrupted. Nevertheless, regardless of whether a position remained, she resolved to make her attempt. Senior brother had always shown her favor. It was illogical for him to accept only Mu Siyu. Moreover, in her previous life, senior brother Tianxiang had never succeeded in cultivating a disciple capable of transcending the tribulation phase. Zhao Qianfeng and his ilk were disappointingly incapable, barely reaching the mid-tier of the refinement void stage. This had long been a source of regret for senior brother, who often lamented how things might have been had he taken her as his disciple back then. Now, the opportunity had arisen. If she could join Shiku Peak, she could help him rectify that regret and elevate his name to unparalleled heights throughout the realm. Su Youli brimmed with confidence, for she was stronger than Mu Siyu. She was destined to become a great sword immortal of the future and a prodigious alchemist, capable of bestowing immense glory upon senior brother Tianxiang, glory unattainable by others. Yet, the path to becoming a sword immortal was currently obstructed by a throng of people, and despite her desperate efforts, she found herself unable to reach senior brother's side. In fact, her petite stature rendered her nearly airborne, suffocated by the crowd. She watched helplessly as Mu Siyu opened her mouth to her, seemingly voicing something silently, before being whisked away by senior brother Tianxiang. Taken away? How could senior brother leave just like that? Feng Zhongzhu, Su Youli cried out, her voice tinged with urgency, yet it seemed that Feng Tianxiang was oblivious, soaring into the sky, while Mu Siyu glanced back at her before vanishing into the distance. No. How could senior brother depart? She hadn't even shown him her elixirs yet. He couldn't leave without waiting for her. Su Youli gazed helplessly at the horizon, biting her lip in disappointment and frustration, feeling like a lost soul adrift in the crowd. When she finally regained her footing, she found herself pushed out of the throng, nearly falling to the ground as the space behind her emptied. She shot a venomous glare at the disciples surrounding her, wishing to unleash a torrent of curses. What was their problem, pushing and shoving like that? A bunch of useless fools, jostling so much that they caused senior brother to flee. Enraged, she stamped her foot and turned to see Su Yun once again addressing the crowd of disciples with an air of nonchalance, which only fueled her irritation. How could this fool, oblivious to the fact that his future disciple capable of transcending tribulation had been snatched away by senior brother Tianxiang, remain so tranquil? He is truly a useless fellow. Could he not have accepted Mu Siyu? Had he done so, senior brother Tianxiang would not have been in such a rush to depart, and she would have had the chance to pursue him. Su Youli felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. If only she had not met Su Yun in this lifetime, she would have been free to seek his assistance without any burdens. If she were to persuade Su Yun to accept Mu Siyu, he would certainly comply. Perhaps, she could even leverage Su Yun's influence to recommend herself to Shiku Peak. Unfortunately, she had acted too hastily, and Su Yun held a deep grudge. He likely harbored resentment towards her. Should she dare approach him for help, she would probably face humiliation and scorn from that formidable demon. As she pondered, Su Youli stamped her foot in frustration and turned to leave in anger. That detestable Su Yun, what a pretense. She had stood there for quite some time. Given his cultivation level, he must have noticed her long ago. Yet, he had not cast a single glance in her direction, not even a fleeting glance. It was evident that he was feigning ignorance, perhaps even secretly relishing her misfortune. But who would believe such a fade? Before she departed from Xianxia Peak, Su Yun had treated her exceptionally well, often going out of his way to present her with treasures and even sending Lingyin to guide her in her cultivation, showering her with affection. In just 2 months, he could not have forgotten her. Humph, that scoundrel Su Yun, No matter how he pretends, I will never beg for his assistance. Su Youli scoffed, pouting. After all, she still had senior brother Tianxiang to turn to for help. Even if all else failed, she had Mu Siyu to assist her. Su Yun's absence would not matter. Just wait and see. Next time, she would be the first to present her elixirs to senior brother. At that moment, he would undoubtedly appreciate her alchemical talent. Perhaps even proactively take her as his personal disciple without her needing to ask. Su Yun, who could hardly bear to part with her, would surely regret it when he saw her join Shiku Peak. His heart would shatter with sorrow. The news reached Yi Xiaoxiao's ears, nearly causing her to tumble from the wall in shock. What did you say? The Phoenix Sect Master has accepted Mu Siyu as his personal disciple? That Mu Siyu, who possesses merely 3 spirit roots. She leaned over the wall, craning her neck to inquire of the people outside. Upon seeing her, the group of disciples immediately lost their cheerful expressions, their faces turning expressionless as they replied, "Indeed, it is she." There were many disciples present today. If you do not believe us, feel free to ask others. With that, they hastily departed, seemingly eager to distance themselves from Yi Xiaoxiao. What kind of people are these? So secretive, even in conversation? She mumbled as she jumped down from the wall, her expression turning rather grim. Previously, her aunt had instructed her to focus on her cultivation, which was why she had refrained from joining the commotion at Zixia Peak today. Little did she know that this moment of laziness would lead to such a significant event. What on earth transpired at Zixia Peak, and how did Mu Siyu become entangled with senior brother Tianxiang? Initially, senior brother had refused to accept even her, a person of remarkable talent. Why would he now accept that waste of a girl with only 3 spirit roots as his personal disciple? Mu Siyu, that fool. What right does she have to remain by senior brother's side? It is imperative to clarify this matter. Otherwise, she would be rendered incapable of tranquil cultivation, even lacking the appetite to dine. Yi Xiaoxiao stormed out in a huff, determined to seek her aunt and inquire about the unfolding events. This incident had become widely known, and during her journey to Tianxian Peak, she had gleaned an overview of the situation through the idle chatter of passers-by. According to those present, senior brother Tianxiang had a deep appreciation for Mu Siyu's perseverance, and his previous rejections were merely a test. Thus, when Mu Siyu sought to become his disciple for the 3rd time, he accepted her. Yi Xiaoxiao seethed with indignation upon hearing this. Was this some sort of deception? There are countless individuals in the world renowned for their extraordinary determination, yet she had never witnessed senior brother take on anyone else. Moreover, that good-for-nothing Mu Siyu had always been lazy and indulgent. Every time Yi Xiaoxiao sought her out, that fool was sprawled in the courtyard, sound asleep, even neglecting to repair the broken courtyard gate. How could such a character be deemed remarkable for her tenacity? Chapter 79. Why shouldn't I dislike her? To be frank, if she were to venture to any peak of the Tianxian sect and unsheath her sword to strike indiscriminately, she could effortlessly cleave through hundreds of disciples with far greater perseverance than that fool, Mu Siyu. Each of them would surpass him by several magnitudes. If we speak of true resilience, it must be Yi Xiaoxiao who embodies it. She can remain in seclusion for a decade, vowing not to emerge until she breaks through her current cultivation level. Could Mu Siyu ever achieve such a feat? It is needless to ask, for he certainly cannot. The mere thought of such a slothful and incompetent wretch being a disciple of senior brother Tianxiang fills her with a fury that is both painful and exasperating. The more she dwells on it, the more her anger intensifies, and the more she feels a sense of injustice. Yi Xiaoxiao has come to utterly loathe Mu Siyu. Was it not agreed that she would seek to become a disciple of Su Yin? To her dismay, Mu Siyu had the audacity to secretly approach senior brother Tianxiang for mentorship in her absence. Not only did she betray their agreement, but she did so in a clandestine manner without so much as a word of warning. How had she never noticed before that this fool was, in fact, a conniving little schemer? Only Yi Xiaoxiao deserves to stand by senior brother's side. She alone is worthy. Cursing under her breath, she finally arrived at Tianxian Peak, eyes aflame with indignation as she stormed inside. There, she collided head-on with the brooding Yi Yajun and the composed Feng Tianxiang seated beside her. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Yajun felt her irritation surge, yet she suppressed her wrath and retorted tersely, "Weren't you told to focus on your cultivation? What are you doing here?" None of them seemed to bring her any peace of mind. Tianxiang had matured, become disobedient, and started to form his own opinions. This girl, whom she had treated with kindness, had the audacity to be ungrateful, constantly provoking her ire. Sect Leader Feng. Upon laying eyes on Feng Tianxiang, a wave of sweetness washed over Yi Xiaoxiao, but it was quickly supplanted by a pang of bitterness that brought tears to her eyes as she spoke plaintively. "I heard that Sect Leader Feng has taken on a new disciple, and I wish to make her acquaintance." Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Previously, When she sought to become a disciple, senior brother Tianxiang always found excuses to defer her requests, citing one reason or another for his refusal. She had pleaded numerous times, far more than thrice, but he remained adamant in his refusal to accept her. Yet, when it came to Mu Siyu, he acquiesced without hesitation. Did she truly fall short in his eyes compared to that foolish and clumsy girl? Feng Tianxiang discerned the resentment in her words. In the past, he might have found the time to console her. However, now he was burdened with a multitude of concerns and had little patience for such matters. Suppressing his irritation, he waved his hand dismissively. Ting Han, take her away. As soon as he spoke, Ting Han appeared from nowhere, saluting Feng Tianxiang in acknowledgement, and then turned to Yi Xiaoxiao, saying, Miss Yi, please. Yi Xiaoxiao felt a surge of tears welling up in her eyes, thinking, what is so special about that imbecile Mu Siyu? If she truly wanted to see, she could simply go to Zekyufen. Her earlier remark was merely a way to vent her frustration, hoping senior brother Tianxiang would comfort her, yet he, astonishingly, was intent on dismissing her. Was she destined to feel sorrow and heartache, with senior brother unwilling to offer her even a word of consolation? Observing her pouting expression filled with discontent, Knight Yejun could not help but admonish, what are you dawdling for? Aren't you supposed to recognize someone? Hurry and take a look. Once you've finished, return to your training and refrain from bothering me here. In her fury, her words were somewhat harsh. Knight Xiaoxiao, already feeling deeply aggrieved, immediately pursed her lips upon hearing this, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She had committed no wrongdoing, so why was her aunt scolding her? And her senior brother, too, showed no inclination to speak on her behalf. The more she pondered, the more distressed she became, and with a stomp of her foot, she angrily flounced out, her sleeves swirling. How could her aunt treat her this way? She had traveled a great distance only to be turned away upon entry. How many times had this happened? Previously, she had been dismissed by Mu Siyu, then scorned by Yiwu Xian on Xinxia Peak, and now, at Tianxian Peak. Once again rebuffed by her aunt. Even at West Bitter Peak, they barred her from entering. What was it about her that made her so detestable? Why did no one like her, save for Su Yun? Knight Xiao Zhao's heart ached, and now her eyes were stinging with tears that flowed uncontrollably. In her past life, she had soared effortlessly. Not only did she progress rapidly in her cultivation, but she was also beloved by all, receiving praise from anyone who laid eyes on her. Her aunt had showered her with affection, only occasionally urging her to focus on her training and not squander her precious opportunities. Even her senior brother, Tianxiang, always spoke to her kindly, making efforts to cheer her up. He had never even raised his voice against her, let alone sent her away. Even Su Yun, that formidable character, treated her decently, often bringing her delightful gifts, though his stern demeanor left her feeling stifled and deprived of freedom. Now, with a chance to start anew, she had cast aside Su Yun and endured various inconveniences to remain by her senior brother's side. Surely, out of compassion for her struggles, her senior brother and the others ought to treat her with greater kindness, at least better than in her previous life. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. Her aunt displayed open disdain, always reprimanding her for lacking ambition and calling her useless. Moreover, her senior brother seemed to avoid her entirely, dismissing her with a lack of even perfunctory conversation, eager to send her away. What had gone awry? She had not behaved poorly, so why did everyone seem to harbor such aversion towards her? Knight Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss, unable to understand why her intentions to improve her circumstances only led to further deterioration. This girl is truly becoming increasingly outrageous, lacking even a modicum of decorum. Knight Yejun muttered under her breath, her ire intensifying as she caught sight of Feng Tianxiang. And you, too, still lacking any discernment at your age. Why are you taking on a disciple? It's one thing to accept a disciple, but to choose a talentless individual with 3 spiritual roots and no background. What could she possibly contribute other than waste resources? It is infuriating. I have gone to great lengths to place the talented members of the Knight family beside Su Yun, ensuring that Tianxiang could focus on his cultivation. Yet in the end, he has chosen a useless disciple for himself. Had she anticipated Tianxiang's intentions, she would have arranged for Yi Wuxin to be stationed at Zekyufeng, ensuring that he could assist Tianxiang in the future. Yet now, it would be utterly unfathomable for her to retrieve him from Xinxia Peak. Not only would she contend with Su Yun's willingness to part ways, but she herself could hardly muster the audacity to make such a request. Initially, it was she who had implored the sect leader with great persuasion to keep him at Xinxia Peak, if she were to even hint at reclaiming him. The sect leader would undoubtedly confront her with hostility. This predicament cannot be solely attributed to the child. At the time, Brother Su had been persistently encouraging, and had the child refused, the situation would have been exceedingly difficult to navigate. Feng Tianxiang habitually placed the blame on Su Yun, neglecting to acknowledge the complexities that led to this untenable situation. Chapter 80. Tianxiang is wonderful everywhere, yet his heart is too soft upon hearing these words. Yi Yajun slammed the table in frustration. I have long suspected that Su Yun harbored ill intentions, but I never anticipated he could be so insidious. Now you must understand. He is deliberately trying to harm you. I will discuss this matter with your father. He will not be spared. Consider this a lesson and keep your distance from him. You cannot trust everything others say. Feng Tianxiang displayed a troubled expression. Mother, it's merely a trivial matter. There is no need to inform father. After all, he is just a disciple. With a little more effort, I can teach him well. It is not a significant issue. What if father becomes angry and blames senior brother Su? You have been bullied to such an extent, and you still think of Su Yun, Yi Yajun exclaimed, shattering the table with a single strike, her frustration palpable as she glared at him. Though he is your senior brother, he is also your rival. When will you truly comprehend this? You may be kind-hearted, but your kindness must not be in vain. If you do not change, you will inevitably fall victim to Su Yun. This matter is settled. I will handle Su Yun. You need not concern yourself any further. Well, all right. I shall heed my mother's words, Feng Tianxiang replied, feigning helplessness. He then shifted the subject, adding, however, I ask you to temper your anger for the moment, as I also have my plans. In truth, accepting a personal disciple would not require much of his resources, yet it could bring him considerable support. Support? What kind of support? The backing of those low-ranking disciples? Yi Yajun scoffed. Their support is utterly worthless. What matters is the backing of the peak masters, elders, and even the hall masters. Only they are the key figures in determining the future patriarch of the sect. To expend so much for those low-ranking disciples is truly to lose sight of the bigger picture. As a mother, she understood her son best. Tianxiang was indeed admirable, but his heart was far too tender. He constantly worried about this and that, now even thinking of those low-ranking disciples. What he called support was merely an attempt to improve their conditions, was it not? He simply could not bear to see others suffer. Though Yi Yajun felt a sense of pride for Tianxiang's kindness, she also recognized that in these harsh times, mere kindness was insufficient. He needed the strength to uphold his benevolence. Otherwise, he would eventually find himself ensnared by his own compassion. With a gentle sigh, Yi Yajun advised, listen to your mother. Avoid dealing with those low-ranking disciples. Cultivate relationships with the other elders, for only they can truly assist you. At the mention of the elders, Feng Tianxiang's heart sank. He wished to befriend them, yet he could not fathom how he had offended them. Aside from a few close peak masters and elders, the others refused to open their hearts to him. They appeared courteous on the surface, yet secretly remained wary, making interactions exceedingly exhausting. Moreover, they held Su Yun in high regard, speaking of him with genuine admiration, their tones markedly different whenever his name was mentioned. Feng Tianxiang discerned that the reverence exhibited by the elders towards Su Yun was genuine, starkly contrasting with their perfunctory demeanor when addressing him. Realizing that he could not rely on them, he considered instead cultivating a cadre of his own elite disciples, thereby replacing them entirely. This way, he would secure key positions with his own loyal followers, rendering Su Yun inconsequential. Not wishing to elaborate, he merely responded nonchalantly, rest assured, mother, I have my own plans. You need only observe. Knight Yajun, both amused and exasperated, shook her head and replied, very well, very well. A son is beyond the control of his mother. I shall keenly observe what strategies you employ. This child possessed many admirable qualities, yet he was also stubborn and overly concerned with his pride, often unable to humble himself to refuse requests. For instance, regarding the matter of accepting disciples, if he did not wish to take any under his wing, he need not do so. After all, he was the vice sect leader. Who would dare to criticize him for it? Yet, Feng Tianxiang found himself cornered by Su Yun's remarks, swallowing his pride and enduring a significant loss. However, while the child could endure hardships, she, as a mother, could not stand idly by as her son suffered. Su Yun must provide her with an explanation. Feng Tianxiang refrained from offering explanations. Some matters could only be believed once witnessed firsthand. Now a cultivator in the integration stage and the vice sect leader of the Tianxian sect, he possessed both strength and status. No longer the naive child who could only follow his mother's directives. He yearned to pursue his own ambitions. Rumors, even though they could not shake Su Yun's foundation, could nonetheless affect his mental state and subsequently hinder his cultivation speed. When rumors spread, Su Yun would find himself ensnared by negativity, tirelessly seeking to mitigate its impact. Ultimately, this would significantly impede his progress. Moreover, resentment is a palpable force. When the entire sect harbored animosity towards Su Yun, the Xianxia peak would undoubtedly suffer. With spiritual energy dissipating, dark clouds gathering, and misfortune looming. At such a time, how could Su Yun fulfill his duties as vice sect leader, let alone contend for the position of sect leader? Feng Tianxiang took his leave, finding Ting Han waiting for him outside. It had been years since his brother's Xianxia peak had seen any excitement. It was time to stir the waters. He shed his previous demeanor before Night Yajun, his eyes sparkling with determination, a smile playing on his lips as he sauntered away with hands clasped behind his back. Let the games begin. Understood. Ting Han replied with a bow, his figure vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, Feng Tianxiang ascended the mountain steps, eventually reaching the summit to pay his respects to Feng Yunhua. Feng Yunhua sat leisurely at the cliff's edge, perusing ancient texts. Upon his arrival, he showed no surprise, merely stating without looking up, as vice sect leader. It is commendable to recruit disciples. However, there are few precedents of ascension for those with 3 spiritual roots. Today, I have scoured the ancient texts and found only a handful of such cases, each possessing extraordinary fortune and destiny, which pales in comparison to the vast number of ascended beings with complete elemental affinities. With that, he tossed the ancient tome aside and inquired, "Now speak. What brings you to seek my counsel?" Seeing that his father bore no resentment, Feng Tianxiang let out a sigh of relief and respectfully spoke, "Master, I have just received news that last night, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the northern ice field. Radiant lights illuminated the sky, and 12 celestial thunders descended, splitting the ice mountains. Within, there is a treasure light soaring to the heavens, suggesting the emergence of a significant treasure. Several sects from the Central Plains have already sent individuals to investigate. Should our Tianxian sect also arrange for someone to explore this matter?" Feng Yunhua nodded calmly. "I have also heard of this matter. Have you come with a candidate?" The sight of the recently emerged treasure, if reached ahead of others, would undoubtedly present the greatest opportunity to acquire it. It was reasonable for Tianxiang to come here, first to seek fortune for himself. Indeed, it would pose no problem. "Precisely," Feng Tianxiang replied slowly. "Many forces are rushing to the northern ice field upon receiving the news. This journey will surely escalate into a fierce battle. If one's cultivation is too low, it would be challenging to seize the treasure. Conversely, if one is too powerful, it may seem like bullying the weak. Recently, senior brother Su has made a breakthrough. So I thought, perhaps he could undertake this journey? Let Su Yun go." Feng Yunhua was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed that Feng Tianxiang sought to seize the opportunity for himself, yet it turned out to be for Su Yun. "Indeed, you have finally grasped the virtue of humility. Your efforts and guidance have not been in vain." A smile softened his expression as he nodded. Su Yun is indeed very suitable. His annihilation principle is now perfected, and he has few rivals beneath the tribulation stage. With his involvement, this expedition is bound to yield results. Feng Tianxiang chimed in, "That is precisely my thought. Furthermore, it would also inform the other 2 sects that the Tianxian sect will soon have another individual in the tribulation stage, and one who possesses the principle of annihilation. There are certain matters that he alone cannot accomplish, but with external assistance, it becomes significantly simpler." Chapter 81. I am destined to endure the Great Tribulation. It is the will of heaven. Feng Yunhua did not chastise him for the change in address, instead instructing, "However, it is rather insufficient for just your senior brother alone. You 2 should confer and send 2 elders in the unity stage along with him. As for the candidates, you may decide amongst yourselves." Since Tianxiang had learned to defer to his elder brother, as a father, he could not show favoritism. Feng Tianxiang bowed and replied, "Yes, I take my leave." With the scarcity of personnel on Xianxia Peak and Su Yun having never actively sought to forge alliances with the other peaks, his departure meant that the affairs of the sect would rest solely upon the shoulders of Shiku Peak. Major decisions required the Sect Master's approval, yet for trivial matters, he could act independently without drawing attention. The extreme north ice field? Upon hearing Feng Tianxiang mention it, Su Yun recalled. The manifestation at the extreme north ice field was not a legacy of celestial weapons nor a paradise of hidden realms, but rather a fragment of the 9 tribulation thunder pattern wood. This wood, an ancient marvel born from the convergence of heavenly thunder in the 9th heaven, was entirely blackened and adorned with purple gold lightning patterns. Within it lay an exceptionally pure essence of thunder, which could be utilized to comprehend the laws of thunder or refined into magical artifacts, serving not only to temper one's primordial spirit, but also to withstand the heavenly tribulation's thunder, an invaluable treasure indeed. With such an item in his possession, his forthcoming tribulation would be significantly eased. However, Feng Tianxiang was not one to be so magnanimous. since he had proactively suggested Su Yun's involvement. It likely indicated a desire to maneuver him elsewhere, preparing for some clandestine scheme. As for the nature of the scheme, it would likely involve spreading rumors and secretly inciting disdain for his unconventional practices. Long before Feng Tianxiang took on disciples, Su Yun had already anticipated his intentions. Yet he did not expect the lad to act so hastily, unable to wait even a single day to make his move. Fortunately, he was well prepared for any trouble, fearing more the restraint of his adversary than their aggression. Given the dangers of this endeavor, the Sect Master had additionally dispatched Elder Huang and Elder Qing to accompany his senior brother. Feng Tianxiang, anxious that Su Yun might decline, remarked, "The commotion at the extreme north ice field is considerable. Surely, there must be some celestial treasures manifesting. Your journey will undoubtedly yield significant rewards." Su Yun nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, since it is the arrangement of our esteemed master, I shall undertake this journey. In 10 days, the 9 tribulation thunder pattern would reveal itself. This back and forth, along with the time required to seize the treasure, would likely take over 20 days, an endeavor not demanding excessive effort." After bidding farewell to Feng Tianxiang, Su Yun summoned Ling Yin, Li Shi, and 4 disciples, instructing, "During my absence, you must remain within the peak to cultivate. Unless there is pressing business, do not venture out. Should anyone come seeking trouble, drive them away directly. If a formidable foe arises, pay them no mind. I shall personally deal with them upon my return. If matters become dire, you may call upon your senior brother to emerge." This last remark was directed at Li Shi, and although the others were somewhat puzzled by the situation, they responded with due respect. As the Vice Sect Master, one ought to prioritize the sect above all else. How could one be solely concerned with personal honor and disgrace, refusing to accept a disciple simply because of the inferior talents of the sect's members? Such behavior is clearly discriminatory. Moreover, Su Yun, in the presence of numerous disciples, openly expressed his disdain for Mu Siyu's aptitude, belittling the young girl to an extent that rendered her utterly worthless in his eyes. This statement not only caused Mu Siyu great sorrow, but also left the other disciples feeling cold and heartbroken. Although most peak masters, elders, and even those disciples blessed with exceptional talents often looked down on the low-ranking disciples with poor qualifications, it did not deter them from condemning the individual who made such comments publicly. Naturally, they dared not openly criticize the Vice Sect Master. Yet with a mere hint from him, righteous souls would readily take up the cause. With one act begetting another, it would not be long before Su Yun's reputation plummeted, leading to universal disdain and censure. Furthermore, as Su Yun was absent from the sect, he could not address the situation immediately. By the time he returned, Xianxia Peak would be shrouded in dark clouds of resentment, making it nearly impossible to rectify matters. By then, it would be far too late. When Feng Tianxiang departed from Xianxia Peak, his spirits were exceptionally high. Apart from his dissatisfaction with the new disciple, everything else he needed to accomplish that day proceeded smoothly without a hitch. However, upon returning to Shiku Peak and perceiving the beaming countenance of the new disciple, all his good mood evaporated in an instant. Had he perhaps paid too great a price to suppress Su Yun? Accepting such a useless apprentice, especially one as a direct disciple, posed a dilemma he could not ignore, lest he invite gossip. Consequently, he found himself obligated to enhance her spiritual roots, seek suitable cultivation techniques, and invest effort in her instruction. It was truly vexing to contemplate. Feeling troubled, Feng Tianxiang decided to divert his path toward the heavenly machine platform. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, he wasn't too short on time. He would think of a way to instruct her after a couple of days. Such a carefree individual, with her lackluster aptitude and meager strength. Rather than striving to catch up with her peers in cultivation, she seemed to delight in conversing with Yi Xiaoxiao. He could not fathom how she managed to smile so freely. The reason Mu Siyu was so joyfully radiant was primarily to flaunt her status. Rest assured, I am now the direct disciple of the Master. I shall repay you for the spirit stones I owe you shortly, and if there are any surplus, I might even assist you in your cultivation, she declared, deliberately emphasizing the words direct disciple, which ignited a fiery irritation in Yi Xiaoxiao. What was there to be proud of in being a direct disciple, who needed her assistance? As a member of the Yi family, how could she possibly lack such trifling spirit stones? With a grim expression, she sat beside her, torn between wanting to distance herself from this foolish girl and an urgent desire to uncover how the other had succeeded, which forced her to suppress her anger and inquire. Did you not say you intended to worship Su Yun as your master? I treated you so well before. Why did you deceive me and then turn to worship Feng Zhongzhu? Hearing this, Mu Siyu felt a surge of triumph. This is the fortuitous destiny of this princess. As the saying goes, heaven does not completely seal off every path for a person. When all seems lost, new opportunities will invariably arise. Back then, that rascal Su Youli must have been afflicted by some ailment. I almost knelt to plead with him, but he utterly refused to accept me. Who would have thought that his obstinacy would ultimately pave the way for my success? At that moment, my master was profoundly moved by my tenacity. Before I could utter a single word, he stepped forward, expressing his intention to take me as his disciple. Mu Siyu pretended to be nonchalant, shaking her head as she spoke. Sometimes fate operates in mysterious ways. I had thought that in this life, I would meet a tragic end, perishing unnoticed in a corner. Little did I anticipate that I was destined to be a formidable practitioner during the tribulation phase, unable to escape the fate of becoming such. Even if Su Youli chose not to accept me, there would surely be others willing to assist. Chapter 82. I do not wish to seek his favor, Mo Siyu boasted about herself, her delight in flaunting her achievements repulsing Yi Xiaoxiao. What was there to be proud of? Had she not merely stumbled into good fortune, barely becoming the direct disciple of the Phoenix Sect Master? It would not be long before I, too, could claim such a title. Upon hearing this, Mo Siyu's expression darkened immediately. How can you be so unpleasant in your speech? You think you can become Master's direct disciple? Don't even dream about it. The Master already has 3 direct disciples and lacks the energy to take on more. You should focus on refining pills at the Yulong Peak. Yi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in frustration. This wretched Mo Siyu, burning bridges and repaying kindness with malice. If it were not for the 5,000 low-grade spirit stones she had borrowed from her, where would she have found the strength to beseech Su Youli for refuge, or to catch the eye of senior brother Tianxiang? Yet now, having succeeded, she not only failed to lend a helping hand, but even wished to dismantle the very bridge that had aided her. This matter is none of your business. Just wait and see. Determined, Yi Xiaoxiao resolved that she could no longer afford to wait idly. Mo Siyu harbored ulterior motives, and remaining near senior brother would only spell disaster. She would take the initiative, even if she could not stay by his side. She would ensure that Mo Siyu was driven away. If she could not become senior brother's direct disciple, then no one should have that privilege. With that thought, Yi Xiaoxiao turned on her heel and left. She needed to return to her cultivation to demonstrate her resolve to senior brother Tianxiang. Perhaps, if he were pleased, he might even accept her as a disciple. As Yi Xiaoxiao stormed off, Mo Siyu could not help but sneer. This fool truly believed she was oblivious to her schemes? Only she deserved to be by the Master's side. No one else could dare to come close, not even the 2 direct disciples previously accepted by the Master. Given the right opportunity, she would expel them all. However, Su Youli was rather amiable. If she wished to join, Mo Siyu could reluctantly acquiesce. Su Youli indeed yearned to visit the Shiku Peak, yet she found herself overwhelmed with annoyance, utterly consumed by her tasks, leaving no room to contemplate anything else. Recently, she had received alarming news that nearly overturned all her previous understandings. If she could not grasp this, she would struggle even to eat. These rare spirit herbs had been transplanted from the fuming cave, treasures obtained through the relentless efforts of her seniors. Each plant was exceedingly precious. Handle them with care during cultivation. Should any of you damage them, do not blame this elder for being merciless. Ever since the first batch of spirit herbs from the fuming cave had been sent back to the sect, Su Youli had been tasked with their cultivation. Each day, she was required to inspect the herbs, record the quantities received, and transplant them with utmost care according to their growth conditions, using different techniques for each type. Every single one drained her entire spiritual energy, and within just 2 days, she felt utterly exhausted. Cursed Su Youli! Cursed Su Youli! Why did he have to seize such a cave? He clearly intended to wear me down. She incessantly scolded Su Youli in her mind, filled with resentment at having missed the opportunity to join the Shiku Peak. Simultaneously, her mind was filled with unflattering thoughts, leaving her in a state of agitation, anxiety, and unease. That scoundrel, Mu Siyu, had truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Brother Tianxiang was notoriously stringent in selecting disciples, and it seemed only her rare and miraculous spiritual root could catch his discerning eye. Yet, why did he have to choose that fool Mu Siyu? Could it indeed be true, as others claimed, that the more spiritual roots one possessed, the greater their innate talent? Burdened with resentment and anxiety, Su Youli planted a spirit herb, and while she was nearby restoring her spiritual energy, she encountered Liang Qian, who was also present. Liang Qian had listened to her murmur for 2 days about how Mu Siyu had been fortunate, and upon seeing the resentment etched on her face, she immediately deduced what was troubling her. Still unable to come to terms with it, Liang Qian kindly advised, each person has their own destiny. One cannot force the matter of apprenticeship. Besides, Mu Siyu possesses the qualification of 3 spiritual roots, which is significantly superior to ours. Although she has climbed high by becoming a direct disciple of the Feng Sect Leader, it is still somewhat justifiable. There is no need for envy. Had it been you or me seeking the Feng Sect Leader's acceptance, he wouldn't have spared us a glance. Su Youli closed her eyes in meditation, and upon hearing these words, she couldn't help but scoff. What did she mean by each person having their own fate? She too was destined for tribulation and had worked harder than Mu Siyu. Since her rebirth, even without the resources of Su Yun, she had relentlessly strived to enhance her cultivation, pouring every ounce of effort into her training. By this alone, she surpassed that lazy Mu Siyu, who was wholly dependent on others for assistance while refusing to exert herself. That fellow had done nothing since her rebirth, merely indulging in sleep and food, utterly useless. With a hint of bitterness, she remarked, "What is there to envy? So what if she is a direct disciple of the Deputy Sect Leader? What makes her so precious? To be frank, I have connections with Sect Leader Su as well. It's just that I have no desire to ask him for favors. If I were to speak to him, I would undoubtedly fare much better than Mu Siyu." Upon hearing this, Liang Qian's eyes widened in shock. She had always thought Su Youli did not seem like one from a destitute background, and had even suspected her of being a scion of a prominent family. Yet, she never imagined that Su Youli was associated with the Xianxia Peak. Sharing the surname Su and having ties to Sect Leader Su, this implied that even if Su Youli were not a descendant of Sect Leader Su, she was certainly a junior of the same clan. However, that didn't quite add up. If she were truly a descendant of Sect Leader Su, even with inferior qualifications, she would not be relegated to the role of a servant disciple. A mere arrangement from Sect Leader Su would have sufficed for her to enjoy a lifetime of comfort. She recalled their first meeting, when Su Youli had appeared as if she had crawled out of a cesspool, reeking and irritable, much like a spoiled young lady from a fallen family. How could such a person possibly have any connection to Sect Leader Su? Yet, during her last visit to Xianxia Peak, Su Youli had curiously veiled her face. At the time, Liang Qian had assumed it was due to the incident at Shiku Peak. Now, reflecting on it, it was clear that Su Youli had been fearful of being recognized. So that was it. Perhaps she was playing the part of a fallen young lady who had run away from home, wishing to avoid being seen in her current state of decline. Having contemplated the intricate relationships involved, Liang Qian cautiously inquired, "If that is the case, why not seek the assistance of Sect Master Su? It is said that Sect Master Su possesses a kind heart, and given your connection with him, I am certain he would be inclined to help you. With but a few words, he could secure your position at Xianxia Peak, which would undoubtedly be preferable to serving as a menial disciple here." She truly could not comprehend why, were she in possession of such a connection, she would ever find herself relegated to the role of a servant in the medicinal garden. Even being a named disciple of Sect Master Su, or a disciple of his disciples, would be far superior. After all, anything would be better than her current predicament. Upon hearing these words, Su Youli fell momentarily silent, unsure of how to respond. She had always believed that her celestial beauty, coupled with her extraordinary fortune, marked her as an unparalleled prodigy among billions. Even if she were to leave Xianxia Peak, her innate talents would surely allow her to thrive effortlessly in any environment, living freely and gracefully. In her perception, she had long thought that no matter how dire the circumstances outside, they could not possibly compare to the comforts of Xianxia Peak, as she had never regarded Su Yun as particularly formidable. Throughout both her past and present lives, Su Yun had remained secluded at Xianxia Peak, engrossed in his cultivation. Despite being the Deputy Sect Master, he seemed to live as though in seclusion, indifferent to the world around him, deriving joy solely from instructing his disciples. Yet now, after spending 2 months in the medicinal garden, she had come to understand the harsh realities of the outside world and witnessed the respect and admiration others held for Su Yun. Consequently, she began to appreciate the merits of Xianxia Peak. Chapter 83. It seems senior brother is lying, though reluctant to admit it. Su Youli found her time at Xianxia Peak far more leisurely than her current existence in the herb garden. The outside world was arduous beyond measure. Even the life of an inner disciple was nowhere near as comfortable as her days at Xianxia Peak. There, she merely had to focus on cultivating her skills and enhancing her prowess. All other matters were deftly managed by Su Yun, allowing her to indulge in enjoyment without a second thought. However, since departing from Xianxia Peak, aside from Su Yun, no one was willing to assist her. The herb garden demanded an overwhelming amount of daily labor: planting, weeding, pest control, and watering. Each step required utmost diligence, for any mistake could result in the forfeiture of spirit stones, and in severe cases, reprimands would follow. Completing a single round of tasks consumed half the day. The remaining time offered her no respite, as the elders, fearing she might stir trouble, often forbade her from venturing out. Thus, she was left to meander within the herb garden or practice that inferior cultivation method. Moreover, ever since Feng Tianxiang had taken Mu Siyu as his disciple, Su Youli had been plagued by restless nights. In her despair, reflecting upon the idle gossip she had overheard in recent days, she suddenly grasped a grave realization. Could it be that senior brother had been deceiving her all along? He had often extolled the virtues of the outside world, yet upon her arrival, she discovered that reality was starkly different from his descriptions. Regarding her spiritual root, aptitude, and the treatment of disciples, everything was dissimilar. As for her treatment, perhaps senior brother, given his elevated status, might have simply misremembered. However, her cultivation aptitude was universally acknowledged. It was implausible that he could err in this regard. If her singular spiritual root, as he had claimed, indeed allowed for rapid cultivation, yielding results in a single day that surpassed the efforts of others over 10 or even 15 days, then she should have attained a breakthrough within 3 to 5 days and already established a foundation. Yet, the truth remained. 2 months had elapsed, and she was still at the initial stage of chi refinement, her progress as sluggish as a snail, barely accumulating a trace of spiritual energy each day, and still far from overcoming the bottleneck to the next minor realm. She was not foolish. Previously, she had been blinded by the idyllic world painted by senior brother Tianxiang, failing to discern right from wrong. She had never sought validation from others, nor had anyone mentioned such trivialities, thus maintaining unwavering faith in his words. But after enduring this prolonged suffering and hardship, if she failed to recognize the underlying issues, she would truly be a fool. Upon first leaving Xinxia Peak, Su Youli had harbored hopes of receiving assistance from senior brother, whether by joining Shiku Peak or being arranged as a direct disciple under an elder. However, as time passed and senior brother repeatedly ignored her, doubts began to creep in. Did he truly wish to help her, or was there some deeper reason for his inability to do so? On that day, when senior brother departed with Mu Siyu, she had called out for him to wait, even catching the attention of Mu Siyu, yet senior brother did not spare her a glance. Had he not heard her? Or had he chosen to disregard her? Logically, with his cultivation level, he should not have missed her call. Yet, Su Youli was unwilling to believe such a notion. If her senior brother truly deceived her, then she would have been utterly harmed by him, having not only lost the protection and resources provided by Su Yun, but also the opportunity to become a transcendent sword immortal. Once this thought took root in her mind, it became an inescapable obsession, intensifying with each passing moment. Without Su Yun's assistance, would her life be doomed? Forget about becoming a sword immortal. She might end up languishing in the medicinal garden until her dying breath. A shiver ran down Su Youli's spine. She had no desire to endure such a monotonous existence. Thus, she hesitantly turned to Liang Qian and inquired, "Senior sister, could you enlighten me on why the 5-element spiritual root is deemed the best aptitude?" Logically speaking, the 5-element spiritual root requires the absorption of 5 distinct attributes of spiritual energy to cultivate, whereas a single spiritual root only necessitates the absorption of one type, which should ostensibly allow for a swifter progression in cultivation. Since the day of the assessment, this question had plagued her relentlessly. Senior brother Tianxiang had consistently asserted that a single spiritual root was a mark of genius, claiming her aptitude was exceptional and that Su Yun was simply unappreciative, failing to nurture her potential. Yet, Su Yun maintained that only those with a complete set of 5 elements were truly gifted, while single spiritual roots were considered inferior. Initially, Su Youli had dismissed Su Yun's assertions, choosing to trust senior brother Tianxiang instead. However, upon descending the mountain, everyone she encountered insisted that the 5 elements spiritual root signified genius, while the single spiritual root was deemed worthless. Over time, even as she remained skeptical of Su Yun's words, doubts began to creep in, and she quietly noted the opinions of others in her heart. More importantly, when she left Zixia Peak that day, she overheard discussions regarding the qualifications of the 2 new disciples accepted by senior brother Tianxiang. She had paid little heed to it at first, but those 2 remarks echoed in her mind like a haunting refrain, growing louder with each repetition. This girl is indeed fortunate. Historically, not even the Deputy Sect Masters during the combined body stage, let alone the various peak masters and elders, have accepted disciples with less than 4 spiritual roots. Sect Master Feng has truly set a precedent. Indeed, all 4 disciples of Sect Master Su were gifted with complete 5-element aptitude, and the 2 accepted by Sect Master Feng were likewise of exceptional caliber. This Mu sister was, among the direct disciples of elders from all sects in Zhongzhou, considered to possess the most mediocre qualifications. Just those 2 sentences left Su Youli tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. What was happening? Hadn't Senior Brother Tianxiang claimed that single spiritual roots were a sign of genius? If so, why did he not accept single spiritual roots as disciples, instead opting for those with complete 5 elements? Su Youli had tried to convince herself that it must be a misunderstanding on Senior Brother Tianxiang's part. Yet, she realized she could no longer deceive herself. His words and actions were entirely contradictory. He had told her the conditions outside were superior to those at Xianxia Peak, only for her to discover that the treatment here was even worse than that of the spirit beasts nurtured at Xianxia Peak. He had remarked on her exceptional aptitude, proclaiming her a peerless genius wherever she went. Yet now her cultivation progressed at a snail's pace, with a month of arduous practice yielding no results. As for her coveted elixirs, were others truly unable to recognize their worth, or had her brother deceived her as well? Thus, she felt compelled to seek confirmation once more. If Liang Qian could persuade her, she would be convinced that Su Yun had not misled her. If Liang Qian is lying, then it would affirm the truth of what the senior brother has stated. Chapter 84. Back to Xianxia Peak. Liang Qian found it peculiar. Had she not mentioned this matter on numerous occasions? Why was Su Youli still fixated on this issue? However, considering the potential connection between the other party and the sect leader, she chose to refrain from further contemplation and patiently elaborated. This pertains to the cultivation system of our central continent. Logically speaking, those with a single spiritual root do indeed cultivate at a faster pace than those with 5. Yet, the drawback lies in the singular and sparse nature of their spiritual power. At the same level of cultivation, a practitioner with a single spiritual root possesses only one type of spiritual energy. In contrast, a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots harnesses the quintessence of the 5 elements, yielding not only a greater quantity, but also the ability to evolve the 5 elements, allowing for mutual transformation of elemental powers. This expands their dantian and meridians, resulting in a strikingly superior offensive capability, many times greater than that of a single spiritual root. Moreover, as cultivation levels rise, the disparity becomes increasingly pronounced. For instance, when we employ water manipulation techniques to nurture spiritual herbs, we create a water orb the size of a large barrel. A practitioner with 5 spiritual roots at the same level would be able to conjure an orb at least 50 times that size. In duels, a single spiritual root is utterly overwhelmed by a practitioner with 5 roots, hence the assertion that single roots are ill-suited for combat, relegated instead to simpler tasks. This is merely the external difference. It also encompasses future breakthroughs in cultivation bottlenecks and the comprehension of the laws of nature. Liang Qian spoke at length, while Su Youli remained silent, listening intently without interruption or contradiction. Yet, her complexion gradually paled, a sense of oppression constricting her chest, making it difficult to breathe. By the way, I have a book here that contains fundamental knowledge regarding cultivation. You may take a look, Liang Qian said, pressing a yellowed tome into Su Youli's hands. After some hesitation, she gently advised, I do not know who told you that a single spiritual root is a mark of genius. But I can only say that person likely harbors ulterior motives. They may have flattered you for your singular root to deceive you, either for your spirit stones or perhaps for your beauty. If you encounter them again, exercise caution and do not trust them lightly. With that, Liang Qian rose to continue her work. She could discern that Su Youli had been deceived, and quite severely at that. She had likely suffered significant losses. Such occurrences would wound anyone's heart, leaving them in a prolonged state of distress. Su Youli stared blankly at the weathered book in her hands, her fingers gripping it tightly. Though she lacked the courage to open it, the more she learned, the deeper her despair grew, sending chills throughout her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. After a considerable time, she silently stowed the book away and returned to her tasks. There are no absolutes in the world. Perhaps her senior brother had not deceived her. Perhaps those individuals she encountered were actors placed by Su Yun. Even Liang Qian might have been orchestrated by Su Yun. Including the 2 who commented on the qualifications of Feng Zhong's disciples, they too might have been intentionally misleading her. Their aim was to instill doubt about her senior brother's sincerity and to convince her that Su Yun was her best ally. Yet, how could Su Yun orchestrate such deception without having been reborn? How could he possibly engage in such schemes to mislead her? Su Youli returned to the medicinal field she was responsible for, her footsteps heavy with contemplation as she began her work. Though the answer was glaringly obvious, she was reluctant to concede. The matter was not yet concluded. Senior brother Tianxiang had yet to face her with a rejection. Moreover, since he had taken in Musiyu, perhaps he had not deceived her after all and might genuinely accept her. After all, in their past life, he had been so kind, considerate, and understanding towards her, always striving to bring her joy. How could it all have been a ruse? It simply could not be. Regardless of the outcome, she felt compelled to make an attempt. As she was lost in her thoughts, Liang Qian hurried over, exclaiming, Su Youli, hold off on your work for now. Senior Sister Feng is looking for someone to deliver spirit herbs to Xinxia Peak. We can plant the rest tomorrow. Let's take a moment to unwind together. Su Youli's mind was in disarray, and she momentarily failed to respond, her confusion evident as she echoed, Ah? Xinxia Peak? Liang Qian, thinking she was concerned about being recognized by the people of Xinxia Peak, reassured her, Do not worry. I will keep your matters confidential. You can wear a veil. And as long as your face remains unseen, no one will recognize you. A swirl of complex emotions stirred within Su Youli. Xinxia Peak. What if she encountered Su Yun? The situation with senior brother Tianxiang remained unclear, and she was uncertain how to confront Su Yun. If he were to uncover her plight, he would undoubtedly mock her mercilessly. Reluctant to go, yet inexplicably compelled, she nodded. Well, all right then. If Su Yun inquires, I shall simply ask him to wait a while longer. Once I comprehend what is truly going on with senior brother Tianxiang, I shall explain everything to Su Yun. If he has not deceived me, then all will be well, and I shall never entangle myself with Su Yun again. However, if he has indeed misled me, it would mean that Su Yun genuinely cared for me in the past, rather than merely indulging me, and that I had erred. In that case, I would humbly apologize to Su Yun, confess my mistakes, clarify everything, and seek his understanding. Then, I would return to Xinxia Peak to seek him as my master, practicing the immortal arts under his guidance, ensuring I would never provoke his ire again. Su Youli had meticulously considered every aspect. As a destined great cultivator in the tribulation period, she believed that even if Su Yun were momentarily angered, he would not unleash his wrath upon her. Regardless of the eventual outcome, her future would not undergo significant change, merely taking a more winding path. Upon their arrival at the medicinal garden storage, they found a group of over 20 individuals already prepared, summoning celestial cranes. Senior Sister Feng, leading the group, acknowledged Su Youli with a nod. She had heard of this somewhat proud young woman, who was also self-studying alchemy, albeit with a somewhat misguided approach, resulting in elixirs that were difficult to behold. Nevertheless, her willingness to strive suggested a limitless future. Although Su Youli was puzzled by the kindness shown to her, she still returned the gesture. In the past, she would have dismissed someone of mere qi refinement cultivation entirely. However, having spent so long in the medicinal garden and having offended numerous fellow disciples due to her arrogance, she was determined not to provoke this senior Sister Feng, who held the power to determine the personnel for delivering the herbs. A group of individuals traversed the path, encountering several disciples from various peaks, many of whom recognized Sister Feng and greeted her amicably. Su Youli felt a surge of mixed emotions within her. Once upon a time, her outings commanded a grander spectacle. Within the sect, disciples would part ways upon encountering her, regardless of whether they were at the Foundation establishment or Nascent Soul stages, bowing respectfully to greet her. Even after she had passed, they would discuss her for quite some time, their words filled with admiration and envy. Yet now, she found herself merely an inconspicuous servant disciple, with those same disciples not only failing to yield or bow, but scarcely casting a glance in her direction. Even when an occasional gaze brushed past her, it would not linger for a moment. The stark contrast left her feeling somewhat despondent. Lowering her head, Su Youli resolved not to dwell on such chaotic thoughts, instead focusing on the conversations around her. The passing disciples mostly discussed the new disciple of the Phoenix Sect Master and the upcoming duel between Su Lingling and Xia Zhuwei. After listening for a while, she lost interest. To her, the clash of two Foundation establishment novices seemed no more than a children's quarrel, devoid of any spectacle. The only aspect that piqued her curiosity was the seemingly reincarnated Su Lingling and the new disciple recently taken under Su Yun's wing. Having advanced so swiftly to the Foundation establishment stage suggested commendable aptitude. However, she wondered about their true strength and whether they could rival her own. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Youli shook her head in amusement. It seemed she had truly fallen from grace for too long. How could Xia Zhuwei, a mere novice in the early stages of Foundation establishment, possibly be compared to her, a future sword immortal on the verge of transcending tribulation? Chapter 85. What are you doing? Su Youli possessed a degree of confidence, even though her cultivation was currently inferior to that of her opponent, and she was unable to wield those formidable divine techniques for the time being. Her over 1,000 years of discernment and combat experience were sufficient to toy with her adversary until they conceded. After all, with nothing pressing to occupy her time, perhaps she could take a look one day. Lost in her thoughts, the group arrived at the Xinxia Peak. Once again, Ling Yin led the way to receive the spiritual herbs, documenting them meticulously and managing various affairs. However, unlike before, This time Su Youli did not shy away in the background. Instead, she stood alongside Liang Qian in a prominent position, unreservedly awaiting the count. Yet, as each box was opened to reveal the spiritual herbs within, Su Youli's eyes widened, and her breath quickened. Were these not the very spiritual herbs the elder had instructed them to cultivate in the medicinal garden? No wonder they had only been given seedlings. The finished products were all delivered here. Previously, when she had accidentally damaged a single plant, she had been scolded mercilessly by the elder and fined 50 low-grade spirit stones as a warning. That was 50 low-grade spirit stones. She would have to sell 2 bottles of chi condensing pills just to recover that amount. One plant equaled 50 low-grade spirit stones. And there were 180 plants here. Was that not a staggering 9,000 low-grade spirit stones? To amass such a sum, she would need to forego food and drink for 30 months. How absurd. She was penalized for damaging one plant. Yet the elder generously bestowed all these spiritual herbs upon Xianxia Peak. Why was that? Was it merely because of Xianxia Peak's elevated status that the elder felt compelled to curry favor? A surge of indignation welled up within Su Youli. Her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. She finally understood why Su Yun was so extravagantly wealthy. It turned out he had so many people vying for his favor. Even the disciples and elders of the medicinal garden were eager to present treasures to him. She could only lament her current absence from Xianxia Peak. If she were still here, could she not partake in such privileges? Enough, let us proceed with the inventory, Lingyin stated, accepting the jade token from Senior Sister Feng. She summoned her spiritual energy to imprint a small purple gold seal upon it, then retrieved a delicate storage bag to present in return. Thank you all for your hard work. Should there be any mature superior grade Qingling flowers, please bring them to us at the earliest opportunity. Senior Sister Feng smiled as she accepted, of course. Thank you for your generosity, Senior Sister. Witnessing this scene, Su Youli's expression shifted and resentment bubbled within her. The esteemed Xianxia Peak, brazenly bribing the disciples of the medicinal garden for personal gain. What audacity. It was truly an eye-opener. These were the subordinates trained by Su Yun, openly offering bribes without concern for discretion. Senior Sister Feng faced her own challenges, accepting bribes in such a blatant manner while all these people were watching. Enraged, Su Youli stepped forward, intending to reprimand the two for violating sect rules, eager to demonstrate her authority. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized that she had never thoroughly studied the sect's regulations. Were there rules against bribery in the Tianxiang sect? Su Youli found herself frozen in place, caught between advancing and retreating, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Sister Feng looked at her in confusion, unable to comprehend her outburst. The tasks had all been completed, the spirit herbs exchanged, and it was time to return. Why did this person suddenly leap out in anger? Startling her? Lingyin observed her in silence. A traitor like her emerging from Xianxia Peak was already a testament to the young master's generosity in sparing her life. And yet she still dared to confront them. With that expression of righteousness plastered across her face, was she perhaps attempting to catch them in their faults? Just a mere servant disciple, and yet she made such a scene. The atmosphere grew awkward, and after a moment, Sister Feng quietly inquired, Su Youli, do you perhaps have something to say? She had always thought this junior sister a bit peculiar, and now she was even more convinced of that notion. What was the purpose of her anger? Why glare at Master Lingyin, as if unaware that she was a cultivator of the Nascent Soul stage? How dare she behave so rudely? Sister Feng regretted greeting her upon arrival. It would have been better to pretend not to know her. Standing beside her maid Feng seemed foolish as well. With this in mind, Sister Feng kindly advised, if there's nothing else, we should take our leave. Under the scrutiny of so many peculiar gazes, Su Youli was consumed with fury. Look at them. Watching these two engage in corruption without a single soul stepping forward to intervene. Summoning her courage, she attempted to speak out for justice, only to be met with mocking glances. These people were truly beyond redemption. Though she was filled with indignation, she dared not cause a ruckus at Xianxia Peak, fearing Lingyin would exploit her position and, in front of so many witnesses, tear her clothes off and cast her down the mountain. Contemplating this, Su Youli's face contorted in anguish as she feigned discomfort, saying, it's nothing, I merely twisted my ankle. Lingyin scoffed, her voice not loud but enough to instantly flush Su Youli's face red with shame and rage. That wretched Lingyin, did she have to oppose her at every turn? Su Youli had already taken a step back, and yet her tormentor still dared to mock her. It was utterly detestable, just a maid of the Nascent Soul stage. Did she truly believe herself the master of Xianxia Peak? Once she regained her cultivation, the first thing she would do is summon her to her side and torment her day and night until she understood the consequences. I have matters to attend to. So I shall not see you off, Lingyin declared before turning to leave, effectively dismissing them. Su Youli seethed with pent-up anger, clenching her fists but refraining from venting her frustration. In the past, had Lingyin dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have reported her to Su Yun without hesitation. But now, she was powerless and could only stew in her own resentment. Yes, the disciple takes her leave. Sister Feng hastily bowed and excused herself, leading the group away from Xianxia Peak. She had truly been terrified. Provoking Master Lingyin at Xianxia Peak was tantamount to disrespecting Master Su. Fortunately, Su Youli had not been foolish enough to press her luck, retreating in time. Otherwise, trouble would have surely ensued. Who would have thought that delivering medicine could be so nerve-wracking? Initially, she had hoped that as fellow alchemists, they might one day collaborate at Yulong Peak, so she thought to be considerate, only to nearly invite disaster. Henceforth, it would be best to refrain from bringing this fool along again. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Sister Feng instructed everyone to wait while she approached the elder to deliver her report. When she emerged, the storage bag she once held had vanished, replaced by a wooden box. The elder remarked that everyone had worked hard today, and this was a reward for their efforts. As she opened the box, a dazzling array of low-grade spirit stones revealed itself, numbering at least several hundred. Each person shall receive 30 stones. Collect them accordingly. Upon hearing this, the disciples immediately crowded around, chattering excitedly as they accepted the spirit stones, expressing their gratitude to the elder and Sister Feng. However, Su Youli remained aloof at the periphery, refraining from participating, even feeling somewhat nauseated by the scene. It was merely 30 spirit stones. Yet the exuberance displayed by these individuals was akin to that of those who had never encountered the world. It was truly a source of shame to be associated with them. Chapter 86. She is merely being reserved 30 low-grade spirit stones. How avaricious the elder truly is. Su Yun has always been generous, and naturally, Lingyin would not be stingy. Moreover, Xianxia Peak lacks nothing. High-grade spirit stones are abundant, and mid-grade spirit stones are plentiful. Yet low-grade spirit stones are a rarity she has never encountered. To find a single low-grade spirit stone on Xianxia Peak is more challenging than acquiring a supreme cultivation technique. Lingyin would undoubtedly not bestow merely 30 low-grade spirit stones upon each person. At the very least, one would expect 100 stones per individual. And it is quite probable that mid-grade stones would be given instead. Yet, once in the elder's hands, she appropriated the majority and offered such a paltry amount. Attempting to dismiss them, truly the epitome of greed. Lost in thought, Sister Feng, noticing her reluctance to approach, took the initiative to present the spirit stones to her, saying, "Do not be shy. Everyone receives them, so please accept." Su Youli's heart ignited with indignation. Did she truly covet these 30 low-grade spirit stones? Was she to accept Lingyin's charity in front of so many people? Did others truly perceive her as someone in dire need of spirit stones? Indeed, she was in need. For this month, she had not sold a single bottle of medicinal pills and was nearly destitute. Yet, she could not bring herself to appear so desperate. After all, she was a dignified sword immortal in the tribulation stage. How could she be bribed by a mere 30 low-grade spirit stones? Just accept them already. Why the fuss? Liang Qian interjected, stepping in to ease the tension. As she took the spirit stones and placed them into Su Youli's embrace, smiling brightly at Sister Feng. "Thank you for the elder's generosity, and thank you, Sister Feng. She is simply shy. I hope you do not take offense." Sister Feng, assuming Su Youli was merely young and inexperienced, felt a slight discomfort but chose not to dwell on it. She nodded and departed. She had truly never seen anyone so bashful about receiving spirit stones. 30 low-grade spirit stones, combined with today's remuneration, would be sufficient to purchase a bottle of qi condensation pills. There should be a limit to modesty. What was there to be shy about regarding spirit stones? She would gladly gather more if she could. All right, just accept them. 30 spirit stones are not an insignificant amount. Liang Qian advised gently. Su Youli initially intended to take the spirit stones, but upon hearing Liang Qian's words, a surge of rebellious anger welled within her. Who cared for these worthless stones? I wouldn't even pick them up if they fell to the ground. She had no desire for anything Lingyin offered. Otherwise, that wretched woman would surely laugh at her in secret. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she thrust the spirit stones into Liang Qian's hands. "If you think there are too many, then you can keep them. I certainly do not want them." Liang Qian's eyes widened in surprise as she hurried after her, clutching the spirit stones. "What are you throwing a tantrum for? If you're going to be upset, don't take it out on the spirit stones. As lowly disciples, our monthly allowance is already minimal. 30 low-grade spirit stones is quite generous. If we save up for a few years, we might even be able to purchase a mid-grade magical tool." She genuinely did not understand why Su Youli was upset. Was it merely because Ling Yin had smiled at her on Xinsha Peak? To be honest, if she were in Su Youli's position, she would have laughed too. After all, to forsake a comfortable life and voluntarily seek hardship was to court trouble. The ability may be limited, but the temper was undeniably considerable. Master Ling Yin is indeed a nascent soul practitioner, and what of it if a mere chi refining period disciple like her is laughed at? Even if she were to be beaten, no one would dare to utter a word. It is perplexing how Su Youli can harbor such immense anger over such trivial matters. After a few attempts to dissuade her, seeing that Su Youli only became more obstinate, Liang Qian ceased her efforts. Do you truly not want it? Su Youli scoffed. I said I do not want it. Why do you have so much to say? Just keep it. Very well, I shall accept it then, Liang Qian responded cheerfully, tucking the spirit stones into her pocket. With a beaming smile, she inquired, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare something delicious for you. Witnessing Liang Qian actually pocket the spirit stones made Su Youli's heart sink further. Stealing a glance at her storage bag, she inhaled deeply and retorted, I won't eat anything. I need to return to my cultivation. What is there to eat? I am already full of anger. Liang Qian, sensing her ire, refrained from further persuasion. Realizing that pressing her might lead Su Youli to reluctantly accept the stones, it was evident that she lacked the perseverance to stand firm, which explained her position as a mere servant disciple. As she stormed off, she failed to notice the smirk that curled Liang Qian's lips. Oh, this girl is something else. She claims to be indifferent, yet she cannot bear to part with those spirit stones. For now, Liang Qian decided to hold on to them, intending to return them when Su Youli inevitably regretted her decision, sparing herself the hassle of placating her in the future. Regret washed over Su Youli. She should not have boasted about her disdain for the stones. 30 low-grade spirit stones were no trifling matter. It would take her considerable effort in alchemy and time at the market to earn such a sum. Only she understood the arduous journey behind it. Just when the spirit stones seemed within her grasp, she had foolishly relinquished them. She longed to slap herself for uttering those words. Now, not only had she lost the spirit stones, but also her dinner. What a tremendous loss. Had she known, she would have begrudgingly accepted the stones and asked Liang Qian to bring back something delicious. But now, it was unthinkable to ask for them back. She could not bring herself to do so. If only Liang Qian would return them of her own accord, she would certainly not protest and would accept them after a modicum of reluctance. The more she pondered, the more distressing it became. How carefree and untroubled she had been on Xinsha Peak, never once worrying about spirit stones. Now, she found herself troubled over 30 low-grade spirit stones. Truly, it was a case of a tiger fallen to the plains being bullied by dogs. After indulging in self-pity, Su Youli's thoughts drifted back to those 30 low-grade spirit stones. She wondered if Liang Qian might return them to her tonight, at Zikufeng, since he Xiaoxiao's departure. Mu Siyu had been waiting in the courtyard for Feng Tianxiang to visit her. According to customary practice, after accepting a disciple, even without a formal initiation banquet, the master should begin imparting techniques, introduce her to the other two senior brothers, and arrange a superior cave residence for her. However, she had been waiting in the western courtyard for 2 days. Although her daily sustenance was assured, this was, after all, a place designated for guests. How could they allow her, the future mistress, to linger here indefinitely? Aside from the absence of a designated dwelling, no cultivation techniques, rewards, spirit stones, or magical treasures had been sent her way. She had not even caught a glimpse of Feng Tianxiang. This was not right. After accepting her, her master should have been elated and eager to seek out exquisite treasures to enhance her abilities, to find suitable cultivation methods, to bestow her with gifts, and to personally guide her in her training. Yet now, it seemed as though her master had forgotten her. Chapter 87. Do you consider yourself the sovereign? Mu Siyu's expression darkened, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. In her previous life, after Su Yun accepted her, he promptly arranged for her the finest accommodations, instructing Ling Yin to record her preferences and replace the furnishings, even the exquisite spiritual trees, with those she favored. Every item within that abode, whether functional or decorative, was first presented to her for approval, underscoring Su Yun's attentiveness towards her. She had anticipated that upon arriving at Zikufeng, Brother Tianxiang would extend similar consideration to her, perhaps even surpassing Su Yun's attentiveness. However, now it appeared that Brother Tianxiang had merely abandoned her in the western courtyard, neglecting her entirely. As if he had no intention of overseeing her at all, Mu Siyu was unwilling to remain idly in wait. Her master might be preoccupied lately, lacking the time to attend to her trivial needs. Thus, she resolved to seek out her master, requesting that he assign someone to arrange matters for her. After all, it merely required a word from him, and her master would surely not refuse. Yet, Before she could take her first step, she was obstructed at the door. Why are you preventing me from leaving? I am now the direct disciple of my master. What right do you have to stop me? Mu Siyu glared at the guard outside, her voice laced with indignation. The guard maintained a respectful demeanor, yet his words were steadfast. Junior sister, do not be anxious. Master Feng specifically instructed me to ensure that you rest here until he is finished with his affairs. He will come to escort you to another location once he is able. What do you mean? Do I have to remain here, not even allowed to leave? What nonsense was this? She was a direct disciple, not a criminal deserving confinement. Mu Siyu demanded angrily, when will my master return? The guard replied, that is uncertain. Master Feng sometimes returns multiple times in a single day, while at other times, he may be absent for 10 days or even half a month. It entirely depends on his mood. Dependent on mood? Mu Siyu was genuinely exasperated. Did this guard take her for a fool? Her master, being a formidable cultivator at the integration stage, would undoubtedly leave a manifestation to oversee Zikufeng whenever he departed for any extensive journey, unless engaged in a great battle. Yet, this guard claimed he could not locate him, attributing the situation to whims. Humph, this scoundrel was clearly attempting to make things difficult for her. Although Mu Siyu was inclined to teach the guard a lesson, she feared displeasing her master and thus suppressed her fury, saying, very well, time is of the essence. I must commence my cultivation. Please fetch some heavenly materials and earthly treasures for me. Upon hearing this, the guard hastily smiled, Junior sister, please do not make things difficult for me. Whether heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or any techniques and artifacts, they all require Master Feng's personal approval for access. I am merely a lowly guard. I possess no authority to procure such items. What nonsense. Just a fortunate fool who had stumbled into success, yet he demanded so much. Did he think she could simply request heavenly materials and earthly treasures as if Zikufeng belonged to her? Such treasures were not things she had the right to use. Even for direct disciples of Master Feng, only those who had cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage would be deemed worthy to handle such treasures. Otherwise, bestowing them would be a waste. As for the young woman, her cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, and her aptitude was limited to the 3 spiritual roots, inferior even to his own. It beggars belief why the Sect Master Feng would take notice of her. Perhaps, in reality, she did not pique his interest. Instead, he might have reluctantly accepted her for reasons unknown. Otherwise, why, having returned long ago, would Sect Master Feng not come to meet her? Mu Siyu found herself in agreement. Indeed, a mere guard lacked the qualifications to engage with treasures of heaven and earth. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, please convey a message to my master, stating my earnest desire to commence my cultivation without delay and urge him to return swiftly. She harbored deep-seated grievances demanding retribution and could ill afford to squander time here. Moreover, with the duel between Su Lingling and Xia Jue approaching, she aspired to establish her foundation before their confrontation, seeking to eclipse their glory. Perhaps, she might even have the opportunity to spar with Su Yun's disciples, demonstrating her prowess to him. That fellow Su Yun, had he not acted irrationally, she would not have suffered such humiliation before so many on that day. All her current misfortunes could be traced back to him. Fortunately, she now had a new master, and Master Tianxiang would undoubtedly treat her well. The guard, horrified by her words, turned pale and regarded Mu Siyu with trepidation. Did she not comprehend her current standing? A direct disciple boldly summoned the Sect Master as if she were his equal, unafraid of being cast aside. Yet, he could not voice such questions in feigned ignorance, replying, Junior sister, you jest. I am bound by orders and cannot leave this place. Please focus on your cultivation, should Sect Master Feng arrive. I will be the first to relay the message. Silence, ancestor. If you continue to speak such nonsense, I fear Sect Master Feng might overhear and cast you into the black prison, he thought. Surprisingly, Mu Siyu remained unfazed by her own words, instead feeling persuaded by the guard's response. Since he had received orders, she decided to let it pass and insisted, when Master arrives, you must inform me promptly. He would never neglect me. He must be occupied with something of great importance. The guard nodded hastily. Of course, please rest assured, Junior sister. It was absurd. Sect Master Feng could come and go as he pleased within his own domain, likely making multiple trips without the guard's notice. He had merely spoken casually, yet she seemed to believe him. He pondered whether she was simply amiable or somewhat naive. Just then, a figure appeared, striding past him into the courtyard. The guard looked up and quickly bowed. Sect Master Feng. Feng Tianxiang paid him no mind, proceeding directly into the courtyard, where he encountered Mu Siyu, turning at the sound. Feng, Master. She had almost called him senior brother, but thankfully caught herself in time. or she would have elicited laughter from him. Approaching, Mu Siyu bowed respectfully and eagerly inquired, "Master, when may I commence my cultivation with the new technique? The middle-grade method I am currently practicing is increasingly inadequate for my pace." Her words rendered Feng Tianxiang speechless. "You, a being with 3 spiritual roots, have already ascended to the cultivation of mid-tier techniques, which is quite a commendable achievement. How dare you claim that the techniques do not befit your capabilities? Within the heavenly profound sect, the density of spiritual energy far surpasses that of the outside world by 100-fold. If one's cultivation progresses slowly, it can only be attributed to inferior aptitude or a lack of diligence in practice. There are no other explanations. Nevertheless, as you are a disciple of my choosing, I shall endeavor to correct your somewhat flawed disposition. There is no rush. Let me first assess your spiritual roots." As Feng Tianxiang released his divine sense for a brief survey, his brow furrowed involuntarily. 3 spiritual roots of gold, water, and wood, and yet you are cultivating a technique of the gold attribute for slaughter? Who permitted you to pursue such a path? Chapter 88. How has my senior brother changed from my previous life? Who else could it be but you who guided me in my cultivation? Mu Siyu found herself momentarily stunned. In her past life, senior brother Tianxiang had stated that her spiritual root was most suited for the cultivation of metal attribute killing techniques. Why then was he now expressing such sentiments? She yearned to inquire further, but was at a loss for words, ultimately stammering an explanation. In the past, I had no guidance and was consumed by a deep-seated desire for revenge, which led me to pursue killing techniques for future retribution. Feng Tianxiang's expression softened slightly. I see. Indeed, without guidance one can easily err. Fortunately, your cultivation has only just begun, and it is still possible to change your methods. Mu Siyu remained perplexed and asked, I am unaware of where I have gone wrong. I humbly request you to enlighten me, Master. At her words, Feng Tianxiang felt a pang in his heart. This young girl had been in the sect for 2 months, yet she did not even grasp the most basic concepts of the 5 elements. What had she been practicing these days? Nevertheless, she was his chosen disciple, and he could only patiently elucidate. With the 3 spiritual roots of metal, water, and wood, the 5 elements are incomplete. Among them, the one that holds promise is the one with cohesive attributes, which experiences less energy loss during transformation. However, metal restrains wood, and without special methods, metal attribute techniques are the most unsuitable for cultivation. Metal generates water, and water nurtures wood. The most fitting technique for you should be the water attribute, which resides at the center, balancing metal and wood. I understand your eagerness for power to exact your revenge, but the path of killing does not solely rely on metal attributes. Solely pursuing the power of killing could lead to inferior outcomes. Water attribute techniques possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, embodying the enduring vitality of wood while also incorporating the sharpness of metal. They are the safest for your cultivation and can unleash your greater potential. Fearing that Mu Siyu might not comprehend, Feng Tianxiang deliberately slowed his speech, which left her mind reeling, her thoughts a blank canvas. How could this be? In her previous life, senior brother Tianxiang had not said this at all. Upon learning that she was cultivating a supreme water attribute technique, he had remarked that water was too gentle and not suited for killing. Given her talents, practicing water techniques would be a waste. Conversely, only the metal attribute technique, capable of unleashing maximum power, was deemed fit for her. He had even sighed, lamenting that Su Youli had deliberately guided her towards water techniques to suppress her killing intent, fearing that she would surpass him and bring him shame as her master. For his selfish reasons, Su Youli had led her to ruin. Until today, Mu Siyu had never doubted Feng Tianxiang's words. But now, why had her senior brother suddenly reversed his stance, aligning with Su Yun's declaration that the path of killing was unsuitable for her and advising her to cultivate water techniques? Which perspective was the truth? Or was it that senior brother Tianxiang also feared her strength surpassing his in the future, bringing him disgrace as her master? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was not that kind of person. He would never engage in such actions. Observing her dazed silence, Feng Tianxiang assumed she was merely astonished by his profound theories on the 5 elements, and a flicker of joy arose within him. Even during his teachings on Zixia Peak, he rarely encountered a disciple so utterly devoid of understanding. Although teaching poses certain challenges, it brings with it a unique sense of accomplishment that he finds quite enjoyable. With this thought in mind, Feng Tianxiang inquired further, Pray, tell me, what do you typically enjoy doing in your daily life? Mu Siyu snapped back to reality, forcibly dismissing those peculiar thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly murmured, As a disciple, I seldom venture outside. I generally remain in my residence, diligently honing my skills. She refrained from expressing the notion of merely dozing off in the courtyard, fearing her senior brother might mock her. Feng Tianxiang, however, could not have anticipated that a disciple burdened with deep-seated enmity would spend her days in slumber rather than in cultivation. He nodded in understanding, remarking, "Indeed, your temperament leans towards tranquility and stability. While you are associated with the water element, you also exhibit an affinity for wood, embodying the essence of perpetual vitality. Hence, your cultivation method should primarily focus on water attributes, supplemented by the continuity of wood." Upon hearing this, Mu Siyu was instantly filled with delight. Her master was indeed a profound practitioner, capable of instilling in her such admiration with mere words. She hastily expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. May I commence my cultivation now?" Although her senior brother's advice diverged from her previous life's teachings, it bore a resemblance to what Su Yun had imparted. However, given the lapse of over a millennium, it was possible that her senior brother had garnered new insights during this time, thus altering his perspective on the five elements. In contrast, Su Yun, despite having undergone tribulation, still clung to his antiquated theories regarding the five elements. When she approached him for advice, he incessantly emphasized the interplay of the five elements, akin to building a cart without wheels, utterly misguided. As for the water attribute cultivation methods, she could certainly begin with them, and if the opportunity arose, she could later transition to a more aggressive metal attribute technique. After all, she had ascended to the tribulation stage in her past life using an exquisite water attribute technique. This time around, retracing her steps would undoubtedly yield swifter progress than before. There was no need for haste. Feng Tianxiang shook his head. Before proceeding, "I shall assist you in perfecting your five elements through rare materials, cleansing your marrow. Otherwise, given your current aptitude and physique, you would be incapable of cultivating advanced techniques." With that, he waved his hand, transporting Mu Siyu to a serene chamber. "In the past 2 days, I have acquired 2 suitable rare materials for you. Please sit cross-legged, as I shall personally aid you in perfecting your spiritual roots." "Only 2? Mu Siyu felt a twinge of confusion. In her previous life, Su Yun had brought 5 different elemental materials to her. Why was her master only using 2? As she pondered, the reason quickly became clear. It must be that the materials Su Yun had procured were of inferior quality, necessitating 5 to complete her spiritual roots. In contrast, the treasures obtained by her senior brother were of a higher caliber, requiring only 2 to suffice. How petty Su Yun now seemed in retrospect. As a fellow vice sect leader of the Tianxian sect, he was hardly comparable to her senior brother. Yet, this was to be expected. Her master was, after all, a descendant of the sect leader, with access to rare materials that Su Yun could never attain. These 2 treasures alone were likely unparalleled relics that Su Yun could only dream of acquiring even after a millennium of seeking. This object is known as the true fire essence of the sun, derived from the celestial sun's pure fire essence, embodying utmost yang and unyielding strength, capable of incinerating all things. Feng Tianxiang delicately extracted a small orb of white flame, gently swaying it at his fingertips, ensconced within a barrier that prevented any heat from escaping. Yet, as Mu Siyu gazed upon it, her heart was ignited with a surge of fervent restlessness. She was taken aback. This true fire essence of the sun could indeed stir the inner fire of a cultivator. At that moment, Feng Tianxiang produced a clod of yellow earth, no larger than a fingertip, which seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing continuously in the palm of his hand. This substance is known as the divine soil of rest, a treasured possession of his master, imbued with formidable density and stability, unparalleled in defense, and containing the essence of vitality, harmonizing with one's nature. Strangely, as his voice resonated in Mu Siyu's ears, it grew increasingly sluggish, causing her gaze to become progressively vacant and dazed. What was happening? Was the weight of this divine soil stifling her thoughts? At this realization, a wave of sweetness washed over Mu Siyu. Her senior brother was truly too kind to her. These 2 treasures were exquisite spiritual materials she had only heard of, each one an invaluable gem. The fact that her senior brother unhesitatingly offered them to help her refine her spiritual roots made him the most exceptional person in the world. Chapter 89. Defying the Heavens. Naturally enduring hardship as Mu Siyu pondered, she suddenly heard Feng Tianxiang's voice resonating in her mind. "Disciple, do not fear. The nature of this artifact is such. Empty your mind, and I shall assist you in completing your spiritual roots." Mu Siyu found herself rendered utterly powerless. Not only could she not clear her mind, but she was also unable to perceive her own body. The formidable essence of these 2 rare treasures overwhelmed her senses. leaving her defenseless and devoid of any capacity for resistance. In contrast, during her previous life, when Su Youli helped her reconstruct her spiritual roots, the materials he used, though seemingly profound and bearing illustrious names, such as Tying True Water, Chaos Primordial Gold, World Tree Ancestor Seed, Sunfire Seed, and Wutu Mother Essence, did not emanate even a hint of power. The process was excruciating, causing her immense suffering. How different it was now. Aside from a slight sense of sluggishness, she felt no pain whatsoever. She had previously believed that exceptional treasures concealed their might within. Now, she realized she had been deceived by Su Youli. Genuine exceptional treasures cannot be entirely restrained. Even when sealed, they exude an overwhelming pressure, akin to that of a pseudo-immortal artifact. Only Brother Tianxiang genuinely wished for her well-being. This time, her spiritual roots would undoubtedly be stronger than in her past life, and her path to immortality would be far broader. As she gradually closed her eyes and slipped into unconsciousness, Feng Tianxiang couldn't help but sigh softly. These two treasures were his prized possessions. While not the absolute pinnacle of rare materials, they were exceedingly rare, and he had always hesitated to use them. Had he not feared that Mu Siyu's spiritual roots were too weak and might embarrass him, he would never have resorted to such high-quality materials to aid her. Using such valuable resources on her felt like a gross misallocation. Nevertheless, he sought nothing in return, only wishing for her to cultivate diligently. If she could secure a place among the top 30 in the upcoming competition, his efforts would not be in vain. With that thought, he raised his wrist gently, and the white flame surged upward, transforming into a vibrant crimson as it floated slowly toward Mu Siyu's crown. In the blink of an eye, 9 days passed. With a gentle call, Mu Siyu gradually awoke from her chaotic slumber. As she blinked her eyes, she felt as though she had just emerged from a deep sleep, her body stiff and weak. However, upon seeing Feng Tianxiang meditating beside her, she recalled the events leading up to her unconsciousness. Her master had been helping her complete her spiritual roots. How had she fallen asleep? In a rush, she turned her focus inward. Although she could not see the location of her spiritual roots, she sensed a harmonious melding of the 5 elements within her. The unfamiliar yet potent essences of fire and earth filled her with astonishment. She had succeeded. Her master had indeed completed the reconstruction of her spiritual roots. Overcome with joy, just as she was about to rise and express her gratitude, an excruciating pain suddenly erupted within her. "Ah!" she screamed, collapsing to the ground. Her entire being engulfed in agony, as if countless sharp blades were mercilessly slicing through her body, tearing her flesh and grinding her bones to dust. The agony she endured was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more intense than when Su Youli had reconstructed her spiritual roots in her previous life. Though there was some discomfort during that process, it was bearable. Now, however, she wished she could simply faint from the pain. Noticing her distress, Feng Tianxiang maintained a composed demeanor and spoke slowly. "Do not panic. Completing the spiritual roots is an act that defies nature. Thus, some suffering is to be expected. This is the price you must pay. For the next 5 days, you will experience the agony of the 5 elements in succession. This is a necessary process for balancing your spiritual roots. You need only endure, for once the elements are in harmony, the pain will cease." With that, Feng Tianxiang vanished, leaving Mu Siyu to collapse in the quiet chamber, crying out in despair. How could this be? In her previous life, there was no such step. After Su Youli had helped her reconstruct her 5 elements, her spiritual roots were immediately balanced and stable, requiring no further suffering. Yet, despite Feng Zhongzhu employing superior treasures, she found herself in such unbearable torment. What had gone awry? Surely, it was the method used by Su Youli that was flawed. He had not fully awakened her potential, which was why she had not experienced this level of pain. The reason for her current suffering was that Brother Tianxiang's technique was far more exquisite, fully unleashing her latent abilities, thus leading to this intolerable agony. Yes, it must be so. At that moment, Mu Siyu's thoughts raced, her anguished cries echoing as she raged against Su Youli in her mind. That detestable Su Youli, incapable in his own technique, had nearly led her to misjudge Brother Tianxiang. He deserved nothing less than the gravest punishment. The pain within her surged suddenly, far exceeding the torment she had endured during her marrow washing. Yet, back then, she had managed to escape on her own. Now, she felt utterly helpless, forced to endure. She longed to bash her head against the wall to escape consciousness, yet feared the damage it might inflict. Instead, she pounded the ground with her fists, her body writhing in a futile attempt to alleviate the suffering. In mere moments, she was drenched in sweat, her breathing rapid, gasping like a bellows, her clothes soaked through with cold perspiration, even dampening a large area of the floor. Suddenly, her entire being froze. Her meridians and tendons stiffened abruptly, rendering her immobile. The pain from the wood element subsided slightly, but the rigidity was even more torturous, as though she had transformed into a lifeless log, subject to the whims of fate. Next came the swelling torment of the water element, the searing anxiety of the fire element, and the heavy sluggishness of the earth element. The 5 distinct pains assailed her in succession, driving her to the brink of madness. Yet, she gritted her teeth and endured, resolutely refusing to relinquish this hard-won opportunity. She sought the elevation of her qualifications with a complete set of elements. She yearned for the supreme technique that would launch her to greatness. She desired for Su Youli to regret his actions. She wanted to avenge the blood feuds of 2 lifetimes. She could not falter here. Time passed, and as she became numb to the pain, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath, Feng Tianxiang's figure finally reappeared. Indeed, you have not disappointed me, my disciple. Having endured the trials of the 5 elements, you have proven your extraordinary spirit, capable of traversing further along the path of cultivation. He looked down at her from his elevated position, then turned and began to walk away. Follow me. I shall lead you to the purification of your essence. As he spoke, Mu Siyu's body involuntarily lifted and soared behind him. Despite her extreme weakness, her heart brimmed with joy. She had finally persevered. She had truly endured. From this moment forth, she was qualified to rival Su Youli, and she had the opportunity for vengeance. Moreover, her master had just praised her. Mu Siyu's cheeks flushed as she laboriously lifted her eyelids to gaze at Feng Tianxiang's retreating figure. Her senior brother was indeed the best. He recognized the immense suffering she had endured and took the time to commend her, encouraging her in the process. Unlike that detestable Su Youli, who, when undergoing the same purification, had been on the brink of death, yet still reprimanded her for not enduring longer, scolding her harshly. It was laughable to think about. She had nearly perished from the pain, and Su Youli had cared little for her life, merely wishing for her to endure longer. They had arrived. With a mere thought, Feng Tianxiang cast Mu Siyu into the pool. You must remain here for 7 days, without stepping away even a single pace. As he spoke, ignoring Mu Siyu's desperate cries, he waved his hand. An luminous barrier rose along the edge of the purification pool, sealing her within. Chapter 90. Could it be the wrong person? A sensation akin to countless ants gnawing and biting her enveloped her entire being. The familiar agony caused Mu Siyu to sharply inhale a breath of cold air, unable to suppress a pitiful cry. The washing pool. So, Brother Tianxiang also possessed a washing pool here. At this moment of frailty, how could he have cast her into it without hesitation? Watching the retreating figure of Feng Tianxiang and the sealing formation, a chill spread through her heart. In her previous life, she had confided in Brother Tianxiang about being coerced by Su Youli into the washing process, and she vividly recalled the astonishment on his face. At that time, he had expressed heartfelt concern, lamenting that the washing process itself bore little effect. Given her prodigious talent, a brief immersion would suffice. Su Yuli's insistence on prolonged confinement was purely to torment her. The deep-seated compassion reflected in Brother Tianxiang's eyes remained etched in her memory. At that moment, she felt as if someone truly understood her, someone who could empathize with her plight. Although their acquaintance was brief, he had consistently considered her feelings and unconditionally endorsed her thoughts. From that point onward, Mu Siyu firmly believed in Brother Tianxiang, regarding him as the finest person in the world. Yet in this life, upon arriving at Shiku Peak and becoming his disciple, why had he altered his stance from the previous life, insisting that she endures 7 days of immersion? To make matters worse, he had employed a formation to seal her here, fearing she might escape. What did this signify? Was his behavior any different from that of the malevolent Su Youli? No, it was even more excessive. Su Youli had not sealed her with a formation, but merely allowed her to leave when she could no longer endure. Of course, she had been forced back in when she attempted to leave too soon. Having already endured so much, her frail body now faced the dual onslaught of physical and emotional torment, causing her to tremble and her complexion to pale. She wished to escape this place. In the past, whenever she displayed signs of distress, Su Youli would rush in with concern, and that was how she had managed to flee in her previous life. But this time, her brother had walked away, utterly indifferent to her plight. Tears streamed down Mu Siyu's face as she looked up at the sky, feeling wronged. Hoping her brother would notice her suffering and come to her aid. Her gamble proved correct. Feng Tianxiang had indeed been observing her, yet upon witnessing her expression, he merely scolded, "What is there to cry about over a little pain?" As he spoke, the protective barrier trembled violently, obscuring all external light. A jolt ran through Mu Siyu, and she was taken aback. She understood that the washing process was beneficial for her cultivation and recognized that her master's actions were intended for her own good. Yet, she was already in considerable pain. Mustering her courage to seek help, she wished her master could at least offer her some comfort. Even if he refused to let her out. Why had her master changed so dramatically, rendering him almost unrecognizable? Could this brother truly be a fake? Observing the profound disappointment and anguish on her face, Feng Tianxiang could not help but furrow his brow. Upon discovering the remarkable opportunity of the refining the body and purifying the spirit, others were filled with joy and elation, eager to immerse themselves fully in the experience, determined to extract the utmost benefit, enduring even the most excruciating pain. Yet, what was the matter with Su Youli? Here she was, granted a chance that others would covet. Yet her countenance was one of clear reluctance. Were it not for the seal he placed upon the pool, would she still be contemplating an escape? How perplexing! Did she not harbor a deep-seated vendetta? Why, then, could she not bear this slight discomfort? Feng Tianxiang chose to disregard her, merely allocating a fraction of his attention to ensure she remained unharmed while he busied himself with other matters. Under his orchestration, within a mere span of 10 days, rumors began to swirl within the sect, rife with discussions about Su Youli. Whispers suggested that Su Youli was arrogant, dismissive of his own disciples, while others accused him of being self-indulgent, caring little for the well-being of his fellow sect members. There were even allegations of him being a spy for the demon clan, with claims that his actions aimed to undermine the very foundation of the Tianxian sect, leading calls to strip Su Youli of his vice leader position and for the law enforcement hall to investigate him thoroughly. The situation escalated further when these rumors inexplicably reached the ears of two other major sects, with their disciples also engaging in fervent discussions about the matter. Su Yuli's reputation was tarnished far and wide. Feng Tianxiang found this quite curious. He had only orchestrated the initial rumors, while the insinuation of Su Youli being a demon spy seemed to stem from the zealousness of certain disciples, entirely disconnected from his own machinations. The uproar had grown considerable, to the point where someone had even reported Su Youli for colluding with demons to the law enforcement hall. Yet, as soon as the accusation was made, the elder in charge dismissed it with a wave of his hand. It was absurd to accuse the vice leader without any tangible evidence. Such audacity was preposterous. If one were to view this positively, they could consider the accuser as a righteous disciple, acting in the interest of the sect. Conversely, this was nothing short of slander, an attempt to destabilize the sect's foundation, a grave offense that merited severe repercussions. Feng Tianxiang surveyed the intelligence returned to him, feeling quite content. This affair had already attracted the attention of numerous elders and peak masters, and it would not be long before it caught the notice of the sect leader. Even if Su Youli were not punished, he would undoubtedly be compelled to retreat and avoid the burgeoning rumors. Moreover, with a minor nudge, he could render Su Yuli's efforts futile, reclaiming the treasures he had so laboriously acquired for the sect, thereby significantly diminishing his standing. With repeated actions of this nature, he could even transform falsehoods into truths, compelling Su Youli to abdicate voluntarily. Just 2 days prior, news had arrived of an extraordinary treasure, a fragment of 9 tribulations thunder pattern wood, an exceedingly rare gem that could aid cultivators in overcoming tribulations. Such a treasure must not fall into Su Yuli's hands. Feng Tianxiang's gaze burned with intensity as he instructed Ting Han to stoke the flames of rumor further, amplifying the discord. If the rumors could spread even wider, reaching the ears of the elders, it would surely incite the sect leader's displeasure even more. 7 days later, upon activating the formation and beholding Su Youli, nearly lifeless upon the water's surface, Feng Tianxiang could not help but raise an eyebrow. She floated there, resembling a corpse, her complexion ashen and utterly motionless. Were it not for the faintest signs of breath, she would seem indistinguishable from the deceased. A stir of intrigue arose within Feng Tianxiang. This girl is indeed quite remarkable. She recognizes her inability to endure pain and employs the technique of calming the mind to diminish her perception of suffering. By forcefully directing her consciousness into the sea of cognition, she seeks refuge from the agony of her corporeal existence. In doing so, she can evade much of the pain without compromising the efficacy of her efforts, which is truly commendable. For someone lacking knowledge of cultivation, and even unfamiliar with the fundamentals of the 5 elements, to achieve this step is already impressive. However, she seems to have overlooked that when all is said and done, and her consciousness returns from the sea of cognition to her physical form, the torment of the body will surge forth 1,000-fold. Those with even a slight weakness of spirit may find themselves rendered utterly senseless. Chapter 91. How can Master be more callous than Su Youli? In the realm of cultivation, There are no shortcuts. Growth inevitably accompanies suffering, and one cannot easily exploit such opportunities. Feng Tianxiang remained silent, instead choosing to safeguard her consciousness and awaken her directly. Disciple, the process of refining your marrow has concluded. Awaken swiftly, for I am here to impart your techniques. His voice penetrated her mind like rolling thunder, resonating within her thoughts. Mu Siyu's eyelashes fluttered as she gradually regained consciousness. It is over. She exhaled, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she stood up, her expression melancholic as she approached Feng Tianxiang. Yet, the moment she took her first step, an intense wave of pain surged forth like a raging tide, engulfing her completely. Despite having endured immense suffering over the past few days, rendering her body somewhat numb, this fresh agony plunged her into darkness, causing her to collapse. In a panic, she looked up at Feng Tianxiang, her eyes pleading for rescue. Master, it hurts so much, please save me. In her previous life, after she ascended to become a tribulation-level cultivator, her senior brother had assured her that no matter the difficulties she faced, she could seek his assistance. Even if she simply wished to share her troubles, he would rush to her side, alleviating her worries. He was always so gentle and considerate, thinking of her in every situation. Su Yun, on the other hand, never uttered such words. He merely urged her to endure her pain, never expressing any of the tender concern that she yearned for. That fiend had never genuinely cared for her. Now, in her moment of need, she sought her brother's help to ease her suffering, but Feng Tianxiang merely regarded her with a serene expression, showing no inclination to assist. Taking shortcuts is ultimately a lesser path. If you wish to traverse further along the path of cultivation, certain pains must be borne. This experience serves as a valuable lesson. Immerse yourself in this suffering and remember, never let the trivial lead you to forsake the substantial. What is my brother saying? Mu Siyu trembled, her heart sinking in disbelief at his words. Was this truly the same Tianxiang brother she had known in her past life, so gentle, understanding, and caring? In her pursuit of joining his sect, she had forsaken the comforts of Xianxia Peak, enduring countless hardships, scorn, and ridicule. Had it not been for her brother, she would have long since followed Su Yun to Xianxia Peak. Now, after overcoming countless trials to finally become his disciple, why did her brother seem so indifferent? Mu Siyu could not comprehend why he refused to save her. How could he not come to her aid? Even Su Yun, in his fierce cruelty, had ultimately relented when faced with her suffering, ceasing his torment and later offering her numerous elixirs for comfort. Yet Master Tianxiang stood coldly by, watching her endure this inhumane torment, utterly unmoved, and perhaps even exhibiting a hint of callousness. If Su Yun were here, witnessing her profound suffering, she would undoubtedly scold her for being ineffectual, yet would surely come to her aid. Mu Siyu felt a wave of darkness envelop her vision, her mind replaying the kindness bestowed upon her by Master Tianxiang in a past life, juxtaposed with his current indifference and cold detachment. A tumult of conflicting emotions clashed within her mind, as if an unseen maw were relentlessly tearing at her heart, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Even as her expanded Dantian meridians convulsed in agony. How could the same person exhibit such stark differences between then and now? Master S' earlier words seemed to imply that she had erred and that this suffering was a form of punishment. Yet, she had already endured her penance and recognized her faults. Surely he ought to save her now? This, of course, was an impossibility. In Feng Tianxiang's eyes, these fleeting pangs of pain paled in comparison to a millennium of arduous cultivation. If she could not withstand such torment, it signified that she was unworthy of him. Thus, he continued to observe her as she writhed in anguish until Mu Siyu collapsed by the poolside, her body twitching uncontrollably, at which point he finally nodded in approval. Indeed, after enduring such trials, your heart will grow ever more resilient. Henceforth, your cultivation barriers shall be easier to surmount than those of others. Rise. I have prepared a technique for you. Upon hearing this, Mu Siyu's sense of grievance was forcibly suppressed, and she stumbled in an attempt to rise, only to find her body devoid of strength. Feng Tianxiang sighed and released a stream of spiritual energy to restore some of her vigor. It was only then that Mu Siyu managed to rise, her heart heavy with indignation, yet she bit her lip and respectfully uttered, "Thank you, Master." Her voice was faint, a reflection of both her physical weakness and emotional turmoil, which rendered her reluctant to speak. Feng Tianxiang dismissed her subtle sentiments, directly transporting her to the main hall, where he retrieved a sphere of purple light and proclaimed, "This technique is called the Yuanhai Yinxing Ju. By envisioning the vast ocean, one can cultivate boundless vitality. Practitioners of this technique will possess a depth of power as profound and mighty as the ocean, with a vitality that is vigorous and enduring. As one delves deeper, the ability to awaken the domain of the ocean becomes attainable, embodying both offense and defense, perfectly aligned with your essence. With that, he flicked his fingertip, sending the luminous sphere to enter Mizu's brow, transforming into a droplet of blue water within her consciousness, emanating ripples that reveal the profusion of blue characters. Simply immerse your thoughts within the droplet of consciousness to comprehend and cultivate. It contains the insights of the technique's creator, as well as the experiences of predecessors who have practiced this art. Take your time to reflect upon them. Mizu's heart soared at these words, her earlier grievances dissipating like mist. After an entire lifetime, she had finally encountered a supreme technique once more. She had always known that her master cherished her the most. This technique, capable of awakening a domain, must surely be the finest of all. Although her master had become somewhat stricter and more aloof than in her past life, such measures were merely to temper her resolve, all for her benefit. She understood this entirely. In the present day, the esteemed master has thoughtfully prepared an exceptional cultivation technique for her, evidently keeping her in his thoughts. It is rather ludicrous that she had just moments ago been lamenting about her master, an act that is truly unforgivable. Moved by a surge of gratitude, Musiu promptly bowed and expressed, "Thank you, master. I shall diligently devote myself to my studies and strive not to disappoint your expectations." Feng Tianxiang nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging her response. While her resilience may have been somewhat lacking and she still needed a touch of spirit, at least she demonstrated gratitude. With determination and effort, she would not tarnish her reputation in the future. He encouraged her, saying, "This technique, while among the many high-grade methods, is considered one of the most superior. Though it may not directly lead you to comprehend the profound laws, with the assistance of the Abyssal Sea domain, should opportunities arise, you will have the chance to grasp the laws of the Abyssal Sea, which will be immensely beneficial to you." Upon hearing this, Musiu's expression froze in disbelief. "What? This is merely a high-grade technique?" Feng Tianxiang, under the impression that she was pleased, smiled and affirmed, "Since you have chosen me as your master, it is only natural for me to provide you with the finest cultivation methods. This high-grade technique is the result of my diligent search over many days. It is only a hair's breadth away from the exceptional techniques. You need not be overly excited. As long as you remain true to your original intent, work diligently, and secure a respectable position in the upcoming competition in a few months, it will not have been in vain for me to impart this knowledge to you." Musiu found herself momentarily stunned, questioning her master's intentions. Why had he given her only a high-grade technique? Even Su Youli, the powerless Deputy Sect Leader, could present a number of exceptional techniques. How is it that her master, the son of the Sect Leader, could not provide even one exceptional technique? Chapter 92. From where comes the audacity to be picky? She questioned in confusion, "Master, the quality of this upper-grade technique seems rather low. Practicing such a technique would be a waste of my potential. Could you possibly grant me a supreme technique instead?" Feng Tianxiang's gaze darkened. He had exerted considerable effort to procure this upper-grade technique that resonated with her, and she dared to express dissatisfaction? What audacity did she possess to be so choosy? The smile on his face evaporated swiftly, and he spoke in a grave tone, "Nonsense. Given your current aptitude, being able to practice an upper-grade technique is an immense fortune. If you wish to avoid severing your meridians, destroying your dantian, and causing chaos in the 5 elements, refrain from dabbling in supreme techniques. Master is lying." Musiu felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Clearly, in her past life, she had already practiced a supreme technique. Why was it impossible in this lifetime? Even if Su Youli had been harsh with her, he had never been unkind concerning matters that would influence her entire life. Why would her master deceive her over such trivialities? Was it not said that as long as one possessed a complete set of 5 elemental roots, one could practice supreme techniques? Now that she had. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang finally comprehended the situation and shook his head with a sigh. "I see now. Your understanding of cultivation is woefully inadequate. Even if one possesses a complete set of 5 elemental roots, there exists a distinction between innate and acquired. Only those born with a complete set of innate 5 elements, the true prodigies, can practice supreme techniques. Those like you, who have supplemented their roots with rare materials, can only be deemed as having acquired 5 elements, and being able to practice upper-grade techniques is already your limit. However, despite your lesser aptitude, if you devote yourself to contemplation, your future achievements will not pale in comparison to those prodigies practicing supreme techniques." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and ripples suddenly appeared in the air, from which an ancient book with a yellow cover slowly emerged. "Since you were previously without guidance, I shall overlook it this time." This book is a foundational text accessible to all entry-level disciples. It contains much essential knowledge about the cultivation world. Take it home and read it thoroughly. Do not remain so ignorant in the future, lest you become a source of ridicule. He handed her the ancient book along with a storage ring filled with spirit stones and medicinal pills. Return and cultivate diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. With that, Feng Tianxiang vanished, leaving behind a lingering echo of his words. In mid-next month, there will be a small exchange meeting for the direct disciples of each peak. You must hasten to elevate your realm. Do not be negligent. Hearing Han, take her to obtain her identity badge and select a cave dwelling. As soon as these words fell, a voice echoed from nearby. Mu Shiji, please follow me. Mu Siyu remained in a daze, pondering what her master had just said. In her previous life, she too had supplemented her elemental roots and had successfully practiced a supreme technique. Moreover, she had even reached the tribulation stage. Why was it impossible in this life? She gazed at the book in her hand. Her heart suddenly stirred. The record of the Purple Mansion and Golden Seal? Wasn't this the very book that Su Yun had shown her when she first joined the Xinxia Peak? At that time, Su Yun had mentioned that this book contained foundational knowledge of the cultivation world, including common knowledge about the 5 elements, basic cultivation principles, foundational spells, an overview of various cultivation sects, and some hidden lore regarding major sections. At that time, she casually flipped through the pages and found the contents rather uninteresting. Moreover, her eagerness to cultivate and enhance her abilities led her to abandon it entirely. Little did she know that her master also possessed this book. With a heavy heart, Mu Siyu followed Ting Han to the Deacon Hall to exchange her waste token. Upon returning, she arrived at a lotus lake spanning 1,000 feet. The lake was replete with abundant spiritual energy, manifesting as a tangible white mist that danced upon the water's surface, while the lotus flowers shimmered with a hint of spiritual light, clearly indicating they were rare spiritual plants. Surrounding the lotus pond were over a dozen courtyards, each covering several tens of feet. Ting Han pointed to these courtyards and remarked, there are not many direct disciples of the Phoenix Sect Leader. Apart from those 2 courtyards glowing with golden light, the rest are vacant. Choose a courtyard you like and infuse your spiritual energy into its formation core. If you require assistance, you may find me atop the mountain. Just as Mu Siyu was about to respond, she noticed he had already vanished without a trace. What kind of person is this? I haven't even expressed my satisfaction yet, and he has already left? Though his cultivation is impressive, his ability to handle matters pales in comparison to Ling Yin's. He is rather hasty and lacks attention to detail. Oh well, perhaps Master is simply too busy. And he was eager to assist. In any case, it was not a pressing concern. If she found something unsatisfactory, she could always handle it herself and later ask Ting Han to exchange it. For now, there were more pressing matters at hand. With her hands on her hips and her head held high, Mu Siyu exhaled deeply, her eyes gleaming with joy as she gazed upon the row of courtyards. The day she had awaited had finally arrived. This place was rich in spiritual energy, picturesque in scenery, and one of the 3 main peaks of the Tianxian sect, renowned far and wide. Only in such a location could she truly belong. She casually selected the central courtyard, which boasted the best view, the densest spiritual energy, and was unoccupied, and then stepped inside. This place was reminiscent of the falling star cliff on Xinxia Peak. The courtyard featured a superior spiritual spring, alongside exquisite spiritual plants that calmed the mind and spirit. Everything was perfect, except the furnishings and decor were rather antiquated, lacking the fresh aesthetic she preferred. However, she could hardly concern herself with such trivialities. Even if it were less than ideal, it was still vastly superior to Wanjing Peak, as the spiritual energy was plentiful enough for her cultivation needs. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a jade token and gave it a gentle shake, humming a soft tune as she placed it into the groove at the center of the stone table in the courtyard. The courtyard's formation was immediately activated, enveloping it in a golden protective barrier. How wonderful! This place is truly a mirror image of Xinxia Peak. The only distinction was that her master was no longer the formidable Su Yun, but rather the gentle, caring Tianxiang Xixiang, who treated her with the utmost kindness. Yet, as she thought of Tianxiang Xixiang, a wave of melancholy washed over her. He seemed to have transformed into a completely different person, exhibiting a chilling indifference towards her. Gone was the concern and tenderness of their past life. He was even more unfeeling than Su Yun had been. Nevertheless, it mattered not. She was destined to become a prodigy of exceptional caliber, one who would eventually transcend to the tribulation stage. Though her current status was lowly, and she could not yet stand on equal footing with her master, it was only natural for her to be overlooked. Once she reached the tribulation stage, her master would undoubtedly treat her with the same respect, care, and affection as in their previous life. But before that, she needed to decipher the meaning behind her master's words. What is innate and what is acquired? Why is it that she cannot cultivate the supreme techniques? Chapter 93. Who is lying? Hurriedly entering the room, Mu Siyu sat cross-legged on her bed, eagerly flipping open the tome record of the golden chapters of the Purple Mansion, seeking answers to her previous confusions. After an hour of diligent searching, she finally found the pertinent introduction regarding cultivation techniques and spiritual roots. Merely glancing at it for a brief moment, she suddenly trembled, her breath quickening. Supreme cultivation techniques are the very foundation upon which the great sects of the immortal realm establish their legacies, possessing unparalleled power and a direct passage to the realm of transcendence. However, the requirements for such techniques are exceedingly stringent. One must possess a complete array of the 5 innate elements to practice them. Otherwise, a misalignment of the 5 elements would lead to the collapse of one's spiritual root, rendering millennia of arduous cultivation into mere illusions. If a practitioner lacks any of the 5 elements and still wishes to pursue a supreme technique, they must reshape their spiritual root with materials embodying the innate elements, transforming the acquired into the innate, in order to cultivate the supreme technique. As she reached the end of her reading, Mu Siyu's voice dwindled, her eyes widening, her fingertips trembling, the pages quivering until, with a soft thud, they slipped from her grasp. Thud! The book fell to the ground, yet she remained oblivious, her mind replaying the scene from her previous life, when Su Yun reshaped her spiritual root. Back then, Su Yun had never mentioned such matters. He had not even hinted at the concepts of innate and acquired. What he had done, without explanation, seemed no different from having done nothing at all. Wait. He had indeed uttered the phrase reshape the spiritual root. Could it be that her master had merely completed his own spiritual root, while Su Yun, in a previous life, had assisted her in reshaping her innate spiritual root? Mu Siyu's heart raced wildly, pounding like a drum, causing her vision to darken as she braced herself against the jade bed in a desperate attempt to steady herself. How could this be? How could it possibly be so? No, this cannot be true. Su Yun was a cunning individual, treacherous and sinister, cold-hearted and selfish, always acting in his own interests without ever considering her as a true disciple. How could such a person, akin to a demonic cultivator, expend so much for her benefit? Although Mu Siyu was unaware of the exact nature of the innate materials, she instinctively recognized the term as one denoting exceedingly rare and precious treasures. Su Yun, that tyrant, had always been stringent with her. While he never withheld spirit stones or elixirs, he showed no concern for her well-being and had never gifted her anything of particular value. In her previous life, after over 1,000 years of cultivation, she had only received 2 rather ordinary pseudo-immortal artifacts as her most cherished rewards. Artifacts of that nature were plentiful in Su Yun's possession, some acquired through purchase, others through theft, and even some found, essentially worthless in his eyes. Moreover, he possessed a genuine immortal artifact, rendering pseudo-immortal artifacts trivial. Yet, despite this, Su Yun had been miserly, offering her but 2 pseudo-immortal artifacts to send her on her way, unwilling to part with even that formidable killing artifact. Such a stingy and petty individual could not possibly invest so many precious treasures to reshape her 5-element spiritual root. It was utterly inconceivable. Taking a deep breath, Mu Siyu reached down to retrieve the ancient book, her gaze instinctively fixating on that particular sentence, her mind replaying Su Yun's countenance at that time, her fingers tightening ever more around the tome. He was deceiving her. Su Yun must have been deceiving her. He did not genuinely assist her in reshaping the elemental essence. Instead, he employed inferior materials to merely supplement her ordinary spiritual roots, subsequently deceiving her into believing that he had truly reformed them. As for the so-called supreme technique, it was nothing more than a commonplace upper-tier method, cleverly disguised as an exceptional one. Su Yun's intentions were clear. He sought to instill in her a sense of gratitude, aiming to manipulate her through this deception. Mu Siyu struggled to accept the reality before her. She contemplated tearing the ancient tome to shreds, yet the fear of her master's reprimand held her back, leading her to cast the book aside. Torn with resentment and anxiety, she sat on her bed, hugging her knees in a daze. The path to verifying the truth was deceptively simple. By practicing the upper-tier technique bestowed upon her by her master, she could discern the disparity in power compared to the technique from her past life. If necessary, she could seek out the rare materials she had once utilized, meticulously comparing them one by one. She vividly remembered their appearances. A mere glance would suffice for recognition. If she truly desired to uncover the truth, she would undoubtedly find evidence to prove that Su Yun had deceived her. Su Yun must be lying to her. There was no doubt about it. Otherwise, if he had never deceived her, if he had always provided her with the finest resources, if he had truly cared for her, then what did her past life's betrayal and bitterness signify? What did her struggles in this life amount to? Mu Siyu's heart ached, her body trembled, and her eyes stung, tears escaping against her will. Su Yun had to be deceiving her. It was imperative that he was. For otherwise, she could not bear the weight of such a revelation. Su Youli was nearing her breaking point. Over the past 20 days, Liang Qian had failed to mention the 30 spirit stones. It seemed as if the latter had completely forgotten about them, treating the stones as if they were her own possessions. Yet, Su Youli could not forget, not even for a moment. Those were 30 spirit stones, 30 inferior spirit stones. For days on end, thoughts of this matter consumed her, rendering her unable to eat, sleep, or focus on her tasks, driving her to the brink of madness. Even during her cultivation, her mind was preoccupied with when Liang Qian would return the 30 inferior spirit stones, repeating the thought incessantly, unable to find peace. Cursed be the moment she uttered that fateful sentence. What was the point of being modest? Now, she was so impoverished that she could not even afford medicinal pills. And she found herself questioning her own reluctance. Should she encounter a similar situation in the future, she vowed to be the first to demand the spirit stones, never again yielding to others. Su Youli ground her teeth in frustration, lamenting her own naivety, wishing desperately for a chance to relive that moment. However, the situation was not entirely her fault. While she may have been overly polite, Liang Qian was exceedingly rude. She took what was offered without a hint of gratitude. Could she not see that Su Youli was merely jesting? Truly, she lacked any discernment, destined to remain a lowly servant disciple for life. In her heart, Su Youli raged silently, casting a furtive glance at Liang Qian, who was laughing and conversing with others in the distance, her expression wavering with uncertainty. She truly longs to approach Liang Qian to reclaim the spirit stones, yet she finds herself utterly unable to voice her request, and as time progresses, her hesitation only deepens. Since departing from Xinxia Peak, she has toiled relentlessly, striving to accumulate wealth, enduring considerable hardship along the way. The 30 low-grade spirit stones hold significant value, and it requires immense effort for her to earn them. It is an exhausting endeavor. In her previous life, she never once fretted over spirit stones. Su Yun would periodically bestow upon her a pouch filled with exquisite spirit stones for her to spend freely. During that time, she squandered money with abandon, purchasing whatever her heart desired, viewing spirit stones as no more valuable than mere pebbles by the roadside. However, in this life, she nearly succumbed to an obsession over a mere 30 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 94. Temporary setbacks. It is truly perplexing how Su Yun has amassed such a substantial fortune. Brother Tianxiang, being the son of the sect leader, enjoys the backing of a powerful family and a plethora of industries on Zikufeng, making the accumulation of spirit stones a trivial pursuit. Yet, despite these advantages, he often finds himself in dire need of spirit stones, occasionally resorting to borrowing top-grade stones from her. In stark contrast, Su Yun stands alone, devoid of any familial influence or alliances with other clans, and with relatively few assets from Xinxia Peak, yet he possesses an abundance of spirit stones, seemingly never exhausting his supply. Were it not for their opposing positions, Su Youli would be inclined to inquire how Su Yun has procured such wealth, and whether he might impart his wisdom to her. However, until the situation is clarified, she prefers to refrain from seeking his assistance. After yet another restless night, she groggily rose to attend her morning class, inevitably facing a scolding. Fortunately, she has grown accustomed to this routine, considering it a refreshing incantation to awaken her senses. Following the reprimand, she felt rejuvenated, the irritation dispelling her fatigue. As for the 30 inferior spirit stones, if retrieving them directly proves impossible, she would have to seize an opportunity to extract some from Mu Siyu. After all, that individual has recently joined Zikufeng and is not lacking in spirit stones. A little gift from her would be of no consequence. With this in mind, Su Youli, feeling an urgent need, finished her tasks and concocted an excuse to slip out of the herb garden, hastening her way to Zikufeng. This time, she was not seeking an audience with the sect leader, and the gatekeeper was not the previous fierce guard. Upon asserting her friendship with Mu Siyu, he finally agreed to deliver a message. Before long, Mu Siyu descended the mountain to greet her. At first glance, Su Youli nearly failed to recognize her. In the mere span of 20 days, Mu Siyu appeared remarkably transformed. She wore garments markedly different from before, now adorned in the exquisite high-grade robes of a direct disciple, resplendent in their elegance. The splendid attire accentuated her aura, invigorating her presence, and she radiated an ethereal charm, resembling a celestial being. Truly, as one of the principal peaks, Zik Yufeng ensures that its disciples do not suffer. Even amidst Brother Tianxiang's struggles, he has evidently lavished care upon Mu Siyu. As they ascended the mountain together, Mu Siyu curiously inquired, Su Youli, what brings you here? Am I not allowed to visit? Su Youli replied with a playful scoff, marveling, you have transformed so dramatically. Just look at your attire compared to mine. The disparity is quite stark. You're donning the garb of a menial disciple. How can it possibly compare? Mu Siyu said, spinning around to showcase her outfit. The robes of Zik Yufeng are simply more appealing than those of Xinxia Peak. Come, let me show you my current living quarters, which are far more lavish than this attire. At this, Su Youli couldn't help but smirk inwardly. In her past life, she too had possessed such garments. Even receiving a superior grade robe crafted by Su Yun, embedded with a formation array and made from materials sourced from a transformation stage beast, far superior to these ordinary disciple robes. At present, her lack of such finery was merely a temporary state. She was certain that she would reclaim her former status in due course. Even if her senior brother has truly deceived her, and she can no longer seek refuge at Shiku Peak, she can still turn to Su Yun for assistance. She is not devoid of options. It is merely a transient period of misfortune. The two soon arrived at the small courtyard, and Su Youli quickly sensed something amiss. I recall you expressing a dislike for the jade bone glazed tree. Why hasn't anyone replaced it with the pure dust seven treasures lotus? Mu Siyu detested having towering trees obscure the sunlight and preferred to cultivate lotus flowers in the courtyard. In her previous life, she had specifically created a lotus pond there, meditating and cultivating daily on the lotus platform. Yet this time, Mu Siyu paused, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. She indeed wished for Ting Han to help her change the arrangement to something she favored, but as soon as she voiced her request, it was met with refusal. Mu Shiji, while the seven treasures lotus is beneficial for calming the mind and sharpening focus, the glazed tree offers superior nurturing effects, especially when paired with the finest spiritual spring water, which is optimal for your cultivation. Your current cultivation level is too low. Your primary task is to elevate your realm swiftly. Do not squander your energy on trivial matters. The Interpeak Disciple Exchange meeting is approaching, and a low cultivation level would bring disgrace to Elder Feng. Recalling Ting Han's admonitions, Mu Siyu forced a faint smile, tinged with bitterness, and replied, it's all right, really. I've grown weary of gazing at those lotus flowers in my past life, so a change of scenery is rather welcome. Moreover, this tree enhances the speed of my cultivation. I need to progress more rapidly, and in comparison, those trivial preferences are inconsequential. So it was. Su Youli discerned the underlying disappointment in Mu Siyu's words, and observing her reluctance to speak further, she wondered whether senior brother Tianxiang was unwilling to make the change for her. Surely, these auxiliary cultivation items were not of great value, and it wasn't as if removing them rendered them unusable elsewhere. Why would her senior brother refuse to accommodate her request? Was he pressed for time, or simply too lazy to bother? Previously, Su Youli would never have entertained such thoughts. Yet now, having lost her unreserved trust in Feng Tianxiang, she found herself contemplating less favorable possibilities. After a moment's hesitation, Su Youli bit her lip and quietly inquired, Mu Siyu, do you happen to know where Elder Feng is recently? Could you take me to see him? She still held on to the matter of the elixirs, having attempted to concoct some based on methods suggested by the disciples of Yulong Peak. Although their appearance was far from perfect, their spiritual potency had indeed improved slightly, making them sellable at a lower price. These developments deepened her curiosity. This time, she wished for Feng Tianxiang to clarify for her which elixirs were truly of the highest quality. Mu Siyu regarded her curiously. Do you wish to see the master for the elixirs, or do you aspire to become his disciple? Su Youli candidly replied, both. To become a disciple of Elder Feng has been my lifelong aspiration. I see. Mu Siyu lowered her head in thought. The master is currently not at Shiku Peak, but next month is the small-scale exchange meeting among the peaks. If you wish to see him, that would be the time to go. An exchange meeting? Su Youli suddenly realized. I remember now. It was at the Fuyin platform, right? During an exchange between the various peaks, we had been there together before. Yes, that's south the place. Just come directly when the time comes. As long as there are no other matters, Master will surely make an appearance, and I will introduce you then. All right, I appreciate it. Su Youli felt a surge of gratitude. Although Mu Siyu was both foolish and lazy, she was at least not malicious, certainly better than Liang Qian. After living together for so long, it was surprising that she still coveted her spirit stones. With this thought, Su Youli finally recalled another equally important matter. She cleared her throat and awkwardly asked, Mu Siyu, could you possibly spare me some spirit stones? Mu Siyu, puzzled, responded, Didn't you just deceive me out of 600 low-grade spirit stones? Have you spent them all so quickly? Upon hearing this, Su Youli immediately exploded with indignation. Who deceived you out of spirit stones? That was the money for the exquisite elixirs I sold you. Mu Siyu scoffed. How can you even bring that up? Your exquisite elixirs are truly peculiar. How could they contain so little spiritual energy? Forget it, considering your subpar alchemy skills. I had no expectations to begin with. She was too lazy to argue further and inquired, how many spirit stones do you intend to ask for? Just to clarify, I do have some use for spirit stones, but I don't have an excess. Upon hearing this, although Su Youli was frustrated, she had no choice but to set aside the matter of the elixirs and extended her hand forward, stating, not much, just 500 high-grade spirit stones will suffice. Chapter 95. So stingy, not even a premium spirit stone? How much? 500. Still premium spirit stones. Mu Siyu nearly lost her composure and considered throwing this shameless fellow down the mountain. Do you think this is Xinsha Peak? You casually asked for premium spirit stones, of which I possess none. I only have 50 inferior spirit stones. Take them or leave them. Su Youli pouted in displeasure, tightwad. If it's inferior spirit stones, so be it, just give them to me. 50 inferior spirit stones equate to 500,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Though it pales in comparison to her time at Xinsha Peak, it would suffice to see her through her current tribulations, alleviating her worries regarding cultivation resources for the time being. As she pondered this, she noticed Mu Siyu's slow rummaging for spirit stones and couldn't help but inquire. If you can't find any superior spirit stones, just hand me a premium one. You wouldn't miss it. Why be so stingy? I told you I don't have any. Mu Siyu murmured, somewhat vexed. Shiku Peak is not like Xinsha Peak. My master has a whole host of disciples to support, and spirit stones are simply insufficient. Even as a direct disciple, I only receive a measly 1,000 superior spirit stones each month, not a single premium one. Su Youli was taken aback. That can't be right. Not a single premium spirit stone? I remember when I first met Su Yun. He generously gifted each of us 100,000 premium spirit stones to spend as we pleased. How did it come to be that you only receive superior spirit stones? And that too in such scant quantity? How can you be more stingy than Su Yun? Shaking her head, Su Youli sighed. This treatment is far inferior to that at Xinsha Peak. Mu Siyu pouted in agreement. Exactly. If it weren't for following my master, I would have been better off returning to Xinsha Peak with Su Yun. With so few resources, I might struggle with my cultivation. My breakthrough to transcend the tribulation may be delayed compared to before. Had I accepted Su Yun's offer to return with him, I wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship, and I would have gained ample resources, treasures, and could cultivate supreme techniques. Su Youli shook her head at this. That is not certain. Let us not forget we have over 1,000 years of experience, even without spirit stones. As long as we have sufficient elixirs, our cultivation can still advance rapidly. You might even transcend the tribulation earlier than in your past life. At the mention of elixirs, Mu Siyu's expression fell, and she half-heartedly nodded. Let us see how it goes. It's hard to say. The elixirs provided by my master never mind. Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, please be on your way. I need to begin my cultivation. Su Youli thought little of it. Assuming her companion was merely reluctant to lend her elixirs. After muttering a complaint about stinginess, she added, in a few days, there will be a duel between Su Lingling and Su Yun's new disciple. Are you going to watch? Of course I will go. Mu Siyu replied with a cold smile. I'm curious to see what Su Yun's disciple is like without our exceptional talents around. I wonder if they are truly as formidable as rumored. Previously, these individuals had caused quite a stir. Now, upon encountering Su Lingling, one can only hope that Xia Jiwei can withstand a few more rounds and not suffer a humiliating defeat. After all, those few are also our junior disciples. If they prove to be too weak, it would be a source of great embarrassment for me. Su Youli nodded earnestly. Indeed, this time, we shall also take the opportunity to see if that reckless fellow has been reborn. She is currently at Xinhua Peak. If she has truly returned, it would be much easier to seek treasures from her in the future. Su Shixiang, these mid to low-level disciples, along with those elders of the Transformation God stage, are among the most fervent troublemakers this time. I have dispatched someone to secretly investigate and have pinpointed the individual behind them. An elder of the Refining Void stage from Tingyu Tower, he reported. At the summit of Xinsha Peak, within the treasure hall, an elderly man clad in a black and gold robe sat at the lower seat, quietly reporting to Su Yun. Su Yun occupied the main seat, casually glancing at a jade slip in his right hand, and remarked with a smile, Mo Shitty, you have worked hard. These past few days, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Such trivial matters do not warrant the term hardship. Mo Qingyang humbly responded, before continuing, Su Shixiang, as per your instructions, I have been monitoring the movements of Tingyu Tower over the past few days. It is now almost certain that these rumors originated from within Tingyu Tower. Given their methods, they likely intend to tarnish your reputation and exploit this to your detriment. Should we take the initiative? His inquiry was cautious, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Ever since Su Youli assumed the position of Deputy Sect Master, he had shown little interest in conflict, often opting for compromise in the face of petty schemes aimed at him, never taking the offensive. Although Su Xixiang had proactively arranged matters this time, he was uncertain whether Su Youli had truly adopted a more aggressive stance. Such minor players can be dealt with directly, Su Youli replied, tossing the jade slip aside. He then remarked, tomorrow is the day my disciple is scheduled to duel. Mo Shidi, will you be attending? Mo Qingyang shook his head with a smile, saying, I shall refrain from attending. Dealing with an elder of the refining void stage within the sect is bound to create some commotion. I must remain vigilant. Do not underestimate them. For those who target you will surely act soon. You must be cautious in your responses, he advised. Su Youli chuckled lightly, it matters not. Let them come. As he spoke, he tossed a piece of dried wood, roughly the length of a finger, and said, you are not far from your next tribulation. This time, I have acquired something remarkable for you. Take it to forge a magic treasure, and it will aid you during your tribulation. Upon receiving it, Mo Qingyang's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the wood, which resembled charred timber, etched with purple patterns and infused with thunder. Could this be thunder pattern wood? Su Youli corrected him. It is 9 tribulation thunder pattern wood. 9 tribulation thunder pattern wood. Mo Qingyang's voice rose sharply, trembling slightly. Thunder pattern wood is a rare treasure that exists only in ancient texts, capable of refining one's soul and resisting heavenly tribulations. For cultivators in the void refinement stage, and even for those in the tribulation transcendent stage, this possesses immense value. Once it manifests in the mortal realm, it will undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the major sections. This wood initially spans approximately 10,000 miles. After enduring successive tribulations of lightning, it becomes increasingly refined, with the superfluous branches turning to ash and only the essence that has withstood the baptism of thunder remaining. This is the 9 tribulation thunder pattern wood. Even within the heavenly profound sect, there exist merely 3 magical artifacts crafted from 9 tribulation thunder pattern wood, all of which are held by elders in the tribulation transcendent stage, making them exceedingly rare for ordinary individuals to behold. Just a fragment of this wood, no longer than half a finger, if revealed, would undoubtedly provoke those ancient transcendence beings to abandon their dignity and fight fiercely for it. Yet, my senior brother has so casually bestowed it upon him. Chapter 96. What thunder pattern wood? This is clearly thunder pattern tree. Mo Qingyang's heart was stirred, and he cast a reluctant glance at the piece of thunder pattern wood. However, he gritted his teeth and resolutely refused. No, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Senior brother, you are about to face tribulation, and you need it more than I do. Just take it. No need for so much chatter. Su Youli raised his hand and produced another piece of thunder pattern wood, about the length of a finger, and said to him, I have more. Take this to forge some magical treasures. Just make sure you do not falter during the heavenly tribulation. Mo Qingyang's eyes widened even further. How can there be more? Senior brother, just how much did you manage to acquire this time? Su Youli shot him a glance. If you do not wish to accept it, then return it to me. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyang hurriedly stowed the thunder pattern wood away and laughed heartily. Once treasures are in my possession, there is no reason to return them. Thank you for the gift, senior brother. I must hurry to capture someone, so I shall not linger. With that, he clasped his hands in a bow and dashed away, disappearing from sight. Su Youli shook his head and chuckled. Among the many brothers he once had, some had gone missing, while others had perished beneath the heavenly tribulation. Now, only 5 remained in the sect. The one with whom he shared the closest bond was none other than Mo Qingyang. In his previous life, Mo Qingyang had failed to overcome the tribulation and perished 500 years later under the onslaught of the heavenly trials during his ascension. The thunderstorm had struck too suddenly, and he had been absent from the sect, missing the opportunity to save him. This time, with his assistance, Mo Qingyang would undoubtedly not be ensnared by mere thunder tribulations. Not to mention, that piece of thunder pattern would could diminish nearly 10% of the thunder tribulation's power, and he possessed many more of such caliber. With a graceful wave of his hand, a 3-foot-tall sapling appeared before him. The tree was entirely black as ink, adorned with purple patterns, and its branches were numerous, with no less than 100 twigs of half-finger length. More importantly, the main trunk, darker in hue, emanated a thunderous aura far denser than that of the branches, naturally enhancing its resistance to thunder. Fortune had favored him this time, after discerning the approximate location. He had relied on his memory to locate this piece of thunder pattern would before anyone else, swiftly claiming it as his own. At that moment, he had felt a rush of excitement. A complete 9 tribulation thunder pattern wood was a treasure unheard of, once revealed. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of every tribulation stage cultivator in the central continent. Fortunately, no one had witnessed him, and he had deliberately exposed a small twig to feign competition with others before hastily returning to the sect. When this wood had previously emerged into the world, it had mostly been just a small twig, thus escaping notice. Given the thunderous essence contained within this tree, even a small segment could be refined into a magical treasure, weakening nearly 10% of the Thunder Tribulation's power. If the entire tree were to be forged into a treasure, what fear could mere Thunder Tribulations hold? Suppressing a smile, Su Youli contemplated for a moment before selecting 5 branches, each to be stored separately. 1 for his master, 1 to be submitted to the sect, and the remaining 3 would be kept for those elders in the tribulation stage with whom he had a connection. After observing for a while, he waved his hand to stow away the 9 tribulation thunder pattern tree. Soon after, the sound of bells echoed as someone hurriedly entered the hall to report, "Young master, will you be attending tomorrow's competition?" On her inaugural day of combat at the martial arts arena, it was only natural for me, as her master, to observe. Ling Yin's expression was somewhat disconcerted. But outside, Su Youli, perceiving her thoughts, casually remarked, "Let not such trifles concern you. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly tomorrow, let their tongue be severed." Upon hearing these words, Ling Yin's face lit up with delight. "I shall obey the young master's decree." She had long harbored disdain for those who, instead of diligently cultivating, chose to whisper slander against her master. Had it not been for her master's prior instruction to avoid provoking trouble, she would have dealt with them long ago. Now, with the young master's command, should anyone dare to speak out of turn tomorrow? No. She must also call upon Li Shi. Sister Li's prowess was formidable, and should they face an opponent beyond their capability, she could step in. The following day at Feng, the site of the Tianxiang sect's martial arts arena, sprawling across a vast expanse, featured isolated training rooms near the cliffs and a series of open platforms. Elevated above were cloud platforms constructed of white clouds, offering a vantage point for high-ranking cultivators to view the battles below. Each arena was protected by advanced defensive formations, allowing numerous disciples to experiment with newly acquired spells or engage in friendly sparring, as well as settle personal grievances. Today marked the day of the duel between Xia Zhuwei and Su Lingling, and early in the morning, many disciples had gathered in anticipation. A stream of radiant lights soared from afar, and soon, Feng was abuzz with voices. Even those practicing spells in solitude could not resist the allure of the event. In addition to the disciples, several senior elders from various peaks also brought their favored disciples to partake in the excitement. As the disciples congregated, discussions inevitably turned to the combatants. At last, the day has arrived. Shall we place bets? Will there even be a market for wagers? Perhaps we should just call it a day. Sister Xia, or rather, we should now refer to her as Sister Xia, has already reached the early stages of foundation establishment 2 months prior. Given her pace, she is likely on the verge of breaking into the mid-stage now. Su Lingling has lost once before. How could she possibly contend against the stronger Sister Xia? Yet, we must not forget that Su is the daughter of the Flame God Peak's leader, surely possessing numerous top-tier magical artifacts. And the artifacts from Flame God Peak are renowned for being superior to their peers. Merely relying on artifacts does not determine the outcome. It depends on the wielder. Another countered. Let us not forget, Sister Xia is a direct disciple of Sect Master Su. Do you think she lacks top-tier artifacts? In my humble opinion, this battle will be a crushing victory. Su Lingling stands no chance against Sister Xia. Such words flowed easily, yet only through action could the truth be revealed. Shall we place a wager? Just 500 low-grade spirit stones. One risks little and gains much. As cultivators, we must rise to the challenge. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and finally, under the watchful eyes of numerous cultivators, a figure as resplendent as a fiery phoenix descended from the heavens on her sword. As she approached the arena, she elegantly waved her hand to retract the flying sword, descending from the sky like a blazing flame, and stood gracefully in the center of the stage. Her crimson attire billowed in the wind, her dark hair danced lightly, and her exquisite face radiated pride and brilliance, with her bright eyes sweeping the crowd with formidable confidence. At that moment, the very air seemed to freeze, only to erupt moments later into a thunderous chorus of cheers akin to a tidal wave. Even the numerous venerable elders concealed within the clouds could not help but be captivated by her presence. Her aura was fierce yet imbued with a certain ethereal grace. Judging by this momentum, Sister Su's prowess was undoubtedly among the elite within the ranks of her sect's foundational disciples. Truly exceptional, her flying sword was no ordinary artifact. Although it was a top-tier magical weapon, its aura was perilously close to that of a true treasure, wielding power that could rival ordinary artifacts. In the eyes of my two senior brothers, it may seem otherwise, but I believe that the disparity between the two magical treasures in today's duel is negligible. The outcome will likely hinge upon each party's mastery of secret techniques. Beyond cultivation and magical artifacts, one's proficiency in secret arts can equally influence a cultivator's strength. The reason why core disciples can dominate ordinary disciples lies not only in innate talent and cultivation, but also in superior magical artifacts and advanced secret techniques. Once one has cultivated a high-level secret technique to proficiency, it can significantly enhance their own strength, with certain advanced techniques capable of doubling a cultivator's power. In a situation where strength is comparable, possessing a high-level secret art provides the means to contend with 3 to 5 ordinary cultivators of the same rank simultaneously. Among the crowd, Su Youli and Mu Siyu exchanged a glance as they observed the proud expression of Su Lingling upon the stage. That air of arrogance and disdainful gaze directed at all around her unmistakably belonged to Su Lingling in her tribulation phase. Chapter 97. If you're going to gamble, go big. It has become evident that Su Lingling has also been reborn. Otherwise, she would not possess such unwavering confidence. It appears there are no issues at hand. Su Youli exhaled deeply, redirecting her gaze elsewhere. Let us find a betting table and wager on Su Lingling's victory. We are bound to reap substantial profits. Mu Siyu found her reasoning compelling and hurriedly followed suit, whispering, "How much shall we stake?" "All of it. All of it." Mu Siyu gasped in surprise. "Do not jest. I still need to cultivate. If that fool loses, I fear my master might strike me down." Su Youli dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. What is there to fear? Spirit stones can be replenished. You will receive another 1,000 high-grade spirit stones next month. However, opportunities to earn spirit stones are fleeting. If we do not seize this moment, how will we ever transcend and become immortals? You are stretching it a bit far, aren't you? How can betting spirit stones be connected to transcending? Mu Siyu mumbled. Regardless, I shall only wager 50 stones for a trial. Should I lose, it will not pain me too much. Consider it feeding the dogs. Su Youli regarded her with surprise. Look at you, so fearful. Weren't you once quite bold? You seem to be growing more timid with age. I am different from you. At next month's exchange meeting, I shall be competing to honor my master. If my cultivation is too low, I shall surely be ridiculed. Very well then, wager a lesser amount. Consider it a playful endeavor. Su Youli ceased her persuasion and located a betting table, promptly placing all 50 high-grade spirit stones on the line, exclaiming, "Make way, make way." 50 high-grade spirit stones, betting on Su Lingling's victory. At her proclamation, the previously bustling surroundings fell silent, and astonished gazes turned toward them. Who is this elder's direct disciple to wager 50 high-grade spirit stones in one go? Look at her attire. Isn't she a servant disciple? Where did she procure so many high-grade spirit stones? No, it's her. Look at the person beside her. That must be the direct disciple newly accepted by the Phoenix Sect Master. Indeed, it is her. No wonder. Listening to the gasps of admiration from the crowd, a sense of exhilaration blossomed within Su Youli and Mu Siyu. After many years, they finally heard such astonished and awestruck voices again. It was a delightful nostalgia. In their previous lives, when they first appeared at an exchange meeting, they had similarly stunned the entire audience, provoking gasps of astonishment and establishing a formidable reputation. As their cultivation levels rose and the distance between them and their peers widened, their renown soared, ensuring they were always the center of attention, evoking admiration from countless cultivators. However, since their rebirth, they had experienced a decline, and it had been an eternity since anyone had gazed at them with such envious eyes. The dealer, a golden core inner disciple, recognized Mu Siyu's identity and hastily rose to retrieve a black token. After inscribing the wager amount and odds, he approached them respectfully and presented it. "Junior sister, please keep this safe. After this battle, you may exchange this token for spirit stones. But do remember, it is the token that holds value, not the individual. You must safeguard it diligently. Do I need to remind you?" Su Youli grabbed the betting slip and frowned upon glancing at it. "Why are the odds so high?" "The odds for Su Lingling's victory are 1 to 5. Does that mean her chances of losing are so significant?" The golden core disciple quickly explained. "Junior sister, you should understand that greater risks yield greater rewards. The odds for betting on Junior Sister Xia's victory are only 1 to 1. 3. Though it appears more secure, the returns are minimal." He refrained from mentioning why Su Lingling's odds were so elevated, solely emphasizing the potential gains. Mu Siyu, listening nearby, felt her spirits lift. With odds of 1 to 5. If Su Lingling wins, wouldn't that mean my spirit stones multiply 5-fold? If I bet my entire fortune, I could gain 4,750 high-grade spirit stones. She was in dire need of spirit stones, and the prospect was hard to resist. As Su Youli pointed out, she would receive a new batch of spirit stones next month, so placing a bet now could yield a substantial reward, sufficient for a bold gamble. With this thought in mind, Mu Siyu quickly stopped Su Youli from saying anything further, pulled out the remaining high-grade spirit stones, and poured them onto the table. I will also bet on Su Lingling's victory. This amounts to 950 high-grade spirit stones. Please take note. The shimmering spirit stones nearly dazzled everyone present. Such a vast fortune would take them decades of toil to accumulate. Yet Mu Siyu placed them all on the line without a hint of hesitation. The Golden Core disciple's pupils constricted, and he instinctively looked upwards before cautiously advising, "Junior sister, betting carries risks. Perhaps you should wager a smaller amount for fun instead of risking so many spirit stones. If Su Lingling loses, it could result in your misfortune." Mu Siyu rolled her eyes. "What does it matter to you, a mere Golden Core disciple? I will wager as much as I please. Just tell me if you will accept the bet." Hearing this, the Golden Core disciple chuckled in exasperation. "Of course, I will accept." He waved his hand to collect the spirit stones and presented a token, saying, "Please keep this safe. It recognizes the token, not the person. If lost, I bear no responsibility. Anyone who turns down such an offer would be foolish." He had already issued his warning, and should any disputes arise later, he would not be held accountable. He had received insider information that junior sister Xia had recently advanced to the mid-foundation stage, while Su Lingling had made no such progress. The outcome was nearly evident. Anyone betting on Su Lingling was essentially giving away their spirit stones. Mu Siyu took the token and left, prompting a flurry of discussions among the other disciples. Betting so much, does junior sister Mu know something we don't? Is she certain Su Lingling will win? It's hard to say. After all, she is a direct disciple of the Phoenix Sect Master. She might indeed possess knowledge of Su Lingling's hidden strengths, making this battle far from simple. Should we also bet on Su Lingling's victory? If she wins, we could be set for life. That makes sense. Junior sister Mu's enrollment under the Phoenix Sect Master indicates her exceptional abilities. Following her could only bring good fortune. In a matter of moments, many disciples approached, joining Mu Siyu in betting on Su Lingling's victory. Meanwhile, the two of them had already squeezed their way to the vicinity of the arena, eagerly dreaming of their impending windfall. Yet, as the fervor began to wane, Mu Siyu found herself consumed by concern. "Su Youli, do you truly believe that Su Lingling can emerge victorious? This reckless individual merely swings her hammer all day long, from a small hammer to a grand one, transitioning from striking with spiritual energy to employing the power of the laws. Is her combat experience genuinely advantageous?" Upon hearing these words, Su Youli felt a twinge of uncertainty as well, yet she resolutely nodded. Rest assured, wielding a hammer is no trivial feat. Even a formidable cultivator facing tribulation would suffer grievous injuries from her strike and flee. How could a mere foundation stage cultivator contend with that? Moreover, let us not forget that Su Lingling hails from the Divine Fire Peak, possessing an abundance of treasures. Even wielding her magical artifacts could prove fatal. There is little use in overthinking at this point. The spirit stones have already been wagered, and we can only gamble on her triumph. Su Youli believed she understood Su Lingling quite well, just by observing the latter's unyielding confidence. One could surmise that this reckless individual must have grasped some assured means of victory. Otherwise, she would never hold her head so high. Chapter 98. The utmost respect for one's adversary is to give one's all. Su Youli's conjecture proved correct. Su Lingling indeed possessed a winning strategy. After a month of seclusion and rigorous training, her cultivation level had not increased, yet she had mastered a high-tier foundational secret technique, achieving remarkable proficiency within this brief period. This technique, known as the demon-suppressing hammer, benefited from her prior life's experience in wielding a hammer, allowing her to progress with astonishing speed. With a single strike, the mountain crumbled, its formidable destructive power capable of overwhelming Xia Jiwei's frail flying sword. Contemplating this, Su Lingling smiled with pride. Her confident gaze directed towards the elevated cloud platform, where Su Yun and his entourage appeared amidst the shifting void. The elders rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Master Su. Su Yun, accompanied by over 20 disciples and attendants, descended gracefully onto the platform, nodding in acknowledgement to the elders before taking his seat aloft. Several maidservants promptly arranged fruits and refreshments, serving tea while standing at attention beside him. This spectacle only deepened Su Lingling's disdain. As the vice master of the esteemed Tianxian sect, a great cultivator in the harmonization stage, It was quite extravagant to require attendance even during outings. It was no wonder so many criticized him for his extravagance, oblivious to the hardships endured by lower-tier disciples. While she inwardly scoffed, her gaze shifted and unexpectedly met Xia Zhui's. The two locked eyes for a moment, and Xia Zhui smirked lightly, addressing Su Yun. "Master, I take my leave." Su Yun nodded. "Go forth. Your junior sister has toiled for months. Do not let her efforts go in vain." Xia Zhui's eyes sparkled. "I shall give it my all." These words caused Su Yunting, who stood nearby, to frown. What was Master Su implying? Typically, a mentor would advise their disciple to temper their strength, lest they cause harm to a fellow practitioner. Why then did Master Su specifically instruct Xia Zhui not to hold back? Was he encouraging her to fight to the death? A sense of unease settled within Su Yunting. Although Xia Zhui had already reached the mid-foundational stage, and while Lingling was armed with a top-tier artifact of her own making for protection, the disparity in their realms could not be dismissed. Yet, as he pondered further, he recalled how adeptly Lingling wielded her great hammer. The demon-suppressing hammer already exhibited considerable might. Against Xia Zhui's long sword, it could potentially counteract her finesse, presenting a chance for victory. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. The contest of strength was not overwhelmingly one-sided. Even if Lingling were to falter, it would not be an utterly disgraceful defeat. Xia Zhui, clad in resplendent crimson attire adorned with golden threads that shimmered under the sunlight, exuded an aura of brilliance. Though her eyes brimmed with pride, they bore a more serene quality compared to Su Lingling's. She leaped from the cloud platform, a streak of red akin to a celestial wisp descending to the mortal realm, landing gracefully opposite Su Lingling. Her bright gaze fell upon her opponent, and with a light laugh, she remarked, "Su Junior Sister, it has been a while. Why have you shown no advancement, still trapped in the initial stage of foundation?" Her words struck Su Lingling like a blow, causing her to huff indignantly. In a competition, one's realm is not the sole measure of strength. If you judge capabilities solely by cultivation level, you shall find it difficult to achieve greatness in this lifetime. Make your move, Xia Zhui. I shall reveal to you the true essence of genius. Despite being at the mid-foundation stage, you will find yourself kneeling in surrender before me. Xia Zhui raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, can't even muster a proper form of address for your senior sister? I must say, you ought to take some time to learn about etiquette. Being so uncultured is quite unbecoming." Su Lingling's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "Humph. Do not think to gain the upper hand with mere words. Today, I shall make you truly aware of my strength." With a swift motion, she produced a 3-foot-long hammer, its head resembling a fearsome beast, ablaze with searing flames. "Do not say I did not warn you. This hammer is a supreme magical artifact, with the power to shatter defenses. One strike from it, and even artifacts of the same caliber would be gravely injured. If it strikes you, you will surely suffer serious harm. Surrender now, lest you find yourself lamenting my excessive force after being wounded. A mere broken hammer, and look at how you boast." Xia Zhui raised her hand in a feigned grasp, and instantly, a radiant light materialized, transforming into a white longsword. "Does this look familiar? It was with this very sword that I sent you flying last time. Do you believe I can do it again? You scoundrel!" Su Lingling glared furiously. "You dare to insult me so brazenly? Very well. Today I shall smash you to near death." Regrettably, Tianxiang, her senior brother, was not present to witness her magnificent prowess. Only Su Yun, that notorious troublemaker, was idly observing their duel, leaving Tianxiang to handle affairs alone, truly shameful. This way, he could watch as his disciple was beaten to the brink of collapse, begging for mercy at her feet. Just then, an elder descended from the cloud platform, hovering above the arena, and proclaimed in a deep voice, "The duel begins." As the words echoed, Su Lingling snapped back to focus, her internal energy surging like a mighty river, coalescing into fiery brilliance that infused the hammer. The hammerhead ignited, erupting into flames that soared to a height of a person, transforming into a vague, yet menacing beast spirit that roared skyward. Waves of heat surged forth, causing many disciples to exclaim in shock, "Is that the spirit of an artifact?" No wonder Su Lingling exuded such confidence. A top-tier artifact with a spirit was indeed formidable. The supreme artifacts of the Divine Fire Peak were already stronger than ordinary top-tier artifacts, and with the spirit's enhancement, their power was increased by at least 50%. Xia Zhui was truly in peril. Su Youli and her companion's eyes gleamed with excitement. Their bet had paid off. With such a powerful artifact in hand, victory was assured. Hearing the gasps of astonishment around her, Su Lingling's eyes sparkled with pride, her lips curling into a smirk as she transformed into a streak of red light, appearing directly above Xia Zhui. In her grasp, The small hammer swelled to several times its size, the hammerhead nearly resembling a grinding stone. She raised it high, summoning a furious roar akin to a beast. And like a blazing meteor, she descended upon Xia Jiwei, intent on delivering a crushing blow with all her might. This strike would incorporate the full extent of her strength. Employing the secret technique of the demon sealing hammer, determined to vanquish Xia Jiwei in a single blow. As the fiery hammer descended, the beastly souls roared incessantly, accompanied by an intangible force pressing down from above, akin to invisible hands enveloping Xia Jiwei, intent on confining her within. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Xia Jiwei maintained an expression of calm, betraying not a hint of surprise, and even raised the corners of her lips with a hint of intrigue. It was only at the moment the fiery hammer approached that she lifted her sword to lightly deflect it, her movement appearing effortlessly graceful, as if requiring little exertion. Witnessing this scene, Su Lingling's eyes blazed with fury as she exclaimed, "Arrogant fool, how dare you underestimate me? You seek your own demise." She had unleashed her full power. Yet her opponent nonchalantly parried, clearly disregarding her. No sooner had her words left her lips than the ferocious hammer crashed violently against the delicately poised sword. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed, engulfing the entire arena in a torrent of flames. As the flames swiftly dissipated, the colossal hammer hung suspended in midair, while the white sword that had blocked its path remained steadfast, unmoving, just as it had moments before. Chapter 99. Wait. It was not the long sword that thwarted her full-force strike, but rather a radiant earth-yellow shield that enveloped her opponent, dissipating all the might of her blow in rippling waves. How is this possible? You possess an exquisite defensive artifact. A surge of alarm coursed through Su Lingling's heart as she realized she had been deceived, prompting her to hastily withdraw. However, as she moved, she saw Xia Jiwei step forward, wielding her long sword, her figure darting with an ear-splitting sonic boom, instantly materializing before her. The white sword gleamed with a blinding brilliance, slicing horizontally towards her. The blade arched like a crescent moon, swift as the wind. As the sword's radiance approached, a chilling aura of death enveloped Su Lingling, causing her scalp to tingle and her complexion to shift dramatically. What a ferocious sword light! Should she be struck by this blow, she would surely be harmed. In a panic, she hurriedly raised her hammer to defend herself while simultaneously activating her defensive artifact, which conjured a layer of crimson shield around her. Clang! A tremendous force immediately surged from the giant hammer, uncontrollably colliding with the shield, sending her hurtling away, crashing into the arena's formation and plummeting to the ground. Her utmost effort was effortlessly deflected by her opponent, yet with just a mere sword strike, she was sent flying. Su Lingling's insides quaked, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she endured the searing pain and struggled to rise. Before her hovered a black talisman. This, a shield-breaking talisman? When did this happen? Su Lingling's entire body tensed, just as she was about to retract her defensive artifact. The black talisman ignited with dark flames and then erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The crimson shield was struck head-on, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as it shattered like fragile glass, and an immense force coursed through the shield, blasting her away. The backlash from the artifact left Su Lingling tasting blood in her mouth as she half-kneeled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Just as she lifted her head, she noticed a pink boot rapidly enlarging in her vision. Bang! Darkness enveloped her as her head snapped back. Her body was kicked away, crashing against the formation shield. As she descended, a beam of white sword light pierced through her chest, pinning her in midair. Su Lingling coughed blood, her body writhing in struggle as she reached for the long sword, only to find her entire spiritual energy sealed by an unseen force, rendering her utterly powerless. What is happening? My spiritual energy. She glanced down at her chest, where a yellow talisman glowed faintly. Her eyes widened in horror, a chill gripping her heart, as she screamed in desperation, "A spirit-sealing talisman? You shameless wretch!" Su Lingling was consumed by rage, a mix of humiliation and fury burning in her gaze. Here she was, a formidable cultivator on the verge of transcending the tribulation, reduced to this disgrace by a mere junior in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. It was an utter humiliation. That detestable Xia Jiwei, what secret technique has she employed? Not only was her offensive power astonishing, but her speed was also unfathomably rapid. Su Lingling had barely comprehended her movements before she was left dazed. And these talismans? This scoundrel already held an advantage in cultivation, yet she resorted to using inferior talismans to bully her? The arena fell into a profound silence, the only sound echoing being Su Lingling's anguished cries. As the disciples stared in shock at the unfolding scene, their hearts gripped by disbelief. Though merely a slight difference in realms separated them, Xia Zhuwei effortlessly overwhelmed Su Lingling, leaving the latter with no opportunity to retaliate, as she was swiftly dispatched and hung in the air. After the battle, Xia's breath remained steady, clearly indicating she had not exerted her full strength. Such a clean and decisive victory astonished even the core disciples on the cloud platform. Not only did Xia Zhuwei possess two exquisite magical artifacts, but she also wielded enigmatic talismans, hinting at hidden trump cards. Who could possibly contend with her? Moreover, her spiritual energy was extraordinarily robust. Despite employing a foundational stage secret technique, her every move exhibited power several times greater than that of Su Lingling. Not to mention, with Su Lingling being merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, even a practitioner at the later stage would find it difficult to claim a threefold chance of victory. Su Yunting was so astonished he rose to his feet. It became evident why Xia Zhiwei and her companions could slay those of the same rank in foundation establishment. Their strength was evidently cultivated through the use of spirit stones. With such abundant spiritual energy, it was clear she had practiced an exceptional technique, supplemented by those exquisite artifacts. Her prowess had far surpassed that of her peers. Had he known of her formidable strength, he would have never permitted Lingling to engage in combat with her. It was tantamount to seeking humiliation. Meanwhile, on the arena, Xia Zhiwei waved her hand, and her sword transformed into a beam of light, soaring back to her side. Without the support of the flying sword, Su Lingling let out a startled cry as she plummeted from the heights, crashing onto the ground with a thud. The impact caused her to scream in pain, her face contorting as she gasped for breath. In full view of the spectators, Xia Zhiwei approached, placing a foot upon Su Lingling's head, and with a light chuckle, she remarked, "Junior Sister Su, will you kneel on your own, or shall I assist you?" Su Lingling's body stiffened, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She struggled desperately, yet an immense force held her immobile, forcing her to rub her small face against the floor as she venomously declared, "You bastard! You shall not. Remove your filthy foot. One may be killed but cannot be humiliated. If you have the capability, kill me." Xia Zhiwei gazed down at her, her expression indifferent. After a moment, she replied coldly, "Very well. What?" Su Lingling felt a chill run down her spine. With her head feeling lighter, she instinctively looked up, only to see a boot rapidly approaching her face. Realizing what it was, she exclaimed in horror, "Wait a moment. At the very least, I..." Bang! A dull thud echoed as Su Lingling's head struck the floor, causing her to bounce back up. Her cries abruptly ceased, her eyes rolling back as she fainted, collapsing on the ground like a lifeless dog. The resounding noise reverberated in the ears of all present, yet Xia Zhiwei had already withdrawn her foot and stood tall, not casting another glance at Su Lingling as she leaped back to the cloud platform. In this contest, Xia Zhiwei emerged victorious. It was not until the elder's voice resonated through the air that the spectators roused from the shock of the preceding spectacle, erupting in exclamations. "Goodness! Did you see that? Senior Sister Xia is truly formidable." Su Lingling stood no chance against her. It was merely a slight difference in realms, yet the disparity was staggering. It was an absolute rout. Where lies the essence of the realm? Have you not observed the fluidity of Sister Xia's combat techniques? Her strikes are not only imbued with immense force, but also seamlessly intertwined talismans and secret arts in her assaults. The fact that Su Lingling could withstand such blows speaks volumes of her extraordinary physique. This disparity in combat experience is evident. Sister Xia must frequently engage in sparring, her martial prowess utterly eclipsing that of Su Lingling. One cannot help but admire her. She is truly worthy of being a direct disciple of Master Su. If Sister Xia possesses such formidable strength, one can only wonder about the prowess of the other disciples. Undoubtedly, they must surpass Su Lingling, who, with her limited abilities, dared to provoke Sister Xia, an act bordering on folly. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all astounded by the recent bout. However, Su Youli and Mu Siyu stood in stark contrast, their faces ashen and eyes vacant as they gazed at Su Lingling, who lay motionless like a lifeless dog, her body cold and trembling with each breath. Defeated? How could this be? Did you not claim her experience with the hammer was extensive? Yet, she has succumbed? My spirit stones. My precious 950 superior spirit stones. Mu Siyu clenched her fists, wishing she could pin Su Youli to the ground and unleash her frustration. After all her efforts to amass such a fortune in superior spirit stones, she had intended to use them for purchasing medicinal pills for her cultivation. Now it seemed, all was lost. Chapter 100, Spiritual Stones. You owe me spiritual stones. Had it not been for Su Youli's instigation to place a bet, I would never have lost those spiritual stones. And then there's Su Lingling, That foolish girl, after so many battles in her past life, what has she truly learned? In this new life, how could she be outmatched by a mere girl in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment? Useless, utterly useless. A complete failure. Mu Siyu lamented in her heart, filled with rage. This foolish girl had practiced for over 1,000 years in her previous life. What had she accomplished? Not a single spiritual stone remained. They were all lost. Su Youli pressed her lips together in silence, equally unprepared for Su Lingling's astonishing ineptitude. To be so thoroughly defeated by someone in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment was nothing short of embarrassing. While this foolish girl might not care about her disgrace, what about her 50 high-grade spiritual stones? Those were recently acquired, intended for her cultivation. She had not even had the chance to spend them before losing everything. The commotion around them grew louder, and hearing Mu Siyu's wails only served to aggravate Su Youli further. She admonished, "Stop crying. The spiritual stones were lost because of Su Lingling. We can simply demand them back from her." Upon hearing this, Mu Siyu's eyes lit up. Su Lingling was the daughter of the sect leader of the Divine Fire Peak. Although she was undeniably incompetent, she certainly did not lack for wealth. Shi Wu Ti asked for much, 4,750 high-grade spiritual stones. Surely, for the Divine Fire Peak, that was a mere trifle? You're right. Let us go seek her out together. This fool has caused us to lose so many high-grade spiritual stones. Today, we shall not let her off easily. On the cloud platform, as Xia Zhuwei ascended, an elder erupted in laughter, congratulating her. Indeed, Sect Master Su has taught her disciples well. Xia Shizhi's strength is such that she ranks among the finest even amidst the many direct disciples in Foundation establishment. I am genuinely impressed. Congratulations, Sect Master Su. At this rate, Xia Shizhi is bound to secure a position among the top 5 in the grand competition. Truly a cause for celebration. The elders were not merely flattering. Their words held a kernel of truth. This year's newly accepted disciples mostly remained in the mid to late stages of qi refinement, with only a few particularly gifted individuals barely managing to establish their foundations. Yet, Su Yun's 4 disciples had successfully reached Foundation establishment 2 months prior, with 1 even in the late stage and 2 in the mid stage. Such prowess made claiming a position among the top 5 seem conservative under normal circumstances. If they maintained their cultivation levels and advanced further, they could easily sweep the top 3 spots. Moreover, Xia Zhuwei was not only powerful but also ruthless and decisive, never allowing her own strength to breed complacency. Her diverse tactics in combat left few peers capable of matching her among her peers. As the crowd lauded Xia Zhuwei, Su Yunting felt a mix of emotions. Although Su Lingling had suffered a significant defeat, she was still the daughter of the Divine Fire Peak's leader. Did none of these elders show any concern for his daughter? As he pondered this, a voice resonated through the void. "Ah, I have arrived a moment too late. Has it already concluded?" Feng Tianxiang descended gracefully upon the gathered crowd, his gaze sweeping across the arena below. Frowning, he exclaimed, "How could the injuries be so severe? Su Fengzhu, do hasten to save her." At last, someone remembered his daughter. Su Yunting responded promptly, hurriedly drawing Su Lingling up, channeling a thread of spiritual energy through her body. She coughed up a mouthful of black blood and regained consciousness. "Father." As soon as she awoke, Su Lingling scanned her surroundings and, upon seeing Xia Zhuwei, her eyes widened in anger, ready to unleash a tirade. Fortunately, Su Yunting had anticipated this and swiftly sealed her lips with spiritual energy, preventing her from uttering a single word. What a close call. Having already incurred the displeasure of Sect Master Su last time, any further indiscretion could lead to consequences far beyond mere punishment of cleaning the latrines. Feng Tianxiang shook his head in admiration, remarking, "Brother, your method of teaching truly is remarkable. In just a few short months, your disciple Xia has achieved consecutive victories, her strength far surpassing that of my own disciples." His words were heartfelt. For instance, his new disciple, Mu Siyu, not only lacked cultivation but also displayed little diligence. The other 2, however, were dedicated to their training, spending their days in seclusion striving for advancement. Yet here was Mu Siyu, seemingly oblivious and foolishly grinning beneath them, provoking irritation. In contrast, Su Yun's disciples were increasingly impressive. Not only were they gifted with talent and virtue, but their experience in combat also placed them at the forefront of their peers. How he wished that on the day of the disciple selection ceremony, Mu Siyu had chosen to follow Su Yun instead. Had that been the case, Su Yun would have had no reason to select others, and these 3 enviable disciples would have all belonged to him at Zikufeng. Alas, what was missed, even if he shamelessly requested it. Whether Su Yun would acquiesce was uncertain, and the Sect Master would certainly scold him severely. "You flatter me, brother." It It was merely a small victory and hardly merits such praise, Su Yun replied modestly, while Xia Zhui stood by, equally humble, wearing a constant smile that neither reflected arrogance born of flattery nor the smugness following victory. It was as if all of this was entirely ordinary. Moreover, the other 3 disciples of Su Yun appeared equally delighted, devoid of any trace of jealousy. The more Feng Tianxiang observed, the more unsettled he felt. At such a young age, these 4 maintained their composure and harmonious relations, consistently embodying an unassuming mindset. If they could preserve such tranquility, great achievements awaited them in the future. It was indeed perplexing how all these talented and virtuous disciples had gravitated towards Su Yun. He had once held high hopes for his own 2 disciples, but now, in comparison to Su Yun's, they paled in his estimation. How he wished he could bring these 4 to Zikufeng. With such exceptional disciples, Xianxia Peak would surely excel in the upcoming competition, likely claiming all top 4 positions. Unbeknownst to Feng Tianxiang, his words carried a hint of envy. With still some time remaining before the grand competition, his brother spoke too soon. Su Yun's tone remained as calm as ever, leaving Feng Tianxiang feeling somewhat mystified. Is Su Yun truly composed and confident? Or does he remain indifferent to the rankings of the competition as he did in the past? Observing the prowess of these 4 individuals, it seems more likely that he is indeed self-assured. Feng Tianxiang felt a sense of urgency. The ranking in the competition significantly influences the allocation of resources among the peaks. Should Xianxia Peak secure the top position, not only would the resources for Shiku Peak diminish, but it would also imply that his disciples' abilities are inferior to those of Su Yun. Such a scenario is something he could never condone. He shook his head with a smile, saying, "Senior brother, you are being overly modest. With the competition approaching, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I am confident that the 4 disciples will achieve commendable ranks. However," he paused, shaking his head in lament, "I am aware that you have always been low-key, even shunning the celebration of such joyful events. Nonetheless, there have been persistent rumors targeting you within the sect lately. Since the incident at Zixia Peak, many disciples have expressed discontent towards you. I understand that you do not concern yourself with these superficial accolades, yet if this continues unchecked, it may tarnish your reputation. Considering the gathering of people here today, it would be prudent for you to take this opportunity to clarify matters to the disciples, thereby preventing any misunderstandings." Chapter 101. Regardless of their preferences, Feng Tianxiang's voice was not loud, yet it bore a sincere expression, tinged with concern, as if he genuinely cared for Su Yun's well-being. However, his words were not soft enough to go unnoticed. They resonated clearly among the crowd gathered on the cloud platform, and even reached the ears of some disciples below, who, being closer, caught snippets of the conversation. Within the vast ranks of the Tianxian sect, many disciples were solely devoted to their cultivation, indifferent to external matters. Prior to this, a significant number were unaware of the incident. Yet, at the utterance of Feng Tianxiang's words, a wave of murmurs swiftly cascaded through the assembly. Many began to quietly explain the situation to one another, as if rehearsed, embellishing the events that transpired on Zixia Peak with fervor. The essence of the tale was that the sect leader, Su, looked down upon the lower-ranked disciples, openly expressing disdain for their modest talents. It was said that a female disciple had even knelt to plead for acceptance, only to be rebuffed. Ultimately, it was Feng, out of pity for the girl, who took her under his wing. The insinuations carried an unmistakable intent to undermine, and the expressions of many shifted subtly as they listened. Among the disciples of the Tianxian sect, few were foolish enough to be swayed by such one-sided narratives. Yet, even disbelief could not entirely shield them from the influence of the gossip. For instance, the flicker of admiration that had briefly ignited towards Xia Zhui waned considerably, replaced by glances laced with suspicion. It was no wonder that she exhibited such ruthless behavior towards her peers. It appeared she had been tainted by Su's disdain, viewing her fellow disciples as mere obstacles. Consequently, the perception of Su Yun deteriorated significantly. The formidable and authoritative image he once commanded crumbled, morphing into that of a cold and unfeeling figure, lofty and detached. The murmurs grew increasingly loud, although everyone attempted to keep their voices down. The sheer volume of the crowd rendered their whispers audible. Among them were a few who understood the true circumstances, striving to clarify the situation to their peers, emphasizing that Su had not scorned the lower-ranked disciples, but simply chose not to accept Mu Siyu as a student. In this era, it was customary for high-ranking cultivators to consider a disciple's aptitude, character, and lineage before accepting them. Thus, Su's decision regarding Mu, who lacked merit, was entirely rational and warranted no further discussion. Yet their voices were feeble, quickly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of gossip. Explanation? given that it was mere rumor. What merit did it hold? Su Yun responded with tranquility, his tone conveying indifference. To engage in explanations today meant he would be compelled to do so again in the future. As a vice sect leader in the late stage of the harmonization phase, he might as well abandon all pursuits and erect a platform within the sect to proclaim his innocence, begging for forgiveness and imploring others not to malign his name. If it came to that, the sect leader would likely be the first to perish from exasperation. Feng Tianxiang furrowed his brow, offering counsel. Brother, while we all know your innocence, if those disciples are swayed by rumors, they may misconstrue your actions. This could lead to their disfavor towards you. Upon hearing this, Su Yun regarded him with surprise, perplexed by his words. What do you mean, junior brother? What concern is it of mine whether they are pleased or displeased? Whether they like me or not matters not. Their words cannot affect me in the slightest, so why should I take heed? According to what junior brother has said, should we expect all disciples within the sect to take a liking to you? Upon uttering this, his eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue as he lowered his voice. Could it be that junior brother has recently been practicing some form of incense cultivation, aiming to foster a following within the sect? As these words escaped his lips, the elders raised their heads in unison, and a shiver ran through Feng Tianxiang's heart, prompting him to hastily clarify, Senior brother is jesting. Our Tianxiang is a grand sect of the celestial path. How could we ever dabble in such divine arts? He had presumed that no matter how exalted Su Yun seemed, he would still consider his reputation within the sect. To his astonishment, the latter appeared utterly indifferent to others' opinions, even daring to utter such offensive remarks in public. Did senior brother truly fear not being liked by the disciples of the sect? To speak of one's practice of incense cultivation so casually, was that a matter to be taken lightly? If the ancestor were to learn of this and misconstrue the situation, he would not be able to remain seated here any longer. Feng Tianxiang pondered briefly before continuing. I merely feared that these rumors might affect senior brother's state of mind. Hence my inquiry. Since you are unconcerned, I shall not worry further. Ah, I see. Su Yun nodded in understanding. Indeed, junior brother has overthought this matter. As cultivators, if we allow ourselves to be swayed by such foolish rumors, it merely reflects a narrow-minded disposition and a lack of resolve on the path of cultivation. In fact, occasionally listening to others' opinions can be quite enjoyable. These absurd words might even add a touch of amusement to our practice. If you are interested, junior brother, perhaps you could give it a try. Feng Tianxiang's expression grew serious as he replied earnestly. Senior brother possesses a commendable breadth of mind, which truly inspires admiration among us. However, while such matters may not affect our state of mind, there is no need to experiment with them. He cast a knowing glance at the surrounding elders and added with a smile, if one fails to maintain the right balance, one might indeed become the villain in the eyes of the disciples, which would be quite unfortunate. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged subtle glances, their eyes momentarily flitting toward Feng Tianxiang, yet they refrained from further comment. It was evident that Sect Master Su's mind was far more expansive, devoted solely to the path and untouched by external distractions. In contrast, Sect Master Feng seemed overly concerned with others' perceptions, even to the extent of being preoccupied with the opinions of lower-ranked disciples, a clear indication of deep-seated fixation. Realizing the implications of his words, Feng Tianxiang quickly backtracked. I merely spoke in passing. You need not take it to heart. Yet, the more he spoke, the more it suggested that he was indeed overly concerned about others' views. Su Yun advised, Junior brother, I believe you might benefit from trying this approach. While the cultivation of both heart and path is crucial, do not allow trivial matters to entangle you and disrupt your resolve. His earnest tone caused cold sweat to bead on Feng Tianxiang's brow. What was happening? Why did it seem that the situation was becoming increasingly dire? Desiring to shift the topic, his gaze wandered until an elder stepped forth, bowing respectfully. Sect Master Su, I believe that while these rumors may not reach your ears, allowing them to fester could adversely affect the sect's reputation. Should this matter be exploited by those with ulterior motives, leading others to perceive the esteemed vice sect master of the foremost sect in the Central Plains as a self-serving hypocrite, it would indeed tarnish our sect's standing. Su Yun cast his gaze and replied with a faint smile. Ah, it is you, Master Chu, the master of the Listening Rain Pavilion. Responsible for intelligence oversight within the sect is Chu Onghua. He is at the mid-stage of the harmonization realm, yet considerably older, being of the same generation as the sect leader. He often relishes the opportunity to preach to others, leveraging his status. In the past, Su Yun would have shown him some deference for the sake of his master, but given the palpable hostility emanating from him today, he could not allow the man to trample upon his dignity. He nodded and said, Master Chu makes a valid point. Elders, what are your thoughts? Should we intervene in this matter? Chu Wang's gaze sharpened. Logically, as the vice sect leader, Su Yun should have reacted with indignation when publicly rebuked, confronting him with equal fervor. Yet, Su Yun appeared remarkably composed. Chu Wang discreetly glanced at Feng Tianxiang. Their eyes met, and Feng Tianxiang felt a stir within him. Could it be that Su Yun had been putting on a brave front and was now exposed, wishing to resolve the matter opportunely? This would be splendid. He nodded earnestly. Senior brother, it is said that this issue has already reached the ears of the outer sect. In my humble opinion, it is prudent to resolve it swiftly. If we delay further, it may indeed lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, tarnishing the sect's reputation. Su Yun nodded in agreement. Since you have voiced such sentiments, it appears we must expedite the resolution of this matter. Feng Tianxiang quickly concurred, urging, yes, go apologize at once, admit your fault. Previously, he had not realized how naive Su Yun was. Such actions would only exacerbate the situation. A public apology would provide fodder for gossip, transforming the falsehoods into perceived truths and failing to resolve the issue entirely. At that juncture, should anyone claim it was merely a rumor, he could simply retort, what need is there for an apology for something untrue? An apology signifies guilt, thus affirming the authenticity of the matter. With just this statement, Su Yun would be irrevocably ensnared. Chapter 102, Defiance Against Authority, Seizing All. Feng Tianxiang feigned a heart-wrenching demeanor and sighed. I know that my senior brother is not as despicable as the rumors suggest, yet this time, it falls upon you to apologize and clarify matters. With a sincere attitude, it is highly likely that the disciples will grant you their understanding, and this incident shall not escalate. Chu Wang promptly added his counsel. Indeed, as the sect leader Feng has stated, since sect leader Su has already acknowledged his error, a simple explanation to the disciples will suffice. Our sect has always been magnanimous, and I believe they will not hold too much against sect leader Su. Their harmonious exchange did not escape the notice of the elders, who, even in their naivety, sensed the underlying discord. They bowed their heads in silence, refraining from any reckless interference. Su Yun surveyed the assembly, his keen gaze absorbing the expressions of those present, before exclaiming in astonishment, apologize? For what? Brother Feng, Brother Chu, it seems you have lingered within the sect for far too long, forgetting the true purpose of our cultivation. At his words, the expressions of both men shifted subtly. Just as they were about to respond, Su Yun raised his hand to interrupt. As cultivators of the integration stage, we are the backbone of the Tianxian sect, shouldering the responsibility of its prosperity. After millennia of cultivation, we have achieved our current prowess. We act in accordance with our true selves and owe no explanations to these naive, lower-tier disciples. Moreover, I have merely confiscated a low-ranking disciple. If I allow myself to be swept away by rumors over such trivial matters, how shall I face the path of 1,000 years of cultivation ahead? He continued with conviction, I declare here and now, let it be known, not only would I refuse to accept a low-tier disciple with poor aptitude, but even a gifted innate Tao body would not be spared if they displease me. As he spoke, Su Yun's gaze swept across the assembly, silencing all murmurs. Once the surroundings fell into complete quietude, he pointed a finger at the table and calmly declared, Qin Bufan of the Law Enforcement Hall, heed my command. There are traitors here spreading rumors, attempting to incite discord among our disciples, tarnishing our sect's reputation and defaming my honor. Swiftly apprehend them and ensure the mastermind behind this scheme is exposed. As soon as his words fell, the air around them rippled, and thousands of high-ranking cultivators clad in black armor emerged from the void. Each of these individuals was at least at the Nascent Soul stage, their expressions grim and silent. They quickly dispersed in all directions, activating the local formation to seal the entire Fuyun platform, ensuring that none could escape. At that moment, another figure clad in a crimson robe, a cultivator of the integration stage, stepped forth from the void and landed upon the cloud platform. Bowing to Su Yun, he proclaimed, Qin Bufan of the Law Enforcement Hall, I shall faithfully execute Sect Leader Su's orders. After surveying the surroundings to confirm the formation's integrity, he coldly addressed the panicked disciples below, stating, seize them. With that command, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall raised their hands, unleashing thick, blood-stained iron chains that swept toward the gathered disciples. These chains, seemingly enchanted, disregarded the frantic pleas of the disciples, passing through them as if they were incorporeal, ensnaring only those who had instigated the discord. In mere moments, hundreds of disciples from various peaks were captured by the chains, suspended in the air, thrashing and crying out in despair. In such a scene, Feng Tianxiang could not help but feel a sudden jolt in his brow, a flicker of astonishment rising within him. Such decisiveness and swiftness suggested that Su Yun had prepared meticulously, intending to take action and apprehend individuals today. However, was Su Yun not being a tad too arrogant? Did he fear not the ire of the assembled disciples, who might unite to confront the sect leader with their grievances? Sect Leader Su, before the matter is clarified, how can you act so rashly? Should you happen to wrong an innocent disciple, how will you justify your actions to the sect? Chuanghua, incensed, reprimanded Su Yun for his brazen conduct, disregarding the lower-tier disciples. Yet, his concern for these disciples was superficial. His true worry lay in the fact that Su Yun had mobilized so many from the law enforcement hall, and he had received not a whisper of forewarning. What did this imply? Was the other party wary of him? Do not be anxious, Master Chu. I shall provide you with an explanation shortly. Su Yun replied with a smile, turning his gaze to the approaching Qin Bufan. Ignoring the other elders surrounding him, Qin Bufan bowed solely to Su Yun and Feng Tianxiang, stating, Sect Master Feng, Sect Master Su, all the instigators have been apprehended. Su Yun nodded. Proceed with the interrogation and ensure the mastermind is brought to justice. Off you go. Understood. Qin Bufan bowed and departed, followed by a throng of law enforcement disciples tugging chains, departing in an imposing manner. Witnessing this, Chuangua's expression darkened further, and he exclaimed, Sect Master Su, how can you so abuse your authority? Those disciples merely spoke a few unkind words. And you allow the law enforcement hall to arrest them outright? Master Chu's words were indeed telling. He recognized those words were unseemly. Su Yun, not wishing to hear their insolence, found it only natural to have them detained for a lesson. He regarded Chuanghua with amusement. Let us not forget, it is a grave offense to defy authority. These disciples dared to slander me, and my mercy in sparing their lives should warrant their gratitude for not facing my wrath. You, Su Yun, how can you be so cruel? As the Deputy Sect Master, you ought to lead by example, guiding the disciples towards righteousness. Not utter such reckless words. Reckless? Su Yun looked at Chuanghua, his voice serene yet pointed. Master Chu, do you imply that you wish to defy authority? As the words fell, the temperature around them plummeted, the air thickened with an oppressive weight, and a violent pressure erupted, akin to a colossal mountain crashing down upon the hearts of all present. Chapter 103. What qualifications do you have, mere Deputy Sect Master, to move against me? A formidable and oppressive aura enveloped the entire Fuyun platform, causing all the disciples below to kneel in unison, their bodies frozen and unable to move an inch. Even the elders gathered above the platform felt a tightening in their chests, a chilling sensation coursing through their bodies, and beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as they cast terrified glances at Chuanghua. This old man must have taken a wrong turn today, daring to provoke Sect Master Su in public. Has he forgotten what a merciless figure Sect Master Su once was? When it comes to provoking Sect Master Feng, he merely resorts to petty annoyances, subtly undermining others and withholding resources to inflict discomfort, but generally, he refrains from causing any real harm. However, Sect Master Su is different. Though he often presents a genial demeanor, he does not hesitate to mete out severe retribution against those who cross him. Feng Tianxiang, sensing the dire situation, hastily stepped forward to intercede. Elder brother, please do not be angered. Master Chu is merely concerned about the safety of those disciples, and, in a moment of urgency, spoke without thought. I implore you to consider Master Chu's years of service to the sect, and spare him this time. Oh, so Master Chu is worried about the safety of the rebellious ones? Su Yun smiled, his expression unfurling like a blossoming flower. Chuanghua, with a righteous huff, replied arrogantly, what rebellious ones? Until the truth is uncovered, they are all disciples of our sect. As an elder, it is only natural to be concerned for these juniors and to not allow them to be wrongfully accused. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Master Chu possesses a kind heart. Su Yun laughed heartily, and the surrounding pressure intensified abruptly. Before Chuanghua could react, he felt an immense force crash down upon his shoulders, akin to a falling star striking him, rendering his internal spiritual energy inert. His legs trembled, and he fell to his knees without resistance. What a remarkable Master Chu. As the head of the Listening Rain Pavilion, responsible for our sect's intelligence, you should have intervened promptly to halt these traitors when they slandered our sect. Yet now, nearly a month later, you remain oblivious, allowing them to spread rumors and tarnish our image. Now that I intend to capture and interrogate them, you emerge to plead for their leniency. Su Yun's eyes glinted with a cold light as he inquired, Master Chu, if you truly care for the sect, why did you remain silent when they sowed discord? Yet now, you risk everything to defend these slanderers? Could it be that you share some unspeakable connection with them? Upon hearing these words, the elders were stirred, their gazes toward Chu Onghua revealing hints of suspicion. Chu Onghua had served the Tianxian sect for many years with unwavering loyalty, and they had never previously entertained such thoughts. However, with Su Yun's remarks and in light of recent events, various signs pointed to the Listening Rain Pavilion. It would be hard to believe that Chu Onghua had no part in this. Feng Tianxiang was particularly startled, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had thought Su Yun was merely protecting his own image, intending to silence those disciples through the law enforcement hall. Yet, observing the current situation, it was evident that Su Yun aimed to target Chu Onghua, with those disciples merely collateral damage. Indeed, the Listening Rain Tower is responsible for gathering intelligence on all matters pertaining to the Heavenly Profound Sect. From the various factions within the realm of cultivation to the details regarding the identities, family backgrounds, and personal records of the disciples entering the sect. With such a significant incident occurring within the sect, it is only natural that the first target of scrutiny would be the Listening Rain Tower. Cursed be my forgetfulness. I should have prevented Master Chu from being present today. Su Yun, cease your baseless accusations. Chu Onghua exclaimed, his expression a tempest of fury, his eyes devoid of fear as he knelt and vehemently declared, if we speak of seniority, you ought to address me as Master Uncle. If one is to accuse of disrespecting hierarchy, it is you who fails to observe the proper reverence, committing an act of grave insubordination. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced towards the elders nearby, hoping for Feng Tianxiang's intercession on his behalf. Indeed, if one were to assess the situation, it was true that the Listening Rain Tower had erred, yet it was a minor infraction. Even if the sect leader were to learn of it, he would merely offer a few reprimands, without laying true blame upon him. How could it be that he, a respectable cultivator at the integration stage, was compelled by Su Yun's oppressive aura to kneel before everyone? This child is utterly contemptible, showing him not a shred of dignity. If he wished to extricate himself from this predicament, it would require Feng Zhongzhu to plead on his behalf, reducing the severity of the matter. However, after a prolonged silence, Chu Onghua found no words of defense from Feng Tianxiang, but rather a sharp rebuke. Public matters are distinct from private ones. In private, it would be appropriate for me to address you as Master Uncle Chu. Yet, given the grave transgressions of the Listening Rain Tower, including collusion with those deemed guilty, which poses a threat to our sect, you, Chu Onghua, have shown signs of treason against the sect and shall not be addressed with honorifics henceforth. Su Yun spoke with measured calmness, raising his hand to summon, seize Chu Onghua for the time being and hold him for further judgment. As he finished speaking, Qin Buffan's figure appeared once more, asking no questions, and swiftly approached Chu Onghua. Chu Onghua's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with menace. He attempted to rise, yet his body betrayed him, rendering him incapable of summoning any strength, and thus he could only kneel, bellowing, "What are you doing? What do you intend? Su Yun, you are merely the vice sect leader. In terms of rank, you are only one level above me. This Heavenly Profound Sect does not fall under your dominion. Even if I have erred, it is the sect leader's prerogative to address it, and it is the Elder Council that should intervene. You, a mere vice sect leader, possess no right to lay hands upon me." He continued vehemently, "Today, you unjustly accuse a loyal servant of the sect. I shall certainly report your actions to the sect leader, demanding the restoration of my honor." The esteemed leader of the Listening Rain Tower, a cultivator at the integration stage, brazenly raised his voice in protest before a gathering of disciples. Seeing that the situation was reaching a critical point, Feng Tianxiang stepped forward to obstruct Qin Buffan. Addressing Su Yun with a tone of reason, "Brother, the circumstances remain unclear. It may simply be that those disciples, harboring dissatisfaction, spoke rashly. It would suffice to discipline them. In the future, none will dare speak ill of you again. Master Chu has always been unwaveringly loyal to the sect, never having acted against its interests, and should not be subjected to such grave punishment. Moreover, he only meant well and may have misspoken in haste. There is no need for you to be so meticulous in your grievances." As he spoke, Feng Tianxiang could not suppress a smirk within his heart. Moments ago, he was concerned about whether the master of the Melodious Pavilion might encounter trouble, potentially implicating him as well. However, upon further reflection, he realized that compared to the negligence of the Listening Rain Pavilion, Su Yun's brazen act of assaulting an elder in plain sight and coercing them to kneel under pressure was far more detrimental. Let the turmoil escalate. The greater the commotion, the better. Once this incident spreads, Su Yun will be forever marked by the disgrace of disrespecting his elders, an act of sheer audacity and rebellion. Such disloyalty and heartlessness will undoubtedly shape the opinions of the elders, as well as those of the sect leader and the Grand Elder. For a person of such character, Not only is the competition for the position of sect leader out of the question, but retaining his role as Deputy Sect Leader may also be in jeopardy. Chapter 104. Do you still think this is just a rumor? Upon hearing someone speak on his behalf, particularly the esteemed Lord Feng, Tianxiang felt a surge of reassurance and proclaimed loudly, "There is no need for you to counsel me, Lord Feng. Let Su Youli strike me down, so the cultivators of the world may witness just how brazen and disrespectful this individual is, lacking even the slightest respect for his elders. Even if I have erred, it is the responsibility of the Lord and the Elder Council to address it. Yet he dares to enact private punishment before the eyes of all." His voice boomed, as if fearing that others might not hear him. He continued his tirade. "No wonder the disciples within the sect call you heartless and selfish, treating an old benefactor of the sect with such contempt over a trivial matter. Your actions are utterly disgraceful, showing complete disregard for the rules of the sect. Is that so?" Su Youli replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he rose to his feet. "Since you have spoken so boldly, let us allow the Lord and the esteemed elders to determine how to deal with you, the traitorous old fool." "What? The Elder Council?" Tianxiang's heart quivered at the mention of this name, promptly followed by a cold laugh. "Do you think you can simply label me with a crime and summon the Elder Council? Even if the Lord holds me accountable, it would only be for my negligence and oversight." Before he could finish, a ripple in the air revealed an elderly figure with hair like snow, yet possessing the visage of youth. As he appeared, the crowd gasped in astonishment and hurriedly paid their respects, exclaiming, "Elder Wu." Although Elder Wu emanated no overwhelming pressure, his presence instilled a profound sense of gravity in the onlookers. The Elder Council comprised 8 elders, all formidable beings of the tribulation stage. While they typically refrained from meddling in trivial matters, should a situation arise that necessitated their intervention, it would undoubtedly be of great significance. Moreover, substantial evidence was required to summon the Elder Council. Otherwise, severe repercussions awaited those who misused the privilege. This meant that once the Elder Council was involved, at least one party would face punishment. The mere fact that Elder Wu had chosen to manifest himself was a testament to the seriousness with which the sect regarded this incident. Elder Wu's gaze swept over the assembly as he spoke slowly. "Esteemed ones, the Lord requests your presence. Please proceed to the Heavenly Ascension Treasure Hall for further discussion." Feng Tianxiang sensed an ominous turn of events and hurriedly inquired, "Might I ask, Elder Wu, what is the purpose of this summons? Surely it cannot be due to mere rumors that the elders would personally intervene?" Elder Wu glanced at him, his tone indifferent as he replied, "You shall know upon arrival. There is no need for further inquiry." With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving the gathered elders exchanging apprehensive glances. One elder, summoning his courage, stepped forward to ask, "Su Zongzhu, may we accompany you?" The Elder Council was not a place to be taken lightly. They had initially come merely to observe. Yet entanglement in any matter could lead to dire consequences. "Of course, you should come. You are all present today, making it an ideal opportunity for you to serve as witnesses. Rest assured, as long as you do not become embroiled in the events, you shall remain unscathed." With that, Su Youli flicked his sleeve, conjuring a cloud of white as he and his disciples gracefully departed. The elders, sensing the gravity of the situation, though anxious, had no choice but to follow suit. Since the esteemed Master Su has assured us that there is nothing to fear, those who harbor no guilt in their hearts shall encounter no trouble. In an instant, only Feng Tianxiang and Tianxiang remained, their expressions heavy, while Qin Bufan stood nearby, watching with keen intensity. Feng Tianxiang took a deep breath, cast a glance at Tianxiang, and then proceeded to move forward. Before long, Tianxiang caught up, urgency evident in his voice as he transmitted his thoughts. "What is truly happening? How could such matters alarm the Elder Council? Did you not say that Su Youli is indifferent to these trivialities, and that we would face no repercussions for our actions? I cannot fathom it. He has always been unconcerned about such matters. Who could have anticipated that today he would be so unyielding?" Feng Tianxiang felt a twinge of anxiety. The rumors had not escalated to this extreme before, yet he had not merely spread rumors recently, but had also seized the opportunity to orchestrate other affairs. Should the Elder Council uncover anything significant, what would he do? As the son of the sect leader and the current vice leader of the Tianxiang sect, he could not afford even the slightest blemish on his reputation. "Wait, let me catch up with him and clarify this matter," he declared. With that, Feng Tianxiang vanished in a flash and soon caught up with the leisurely flying Su Youli. He hurriedly inquired, "Brother, do you know what has transpired? Why has Elder Wu taken such personal action? Surely it cannot be merely due to those rumors, can it?" Upon seeing him, Su Youli merely smiled and replied, "Junior brother, this matter is far from trivial. The rumors themselves are inconsequential, yet they implicate me as the vice leader. Ordinarily, when the rumors first surfaced. The Listening Rain Tower should have intervened to suppress them, yet they allowed such gossip to circulate for over a month. This alone indicates that the Listening Rain Tower is facing severe issues. To say they are negligent in their oversight is an understatement. To put it more harshly, the Listening Rain Tower may have already slipped beyond the sect's control. As the head of the Listening Rain Tower, Shuanghua must bear the consequences. Currently, it is merely gossip, but should warfare arise, the Listening Rain Tower's poor command of intelligence could endanger the lives of numerous disciples. In his previous life, Feng Tianxiang had employed such tactics, casting Su Youli in a negative light, branding him with accusations of treachery, selfishness, and defiance. At the time, he had dismissed such slander, believing it would not affect him. He merely took it as a jest and disregarded it. Now, while those rumors still held no sway over him, he was unwilling to retreat any longer. He sought to resolve this issue once and for all, to prevent Feng Tianxiang from believing such tactics were effective and using them against him repeatedly. Su Youli intended to make this foolish junior brother understand that certain tactics are deemed beneath notice for a reason. Hearing these words, Feng Tianxiang's expression shifted. The Tianxian sect was at the zenith of its power. Even far from the central continent, its reputation remained formidable across other regions, and none would dare to provoke them. Nevertheless, Su Youli was correct. This time, he had acted too rashly, solely focused on sowing discord without considering the repercussions for the Listening Rain Tower. Ultimately, the greatest variable remained the Elder Council. Had they not intervened, he could have easily fabricated a reason to extricate the Listening Rain Tower from scrutiny. Now, he was left to devise a means to extricate himself from the predicament. As for Kuanghua, it ultimately depends on his own fate. The implications of negligence can be both significant and trivial. If mishandled, the entire Listening Rain Pavilion may suffer repercussions. However, this situation also presents an opportunity for reflection, allowing one to learn from mistakes and prepare more thoroughly in the future. Additionally, it provides a chance to discreetly arrange for more individuals to enter the pavilion. Understanding this crucial point, Feng Tianxiang exhaled in relief. As long as he was not implicated, there was no need for concern. His senior brother was correct. Indeed, Master Chu had been rather careless. Had he managed to control the spread of these rumors, the situation would not have escalated to such an extent. A measure of punishment may be beneficial. The sect has grown overly complacent, and this incident could serve as a cautionary tale, prompting the disciples to remain vigilant. Su Youli smiled silently. Feng Tianxiang, having led an exceedingly smooth life, remained unaware of the gravity of stirring the Elder Council and mistakenly believed that the consequences would be merely light reprimands. Nonetheless, it matters little. He would soon come to understand the reality of the situation. Chapter 105. The Devil's Spy. The group arrived at the Heavenly Ascension Treasure Hall, where they were ushered by guards into the adjacent conference room. Upon entering, Feng Tianxiang hurriedly saluted, his heart a tumult of uncertainty and growing panic. To his astonishment, in addition to the sect leader seated at the head of the table, 3 elders in the Tribulation Transcending stage were also present on the left, their eyes closed in meditation. Indifferent to the newcomer's arrival, what could possibly warrant the simultaneous presence of 3 Tribulation Transcending elders for such a trivial matter? Ordinarily, for issues of little consequence. Even if it were to summon the elders, only one incarnation of a Tribulation Transcending elder would suffice. It was only in the face of significant matters concerning the entire sect that 2 or more elders would manifest. The gathering of all 3 elders indicated the gravity of the situation. At the head of the table, Feng Yunhua surveyed the room, his expression unyielding, though his eyes betrayed a hint of suppressed anger. He nodded to Su Youli, indicating the seat to his right. "Please, take a seat." Su Youli bowed and sat down. Just then, the 3 Tribulation Transcending elders opened their eyes, offering Su Youli a warm nod. Although no words were exchanged, the gesture was enough to stir intrigue. The Tribulation Transcending elders were typically aloof, rarely exhibiting such amiability. Feng Tianxiang, perplexed, wondered how Su Youli had forged such a connection with these esteemed elders. As he stepped forward to pay his respects, he noticed the 3 elders closing their eyes once more, clearly uninterested in acknowledging him. At the same time, an intense glare bore down upon him, causing him to halt mid-step. He looked up to meet his father's icy gaze. A knot tightened in Feng Tianxiang's chest. He was at a loss as to why his father was upset with him. He could only stand awkwardly in place, hesitant to move. Casting a glance at Su Yun's position, he felt a twinge of resentment. They were both vice sect leaders, and he was the one managing sect affairs alongside the leader. What right did Su Youli, this idler, have to a seat while he stood, deprived of the same privilege? Moreover, why did the 3 Tribulation elders treat Su Youli with respect while disregarding him? To make matters worse, Even his father was enraged. What had he done to deserve such ire? Confounded and bewildered, Feng Tianxiang stood nervously to the side, wishing to explain himself but lacking the words to do so. Feng Yinhua withdrew his gaze, his anger intensifying as he fixed his stare upon Chuanghua for a prolonged moment. Only when Chuanghua began to sweat profusely did he speak, his voice laced with sarcasm. Chuanghua, leader of the Chu faction, conspiring with the Devil's Path and betraying our sect's most confidential information. How audacious you are. Is it that the Heavenly Ascension sect cannot accommodate you? Or are you dissatisfied with your position as leader of the Listening Rain Pavilion, emboldened to collude with the Devil's minions? This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, all eyes turning in horror towards Chuanghua. Collaboration with the Devil's Path was a capital offense. However, weren't they just discussing rumors? How had this escalated to accusations of collusion with devils? Feng Tianxiang felt a tremor of fear. The Devil's Path? Where did it even come from? When had Leader Chu engaged in such treachery without his knowledge? Chuanghua's legs weakened, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, fearfully retorting, "Esteemed sect leader, please recognize my unwavering loyalty to the sect. I would never conspire with that rogue of the demonic path. This matter must certainly be a frame-up by treacherous individuals. I implore you, sect leader, to discern the truth and not to heed the one-sided accusations of others, restoring my honor and justice." After uttering these words, he cast a glance at Su Yun, his meaning unmistakable. Frame-up, treachery, unwavering loyalty? Feng Yinhua let out a cold scoff. The Listening Rain Tower is privy to all information within the sect, from the movements of esteemed elders to the countless disciples. You are fully aware of everything, so who could possibly conspire against you? Speak honestly, and out of respect for our past, I may grant you a swift resolution. However, should you remain obstinate, Upon hearing this, Chuanghua was filled with indignation. Sect leader, I have been steadfast in my loyalty to the sect. How can you believe those baseless statements and not trust me? His expression was one of humiliation as he gritted his teeth and spoke. If that is the case, I beseech you, sect leader, to clarify what crime I have committed. You do not know? Feng Yinhua chuckled derisively. As the master of the Listening Rain Tower, your subordinate, Li Huiran, has admitted a demon from the demonic clan into our midst, and you are utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around you. Were it not for Mo Qingyang's timely vigilance and decisive action in apprehending that traitor along with the demon clan, all intelligence pertaining to our Tianxian sect would have fallen into their hands. After occupying this position for so many years, you dare claim ignorance? Worthless fool. Aside from drinking tea, amusing birds, and seeking concubines, what else do you accomplish? Feng Yunhua's ire escalated with each word, culminating in a resounding slap upon the table. The thunderous sound causing the hearts of those present to tighten, their ears ringing, and their blood surging. They had to grit their teeth to remain standing. Chuanghua trembled even more, struck by an overwhelming pressure that forced him to kneel upon the ground with a thud. Yet, disregarding the pain in his body, his face turned ashen as he shouted in alarm. Sect leader, please quell your anger. The matter of the Listening Rain Tower is indeed my negligence. But I was genuinely unaware of Li Huiran's collusion with the demonic path. Unaware? Feng Yinhua found the situation almost laughable. Your oversight in monitoring the entire sect is the gravest of transgressions, indistinguishable from Li Huiran's actions. Chuanghua's complexion turned pale, unable to retort. He had occasionally felt a sense of enlightenment, realizing he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and had thus become somewhat lax in his duties, delegating responsibilities to the Deputy Master. However, he never anticipated that within these few months, a demonic spy would emerge. Yet, Li Huiran, was he not the elder responsible for spreading the slanderous rumors against Su Yun? How had he suddenly become entangled with the demonic path? At that moment, a guard outside reported, "Sect leader, esteemed elders, Mo Qingyang requests an audience." The echo of his words softened the atmosphere within the hall. Feng Yinhua slightly raised his head, his tone softening. "Let him enter." Mo Qingyang stepped into the hall, his gaze unwavering, and bowed to the seated assembly. "Sect leader, esteemed elders, I have brought Li Huiran's primordial spirit." Upon finishing his words, he flipped his hand to produce a radiance of gold, revealing a small, fist-sized primordial spirit within. Its eyes were tightly shut, and the golden light dimmed, indicative of a spirit whose power was utterly depleted. Feng Yinhua raised his hand to seize the primordial spirit, employing a crude soul-searching technique to probe it. A chilling scream reverberated through the hall as the golden light surrounding the spirit dissipated significantly, nearing the brink of complete extinction. Only then did he gradually retract his hand, sealing the spirit once more. For the sake of personal gain. colluding with the demonic path and betraying the secrets of our sect. Chuanghua, this is the kind of person you have brought forth. As the foremost sect in Zhongzhou, when has our establishment ever lacked offerings such as yourselves? Whether it be exquisite spirit stones or various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, we have always had an abundance. Even the rarest of treasures were prioritized for your use. Our sect has treated you with utmost sincerity, and yet, in the end, you remain insatiable, aligning yourselves with the demonic path for mere trifles. Chapter 106. The mining accusation. Feng Tianxiang's piercing gaze swept slowly across the faces of the crowd, who, upon meeting his eyes, averted their gaze in silence, their expressions betraying their trepidation. After a brief moment, he spoke, his voice resonating with authority. Chuanghua, are you aware of your transgressions? Chuanghua was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Master's words effectively implicated him in the collusion between Li Huiran and the demonic sect, a connection from which he could no longer extricate himself as the head of the Listening Rain Tower. Yet, he mustered the courage to stammer a defense. Master, esteemed elders, I have been on the verge of a breakthrough recently, and, regrettably, have become somewhat negligent in my management of the Tower's affairs. However, I assure you, I had no knowledge of any collusion with the demonic sect. This was entirely the initiative of that individual. I am merely caught in the crossfire. I beseech you, grant me a chance to atone for my sins. I will thoroughly investigate the Listening Rain Tower and root out any traitors, ensuring that such treachery will never arise again. As he spoke, he could not help but cast a furtive glance at Feng Tianxiang, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. A crime of such magnitude was a burden he could not bear alone. If Feng Tianxiang refused to assist him, he would publicly expose the latter's involvement in inciting Li Huiran's slanderous rumors. Although he knew he would face severe punishment, he was determined to drag Feng Tianxiang into the fray as well. Feng Tianxiang discerned the threat in that glance, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. How audacious of him to threaten me at such a critical moment. He is courting disaster. Yet, despite his indignation, he could not allow Chuanghua to divulge everything, for the charge of collusion with the demonic sect was far too grave to withstand. Thus, he stepped forward and implored earnestly, Master, please temper your wrath. Chu, having served in the sect for many years, has contributed greatly. Although he has recently shown some negligence, the matters concerning Li Huiran are indeed unrelated to him. To punish Chu without due consideration would likely lead to discontent among the disciples. It would be far wiser to grant him an opportunity to redeem himself and, in doing so, thoroughly investigate the entire sect to ensure that nothing is amiss. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes sparkled with amusement. He was still invoking the disciples as a shield. This was a matter that transcended their concerns and implicated the higher echelons of the sect. Who cared whether they were satisfied? Whether they were even aware of the situation was debatable. If any dared to express dissent, they might well be deemed accomplices of the demonic sect and would surely be apprehended. Indeed, upon hearing these words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Feng Tianxiang's eyes. He closed them momentarily, and, upon reopening them, a hint of anger had taken residence within. You may withdraw. I have reached my decision. Feng Tianxiang was taken aback. Master, please reconsider. Withdraw, came the thunderous retort, startling Feng Tianxiang into silence, afraid to utter another word. His father was genuinely angry. He had merely sought leniency for Chuanghua. His father could have chosen to be indifferent or graciously forgiving, yet he opted for ire. What had gone awry? Feng Tianxiang was baffled. In the past, whenever he had spoken, regardless of the request, provided it was not overly outrageous, his father had always acquiesced. Even if he had declined, he would have explained his reasoning and guided him on the appropriate course of action. However, this time, father unexpectedly unleashed a public tirade, leaving no semblance of dignity for him. Feng Tianxiang cast a glance at Chuanghua, but chose not to elaborate further. It was not that he was unwilling to assist. Rather, he was unable to. Should Chuanghua continue to be ungrateful, he would not hesitate to sever ties. Feng Tianxiang rapped the table and calmly stated, Li Huiran has colluded with dark forces, betraying the intelligence of our sect's elders, a crime punishable by death. His primordial spirit shall be extinguished, and all kin shall undergo soul-searching. Those without involvement shall be dispatched to Qingfeng Mountain for a century of labor in the mines. Anyone connected or failing to report shall be executed as a warning. Chuanghua, the master of Listening Rain Tower, has squandered his position, deceived both superiors and subordinates, and indulged in pleasures, leading to this calamity. Henceforth, he is stripped of his title and assigned to the Northern Sea Spiritual Mine to guard the Demon Cavern. Unless summoned, he is forbidden to return to the sect. The mention of the Northern Sea spiritual mine and guarding the demon cavern struck Chuangwa with terror, leaving his face ashen as he hastily pleaded for mercy. Master, spare my life. I have served for over 1,000 years without fault. Today, I acknowledge my dereliction and willingly resign from my position as Master of Listening Rain Tower. I implore you, spare my remaining existence for the service of the sect. The Northern Sea spiritual mine housed a vast demon cavern that connected to the demon realm, where marauding demons often gathered, and even tribulation stage cultivators could emerge to wreak havoc. With his cultivation, coupled with his disgrace, he would surely be dispatched as a vanguard, destined to perish within that infernal abyss. Master, the affairs of Listening Rain Tower are numerous and complex, and it would be challenging for an ordinary person to manage. I must personally oversee the transition to ensure a gradual handover. I am willing to remain within the sect, fully cooperating with my successor to stabilize the operations of Listening Rain Tower. Should an unqualified individual ascend blindly, chaos will surely ensue. If demon spies infiltrate and seize key positions, the Tianxiang sect will be in grave peril. Chuangwa's desperate pleas, filled with sincerity and tears, only incited a surge of murderous intent in Feng Tianxiang's eyes. Are you implying that the Grand Tianxiang sect cannot function without you? If that is the case, I am most eager to witness the chaos that will unfold in your absence. With that, he commanded, seize this traitor and dispatch him immediately to the Northern Sea spiritual mine. As his words echoed, several figures stepped into the hall, swiftly casting a sealing spell to suppress his primordial spirit and magical abilities, dragging him out despite his cries and wails, which fell on deaf ears. As the lamentations faded into the distance, silence enveloped the hall once more. Feng Tianxiang resumed his seat and spoke. Though the traitor's matter is settled, the Listening Rain Tower is of paramount importance and cannot be without a leader for even a day. Elders, whom do you believe should take on the role of master? Elder Wu opened his eyes, scanning the assembly, lingering briefly on Mo Qingyang before ultimately shaking his head. Master, I must apologize. We are not well acquainted with many in the sect. Recklessly recommending someone may lead to misfortune. This matter should be left to your discretion. Feng Tianxiang, though taken aback, nodded in agreement before turning his gaze to Mo Qingyang. In that case, since Elder Mo has rendered great service in vanquishing demons, let us appoint Mo Qingyang as the master of Listening Rain Tower. What do you all think? Mo Qingyang, being his own disciple, naturally instilled a sense of trust in handing over the Listening Rain Pavilion to him. However, he was taken aback to find that the three elders also favored him. Upon hearing this, the three elders nodded in succession, expressing their agreement. Feng Tianxiang turned to Mo Qingyang, who stood to the side, and said, Mo Qingyang, you are hereby appointed as the master of the Listening Rain Pavilion, effective immediately. Do you accept this position? Mo Qingyang maintained his composure and respectfully replied, I accept the command. Excellent, Feng Tianxiang remarked, glancing at the others. Do any of you have any objections? Chapter 107. Comprehensive inspection of the sect. At this juncture, no one dared to voice any life-threatening opinions. Even Feng Tianxiang, despite harboring 1,000 reservations in his heart, refrained from speaking up. He merely found it peculiar that such an important appointment, that of the first-floor master, had become so arbitrary. None of the elders in the tribulation stage opposed it, and a single utterance sealed the matter. Feng Tianxiang nodded. Since there are no objections, let this matter be settled. After a brief pause, Su Youli timely interjected, Sect Master, the matters concerning the demonic path are of utmost importance. Given that the demonic sect has sent infiltrators, they surely did not send just one person. It would be prudent to take this opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation throughout the sect, apprehending and interrogating any suspicious individuals to eliminate the insidious influence of the demonic sect completely. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang nodded in agreement. Well said, Master Mo. Once you return, please commence arrangements for the Listening Rain Tower. Ensure that every corner is meticulously cleared of any suspicious elements. As for the other halls, I will later instruct the respective hall masters to cooperate. Mo Qingyang bowed in compliance. I shall obey your command. At that moment, Feng Tianxiang seized the opportunity to interject. Sect Master, such a considerable undertaking is bound to involve some innocent individuals. After this event, the various halls will undoubtedly experience a shortage of personnel. If we were to publicly recruit as before, it might attract those with ulterior motives. It would be better for each peak to recommend trusted individuals. Before he could finish, Elder Wu interrupted. Since ancient times, the 12 halls of the third floor have adhered to the principle of public assessments for recruiting disciples. This is an ironclad rule that cannot be altered. Feng Tianxiang was momentarily silenced. He could not shake the feeling that Elder Wu was targeting him. Feng Yunhua nodded above. The sect's ironclad rules cannot be changed. But this time, the recruitment must be even more meticulous than before. All participants in the assessment must have their backgrounds thoroughly investigated. Only those with unblemished family histories may partake. Given the significance of this matter, I shall entrust it to. He cast his gaze over the assembly, dismissing the group that had been brought in for mere spectacle, and when his eyes fell upon Feng Tianxiang, a surge of frustration welled up within him. He then spoke, Deputy Sect Master Su, you shall oversee this assessment personally. No suspicious individual must escape scrutiny. It is better to apprehend the wrong person than to let any culprit slip through. Su Yun rose to acknowledge, I accept the command. In that instant, the assembly instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Yun, a hint of astonishment evident in their expressions. In the past, Su Yun had seldom participated in such crucial sect-wide selection matters. The Sect Master was well aware of his habitual idleness and typically entrusted Feng Tianxiang with leadership, supplemented by seasoned elders. Yet this time, the responsibility was wholly bestowed upon Su Yun, with no other elders assigned for balance. The recruitment assessment for the 3 floors and 12 halls of the sect was an exceptional opportunity to engage with various internal factions and families. Truth be told, the hall masters had always preferred to employ their own people, as they were not only more convenient, but also trustworthy. However, the appointment of key positions rested solely with the chief examiner. Should he deem a candidate unsatisfactory, no matter how outstanding they were, they could be summarily dismissed with a single word. In other words, amidst the forthcoming significant reshuffling, the pivotal positions within the Heavenly Profound sect will be entirely determined by Su Yun's preferences. While he cannot explicitly appoint individuals to assume these roles, he possesses the authority to exclude certain candidates. Although this may appear merely as an assessment, once concluded, the majority of the practitioners from the 12 halls on the 3rd floor will undoubtedly sing Su Yun's praises. Contemplating this, the astonishment in the eyes of the onlookers deepened. The sect leader has indeed placed immense trust in Sect Leader Su. On the other hand, Feng Tianxiang's expression darkened, harboring some dissatisfaction towards the sect leader. It seemed the sect leader was favoring Su Yun. Why? Such an advantageous situation should rightfully belong to him. Why entrust it to Su Yun, who is so detached from affairs? This opportunity to cultivate relationships with various families within the sect should at least be shared equally with him, rather than handed solely to Su Yun. Feng Tianxiang's gaze flickered as he discreetly scanned a particular direction. Soon, several elders closely allied with the Western Bitter Peak stepped forward, raising their voices. Sect Leader, the selection process is crucial to our sect's safety. Sect Leader Su has never overseen such significant matters. Hastily assigning him could lead to complications. It would be prudent to have several experienced elders assist him, as a precaution. One of the subordinates recalled, Sect Leader Feng has previously presided over similar undertakings. Perhaps we should have Sect Leader Feng co-chair this assessment with Sect Leader Su to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. These families were closely tied to the Western Bitter Peak and seldom interacted with the immortal Xia Peak. If Su Yun were to be in charge, their kin might find it challenging to secure favorable positions. Only by allowing the allied Feng sect leader to share authority would they avoid a disadvantageous position. Upon hearing this, Feng Yunhua furrowed his brow, refraining from an immediate response, instead turning to the 3 Tribulation Crossing elders. What do you 3 elders think? It was Elder Wu who spoke up. The implications of this matter are too significant. Increasing the number of personnel may inadvertently invite those with ulterior motives. In our opinion, it would be most prudent for Sect Leader Su to take full responsibility for the arrangements. While they may distrust others, their faith in Su Yun was unwavering. So it shall be, Feng Yunhua declared, gesturing dismissively to the group of idle elders below. If you have no further business, please take your leave at once. His tone carried an air of finality, leaving no room for further persuasion. The elders who had stepped forward exchanged glances, wishing to voice their concerns, but daring not to speak further. They could only begrudgingly bow and retreat. Having arrived in a state of trepidation, they departed not only without relief, but with even greater anxiety. This investigation had come upon them so suddenly that none could guarantee the innocence of their subordinates. Should any collusion with malevolent forces be uncovered, these elders would likely face repercussions as well. Thus, their only recourse was to conduct a thorough self-examination before the sect took action, thereby minimizing potential dangers. Once those uninvolved had vacated the premises, only Feng Yunhua, the 3 Tribulation Crossing elders, and Su Yun remained. Feng Tianxiang had intended to stay, but was sternly dismissed by Feng Yunhua. Reluctantly, he retreated, his heart heavy with discontent. Once alone, Feng Yunhua could not help but exclaim in exasperation, "This group of incompetents is utterly useless. each one lazier than the last when it comes to their tasks. The moment they sense a potential profit, they rush to the forefront like rabid dogs, valuing wealth above all else and displaying an insatiable greed, utterly devoid of the demeanor befitting a practitioner of the immortal arts. Chapter 108. As a Deputy Sect Master, should you fear offending others? Elder Wu chuckled lightly, shaking his head to counsel, "Brother, why let anger consume you? Humanity is inherently driven by greed and self-interest. Those who can see through the illusions are but a rare few. As long as one does not commit grave errors, that is sufficient." Another elder, who was undergoing tribulation, joined in the persuasion, "Brother Feng, your final tribulation approaches. It is imperative that you prepare with a tranquil mind and not allow these trivial matters to disturb your focus." Feng Yunhua nodded in agreement. "You are both correct. It appears I have been overly fixated." He then turned to Su Yun. "Child, this assessment requires your utmost attention. The demonic faction has dared to infiltrate our domain with such audacity. Surely their intentions are significant. Today's actions have already set off alarms. We must act swiftly." Su Yun responded affirmatively. "Rest assured, Master. I have made thorough arrangements. The Tianxiang guards and the exorcism army have woven a net, sweeping through every corner. While the law enforcement hall stands vigilant in key areas of the sect, those startled demonic intruders shall not escape. We simply need to gradually tighten the net, forcing them to reveal themselves, and with the assistance of the various peaks, we can eliminate the spies with minimal losses." Upon hearing this plan, the others nodded in approval. "I suspected that your intention in bringing those idle individuals here was to stir the hornet's nest," Elder Wu remarked with a smile. "With a disciple like this, Brother Feng can rest easy during his tribulation." At the mention of the tribulation, Feng Yunhua shook his head, lamenting, "This final ascension tribulation has ensnared countless extraordinary predecessors." "It is no easy feat," Elder Wu replied with a grin. "Brother Feng, such words are somewhat vexing. Su Yun has bestowed upon you the largest segment of the 9 tribulation Thunderwood. If you lack confidence now, does that not imply our certain doom?" Upon hearing about the Thunderwood, a smile broke across Feng Yunhua's face as he playfully chided, "At your age, why still speak with such sourness? Su Yun is my disciple. Of course, he will prioritize my needs. If you desire the best, have your disciple procure it for you." The group shared a light-hearted exchange before the 3 tribulation elders took their leave, leaving only Su Yun and Feng Yunhua. It was only then that Feng Yunhua solemnly instructed, "The matter concerning the demonic faction is of utmost importance. You must act with caution. Kill if you can, but avoid entangling yourself too deeply. As for the selection process, handle it as you see fit. Anyone who obstructs shall be treated as a traitor, without concern for anything else." "Understood, Master," Su Yun affirmed. Enough. With 3 elders personally guarding the sect, any demonic intruder daring to make a move is doomed. However, you must also keep a watchful eye. Do not become negligent. With that, Feng Yunhua flicked his sleeve and departed, while Su Yun bowed respectfully before withdrawing. Upon reaching the temple's exterior, the elders had already vanished, leaving only Mo Qingyang waiting. "Congratulations, Su brother. Presiding over the selection is an excellent opportunity to sift through the loyalty of various families. From now on, who would dare to defy?" Su Yun grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, hastily interrupting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Did I not instruct you to organize the Listening Rain Pavilion? Why are you loitering here?" Mo Qingyang flashed a smile, saying, "I merely wish to be the first to congratulate you, senior brother. After years of silence, it is indeed time for you to showcase your prowess within the sect. One cannot allow others to steal the limelight. Idiot, if you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Are you trying to bring about my demise?" Su Yun retorted irritably, swiftly moving away. Observing this, Mo Qingyang looked up at the distant sky, shaking his head with a sigh. "Senior brother, what is there that cannot be said? Besides, I am not being overly talkative. Our master has often stated that only those suited for specific tasks can achieve success. Some individuals are simply not fit for certain roles. Forcing them into such positions will only invite trouble." Before he could finish, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck, followed by a swift kick to his waist, accompanied by a furious shout. "What nonsense are you blabbering? Get lost." Mo Qingyang stumbled and fell to the ground, hastily getting up and fleeing, exclaiming, "Oh dear, master, please do not strike. I shall leave at once. You worthless brat, if it weren't for my kindness, I would have long since fed you to the fish." Feng Yunhua scolded from the mountain peak, then immediately thought of his unaccomplished son, which only added to his headache. At a time like this, must there still be so many trivial matters? Can't I simply pass through this tribulation in peace? The thought of returning home to face his wife's incessant questions only intensified his discomfort. A heartless bunch, I shall surely be driven to my grave by you all. Not long after, Su Yun encountered Feng Tianxiang, who had been waiting for him. Feng Tianxiang wasted no time, directly inquiring, when did Brother Mo capture the demonic spies? Even drawing the attention of 3 elders? I am completely in the dark. It was not that he lacked tact. It was simply that he felt a rising anxiety. Today's events were imbued with strangeness. Not only did his father display a peculiar favoritism towards Su Yun, but even the 3 tribulation elders regarded Su Yun with newfound respect. They had conspired together, keeping him oblivious to numerous occurrences. And only after stepping out did he realize that the sect was in an uproar. The protective formation had suddenly activated, and even the Tian gang guards were mobilized, stationed throughout the sect, clearly targeting the demonic spies. Furthermore, the exorcism army was conducting rigorous inspections, casting a vast net across the sect to scrutinize individuals of uncertain identity. Anyone deemed suspicious was to be apprehended for interrogation. Feng Tianxiang had always believed he was well supported and possessed significant control over the sect, perhaps even surpassing the sect leader himself. Yet, today he discovered that Su Yun could render him blind and deaf at any moment, orchestrating such extensive plans without him receiving a single hint of what was unfolding. It was merely a coincidence, Su Yun explained with a smile. Brother Mo happened to pass by yesterday and spotted Li Huiran acting suspiciously. Thus he took a glance and unexpectedly stumbled upon the rogue's dealings with the demonic spies. How fortunate, Feng Tianxiang remarked, finding the situation rather absurd. The intelligence within the Listening Rain Pavilion is shrouded in layers of stringent safeguards. The truly confidential information can only be accessed by the sect leader himself. Li Huiran, merely an elder at the void refinement stage, would hardly have access to such top-secret intelligence. It is merely a pretext. However, hearing Su Yun's words at least assured him that the other party was aware only of the rumors and the spies, without having uncovered anything further. He sighed with relief, shaking his head as he lamented, "Indeed, fortune has favored us, yet it has severely impacted Master Chu. He has done nothing wrong, yet has been unjustly dispatched to the Northern Sea Spirit Mine. After all, he is a mid-stage integration practitioner. Such casual disposal is truly regrettable." From this implication, it seems Feng Tianxiang wishes to rescue him? Su Yun raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If you find it regrettable, why not consult our master? Perhaps he may reconsider and allow Chuanghua to return." Feng Tianxiang's expression shifted, and he quickly laughed to dismiss the notion. "Brother, you jest. Since the sect leader has taken such measures, there must be profound reasoning behind it. How could I dare to propose otherwise?" It was no jest. Just moments ago, his father's gaze had been rather unsettling. With so many people present, he had refrained from reacting immediately, but should he approach now, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Being beaten would be the least of his worries. Of course, if Su Yun were to accompany him, it would be a different matter altogether. Yet it was clear from the other's words that there was no intention of returning to plead for mercy. That said, the selection process for the assessment entailed numerous complications. Many spiritual peaks and families were eyeing those pivotal positions with great interest. A misstep could easily offend them. "Brother, you must exercise caution. Should you require assistance, simply let me know, and I shall offer my utmost support," Feng Tianxiang urged. Su Yun nodded, reflecting, "Dear brother, your words are misguided. While I possess little experience with such convoluted matters, there is one thing I am quite adept at." Feng Tianxiang paused. "What is it that can help stabilize the situation for you, brother?" With a subtle smile, Su Yun replied, "One word, kill. I need not concern myself with whether they will be offended. Rather, they should ponder how they might avoid incurring my wrath." Chapter 109. Good sisters in the Grand Hall of Shiku Peak. A loud crash echoed as Feng Tianxiang hurled his teacup to the ground. "Kill, kill, kill. All you know is to kill. Do you think you can slay so many? This is not a competition for resources against other sects. Resorting to violence against our own kind is utterly foolish and brutish." He had expected that after years of cultivating his mind and spirit, his murderous intent would have subsided. But he was disheartened to find that he was still only capable of violence. Ling Han, standing quietly beside him, remained silent until Feng Tianxiang finished his tirade. He then spoke softly, "You are right, Sect Master Feng. The entanglements between the various families and spirit peaks are intricate and deeply rooted. Pulling a single thread could unravel everything. Even the Sect Master would not dare to act recklessly. While those spirit peak families may seem like a disbanded group, if they were to unite in chaos, it would pose a significant headache. At that point, no matter what Su Yun does, he will be hindered by their covert opposition." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang's anger subsided somewhat, and he sighed, shaking his head. Brother Su has always been impulsive, relying solely on brute force to resolve issues. We can only watch as this examination inevitably leads to trouble. Ling Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, the scale of this action is far too great. The atmosphere among the peaks is tense. Although this situation presents an opportunity for Sect Master Su, one misstep could lead to offending others, and then it would become our chance. Feng Tianxiang nodded slightly, almost able to envision Su Yun, angered by the various families, unleashing his wrath and forcing the peak masters to unite and complain before the Sect Master. To provoke the ire of the masses is a grave misstep. In order to quell the anger, the Sect Master would have no choice but to take action against Su Yun, and at that moment, he would be the sole candidate capable of steering the ship back to safety, one who could satisfy the elders and peak masters alike. In this light, his father's decision to keep him out of this matter was, in fact, an act of protection. Initially, he had perceived his father's favoritism, but now he began to comprehend the deeper meaning behind it. A glimmer of joy crossed Ling Han's face as he remarked, "It must be so. The Sect Master has always held you in high regard. This action is also meant to lend you support from the shadows." Feng Tianxiang felt a surge of happiness within, though he maintained a composed exterior. He replied slowly, "Let us set this matter aside for now. With Master Chu dispatched to Beihai, we must devise a strategy to reclaim Tingyu Tower. We cannot allow it to fall into Su Yun's hands." The intelligence support from Tingyu Tower was of utmost importance to him. This time, the cost of a minor loss had resulted in a significant setback. Not only had it failed to affect Su Yun, but it also allowed him to sever the ties of their own resources. No, it wasn't just the loss of their information network. They had also lost their eyes and ears. Without the intelligence support from Tingyu Tower, any future endeavors for Shiku Peak would no longer be as convenient as before. Sect Master Feng need not worry. We are not yet at a conclusion in this matter. Ling Han said quietly. Master Chu has controlled Tingyu Tower for many years, and those remaining within are all his loyal confidants. With Master Chu suddenly dismissed, the people at Tingyu Tower will surely resist and create some commotion. As the imminent task of rooting out the demonic spies approaches, Mo Qingyang undoubtedly opts for a more subtle approach, seeking to placate those individuals and imploring their assistance for future endeavors, biding his time for retribution in due course. This interval provides ample opportunity for us to strategize and attempt to win over the two deputy masters. In such a scenario, even without Shuanghua, our command over Tingyu Tower would remain unscathed. Feng Tianxiang's eyes sparkled with realization as he interjected, "Thus, we can further obscure the presence of Ziqufeng. The world perceives only the closeness between Mo Qingyang and Su Yun. None would suspect that Tingyu Tower is, in fact, covertly obeying the directives of our true master." Ting Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, this shift from light to darkness will enhance the security of Ziqufeng, rendering our misfortune into a boon. Feng Tianxiang slowly nodded. Should we succeed in securing the allegiance of those two deputy masters, we could also gather Chu Loju's loyal followers under our banner. At that juncture, though Mo Qingyang may bear the title of master, he would merely serve as a faade, devoid of any genuine authority. Quite astutely put, Su Yun has always held his head too high, dismissing the subtleties hidden within the minutiae. This time, I shall demonstrate to him that even the smallest of stratagems can yield significant results. With this thought, the frustration that had lingered in Feng Tianxiang's heart dissipated, and he commanded, "Leave this matter to you. Regardless of the cost, ensure the acquisition of those two individuals." Meanwhile, on another front, Su Lingling was forcibly returned to Xinhua Peak. Having already felt crestfallen from a recent defeat, witnessing Chu Loju's exile to Beihai left her utterly bewildered, and upon regaining her composure, she was consumed by anger. How detestable of Su Yun to exploit her duel as a means to target senior brother Tianxiang. Tingyu Tower rightfully belongs to senior brother Tianxiang, yet Su Yun has ousted Chu Loju and handed the tower over to that incompetent Mo Qingyang. What is his true intention? Even more infuriating was her expectation that her visit to Tianxian Baodian would address the rampant rumors. She had planned to rally with the unfortunate disciples to vociferously denounce Su Yun. Yet, throughout the entire affair, not a single individual broached the subject of the rumors. And that scoundrel, Su Yun, had summoned her only to silence her, sending her back without uttering a word. What is the meaning of this? Am I merely a pawn in his game? The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, recalling the two familiar faces she had seen on the arena. She hurriedly sought out Su Yunting, exclaiming, "Father, I dropped something on the arena. I must return to retrieve it." Su Yunting frowned. "You lost something? What could be more important than your life? Listen, we shall forego that artifact. You will remain at Xinhua Peak and go nowhere." "I refuse. I must go." After much persuasion, Su Lingling finally obtained the token and hastened to Fuyuntai, fortuitously encountering the troubled Su Youli and her companion. "Oh, it truly is you two. I had my suspicions, but dared not recognize you amidst the crowd." She landed beside them, startling both. Su Youli, upon seeing her, exclaimed with joy, "You have finally returned." What did the Sect Master say? Did he reprimand Su Yun? They were only aware of the uproar regarding the rumors, having seen Su Yun summoned by the Sect Master, yet remained oblivious to the other events. Upon hearing those words, Su Lingling immediately confirmed that these two individuals had indeed been reborn. How delightful it is that she and her sisters could once again gather together. Chapter 110, Return My Spirit Stones. Though the accusations were harsh, they were not directed at Su Yun. Rather, they were aimed at the sect leader, Tianxiang. The recollection of recent events caused Su Lingling a twinge of discomfort. She had been utterly bewildered by the unfolding drama, only grasping that a traitor from the demon clan had suddenly emerged, while the ensuing events surpassed her comprehension. What? Mu Siyu was incredulous. Clearly, it was Su Yun who instigated this chaos. Why then does the sect leader blame our master? This is utterly unreasonable. The matter was indeed lengthy. Su Lingling recounted the events that had transpired, leaving the two in a state of shock. A traitor from the demon clan? Impossible. Master Chu has been wronged. I have no recollection of such an incident in my past life. How could the sect leader so readily believe the one-sided words of Mo Qingyang and imprison Master Chu? Listening to slander without discernment, the sect leader truly seemed to be losing his faculties in his old age. It was a pity for Master Chu, unjustly dispatched to the Northern Sea without due consideration. Had Feng Zhongzhu occupied that position, he would assuredly never condemn the innocent. The two raged in agreement with Su Lingling, venting their frustrations, which left them feeling considerably lighter. Only then did Su Lingling recall the matter at hand. "Ah, the competition has concluded. Why are you two still here? Were you waiting for me?" Such good sisters, always concerned for her safety, unlike that scoundrel Su Yun, who had lingered in the hall without casting her a single glance. And what of Brother Tianxiang? He too had not looked her way. Upon hearing this, the two remembered that they had intended to ask Su Lingling for spirit stones. Just as Mu Siyu was about to speak, Su Youli interjected. "What of the two vice sect leaders? Have they not returned?" Su Lingling shook her head. "The matter has escalated rather significantly. They must be preoccupied with urgent affairs and likely will not return." Oh, a wave of disappointment washed over Su Youli. In her past life, she had enjoyed a noble status and could see the two vice sect leaders at any moment. Yet since her rebirth, encountering them had become exceedingly difficult. Today, she had finally come across them but had scarcely exchanged a few words. She had intended to wait for their return, only to find that they had departed without so much as a word. It was one thing for Brother Tianxiang not to greet her, as they were still not well acquainted. But what of Su Yun? After all, she had lived on Xianxia Peak for quite some time. They were familiar with each other. Yet upon their meeting today, not only did he fail to acknowledge her, but he did not even spare her a glance. Moreover, since leaving Xianxia Peak, Su Yun had never once sought her out, nor had he sent anyone to inquire about her circumstances or offer assistance. It was as though, in his mind, she had vanished entirely. Reflecting on their encounter today, with Su Yun perched high above while she could only gaze up in longing, Su Youli felt an undeniable ache in her heart. She should have been standing on cloud 9, side by side with Su Yun, yet now, she could only look up to him, unable to coexist as equals. How infuriating! How could Su Yun act this way? No matter what. She was a part of Xianxia Peak, and now living in such dire straits would surely bring shame upon the peak. How could Su Yun remain indifferent to that? Moreover, wasn't he once utterly devoted to her? When she departed, he was filled with reluctance, exhausting every means to keep her from leaving, as if her departure would cost him his very life. Yet, after she truly left, he neglected her entirely, not even bothering to visit her once in all these days. Su Youli could not contain her sorrow. What did this mean? Did he wish to treat her as a stranger? Why had she never noticed before that Su Yun was more heartless than any demon? Just a few days apart, and he pretended not to know her. Seeing her distress, Su Lingling mistakenly thought Su Youli was grieving over Brother Tianxiang and hastily offered, "Enough of this sorrow. Although Master Feng has suffered, with his abilities, he will surely find a way to regain his standing elsewhere. We shall wait and see." Su Yun had gone too far this time, actually resorting to slandering others by employing demonic spies. Once Brother Tianxiang uncovers the evidence proving this to be a false accusation, Su Yun would have to face the consequences. Hearing this, Su Youli managed a forced smile, lamenting, "It's easier said than done. The master has always favored Su Yun. Even if he knows this is a slander, he probably won't easily punish him." Indeed, the master was exceedingly biased. Mu Siyu felt indignant for Feng Tianxiang. After all, he was the true heir of the master. Yet it seemed that Su Yun was regarded more like the master's own son. In her past life, no matter what transpired, the master and the elders unconditionally believed in Su Yun, while always suspecting brother Tianxiang of wrongdoing. And now, in this new iteration, it was the same. What was it about Su Yun that made him so admirable, so trustworthy? Each woman bore her own sorrow. Su Youli grieved that Su Yun had not come to see her, while Mu Siyu lamented the injustice faced by Feng Tianxiang. Su Lingling, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "All right, enough of your lamentations. I lost terribly today and haven't even had the time to mourn. And here you both are wallowing in your woes." Upon hearing this, Mu Siyu recalled that she was waiting for spirit stones, not to reminisce with Su Lingling. "Right. My spirit stones. Su Lingling, hand over the 4,750 superior spirit stones immediately. No credit." Su Lingling, puzzled, replied, "Are you robbing me? What superior spirit stones? I have no idea what you're talking about. Why are you asking me for spirit stones?" Mu Siyu huffed, standing her ground. "We bet everything we had on you winning. Who would have thought you'd lose to that little girl, leaving us devastated? We trusted you completely, and yet you proved utterly useless. Don't you think you owe me spirit stones? Have you lost your mind? How can you blame me for this?" Su Lingling felt utterly incredulous. "How could I possibly lose this time? My strength is formidable. By all accounts, it should have been impossible for me to be defeated. With just a casual strike, I could reduce that worthless opponent to a state of ruin. Ultimately, the blame lies with Su Yun for not providing me with those 2 pseudo-immortal artifacts. Otherwise, I would not have suffered such a dismal defeat. If you are seeking someone to compensate for the spirit stones, you should go find Su Yun, the true culprit, instead of laying the blame on me." Upon hearing this, Mu Siyu was taken aback and could not help but exclaim, "Since you are aware of the situation, why not hasten to find Su Yun and retrieve those 2 pseudo-immortal artifacts?" A flicker of conflict passed through Su Lingling's eyes. "Well, I did not seek Su Yun's mentorship this time. That fellow is rather stingy and is unlikely to part with them. It is evident that while Su Yun may be generous, it is only towards his own. As I am no longer his disciple, he would likely be reluctant to bestow such treasures upon me. This is a delicate matter." Su Youli, analyzing from the side, remarked, "The Shattered Sky Hammer is a pseudo-immortal artifact that only you can wield to its full potential, coupled with the inheritance from the Divine Fire Peak. Its might is boundless. Even if given to another, it would be of little use. Moreover, did you notice that Xia Jiwei, as Su Yun's disciple, also lacks a pseudo-immortal artifact? This indicates that Su Yun treats us differently. He is generous only to us few, while he is not as magnanimous with others. If you simply ask, he might indeed be willing to grant you the Shattered Sky Hammer." Chapter 111. The Tiny Nascent Soul, Who Dares to Stand in My Way? Upon hearing these words, Su Lingling's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how had she not considered this before? Su Yun must be dissatisfied with his current disciples, hoarding his precious treasures and withholding them from their use. Yet, she was the one who truly pleased Su Yun, and even though she was not currently by his side, all she needed to do was express a desire to be his disciple. To spare her feelings, Su Yun would undoubtedly grant her every wish. Even if he were to refuse her initially, a mere hint of her longing to be his apprentice would surely delight him to the core, prompting him to relinquish all his treasures to her. With this thought, Su Lingling's previously bent spine gradually straightened, a confident smile curving her lips as she involuntarily let out a soft hum. This was not a mere whimsy of analysis. It was a conclusion reached after careful consideration, the closest to the truth. Evidence of Su Yun's fondness for her could be seen in their previous duel arrangement, when she stubbornly insisted on challenging Xia Jiwei again. Su Yun had not hesitated but readily agreed, even temporarily absolving her of punishment to allow her to rest properly. Thus, it was evident that although his words could be harsh, he genuinely cared for her, even going so far as to provide her with an excuse to evade consequence. Indeed, on this basis, she would show great benevolence and seek some treasures from Su Yun. With her thoughts in order, Su Lingling cleared her throat and raised her chin slightly. "I understand. This matter is straightforward. Once I return to prepare, I shall approach him to reclaim those 2 pseudo-immortal artifacts that belong to me, as well as the spirit stones he owes you. I will help you obtain them as well." Mu Siyu quickly interjected from the side. "That is 4,750 high-grade spirit stones. Do not forget a single one." Su Lingling rolled her eyes in exasperation. I know. You seem to remember those high-grade spirit stones quite well, down to the last detail." Previously, Mu Siyu had never been so meticulous about spirit stones, so Su Lingling wondered what had changed. The mere thought of high-grade spirit stones made her anxious. Little did she know, Mu Siyu was fretting over these very stones, her mouth nearly blistered from worry. Since her rebirth, Without Su Yun's protection and the resources of Xianxia Peak, her financial situation had become dire. For 3 months, she had been consumed with anxiety over spirit stones, counting every low-grade stone she possessed, afraid to use more than necessary. Finally, becoming a disciple of Brother Tianxiang seemed to promise a turning point, especially with a significant allocation of high-grade spirit stones. However, just as she had received them, she had lost them all in a single day. Mu Siyu now longed for the abundance of her past life, the endless spirit stones, the inexhaustible pills, the myriad magical artifacts, and a residence that perfectly suited her desires. Had those treasures remained, she would not have cared a whit for the paltry sum of 4,750 high-grade spirit stones. But now, she possessed nothing, truly lacking in every regard. The only solace she could find was in having finally escaped Su Yun's shadow, successfully becoming a disciple of Brother Tianxiang, and gaining the freedom she had so desperately sought in her previous life. Yet, upon truly attaining freedom, she found herself not as joyous as she had envisioned. Instead, a myriad of troubles began to plague her. Furthermore, her master seemed far from the exalted figure described in her previous life. By the way, I heard that you have become a disciple under the esteemed Master Feng. Is that true? Su Lingling gazed at Mu Siyu, her eyes sparkling with envy. I had my father approach him, but Master Feng always made excuses. How did you manage it? The moment this topic was broached, Mu Siyu cast aside all chaotic thoughts, lifted her chin, and proudly declared, "It is undoubtedly because my master recognizes my potential, which led to my exceptional acceptance as a direct disciple. Given your aptitude, if you wish to become his disciple, you should first resolve your tribulation body. Otherwise, no amount of cultivation will yield anything but a waste of resources. A naturally gifted physique is not easily remedied." Su Lingling pouted. "I was hoping that Master Feng would assist me with this cursed physique. Relying solely on myself seems impossible." As she spoke, her eyes darted mischievously, nudging Su Youli. "Hey, Master Feng had a good relationship with us in our past lives. Why don't we both approach him to become his disciples? It would be nice to have company to play with." If someone is lacking in aptitude as Mu Siyu could become Brother Tianxiang's disciple, there is no reason I would be turned away. The reason Brother was reluctant to accept her previously must have been due to my father not conveying things clearly. That old man is always so hasty. It's no wonder mistakes occur. I have never really expected much from him. This time, if I secretly seek a meeting with Brother, he will surely recognize my talent at first glance and accept me as his direct disciple on the spot. Upon hearing this, Su Youli felt a stirring in her heart and nodded. "Sounds good. Next month, there will be an exchange meeting for direct disciples, and Master Feng will be present. Let us go together and have Mu Siyu introduce us. As good sisters, we should certainly share our fortunes. Once we enter Brother Tianxiang's sect together, we will have each other's support in assisting him in his endeavors." After agreeing on a time, the three of them discussed further details before reluctantly parting ways. Su Youli had to hurry back to work, while Mu Siyu remained preoccupied with the thought of those 4,750 superior spirit stones. Su Lingling found herself quite fatigued by the incessant murmuring and decided to set off for Xianxia Peak today. Initially, she intended to return to Xinhua Peak to prepare, but after some contemplation, realizing that meeting Su Yun was not akin to meeting Brother Tianxiang, she deemed preparation unnecessary and directly summoned a celestial crane to fly to Xianxia Peak. Upon nearing Xianxia Peak, she dismounted the celestial crane and opted for a more graceful sword flight. However, to her astonishment, before she could approach Xianxia Peak, she was intercepted. 3 silver-armored cultivators stood in her way, scrutinizing her warily from head to toe, stating, "This is the sacred ground of Xianxia Peak. Outsiders are not permitted to approach. Depart at once." The Tiangang guards? Su Lingling halted midair, frowning at them. To be able to ride the winds, they must at least be golden core cultivators. And given their status as Tiangang guards, these 3 must be at least nascent soul cultivators. But so what if they are in the nascent soul stage? In my past life, I was in the tribulation stage. A mere breath could extinguish a multitude of nascent souls. What qualifications do these insignificant nascent soul cultivators have to obstruct her? Su Lingling tilted her head and declared, "I must see the Sect Master Su. Do not hinder me." To see Sect Master Su? The leader of the Tiangang guard scrutinized her momentarily, and suddenly his gaze flickered. He spoke, "It is Sister Su from the Divine Fire Peak. My apologies, but Sect Master Su has commanded that the vicinity of Xianxia Peak is under strict martial law. No one but disciples of Xianxia Peak may enter. I must kindly ask you to return." Strict martial law? Not even I may enter? Su Lingling felt a surge of indignation. After all, she was once a disciple of Xianxia Peak in her previous life. Why was she barred now? The Tiangang guard furrowed his brow and replied, If you wish to enter Xinxia Peak, you must have a verbal decree from Sect Master Su. I see, Su Lingling said with a knowing smile. A mere verbal decree, then. I shall not make things difficult for you. Just allow me entry. And I will seek the decree from Sect Master Su myself. Chapter 112. Outrageous. You bully us. I had thought that entry was strictly prohibited, yet it turns out that only Su Yun's consent was required. How exceedingly simple. However, the Tiangang guards were incensed. One of them retorted sharply. I have stated that only with the decree of Su Sect Master may one enter. Su Lingling was equally vexed. Are you truly that obstinate? I have already declared my intent to seek the Sect Master's decree immediately. If you do not allow me passage, where am I to procure such a decree for you? Do the Tiangang guards lack common sense, failing to comprehend such a straightforward matter? Xinxia Peak had been her second home in her past life. She could return at will. How could they obstruct her from returning home? It seems you are merely seeking trouble. Do you think you can bully me because of your superior cultivation? Do you truly believe that the Sacred Fire Peak is easily trifled with? To provoke the Sacred Fire Peak is to invite ruin. With a mere word, I could sever your supply of precious artifacts. Even if the esteemed protector of the sect were to come, you would have to speak sweetly to appease me. Seeking trouble? I perceive you are courting death. The Tiangang guards could scarcely endure her tirade. Having cultivated for centuries, they had never encountered such a dim-witted, foul-mouthed fool. Did they not see the chaos within the sect? All disciples were dutifully remaining in their quarters, awaiting inspections, fearful of any misstep. Yet this woman boldly approached them, refusing to be deterred. With a wave of his hand, one of the guards declared, "This woman intends to infiltrate Xinxia Peak. She may well be a demonic infiltrator. Seize her at once." Upon hearing this, Su Lingling's eyes widened in fury as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "Outrageous! I am the daughter of the Sacred Fire Peak's master, soon to become a personal disciple of Sect Master Feng, and a future formidable cultivator during the tribulation phase. Do you dare to apprehend me?" The Tiangang guards dismissed her as deranged, ignoring her entirely. They unleashed a golden spiritual light, which coalesced into a cage, imprisoning her. Remain compliant. If it is determined you are innocent, we shall release you. Ah, so you dare to bully me with your power. You truly possess audacity. Su Lingling's eyes blazed with fury as she withdrew her magical hammer, pointing its head at the guards and declaring loudly, "I grant you one final opportunity. If you allow me to pass now, I shall overlook your previous transgressions, otherwise." She coldly smirked. "The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear." The words left the three Tiangang guards in a state of bewilderment, exchanging furtive communications. This woman is merely the daughter of the Sacred Fire Peak's master, not the daughter of a supreme elder. How does she dare to be so imperious? Is it possible that she is an illegitimate child of some ancestor? They exchanged glances, astonishment evident on their faces. One could no longer contain a laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! Absurd! How could this be possible?" As they exchanged glances and chuckled, clearly dismissing her. Su Lingling's anger surged, and she bellowed, "Very well, this is your own doing. I declare that your end is nigh. You are all doomed. With this strike, I shall sever your futures." After her shout, she raised the heavy hammer, her inner spiritual power surging like a mighty river, all of it pouring into the magical artifact. The spirit of the weapon howled, infused with raging flames, as it unleashed a thunderous assault upon the cage. A resounding boom echoed, and waves of intense heat erupted within the confines. In a flash of golden light, the flames were quelled and extinguished at the moment of their explosion. While the spirit of the artifact was violently shaken, emitting a pitiful wail, its essence shattered on the spot. A tremendous force rebounded from the artifact, striking Su Lingling's chest and sending her hurtling backward, crashing against the opposite side of the cage before collapsing helplessly to the ground. This terrifying scene left the three celestial guards in a state of shock, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Good heavens, she truly dares. Despite being merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, she boldly confronted a nascent soul cultivator with all her might. Had they not restrained their strength, that blow could have shattered her very soul. You dare to conspire against me." Su Lingling lay on the ground, struggling to lift her head, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her eyes reddened, glaring at the three with a sense of injustice, as if she were on the verge of tears. She had committed no wrongdoing. She was not a sinner. All she wished was to reach the Xinxia Peak. Why must these individuals torment her? She was merely a Foundation establishment disciple, while they had already attained the nascent soul stage. Was it truly amusing for them to bully her in such a manner? With tears welling in her eyes, she clenched her fists tightly. It was all Su Yun's fault. Had he not ordered the blockade here? Had he not denied her a pseudo-immortal artifact and insisted she make another trip? How could she have been so humiliated by these people? Cursed be the day. Someday, she would exact vengeance for the humiliation she suffered today. Filled with resentment and grievance, she fought back her tears and raised her head defiantly, saying, "You vile scoundrels. I shall inform my father and have him deal with you." Crouched within the cage, trembling in pain and spitting more blood, she shakily retrieved a communication jade slip, crying out, "Father, I have been captured by the people of Xinxia Peak. Please come and rescue me." Su Yunting was taken aback. This was a critical period, with capturers lurking everywhere. If she were to be apprehended, she would either die or be gravely injured. Yet, how could his precious daughter Su Lingling be caught? She was far too naive to be a spy. "Where are you?" "Do not worry, father will come to save you. I am just outside Xinxia Peak. Hurry. They are going to kill me, huh?" Su Lingling cried out in despair, but Su Yunting felt somewhat relieved. The fact that she was crying and seeking help indicated that her captors had not intended to truly imprison her. Thank goodness. If they had genuinely captured her, they would have sealed her spiritual power on the spot, imprisoning her without a chance to call for aid, rendering even her storage pouch useless. Putting away the communication jade slip, Su Lingling glared fiercely at the three celestial guards, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Fools. Today you have offended someone you should not have. Just you wait, my father will arrive shortly, and none of you will escape." With a fierce glare directed at the celestial guard at the back, she felt a surge of resentment. "Especially you, who laughed the loudest just now. Do not think I cannot see you hiding back there. Soon, you shall witness how I deal with you." The three of them ignored her entirely, even suppressing laughter. The Celestial Guardians operate independently of any faction, directly under the command of the sect leader. It is not merely a matter of a single divine fire peak. Even the two vice leaders must possess the sect leader's edict to command them. To threaten them with a mere peak leader is indeed laughably foolish. As expected, when Su Yunting arrived, he dared not offend the Celestial Guardians. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively cast a spell to seal Su Lingling's lips, and then spoke amiably to the three, "Esteemed individuals, I appreciate your efforts. My young lady inadvertently trespassed into this area and offended you. I shall personally explain this matter to Sect Leader Su. I kindly ask that you exercise leniency and overlook her rashness." Chapter 113. You wish to strike me? Upon uttering these words, Su Yunting bowed deeply towards a certain direction. Shortly thereafter, a voice emanated from that quarter. "Since it was an inadvertent intrusion, Master Su, please escort the individual back." The speaker added a further remark. "However, I must offer a word of caution. Your esteemed disciple is rather unruly and requires stringent guidance. Otherwise, should she offend a noble, it could spell disaster for the sacred fire peak." At this, Su Yunting felt a twinge of embarrassment. His daughter possessed many commendable traits. She was kind-hearted, vivacious, and obedient. Yet her two shortcomings were her lack of discernment and understanding of propriety, which often led her into various predicaments. "Thank you, esteemed brother, for your guidance. Upon my return, I shall impose strict discipline upon her and personally request an elder from the Taichung Hall to instruct her in the ways of etiquette, ensuring she does not cause such troubles again." After expressing his gratitude with another bow, he turned to the three members of the Tianxiang Guard and said kindly, "I appreciate your assistance." The leader of the trio nodded and executed a series of hand seals, causing the cage to dissolve, revealing Su Lingling, who was pouting and staring wide-eyed, incessantly mumbling in protest. Observing her state, Su Yunting could not help but sigh inwardly. Judging by her demeanor, she had likely not uttered a single reasonable word. Fortunate was he to have sealed her mouth in time, for otherwise, leaving today would have been arduous. Having already offended two vice sect masters previously, he now faced the ire of the Tianxiang Guard, both formidable entities he could ill afford to antagonize. At this rate, would he next find himself in conflict with the sect leader? The thought of this foolish girl causing a commotion before the leader sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to reinforce the seal as they made their way back. Even with her mouth sealed, Su Lingling remained restless, glaring fiercely at the three Tianxiang members as if she could devour them with her gaze. Even as they walked far away, she continued to mumble in frustration. It was only upon their return to the sacred fire peak that Su Yunting sighed in relief and waved away the spell. Before he could utter a word, the pent-up Su Lingling erupted in a frenzy. "Father, why? Those people ganged up on me because of their cultivation level. Look at the bruises they left. Why didn't you punish them? And why did you prevent me from speaking? Those ruffians had the audacity to capture me. Do they not know who I am? They are aware, yet they scorn us and you. Father, they bullied us so brazenly, and you still spoke softly to them? Why do you act thus? You are a core formation practitioner and the master of a peak responsible for refining weapons. Should you truly fear a few mere nascent souls?" Su Lingling, having been wronged, vented all her frustrations upon Su Yunting, hurling the most scathing invectives. Father, did you not realize that I genuinely believed you would rescue me and avenge me? But now I see how mistaken I was in my faith in you. At your age, you still cower in fear. What exactly are you afraid of? Yunting, filled with fury, nearly succumbed to the urge to strike this unfilial daughter dead with a single blow. However, upon recalling his daughter as foolishness, he restrained his anger and admonished her. You wretched child, how dare you lay hands on the celestial guards? Do you wish for your own demise? Do you not realize that I am merely the master of Divine Fire Peak and not the head of the Heavenly Profound Sect? Do you think I can intimidate those celestial guards? I never noticed your audacity before. To be in the early stages of Foundation establishment and yet dare to confront a nascent soul celestial guard. What a remarkable feat. Even the sect leader has never done such a thing. You truly are something, are you not? Is it your intention to bring ruin upon Divine Fire Peak? And you dare to blame your father for not rescuing you? If I had not intervened, you would have long since been imprisoned, reduced to a mere breath. Wretched child, your sense of decorum diminishes by the day. I must teach you a lesson today. As Yunting spoke, his fury intensified, and he raised his right hand to strike. Startled, Lingling instinctively recoiled and closed her eyes tightly. Yet, just as he was about to land the blow, Yunting forcibly restrained himself, glaring fiercely at her before retracting his hand, exclaiming in anger, "Wretched child, why do you cower?" Seeing that he did not dare to strike, Lingling straightened her neck and defiantly shouted, "Go on, hit me. You might as well kill me. My own father, who stands idly by while I am bullied. Even siding with outsiders against me. Truly commendable. You are indeed my biological father." Yunting felt darkness cloud his vision, observing her furious glare and the way she panted. Coupled with her rebellious words, he realized that this foolish girl had not absorbed a single word of his admonishment. He swallowed hard, mentally reminding himself that this was all due to her unfortunate constitution. Lingling did not mean to speak so disrespectfully. She too was a victim of her own nature. With this thought, he recited the heart-purifying technique, forcibly suppressing his anger, fearful that he might inadvertently harm his own foolish daughter. Alas, as her father, he must be the one to teach her, even if she had strayed from the right path. Yunting softened his tone slightly and gently advised, "How can you still have the audacity to speak? You brainless fool. Had you been more obedient and sincerely sought refuge under Sect Master Su, who would dare to bully you within the sect? You simply wish to go to Xinxiao Peak. Had you become Sect Master Su's direct disciple, those celestial guards would have welcomed you respectfully, sparing you from this suffering. But you stubbornly refused. Despite my repeated entreaties for you to seek Sect Master Su's protection. Now, you find yourself in this predicament. It is entirely your own doing." The thought of his daughter missing the opportunity to join Xinxiao Peak due to her reckless words ignited a fresh wave of anger within Yunting. The frustration he had previously suppressed surged forth like a tempest. "You ungrateful wretch, you bring this calamity upon yourself. What right do you have to blame me? Were it not for my intervention, you would have perished countless times already. Wretched child, reflect upon your actions. You are forbidden to step outside this room for the time being." With that, he sealed the room with a wave of his hand and stormed away, his sleeves billowing behind him in a display of ire. "In the past, I indulged my daughter excessively, allowing her to develop such a reckless disposition. Truly, she embodies the essence of calamity. Although no tribulation has befallen her of late, it would be preferable to face such a trial. At least, one could invoke spells to navigate through a thunderous tribulation. However, to offend those one ought not to, could lead to dire consequences. Should she truly provoke the sect leader, the entire sacred fire peak would be doomed. And her audacity knows no bounds. She dares to hurl insults even at her own father. What else could this incorrigible wretch possibly refrain from doing? Chapter 114. Unprecedented Rebellion, Lawlessness. Upon his departure, Su Lingling ceased her glaring and hurried to the door, shouting vehemently, "Father, you dare to confine me?" Silence enveloped her. There was no response, not a whisper in the air. Su Lingling was infuriated. Even Su Yun had never confined her. How could her father do this? "You not only refuse to assist me, but conspire with others to undermine me. Are you truly my father?" Her chest heaved with rage, feeling as though her lungs might explode. Having been granted a second chance at life, she originally aspired to apprentice under Brother Tianxiang, to elevate the sacred fire peak further and eventually become the fourth main peak of the Tianxiang sect. At that time, her father and several brothers would bask in her glory, advancing their cultivation, and the Su family would thrive, earning the admiration and respect of countless disciples. Yet now, she found herself struggling outside, diligently working for the ascension of the sacred fire peak, witnessing tangible progress and drawing ever closer to Brother Tianxiang. But upon looking back, her father and siblings consistently hindered her efforts. Recent events had been tumultuous. Her father not only failed to assist, but repeatedly sabotaged her plans, leading her to near failure. What she was doing was beneficial for everyone, yet they continually shirked responsibility, leaving her to bear the consequences alone, with no one willing to lend her a hand. This time, it was even worse. They had allied with outsiders to bully her, confining her to prevent her from meeting Su Youli. How laughable. She had always taken it upon herself to revitalize the sacred fire peak, enduring humiliation and hardship, facing countless insults. Why did she do this? Was it not to see the sacred fire peak flourish and elevate the Su family? Yet, after all her sacrifices, her father regarded her as an unworthy scoundrel, merely a source of his irritation, a blind and ignorant lot. If you show no benevolence, do not blame Su Youli for her lack of righteousness. If the sacred fire peak has sunk to such depths, then I shall not remain. Without your hindrance, I shall surely soar to great heights, leaving you far behind. One day, when I reclaim my former glory, you shall regret this decision. At that time, none shall dare to exploit me, not a single one. Her words resonated powerfully, causing Su Youli outside to tremble, his body quaking. He could scarcely believe that his beloved daughter, the one he could never bear to scold or strike, could utter such rebellious and vile words. At this critical juncture, he was burdened with countless responsibilities. He needed to organize the elders and disciples of the peak for self-examination and soothe their spirits to stabilize the various factions within, scarcely having a moment to drink water. Yet, upon hearing Su Youling's cry for help, he abandoned everything and rushed to her aid with utmost urgency. Who could have foreseen that after humbling himself and speaking sweetly to rescue her from the hands of the Tiangang guards, this wretch would not express gratitude but instead unleash a tirade against him, her father? How could she utter such scathing words? During this period, Su Youli could have caused the gravest of troubles, yet her father, Su Youli, never truly lost his temper. Instead, he sought every means to remedy her misdeeds and resolve her predicaments. However, at that moment, upon hearing the venomous tirades directed at him, Su Youli was genuinely incensed, his beard trembling with fury. Scoundrel, unfilial daughter, lacking respect and understanding of propriety. How could I have sired such a wretched being? Su Youling's face flushed crimson, feeling a tempest of rage surging within him, igniting a fire that consumed him entirely, as his consciousness roared in turmoil. Since Su Youling's birth, he had devoted an immeasurable amount of effort to mitigate her calamity-ridden existence. Regardless of his busyness, he ensured she was always under his watchful eye, fearful that a sudden tribulation might bring her harm. To shield her from the thunderous tribulations, he scoured for materials imbued with lightning attributes, investing significant resources to forge artifacts that would diminish the tempest's might. It was precisely because of her fraught constitution that he showered her with exceptional affection, reluctant to chastise or discipline her, indulging her whims and providing her with the finest of everything, even more than her two elder brothers. Little did he anticipate that he would cultivate such an ungrateful and oblivious offspring. What was even more infuriating was her audacity to berate him, her own father, to his face. Truly, it was a disgrace beyond measure. Hearing the commotion, Su Jingde and Su Daoquan hurried from afar. Upon witnessing their father's furious countenance, their hearts sank. Just as they were about to inquire about the situation, they were met with a relentless stream of insults from within. In mere moments, their expressions shifted from confusion to alarm. What had transpired for their younger sister to unleash such vitriol upon their father? Although she often found herself in trouble, she had never displayed such fury in front of family. Could it be that their father had committed some irredeemable blunder that provoked such ire from her? Let me go at once. If you refuse to assist me, there are plenty who will. Whether it be Sect Master Su or Sect Master Feng, they would heed my call without hesitation. Only you, my own father, are the most cruel, never considering my needs, consumed by your endless forging and crafting. Do you even recognize me as your daughter? I truly regret being born into the Su family. You are utterly ineffectual as a father. Your presence is worse than absence. Were it not for your hindrance, my life would undoubtedly be far better than it is now. Su Youling's voice rang out, filled with anguish, as she pounded on the door, roaring, "Useless wretch, did you hear that? If you are incapable, then hasten to pass on the position of Peak Master to me, and witness how I shall lead the divine fire peak to greatness, proving once and for all who the true ineptitude lies with." Previously, she had sought her father's assistance to intercede on her behalf, to allow her to apprentice under Brother Tianxiang. She had been so hopeful so elated at the prospect. Yet, to her dismay, her father failed even in this minor request, attempting instead to thrust her towards Su Yun. From that moment, she realized her father's shortcomings. Fortunately, she had anticipated this, resolving not to burden him with grand expectations, but surely he could assist her in the smaller matters, could he not? After much contemplation, I finally granted my father a chance to rescue her. Little did I know that he was intimidated even by a few minor celestial guards at the Nascent Soul stage, a peak leader at the integration stage, lowering himself to converse submissively with those of the Nascent Soul. Just the thought of that scene fills me with embarrassment. If he cannot succeed in significant matters, how can he manage even the trivial? What, pray tell, is left for him to accomplish? Upon hearing these words, Su Yunting's eyes abruptly turned crimson, and uncontrollable white flames erupted from his body, waves of heat surging forth, causing the very air to visibly distort. Such an abominable situation. His fists clenched tightly, trembling with barely contained rage, revealing the extent of his fury. The Su brothers, witnessing his wrath, hastily retreated. From a distance, Su Jingde implored, "Father, please calm your anger. My little sister must have injured her head and lost her senses. She did not intend to speak thus. She is unable to control herself. Do not let her provoke you." Meanwhile, Su Daoquan swiftly cast layers of soundproofing arrays outside Su Lingling's courtyard, silencing her insults in an instant. He then furiously exclaimed, "My sister has gone too far. Father has done so much for her, yet she shows no gratitude whatsoever. Father, you must not be lenient this time. If you do not discipline her harshly, she will only grow more unruly and ultimately bring calamity upon the Su family." Chapter 115. How can one indulge her in such circumstances? It serves her right. Father, the punishment previously imposed by the Sect Master Su has not yet concluded. I shall send her to the Beast Peak, where she can truly temper her disposition. Upon hearing this, the flames of fury within Su Yunting began to dissipate gradually. After a moment of silence, he sighed heavily towards the heavens. What a foolish child. She intends to drive her father to despair. Even during the ordeal of confronting the heart demon, he had never exhibited such a loss of composure as he did today. The anguish and fury he felt, a mix of disappointment and an unwillingness to act, was a torment far more intense than that of the heart demon trial. This is his beloved daughter, his cherished flesh and blood. How could he have thought that Su Lingling was obedient and sensible, endearing and delightful, only for her to turn around and berate him so mercilessly? The vile words she uttered were beyond his belief. Even a stranger would never utter such insults. Yet, astonishingly, these piercing remarks were all spoken without reservation from Su Lingling's lips. Su Yunting was filled with profound regret. He should never have brought this troublesome child to seek forgiveness from Sect Master Su. He should have allowed her to remain at the Beast Peak for a full year, letting her endure sufficient hardship, thereby preventing such calamities from arising. He felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might succumb to the heart demon himself. However, the thought of sending Su Lingling to the Beast Peak made him hesitate. Given the current tumultuous times, with spies from the demon clan lurking within the sect, should he send her to the Beast Peak without supervision? What if an emergency arose? After a moment's reflection, he shook his head. It would be best to confine her within the peak for now. Matters concerning the Beast Peak could wait until the threat of the demon clan had passed. After all, she is his own flesh and blood. As a father, even in his anger, he could not place her in harm's way. Yet, the memory of her recent insults ignited his fury anew, causing him to breathe heavily. What a wretched child. The two Su brothers observed their father as he pounded the wall, lamenting in despair, their heads bowed in silence. The curses within were muffled by the formation, but with their father's prowess, he could easily discern the words. They could not ascertain whether he was still listening. What is there to hear? Knowing full well that their younger sister was cursing, their father still leaned in to listen. It was truly, despite their thoughts, they dared not speak further at this moment. After all, their father had always favored their younger sister, and should he choose not to discipline her, they might find themselves on the receiving end of his wrath instead. When their father chastised them, he was never gentle. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Su Yunting finally exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Zhengde, go to the Taichung Hall and summon an elder skilled in enlightenment and education. We shall begin with the basics and teach this troublesome child the proper etiquette. Step by step. Daquan, you will remain here to supervise her. Regardless of her protests or tantrums, she is not to leave this place until she learns to be civilized. The two complied, and Su Daquan could not help but sigh inwardly. Even after such a tirade, their father still refrained from punishing her. Indeed, he had indulged their younger sister far too much. However, my younger sister has already reached the foundation establishment stage. At this juncture, is it truly beneficial to initiate enlightenment? The notion of enlightenment during the foundation establishment period is unprecedented. If word were to spread, the divine fire peak would surely become the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, recalling the vile words I had just heard, I dismissed further contemplation. Let them mock. For it is certainly preferable to being scolded by my younger sister in front of others. That wretched scoundrel dared to speak such insolence to me. Her audacity knows no bounds. Su Yunting remained irate, though he managed to temper his emotions somewhat. Were it not for my intervention, that foolish girl would have long since met her demise. And yet, she dares to accuse me of ineptitude. It is manifestly her own shortcomings that have prevented her from earning the regard of the two deputy sect leaders. Rather than reflect on her failures, she chooses to lay the blame on me. Listen closely, both of you. Is this the kind of speech one should utter? She dares to insult her own father. A flagrant act of rebellion that invites mockery. Hearing this, Su Daoquan could not help but mutter to himself. What is there to scold? The transformation of my younger sister can be attributed to the excessive pampering by our father. Throughout her upbringing, regardless of her transgressions, our father never reproached her. He always justified her behavior by saying she was merely a child, lacking understanding, and that she would mature with time. Now that she has grown, has her temperament improved? It is not merely a matter of age. It is a failure in nurturing. A tree that has grown askew due to lack of proper care. Had our father directed his efforts into disciplining her, she would not be as unruly as she is now. Let us not dwell on distant events. Consider the last incident. My sister's confrontation with the two deputy sect leaders was already alarming, yet our father remained oblivious to the danger, allowing her to roam freely and cause further mischief. Unbeknownst to him, she has once again stirred up trouble, and this time it has escalated to a significant degree. At least it has finally dawned on him that my sister is in dire need of correction. However, now that she is so uncontrollable, even if my father realizes the necessity of discipline, is it still effective at her current age? What are we lingering here for? Should we not hasten to summon someone? Su Yunting was in a foul mood, finding fault with everyone around him. He barked at the two. Mark my words. Ensure you invite the strictest elder, one who can impart lessons in decorum. This little miscreant needs a thorough education from start to finish. If I hear her utter such rebellious words again, I shall break her legs. With that, he vanished in a flash, and the two quickly bowed in acknowledgement, their minds still buzzing with complaints. It was my sister who had incited our father's wrath. Why were they being subjected to his ire? Su Jingde could not suppress a deep sigh. My sister has truly gone too far, to the point of calling our father a worthless fool. Her audacity knows no bounds. Su Daoquan nodded in agreement. Not only worthless, but she also claims that our father is an impediment to her grand ambitions. It is absurd. Our father has indulged her far too much. She should have been reprimanded immediately. A few firm strikes would have set her straight, rendering the involvement of the elders unnecessary. The current turmoil is merely a consequence of the father's indulgence towards her. Had he disciplined her sternly at the onset of her rebelliousness, such matters would never have arisen. Su Jingde discerned the dissatisfaction in his words and hastily interjected, "After all, our younger sister is a girl and differs from us. We are toughened by years of our father's rigorous training, while she, having been pampered, would likely weep for days upon receiving a mere slap. It would only complicate matters further." Su Daoquan shook his head. Let it be. Let it be. No amount of discussion will prove fruitful. If our father refuses to take action, we must enlist the elders to guide her. Eldest brother, when you seek out an elder, choose one with a firmer hand, one willing to take decisive action. This time, it is imperative we temper her disposition. She must not continue to insult our father so brazenly. Should he suffer any distress from her behavior, our sacred fire peak may become the laughingstock of the entire sect. Chapter 116. It's a matter of who cracks first. Su Jingde nodded. Then I shall take my leave. You stay here and keep an eye on her. Be sure she does not act foolishly again. Rest assured, I shall not indulge her, Su Daoquan replied, glancing around before settling down at the entrance, using his spiritual sense to monitor the small courtyard. Inside the courtyard, after venting her frustrations, Su Lingling finally ceased her tirade. She sat by the stone table, poured herself a cup of water, and drank it down with a fierce expression. Bang! Just as the tea was swallowed, the cup was slammed onto the table. Her fingers clenched tightly as she let out a cold snort towards the door. It was evident that, despite being unable to hear the outside, her father was undoubtedly watching her closely from the shadows. Enough is enough. They only know how to bully a weak woman like her, aside from Brother Tianxiang. There truly isn't a decent person in the Tianxiang. She had just given her father a piece of her mind, and instead of feeling shame, Su Lingling found a sense of relief as her pent-up resentment dissipated significantly. She had overlooked her father's previous failure, but this time his mistake was far too grave. If she remained silent, he might never realize where he went wrong. By expressing her strong feelings today, she hoped to awaken him to the truth. After her outburst, he would be less likely to repeat such errors, which would benefit both the Divine Fire Peak and the long-term future. Look at her filial piety. Even in her injured state, she was still considering her father and the Divine Fire Peak. However, it was high time she began to contemplate her own path. With such an inept father, even if he ceased making grave mistakes, it was unlikely he would achieve greater heights. She could no longer rely on him. Incompetent in success, yet proficient in failure, the Divine Fire Peak could be temporarily disregarded. She needed to quickly apprentice under Brother Tianxiang to secure a better future and expedite her recovery of spiritual prowess. The upcoming exchange meeting would present her with the perfect opportunity to do so. As this realization dawned on her, Su Lingling shuddered and surveyed the surrounding formation. A layer of spiritual energy surrounded the area, sealing it tightly, not even allowing a fly to enter. How could she possibly seek out Brother Tianxiang while confined here? No, she could not remain trapped. That was absolutely unacceptable. Quickly, Su Lingling rose and banged on the door, calling out sharply, "Who is out there? Let me out immediately. I refuse to stay here any longer. Release me at once. Do not pretend to be dead. I demand you open the formation." Su Daoquan had not intended to respond, thinking she would tire herself out. However, Su Lingling's shouting grew more fervent, her tirades interspersed with coughs that left him alarmed, fearing she might cough herself to death. Reluctantly, he was compelled to reason with her gently. "Sister, please do not cause such a commotion. Your injuries are not yet healed. Heed your brother's advice and remain calm. Your earlier words were too harsh. Father is genuinely enraged, and nothing you say now will change that. As long as you refrain from causing further disturbances in due time. When Father's anger has subsided, you may approach him in humility to acknowledge your transgressions, and he will surely grant you your freedom." In the past, this approach might have proven effective. However, now, Su Lingling is desperate to leave, not wishing to linger even a moment longer. "No, I must exit this place immediately. Second brother, you must dismantle the formation at once." Su Daoquan's brow furrowed. "This formation was laid by Father. I cannot possibly dismantle it. I suggest you." "I have already stated my refusal. Do you not comprehend human speech?" Su Lingling erupted once more. "How can Father treat me in such a manner? I am his own daughter. How could he subject me to this? My reckless urgency to leave, disregarding my injuries, is solely for the sake of the Divine Fire Peak. Yet he seeks to hinder me. This is utterly short-sighted. Second brother, tell me, what have I done wrong? How have I offended him to the extent that he feels justified in mistreating me?" Upon hearing this, Su Daoquan's frown deepened, and he exclaimed, "Do not speak such nonsense. The sect is currently in turmoil, and Father has confined you here to spare you the hardships of the Beast Peak. How can you misconstrue his intentions so grievously? Moreover, your earlier words were nothing short of blasphemous. Should they reach the law enforcement hall, they would suffice to accuse you of filial disrespect." Having said that, his tone softened slightly. "You have committed a grave error. Confinement is already the least of your punishments. Just bow your head and apologize to Father. You shall be free in no time, perhaps within a month. My dear sister is truly oblivious. Father is evidently trying to protect her, yet she remains entirely ungrateful. Should she be released today, and if Sect Master Su learns of it, she would surely face punishment and be sent to the Beast Peak to endure suffering. If she encounters demonic spies there, it could prove fatal." Utterly reckless and blissfully unaware of her peril, Su Lingling struck the door with her fist, uttering bitterly, "Why should I apologize? I have done nothing wrong. Why must you all insist that I bow my head in contrition? Is it solely because my cultivation is the weakest that I am to submit to you in every matter?" Su Daoquan, too, felt a surge of anger, retorting, "What nonsense is this? The events of today are entirely your fault. To insult Father is a grievous sin, and urging you to acknowledge your mistake is for your own good. How can you be so blind to this? For my own good? Ha ha ha. Once again, it is for my good. Everything you do is for my benefit, while everything I do is wrong." Su Lingling laughed maniacally, her resentment palpable. "Second brother, if I call you by that title again, know that if you truly had my best interests at heart, you would release me now, rather than compelling me to bow my head in apology. I have come to see the truth. Within the entire Divine Fire Peak, not a single person genuinely wishes for my well-being. You merely seek to control me under the guise of concern, suppressing my quest for true freedom. Whenever I stray from your expectations, you perceive my actions as rebellion and resort to every means to subdue me. None among you possesses a sincere desire for my welfare. Su Daoquan, feeling a surge of anger, found his previously tranquil state of mind abruptly shattered. He spoke coldly. If you choose not to listen, so be it. At this juncture, should you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing before your father, you may remain here indefinitely. Do you think you can force me to capitulate? You shall not succeed. Su Lingling responded with a chilling smile. I am destined to become a formidable cultivator capable of overcoming tribulations. How could I possibly be intimidated by such a trivial confinement? Let me make myself clear. If you do not release me today, I shall refrain from tending to my injuries. For every day I remain here, I shall withhold treatment until I perish from the pain within this courtyard, until my very lifeblood is exhausted. At that point, you will all come to regret your actions. Chapter 117. Nerves with an air of haughtiness, Su Lingling turned and took her seat, declaring, You may certainly relay my exact words to father. I am most curious to see who will be the first to falter, who will ultimately bow in submission. Her words resonated with such conviction that they ignited fury in Su Daoquan's eyes. What a reckless thing to say. This is your own body at stake. If you wish to throw your life away, then by all means, do so. To think you can leverage this to make father yield. How utterly absurd. The transformation of his younger sister was not merely a failure of their father's upbringing. As her elder brother, he bore some responsibility as well. Yet, he could hardly fathom that she would stoop to such ridiculous lengths to oppose their father. Whether this is a dream or reality, we shall soon find out. Su Lingling, brimming with confidence, poured herself a cup of tea. However, she drank too hastily and was seized by a fit of coughing. Yet, rather than fear, she laughed amidst her coughs. Second brother, I have long been aware of your discontent towards me. However, I am unafraid. I await your return, eager to see when you will come to release me. Father has always doted on her, unable to bear even the slightest hardship befalling her. Mother, too, showered her with affection and would never allow her to be neglected. Even if father were to be stern, a few gentle words from mother would surely soften his heart, and he would not persist in this matter. Do you think I shall bow my head? Father would never stand idly by while I suffer. He will undoubtedly be the first to come to me in humility. After speaking, she tilted her ear to listen for any sounds from outside. However, after a prolonged silence, nothing emerged. This is odd. Second brother should be anxious to inform father by now. Why is there no commotion? Of course, Su Daoquan would convey the news to their father, but not at this moment. His sister's audacity had reached new heights, and now she had committed such a foolish act. He was determined to ensure she learned a lasting lesson. If he were to inform father too soon, the old man would undoubtedly be overcome with concern and might rush back to rescue her, thus undermining his efforts. He had observed closely that Su Lingling was gravely injured, her internal organs suffering damage. Without timely treatment, her condition would rapidly deteriorate. It would not be long before she experienced unbearable pain, coughing up blood. Such suffering was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person, let alone the pampered Su Lingling. This was an opportune moment. She deserved a lesson she would remember for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the happenings of this situation swiftly reached Su Yun's ears, including the incident of Su Lingling's tirade at the Divine Fire Peak. I truly did not anticipate that junior brother Su could indulge his daughter to such an extent. If this were to reach the enforcement hall, Su Lingling would undoubtedly face at least 3 years of hard labor to atone for her transgressions, Qingyang lamented. Su Yun, however, seemed unconcerned. Su Lingling is eager to emerge. She likely seeks out Feng Tianxiang again. Yet, her pretext is utterly ludicrous. In what manner does she think threatening her own safety would sway her father? What is she truly thinking? Shaking her head, Su Yun turned to Qingyang. Are you so idle that instead of attending to the reformation of the listening rain tower, you find yourself preoccupied with these trifling matters? Qingyang chuckled softly. Why would I pay her any mind? It is only because she was apprehended by the Tiangang guards and mentioned something related to Xianxia Peak that I took a cursory glance. His expression turned serious as he continued. However, brother, permit me to mention that the atmosphere within the sect is currently quite tense. My listening rain pavilion is also not in a state of tranquility. Those 2 deputy masters, for reasons unknown, recently sought me out to pledge their loyalty, claiming that someone is attempting to win them over. When over the deputy masters of listening rain pavilion? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who possesses such audacity? Who else could it be but that individual? Qingyang replied knowingly. Su Yun nodded, realizing that Feng Tianxiang was indeed reluctant to part with the listening rain pavilion, hastily initiating his schemes. Qingyang lowered his voice. They have yet to respond. Should we feign agreement, and then? Su Yun shook his head. Let us bide our time for now. Our primary concern is the search for demon spies. It is imperative that you thoroughly cleanse the Listening Rain Pavilion, then assist the various departments in purging the entire sect. As for this matter, we shall address it once the internal investigation is complete. He glanced at the darkening sky and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Mo Qingyang quickly denied, "No, only that the personal exchange meeting is about to commence. Will you be attending, brother?" Naturally, Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. "I must remain at Tontian Pavilion. If you have no further business, return swiftly." With that, he vanished into thin air. Regardless of Feng Tianxiang's antics, they were mere trifles compared to the looming threat of the demon clan. As long as they kept him in check, there was little to fear. As for Su Lingling, if Su Yunting were genuinely threatened by her, the position of the Lord of Divine Fire Peak might warrant a reconsideration of its occupant. After all, one could not predict whether he would forsake the sect for the sake of his precious daughter if faced with such a dilemma. As night fell, Su Lingling lay weakly upon the stone table, clutching her chest, her body curled in agony, occasionally glancing towards the door. What could her father be doing? Why had he not come to release her? The darkness enveloped the sky, and not only had he failed to arrive, but no one had even come to check on her. Had her words struck a nerve, rendering him too ashamed to face her? No. Even if her father did not come, could her mother truly be indifferent? Would they simply allow her to suffer gravely and perish before their eyes? No, that was inconceivable. Her father adored her the most. If he were aware of her current plight, he would surely rush to her side, perhaps even covertly assisting her recovery. Thus, it seemed plausible that her father was lurking in the shadows, hesitating. With this thought, Su Lingling let out a cold laugh inwardly, her face betraying further anguish. She had known her father would not abandon her. Now, it was merely a matter of endurance. Was he not the one who despised witnessing her suffering? Then she would deliberately endure it for his sake. After all, he had denied her requests and refused to assist her. This was her silent rebellion, a punishment for his transgressions against her. Chapter 118. Once you leave, do not return. Su Lingling resolved that after enduring so much hardship to compel her father to compromise, she must elevate her demands. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the suffering she had already endured. She not only intended to depart from this place, but also aimed to have her father beseech the sect leader to arrange for her training at the Western Bitter Peak. She sought to seize the opportunity to become the direct disciple of senior brother Tianxiang, thereby obtaining the inheritance of the Divine Fire Peak and ultimately inheriting its leadership. Crafting magical artifacts for senior brother Tianxiang. In this manner, her brother would undoubtedly come to rely on her creations, bestowing upon her a level of esteem surpassing that of all others. It was a masterstroke of strategy, yielding multiple benefits. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Lingling turned her gaze toward the starry sky, where the stars seemed to shift slowly, forming the visage of senior brother Tianxiang in her eyes. A sweet smile graced her lips. In addition to longing for her brother, she felt a surge of joy at her own exceptional cleverness. Little did she know whether her brother was aware of the tribulations she was currently facing. He likely remained oblivious. If he were to learn of her plight, he would undoubtedly rush to her aid, forcibly extracting her from the wretchedness of the Divine Fire Peak and allowing her peace at the Western Bitter Peak. The very thought ignited a fervent yearning within her. As she pondered, a dizzy spell overcame her, and her vision darkened momentarily. At that instant, the formation suddenly rippled, and the courtyard door was forcefully thrust open with a resounding bang. Su Lingling, startled, sprang to her feet, elatedly exclaiming, "Is it you, brother?" Indeed, she and her brother shared a profound connection. She had just been thinking of him, and he had come to rescue her. However, upon turning to look, she was met not by her brother but by Su Daoquan, who wore a stern expression. "Which brother are you referring to? Is he a disciple of the Divine Fire Peak?" In an instant, he had filtered through all her contemporaries, and his expression darkened even further. Upon realizing it was him, Su Lingling let out a dissatisfied huff, turning her head away and weakly retorting, "What business is it of yours? Don't you wish for my demise? Why have you come to find me?" Su Daoquan scoffed. "Father has stated that whether you wish to live or die is of no concern to him. If you tend to your injuries properly, you need only learn to be reasonable and refrain from causing further trouble, and Father will continue to dote on you as before. Should you insist on seeking death, he will personally ensure a grand funeral for you." "What did you say?" Su Lingling whirled around to face him. Disbelief etched across her features. Could Father truly bear to see me perish? In the past, a mere frown from her would send him into a flurry of concern, hastily checking if she was harmed. She had once found his worry bothersome, but now, her heart was heavy with disappointment. How could her father be so callous? "It is you who insists on seeking death. What does it matter if he bears it or not? I could say I want to let you die, but would you heed my words?" "I shall not heed you." Su Lingling pouted, her heart aching. If only senior brother Tianxiang were here, he would undoubtedly devise every means to rescue her. Even that fiend, Su Youli, would never stand idly by and watch her suffer. He would surely intervene at a critical moment to save her. Only her father and 2 elder brothers, these kin bound by blood, were the ones who treated her with the utmost cruelty. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Lingling raised her hand to wipe them away, enduring the pangs of her heart as she spoke. Since you all wish for my demise, why do you even bother to visit? Just leave me be, so that I may quietly embrace death. She still held a glimmer of hope for her father, but if her second brother were to also demand her death, then she. This is the healing elixir prepared for you by your father. Consume it, and your injuries shall mend swiftly. Su Daoquan withdrew a vial of medicine and placed it upon the table, then waved his hand to summon a shadow that settled beside him. Coldly, he declared, this coffin, crafted from the heart of a millennium-old spirit wood, shall preserve the body for 1,000 years uncorrupted. You alone govern your fate, should you wish to live. Take the medicine to heal. If you desire death, I shall personally see to your burial once you have departed. A coffin? Su Lingling gazed incredulously at the shadow beside her, darkness encroaching upon her vision. It truly was a coffin. What was her second brother thinking, presenting such a thing here? Did he not fear scaring her? Having said that, it is now up to you. With that, Su Daoquan turned and strode away, his demeanor resolute, devoid of any lingering affection. Su Lingling's heart sank, plummeting into despair. How foolish she had been to think her father would grieve for her, that he might compromise for her sake and seek ways to save her. Little did she know, her father was indeed heartless enough to let her perish. What had she done wrong, that he could be so cruel to her? For the sake of the divine fire peak, she had been grievously injured by the Tianxiang guards. Yet her father was still unsatisfied. Did he truly need to drive her to death? Why? Why must you treat me this way? Su Lingling gazed at Su Daoquan's retreating figure, struggling to voice her anguish. Why does my father harbor such cruelty? Why must he treat his own flesh and blood thus? Was he not the one who cherished me the most? How could he bear to act in such a manner? Su Daoquan paused, his voice heavy as he responded. Flesh and blood? Su Lingling, do you still remember that you are your father's daughter? Then why did you so vehemently insult him today? Why did you speak such degrading words? Had you not wounded his heart with those remarks, he would not have flown into such a rage. He shook his head. At this point, further words are futile. If you truly possess sincerity, cease your recklessness and spare your father further heartache. In time, we may yet establish harmony once more. But should you remain unrepentant, then in death, your father can only grant you a grand burial. With that, he said no more, departing with measured steps, leaving Su Lingling to wallow in sorrow alone. She glanced at the elixir, then at the coffin, her gaze darkening further. Did her father ever consider her feelings and his actions? As a father, he was preoccupied with his own desires, watching his daughter linger in this state of despair. He was utterly unworthy of the title. In a fit of anger, Su Lingling seized the vial of medicine, raising it to throw it away. Yet, just as it was about to leave her grasp, hesitation struck her. If she were to die like this, would she not be fulfilling her father's wishes? To trick me into taking the medicine, such a thing shall never happen. Lingling gazed toward the courtyard gate, her voice laced with contempt as she declared, I have stated before that unless you release me, I shall never heal. I would rather be trapped here until the end. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than the formation within the courtyard shimmered and was indeed dismantled. If you wish to leave, I shall not impede you. However, should you choose to depart, you will no longer be a part of the divine fire peak. Think it over carefully, came Daoquan's voice, cold and strangely unfamiliar. Lingling was momentarily taken aback, but her spirits soared with delight. Very well, I shall leave at once. She believed her brothers thought she had nowhere to go beyond the divine fire peak, hence their deliberate provocation. Little did they know, she had already devised a plan. Once she found brother Tianxiang, a better life awaited her. At that time, her father would surely plead for her return. Grasping the elixir, Lingling set forth, while Daoquan merely observed, making no effort to hinder her. It was not until she stumbled away that Jingda's figure materialized from the void. Second brother, is this truly wise? We are deceiving father by allowing her to leave. What if she encounters trouble out there? Daoquan remained composed, responding with indifference. What deception is there? This formation was laid out by father himself. Do you truly believe he is unaware? The divine fire peak owes her nothing. Father's affection stems from his love for his children and guilt over her unique constitution. However, since she is ungrateful, let her fend for herself. Jingda felt a twinge of reluctance. But what if a tribulation befalls her due to her constitution? Has elder brother forgotten? Daoquan replied. Sister possesses the treasure forged by father. Any tribulation below the Nascent Soul stage should not claim her life. Moreover, his gaze darkened slightly as he shook his head. Since she believes we are hindering her ambitions, if we attempt to stop her now, it will only breed resentment. It is better to grant her freedom and allow her to soar to new heights. In just a few short months, Lingling has already wreaked enough havoc upon the Divine Fire Peak. Father may lack the resolve, but I do not. With a sigh, Xingda turned his attention back to the courtyard. And what shall we do about the coffin? Daoquan glanced back, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sister is no ordinary disciple. Her status is esteemed, so we must ensure that her departure is conducted with grandeur. Chapter 119. Will the Spirit Stones return? Sister Mu. It's Sister Su from the Divine Fire Peak, come to pay a visit. Mu Siyu, engaged in her cultivation within the courtyard, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the voice and hastily ceased her practice. Su Lingling had come to seek her out at such a late hour. It must be that she had successfully obtained the Spirit Stones and had come to present them to her. Truly, what a wonderful sister she was. Even at this late hour, still thinking of bringing her gifts, Mu Siyu hurriedly ran to the door, peeking her head outside, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. What has happened? Why are you so injured? Su Lingling stood weakly behind the guard, her complexion pale and her condition appearing dire. Upon seeing Mu Siyu emerge, Su Lingling's eyes sparked with a glimmer of light, but soon she closed her eyes and swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the side. Mu Siyu rushed forward to support her, her heart swelling with emotion. To endure such severe injuries and still come to deliver the Spirit Stones, Su Lingling was truly, genuinely too kind to her. She resolved then and there that from this day forth, Su Lingling would be her dearest sister, even surpassing Su Youli in her affections. No matter what transpires in the future, they would remain the best of sisters, sharing both fortune and adversity alike. Mu Siyu called out to the guard quickly, "Fetch some healing elixirs." The guard, not daring to delay, promptly retrieved the elixirs and presented them. Mu Siyu accepted the elixirs and assisted Su Lingling into the house to lie down, administering the medicine to help her absorb its potency. After a long struggle, Su Lingling's breath gradually stabilized, and she slowly began to awaken. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Mu Siyu, Su Lingling's eyes immediately turned red. "Siyu, I thought I would never see you again." She had acted far too impulsively this time, only realizing after descending the mountain that without the Divine Fire Peak, she had nowhere else to go. She only knew people from the Divine Fire Peak. She had no friends elsewhere, and no one would be willing to take her in. After much contemplation, she could only seek aid from Brother Tianxiang. Dragging her severely injured body, she climbed onto the celestial crane, arriving at the West Bitter Peak in a daze, only to find that the guards would not allow her to ascend. It was only when she recalled that Mu Siyu was also present there and announced her name that she managed to arrive at this place just before fainting. Do not cry. Please, tell me what happened. Did that scoundrel Su Yun bully you again?" Mu Siyu had long suspected that when Su Lingling sought to claim the magical artifacts, Su Yun would not part with them easily. Even if he did, he would surely find ways to humiliate her. However, she had not anticipated that he could be so cruel, reducing her to such a state. Had she not arrived in time, Su Lingling might have met her untimely end. Yet, she was uncertain whether Su Lingling had managed to retrieve the Spirit Stones. Mu Siyu yearned to inquire about the Spirit Stones, but seeing Su Lingling in such a pitiful condition, she felt it inappropriate to voice her question. Her eyes filled with concern as she silently gazed at her, hesitating to speak. Su Lingling, perceiving the worry etched on Mu Siyu's face, felt a warmth surge within her heart. It turned out that aside from Brother Tianxiang, there were indeed others within the Tianxian sect who genuinely cared for her. This expression of concern was something she had never encountered from her own brothers or father. They would only persistently pressure her, seeking to drain her of her vitality, never truly caring for her well-being. Upon contemplating this, Su Lingling felt a wave of bitterness surge within her, weakly shaking her head. This time, it was not Su Yun, but my father and my second brother. After listening to Su Lingling's embellished and fantastical account, Mu Siyu's eyes widened in indignation, her palm striking the bed with a resounding thud. How despicable! How could there be such malevolent individuals in this world? They are your own kin, yet they have harmed you to such an extent. In her previous life, she had heard Su Lingling mention the matters concerning the Divine Fire Peak, merely thinking that her family favored males over females and treated her poorly. However, she could never have imagined that they would descend to such madness. The esteemed leader of the Divine Fire Peak, a cultivator of the harmonization stage, and Su Lingling's own father, had inflicted such severe harm upon his own flesh and blood, almost to the point of death. What difference was there between him and a beast? A chill flickered in Mu Siyu's eyes as she felt indignation for her dear friend. Lingling, Their actions have already shown that they do not regard you as family. You must not let them off easily. You are right. A glimmer of resentment ignited in Su Lingling's eyes. I have no intention of returning this time. Even if my father were to come personally to fetch me, I would absolutely refuse to go back. I will make them witness my soaring ascent, to the point where I stand atop the clouds, looking down upon all living beings. At that moment, I want them to kneel before me, begging for my mercy. Otherwise, my hatred from today shall never be quelled. In that instant, her animosity towards her father and second brother had surpassed even that towards Su Yun. Although Su Yun's ruthlessness had caused her immense pain, it was still bearable compared to the betrayal of her own kin. The agony of such betrayal was akin to having one's bones excavated and marrow siphoned, a torment that pierced her very soul. However, she did not consider herself at a loss. Her father had been scolded into retreat the day prior, and he likely still remained unaware that she had escaped. By dawn, even if her father were to react slowly, he would surely realize her absence, and at that point, he would be frantic with worry. She had deliberately evaded detection, and no one knew she had come to the West Bitter Peak. Even if her father searched personally, he would be unable to find her. The thought of this filled Su Lingling with a sense of pride. Her father's inability to locate her would undoubtedly incite his wrath, and he might even resort to seeking assistance from the sect to send the Tianxiang guards after her. Yet, she resolved to remain hidden, refusing to emerge, determined to keep her father in a state of anxiety until he could bear it no longer. In this way, she would have avenged the suffering of today. However, upon hearing this, Mu Siyu's expression grew somewhat uneasy. If you don't plan to return, where will you stay? I shall stay here with you for a while. Su Lingling replied matter-of-factly. The exchange meeting is approaching, and at that time, I shall publicly acknowledge Brother Tianxiang as my master before my father. He will surely regret how he treated me today and will rush to beg for my return. Staying here. Mu Siyu hesitated. But recalling the generous gift of 6,750 high-grade spirit stones Su Lingling had offered, she felt it unkind to turn her away. Very well. It's settled then. You can stay until the exchange meeting and the master acknowledgement. However, I worry that staying too long might displease our master. Su Lingling cast a dissatisfied glance at her companion, saying, Look at you, so petty. My presence here only brings joy to the Feng clan leader. How could there be any displeasure? Moreover, I transformed into this state solely to assist you in acquiring spirit stones. Is this how you repay my efforts? Upon hearing the mention of spirit stones, Mu Siyu's face instantly brightened with a smile. Do not misunderstand me. That was not my intention, she replied, leaning closer and wrapping her arm around Su Lingling's. So, have you acquired the spirit stones yet? Su Lingling shook her head dejectedly. No, as I mentioned. I haven't even laid eyes on Su Yun. How can I possibly procure spirit stones for you? Mu Siyu's expression stiffened, and the smile vanished from her face as the flicker of goodwill she had felt evaporated in an instant. She withdrew her arm, her voice turning cold. You should rest. I will go train now. Regret washed over her. She should not have allowed Su Lingling to stay. Unfortunately, having agreed so readily, she felt too embarrassed to retract her words now. This person truly was something. Instead of remaining at the serene Fire Peak, she insisted on creating unnecessary commotion here. With her relentless training schedule, how could she possibly find the time to care for a patient? Chapter 120. Do you know what a Deputy Sect Master is? Time passes swiftly, and soon the day of the exchange meeting arrives. During this period, the atmosphere within the sect has been fraught with tension, with disciples living in constant fear, anxious that any misstep could lead to their imprisonment. Reports of spies infiltrating the sect have surfaced intermittently, with agents from the Demon Clan and other sects being apprehended, and even a few from the Beast Clan. Only a few days ago, the sect leader personally decreed the closure of the protective formation surrounding the sect. Following this, the exorcism army and the heavenly gangs retreated, and the law enforcement hall returned to its regular duties. It was only then that the atmosphere within the sect began to ease, and all disciples breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of the spies seemed to have reached a conclusion, and everything appeared to return to normal. However, during this time, rumors began to circulate regarding the daughter of the master of the Divine Fire Peak, Su Lingling, claiming that she had tragically perished while cultivating due to a misstep. Yet, shortly thereafter, another rumor emerged, asserting that Su Lingling was merely in secluded cultivation and that the tales of her demise were nothing but fabrications. The truth of these rumors was difficult to ascertain, but fortunately, no one seemed particularly invested in discerning fact from fiction. Had it not been for the recent duel at the Fuyan platform, no one would have even known who Su Lingling was. Their primary focus lay instead on whether Sister Xia from the Xianxia Peak would shine brightly at the exchange meeting. Su Lingling herself, however, was nearly driven to despair by the circulating gossip. It must be my second brother's doing. He has always looked down upon me and wishes to use this method to drive me away. She initially thought this was a contest between herself and her father, planning to hide in the shadows and mock him for his frantic search. Yet, to her surprise, the Divine Fire Peak had not even sent anyone to look for her. Instead, rumors of her death were spreading. Humph, she was a prodigy, an unparalleled force of fortune. How could anything happen to her? Her injuries had long since healed, and she was now in high spirits. Her father merely did not care for her. Otherwise, he would not allow such rumors to circulate throughout the sect. On the other hand, reflecting on it, perhaps this was for the best. After being low-key for so long, it was time for her to make a stunning entrance. Seizing the opportunity presented by the rumors, she planned to make an appearance at the exchange meeting and astonish everyone with her return. Mu Si Youli looked at her curiously and teased, "Your family dynamics are truly complex. I can't help but feel that your family doesn't particularly like you." Over the past few days, Su Lingling had been indulging at her expense, even daring to cultivate using her spiritual energy, acting as if she were not a guest, and displaying no sense of propriety. Had it not been for her promise, she would have expelled this useless being long ago. Su Lingling pouted in dissatisfaction. "Who says they don't like me? They used to treat me well, treat you well? Then why did you leave home? They changed later on." Su Lingling was momentarily at a loss for words, turning her head and muttering, "Oh, why are you asking so many questions? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." The rumors were merely a lie concocted by her father to prevent her mother from worrying. In truth, her father and the others were undoubtedly anxious. They were simply putting on a brave face. Once she publicly revealed herself today, her father's deception would inevitably be exposed, leading to utter disgrace. "All right, let us hasten, so we may secure a favorable position." Su Lingling, reluctant to divulge her plans, grasped Mu Si Yu's hand and began to stride towards the courtyard. However, Mu Si Youli swiftly shook her off and declared, "You may go alone. I wish to accompany my master." Observing the discontent etched on her companion's face, Su Lingling felt a surge of irritation. "Very well, I shall go by myself." It was merely a matter of staying here for a few days. Her demeanor was almost more stingy than Su Yan's. Besides, they were both reincarnated beings destined to become formidable cultivators, bonded as sisters in the craft. Mu Si Youli could have mentioned to Brother Tianxiang that she desired to join him. But alas, she did not. Never mind, Su Lingling thought. Once I become brother's disciple, my treatment will surely surpass that of this miserly girl, and it will infuriate her. Upon arriving at Fuyun Terrace, Su Lingling quickly spotted Su Youli, who was scanning her surroundings with keen interest. Their meeting inevitably led to pleasantries. Su Lingling scrutinized her companion and asked, "You arrived quite early. Have you made your preparations?" "Indeed," Su Youli replied, inhaling deeply. Today was of paramount importance. The exchanges and competitions held no relevance for her. What she aimed to accomplish today would determine her fate. Consequently, she had deliberately exchanged her drab disciple's garb for a simple yet elegant gown, symbolizing her rebirth. "Today, we must secure Master Feng as our teacher, and in due course, I shall reclaim my strength and seek vengeance against Su Yun." Su Lingling's eyes sparkled with determination. Previously, she had little ambition regarding cultivation, merely wishing to escape her dreadful fate and attain freedom. Yet now, she had shed the shackles of her past and embraced a loftier goal. She desired to become a transcendent cultivator, more formidable than her father, igniting regret within him and compelling him and her second brother to plead for her return to Xinhua Peak. Furthermore, she aimed to acquire strength surpassing that of her previous life, to avenge her past grievances against Su Yun. For this purpose, she was willing to forsake everything, provided she gained power. Hearing these words, Su Youli shook her head in disappointment. "Do not dwell on revenge. If we cannot surpass Su Yun and become transcendent cultivators before him, we shall never have hope for retribution." When they departed from Xinhua Peak, Su Youli had been brimming with ambition, her mind filled with thoughts of reclaiming her former glory and utterly destroying Xinhua Peak, making Su Yun aware of the consequences of offending her. However, the hardships endured in the herb garden over the past months, coupled with the opinions of others, had imparted a crucial lesson. Su Yun was the Deputy Sect Leader of Tianxiang Sect, a powerful being at the integration stage, holding a noble status, a high-level cultivator looking down upon the masses from the clouds. Had she not taken Su Youli as her disciple in her previous life, she would never have had the opportunity to stand before her and converse. Though she came to this realization somewhat late, it was not too late to amend her path. She was destined to become a transcendent cultivator, a sword immortal of spring's sun, and she shared a connection with Su Yun, who held her in great affection. If she were to approach Su Yun, clarify her intentions, and acknowledge her past mistakes, it was likely that Su Yun would still accept her as a direct disciple, providing her with everything she needed. Today marked her final attempt. If it is confirmed that Master Tianxiang had deceived her in the past, she would resolutely abandon Zikufeng and instead seek refuge under the esteemed gates of Xianxia Peak, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of celestial arts alongside Su Yunxing. To not even dare seek vengeance speaks volumes of your timidity. Su Lingling shook her head with a smile, stating, as a good sister, it is my duty to remind you that we, as cultivators, must never lose our ambition. Otherwise, our future achievements will undoubtedly be limited. Those who seek the exalted must ascend, while those who seek the moderate shall descend. This principle should be clear to you. Su Youli remained silent for a moment, offering no reply, but instead gazed upwards at the cloud platform, softly remarking, the people are nearly assembled. Observing her demeanor, Su Lingling could only shake her head in resignation. She once thought the title of Chunyuan's Sword Immortal was quite illustrious. Yet now, gazing upon this woman devoid of brilliance, it seemed that she would never again witness the legendary Sword Immortal who once shone brightly in Zhongzhou. Chapter 121. He still remembers my name. Before long, at the 300 Spirit Peaks, thousands of elders arrived in succession with their respective disciples, landing gracefully on the cloud platform to exchange pleasantries. More than 10,000 participating disciples gathered in small groups atop the platform, engaging in conversation and greetings. Suddenly, the air thickened, the wind ceased, and an intangible pressure swiftly enveloped the surroundings from afar. All chatter came to an abrupt halt as everyone turned their gaze upward. There appeared Feng Tianxiang and Su Yun, riding upon auspicious clouds, accompanied by their disciples, descending to the highest point of the cloud platform. In an instant, the thousands of elders, tens of thousands of disciples, and nearly 100,000 spectators bowed in unison, calling out, "We pay our respects to Sect Master Su and Sect Master Feng." The sound reverberated through the heavens, and all bowed their heads in reverence. Only Su Youli and another dared to steal glances upward, their expressions laden with complexity. In their previous lives, they were esteemed direct disciples of Su Yun, holding a noble status that afforded them no need to bow or pay homage. Instead, they stood beside Su Yun, looking down from the clouds as countless disciples and elders bowed and revered them, basking in the admiration of the multitude. Even after a millennium, they vividly recalled that sense of superiority. Yet now, standing once more beside Su Yun, they found themselves overshadowed by four unfamiliar disciples who had become the objects of admiration and envy among the many cultivators. Meanwhile, they could only retreat into the crowd, bowing to Su Yun without daring to raise their heads, stealing only furtive glances. The stark contrast stirred a sense of loss within them, akin to having lost something profoundly precious. On the cloud platform, Su Yun waved his sleeve and turned, seated himself at a high position. No need for formalities today. Our purpose is communication, so please do not feel constrained. The crowd expressed their gratitude and rose, soon resuming their hushed conversations. The subjects of their discussions naturally centered on the esteemed direct disciples beside the two sect leaders. The other individuals were relatively low-key, seldom making appearances, rendering them less familiar to the crowd. Only Xia Jiwei had recently gained considerable fame, showing signs of becoming the new generation's leader among disciples, thus eliciting the most praise from the audience. It seemed that Xia's reputation had risen significantly, positioning her as an idol among all disciples. Feng Tianxiang felt a twinge of discomfort. In the past, whenever he and Su Yun appeared together, the crowd would first call out to him as Sect Master Feng and then to Su Yun. Consequently, during grand events, he often preferred to take a detour to wait near Xianxia Peak, joining Su Yun on his way, relishing in the feeling of being a step ahead. However, this time, they had altered the order, calling Su Yun first and then him. Furthermore, Su Yun readily acknowledged this without deferring to him, showing no signs of awkwardness. This was not right. Something was amiss. In recent days, Su Yun had been stationed at the Tongtian Tower, overseeing the sect's efforts to root out spies. Anyone suspected was captured for interrogation, resulting in countless apprehensions, deaths, and many who resorted to self-harm during soul-searching to prove their innocence. Among them were several high-ranking elders from various peaks and some talented disciples. Logically speaking, Su Yun's actions should have offended various spiritual peaks. Yet, to her surprise, these individuals not only harbored no resentment towards him, but instead held him in greater esteem. Feng Tianxiang felt perplexed, unable to discern which aspect had gone awry. It was merely a matter of reputation. The grand competition had yet to commence, and it was premature to discuss such matters. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, Mu Siyu could no longer restrain herself and interjected, What Sect Master Su says is indeed correct. Throughout the generations, there have been disciples who, rather than reveling in conflict, preferred to conceal their true abilities, exhibiting brilliance and subtlety. Until the competition determines the contemporary champion, no one is worthy of the title of idol. She had long held a disdain for Xia Zhiwei, who had the audacity to appear at an exchange meeting clad in exquisite garments. Beyond her splendid attire, the jade hairpin, bracelets, waist token, and footwear were all of the highest quality, radiating a dazzling brilliance. It seemed she was flaunting all her treasures. Even more egregious was her blatant display of strength, revealing her mid-foundation stage prowess without reservation. Was this not sheer ostentation? Humph, as if she were someone special. Mu Siyu had possessed numerous such items in her past life, yet she had never been so brazen. Vanity would surely hinder any significant accomplishments in this life. She had always despised those with such a restless disposition, and now that she had the chance, she was eager to admonish her rival. Mu Siyu had intended for her words to provoke, yet upon speaking, she found her adversary merely gazing at her in surprise, offering no response. What was the meaning of this, ignoring her? Just as Mu Siyu was growing increasingly vexed, Feng Tianxiang shot her a disapproving glance, his expression one of dissatisfaction. Confounded, Mu Siyu wondered what she had done wrong to earn such scrutiny from her master. Seeing her bewilderment, Feng Tianxiang sighed, shaking his head with a hint of resignation, and apologized to Su Yun. Brother, please forgive me. My disciple is rather unaware of the rules. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Young Mu is still in her youth, her nature exuberant. There is no need for you to be overly severe. Simply guide her with care upon your return. These words grated on Feng Tianxiang's nerves. Mu Siyu was of a similar age to Xia Zhiwei, while Su Yun's disciples were all well-behaved and respectful of decorum. Why was it that only his disciple was deemed youthful and naive? Yet, to Mu Siyu's ears, this sentiment transformed into something else entirely. Su Yun still remembered her name. A wave of secret joy surged within her, dissipating her earlier unease. Indeed, Su Yun had been attentive to her all along, even expressing concern for her well-being. Thus, it followed that his previous refusal to accept her as a disciple had been a matter of strategic withholding. Little did he know that his efforts had backfired, resulting in her becoming his apprentice. With a proud lift of her chin, Mu Siyu reveled in her success, though it was short-lived as a tinge of disappointment crept in. Truth be told, had Su Yun not been so absolute in his refusal, she would have preferred to stand under his tutelage from the beginning. Assuming that Su Yun is not deceiving her, the other party treats her exceptionally well, generously bestowing upon her treasures, elixirs, spiritual stones, and various heavenly materials without a hint of cost. No matter how precious the item, as long as she can make use of it, Su Yun ensures that it is readily available to her, never mentioning the rarity or value of these treasures, simply allowing her to utilize them freely. In stark contrast, her current master appears rather stingy, not to mention the heavenly materials and treasures, aside from the monthly stipend she is entitled to. Her master has never gifted her even a single magical artifact. Previously, she contemplated that perhaps her master had simply forgotten this matter, but now, upon witnessing the extravagant demeanor of Xia Zhiwei and her companions, she feels a twinge of discomfort. Did her master not claim in his previous life that he cared deeply for his disciples, preparing all necessary treasures in advance for each ascension? Yet now, she finds herself without a single item prepared by her master, while Su Yun has meticulously arranged everything for the disciples of Xinxia Peak. Why is it that the things Su Yun can remember elude her master's recollection? Chapter 122. Why doesn't the master assist her? Mu Siyu found herself perplexed. The current circumstances starkly contrasted with what her master had foretold in a past life. At times, she could not help but question whether her master had ever truly cared for her, pondering if the words spoken were mere trifles, quickly forgotten once uttered. With a hint of reluctance, she cast a glance at Xia Zhiwei before slowly averting her gaze. There was no need for haste. Perhaps her master believed that she did not yet require assistance, temporarily safeguarding those exquisite artifacts for her. When the time came for her to need them, her master would surely present those treasures to her. After several esteemed elders had approached to offer their respects, Su Yun turned to one elder and said, "Elder Zhu, let us commence." Elder Zhu responded with a bow and then gracefully ascended into the air, taking his position before the cloud platform to begin introducing the rules to the assembled disciples. This gathering was merely an exchange, intended for each peak's direct disciples to validate the knowledge they had acquired over the past months, allowing them to identify and rectify their shortcomings before the grand competition. Naturally, there was also an element of assessing their capabilities. Those who performed exceptionally would receive focused cultivation in the following months, while disciples who exhibited mediocrity would see their resources consequently diminish. Thus, the exchange bore no peculiar rules. Any disciple wishing to engage could ascend the stage. Once on the platform, they could either await a challenger or issue a challenge themselves, emphasizing the spirit of exchange, with an understanding to refrain from inflicting harm intentionally. After a succinct introduction, the exchange commenced forthwith. The initial participants were, predictably, those eager to showcase themselves or those confident in their abilities. Before long, the arena was aglow with brilliance, multiple platforms sparking with combat, accompanied by the cheers and gasps of the observing disciples. Su Youli stood upon the cloud platform, feeling rather bored, as she regarded the contenders, deeming them unworthy of their title as direct disciples, their abilities unimpressive and lacking merit. None could rival her prowess. Even though she was merely at the early stage of chi refinement, she felt capable of effortlessly defeating a multitude of late-stage chi refinement disciples. As she pondered this, her attention shifted to Su Youli, who was elucidating the lineage and advantages of the combatant's techniques to 4 disciples, even drawing upon the application of the 5 elemental forces and occasionally posing questions that made her frown involuntarily. These were rudimentary concepts, entirely devoid of utility. Why did Su Youli persist in discussing them? Such notions had been imparted to them in their past life, yet they deemed them worthless, forgetting them almost immediately. This had incited Su Yuli's fury, compelling them to memorize the material, but their lack of interest rendered it futile. Regardless of how much they memorized, it was soon forgotten, nearly resulting in their expulsion from the sect. Ultimately, it was the sect leader's wife who interceded, tempering Su Yuli's ire, leading her to forcibly inscribe that knowledge into their consciousness through soul pearls, thereby concluding the matter. However, after her rebirth, all those inscriptions had vanished. Otherwise, she could have utilized that knowledge to engage in profound discussions with Su Youli regarding the path of the 5 elements, leaving everyone astounded. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that their previous reluctance to engage in such studies was not without merit. After all, the knowledge could be directly inscribed into one's consciousness, and it had never been utilized thereafter. Thus, was it not a sheer waste of time to learn it? Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing Xia Zhuwei and her companions attentively absorb the teachings, even occasionally drawing parallels and engaging in lively discussions with Su Youli, stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. Today was a day of exchange, intended for the disciples of each peak to spar and communicate. How had Su Youli found himself instructing instead? Su Youli restrained her feelings, frequently glancing in their direction. As she observed the group animatedly conversing, their enthusiasm seemingly escalating with each word exchanged, her heart grew heavier. When she had previously lectured them, Su Youli had not appeared so joyous. A mere few sentences would prompt inquiries, and should they falter in their responses, they would be met with scathing rebukes. His temper notoriously fierce. Now, with a different set of disciples, he radiated an aura of delight. Was it truly the case that her group was so unappreciated? At last, when Su Youli concluded his lecture and allowed the others to digest the information, she could no longer restrain herself and muttered with a pout. It's merely fundamental knowledge of the 5 elements. How can they not grasp even this? Though her voice was low, her gaze was fixed intently upon Ning Qiuyu, clearly unbothered by the presence of others. This particular woman had asked the most questions, evidently someone who preferred to shirk responsibilities and lacked earnestness in her studies. Undoubtedly as ignorant as herself. The surrounding chatter ceased abruptly, and Su Youli turned his gaze toward her, a smile dancing in his eyes. Instantly, a myriad of astonished glances were cast in her direction. Even Feng Tianxiang regarded her with evident surprise. This fool, who herself had no understanding of the foundational principles of the 5 elements, dared to criticize others. Had she lost her senses? Contemplating this, Feng Tianxiang chose not to react, wishing instead to discern whether Su Youli had gained any novel insights regarding the 5 elements. Meanwhile, across from them, Xia Zhuwei stood with her hands on her hips, ready to unleash her ire, only to be halted by Ning Qiuyu's gentle touch on her shoulder. It was clear that the confrontation was aimed at her, and she would not concede to her junior this time. Yet, the challenger was merely at the initial stage of chi refinement. What was the intent behind such provocation? Ning Qiuyu stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xia Zhuwei, and softly stated, regardless of how many books one reads, it is never as profound as the understanding possessed by our master. It appears that junior sister Mu harbors a unique interpretation of the fundamental principles of the 5 elements. Why not seize this opportunity for a discussion between us? Su Youli felt a twinge of insecurity and muttered quietly. The foundational knowledge of the 5 elements is the most basic of concepts. What is there to discuss? She averted her gaze, unable to meet Ning Qiuyu's eyes. In her past life, when Su Yun instructed his disciples, he relished elucidating various theories, from the foundational 5 elements to the grand principles, even delving into the nuances of diverse attributes and the characteristics of various magical artifacts. However, since her enrollment at the Shiku Peak, her master had never imparted such teachings to her, only providing her with a book to peruse. Yet, how could she comprehend it? Thus, to this day, her grasp of the 5 elements remained superficial, leaving her too timid to engage in public discourse on the matter. Ironically, she was a direct disciple of the sect leader Feng, yet her experience felt more akin to being raised in isolation rather than receiving the nurturing that one might expect. In the past, it could be said that the master was too preoccupied to instruct her. However, on this day, Su Yun is capable of taking the time to elucidate to his own disciples. Why, then, can the master not extend the same courtesy to her? Although she is reluctant to acknowledge it, the reason she interjected earlier was not without motive. It stemmed from an innate sense of inequity. Why must Su Yun, that impudent character, masquerade as a benevolent teacher while the true mentor, the master, offers her no guidance? The foundations of the 5 elements, though rudimentary, are the bedrock of cultivation. If one cannot establish a solid foundation, any future foray into higher realms would be nothing but a fleeting stroke of luck, destined to crumble at the slightest provocation. Ning Qiuyu responded with a smile, her gaze fixed upon Mu Siyu for a moment, as if she had come to a realization. If junior sister Mu harbors any doubts regarding the fundamentals of the 5 elements, it would be wise to attend the master's explanation. You are sure to gain something valuable. Mu Siyu stole a glance at Feng Tianxiang, only to find him feigning ignorance, which filled her heart with disappointment. Turning her attention back to Su Yun, she noticed he was entirely oblivious to her presence, which further deepened her sense of bitterness. She pouted slightly and said, "There is no need, but I appreciate the kindness." Senior Sister Ning. With the master available for her inquiries, she saw no reason to listen to Su Yun's teachings. Of course, should Su Yun extend an invitation, she might reluctantly acquiesce to attend, albeit briefly. Yet, given Su Yun's current demeanor, it was evident that he had no intention of inviting her. What did that imply? Had she been forgotten now that he had a new disciple? Chapter 123. Do not quarrel with fools. The fickle-minded are the most detestable. Mu Siyu felt increasingly irked, as Su Yun's demeanor struck her as utterly loathsome. Setting aside their bond as master and disciple that had spanned over 1,000 years in her previous life, she had nearly become a disciple under his tutelage once again in this life. How could Su Yun so blatantly disregard her? Pouting and huffing, she stamped her foot, causing Ning Qiuyu to wince slightly at the corner of her mouth. The other party had initiated the provocation, challenging her to a duel based on the knowledge of the 5 elements to determine the victor, yet had promptly conceded defeat. What was the purpose of such antics? Was it amusing? Truly foolish. Shaking her head, she turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with such a dimwit, though she could not help but feel a tinge of regret. The opponent's cultivation was simply too low. Otherwise, she could have directly ascended the platform to challenge him and personally demonstrate the application of the 5 elements. However, it had been a month, and he remained at the initial stage of chi refinement. Was it the fault of the Feng sect leader's teachings, or was the female cultivator simply inept? Seeing that no one was paying her any mind, Mu Siyu felt even more displeased. Though Ning Qiuyu appeared delicate, her words were harsh. She had the audacity to suggest that Mu Siyu attend Su Yun's lecture in front of their master, as if she were digging a pit for her. After a single refusal, the other party had withdrawn without attempting to invite her again. And that Su Yun, the tyrant, allowed his disciple to bully her without uttering a word of reprimand, failing even to scold the ungrateful wretch. As a deputy sect leader, was it necessary for him to feign silence? Moreover, their master was also at fault. Mu Siyu was assisting him in targeting the Xinxia Peak, yet he did not utter a single word in her defense. Previously, she had regarded Feng Tianxiang as unfathomable, yet now it was clear he was merely playing deaf. Feng Tianxiang could only feel embarrassment, regretting taking on such an imbecile as a disciple. This little apprentice was utterly ignorant of propriety. When an elder spoke, it was unbecoming for her to interject. Having already embarrassed herself once, she still lacked the sense to refrain, turning around to meddle again and challenging only to concede instantly. It was simply beyond words. He regretted bringing this fool along. Her low cultivation was already a source of shame, and her lack of decorum coupled with her incessant chatter only deepened his humiliation. After contemplating, Feng Tianxiang devised a plan. Martial brother, this location is rather distant from the arena. It would be prudent to allow the disciples to descend and observe the battle from below, where they can see more clearly. He hastily urged everyone down, Once below, the younger generation could frolic freely, and even if they offended Xinxia Peak, he could conveniently pretend not to notice. Very well. Su Yun nodded, addressing several elders. Let the disciples from each peak descend to observe the battle. The elders complied, orchestrating the expeditious descent of the chosen disciples. Over 10,000 disciples leaped from the heights, each displaying their skills in a graceful landing, creating a magnificent spectacle. However, Mu Siyu was left dumbfounded. As she was still at the initial stage of chi refinement and lacked a flying artifact, with no celestial cranes to assist her, how was she to descend? Standing at the edge of the cloud platform, she peered down repeatedly, but ultimately lacked the courage to jump. Feng Tianxiang, witnessing her foolishness, felt a surge of frustration and asked in a stern tone, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry down." Mu Ziyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tugged at her sleeve, lowering her head to murmur, "Master, I cannot fly." How vexing. She was no ordinary disciple. She was the direct disciple of the Vice Sect Leader. Was it too much to ask to remain by her master's side? Why did he have to pose such a question in front of everyone, deliberately making her feel awkward? Even she felt humiliated. And Feng Tianxiang could not help but shut his eyes and sigh. He felt as if everyone was mocking him, scrutinizing his so-called exemplary disciple, whose lack of aptitude was already disappointing, but was her intellect also in question? Moreover, there was a more severe issue at hand. Among his 3 disciples, the other 2 possessed foundational cultivation and were capable of flight. Yet, neither of them thought to lend a hand to Mu Ziyu. What did this signify? Such indifference among fellow disciples was a clear indication that he had failed to educate even 3 students properly. Fortunately, no one seemed to recognize this predicament, and there was still time to remedy it. Lost in thought, he heard a sigh from beside him. "Junior brother, your 3 disciples should cultivate a closer bond. Distance among fellow disciples can lead to misunderstandings." Misunderstandings? Were they suggesting that his disciples might harm one another? Or that he, as their master, could not manage his students? Feng Tianxiang's expression darkened further, yet he restrained his frustration and replied solemnly, "Elder brother speaks wisely." This was merely the beginning, and he was already facing such embarrassment. He dreaded what further troubles might arise. Feng Tianxiang transmitted a reprimand to the other 2, instructing them to assist Mu Ziyu in descending. The 2, already harboring some resentment towards Mu Ziyu, felt even more disgruntled at being chastised by their master due to her perceived incompetence. Silently, they set her down and departed. This attitude infuriated Mu Ziyu even more. Among thousands of direct disciples, even those from the most peripheral peaks could soar through the skies on their swords. Yet, she alone required assistance to fly, and the sight of her predicament only deepened her humiliation, especially when these supposed senior brothers displayed such reluctance. What did it mean? Was it truly so difficult to lend her a hand? They had an obligation to assist her. Why flaunt such disdain? And the master, too, was perplexing. Did he not realize that she was not yet capable of flight? Why not use his powers to send her down without subjecting her to such embarrassment? Moreover, Su Yun's behavior was equally troubling. Regardless of their half-master-disciple bond, their meeting had been marked by an unexpected distance, akin to that of strangers. With his perceptive nature, he must have recognized her plight, yet he refused to extend his help. Filled with pent-up frustration, Mu Ziyu fortuitously spotted Su Youli and the others, quickly seizing the opportunity to vent her grievances. "Thank goodness you are down here. You have no idea how laughable those disciples of the great demon are. Each one flaunts their exquisite magical artifacts, as if fearful that others might not notice. It is truly absurd." Finally having someone to confide in, she unleashed all her bottled-up frustrations. Aside from refraining from speaking ill of her master, she even went so far as to label those 2 unfamiliar senior brothers as envious rascals. She wished for her 2 close friends to join her in berating Su Yun's disciples and to gently persuade her not to overthink matters. However, after speaking at length, Su Youli and Su Lingling merely nodded perfunctorily, seemingly disinterested. What was going on? Had they even been listening to her? The ire she had just expressed returned to her twofold, and in her frustration, Mu Siyu pinched the 2 of them sharply, exclaiming fiercely, "Those wretches have gone far too overboard. I will make them pay dearly for their actions." The 2, stung by her pinch, shot her an irritated glance before agreeing, "Indeed. We should have been the ones observing from the cloud terrace, but now we are relegated to the ground below. This is entirely their fault." "What are you talking about? What do you mean by above and below?" Mu Siyu's anger flared anew. She was referring to Xia Zhuwei and her friends being ostentatious, who had mentioned where they were observing from. These 2 useless individuals were on the ground not because of anyone else, but due to their own inadequacies in finding capable mentors. Who could they blame for that? Just as she was about to explode, A voice filled with surprise rang in her ears. So you are indeed here. Huh. Su Lingling. Weren't you supposed to be dead? When did you come back to life? Chapter 124. Let us all seek a master together. The trio turned to see Yi Xiaoxiao gazing at them with wide eyes full of surprise. Su Lingling scoffed. You're the one who is dead. I'm perfectly alive. Yi Xiaoxiao scrutinized her from head to toe and lowered her voice. It seems you needless to say. Su Lingling replied tersely. Her mood soured, unwilling to engage further. In a rush, Mu Siyu stepped forward and grasped Yi Xiaoxiao's arm, smiling as she inquired. Didn't you say you were going into seclusion to cultivate? How come you're here, stirring up trouble? She still owed her a debt of spiritual stones and could not afford to let Yi Xiaoxiao remember that. I came to see if there is an opportunity to make a move. I've truly had enough of Yulong Peak. I aim to seize this chance to make a name for myself in Tianxian sect and earn my escape from Yulong Peak. As she spoke, Yi Xiaoxiao radiated her aura, a powerful spiritual pressure washing over them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. What? Mid-stage chi refinement. How could this be? Su Youli and Mu Siyu exchanged horrified glances, bewildered by how Yi Xiaoxiao had managed to ascend to the mid-stage of chi refinement in just 2 months. Su Youli had little need for elaboration. Her lack of elixirs and spiritual stones had hindered her progress to an excruciatingly slow crawl, and she was still merely at the early stage of chi refinement. As for Mu Siyu, although she had completed her 5 elemental roots, her cultivation speed had not significantly increased. It had merely become somewhat smoother. Even with resources at her disposal, it would take at least another month for her to potentially break through. Seeing someone of comparable aptitude surpass their realm was more painful than being struck down. Only Su Lingling displayed disdain, mocking, You think you can gain renown in Tianxian sect at mid-stage chi refinement? Just look at the people on the platform. The direct disciples are supported by their respective peaks, and the weakest among them possesses mid-stage chi refinement, with many at late stage, and even quite a few at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Not to mention Su Yun's male disciple, Zhao Qinfeng, who is already at late-stage foundation establishment. Do you believe you can rival them? Since suffering a crushing defeat last time, even she had little confidence in overcoming those seemingly insignificant direct disciples. How could Yi Xiaoxiao, merely a junior in chi refinement, make such bold claims? Humph, what does late-stage foundation establishment amount to? Yi Xiaoxiao raised her chin, proclaiming proudly, Do not forget. I am the renowned Lingshu sword immortal of Zhongzhou. Though my current cultivation may be lacking, as long as I wield a sword, no practitioner below the golden core stage has the qualification to be my opponent, let alone those in late-stage foundation establishment. Her words elicited a chuckle from Su Lingling. Uft, this esteemed one. Do you still consider yourself the Lingshu sword immortal? Everything has reset. Have you begun to learn sword techniques again? Yi Xiaoxiao turned to her, clearly displeased. Su Lingling, it seems you harbor some objections towards me. After saying that, she shook her head dismissively. Never mind, it's not important. What I lack now is merely an opportunity. Once I have the chance to take the stage, you shall witness what it truly means to be the Lingshu sword immortal. She had truly had enough of Yulong Peak. That old man taught her nothing but herbal knowledge, while the other disciples regarded her with disdain. Her aunt had been persistently urging her to grow stronger. Initially, she had hoped to wait for senior brother Tianxiang to rescue her and help resolve her current predicaments. However, she waited in vain, as her senior brother never showed up, nor did he even allow Ting Han to check on her. Even when she took the initiative to seek assistance at Zekyufan, she was thwarted by the guards at the foot of the mountain, unable to gain entry. Knight Xiaoxiao even contemplated borrowing some elixirs from Su Yun, but the thought of being unwelcomed by her stifled her spirit. Since Su Yun disregarded her and even barred her from approaching Xinxia Peak, she resolutely refused to bow to her. She was determined to earn her place through her own efforts, to make a name for herself within the sect, and to compel Su Yun to regard her with newfound respect. With no other option, Knight Xiaoxiao sought some elixirs from her aunt, steeling herself and tirelessly enhancing her cultivation day and night. She longed to leave Yulong Peak and re-enter the sight of senior brother Tianxiang. Today presented the perfect opportunity. Early this morning, she waited at Yulong Peak for her brother to come and escort her. However, he never arrived, and unable to wait any longer, she decided to proceed alone. To her surprise, her senior brother had already come, yet he had not sent anyone to inform her. Disheartened, Knight Xiaoxiao chanced upon Mu Siyu descending from the cloud platform and thought to share her woes, only to encounter a multitude of familiar faces. What do you plan to do? Su Youli queried, perplexed. This exchange meeting is exclusive to direct disciples. How will you have someone challenge you? Surely, you aren't just waiting idly here. I have my methods, Knight Xiaoxiao replied, her gaze aflame as she turned to Mu Siyu. You, before she could finish her sentence, Mu Siyu's eyes widened in alarm, and she hastily waved her hands. I can't. I won't. Today has already been humiliating enough. I refuse to be a stepping stone for you. Knight Xiao was taken aback and implored, Dear sister, among the four of us, you are the only direct disciple, and you are my only hope. Absolutely not. Mu Siyu stubbornly disagreed. She possessed a keen self-awareness, with her current level of cultivation and lacking any magical artifacts. She could easily handle ordinary disciples, but she would certainly be no match for Knight Xiao. Should she lose, their master would undoubtedly chastise her. As Knight Xiao felt helpless, Su Youli leaned in and whispered, Xiao, we are preparing to seek Master Feng for guidance. Would you care to join us? She remembered Knight Xiao's kinship with senior brother Tianxiang, hoping that he might treat them with more favor due to this connection. Seek Master? Master Feng? Knight Xiao was taken aback. What was the matter with these people? Even if Su Yun had deeply wounded them in her past life, they could seek guidance from other elders. Why all aspire to be taught by senior brother Tianxiang? They ought to assess their own worth and not assume he would accept any and all. Are you all going? Indeed. Su Lingling turned her head to glance at her. Will you join us? Without a doubt. Knight Xiao replied decisively, regardless of her disdain for this group. Since there was an opportunity to approach senior brother Tianxiang, she would naturally seize it. When do we depart? Right now, Su Youli said, looking at Mu Siyu. It is better to act early than late. The sect is bustling with affairs, and should an urgent matter arise, senior brother may leave. However, at this moment, Mu Siyu felt a twinge of embarrassment for having inadvertently angered her master. The core of the issue was too delicate for her to articulate, and after much internal deliberation, she hastily concocted an excuse. With so many people watching, if master disapproves, wouldn't that bring great shame upon us? It would be wiser to wait for a more private moment. Su Youli spoke with a serious demeanor, asserting that her elder brother, possessing a kind heart, would find it difficult to refuse requests in the presence of many, just like the last time with Mu Siyu. Conversely, her elder brother, fearing that a refusal might lead to a loss of face for them, would, despite his reluctance, nod in agreement to preserve their dignity. As long as he did not deceive her, she would be content even to be a mere registered disciple. Previously, Su Youli had looked down upon such petty machinations, but for the sake of her future, she found herself willing to humble her elder brother. If he truly were as benevolent as in her past life, he would never turn her down under any circumstance. Mu Siyu was in a quandary, pondering what reason to use to decline, when she overheard Yi Xiao remarking, Mu Siyu, if I recall correctly, you still owe me 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, don't you? Upon hearing this, Mu Siyu felt a jolt of panic and hurriedly interrupted, raising her voice. All right, I'll take you there right away. She had not yet warmed up to this month's allowance and certainly did not wish to repay it just yet. She turned to Su Lingling. Lingling, among us four, you are the only one who can fly. Would you be so kind as to take us up? Su Lingling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, you all still can't fly? The other three immediately appeared somewhat uneasy, and Mu Siyu mumbled, We've only just begun our training. We'll be able to fly in a few months. Below, the four of them gathered around the flying sword, chattering animatedly about who would go first and who would follow. Meanwhile, atop the cloud platform, Feng Tianxiang suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if something significant was amiss. Chapter 125. Feigned attack. This sensation feels remarkably familiar, as though it had recently resurfaced. Upon reflection, it seems reminiscent of that day when my foolish disciple publicly acknowledged me as their master. An inexplicable anxiety gripped Feng Tianxiang's heart. Despite the short time since that incompetent disciple's initiation, they had already caused him considerable embarrassment. Now, another calamity of similar magnitude loomed ahead. What could it possibly be? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a flickering beam of sword light ascending from below, accompanied by a group of individuals radiating arrogance. Their glances swept across the faces of the elders around them before settling intently on Feng Tianxiang, their expressions ablaze with fervor. Those searing gazes felt like flames, causing Feng Tianxiang's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Instinctively, he turned to see several very familiar faces. Leading the charge was, surprisingly, the disaster known as Su Lingling. Alongside her was that foolish disciple. What a peculiar gathering this was. Wait, something is amiss. Why are these imbeciles all approaching me? A sudden jolt of unease surged through Feng Tianxiang's heart. This was not a good sign. That night, Xiao was already a troublesome individual, having previously swindled him out of numerous spirit stones and elixirs. Su Lingling was no better. Only recently had she managed to infuriate Sect Leader Su to the point of retreating into the furnace for 3 days to recuperate. And then there was his utterly insufferable foolish disciple, who he had just managed to send away. How could she return so swiftly? Additionally, there was the defected maid from Xianxia Peak, who had apparently provoked Su Yun into expelling her from the sect, proving herself to be quite a formidable character. The convergence of these individuals signified an unparalleled force, and even he felt the weight of impending trouble. Feng Tianxiang's anxiety mounted, yet he was too proud to retreat. Forced to watch as they drew ever closer. Before long, they stood before him, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm as they bowed respectfully. Disciple, greetings to Sect Leader Feng. Maintaining an impassive facade, Feng Tianxiang glanced at them before addressing Mu Siyu. What brings you here? Mu Siyu, bowing once more, explained, Master. These are my fellow disciples and friends. Upon learning of your presence here, they wished to pay their respects. Ah, so they merely sought to become acquainted. For a moment, he feared they had ulterior motives. Feng Tianxiang breathed a sigh of relief, his demeanor softening slightly as he replied, there is no need for formalities. Since they are friends of my beloved disciple, you need not be overly restrained. Today presents a rare opportunity. Observe the battle closely. Should you glean any insights, it will be a significant gain. His meaning was clear. The pleasantries were concluded, and they should hasten to watch the combat, as their proximity was rather nerve-wracking. Yet, the group failed to discern the dismissal within his words, standing there blissfully, their faces alight with joy, unaware of the absurdity of their delight. Seeing the situation escalate, Feng Tianxiang decided to be more direct. This place is too elevated for your cultivation levels. You likely cannot see clearly. It would be best for you to descend and observe from below. With such a clear indication, surely they would take their leave now? Yet, at that moment, Su Youli stepped forward unexpectedly, bowing once more as she spoke. Sect Leader Feng, I have one more request. Feng Tianxiang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Here it comes again, that increasingly familiar sensation. He discreetly glanced around, noting that Su Yun had not arranged for the customary tea for apprenticeship, and cautiously remarked, today is a day for the exchange of insights among the various sects. Let us focus solely on the competitions without delving into official matters. Should you have any concerns, feel free to visit me at Zikufeng tomorrow. He dared not pursue the conversation further, recalling the last time his willingness to engage had led him to an unpleasant predicament. A lesson learned, he resolved not to fall for the same trap again. Su Youli was taken aback. Her senior brother was often preoccupied, and who could say if she would be able to find him tomorrow? Moreover, those wretched guards were particularly intolerant, deeming her merely a disciple of lesser standing and forbidding her from approaching Zikufeng. If she attempted to go, she would surely be turned away. She quickly bent lower and said, I do not wish to waste the esteemed Feng Zhongzhu's time. I merely wish to request your appraisal of a treasure, and I hope you can oblige. Phew, so it was merely an appraisal of a treasure. Had she mentioned that earlier, it would have saved him a fright. Feng Tianxiang cleared his throat, a benevolent smile gracing his face, and nodded. Such trivial matters do not necessitate another trip. Very well, present the item for me to inspect. He was curious to see what treasure could compel this woman to go to such lengths, soliciting his judgment in front of so many elders. It must be an exceedingly rare treasure, indeed. Upon hearing his response, Su Youli was filled with joy. She thanked him and produced 2 vials of medicinal pills, raising them with both hands. These 2 vials contain pills that I have meticulously refined. The methods of their production differ slightly, resulting in varying qualities. I am uncertain which method should be prioritized, and I humbly seek your guidance. Feng Zhongzhu. These were 2 types of pills she had prepared in advance. One was crafted using techniques from her past life, exquisite pills that could not be sold in this world, while the other was made using the common methods prevalent in the market, the so-called exquisite pills spoken of by ordinary disciples. She yearned to see how her senior brother Tianxiang would choose under normal circumstances. Would he, as in her previous life, proclaim that the perfectly rounded pills were the finest, urging her to continue honing her craft in that manner? Or would he, like the common folk, merely assess the potency without appreciating the unique artistry that harmonized yin and yang? After a moment of realization, it turned out that she was presenting low-tier pills refined by a Qi refinement stage disciple. Although Feng Tianxiang felt a twinge of disappointment, he quickly comprehended that this female disciple sought to leverage his expertise to showcase her alchemical skills. While there was an element of exploitation, he understood that low-ranking disciples faced significant challenges and must seize every opportunity for advancement, especially since this young woman was a friend of his student. Therefore, if her alchemical techniques held merit, he would not hesitate to lend her a hand. Feng Tianxiang waved his hand, and the 2 vials flew before him, opening on their own, releasing a single pill from each. With just a glance, he instinctively furrowed his brow. He had initially thought that if the pills possessed any unique qualities, he could publicly commend them, and the benefits would surely be invaluable to this woman. At first glance, both elixirs appeared utterly unremarkable, manifestly the most ordinary of concoctions. Their craftsmanship was lacking, and the quality of materials and coloration was merely average, leaving him with no grounds for commendation. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke with deliberation. Indeed, these were crafted using two distinct techniques. This particularly smooth elixir, though aesthetically pleasing and uniformly rounded, suffers from excessive potency loss. Such a method is decidedly inadvisable. Shaking his head, he continued, then picked up the other unremarkable elixir. As for this one, it possesses a semblance of the alchemist's craft. Should you devote yourself to diligent study, you may indeed have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist in the future. Truly, there was little to praise. So he resorted to offering a few flattering remarks to dismiss the matter. Chapter 126. Alas, another trap. Upon hearing those words, Su Youli's body weakened, and in that instant, all her strength dissipated, leaving her frozen in place, staring blankly at the seemingly ordinary pill. It was not until Mu Siyu pulled her back to reality that she stiffly raised her hand in salute, her eyelashes trembling, her voice laced with profound sorrow. Thank you, Master Feng, for your guidance. She accepted the drifting pill, slowly retreating to the back, her eyes vacant. Even though she had anticipated this moment, her heart still felt as if it were being torn asunder, as if the sky had collapsed upon her, engulfed in despair. Brother Tianxiang had once declared that her alchemical skills were unparalleled, so how could he now claim they were inferior to that mundane method? He had lamented that it was a pity she had pledged herself to the Su Yun sect so early for such extraordinary talent. Had he seen it beforehand, he would have eagerly taken her as his direct disciple, nurturing her with utmost care. She could still vividly recall the expression on her brother's face, his sincere eyes brimming with regret and longing. Yet now, standing before him and having exchanged several words, why did he not take the initiative to accept her as his disciple? Moreover, his assessment of the pill had become so disheartening. Su Youli's mind buzzed. Her ears rang with sharp explosions, and she felt as though she had detached from this world, her soul ready to ascend to the heavens, to be incinerated by the blazing sun. In her previous life, she had believed that Su Yun had ruined her existence, thwarting her quest for true love, severing her freedom, and leading her to become entangled in heavy obsessions, ultimately only reaching the tribulation stage in her cultivation. Thus, she harbored resentment towards Su Yun, yearning to break free and discover her true independence and support. Now that she had finally escaped from Su Yun, achieving a semblance of freedom, why was the support that should have been hers so elusive? Su Youli stood there, her mind a blank slate, her eyes gradually clouding with confusion. She no longer knew what to do. She could not comprehend why Brother Tianxiang would deceive her. What benefit could he possibly derive from such actions? If he did not wish to take her as a disciple, he need not have uttered those words at all. Why resort to such deceit? She had always believed Brother Tianxiang to be kind-hearted, yet he had treated her in this manner. Cursed be this fate. At that moment, a cool energy surged from the heavens, flooding into her mind, swiftly mending her nearly shattered spirit. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges at your tender age. Achieving the creation of a successful pill is no small feat. There is no need for such sorrow. Devote yourself to diligent study, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. Feng Tianxiang pointed a finger at Su Youli's brow, rescuing her from the brink of despair. After performing this act, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Had this young disciple been driven to madness by despair, Su Yun would surely seize the opportunity to cast him in a negative light. Su Youli gazed at him, her heart devoid of joy at being saved. Instead, a deeper sorrow welled within her. In times past, she would have felt elated by such an act, but now, she could only perceive his actions as being driven by ulterior motives. Even his attempt to rescue her felt faint. She remained silent, merely offering a feeble bow as a token of gratitude. Observing this, the others regarded her with curiosity. Were they not here to seek a mentor? Why had she retreated to the back, sorrowful, after merely glimpsing a pill? What could possibly trouble her? Only Mu Siyu discerned a potential explanation, casting a complex glance at Su Youli, before lowering her head in despondency. If it were only her sensing something amiss, it could be dismissed as her own issue. However, if even Su Youli were to perceive something wrong, she shook her head, casting aside those chaotic thoughts. It was premature to speculate. They should wait and see. Just as she pondered this, Yi Xiao, disregarding the surrounding tensions, stepped forward and addressed Master Feng. Before she could finish her words, Su Lingling hurriedly followed suit, similarly paying her respects. The two exchanged fierce glares, yet their antics amused Feng Tianxiang considerably. Indeed, He was quite popular among these lower-tier disciples. Look at them, nearly on the verge of quarrel just to engage him in conversation. A smirk played upon his lips as he subtly glanced at Su Yun, who was observing with keen interest, their eyes locking. Su Yun, with a cheerful countenance, even nodded in his direction. TCH, what is he so delighted about? Everyone is here to seek him, yet not one has approached Su Yun for advice, and the lad remained so merry. Was he truly so pleased by his own popularity? Feng Tianxiang nodded in acknowledgement, then refocused on the two before him, chuckling lightly. Do you two have queries regarding your cultivation? He was somewhat familiar with these individuals. He had previously experienced Su Lingling's formidable tribulation body, which had been impressively impactful, even affecting him. Yi Xiaoxiao, being from the Yi family, had also crossed paths with him a few times. Though somewhat greedy and irksome, she was not entirely unpleasant. Upon hearing his words, the two exchanged glances, recognizing the resolute determination in each other's eyes, and then bowed once more, speaking in unison. Su Lingling and Yi Xiaoxiao wish to take Master Feng as their mentor today. We implore you to grant your approval. At this declaration, astonished gazes swiftly swept through the crowd. The smile on Feng Tianxiang's face froze completely, his previous good spirits evaporating in an instant. Damn it all, despite his precautions, he had been outmaneuvered. He never anticipated that these fools would employ a feigned attack. First, they had lulled him into complacency with Su Youli's pill, and then these two struck with a decisive blow. How infuriating, learning from one mistake only to fall for another. These miscreants truly had a plethora of tricks. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Even the sounds of the dueling below diminished significantly, with so many eyes upon him. Although anger simmered within Feng Tianxiang, he could not afford to unleash it. However, Su Lingling and her companion remained blissfully unaware of the shift, particularly Su Lingling, who, upon arriving, had spotted her father seated nearby, yet he uttered not a word, as if he no longer recognized her as his daughter. The more this transpired, the more she felt compelled to prove herself. If she could become a disciple under the esteemed elder today, her father would undoubtedly be taken aback and might even come to apologize. She could almost envision the moment when her senior brother would nod in agreement, and the astonished cheers that would erupt in the hall. Yi Xiaoxiao shared the same sentiment. The more her aunt tried to deter her, the more determined she became to prove her wrong. Once the rice was cooked, and her senior brother publicly accepted her as his disciple, the matter would be irrevocably settled, leaving even her aunt powerless to intervene. Yet, they had not considered whether Feng Tianxiang would actually consent to take on disciples. Humph. Feng Tianxiang scoffed, his imposing presence instantly elevating the atmosphere and leaving the two girls breathless. Do you take me for someone who allows anyone to become my disciple at will? Not only are you two of mediocre talent, but your character and understanding are also utterly lacking. To be accepted under the tutelage of an elder of this peak is already a tremendous fortune. How dare you approach me for discipleship? Though he had no intention of losing his temper, he couldn't help but feel enraged when he noticed Su Yun already preparing the tea for the discipleship ceremony. Smiling and nodding at him, this fool was reveling in the chaos, and before he even had the chance to express his decision, preparations were underway. Taking these two inept individuals as disciples would be nothing short of a disgrace. Chapter 127. The misfortunate two peak masters. Feng Tianxiang let out a cold snort and spoke in a deep voice. You few should depart at once. I shall overlook this matter, but if you dare utter another word, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After all, he was the vice Sect Master. How could he allow lower-ranked disciples to humiliate him in such a manner? Though he must maintain his image and refrain from losing his temper, he was not someone to be trifled with, especially by these individuals who possessed nothing and only sought to be a nuisance. If it were not for his concern for face and his reluctance to provide them with ammunition for ridicule, he would have long since had this group of fools apprehended. Su Lingling and her companion were taken aback, their previously hopeful expressions shrinking in confusion over why Brother Tianxiang had become enraged. He was always kind-hearted, treating others with consideration and courtesy. In the 1,000 years of their past lives, they had never witnessed him lose his temper. He had always been polite and adept at bringing joy to others. What had gone awry this time? They merely wished to seek his mentorship. Was it not enough for him to simply agree? Why such an outburst? The disparity between their expectations and reality was too great for them to comprehend, and feeling distressed, Su Lingling finally managed to speak. Master Feng, we have long admired you, and today we sincerely come to seek your guidance. We harbor no intention of belittling you. Feng Tianxiang's anger only intensified. The audacity of such foolish individuals believing they could approach him for mentorship was the greatest affront. Moreover, the last time, Mu Siyu, that imbecile, had also claimed to have admired him for ages. Could these two have been taught by her? traitors to their own kind. As the Vice Sect Master, he had always been approachable and gentle, and it was natural for disciples to admire him. Yet, that did not imply he was easy to deal with. Why should he accept any garbage or worthless individuals into his fold? Realizing the situation was spiraling, Mu Siyu hurriedly stepped forward to grasp the arms of the two, attempting to pull them away. She had never seen Master so furious. She was well aware of the fear that gripped her. These two were her responsibility. And if Master misunderstood, attributing the blame to her, her fate would be sealed. However, Su Lingling resisted, shaking off Mu Siyu's grasp and stumbling forward to plead earnestly. Master Feng, please see clearly. I truly wish to join your esteemed ranks, even as a nominal disciple. As long as I can remain at Zikufeng, I would gladly do anything. Feng Tianxiang took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. To be honest, Su Lingling's aptitude was not entirely lacking. Were it not for that bizarre constitution, he might have considered accepting her as a nominal disciple. But that calamity-inducing physique. The fate of the fire spirit peak was still fresh in his memory, and the anguish of Master Su lingered before him. He did not wish to meet a similar end. Yi Xiaoxiao, emulating her, hurriedly stepped forward to add, "It is well known that Master Feng possesses a kind heart. I implore you to show compassion for us, the homeless. If we could be allowed to join Zikufeng, we would willingly toil like beasts of burden." She was truly exhausted from her time at the dragon-soaring peak. Should she attempt to leave, Elder Gu would surely resist. However, if they could remain at Zikufeng, with Brother Tianxiang's backing, Elder Gu would have no choice but to permit her departure. Homeless? Feng Tianxiang cast a glance at the suddenly stiffened Gu Fengzhu not far away and chuckled coldly. I recall that you are still a nominal disciple of Gu Fengzhu. I wonder when you shall be expelled from the Yulong Peak. As these words fell, numerous gazes swiftly converged upon Gu Fengzhu, causing his complexion to darken, more so than a pot bottom soaked in water, gleaming with an ominous sheen. What is this? I was merely enjoying the spectacle, and now I find myself embroiled in it. That night, Xiao Xiao was forcibly assigned to him. It mattered little whom she followed. If he could seize the opportunity to rid himself of this nuisance, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Why bring him into this suddenly? Is it not merely an affront? And that night, Xiao Xiao, must such matters of changing allegiances be spoken of publicly rather than in private? What is the meaning of this? Bullying the good-natured. Night Xiao Xiao's body stiffened as she turned to see Gu Fengzhu's face, dark and shining with ire. She forced a smile that was more lamentable than tears and managed to utter, "Master, you are also here." Humph, not only am I here, I have always been here. Gu Fengzhu, realizing he could no longer evade, rose and saluted Feng Tianxiang, saying, "Feng Zongzhu, please forgive me. It is my lack of discipline that has offended your esteemed self. I implore you to mete out punishment." What an embarrassment. The thought that such a foolish individual is my nominal disciple fills me with rage. I have never had any fondness for this unwelcome disciple. And now that I finally have the chance, I shall not let her off easily. Having dealt with one, Feng Tianxiang then turned his gaze towards Su Yunting and slowly spoke, "Su Fengzhu, your daughter has grown increasingly bold." Su Yunting felt as though he had been caught in the crossfire. He had assumed that Su Lingling was merely throwing a tantrum and that a little hardship would suffice to temper her. She had been quiet for over half a month. Yet today she had stirred up a significant ruckus. Last time, she had merely offended Feng Zongzhu indirectly. This time, she had directly crossed him. The piercing gazes from all around made his scalp tingle. He hastily stepped forward and bowed to Feng Tianxiang, saying, "Feng Zongzhu, please see reason. This girl." He intended to assert that his daughter had long since passed away and that this was merely a namesake. However, he feared that such a statement might provoke Feng Zongzhu to imprison Su Lingling, condemning her for disrespect, which would spell catastrophe for her. After all, she is still my daughter. I cannot bear to see her perish before me. With a heavy sigh, Su Yunting shot a disapproving glare at Su Lingling and continued, "Feng Zongzhu, forgive my daughter. Her behavior is often influenced by her peculiar constitution, leading her to act irrationally. Upon our return, I shall ensure she is properly disciplined and will not allow her to cause further trouble." This sentiment felt all too familiar. He seemed to have expressed these same words not long ago. What prompted that occasion? What else could it be but to rescue this wayward daughter? Feng Tianxiang's expression turned cold as he snorted. "As leaders of your respective peaks, your lax teachings have resulted in such a grievous error. Therefore, I shall impose upon you both a penalty of 10 years' salary. Do you have any objections?" 10 years. The two individuals exchanged a troubled glance, yet dared not voice any objections, hastily bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Feng." Fortunately, they were only penalized with a deduction from their personal salaries. Had the punishment extended to the salaries of Ling Feng, the elders would undoubtedly have caused a tremendous uproar. With a darkened expression, Feng Tianxiang returned to his seat, only to cast a sharp glance at Mu Siyu, barking in frustration, "Why are you not returning?" With no refuge available, Mu Siyu lowered her head and hesitantly shuffled to his side, expressing her grievances. "Master, I had no foreknowledge of their actions. I apologize, dear sisters, but I am without support within the sect. I cannot afford to be punished on your behalf. You are about to face your own penalties. So what does it matter if it is a little more or a little less?" Her voice was not quiet, and the two immediately caught her words, glaring at her in fury. Though they secretly resented Mu Siyu for betraying them, cursing the traitor was of no use in this moment. They had to swiftly devise a solution to the immediate crisis. Su Lingling remained relatively unfazed, knowing her father's temperament. He would never dare to truly harm her. Being taken back would merely result in a few days of confinement, after which she could seek another opportunity to escape. However, Yi Xiaoxiao's situation was precarious. Elder Gu had never held her in high regard, and now that she had committed such a grave error, one that even led to Elder Gu being reprimanded in public, her punishment could be severe. Anxiously, Yi Xiaoxiao kept her head down, unable to speak, her mind racing to find a solution, yet it was a blank slate. At that moment, she caught sight of Su Yun sitting not far from Feng Tianxiang, and her spirits lifted, illuminating a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she could seek Su Yun's assistance? Chapter 128, Drive Them Away. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with determination. She was certain that Su Yun was her greatest support. Since her rebirth, she had come to understand that whenever she encountered troubles that even senior brother Tianxiang could not resolve, she could always seek assistance from Su Yun, who would undoubtedly come to her aid. Today presented an excellent opportunity. For reasons unknown, senior brother Tianxiang stubbornly refused to accept her as his disciple, despite her heartfelt pleas, which had proven futile. If his intention was to test her perseverance, she had already requested his mentorship thrice, yet he remained resolute in his refusal. What was the matter? If he were to become her master, he would undoubtedly gain renown through her future exploits, etching his name in the annals of history as a distinguished mentor. How could he not grasp this simple truth? Was he not afraid of her harboring resentment or being hurt by his dismissive attitude? Even more aggravating was the fact that he publicly declared her to be the named disciple of Master Gu, subjecting her to humiliation in front of numerous elders. How inconsiderate of him. She often found herself questioning whether this senior brother Tianxiang was truly the same person she had encountered in their previous lives after the tribulation. Had he perhaps been possessed by another? Pouting in frustration, Yi Xiaoxiao begrudgingly turned her gaze towards Su Yun. There was no alternative, having inadvertently provoked senior brother Tianxiang. Even her aunt might not be able to rescue her. The only option left was to enlist the aid of Su Yun, who also held the position of Vice Sect Leader. At worst, she could treat Su Yun with greater kindness in the future, thus repaying him for his assistance this time. With a stubborn expression and a hint of defiance, Yi Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze on Su Yun, remaining silent and waiting for him to speak first. In her recollections, Su Yun had always treated her with great kindness, unable to bear even the slightest injustice towards her. Surely, witnessing her current plight would cause him distress? It was truly unfair to Su Yun. Had it not been for senior brother's heartlessness, Su Yun would not even have had the chance to rescue her in this life. However, after staring for what felt like an eternity, her eyes growing weary, she found Su Yun merely glancing at her before returning to his tea. He occasionally cast casual glances at the arena below and towards senior brother Tianxiang, completely ignoring her. What did this mean? Was Su Yun also turning a cold shoulder to her? With red-rimmed eyes, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. After reaching this point, how could Su Yun dare to disregard her? Was he truly so heartless? After waiting a moment longer, seeing that he remained unmoved, she could only pout and speak in a pitiful tone, "Sect Leader Su." Before she could finish her sentence, Elder Gu's eyes widened in alarm, and he hurriedly cast a spell to seal her mouth, bending deeply in a bow to Su Yun. "Sect Leader Su, please forgive her. It is her first time in such a place, and she is unfamiliar with the customs. Offending one is enough. Must she provoke both vice sect leaders?" He thought to himself that if she wished to end her life, she could do so, but he, an old man, still wished to live a few more years. The last incident at Shenhua Peak was still fresh in his memory, having been fined an entire year's salary. The peaks of Yulong and Shenhua differ significantly. The annual salary is indeed substantial. Should such a punishment befall him, the elders of Yulong Peak would surely flay Nye Xiaoxiao alive, and he would suffer alongside her. Ignorance of the rules warrants instruction. With that, Su Yun casually waved his hand. "I recall that Su Lingling's punishment remains unresolved. How fortuitous it is to send these two unruly individuals to Wanshou Peak for some character refinement. What? To Wanshou Peak? Su Lingling abruptly turned, her eyes widening in protest, only to be silenced in an instant. Su Yunting wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved by his quick reaction, and promptly bowed to Su Yun in gratitude. In accordance with the decree of Sect Master Su, I shall escort her to Wanshou Peak without allowing her to descend the mountain even a step. Having heard no further punitive measures, the two unfortunate peak masters finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they had not been outmaneuvered by these two fools. Had they hesitated for even a moment, all at the two spiritual peaks would have suffered the consequences. In contrast, Su Lingling and Nye Xiaoxiao were left in a state of panic. The mere thought of the ruffians at Wanshou Peak and her previous ordeal left Su Lingling pale with fear. She had assumed that Su Yun had forgotten about the matter since he had not mentioned it for so long. Little did she know he had been biding his time to spring a surprise upon her. This scoundrel, how cunning he was. He had led her to believe she was free from punishment without explicitly stating so, allowing her to live in constant anxiety, only to seize the opportunity for an ambush. Such behavior was more terrifying than that of a demon. It was all Nye Xiaoxiao's fault for provoking Su Yun unnecessarily. Had she not sought trouble, the demon would not have acted thus. Yet Nye Xiaoxiao felt wronged too. Although she had hoped for Su Yun's assistance, all she had done was utter a few words, and he had immediately sought to punish her. Was there no justice left? If it had been senior brother Tianxiang who imposed the punishment, she would not have said a word, but Su Yun. She had done nothing wrong. Her sentence had been imposed before she could even finish her sentence. Could he truly be so cruel? This method of punishment is indeed appropriate. Their dispositions are far too impetuous. Sending them to Wanshou Peak for some discipline is a beneficial endeavor. Feng Tianxiang secretly exhaled in relief. He had previously refrained from displaying anger, striving to maintain an admirable image, yet after being forced to express his ire today, it felt rather satisfying. Su Yun's punishment aligned perfectly with his sentiments. Such unruly individuals, ignorant of respect and hierarchy, deserved to be dispatched to Wanshou Peak to clean latrines. In the past, he might have feigned concern over Su Yun's harshness to cultivate a benevolent impression among the elders. However, in the presence of these two calamities, he felt no inclination to offer any compliments. Such fools were hardly worth his effort to curry favor. In fact, the farther they remained from him, the better. Let him sacrifice a modicum of reputation if it meant avoiding entanglement with such individuals. Su Yun, however, regarded him with surprise, unable to comprehend his change in demeanor. Previously, Feng Tianxiang would always seize opportunities to challenge him verbally, seeking to win the hearts of others. Why had he abandoned that strategy this time? Had he truly been exasperated by these foolish individuals? That simply would not do. He needed to draw closer to them. Chapter 129. It's all his fault for not speaking sooner. With a gentle smile, Su Yun advised, Junior brother, do not allow these trifles to affect your mood. Master Gu, Master Su, please escort her away. As for the one standing in a daze, take her to the arena as well. The bewildered one was Su Youli, who remained lost in thought until an elder approached and cast a spell to lift her. Only then did she come to her senses. She had truly been deceived by brother Tianxiang, no, by that scoundrel, Feng Tianxiang. How could he do this? After all her efforts to get closer to him, he treated her this way. She had placed such trust in him, never doubting his words, yet he spun a web of lies that turned her against Su Yun, shattering everything she held dear. It was only now that she realized Feng Tianxiang was the true villain. And what of Su Yun? If she had indeed been deceived by that scoundrel in her past life, then everything Su Yun said must have been true. Were the actions she took in her previous life not tantamount to betraying her master, a grievous sin? Panic surged within Su Youli, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, observing Su Yun engage in light-hearted conversation while disregarding her plight, a mixture of relief and indignation welled up inside her. Even if they had been misled into committing wrongdoings, it could not be solely blamed on them. They had been blinded by Feng Tianxiang's deceit, but Su Yun had not fallen prey to such trickery. He must have seen through it all long ago. If Su Yun had known that Feng Tianxiang was deceiving them, why did he not explain? Why did he not reveal the truth sooner? Had he clarified the matter and provided evidence of Feng Tianxiang's deceit, they would have recognized the scoundrel's true nature in time and avoided their grievous errors. Even if he could not find evidence, a simple warning from him would have sufficed. They might not have believed him at the time, but it would have instilled a sense of caution, preventing such a disaster. The reality was, however, that Su Yun remained silent, pretending not to see as they were duped by Feng Tianxiang, while he stood aloof, indifferent to their suffering. Su Youli gazed at that familiar yet distant figure, her heart heavy with sorrow, yearning to ask why he had not saved them. why he had not clarified matters with them. But then she reconsidered. It was futile. This Su Yun was not the Su Yun of her past life. He was unaware of everything now, and questioning him would yield no results. Moreover, so much time had passed that it would serve no purpose to argue over right and wrong. For now, she would not hold it against him. Casting aside those chaotic thoughts, when Su Youli looked at Su Yun again, she felt an unexpected warmth. He appeared so endearing, so pleasing to the eye, that it moved her to the brink of tears. Heaven had shown her mercy, granting her a chance to rectify past regrets. Now that everything had begun anew, she would not dwell on past grievances, but instead dedicate herself wholeheartedly to being Su Yun's disciple, sincerely striving for the benefit of Xianxia Peak and protecting him from further harm by Feng Tianxiang. Su Youli's heart raced with excitement as she took several deep breaths. Finally exhaling a long, heavy sigh, she gazed affectionately at Su Yun, eager to reconcile with him. However, just as she prepared to step forward, her figure was enveloped by a luminous barrier, descending uncontrollably. A wave of panic surged within her. Having finally gained the opportunity to approach Su Yun and discern the true nature of Feng Tianxiang, she was desperate to explain herself and return to Xianxia Peak to aid him. How could she leave like this? Her expression turned urgent as she opened her mouth to shout, but the barrier silenced her, preventing even a single word from escaping. What was happening? Who was the scoundrel that had cast this soundproofing spell? Nearby, an elder performing the incantation smirked with satisfaction. He had long recognized that these young female disciples were extraordinary and had remained vigilant against them, fearing that one might suddenly unleash chaos and implicate him. Master Su's strategy had proven effective. Silencing her meant there was no risk of her offending anyone. Su Youli's eyes widened as she pounded against the barrier, calling out incessantly. Yet no one paid her any heed. She could only watch in despair as Su Yun moved further away. No. She had yet to clarify her intentions. She couldn't leave. She realized her mistakes and wished to restore everything to its rightful path, desperate to avoid being sent away. Her current status rendered a visit to Xianxia Peak exceedingly difficult. Missing this chance could mean an indefinite wait before she could see Su Yun again. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Youli shook her head, pounding against the barrier and crying out, her gaze fixed on Su Yun, hoping he would comprehend her feelings. Yet, throughout it all, Su Yun never glanced her way. Just as her view was obscured by a cloud, the cacophony of cheers surged into her ears, and the barrier finally lifted. No, don't go, she cried as her feet touched the ground, nearly stumbling from the abruptness. However, she paid little mind to her balance, anxiously staring at the elevated platform, shouting, please, not like this. I can explain everything, truly. Don't disregard me. Please bring me back up. Her voice was soon drowned out by the cheers, unable to reach anyone, while a few nearby disciples cast puzzled glances her way. Are you all right, junior sister? One inquired. Su Youli ignored them, clenching her fists towards the sky, waiting in vain for a response. With Su Yun's cultivation level, he must have heard her words. Why was he ignoring her? Had she known this would happen, she would have sought Su Yun directly instead of approaching Feng Tianxiang. Perhaps she could have remained above. But now, with Su Yun ignoring her, what could she do? Was he still upset with her, deliberately giving her the cold shoulder? If that were the case, Su Yun was being rather petty. She had come to her senses and recognized her mistakes. He should not treat her this way. Desperation filled her as she gazed at the cloud platform, feeling utterly helpless. She could not ascend, and the only one capable of flight, Su Lingling, was absent. Then it struck her, Xianxia Peak. Now that she had repented, if she could return to Xianxia Peak, perhaps she would have the chance to see Su Yun once more. Upon contemplating this, she resolutely turned away, realizing that prolonging her stay here would be futile. She intended to wait at Xianxia Peak for Su Yun's return to see her. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the cloud platform became considerably more harmonious. Do not fret, junior brother, Su Yun reassured. The myriad complexities of life are simply a part of existence. Moreover, our sect is home to countless disciples. Encountering various individuals can only serve to broaden one's horizons. As he spoke, he instructed someone to present tea to Feng Tianxiang. This tea possesses a delightful flavor. Do give it a taste, junior brother. Upon receiving the cup, Feng Tianxiang's eyes were suddenly filled with a hint of resentment. The teacup seemed familiar. It was indeed the very cup Su Yun had just had prepared for the master-disciple tea ceremony. Did he think that removing the red cloth from the tray would render me unable to recognize it? You truly have a refined taste, brother, he lamented. Yet I was just experiencing a terrible headache. For some reason, these disciples have been coming to me incessantly to seek guidance, employing countless tactics. It is quite exasperating. With a sigh, he found this spiritual tea devoid of flavor. No, that was not entirely accurate. It seemed to have a slightly sour taste. All three individuals were a source of trouble for him. Only his senior brother remained aloof from the chaos, which was truly enviable. Why must they always seek him out? Clearly, Su Youli, a genuinely good person, was seated here as well. Why not approach him for guidance? These foolish individuals, wishing to ascend swiftly without properly investigating, could have sought Su Yuli's mentorship with far greater ease than approaching him. Chapter 130. Internal and External Strife. Su Youli advised, "Doesn't this rather indicate that, dear junior brother, you are quite favored among the disciples in the sect? You should indeed feel pleased." However, Feng Tianxiang found no joy in this sentiment. He had previously harbored such thoughts, believing that his popularity was the reason so many sought his assistance. Yet, upon closer interaction, he realized that these individuals were rather unremarkable, behaving in a manner that was more bothersome than beneficial. Their presence was often more irritating than helpful. As Su Zongzhu pointed out, their esteemed master was even more beloved by the disciples, which was why they dared to approach her for mentorship despite the risk of incurring blame. Such thoughtless remarks were easily attributed to a particular individual. Feng Tianxiang slowly turned his head and caught sight of Mu Siyu's overly eager smile. Upon noticing his gaze, her grin became even more radiant. He could discern her thoughts instantly. She was merely seeking to appease him, fearing his wrath and potential reprimand. However, the opportunity she sought was hardly worth pursuing. His head throbbed even more painfully at the realization that this foolish individual was now his newly accepted personal disciple, prompting him to sigh deeply in distress. Feng Tianxiang bore no grudge against her. After all, her naivety was not something to blame her for. But it left him feeling weary. "Brother, please do not mock me. This disciple of mine truly is, sigh. Never mind." He found himself at a loss for words. Su Youli chuckled gently, offering comfort. Cousin Mu is simply innocent and candid, possessing a hint of childlike spirit. This statement made Feng Tianxiang uncomfortable. What was this nonsense about childlike spirit? Why not just say she was immature and lacked understanding? Yet, to Mu Siyu, this compliment surprised her, prompting her to glance at Su Youli in astonishment. In all her previous life spanning over a millennium, he had never praised her in such a manner. What had changed? Now that she was no longer his disciple, he seemed to be showing her kindness. With this thought, Mu Siyu couldn't help but raise her chin proudly, a glimmer of delight dancing in her eyes. She had long sensed Su Yuli's reluctance to see her go, but she had not anticipated it would manifest to such an extent, even daring to commend her in front of her master. Such gestures had never been made by her senior brother Tianxiang in her past life. Honestly, if he was so reluctant to part with her, he ought to have expressed it sooner. Agreeing to her apprenticeship during their last meeting would have sufficed. There was no need for him to lament now. She offered a somewhat reserved nod to Su Youli, acknowledging his perceptiveness with a reluctant response. Observing her subdued joy, Su Yuli's gaze shifted, and he inquired, "By the way, those three disciples earlier were also friends of Cousin Mu. Do you know why they acted in such a manner? To publicly seek mentorship in this setting is indeed rather disrespectful." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang too grew curious. He truly could not comprehend why these less capable female disciples sought him out for guidance. Did he appear to be someone who was easily approachable? Mu Siyu cautiously glanced at Feng Tianxiang, and seeing no objection from him, she boldly began to explain. Well, they were both coerced into it. Coerced? Feng Tianxiang's brows furrowed. Could it be that someone was deliberately targeting him through such means? Su Youli also displayed a look of confusion and inquired, "Please elaborate, junior nephew." Mu Siyu feigned a sorrowful shake of her head and sighed, expressing, "This matter is rather lengthy. Both of them are, in truth, unfortunate souls. Master Su of Xinhua Peak exhibits a blatant preference for males over females, treating Su Lingling with utmost severity. Since her birth, she has frequently been bullied. Her parents do not care for her, and her two elder brothers harbor a profound disdain for her, viewing her as little more than a servant, neglecting her entirely and allowing others to mistreat and insult her without ever coming to her defense. Consequently, she has long been unable to endure life at Xinhua Peak. Not long ago, she fortuitously encountered a disciple and learned that her master is benevolent and treats his disciples exceedingly well. Thus, she contemplated joining his tutelage as a means to escape the mire of Xinhua Peak. Pausing momentarily, she discreetly glanced at the two individuals, observing their lack of reaction, and felt reassured to continue. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she, too, is a daughter of a prominent family. Despite her remarkable talents, she has been underestimated and ostracized by her kin. In desperation, she sought refuge at Tianxianzong and managed to join Yulong Peak, only to find. She slyly cast a glance aside, noting that Master Gu had yet to return, and sighed again, Who would have thought that Master Gu also looks down upon her? He claimed he would teach her the art of alchemy, but in reality, he merely handed her a book on herb identification and then ignored her entirely, clearly unwilling to offer any guidance. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang could not help but furrow his brow, setting aside the question of whether she was favored or not. The tales of these two individuals sounded remarkably fabricated, particularly that of Yi Xiaoxiao. From their very first encounter, he had discerned her innate qualities, which were nothing extraordinary, merely a pair of ordinary dual spirit roots, hardly qualifying her as a genius. Meanwhile, Su Yun's expression darkened, and he asked sternly, "Did Yi Xiaoxiao herself tell you that she possesses exceptional talent?" Mu Siyu nodded vigorously. "Indeed, she told me so with her own lips." Preposterous. Feng Tianxiang's expression darkened, unable to restrain his reprimand. "She possesses merely the dual earth and wood spirit roots, which are decidedly inferior. The fact that she would deceive you with such claims reveals her flawed character. You must refrain from associating with her in the future. That is not the case. Master, you misunderstand her." Mu Siyu hastily clarified, glancing cautiously at Su Yun as if fearing he might overhear. She leaned closer to Feng Tianxiang and whispered, "In truth, the dual earth and wood spirit roots are merely a guise. Yi Xiaoxiao's true talent is an exceptionally formidable Lingshu sword body. However, this Lingshu sword body requires special conditions to awaken. She has been suppressed so harshly that she has never dared to disclose this to anyone, not even her family." "What? The Lingshu sword body, the one that resonates with the spatial Tao?" Feng Tianxiang's heart jolted in surprise, instinctively glancing towards Su Yun, only to find a flicker of astonishment in his eyes as well. He instantly comprehended that his esteemed senior brother must have heard the revelation too. Realizing this, his expression darkened, and he exclaimed, "Nonsense. Yi Xiaoxiao has met with me on multiple occasions. If she truly possessed the Lingshu sword body, I would have undoubtedly discovered it by now." Mu Siyu felt aggrieved by the rebuke. She was merely speaking the truth. Why did her master not believe her? Su Yun, shaking his head, advised, "The Lingshu sword body is an extraordinarily rare and powerful entity. Indeed, the Yi family produced one tens of thousands of years ago, and its emergence would evoke celestial phenomena, visible for hundreds of thousands of miles. It could never be concealed. If Yi Xiaoxiao truly possessed the Lingshu sword body, the Yi family would undoubtedly nurture her with great care, and she would not have to endure such humiliation." Upon witnessing even Su Yun's disbelief, Mu Siyu's dissatisfaction intensified. "Humph. That is because Yi Xiaoxiao's constitution is unique. It has yet to awaken and requires the right moment to manifest in its true form." Before she could finish her thought, Feng Tianxiang impatiently interrupted, "Enough. Let us not speak of this matter any further. The awakening of such a constitution is exceedingly difficult. Until it awakens, we should treat her as if she does not possess it." Su Yun nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, what my junior brother says is quite pertinent. The authenticity of this matter remains uncertain. It would be wise for my nephew to heed this and refrain from discussing it with others, lest it leads to misunderstandings." After speaking, he furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze unfocused as it drifted toward the arena below, absent-mindedly sipping from his teacup. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to his distraction, the tea he drank was more than before, reflecting a visage steeped in contemplation. Chapter 131, Good Disciple, Lingshu Sword Body. Feng Tianxiang had been closely observing Su Yun's movements when he faintly heard the latter softly utter those four words. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught the still trembling teacup, igniting a spark of contemplation within him. Even his usually untroubled senior brother seemed to entertain thoughts of the legendary Lingshu sword body. However, the veracity of this matter remained uncertain. What if it was merely idle gossip from Yi Xiaoxiao? Would his senior brother not fear a moment of vain hopes? Could it be that Su Yun had discerned something? As this thought crossed his mind, Feng Tianxiang felt a shift within him. Upon reflection, Yi Xiaoxiao was known for her playful nature within the sect. She had never been seen poring over books, and the Lingshu sword body, a formidable entity that had not appeared in ages, would be unknown to her given her lack of diligence. Who could have informed her? Who might it be? Regardless of the source, the fact that it had piqued his senior brother's interest suggested that there was some level of assurance or a means of verification on his part. If this were indeed true, Feng Tianxiang's eyes sparkled faintly, a flicker of fervor igniting within him, though he skillfully concealed it. Instinctively, he lifted the teacup, gazing at the arena below, yet his thoughts were far from the spectacle, as he pondered the authenticity of the Lingshu sword body. There must be records within the sect that could clarify the truth of the matter. It simply required some time. But if it were indeed genuine, why had his senior brother not taken action to seek out Yi Xiaoxiao for further investigation? Was he perhaps wary of being discovered by me? Feng Tianxiang discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Su Yun, only to find that the latter was also looking his way. Their eyes met, and both exchanged knowing smiles and nods. Aha, he is indeed wary of me. If earlier he had only harbored doubt, now Feng Tianxiang was convinced. Su Yun certainly knew something. And Yi Xiaoxiao was very likely the Lingshu sword body. What a clever Su Yun, feigning indifference to prevent detection, aiming to seize Yi Xiaoxiao when he was not paying attention. What a shrewd scheme. Unfortunately for Su Yun, he had not anticipated that Feng Tianxiang had already gleaned fragments of the truth from subtle clues and would not allow him to whisk Yi Xiaoxiao away. The atmosphere in the arena fell momentarily silent, both individuals deep in thought, yet neither dared to make a move. This only reinforced Feng Tianxiang's belief that Su Yun was attempting to lull him into complacency, intent on monopolizing the Lingshu sword body. Meanwhile, Mu Siyu, having been chastised into silence, turned to see her master lost in thought, teacup in hand but untouched. She quickly interjected, "Master, the tea will go cold." She aimed to divert the conversation, hoping her master would forget the recent events, ideally erasing them from memory altogether. Little did she know, her words jolted Feng Tianxiang awake, shattering the momentary pride he had felt, leaving him deeply unsettled. What was the point of discussing tea? He had no desire to sip it. Had he known that Yi Xiaoxiao was the Lingshu sword body, he would have readily agreed earlier. Who could have foreseen that Mu Siyu, that foolish girl, would only bring up the Lingshu sword body after everyone had been dismissed? It was truly infuriating. He no longer wished to linger in this place. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Yun remained unaware of his newfound knowledge, he resolved to return swiftly to investigate the veracity of the so-called Lingshu sword body, and to impart some much-needed lessons on decorum to his foolish disciple. He had heard that Master Su had previously contemplated enlightening Su Lingling, and he had mockingly ridiculed Master Su for having such an unrefined daughter who had been compelled to resort to such comical methods. In hindsight, he realized that he had been rather short-sighted. Indeed, it was a brilliant idea. He would treat this foolish apprentice as a child, instructing her from the very beginning. If once was insufficient, then thrice, and if thrice proved ineffective, then 10 times. Surely, she would eventually grasp the principles of propriety. With this thought in mind, Feng Tianxiang set down his teacup and addressed Su Yun. "I leave this matter in your capable hands, senior brother. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Su Yun looked at him in surprise. "These are the future pillars of our sect. Such an opportunity is rare. Wouldn't you stay a while longer, junior brother?" Feng Tianxiang mused. "You may revel in the spectacle, but what of my own burdens? Who considers my plight?" He felt weary, his heart heavy, beset by external threats and the folly of an inept disciple. If he did not resolve this swiftly, he feared she might commit further blunders. Moreover, the matter of the Lingshu sword body plagued his thoughts, and he yearned for clarity. Just as he was about to utter some casual excuse to deflect, Mu Siyu interjected eagerly. "Indeed, master, let us observe a while longer. These disciples are destined to become formidable experts. Such a glorious age may not grace us again for many months." Having finally ventured out, she was reluctant to return to her training so soon. Progress in cultivation required a gradual approach, and a balance between toil and rest was essential. She relished the opportunity to pause. Besides, with so many disciples watching below, she alone stood atop the cloud platform, surveying the arena, a singular privilege, enhanced by the envious glances cast her way, which captivated her. She desired to evoke even more envy among her peers, and had no intention of departing so soon. Feng Tianxiang could endure no more, again and again. Today had merely been a routine observation. He had intended to sit, sip tea, engage in casual conversation, and leave when the time felt right. Yet now, his composure had been disturbed, and an unprecedented anger surged within him. What was she doing? Could silence truly be so unbearable? Was it really so? Ah, indeed, she was his carefully chosen disciple, remarkably gifted, a talent rarely seen in eons, capable of disturbing the meditative state of a cultivator at his level. At that moment, Su Yun spoke again, urging, "What you say is entirely valid, junior brother. Since you have no official duties today, why not stay a while longer?" He also wishes to encourage me to stay? What does this imply? Has Su Yun secretly dispatched someone to investigate? Feng Tianxiang was taken aback. Su Yun typically adhered to his father's doctrine of letting things unfold naturally and rarely offered counsel. Yet today, this was the second time he had urged him. Such abnormalities surely hinted at deeper concerns. He could no longer afford to squander time here. Feeling fatigued, he decided to return and rest, opting not to linger further. Upon finishing his words, Feng Tianxiang distinctly observed a subtle sigh of relief from Su Yun. which further solidified his earlier conjectures. What a remarkable senior brother Su, attempting to engage him in such a covert game. Choosing not to linger on the matter, Feng Tianxiang merely nodded towards Su Yun, disregarding the need to greet others, and swiftly whisked Mu Siyu away. This urgency stirred something within Su Yun. Was his junior brother truly vexed, or was he merely eager to seek information regarding the Lingshu sword body? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Previously, he had little regard for Mu Siyu, perceiving her as foolish, lazy, and gluttonous, often indulging in bewildering antics that could drive one to distraction. However, today, as an observer, he recognized that Mu Siyu possessed a certain depth. Just look at how, with only a few words, she managed to provoke such a reaction from junior brother Tianxiang. He glanced down at the cup of apprenticeship tea and promptly requested a fresh one. If merely Mu Siyu was this formidable, he could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue if all 7 of them became disciples under junior brother Tianxiang. Chapter 132. Blessings are not necessarily shared, but hardships must be borne together. At present, it appears that Yi Xiaoxiao is in the clear, while Su Lingling still needs to devise a plan. With this thought in mind, he directed his consciousness and contacted Imo Qingyang, saying, "Junior brother Imo, how are things progressing?" "It is all prepared," Imo Qingyang replied, albeit with a hint of confusion. "However, senior brother, I still do not understand why you had me expend such great effort to locate the oldest document, only to add a single line. If it is merely a matter of addition, why not do so on multiple documents? What if the recipient overlooks this particular one? Would that not render our efforts futile?" A faint smile graced Su Yun's lips as he responded, "One document suffices. Once you have completed the task, do not rush away. Wait until Ting Han has departed before you quietly slip away, ensuring you remain undetected." Mo Qingyang nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, senior brother, with my stealth techniques, that lad Ting Han will never discover my presence." Meanwhile, Su Lingling and Yi Xiaoxiao were cast into the Beast Peak by the 2 Peak Masters. Merely placing them there was insufficient. Peak Master Su and Peak Master Gu specifically instructed the Master of Beast Peak that without the orders of the 2 Deputy Sect Masters, the 2 women must not be allowed to descend the mountain under any circumstances. After issuing their instructions, the 2 Peak Masters hurriedly returned to their own peaks, not daring to cast another glance at that extraordinary entity, nor even approaching the floating cloud platform again. Standing beside the muddy pool of the Azure Dragon, their faces were ashen. Su Lingling had previously endured this ordeal, so she found it somewhat bearable this time. After all, she was accustomed to the foul stench. However, for Yi Xiaoxiao, this was her first encounter with such a horrific punishment. She had done nothing wrong and was merely gazing at the mud pit. Yet she felt as though her very soul was about to flee. "What is this? You expect me to clean up this mess?" "Absolutely not. What do you take me for?" "I refuse. I would rather die than do it." The disciple in charge of overseeing them from Beast Peak remained impassive, indifferent to their protests. He simply tossed their garments onto the ground and coldly stated, "The Peak Master has decreed that from today onward, you are not to set foot outside this place. Food will be brought to you daily, you need only wait. Should you attempt to escape, you will face the consequences." With that, he turned and departed, and a barrier of light rose around them, isolating the area from the outside world. Food. In such a place, to eat. The mere thought sent Yi Xiaoxiao's stomach into turmoil, nearly causing her to retch. She quickly covered her mouth, her voice trembling. "Su Lingling, this place is not fit for human habitation. How on earth did you survive it before?" Su Lingling pouted but maintained her composure. "I am a Foundation establishment cultivator and have undergone fasting. I do not require food." Her words prompted a shudder from Yi Xiaoxiao, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Foundation establishment? Fasting? Does that mean I am the only one expected to suffer in this foul pit?" If they were to endure the hardships together, she could perhaps bear it. But if she were to suffer alone, she would not last a single day. In a frenzy, Yi Xiaoxiao rushed to pound against the barrier of light, desperately shouting, "Let me out. Please, let me out. I cannot remain in this wretched place. Do you know who I am? I am the cousin of the Phoenix Sect Master. And the Sect Master's wife is my aunt. If my aunt finds out, she will not spare you wretches. Damn it. I have memorized the face of that one who spoke earlier. If you do not release me soon, once I regain my freedom, you shall see how I deal with you." Her voice was filled with anguish as she spoke in one breath, unable to contain herself as she gasped for air, suddenly widening her eyes and bending over to retch. "Wretches, wretches." She cursed as she heaved, much to Su Lingling's disgust. Thankfully, she did not vomit into the pool, otherwise, they would have to clean it up. "Stop shouting. This formation has soundproofing. No matter how loud you scream, no one will come." Yi Xiaoxiao wiped her mouth and pounded on the protective barrier. Soundproofing? Why would a protective formation need soundproofing? Su Lingling's expression was complex. You also know that I have been here for a while. Never mind, it's a long story. She felt embarrassed to admit that her previous outburst had been so intense that the disciples of the Beast Peak could not endure it and had specially arranged for soundproofing. Enough of this, it is of no use. We must eat. At worst, we can stay at a distance. If you endure the smell long enough, you will gradually become accustomed to it. Accustomed? I refuse to become accustomed to such a stench. Tears streamed down Yi Xiaoxiao's face as she wiped them away angrily. I can simply choose not to eat. I won't starve in 10 days or half a month. But we need strength to work, or we will only grow weaker. Su Lingling paused mid-sentence and shook her head. Forget it. You will soon learn about those matters. More importantly, we should consider how to persuade the Phoenix Sect Master to accept us as disciples. Only then can we leave this place sooner. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao instantly forgot her earlier humiliation, her expression turning despondent as she murmured, "What is the matter with the Phoenix Sect Master? He is willing to accept that fool Mu Siyu, yet he refuses us? If we are to speak of talent and temperament, we are no less than Mu Siyu." Su Lingling also felt a pang of disappointment as she sat down against a large tree, adjusting her long skirt. It seems the Phoenix Sect Master has a certain aversion to us. From the beginning, he has regarded us as ordinary disciples, which is entirely different from before. In her previous life, senior brother Tianxiang treated them with exceptional care. He spoke gently and thoughtfully, with immense patience. Regardless of their mistakes, he would unconditionally tolerate them, never uttering a harsh word. Once, he resolved numerous troubles for them, utterly exhausted, yet to spare them worry. He would always suppress his fatigue and reassure them. With me here, there is nothing to fear. In his eyes, every issue was trivial, and no matter how great the trouble, he would resolve it thoroughly. Unlike Su Yun, who merely berated them as fools, seizing every opportunity to impart lengthy moral lessons about what they should or should not do, though he would eventually assist them in solving their problems. His attitude was exceedingly poor, which was utterly frustrating. But this time, everything has changed. It is one thing for the senior brother to refrain from offering assistance to them voluntarily, but quite another that he even declined their direct requests for help. Chapter 133. A fortuitous opportunity. Su Lingling, with a hint of sorrow, embraced her knees. It appears we must take action, for we are still unfamiliar with Master Feng. If we resort to our previous methods to seek his mentorship, it would likely yield nothing but disappointment. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed in agreement. Indeed. You should have seen the expressions of the elders when we sought to apprentice ourselves. Their astonishment, confusion, and mockery are etched in my memory. I had anticipated their shock, yet was met with nothing but disbelief and surprise. Do they truly deem us unworthy of being Master Tianxiang's direct disciples? A pack of blind old fools, utterly ignorant. Su Lingling scoffed. Who cares what these worthless beings think? When we reclaim our former glory, we shall have plenty of ways to deal with them. Quite right. When I take charge of the suspended blade hall, Yi Xiaoxiao began, but then paused, a triumphant smile appearing on her face. Perhaps we won't even need to act. In a few centuries, many of those elders may very well have passed away. Worthless beings are destined for their fates, and their demise would be well-deserved. Su Lingling shook her head. There is no need to concern ourselves with these fools. Next time, we shall be better prepared to approach Master Feng. We will not face rejection again. After venting their frustrations, their spirits lifted somewhat, but they were soon startled by a cacophony of noise. While Yi Xiaoxiao remained puzzled, Su Lingling sprang to her feet, her expression tense as she gazed towards the muddy pit. This is bad. Those creatures are making a ruckus again. Xiaoxiao, hurry and change your clothes. We must go down and clean up the filth. Yi Xiaoxiao, alarmed, retreated. No, are we really going? Can't we just ignore it? That place is so filthy. I refuse to go. Whether you want to or not, we must go. If they continue to stir up trouble, they will surely fling that muck onto the shore. As she spoke, Su Lingling had already changed her attire, her demeanor serious as she added, Xiaoxiao. The shore is the only patch of purity in this vicinity. Surely you don't wish to spend the coming days sleeping in a muddy pit? Her tone was grave, devoid of jest, instilling a moment of hesitation in Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet, in that fleeting instant of doubt, Su Lingling's eyes glimmered with determination. A fortuitous opportunity. In a swift motion, she appeared behind Yi Xiaoxiao, delivering a forceful kick to her lower back. Bang! Yi Xiaoxiao, caught completely off guard, was propelled into the air, limbs flailing and shrieking as she soared toward the muddy pit. Being only at the mid-stage of chi refinement, she stood no chance against the ambush from Su Lingling, who had already established her foundation. All she could do was widen her eyes in horror, screaming as she watched the mud-covered azure dragon of the sea draw ever closer. Ah! Su Lingling, you scoundrel! Splash! Mud flew everywhere, sending the multitude of azure dragons into a panic, and the pit erupted in a frenzy of muck, enveloping her in a muddy embrace. Xiao Xiao, my apologies. Su Lingling stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at Yi Xiao Xiao as she struggled amidst the mire, a smirk playing on her lips. Sometimes, one needs a push from behind to truly break through their limits. I do this for your sake. Yi Xiao Xiao, in a fit of rage, screamed and cursed. You scoundrel, shameless wretch. Is that a push? That's an ambush. And you used your foot. Don't think I wouldn't notice. How could I have trusted you so much, only for you to betray me like this? Prior to this, she had never imagined that Su Lingling would resort to such treachery. Weren't they supposed to be good sisters? How could that vile person act in such a manner? Su Lingling shrugged nonchalantly. There's nothing to be done. It's already happened. Just get used to it. Yi Xiao Xiao was desperate. What could she do? She couldn't possibly let Su Lingling toil alone while she sat idly by on the shore, watching her play in the mud. Could she? Reluctantly, she resolved to adopt the same tactics as those ruffians from One Show Peak and give her opponent a good kick. Surprisingly, it proved to be quite effective. Once was not enough, and twice would follow. With a few more attempts, Yi Xiao Xiao would likely be able to descend without needing to kick at all. Covered in mud, she struggled and yelled, "Ah, scoundrel, scoundrel, you wretched person." Su Lingling raised an eyebrow and smiled. Perhaps you should keep quiet. You might end up with mud in your mouth. Hearing this, Yi Xiao Xiao hastily shut her mouth and shot Su Lingling a fierce glare. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she disregarded the mess and hurled a handful of mud toward the shore, angrily transmitting, "You dare to harm me? Don't think you'll escape unscathed either." At West Bitter Peak, in the study of the back courtyard, Brother Feng, I have found it. Ting Han strode into the study, unveiling a tray that held several ancient jade tablets and scrolls, including a few peculiar beast skins. The Lingshu sword body has been scarce for thousands of years, and the records are limited. Everything related to it that the sect has preserved is now in my possession. Well done. Feng Tianxiang picked up a jade tablet and examined it closely, casually inquiring, "Did you encounter anyone from Xinxia Peak during your journey?" "Not at all." After a brief hesitation, Ting Han added, "However, I did see Mo Qingyang when I entered." Mo Qingyang. Feng Tianxiang's gaze sharpened. "Isn't he at Tingyu Tower? What would he be doing there?" Ting Han shook his head. "I don't know. It seemed as if he was deliberately avoiding me. The moment he spotted me, he concealed his presence and hurried away. Fortunately, I am quite sensitive to such concealment techniques, which allowed me to catch a glimpse of his aura. By the way, I was curious about his intentions, so I checked the borrowing records." Feng Tianxiang paused his actions and looked up at him. "What did it say?" "Nothing at all," Ting Han replied. "However, since he made a personal trip, it must be that he obtained some information he wished to keep secret." At this point, Feng Tianxiang was certain that Mo Qingyang had indeed followed Su Yun's instructions to deliberately evade him while seeking information regarding the Lingshu sword body. Little did the other party know, his swift actions fortuitously led to an encounter between Ting Han and Mo Qingyang. A series of fortuitous coincidences converged to grant him such vital information. My esteemed senior brother is truly remarkable. Feng Tianxiang shook his head, chuckling. One's calculations cannot rival the heavens. He believed his actions were shrouded in secrecy, yet little did he know, I had already anticipated all his plans. My senior brother's astute foresight outshines Su Yun, whose strategy is fraught with flaws, rendering him no match for my senior. However, senior brother, I have just perused this information and found no resemblance to Miss Yi. Listening, Han expressed his perplexity. Moreover, I also reviewed the data on the Yi family. Since her birth, Miss Yi has not engaged in any peculiar activities. It is only recently that her demeanor has grown increasingly eccentric, but there are no other abnormalities. Feng Tianxiang slowly shook his head. Certain formidable physiques remain inconspicuous prior to their awakening. However, once successfully awakened, they experience a substantial leap in their capabilities. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on an ancient piece of beast hide in his hand. After a moment of scrutiny, a glimmer ignited in his eyes, and a smile began to grace his lips. Who says there are no similarities? You still do not comprehend Yi Xiao Xiao sufficiently. Chapter 134. The Approaching Beautiful Life. What? Hearing Han's bewilderment, he took the animal skin, scrutinized it several times, yet still wore a puzzled expression. There's nothing written here. Merely some introductions about the Lingshu sword body. Feng Tianxiang shook his head in exasperation. You still lack attention to detail. He pointed to the last line of text on the animal skin, saying, "Do you see what this says?" Han's brow furrowed as he read aloud. The Lingshu sword body is inherently attuned to the principles of space. Over time, this will affect the soul. Those lacking in mental fortitude may suffer from confusion, becoming unlike ordinary individuals. Precisely, Feng Tianxiang replied with a slight smile. Isn't my dear cousin just like that? She has always acted without method, her every move unpredictable, leaving others guessing her true intentions. Just like today, who could have anticipated that she would boldly gather a crowd to seek me as a mentor in plain sight? Is this something a rational person would do? I initially thought her behavior stemmed from a deficiency in character or intellect, but it seems she is affected by her constitution, her mind influenced by the principle of space. The thought of the once unparalleled Lingshu sword body stirred excitement within Feng Tianxiang. Such a remarkable constitution, with ample resources and his diligent guidance, would almost certainly lead her to become a master of the void, given sufficient opportunity. Even a breakthrough to the harmonization stage would not be impossible. If her comprehension were also adequate, there remained a slender chance she could fully grasp the principles of space and perhaps even ascend to the tribulation stage. If such a talent were to join Shiku Peak, it would undoubtedly enhance his own strength and elevate his standing within the sect, causing even the elders who have transcended to regard him with newfound respect. Where is Yi Xiaoxiao now? Han pondered. She should have just arrived at the Beast Peak. The mention of the Beast Peak made Feng Tianxiang hesitate. While the Lingshu sword body was indeed exceptional, Yi Xiaoxiao's erratic behavior was often infuriating, given that her constitution had yet to awaken. He feared that if she were to encounter Mu Siyu, he might be driven to distraction. Just then, Han's expression shifted as he listened intently for a moment before reporting, "Senior brother, we have just received word that Yi Wuxin from Xianxiao Peak is headed to the Beast Peak. It seems he can no longer wait." Yi Wuxin. Feng Tianxiang's eyes sparkled with insight. Is brother attempting to persuade Yi Xiaoxiao to join Xianxiao Peak under the pretense of kinship? He commanded, "You must go personally, ensuring you reach her before Xianxiao Peak does, and bring Yi Xiaoxiao back. By dispatching a harmonization stage cultivator to retrieve her, not only would it demonstrate her importance, but it would also allow him to secure her before Xianxiao Peak could intervene. His beloved cousin would undoubtedly become a member of Shiku Peak." Atop Xianxiao Peak, Yi Wuxin reported respectfully, "Master, I have arrived late. Yi Xiaoxiao is no longer present at the Beast Peak, leaving only Su Lingling behind. She is currently at the Foundation establishment stage, and her swordsmanship is insufficient for prolonged use. To reach the Beast Peak, she can only ride a celestial crane, which will not be fast enough. Upon arriving at the location, one could only see Su Lingling lying alone in the muddy pool, lost in thought. Her vacant eyes and expressionless demeanor suggested that she had endured some monumental blow, rendering her somewhat indifferent to life. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, her whereabouts were already unknown, and Su Lingling did not respond when questioned. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. Observing that his master showed no intent to inquire further, Yi Wuxin felt a sense of relief. After a moment's hesitation, he could not restrain himself from speaking. "Master, although I am not well acquainted with Yi Xiaoxiao, I have seen her a few times, and I cannot shake the feeling that she is not the Lingshu sword body." Su Yun shook his head. "Whether she is or not, it matters little. Since there is no fate between you, it is best not to dwell on it. However, this girl holds grudges deeply. Given your previous treatment of her, she will undoubtedly harbor resentment, and when the grand competition arrives in half a year, you two shall face each other." Yi Wuxin's eyes sparkled with determination. "If a battle is to be fought, then let it be. I do not fear her. What of the Lingshu sword body? Her talents are not lacking. Indeed, your aptitude is not inferior to that of any other. Even the Lingshu sword body is merely equivalent to yours." Su Yun waved his hand again. "Go and cultivate. Once you both attain the golden core, I shall have further arrangements for you." Yi Wuxin bowed and withdrew, and soon thereafter, Lingyin approached with a report. "Young master, 5 of the disciplinary elders have been reassigned from the Taichung Hall at the West Bitter Peak." "Oh," Su Yun expressed surprise. "Are they intending to employ the method of Master Su to have the disciplinary elders instruct Mu Siyu in etiquette? The Taichung Hall does not solely consist of teaching elders. There are also disciplinary elders. While the teaching elders are stringent, they primarily focus on guidance, whereas the disciplinary elders are quite different. Though they also teach etiquette, they are more adept at finding fault. If something is amiss, they are not hesitant to take action, employing various forms of punishment until the lesson is learned. It seems appropriate. Mu Siyu indeed needs to learn etiquette, as she is utterly lacking in decorum." After speaking, Lingyin hesitated briefly before continuing. "Young master, there is actually one more matter." She truly did not wish to bring this up, but given that the traitor had already arrived, she felt it necessary to inform the young master. How to handle the situation, whether to punish or reprimand, would depend on his wishes. Su Yun replied casually, "Speak plainly." Lingyin cleared her throat lightly and said, "Su Youli has returned today and expressed a desire to meet with the young master." Su Youli? Su Yun was perplexed. Wasn't she the one crying and clamoring to find her beloved Tianxiang Xixiao? Why was she coming to him? Ling Yin's expression soured at the mention of the name, and she pouted. She claims to have realized her mistakes and wishes to seek your forgiveness. Forgiveness? She is no longer seeking her beloved Tianxiang Xixiao? Just a few months had passed. Even if Feng Tianxiang had treated her poorly, she should not have given up so easily. Su Yun distinctly remembered Su Youli proclaiming that she shared a millennia-long bond with Feng Tianxiang, a relationship so profound that she would willingly sacrifice her life for it. What had changed? Had she cast aside 1,000 years of affection after a single rejection? He lowered his gaze, his thoughts penetrating the mountains and forests, traversing boundless space, settling beneath the Xinxia Peak. With just a glance, Su Yun spotted Su Youli, who stood at the foot of the mountain. Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as she paced before the guards. That pitiful expression on her face hardly suggested any acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Rather, it seemed more akin to a plea for comfort after having suffered some indignity. As for her absence, she ought to return when she came. He had intended to fulfill the wishes of her 7 companions, sending them all to the West Bitter Peak to wreak havoc. Ah, no. To accompany junior brother Tianxiang in a pursuit of a blissful existence, severing any lingering ties with the Xinxia Peak. Chapter 135. Night's whisper of apprenticeship drive her away immediately. No matter her purpose, she shall not be received. Upon hearing these words, Ling Yin eagerly nodded, her face brimming with excitement as she took her leave. Yes, I shall do so at once. The mere sight of Su Youli made her irritable, and now, having received the master's command, she could not allow the other to linger even for a moment. As she reached the foot of the mountain, Ling Yin quickly spotted Su Youli, whose eyes shimmered with a mix of grievance and anticipation. What could this traitor be expecting? Surely, she does not believe that the master would grant her an audience? Ling Yin revealed herself and stood a short distance from Su Youli, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, is this not the very traitor who proclaimed she would rather perish outside than return? What brings you back? Xinxia Peak is a sacred place, unfit for a treacherous wolf like you. When Su Youli first laid eyes on Ling Yin, a flicker of joy stirred within her heart. The fact that Su Yun had sent Ling Yin to fetch her was enough to demonstrate her importance. Yet, to her dismay, Ling Yin's words were nothing short of repulsive. What did she mean by treacherous wolf? Su Youli had merely been momentarily blinded by Feng Tianxiang, severing her ties with Su Yun for a brief period. She had committed no wrongdoing, nor had she caused any irreparable consequences. She was no sinner. Moreover, she had come today to reconcile, as long as Su Yun forgave her. Why could she not return? Irritation bubbled within Su Youli, yet she dared not quarrel with Ling Yin in public. Currently barred from ascending Xinxia Peak, she could only rely on the servants to relay messages. Offending Ling Yin, the head maid, could mean she would never see Su Yun again. Ling Yin, please do not speak so harshly. I was once deceived, which compelled me to leave Xinxia Peak temporarily, but that was never my true intention. If only I could explain. Before she could finish, Ling Yin interrupted with a sharp retort. Do not attempt to draw close to me. My name is not one you can utter. Humph. And what of being deceived? You, a mere chi refinement stage waste, who has the leisure to deceive you? If such a thing occurred, do enlighten me as to who did so. Should you truly prove that you were ensorcelled and manipulated against the master's will, then Xinxia Peak would certainly seek justice for you. Ling Yin's words left Su Youli speechless. How could she claim that Feng Tianxiang had controlled her with dark sorcery? What a jest. If she dared to utter such a thing, it was not Ling Yin's disbelief she would need to worry about, but rather the law enforcement hall, which would be the first to seize her for slandering the Deputy Sect Leader, a grave offense. This matter has its reasons. I can only disclose it to the master alone. Silence. The master is not a name for your lips. Seeing no way to extract any information, Ling Yin raised her hand and commanded, remove this traitor from my sight, and ensure she does not approach Xinxia Peak even a step closer. Furthermore, the ground she has sullied must be eradicated. Dispose of it at the West Bitter Peak tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, the guards moved forward without granting Su Youli a moment to react, seizing her and swiftly carrying her away. They did not stop until they had cast her onto the ground, 100 miles away, before silently retreating. Su Youli was utterly astonished. She had come with the intention of reconciling, to mend her relationship with Su Yun. She had even prepared herself to apologize and plead for forgiveness. However, that wretched Ling Yin dared to prevent her from meeting Su Yun. How outrageous. I have come to see the young master. What right do you have to drive me away? Su Youli exclaimed in anger, yet the surroundings were desolate, leaving her to stew in impotent rage. After pacing around in frustration, she summoned a celestial crane to carry her towards Xinxia Peak. Despite her outburst, she was wary of offending the golden core guards below the mountain. Upon landing, she plastered on a smile and bowed respectfully, saying, "Esteemed brothers, I have pressing matters to report to Master Su. I implore you." Before she could finish, a guard raised his hand and seized her, sending her flying outwards, over 100 miles away. This happened 3 times in succession, and Su Youli felt as if she were on the verge of falling apart. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, she was filled with determination. Very well. Once or twice may be excusable, but 3 times is enough to indicate that this is Su Yun's intention. Under normal circumstances, these guards would not be so lenient. They would have beaten her senseless and discarded her without a second thought. Their gentleness and restraint and strength suggested that they were following Su Yun's orders, testing her resolve. With this realization, Su Youli called upon the celestial crane once more and soared towards Xinxia Peak. If 3 attempts were futile, then she would try for 3 days. If that failed, she would extend it to 3 months. If that still bore no fruit, she would devise alternative plans. Oh, Xiao, you must understand that your connection with the Yi family complicates matters. If I were to publicly accept you as my disciple at Fuyuntai, seizing you from Master Gu, it could lead to scandal and give others leverage against me. Although I genuinely wish to accept you into Shiku Peak, I lack a suitable justification. Within the grand hall at the summit of Shiku Peak, Feng Tianxiang sat in the main seat, addressing Yi Xiao. Fortunately, you informed me of your experiences at Yulong Peak, and I realized that Master Gu has not sincerely taught you. He is unworthy of his role as a teacher, squandering your talent. Upon learning this distressing news, I was deeply pained and immediately sought to extricate you from your plight. From this day forth, you need not worry about anything else. Remain at Shiku Peak and focus on your cultivation. Yi Xiao was profoundly moved by his words, her eyes glistening with tears. It turned out that her senior brother had always held her in his thoughts. Her previous misunderstandings had clouded her judgment. Especially upon hearing that final remark, she stepped forward, her eyes wide, breath quickening, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Stay at Shiku Peak? Does this mean I can become your disciple, Master Feng?" Her tone was laced with incredulity, scarcely able to believe that the aspiration she had pursued for months, which had eluded her grasp, had suddenly come to fruition. Feng Tianxiang hesitated momentarily before responding. "It is not an immediate acceptance of discipleship. One mu Siu is already enough to trouble me. Now with Yi Xiao, the 2 of them together could very well rival half of Su Lingling. That formidable calamity body sends shivers down my spine. If they were to attract any misfortune, I would be unable to bear the consequences. It would be prudent to first accept a named disciple. Should the Lingshu sword body remain unawakened, he would not incur any loss. Conversely, if it indeed awakened, he could later take her as a personal disciple." Just then, he suddenly glanced towards the horizon, his gaze sharpening. No, it was Su Yun's aura. What could he be doing here at this moment? Could it be that he was aware of Yi Xiao being brought to Shiku Peak and had come to compete for her? A surge of alarm struck Feng Tianxiang, instilling a sense of urgency within him. Given this revelation, he realized he could no longer afford to hesitate. He shifted his tone, striving for calmness as he spoke. "Although your talents may not be exceptional, you are nonetheless a member of the Yi family, and I cannot rest easy knowing you cultivate elsewhere. Thus, today, I shall take you as my personal disciple and provide you with dedicated instruction. Do you consent?" With that, he waved his hand, urging Ting Han to prepare the tea for the disciple ceremony. Yi Xiao was left in a state of astonishment. Her senior brother truly intended to accept her as a disciple, and a personal one at that. Oh heavens, how kind he was to her. Overwhelmed with excitement, she could barely articulate her words, exclaiming loudly, I am willing." At that moment, Ting Han approached with the teacup, and upon seeing her still standing in a daze, he urged, "Why are you not kneeling and paying your respects?" Only then did Yi Xiao snap back to reality, collapsing to her knees with a thud as she bowed thrice to Feng Tianxiang, declaring, "Master, please allow your disciple to pay homage." Feng Tianxiang, seated at the head, nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Ting Han gestured towards Yi Xiao with the teacup, prompting her to react. She accepted the cup and offered it forward, saying, "Please enjoy your tea, Master." Feng Tianxiang's heart swelled with pride as he swiftly accepted the cup, taking a sip. Quite good, quite good. Rise." With the matter settled, even if Su Yun were to arrive at this moment, it would be awkward for him to contest for her. Fortunately, Feng Tianxiang had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the opportunity concerning the Lingshu sword body might have slipped into Su Yun's grasp. As he pondered this, Feng Tianxiang looked up again, only to observe Su Yun's aura swiftly passing beyond Shiku Peak, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wasn't Su Yun here to seize his disciple? Why had he left without making a move? Chapter 136. Master Gu, your troubles have been taken over. He was eager to witness Su Yun's incredulous expression upon descending, as well as the bitterness and fury that would ensue after having his plans thwarted. Yet, Su Yun departed without making any attempts to reclaim what was his. Feng Tianxiang felt an unsettling sensation, a vague sense that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. Thank you, Master, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she rose to her feet. Meanwhile, a peculiar aroma began to permeate the air. What is that scent? Feng Tianxiang twitched his nose, and for a brief moment, his expression stiffened as his gaze fixed upon Yi Xiaoxiao. The urgency of their departure had left little time for her to be properly cleaned. He had merely instructed a maid to assist her with a cursory wash and change into fresh attire before coming to see her. It was only now that he recalled the rather unsavory circumstances from which she had emerged. He waved his sleeve, commanding, Ting Han, swiftly escort Xiaoxiao to select a suitable dwelling, ensure she bathes thoroughly, and then retrieve her jade token and garments as my personal disciple. Then, turning to Yi Xiaoxiao, he added, you should rest for a few days. In time, I shall personally assist you in refining your spiritual roots and enhancing your abilities. As for Master Gu, I shall address him directly. You need not worry about anything else. Just focus on your cultivation. Her heart swelled with gratitude at his words. She felt there was no one in the world quite like her Master Tianxiang, or rather, her esteemed master now. No one could compare to him, not only for rescuing her from the mire, but also for his willingness to elevate her talents and help her reclaim her former glory. She joyfully bowed and expressed, Thank you, Master. Feng Tianxiang nodded with a smile. Yes, go on. Although he was indifferent to such matters, the odor was indeed quite bothersome. Moreover, he felt it necessary to address the situation with Master Gu. He could not simply abscond with another's disciple without explanation. With that thought, Feng Tianxiang moved swiftly, appearing high in the sky and summoning clouds to hasten toward Yulong Peak. His speed was remarkable, and before long, he arrived at the alchemy square of Yulong Peak. As soon as he released his aura, Master Gu promptly abandoned his current task and hurried out from the alchemy chamber to greet him. Oh, it is an honor to receive the esteemed presence of Master Feng. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Master Gu approached, while others bowed in respect. There's no need for such formalities, Feng Tianxiang replied, glancing around. I have come today to discuss a matter of importance. Master Gu understood the underlying implication and replied with a smile. In that case, please accompany me to the summit. It is quieter there. However, as they made their way, both men were consumed by their own turbulent thoughts. Feng Tianxiang pondered how best to compensate for having taken a disciple from Master Gu, even if she were merely a registered disciple. He recognized that this was an indiscretion on his part. If he offered insufficient recompense, it might lead to future resentment from Master Gu, which could be detrimental. Conversely, Master Gu was anxious, fearing that Feng Tianxiang had come to confront him about the situation involving Yi Xiaoxiao. He lamented his earlier decision to take on such a troublesome matter, wishing he could have disposed of Yi Xiaoxiao with greater expedience. Regrettably, the young lady has already become notorious within the sect, and it seems that no one would dare to take her in now. Both individuals harbored their own thoughts, and after settling down and serving tea, they exchanged an awkward smile, unsure of how to initiate the conversation. Just as the Sect Master Gu was about to confess, Feng Tianxiang took the lead and said, It is indeed shameful. This girl, Xiaoxiao, possesses a rebellious spirit and has caused no small amount of trouble for Sect Master Gu lately. Were it not for your indulgence, I shudder to think of the chaos she might have unleashed. Indeed, it was evident that he had come seeking trouble. Otherwise, why would he specifically mention her mischief? Sect Master Gu forced a smile, stating, It is not entirely her fault. I must admit that I failed to discipline her properly and must ask Sect Master Feng for forgiveness. You are being too harsh on yourself, Sect Master Gu. Feng Tianxiang decided to be straightforward and continued. In truth, I have come today to discuss a matter with you regarding taking Xiaoxiao to Zikufeng, where I shall personally instruct her. Would you be amenable to this arrangement? Upon hearing this, Sect Master Gu was momentarily taken aback. Surely he must have misheard. When had Sect Master Feng become so benevolent as to willingly take on the burden of this troublesome girl? Noticing his silence, Feng Tianxiang presumed he was reluctant and added, Of course, I would ensure she is well taken care of. Before he could finish, Sect Master Gu sprang to his feet, exuberantly exclaiming, Agreed. I wholeheartedly consent. This matter is settled. I shall have someone gather her belongings and send them to Zikufeng immediately. Feng Tianxiang swallowed the rest of his words, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. He had not even proposed his conditions yet, and Sect Master Gu had already acquiesced. Observing his eagerness to send Xiaoxiao away, he couldn't help but inquire, Sect Master Gu, while Xiao Xiao often finds herself in trouble, she does possess considerable talent. Would you not reconsider? With a beaming smile, entirely different from his earlier anxiety, Sect Master Gu shook his head vigorously. There is no need for reconsideration. I trust you know that I am wholly devoted to the art of alchemy and have been remiss in my guidance of disciples. If Xiao Xiao remains under my tutelage, it would only hinder her future. His smile was unwavering as he eagerly refilled Feng Tianxiang's cup, cheerfully stating, only under your guidance, Sect Master Feng, can her full potential be realized. Though Feng Tianxiang was puzzled, he was content as long as the issue was resolved. And he added, I apologize for broaching this matter so suddenly. Might there be anything you urgently require? Whether it be rare herbs, precious materials, or spiritual stones, I am more than willing to oblige. This startled Sect Master Gu, who quickly waved his hands. No, there is no need for such courtesy, Sect Master Feng. For Xiao Xiao to be accepted under your mentorship is already a great fortune. There is no need for any compensation. At this juncture, he seemed to be struck by a sudden recollection, deftly producing a storage ring and placing it before Feng Tianxiang. He remarked, since Xiao Xiao has found a more auspicious path, it is only fitting that I, as her master, make a gesture of goodwill. Within this ring are various elixirs to aid in her cultivation. I kindly ask that you, Sect Master Feng, accept these on her behalf, as a farewell gift from this old man. Please, do take it swiftly and depart. Chapter 137. Joyful farewell to Xiao Xiao. The esteemed Master Gu was enveloped in an aura of gratitude, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of fortune. He expressed profound appreciation to Feng Tianxiang, who, though puzzled by the fervor, did not dwell on it for long, and, after a few polite refusals, graciously accepted the gesture. After all, these were merely consumables, a means to cultivate goodwill between Knight Xiao Xiao and Master Gu, especially since the Dan Master of Yulong Peak would inevitably require future dealings. With that settled, I shall take my leave, Feng Tianxiang announced as he rose. Master Gu hurriedly reciprocated with a bow, bidding, farewell, Sect Master Feng. Once Feng Tianxiang's figure vanished from sight, Master Gu could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming joyfully, ha ha ha, at last, I have rid myself of this significant burden. Though Knight Xiao Xiao had spent but a brief time under his tutelage, she had caused him considerable distress. The simplest of texts, the compendium of herbs, had taken her over 3 months to memorize. 3 months. Even a pig would have discerned what was edible and what was not in such a time frame. Yet, she could not retain even a tenth of the spirit herbs. And during his occasional quizzes, she was consistently at a loss. What is this called? I don't know. What is its purpose? I don't know. What are its growth habits? Not a clue, she would reply. The sheer folly of it nearly drove Master Gu to madness, for in his thousands of years of alchemical practice, he had never encountered such a dim-witted apprentice. The recent debacle at Fu Yuntai had only exacerbated matters, resulting in a 10-year deduction from his stipend and nearly bringing disaster upon Yulong Peak, leaving him in a state of trepidation. Now, with Knight Xiao Xiao gone, he felt an enlightening clarity, his spirit uplifted, and he could not help but hum a merry tune as he sauntered down the mountain path. To think that Feng Tianxiang had considered offering compensation in exchange for her. He was no fool. Knight Xiao Xiao was a calamity waiting to unfold. Should she ever incite a grave disaster, Feng Tianxiang would surely regret his decision and seek to trouble him again. It was far better to sever ties completely. At West Bitter Peak, in the residence of the direct disciples, Knight Xiao Xiao had chosen her quarters and, after a refreshing bath and change of attire, her first order of business was to seek out Mu Siyu to boast. Look, I am also a direct disciple of senior brother Tianxiang now. With fervent knocks, she pounded on the courtyard door, calling out, Open up, Mu Siyu. I know you are inside. Hurry and let me in. Mu Siyu, burdened by her own thoughts and having finally settled into her meditative practice, was caught off guard when the noise disrupted her focus. Who is it? Why this incessant knocking? Just as bothersome as Knight Xiao Xiao. She grumbled, irritated as she approached the door. No one had ever knocked like that on her door, apart from that troublesome Knight Xiao Xiao. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she was taken aback. Knight Xiao Xiao? I thought you were sent to Wan Beast Peak to clean the mud pits with Su Lingling. How did you escape? Glancing around furtively, she lowered her voice. You can run away, but why come find me? If Master finds out, I will surely be punished. Let us pretend this encounter never happened. You should leave quickly. As she spoke, she attempted to close the door, but Knight Xiao Xiao, rolling her eyes in exasperation, pushed it open forcefully. Can't you speak properly? What do you mean escape? I was fetched by Master. Mu Siyu was taken aback. Master? Gu Fengzhu? Would he dare to defy the orders of the 2 vice Sect Masters for you? Yi Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. What Gu Fengzhu? I am referring to my current master. She stepped past Mu Siyu and stood in the courtyard, deliberately adjusting the attire of a direct disciple that adorned her. Noticing that her companion remained perplexed, she cleared her throat and raised her chin, stating, Listen well, I have now liberated myself from the constraints of Yulong Peak. I am now the direct disciple of the Fengzong Master. From this day forth, we shall be sister disciples. Mu Siyu's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? Your master accepted you as a direct disciple. On what grounds? I had to plead 3 times and suffered great embarrassment in front of others, even facing ridicule from Su Yun, before my master finally accepted me. Yet, you have only done so once, without much disgrace, and your master immediately accepts you? Mu Siyu's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, and after a lengthy pause, she hesitantly inquired, What about Su Lingling? Has she arrived? If Su Lingling has also been accepted, then all my past struggles would be rendered a mere joke. Upon hearing that name, Yi Xiaoxiao's countenance darkened. Humph, that wretched woman. Just mentioning her irks me. Do refrain from uttering her name in my presence. That scoundrel dared to push her into a dung pit. Once I establish my foundation, I shall seek vengeance at the Wanshou Peak and return the favor tenfold. Otherwise, this resentment shall never be alleviated. No, I cannot delay. I must exact my revenge soon and infuriate that scoundrel. Noticing that Mu Siyu was about to inquire further, Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly interjected, Let us not dwell on this. My illustrious rise is beginning to manifest, and I intend to return to Yulong Peak for a visit, as well as retrieve my belongings. Will you accompany me? Those ineffectual individuals at Yulong Peak had once looked down upon her, but now she had soared to the heights of becoming the foremost disciple of the esteemed Tianxiang sect. The path to immortality lay ahead of her, firmly established. It was only fitting that she returned to let them witness what true talent entails. I would love to join, but I am currently under house arrest by my master and cannot leave for the time being. Mu Siyu's attention had successfully been diverted, and her countenance fell. She too yearned to flaunt her accomplishments, ideally returning to the inner sect to make those inept inner disciples green with envy. Alas, she could not risk sneaking out and would have to wait a month. Under house arrest? Yi Xiaoxiao lamented, wishing to showcase the envious gazes of those individuals to Mu Siyu. Now, it seemed she would have to relish the moment alone. Very well. I shall go alone and recount my experiences upon my return. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao turned and departed swiftly, leaving Mu Siyu alone in the courtyard, pouting and mumbling to herself. What is there to flaunt? We are all direct disciples. Who am I showing off to? To be honest, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Initially, they all endured hardship while she alone had successfully emerged from the trials, naturally feeling a sense of superiority. But now, with 2 of them having reached the shore, that sense of superiority had diminished significantly. Fortunately, Su Lingling did not accompany her. Otherwise, she would surely have been overwhelmed with distress. As dusk approached, Yi Xiaoxiao returned, radiating satisfaction as she recounted her experiences upon returning to Yulong Peak to Mu Siyu. She delighted in the envious and resentful gazes of those around her, laughing heartily, embodying a sense of triumph. You should have seen it. Those who once disregarded me, the so-called worthless ones, have now transformed. Today, they greeted me with utmost respect, calling me senior sister. As she spoke, her head tilted upward in pride. Even the elusive Gu Fengzhu hurried to meet me upon hearing the news. He inquired about my visit to Yulong Peak, and upon learning I was there to retrieve something, he promptly arranged for it to be delivered to me, displaying an extraordinary level of concern. When I departed, the disciples greeted me with beaming smiles, and Gu Fengzhu was particularly amiable, even inviting musicians to play as I left, which filled me with immense joy. However, when this news reached Feng Tianxiang, his demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. In the study, Ting Han reported, Your esteemed niece, Yi, recently visited Yulong Peak, donning the robes of a direct disciple, traversing the mountain multiple times. Whenever someone inquired, she proclaimed loudly that she had become a disciple under Feng Zhongzhu. She expressed her gratitude for being rescued from peril and for the promise of assistance in enhancing her qualifications, as well as the provision of numerous precious spirit stones. As Ting Han continued, he found himself at a loss for words and shifted the topic. At her departure, Gu Fengzhu personally escorted your esteemed niece down the mountain, even summoning 100 musicians from the 100 Arts Hall, accompanied by the sounds of gongs and drums, honoring her departure with grand festivities, truly granting her a significant display of respect. Chapter 138. Feng Tianxiang feels weary. Feng Tianxiang sensed an overwhelming fatigue. Though Sect Leader Gu had shown considerable respect towards Shiku Peak, the actions of Yi Xiaoxiao were decidedly inappropriate. Ting Han had long been aware that Yi Xiaoxiao was subjected to disdain at Yulong Peak, and was not well received, which had built up a frustration within him that he longed to express. However, even amidst such vexation, one would not expect to act in such a manner, would one? Brother Feng had initially intended to maintain a low profile, waiting until her constitution awakened before making a grand announcement that would astonish all. Yet now, it was impossible to conceal the truth. The mere presence of Mu Siyu had already subjected Brother Feng to considerable scrutiny, and now with the addition of the even more troublesome Yi Xiao, one could only speculate how others would whisper about his disciples in secret. What a fool. Feng Tianxiang took a deep breath, feeling a severe headache. I recognize her lack of wisdom, but I never anticipated such foolishness, parading around so brazenly, lost in her own pride. Will only lead to further contempt, not only for her, but for me as her master. Just look at the disciples I have taken in. What a spectacle. He commanded that Yi Xiao and Mu Siyu be placed under house arrest immediately, forbidding them from descending the mountain without his explicit command. As long as they remained confined, they should not cause any further trouble, he mused. He then inquired, when will the elder of discipline arrive? Ting Han responded, due to a shortage of personnel at the Taichung Hall, they have informed me that it will take 7 days for someone to come. Feng Tianxiang frowned. 7 days is far too long. Make another trip, regardless of their methods. They must arrive at Shiku Peak by tomorrow. These two fools must learn the rules properly. They cannot be allowed to descend the mountain and disgrace themselves any further. As his disciples, they naturally could act under his name, but that was not an invitation for them to flaunt his name brazenly. If Yi Xiao were exceptionally talented, comparable to Su Yun's disciples, then perhaps her arrogance and desire to show off could be excused. But at present, she was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Among the many direct disciples of Tianshu sect, her cultivation was among the lowest. What audacity she had to prance about, seeking attention. Truly, she was oblivious to her own shame. Understood, Ting Han replied and retreated. At that moment, someone outside reported, Sect Leader Feng, the madam has sent someone to request your presence at the main peak. Ah, it seems Mother wishes to chastise him once again for his indiscriminate acceptance of disciples. Feng Tianxiang was reluctant to go, but felt he had no choice. He sighed. Very well, have her return for now. I shall visit her shortly. He could not shake the feeling that his sighs had been increasing in frequency as of late. It was not physical exhaustion. It was a weariness of the heart. Yi Xiao had just entered his fold and already placed a considerable burden upon him. He could hardly fathom how challenging the days ahead would be. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the other courtyard, where upon entering, he discovered that Su Yun was also present. Feng Tianxiang immediately sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly approached with a smile. Brother, what brings you here today? It has been quite some time since your last visit after taking charge of Xinxia Peak. His words prompted a glance from Yi Yajun, who could not help but look at him. She had the distinct impression that her son was radiating a peculiar resentment. What was the matter? Did he not choose to accept that useless disciple himself? Why then, was he now directing his grievances towards Su Yun? Su Yun was indifferent. Applying eye drops had no effect on him. Moreover, he had already placed 2 formidable characters in West Ku Feng. So was it unreasonable for the suffering party to voice a few complaints? He was not a petty person. With a smile, Su Yun inquired, Junior brother, you appear radiant today. Is there a joyful occasion? Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang's expression darkened. Since Yi Xiao had just become his disciple today, trouble had already begun. The celebration at Yulong Peak was boisterous, and the commotion was so great that news would undoubtedly spread. Su Yun could not possibly be unaware. Why bring this up now? Was it to mock him? He did not conceal his thoughts and replied, Senior brother is truly well informed. I have only just finished my task. Yet you already know. His words were a veiled attempt to ensnare Su Yun. Su Yun shook his head and said, Junior brother, you flatter me. I am currently occupied with the preparations for the selection. Had it not been for Master Mother's earlier notice, I might have waited several days for news. The mention of the selection only deepened Feng Tianxiang's frustration. He was still troubled over how to guide his disciples to become assets for West Ku Feng in the future. Meanwhile, Su Yun had already begun to openly win hearts and minds. Both were vice sect leaders, yet it seemed all the peculiarities gravitated towards him. While Su Yun enjoyed a harmonious and prosperous atmosphere, which was truly disheartening. The two exchanged banter, making Yi Yajun's head spin, prompting her to intervene. Enough, enough. You two share a good rapport. Even if you are unaware today, Tianxiang will surely convey the news tomorrow. If she did not interject, their conversation might have continued indefinitely. Especially with Tianxiang, who incessantly complained as if he had suffered a grave injustice, appearing to be unjustly belittled. As for Su Yun, as the senior brother, he should have shown a bit of leniency towards Tianxiang. Yet he insisted that Tianxiang accept the peculiar Mu Siyu, which had quite vexed Tianxiang. Just look at how much time had passed, and Tianxiang was still lamenting this matter. Once the duo fell silent, Yi Yajun continued, Tianxiang, why did you suddenly accept Yi Xiaoxiao as your personal disciple? You must be aware of her qualifications. Even accepting her as a named disciple would be somewhat forced. Why the haste in making her your personal disciple? She had heard that after leaving Fu Yun Terrace, Tianxiang had eagerly brought Yi Xiaoxiao back to West Kufeng, bypassing all formalities to directly accept her as a personal disciple. Such eagerness was indeed puzzling. Feng Tianxiang cast a glance at his mother, uncertain why she would bring this up in front of Su Yun. However, having reached this point, he could only explain, although Xiaoxiao's qualifications are lacking, she is, after all, a member of the Yi family. I heard she was not valued at Yulong Peak and was merely wasting her time. So I thought it best to bring her back to West Kufeng and personally instruct her. In this way, I would not be failing my four uncles' trust. Yi Yajun nodded in understanding and sighed, I see. Tianxiang, you are simply too kind. Each person has their own destiny. Why burden yourself with the consequences of others? The low aptitude of Yi Xiaoxiao has long been known to the Yi family. Even if she endures some hardships, the fourth master would not speak much of it. So why must you? Feng Tianxiang lowered his head slightly and replied stubbornly, we are all family. I cannot bear to see her suffer outside. Sigh. Having a kind heart is commendable, yet you are currently responsible for the affairs of the clan, and you have 3 direct disciples under your tutelage who require your guidance. Your days are already filled to the brim. Adding another person would surely impede your cultivation. As she spoke, Yi Yajun turned her gaze to Su Yun, who sat quietly beside her, and gently said, thus, I have summoned both of you, thinking that perhaps you could send Xiaoxiao to Xinxia Peak, allowing her to cultivate alongside Yun'er. Yun'er has grown up under the watchful eyes of both your father and me. She will naturally care for Xiaoxiao, as if she were family. Furthermore, that girl Wuxin is also training alongside Yun'er. Since they are of similar age and kin, if they could stay together, they would be able to look out for one another. Chapter 139. A fateful connection with Yi Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing these words, Feng Tianxiang abruptly lifted his gaze towards Su Yun, noticing a flicker of doubt in his eyes, and instantly comprehended the entirety of the situation. This is bad. If Su Yun were to take the initiative to propose accepting Yi Xiaoxiao as his disciple, his mother would undoubtedly overthink the matter, and it would be impossible for her to acquiesce, let alone summon him for such a purpose. It appeared that his mother was unaware of Yi Xiaoxiao's true abilities, mistakenly believing he had suffered a covert loss to Su Yun, prompting her to intervene on his behalf. He quickly bowed to Knight Yajun and said, Mother, my senior brother already has 4 personal disciples, and now, with preparations underway for selections, if Xiaoxiao were to go to Xinxia Peak, she might hinder my senior brother. Upon hearing this, Knight Yajun was taken aback. She had initially thought that Tianxiang had reluctantly accepted Yi Xiaoxiao, but now, seeing the earnestness in his expression, she began to doubt her assumptions. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation, and Tianxiang genuinely wished to take Yi Xiaoxiao under his wing? That simply could not be. With her qualifications, she was unworthy of being Tianxiang's disciple. Remaining at Shiku Peak would only bring him trouble. Right or wrong, she had to take action for Tianxiang's sake. With this thought, Knight Yajun's expression darkened slightly as she said, do not be hasty in your refusal. We must first consider Yun'er's perspective. She turned towards Su Yun, her smile gentle and her words equally so. The selection is merely a temporary matter, far less pressing than Tianxiang's daily commitments. Yun'er, you see, while Xiaoxiao may not possess outstanding talent, she is diligent in her cultivation and has endured much at Yulong Peak. Her temperament commendable. If you were to accept her as a personal disciple and nurture her with care, she could undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. How curious it was that Knight Xiaoxiao, deemed a burden at Shiku Peak, suddenly transformed into a promising candidate at Xinxia Peak. Su Yun exchanged a glance with Knight Yajun before turning to Feng Tianxiang. Noticing the wary glint in the latter's eyes, he smiled and nodded. What you say is indeed correct, Aunt. The selection will conclude in a matter of months, and my time is relatively ample. Bringing another individual along is hardly a burden. However, I wonder if my junior brother is willing to part with her? Su Yun's agreement should have delighted Knight Yajun, yet she felt an unexpected disquiet. The last time she had brought Yi Xiaoxiao to seek Su Yun's guidance, he had firmly refused. Even with the sect leader personally intervening, he had stubbornly resisted, unwilling to accept Yi Xiaoxiao. But this time, he had acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Originally, she had prepared numerous excuses and even contemplated relinquishing certain benefits to compel Su Yun's acceptance, yet none of those strategies were employed. Something was amiss. This was decidedly peculiar. Su Yun was not one to act in such a manner. He ought to have refused several times before being compelled to accept, not agreeing so swiftly. She discreetly observed Feng Tianxiang, catching the fleeting shadow of resentment and anger in his eyes, and her heart stirred. What was happening? Was Tianxiang truly unwilling? Of course, Feng Tianxiang was reluctant. He had painstakingly claimed a promising talent from Su Yun. How could he simply relinquish her? Moreover, Su Yun's rapid acquiescence suggested a long-standing desire, perhaps even an impatience, and he could not allow him to have his way. Thank you for your kind intentions, but Xiao Xiao has already taken me as her master and has received the disciple's badge from the Hall of Affairs. It would be rather inappropriate to transfer her to Xinxiao Peak at this juncture. What? She has already received the badge? Yin Yajun exclaimed in astonishment, and then, with a hint of regret, she addressed Su Yun. How careless of me. Since she has already acquired the badge of a personal disciple, there is no room for negotiation. It seems that it was for naught that Yuner made this journey. She could not fathom why Tianxiang held such esteem for Yi Xiaoxiao. But if even Su Yun regarded the girl so highly, it clearly indicated her exceptional nature. Thus, it is best for her to remain by Tianxiang's side. A flicker of precisely calibrated disappointment crossed Su Yun's eyes as he shook his head. There is no need for such concern, Madam Master. Yi Xiaoxiao has a natural affinity with junior brother and has publicly acknowledged him as her master. Her aspirations have been fulfilled, which is indeed a fortunate turn of events. With that, he rose to take his leave. Recent affairs have been quite demanding, and I must make a trip to Tongtian Tower. I shall visit you again on another day. Yin Yajun, eager to inquire about the situation from Feng Tianxiang, made no further attempts to retain him. Very well. Official matters take precedence. She summoned a maid. Go fetch that box of Qingluo cake. She then turned to Su Yun. Since there is nothing pressing, I thought I might experiment with some pastries. Please take this and give it a taste. Su Yun bowed respectfully. Thank you, Madam Master. He accepted the food box, nodded in acknowledgement to Feng Tianxiang, and then strode away. In his efforts to secure Yi Xiaoxiao's position at Zikufeng, he had already gone to great lengths. Before arriving at Tianxian Peak, Feng Tianxiang might have had room for regret. However, now, even to prove his commitment to Madam Master, Feng Tianxiang would not relinquish Yi Xiaoxiao. Regardless of any mistakes she may have made, he was determined to elevate her to the stature of a formidable force. As for the subsequent matters, he need not concern himself. He simply had to find opportunities to place individuals at Zikufeng and leave the complications to his junior brother Tianxiang. Indeed, as Su Yun had surmised, no sooner had he departed than Feng Tianxiang spoke first. Mother, I shall make my own decisions regarding Yi Xiaoxiao. I implore you not to interfere. Yin Yajun had intended to inquire about the situation, but it appeared there was no need for further questions. Tianxiang had always respected her and was usually obedient, rarely contradicting her. Yet now, alas, the child has grown, developed his own thoughts, and no longer heeds her counsel. Yin Yajun shook her head, feeling a blend of pride and concern. Since you have your own plans, I shall refrain from further inquiry. But you must remain cognizant of certain realities. Her aptitude is rather limited, and her future achievements are destined to be constrained, necessitating substantial resources. If she ultimately fails to reach the transformation stage, she regarded Feng Tianxiang earnestly and urged, as the vice master of Tianxian sect, you are bound to surpass others in all respects. You must not fall behind Su Yun or any other elders. Feng Tianxiang nodded, his expression resolute. I understand. But I am confident in my ability to cultivate Yi Xiaoxiao into a formidable powerhouse. Yin Yajun met his gaze for a moment before waving her hand. If you possess such confidence, then pursue it wholeheartedly. I will speak to your father on the matter. Must he really be persuaded? Unnecessary. He spent his days solely focused on cultivation, engrossed in the arduous journey to transcend and become an immortal, indifferent to all other matters. Even on the day he broke through to the stage, his father remained secluded in the back mountain, and upon emerging, he never once praised him, merely remarking that he lagged far behind Su Yun. With such a father, how could he possibly care about the fact that he had recently taken on a personal disciple? Feng Tianxiang said little more, bowing in silence before withdrawing. Some matters, no matter how much one speaks of them, bear no fruit. They must be substantiated through action. Upon returning to Shiku Peak, Feng Tianxiang immediately arranged for someone to retrieve the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the treasury to complete his spiritual roots, while he prepared to visit the library to select appropriate techniques. The methods suitable for the Lingshu sword body must align with the principles of space, requiring considerable time. Furthermore, as Yi Xiaoxiao's physique had yet to awaken, he needed to delve into the text to discover a means for her swift awakening. Just before departing, he inquired once more, where is Yi Xiaoxiao? Why have I not seen her? Listening, Han replied, The esteemed disciple Yi left the disciples' courtyard and has descended the mountain once again. Descended the mountain again? A pang of alarm struck Feng Tianxiang's heart. Hadn't he ordered her confinement? How had she been allowed to leave? Chapter 140. What did she do wrong? Ever since taking on these two peculiar disciples, Feng Tianxiang has felt an inexplicable sense of unease whenever he hears of their descent from the mountain. It is not that he fears for their safety, but rather that he dreads the chaos they may unleash, tarnishing his reputation. However, where has she ventured? Hearing Han's pained expression, he learned that Master Ye's disciple had left just before the confinement, claiming to be heading towards the Beast Mountain. Should we send someone to bring her back? The Beast Mountain? Feng Tianxiang's demeanor relaxed. If she was indeed bound for the Beast Mountain, it was undoubtedly to visit Su Lingling. Ascending the ranks, yet remaining loyal to a friend in distress, she would rush to offer her support once her errands were complete. Such character reflects well on him. It would be advantageous if word spread. Very well, he decided to let her be, and upon her return, he would impose the confinement once more. But was Yi Xiaoxiao truly on a mission of goodwill? How could one argue otherwise? Hidden beyond the protective array, she simultaneously chastised Su Lingling for her lack of shame while observing the latter retaliate in frustration. Despite her fury, she was powerless against Lingling's breakdown, which could also be construed as a visit. You dared to ambush me, you wretched creature. It serves you right to be bullied by those beasts here. Yi Xiaoxiao found joy in her tirade, while Su Lingling's invectives grew increasingly foul within the confines of her prison. As she hurled mud in a fit, the shield bore the brunt of her wrath, leaving a chaotic mess. Unfortunately, the soundproof array kept them from hearing each other's curses, leading to an incessant exchange of insults. Neither willing to yield. It was fortunate that the array separated them, otherwise, they would have surely come to blows. After venting her frustrations, Yi Xiaoxiao departed, head held high like a triumphant rooster. Though her words went unheard, the sight of Lingling's agitated state brought her immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Lingling simmered with growing irritation. Unable to calm herself even after Yi Xiaoxiao's departure, she leaped in the mud, cursing wildly and venting her ire. It was not until she had exhausted herself that she finally fell silent. Yet, tranquility was short-lived as fresh frustrations arose. Why, oh why, did her senior brother take in the utterly incompetent Yi Xiaoxiao while leaving her, a talented individual with exceptional gifts, forgotten in this wretched place? That fool, lazy and foolish, does nothing but cause trouble. During her time with Su Yun, she had been a constant source of headaches for him. Was her brother not concerned that Yi Xiaoxiao might bring calamity to the West Bitter Peak? Su Lingling's heart brimmed with indignation. Her fateful physique required only to withstand the thunder tribulation. With Su Yun's treasure in her possession, her body would cease to be a liability and transform into a formidable power. Yet, Yi Xiaoxiao's foolishness could not distinguish between natural disasters and man-made calamities, and it would surely lead to disaster for the West Bitter Peak. No, her senior brother must have been deceived by Yi Xiaoxiao's lies. She must find a way to rescue him. She needed to make him understand that keeping Yi Xiaoxiao around was detrimental. Only then could she seize the opportunity to send that wretch away and return to the West Bitter Peak herself. With this resolve, Su Lingling took out her communication jade slip, intending to contact her father for assistance in disseminating certain messages. Yet, when she activated the sound transmission jade slip with her spiritual energy, the slip merely glimmered with spiritual light for a brief moment before quickly dimming. Had her spiritual energy been severed? What did that imply? Was her father unwilling to engage with her? Su Lingling stamped her foot in frustration. How could you, Su Yunting, only be absent when I need you? Can you not admit your own ineffectiveness? Her father had truly aged, seemingly incapable of accomplishing anything. Why then, did he still cling to the position of the Peak Master of the Divine Fire Peak? It would be far better for him to pass on the legacy to her, allowing her to lead the Divine Fire Peak to glory. Though her father was unreliable, Su Lingling remained unperturbed. She still had her elder and second brothers, particularly her elder brother, who had doted on her since childhood and would undoubtedly assist her. Upon activating the sound transmission jade slip once more, the emitted spiritual light was indeed more vibrant than before and swiftly established a connection. However, before she could utter a word, the spiritual light abruptly vanished, clearly severed by an external force. What was happening? Why was even her elder brother ignoring her? No, that could not be. They had connected just moments prior. It must have been her father who had forcibly cut the line, preventing her brother from responding. Su Lingling gritted her teeth in anger, her resentment towards her father deepening. Yet in her desperation for salvation, she clung to the last flicker of hope to reach her second brother. As expected, the moment the spiritual light flickered to life, it extinguished immediately. The other party seemed entirely disinclined to engage. After 3 consecutive failures, even she, with her naivete, could perceive the troubling pattern. Her father and brothers were clearly avoiding her. A bunch of useless individuals. Not a single one of them could be relied upon in a critical moment. She had no other friends, and even if she did, they would likely be unwilling to assist her in such matters. The only one who could genuinely aid her, Su Youli, had nearly driven her to madness. As for her mother, a woman confined to the inner chambers, what could she possibly do? She did not wish to waste time seeking out her mother, knowing it would be futile. Thus, it seemed that in this world, there was not a single person who could help her. Why? Why did the world treat her this way? Su Youli slumped in despair, feeling that life was unbearably unjust. She possessed such extraordinary talent, destined to soar to great heights, to achieve fame, and earn the admiration of countless cultivators. Yet, despite her remarkable gifts, fate had bestowed upon her a calamity body, seemingly intent on hindering her growth. More absurdly, the treasure that could resolve her calamity was hidden within Su Yun's grasp. Did this mean that even the heavens were forcing her to bow to Su Youli, compelling her to retrace the path of her past life? She lowered her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips, her hair disheveled, appearing almost mad, her heart seething with resentment towards the unfairness of the world and the blindness of the heavens. She had exerted herself so diligently. Why could she not receive the reward she deserved, enabling her to enjoy a better life? All she desired was to cultivate alongside senior brother Tianxiang and attain immortality. What wrong had she committed? After a long while, her bitter smile waned, and Su Youli lowered her head, uttering a sorrowful curse. You wretches, each of you is forcing me to cultivate, forcing me to be learned and reasonable, demanding I grow stronger while also adhering to decorum, suppressing my true nature time and again, without ever considering what I truly desire. With a slow, deliberate motion, she raised her head, her eyes as cold as frost, radiating a chilling brilliance. Since you insist on coercing me, I shall comply with your wishes. The world has been exceedingly unjust to her. Despite possessing a seemingly complete family, when she found herself in dire straits, this very family was unable to extend a helping hand, instead burdening her time and again. To this day, the only entity capable of aiding her is herself. To extricate herself from this predicament, she must solely rely on her own strength. If becoming a more understanding child is the only means to escape this mire, then she shall transform into the dutiful child for them to witness. Presently, she stands alone, resorting to this method to numb Su Youli and her father, in pursuit of that elusive freedom. However, such a state of affairs cannot endure for long. It appears that Senior Tianxiang can only accept one disciple at a time. The first was Mu Siyu, the second, Yi Xiao. So why not her next? Chapter 141. The transformation that belongs solely to her. Su Youli had always believed that once she became the direct disciple of senior brother Tianxiang, she would have a pillar of support and would no longer be alone. She would escape the clutches of her deceitful family and embrace a truly caring and loving perfect family. Shiku Peak would compensate for all that she currently lacked and mend all her regrets. With this thought, she slowly rose and gazed once more into the filthy pit, no longer feeling the slightest hint of fear. A cold smile graced her lips as her form moved gracefully, reaching out towards the filth without a care for the mud that would cover her. Even the sudden wave of nausea that surged within her was steadfastly suppressed, leaving no trace upon her countenance. In this moment, Su Youli felt as if she had transcended, breaking through her limits and attaining an unprecedented level of strength. Unmoved by material joys or sorrows, she cast aside all distractions, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve her goals. This was an ineffable state of transcendence. This condition could very well be described as growth. She sensed herself akin to a butterfly on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon, undergoing a rapid metamorphosis. It was only natural to predict that when she emerged from this mire and returned to the world outside, she would transform into an extraordinarily resplendent butterfly, dazzling all mortals in her wake. Su Youli smiled with pride, affirming her exceptional talent and acute insight. Even amidst such filth, she could still grasp the essence of transformation. If she were to be likened to a magnificent treasure, she would undoubtedly be the fiery red lotus blooming in the mud, beautiful, powerful, and unparalleled. The events of today would be etched in her heart, a memory she would cherish eternally. Once she attained greatness, whenever she recalled this moment, she would undoubtedly smile softly, filled with pride for the individual she had been. If she were to bestow a name upon today's transformation for the world to remember, she would call it the trial of breaking the cocoon. Today she broke through. Meanwhile, Su Youli, whom Su Youli had scorned as useless, was imploring Su Youli for mercy at Xinxia Peak. Master Su, I am acutely aware of my failure in raising my children, and I bear a heavy burden of guilt. However, Su Lingling possesses a body fated to face tribulation. If she cannot swiftly elevate her cultivation, she will surely meet a tragic end beneath the thunderous tribulation within 10 years, with no chance of redemption. Time is of the essence for her, far more than for others. If she were to squander 2 years at Wanshou Peak, her demise would be inevitable. Thus, I dare to beseech Master Su to reconsider her punishment and spare her life. As a peak master, to humble himself to such an extent was quite extraordinary. Moreover, he was pleading on behalf of a daughter who had proven to be a disappointment and a source of trouble, which only deepened the sense of disappointment. Su Yun observed him, noting the sorrow and reluctance in his eyes, and could not help but sigh inwardly. It was astonishing that Su Peak Master had developed such an obsession for Su Lingling. If he could break free from this fixation, his state of mind would surely experience a breakthrough, leading to significant advancement in his cultivation. Yet if he remained ensnared by this singular daughter, sacrificing everything for her, then the next time the heavenly tribulation descended, it would herald the end of Su Peak Master. However, he then reconsidered. Was he not also deeply entangled in his own obsessions in his past life? He had long been aware that those disciples were unlikely to achieve greatness. Yet bound by the sacred ties of master and student, he could not bring himself to let nature take its course. Reluctant to allow them to wither away, he defied the heavens, exhausting every means to guide them toward the tribulation stage. The mental strain he endured during this time was ineffable, and his contrarian actions ultimately summoned calamities that shattered his cultivation. Even he, a master who had taken them in later, had to undergo a profound betrayal to truly break free from the entanglements of the master-student bond, achieving the present state of tranquility within his heart. As the biological father of Su Lingling, Su Fengzhu, constrained by the ties of blood, could hardly claim to let go so easily. Reflecting on this, Su Yun ceased his attempts at persuasion, acknowledging that each individual is bound by their destiny and cannot be forced. He spoke slowly. Su Fengzhu, your love for your daughter is evident. How could I stand in your way? Thus, he decided to spare Su Lingling from the punishment of Wanshou Mountain. This arrangement was indeed preferable. Keeping her confined on the Beast Peak would likely lead to her being forgotten by Feng Tianxiang in due time. By allowing her to mingle with the others, perhaps an opportunity would arise to send them all to Zikufeng together. Su Yunting was overjoyed and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master Su, for your benevolence. I shall ensure. But before he could finish, Su Yun interjected. Do not be hasty in your thanks, Su Fengzhu. Lingling's reckless actions warrant some form of discipline to maintain order. If you are concerned about her wasting time, then let her endure 40 strikes as a substitute for 2 years of cleaning duties. What say you? 40 strikes? Su Yunting trembled at the thought. Lingling was merely at the foundation stage. Could she withstand such punishment? Nonetheless, the fact that she was to be released was already a significant concession. If he were to press further, he feared it would displease Sect Master Su, leading to consequences contrary to his intentions. As long as there was breath in her body, he could find a way to rescue her. With that in mind, he bowed again. Thank you, Sect Master Su, for your grace. Su Yun waved his hand, instructing someone to bring Su Lingling forth. At that moment, she was in a muddy pit, contemplating life, when she was inexplicably brought to Xianxia Peak, causing her to feel a sense of unease. However, she quickly lifted her head again. No one noticed her subtle transformation. Instead, they were distracted by her muddied appearance and the foul odor that accompanied her. Su Yunting felt this particularly keenly. The last time he had fetched Su Lingling, she had been muddy but had managed to avoid anything overly unsightly. Yet this time, she was completely covered in filth. Why? It was because Su Lingling had relinquished all pretenses. She no longer cared about cleanliness. Since her father and the others only desired a docile and obedient daughter, she resolved to be just that, disregarding everything else. Little did she anticipate that her father would be so fearful. Just as she prepared to embrace her role as a good child, he had already capitulated, even coming to Xianxia Peak to plead with Su Yun for her release. How pathetic. When she had spoken to them sweetly before, they had shown her no concern. Now that she had surrendered, her father was suddenly attentive. Where had he been all this time? She did not spare Su Yunting a glance, nor did she wish to acknowledge Su Yun. Yet fearing retribution from Su Yun that might exacerbate her punishment, she could only manage a reluctant bow. Greetings, Sect Master Su. Su Yun paid her no heed. Upon perceiving the defiance gleaming in her eyes, Su Yunting felt a headache brewing and could not help but exclaim, You insolent wretch, kneel and speak properly. Su Lingling instinctively wished to retort, but recalling her role as a good child, she suppressed her discontent and knelt in silence, feigning tranquility. This was a deliberate act on her part, She sought to convey her resistance against her father's long-standing oppression through this newfound demeanor of understanding and obedience. It would not be long before her father, unable to endure her compliance, would implore her to revert to her former self. How she eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Yet, in truth, her seemingly obedient facade was a source of illumination for Su Yunting. Indeed, it was evident, without proper guidance, a tree cannot grow straight. After merely a few days of confinement, Su Lingling had transformed into such a compliant individual. It appeared that she was, indeed, in need of discipline. Chapter 142. The senior brother comes to her rescue. At this moment, the flicker of reluctance in Su Yunting's heart dissipated entirely. He nodded and said, Master Su has shown mercy, sparing you from the punishment of cleaning the beast peak. However, you are to receive 40 lashes as a form of discipline. You must endure it. What? 40 lashes? Su Lingling's face drained of color, and she could no longer maintain her pretense of obedience, exclaiming in shock. The term lashes typically referred to the heart-disciplining whip used by the law enforcement hall. This was no ordinary punishment. It involved the whip's spiritual energy penetrating through the entire network of meridians. With each strike, a meridian would be seized by the whip's power. In the end, it would feel as if the whip were striking all her meridians simultaneously. Each movement would be excruciating, leaving her in unbearable agony, let alone 40 lashes. With her foundation-building cultivation, enduring even 10 lashes would be her utmost limit. Su Lingling felt as if her heart were shattered, her resentment towards Su Yun reaching unprecedented heights. To force her to admit her fault, the tyrant resorted to such a cruel punishment. Was it his intent to drive her to death? This was her master from her past life, the one she had followed for a millennium. How absurd, utterly absurd. She still bore a bond of master and disciple with Su Yun, yet he treated her with such brutality, as if she were a criminal. Was it merely to compel her to admit her mistake? Would it not suffice for her to simply acknowledge her fault? Why must he resort to such bullying? Kneeling on the ground, Su Lingling gazed up at Su Yun, her eyes reflecting a mix of 3 parts grievance, 3 parts stubbornness, and 4 parts unyielding defiance. She longed to plead for mercy, yet her inherent pride forbade her from doing so. No, she need not beg for mercy, having already suffered so much. She was determined to witness just how ruthlessly Su Yun would act against her. Su Yun naturally noticed the grievance in her gaze, but after a mere glance, he addressed Su Yunting, saying, Why do you hesitate, Peak Master Su? Do you expect me to intervene personally? Su Yunting's heart sank. He could not comprehend where Su Lingling had displeased Su Yun again. However, he dared not delay. With a slight lift of his right hand, he accepted the specially prepared whip from Li Shi without uttering a word and swiftly brought it down onto Su Lingling's back. Crack! Despite his deliberate control over the force, the specially crafted whip tore through her flesh in an instant, blood splattering as a gruesome mark appeared on her back. The anguished cry was hauntingly piercing, and the defiance in Su Lingling's eyes evaporated in an instant as her body swayed and collapsed to the ground. The intense pain caused her to tremble uncontrollably. She attempted to prop herself up with her arms to express her indomitable spirit, but the agony rendered her powerless, preventing her from rising. This was merely the first lash. It had only tugged at 1 meridian, and yet the pain was already unbearable. With each additional lash, more meridians would be affected, and the suffering would only intensify. 40 lashes might very well bring her to her demise. Su Lingling clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as a torrent of hatred surged within her. She vowed that if ever given the chance in the future, she would ensure that both her father and Su Yun would experience the torment she endured today. By that time, she was determined to lash them with 400, even 4,000 strikes, bringing them to their knees in supplication, before trampling upon their heads and questioning their understanding of wrongdoing. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp pain shattered her reverie, eliciting a pained cry from Su Lingling. It was then that a guard arrived to report that the sect leader Feng had come. Feng Tianxiang? What brings him here at this moment? Su Yun cast a glance at Su Lingling, his eyes brightening with intrigue. Could it be that he intended to showcase his gentle side, plead for Su Lingling's mercy, and simultaneously win over the hearts of the people? How peculiar that he remained fixated on the divine fire peak. Did Master Su harbor something of significance? Nevertheless, his arrival was fortuitous. If it could inspire gratitude in Su Lingling, perhaps it would forge a connection with the western bitter peak, making his task considerably easier. With this thought in mind, Su Yun hurriedly sent Ling Yin out to greet him. Brother Tianxiang? Su Lingling, her mind clouded and thoughts stagnated from the beating, jolted back to a semblance of clarity upon hearing the name of the sect leader, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Brother Tianxiang must be here to rescue her. Indeed, indeed. In this world, only Brother Tianxiang would treat her with genuine kindness, aware of Su Yun's ill intentions, arriving at the first glimmer of news to ensure her protection from any unjust treatment. How splendid! As long as her brother was here, she would be saved. That despicable Su Yun, publicly tormenting a vulnerable woman like her, would surely be ridiculed by her brother. Then, her brother would, like a legendary hero from a tale, rescue her from peril, avenge her, and heal her wounds. However, before that, she needed to cry out even more pitifully, more hauntingly, to evoke deeper sympathy from her brother. Only in this manner could she illustrate Su Yun's wickedness, providing her brother with a reason to stand up for her, eagerly rescuing her and welcoming her as his personal disciple. Her mind was already painting the scene, her brother confronting Su Yun, sweeping her into his embrace, and departing gracefully upon a rainbow cloud back to the western bitter peak. The vision was so enchanting that even the lashes she endured seemed less painful. A surge of extraordinary strength welled up within Su Lingling, illuminating her eyes with increasing brilliance. In her previous life, her brother had once mentioned that they had met long before, but the passage of time had caused her to forget. Furthermore, her brother had recognized her exceptional talent early on, destined to soar as a seven-colored celestial phoenix, and when she attained enlightenment, her brilliance would illuminate the heavens. Yet, at that time, he was too preoccupied to think of anything else, leaving her to cultivate at the immortal Xia Peak, with plans to retrieve her for shared cultivation at the western bitter peak in the future. Though this wait lasted over 1,000 years, until after her tribulation when her brother finally came to fetch her, he was thwarted by Su Yun, preventing him from openly bringing her to the western bitter peak, allowing only occasional meetings. Nevertheless, Su Lingling never regretted it. She merely felt a twinge of sorrow for not being able to spend more time with her brother. Even though she had previously been publicly rejected by Brother Tianxiang when she sought to become his disciple, she merely regarded it as a temporary setback. Believing that it was Night Xiao Xiao, leveraging her familial ties with the brother, who had seized the opportunity ahead of her, she thought that next time would surely come. Little did she anticipate that this next chance would arrive so swiftly. This time, she was determined to rectify the regrets of her past life and remain by her brother's side at the earliest opportunity. As she indulged in her fanciful thoughts, brimming with eager anticipation, a familiar sound of footsteps approached rapidly from a distance. Su Lingling's heart soared with delight. She could not afford to ponder further and hastily began to wail, even more tragically. She wished to ensure that her brother witnessed her plight, prompting him to condemn the detestable Su Yun, the demon tyrant. As Feng Tianxiang stepped into the hall, he was startled by the suddenness of her piercing scream, causing his brow to furrow momentarily. Yet, he soon felt a surge of delight within, finding rare agreement with Su Yun's actions. Su Lingling had been exceedingly loathsome. Having nauseated him more than once in just a few short months, she truly deserved this treatment. Casting a glance at her pitiful state, Feng Tianxiang's spirits lifted further. He had initially believed that Su Yun intended to release Su Lingling to inflict harm upon others, which had prompted his urgent arrival to dissuade him. To his astonishment, however, brother was indeed delivering a harsh punishment to her, and this was simply splendid. Chapter 143. Why are you looking at me? Continue to strike. As he pondered this, he feigned ignorance and asked in confusion, why does my senior brother act thus? Has this girl caused trouble again? Su Yun explained, you worry too much, junior brother. It is merely that Master Su is concerned his beloved daughter may be hindered in her cultivation at the Beast Mountain. So he resorts to corporal punishment in hopes she will repent and devote herself to her training. Understanding dawned upon Feng Tianxiang, who was somewhat astonished. He recalled how Su Yunting doted on his foolish daughter, never willing to chastise or reprimand her, treating her as a precious gem. Yet today, he seemed willing to wield such harsh measures, which was indeed hard to fathom. However, the notion of substituting punishment left a lingering discomfort in his heart. Su Lingling, possessing a rare calamity body, was an extraordinary constitution that originally attracted heavenly tribulations. Yet, her peculiar nature could transcend cultivation levels, impacting all those around her with unparalleled might, so much so that even he wished to avoid any association with her. Such a disaster should be confined to the Beast Mountain, away from causing havoc among others. Now that she was released, did Su Yun not fear she would stir up trouble? Just as he contemplated finding an excuse to persuade Su Yun to return her, Su Yunting sensed his gaze and promptly halted, bowing respectfully, Master Feng. Though he ceased, Su Lingling's cries of anguish did not abate. Instead, they were tinged with an unmistakable joy. Indeed, her senior brother had come to rescue her, and his arrival had prompted her father to relent, clearly out of concern for her well-being. She longed to rise and express her gratitude. along with a rebuke for Su Yun's wickedness, but her body felt utterly devoid of strength. After 2 futile attempts, she could only weakly turn her head, striving to catch Feng Tianxiang's eye. In her gaze, there was a blend of grievance and frailty, along with a hint of blame for his tardiness. Such a confluence of emotions caused Feng Tianxiang to furrow his brow. What did that look mean? It was Su Yun who had commanded the punishment. Why was she directing her ire at him? It had been the same last time. The punishment had been meted out by Su Yun. Yet this foolish girl had continually pulled him into the affair. Surely, this time would not repeat itself. Somewhat irked, Feng Tianxiang could not help but say, though the whip inflicts pain, it does not damage one's foundation. Master Su, do not cease. Continue the punishment. The sooner it concludes, the sooner she can resume her training. Listen well, this is the language of humanity. Su Lingling could scarcely believe her ears. Was not her senior brother the one who cherished her most, who detested seeing her suffer? With her heart brimming with hope for his intervention, she envisioned him rescuing her from distress and injustice. She believed that once her senior brother arrived, she would be safe, but now, he was present yet permitted her father to continue striking her. Was this truly the senior brother she had known? Her heart shattered, unable to comprehend why he treated her thus. Suddenly, she recalled his earlier words, the sooner it is done, the sooner it concludes. Could it be that he faced some predicament preventing him from openly saving her, thus resorting to this method to subtly suggest her father ease his blows? Yes, that must be it. In Su Lingling's eyes, a glimmer of hope surged once more. Her senior brother, despite having his own compelling reasons, had nevertheless braved countless dangers to rescue her. Thus, she could not afford to give up. Was it merely a matter of enduring some lashes? As long as she could extricate herself from that quagmire and completely escape the confines of Su Yun, she could endure any suffering. The next moment, her contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden wave of excruciating pain, causing her to cry out in agony, her whole body convulsing. Feng Tianxiang flicked away a droplet of blood that had splattered before him, and upon witnessing her wretched state, a sense of relief washed over him. Even the anger that had been festering within him over the past few days dissipated significantly, rendering him much lighter in spirit. Su Feng, the master, was truly ruthless. This was his own daughter, yet he showed no mercy. Was he merely performing for their sake, or did he genuinely intend to discipline Su Lingling? He shook his head, and, lost in his thoughts, settled down to sip his tea. However, after only a few sips, he realized this was inappropriate. Even if he chose not to intervene, he could not take pleasure in her suffering, as it contradicted his typically gentle demeanor. Contemplating this, he quietly set down his teacup and let out a soft sigh. The sound was faint, barely audible unless one were to listen intently. He said nothing, merely releasing a commonplace exhalation. Yet, to those nearby, this sigh bore various interpretations. Su Yun remained unmoved, savoring the spiritual tea while observing Su Lingling's anguished cries. As if oblivious to everything around her, Su Yunting involuntarily eased his grip on the whip, casting a furtive glance at Feng Tianxiang, uncertain of his intentions. Su Lingling, however, felt a stirring in her heart, sensing that her senior brother was hinting at something. What could it be? Did he want her to do something? Indeed, there were matters he might find difficult to articulate, requiring her to take the initiative. In other words, he wished for her to plead for mercy. If she uttered a word, he would seize the opportunity to save her. Thus, the resolve and stubbornness within Su Lingling crumbled, and with every ounce of strength, she cried out, "Stop! I understand my mistake. I beg Master Feng for mercy." Feng Tianxiang's eyelids twitched, astonished and uncertain of how to respond. Did this foolish girl not realize that her predicament stemmed from their actions at Fuyuntai, which had drawn his ire, leading to such severe punishment? What was she thinking? Daring to plead for mercy from him, the victim? Though he had been deeply angered by Su Lingling, it was inconceivable that he would easily forgive her. Even if she had not offended him, he would not risk incurring Su Yun's wrath for the sake of a fool. Moreover, this punishment was something he had also wished to enforce. Consequently, Feng Tianxiang refrained from speaking, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Su Yunting, perplexed by his demeanor, dared not relent, continuing to lash Su Lingling, whose cries grew increasingly feeble. She was on the brink of madness. Nothing seemed right. What exactly did her senior brother intend? Was he to allow her to endure this torment, or did he wish for her to plead for mercy? Could it be that he had merely come to observe, with no intention of intervening? However, the moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Lingling swiftly extinguished it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her senior brother was not that cold-hearted. Yet in the next moment, she found herself wavering. Her senior brother's current demeanor suggested he had no intention of rescuing her. Ordinarily, she should not have needed to plead for mercy. He would have instinctively intervened upon witnessing her dire plight. However, This time, he merely sat by, watching her suffer with an unsettling indifference. Why was that? Did he not feel any sympathy? Su Lingling was overwhelmed with sorrow, her heart feeling as though it might shatter. The brother she admired and revered most, Tianxiang, was allowing her to endure such torment. How could he be so callous? Setting aside the question of his capability, Su Yunting was genuinely perturbed. He had initially resolved to take decisive action, intending to teach Su Lingling a lesson she would not soon forget. Yet, upon Feng Tianxiang's arrival, he was met with a barrage of comments and lamentations. One moment he sensed that the other wished to plead for her, and the next, he questioned whether such intentions existed at all, leaving him in a state of agitation, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as he contemplated ending the matter, Feng Tianxiang suddenly spoke up. Brother, might not 40 lashes be excessive? Though this girl has committed a grave error, she is still in the foundational stage. If she suffers too severe an injury, it could jeopardize her foundation, hindering her future cultivation. Chapter 144. Are you here to plead for mercy or to add insult to injury? From the moment he entered the hall, he had been counting the number of lashes, and now only 10 remained. If he spoke now and engaged in further discussion with Su Yun, the 40 lashes would soon be completed. After all, it was merely a matter of verbal exchange. A few more or fewer lashes were inconsequential, and it could even earn the favor of Master Su. Moreover, this was a forced situation. Regardless of his willingness, the matter of pleading would inevitably fall upon Su Yunting. Had it been earlier, Feng Tianxiang would never have dared to act in such a manner to avoid offending anyone. However, the circumstances had shifted. Having already incurred the ire of the Divine Fire Peak, and recognizing that Master Su was of little consequence, he seized the opportunity to learn from Su Yun and to experiment with his assertive demeanor. Su Yun tilted his head, inquiring, "What do you think, junior brother? How many lashes would be appropriate?" He had expected Feng Tianxiang to restrain himself, yet he found that was not the case. Though perhaps it was a tad late for such advice, had he merely uttered a few more words, the remaining lashes would have been delivered. Noticing Su Yunting slowing his pace, Feng Tianxiang deliberately waited for 2 lashes before speaking. Given that Su Lingling possesses a unique constitution, it would indeed be a pity if she were to suffer harm here. This statement caused even Su Yunting to glance up at him, unable to suppress his surprise. Did Master Su truly not feel disingenuous uttering such words? Su Lingling summoned the last vestiges of her strength, lifting her head with renewed hope. It seemed her senior brother had not given up on her after all. She fervently wished that he had devised a plan and would not abandon her halfway. She was on the verge of collapse. After waiting for 2 more lashes, Feng Tianxiang still could not conjure an appropriate excuse and casually suggested, "How about this? Let us refrain from administering the lashes for now and simply return her to the Beast Peak." This gesture seemed rather ungracious, so he decided against it, thinking that she must not be allowed to harm others. Upon hearing this, Su Yunting's expression shifted dramatically. He could not fathom what offense he had committed against Master Feng, but the latter's cruelty was overwhelming. He had only just managed to persuade Master Su to release her, and with the lashes nearly finished, for Master Feng to suggest returning her would render her suffering entirely in vain. This was nothing short of bullying. Realizing this, Su Yunting's resolve hardened, and a glint of determination appeared in his eyes. "There's no other way, Lingling. You must endure." With this thought, he hastened his movements, the whip transforming into a blur, delivering the remaining lashes with swift precision. The sharp sounds echoed, causing Su Lingling's body to tense involuntarily. She gasped in shock, her eyes rolling back before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, she vaguely heard her father's urgent explanations, alongside Su Yun's firm rejection of Feng Tianxiang's suggestion, which brought her a sense of peace before she completely blacked out. Even if her father were to strike her down, she could never return to that pit of despair. What a pity. Feng Tianxiang shook his head in self-reflection, realizing he had acted too hastily this time. Next time, he would be more prudent in crafting his excuses. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Both he and Su Yun were vice masters, and since Su Yun was unafraid of offending others while earning greater respect, he too would attempt to follow suit. Although this time did not go as planned, there will undoubtedly be opportunities in the future. After returning, Master Su must diligently discipline her and ensure she does not cause any further trouble. Otherwise, even if the junior brother is willing to forgive her, I, the master, shall not extend any leniency. Su Yun deliberately spoke a few kind words on behalf of Feng Tianxiang, which left Feng Tianxiang somewhat astonished. After all, he had already offended her. What forgiveness could there be? Nevertheless, he was still unaccustomed to such matters of offense and decided to tread lightly in the future. With a gentle smile, he shook his head, saying, "Brother, you jest. However, a jade must be carved to become a gem. Master Su must indeed administer strict guidance in the days to come. Upon hearing this, Master Su's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow, yet he dared not voice more. Respectfully bowing to the two, "Thank you, Sect Master Su, for your leniency, and thank you, Sect Master Feng, for advocating on behalf of my daughter." He paused, took a breath, and continued, "Upon our return, I shall request several elders of discipline to provide rigorous instruction. I will ensure she is well disciplined." The words spoken by Sect Master Feng were perhaps better left unspoken. Not only did they leave him feeling anxious, but they also caused Lingling to suffer considerably. It would have been better if Sect Master Su had simply imposed a punishment for him to handle. He could have controlled the intensity of the punishment, allowing Su Lingling to endure less pain. However, due to Sect Master Feng's intervention, the conclusion was too abrupt, and the multiple strikes rendered her unconscious. Striking a daughter brings pain to a loving father, and even now, he felt a dull ache in his heart. Su Lingling was quite seriously injured. Master Su should hasten to treat her wounds to prevent any lasting effects that might hinder her future cultivation. As everything came to a close, Su Yun began to dismiss them. "Yes, I take my leave." Master Su, not daring to linger, quickly departed with Su Lingling, even taking the liberty to wipe away the traces of blood from the ground. Although they had saved her, the ensuing matters were what truly troubled him. His daughter was too flawed, her cultivation would be difficult, and he wondered how much time it would take to rectify it. If the injuries from the whip had not healed, she might yet suffer new wounds inflicted by the elders of discipline. After he departed, Feng Tianxiang did not linger either, leaving with a light heart. This journey had been quite refreshing. Though he had nearly been ensnared by Su Lingling once more, the outcome was ultimately favorable. That troublesome fool had been punished, and he had learned a great deal. In the future, he would need to handle his own two disciples similarly when they erred. However, the thought of Mu Siyu and Yi Xiaoxiao instantly dampened his spirits. Master Su's daughter was indeed a source of vexation, but his own two disciples were equally formidable. If they were not rigorously guided, they too might inadvertently cause him considerable trouble. Su Lingling, constrained by her status, could only provoke him and Sect Master Su. Yet if his own direct disciples were to attract troubles that even he found daunting, he chuckled softly. After all, he was the Deputy Sect Master. What troubles could he possibly encounter? Surely, he would not provoke the Grand Elders or the Ancestors, right? As he chuckled, the smile faded from Feng Tianxiang's face, his expression darkening as he hastily made his way towards the western Bitter Peak. Before the arrival of the Elder of the Precepts, these two fools must not step out of the West Bitter Peak. Meanwhile, Su Yunting, fearing that Su Lingling might suffer from lingering effects, specially took her to the Dragon Peak to seek the healing of Master Gu. Master Gu had finally rid himself of a significant burden and was in high spirits. But upon seeing Su Lingling's countenance, his expression changed in an instant, and he became alert. It was indeed the fabled body of calamity. This was a terrifying existence, 100 times more formidable than Yi Xiaoxiao. Could he, a mere 9th-grade alchemist in the stage of integration, truly possess the capability to heal her? Chapter 145, It's All Their Fault. Chief Gu distinctly remembers that on the Fuyun platform, it was none other than the legendary fate-bearing body who, in collusion with Yi Xiaoxiao and others, provoked the usually composed Lord Feng into an unprecedented outburst. Hadn't Lord Su ordered for her to be sealed atop the 10,000 Beasts Peak? Why, then, does she appear here now, bearing such grievous wounds? Su Yunting, unaware of these circumstances, observed the grave expression on Chief Gu's face and mistakenly assumed that it was due to Su Lingling's severe injuries, leading him to urgently plead, "Brother Gu, my daughter has been punished by Lord Su, suffering 40 lashes. Fearing that this might leave her with lasting harm, I have come to implore you for assistance." So it is. Chief Gu nodded in admiration, truly deserving of her reputation as a fate-bearing body. She had incited the wrath of both Lord Feng and Lord Su within a single day. The power of her fate was indeed formidable. If one could extract her blood as a primary material, might it be possible to concoct a superior elixir that brings misfortune to others? With this thought illuminating his mind, Chief Gu no longer hesitated. He summoned his spiritual energy to take Su Lingling into his care, swiftly capturing the blood stains from her body into a jade vial. He then produced a medicinal pill, channeling his energy to activate its properties, and watched as her numerous wounds rapidly healed, with flesh and skin knitting together. "Do not worry, Brother Su. These are merely superficial injuries," Chief Gu reassured. "However, while these wounds are easily treatable, damage to her meridians will require a period of nurturing. You must closely monitor her in the days to come, ensuring that she rests at home and does not venture out carelessly." Su Yunting discerned the deeper implications of these words. This was not merely a need for rest. It was a caution against Su Lingling attracting further trouble. Sighing in resignation, he reflected on how his daughter's fate-bearing body had indeed gained notoriety. What would become of them in the future? Thank you, Brother Gu. I intend to seek guidance from the 2 elders of etiquette in the Taichung Hall to instruct my daughter in proper conduct, so that she may learn to behave appropriately and refrain from such impudent actions. Su Yunting expressed gratefully. Chief Gu nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. However, if this fate-bearing body is not addressed in a timely manner, it will inevitably become a source of trouble. He paused, a smile returning to his face as he added, coincidentally, I find myself with ample free time lately. Might I request that you allow me to study your daughter's blood? If I can discover a method to counteract her fate, it could help you extricate yourself from this predicament sooner. Su Yunting's eyes brightened. Brother Gu is truly benevolent. Being fellow disciples, there is no enmity between them. Taking some blood would not be an issue. Moreover, Brother Gu has developed numerous new alchemical formulas over the years. Perhaps he might indeed find a solution to the challenges posed by the fate-bearing body. With this in mind, he nodded without hesitation. That would be wonderful. I will trouble you with this matter, and I shall return with my daughter to express my gratitude in due time. Chief Gu, initially beaming with joy, saw his smile vanish in an instant upon hearing that. He quickly waved his hand, his expression turning serious. There is no need for that. It is merely a matter of research. Whether it succeeds or not remains uncertain. You should allow your daughter to focus on her cultivation and absolutely refrain from venturing out. What if? He coughed lightly, nearly revealing too much. Gu Feng, the master, ceased his discourse and presented a vial of elixir to Su Yunting, stating, This jade essence pill is a refined concoction I have recently developed, remarkably effective for healing injuries. I suggest you allow your nephew to carry it with him for unforeseen circumstances. The calamity of a fateful body is exceedingly fearsome. It is wiser to engage with it sparingly. With this medicine in hand, he can tend to his own ailments and should refrain from seeking you out repeatedly. Su Yunting, feeling somewhat awkward, comprehended Gu Shixiang's underlying message, his concern about being embroiled with Su Lingling. Yet what could he say? Even he harbored a certain trepidation towards that fateful body, let alone others. He graciously accepted the elixir, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Gu Shixiang. I shall take my leave now. Gu Feng smiled and nodded. Safe travels, Su Shidi. How alarming it is. Recently, the sect has been plagued by an array of peculiar female disciples. First, there was Yi Xiao Xiao, followed by Su Lingling, each possessing an uncanny ability to stir trouble, often landing the 2 vice sect masters in hot water. It is rumored that Feng Zhongzhu's disciple, Mu Siyu, also harbors considerable prowess. If these individuals were to converge, one could only imagine the chaos that might ensue. The mere thought of that moment at Fuyuntai, where Feng Zhongzhu publicly admonished him, sent shivers down Gu Feng's spine. Thankfully, these matters do not concern him, or else he would be left with an overwhelming headache. However, it is worth noting that Feng Zhongzhu has indeed taken in too. Truly, she is remarkable, imprisoning these extraordinary women within her own bounds to prevent them from inflicting harm upon others. It is astonishing that Feng Zhongzhu is such a person of noble virtue. She is indeed worthy of admiration. At Xinhua Peak, Su Lingling gradually awakened, blinking her eyes and gazing in bewilderment at the familiar canopy of her bed. Propping herself up, she turned her head elsewhere, and in a mere glance, tears brimmed in her eyes. This room, which she had seen countless times before, had never evoked such profound emotion until now. She had returned. Su Lingling had finally come home. From this day forth, all past grievances would be buried deep within her heart, and no one would be privy to them. She would await the day when she emerged like a butterfly from its cocoon to settle scores one by one. However, before that moment, she must lie low, gather strength, and seize the opportunity to soar to greatness. As such thoughts coursed through her mind, memories of her senior brother's previous indifference surfaced. At that time, he had numerous chances to save her. With his status, a mere word from him could have swayed Su Yun to halt her father's violent actions. Yet, he had not uttered a kind word, and instead, he had spoken hurtful phrases. What was he truly thinking? A wave of grievance washed over Su Lingling. Although she had been rescued and her injuries were nearly healed, joy eluded her, leaving her with a sense of sorrow. A bitter sensation spread within her, akin to a dull knife piercing her heart, causing her profound anguish. She earnestly longed to inquire of her senior brother, to understand why he had uttered such painful words. Did he not realize that his words would cause her sorrow? Could it be that he truly did not wish to save her? Recollections of her past life flooded her mind. Her senior brother's voice and visage felt like a distant memory, filled with kindness towards her. Yet now, everything has changed. Her senior brother has transformed into a stranger, indifferent to her plight. Even when witnessing her being humiliated, he refrains from uttering a word of support. This cold and distant demeanor leaves Su Lingling feeling profoundly desolate. Had she known this would transpire, she would not have succumbed to Su Youli's manipulations that day, seeking to publicly pledge herself to senior brother Tianxiang. Su Lingling clenched her teeth in frustration, her fist striking the bed with force. It is because of them that she has suffered such humiliation, endured so much torment, and nearly faced death at the hands of Su Yun and her father. It is all Su Youli's fault, along with Mocu and that foolish knight Xiao Xiao, who are equally despicable. Given her senior brother's affection for her, had she gone alone at that time, he would surely have accepted her without hesitation, sparing her from such needless suffering. They had better pray that she does not find an opportunity, otherwise she will repay them in kind, avenging this grievous wrong. A torrent of resentment surged within Su Lingling, casting all the anguish she had endured onto her three so-called friends, and her heart felt considerably lighter. Just as she intended to maintain her icy demeanor and continue her threats, a loud crash interrupted her thoughts. The gate of her courtyard was forcefully kicked open. Su Lingling, now that you are awake, hurry and leave the mountain. Chapter 146, One Matter at a Time. That voice. It is my second brother. Su Lingling's expression shifted sharply. Ever since she had fled from home, she had sensed something amiss. Her brother had changed significantly since then. Though he had never indulged her excessively, he had typically been accommodating. Yet, during her last encounter, he had come with a coffin, declaring his intention to place her corpse within it. How dare the scoundrel? Surely, he was envious of her rapid progress in cultivation, fearing that she might surpass him in the future, and thus sought to expel her in haste. With this thought, Su Lingling let out a cold snort. Leaping out of bed and storming towards the door, colliding directly with Su Daoquan, who had just entered the courtyard. Second brother, if I call you that one more time, will you hurry to send me away just when I finally returned? Her voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Su Daoquan furrowed his brow at her. How ludicrous. What audacity you possess to claim that I am the one urging you to depart. Who was it, the last time in this courtyard, that clamored to leave Xinhua Peak, vowing never to return and to rid themselves of us burdens, soaring to the skies? At this, Su Lingling's bravado faltered, yet with a quick flick of her eyes. She straightened her posture once more. What business is it of yours? This time, it was our father who personally fetched me back from Wanshou Peak. What right do you have to drive me down the mountain? Despite her deep-seated resentment towards her father, his incompetence, the brutal strikes he had delivered before Su Yun, and his lack of understanding of her struggles, she realized that invoking her father's authority was her only means of resisting her brother. Yet, Su Daoquan was unimpressed, retorting with mockery. Oh, how amusing. Weren't you just berating him fiercely? Now you wish to call upon him? Su Lingling's gaze flitted away. One matter at a time. Regardless, you will not succeed in forcing me to leave. Su Daoquan scoffed. Fool. Father instructed me to teach you etiquette. But I am utterly disappointed in you and have no desire to waste my time on such a futile endeavor. If you possess any sense, you shall leave the mountain yourself. Out there, we shall no longer hinder your ambitions. You may soar as you please. What did you say? Etiquette. Su Lingling paused, taken aback. At her age, learning such things was nothing short of an insult. No, this was merely a fade. Her brother intended to humiliate her into departing on her own. How utterly heartless of Su Daoquan, treating his own sister so cruelly. He was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. With that thought, Su Lingling glared fiercely, placing her hands on her hips as she declared, impossible. Father would never allow me to leave again. Should you dare to expel me without his consent, he will not spare you. Su Daoquan smirked wickedly. That is beyond your control. Since you refuse to leave willingly, I shall simply cast you down the mountain. With that, he raised his hand, conjuring a massive, fiery hand from thin air, lifting Su Lingling into the air as if she were a mere chick. No, stop. How dare you treat me this way, Su Daoquan? Su Lingling, now frantic, began to struggle and scream in terror. She has yet to recover from her injuries, and should she depart from the sacred fire peak, she might fall prey to further bullying. It is only by remaining here that she can leverage her father's name to seek an opportunity at the Western Bitter Peak. Otherwise, she would not even qualify to approach Brother Tianxiang. Observing Su Daoquan's indifference to her cries for help and his unwavering grip as he ascended the mountain, Su Lingling was genuinely terrified. She struggled desperately and screamed, Su Daoquan, stop. Please, just stop. Su Daoquan. No, second brother, let me down. I was merely speaking nonsense before. I won't leave. I wish to stay at Sacred Fire Peak. Please, second brother, just let me down. Su Daoquan continued to sneer coldly. I hardly consider that mere nonsense. As your second brother, I have always believed in you. Were you not the one who claimed to be hindered by us and wished to venture out into the world to achieve greatness? I am merely facilitating your desires. So why do you struggle? Su Lingling could no longer care about such lofty aspirations. All she knew was that she absolutely could not leave Sacred Fire Peak. That was nonsense, second brother. Truly, it was just foolish talk. Please don't believe me. I promise I will never say such things again. I will obey you from now on. Will you let me down, please? Su Lingling was on the verge of tears. Previously, she thought Brother Tianxiang would always assist her, but now she realized that he was not willing to help her in every situation. If she were to find herself alone, destitute, and without support, she would suffer greatly. Not just from that tyrant Su Yun, but even from the lowly knight Xiao Xiao, who, despite her inferior cultivation, could make her life miserable under the name of Western Bitter Peak. Neither the Western Bitter Peak nor the Immortal Cloud Peak could help her. Sacred Fire Peak was her only lifeline at this moment. Ah, second brother, did you not wish for me to learn etiquette? I promise I will study. Is that not sufficient? Indeed, it required a firm resolve to manage her. Su Daochuan's gaze flickered momentarily as he hovered in the air, regarding her with indifference. Are you certain you wish to learn? I must forewarn you, etiquette is not easily mastered. Father has arranged for the Elder of Discipline to instruct you, and failure to learn properly will result in punishment. The mere mention of punishment made Su Lingling shudder instinctively, a dull ache surfacing on her back. Yet, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. I will learn. I am determined to learn. Very well. Do not say I am denying you an opportunity. Prepare yourself and gather what you need. I shall escort you to the Taichung Hall. Su Daoquan led her back to the courtyard. I will wait here. Come out once you are ready. Su Lingling was bewildered. To Taichung Hall? Aren't we supposed to invite the Elder of Discipline to Sacred Fire Peak? As the daughter of the esteemed Peak Master, if word got out that she was studying etiquette at Taichung Hall, it would surely invite ridicule. Do you think the Elder of Discipline is so easily summoned? Su Daoquan retorted impatiently. Taichung Hall has been exceedingly busy and cannot spare any personnel. It was only after Master Su personally intervened that they were willing to allocate a courtyard for your instruction. Otherwise, you could be confined until next year and still not have this opportunity. With that, Su Daoquan snorted coldly. Will you go or not? If not, then you may descend the mountain and never return. A single command to leave the mountain startled Su Lingling, compelling her to abandon her hesitation and hurriedly nod in agreement. Exclaiming, I will go, is that not enough? She swiftly retreated indoors to don a fresh set of garments. Her face etched with indignation as she followed Su Daoquan to the Taichung Hall. That scoundrel of a second brother, forever taking advantage of her vulnerability as a girl without support, would soon face the consequences when she ascended to inherit the Sacred Fire Peak. Yet, Su Daoquan seemed indifferent to her thoughts, barely sparing her a glance, as he focused solely on swiftly depositing this troublemaker at the Taichung Hall. Surely, confined in such a place, she would no longer cause any disturbances. Chapter 147. Your quarreling is futile. The master of the Taichung Hall governs the ceremonial protocols of the sect, overseeing the Ritual Hall, Teaching Hall, Discipline Hall, and Self-Reflection Hall. Logically, given Su Lingling's status, she should have been sent to the Self-Reflection Hall for ideological guidance and contemplation. However, the gravity of her transgressions necessitated her assignment to the Discipline Hall for rigorous instruction in ceremonial etiquette. Su Daoquan escorted her through numerous courtyards, ultimately landing before a secluded courtyard in the northwest corner. This shall be your residence within the Taichung Hall. You are not permitted to leave its confines until you have mastered your studies, nor are you to cause any disturbances, let alone return to the Xinhua Peak. Go now, and do not bring me further trouble. I shall come for you once you have acquired the necessary decorum. Su Lingling pouted and reluctantly stepped toward the small courtyard. Here we go again. Her elder brother and father only sought to suppress her nature whenever challenges arose, forbidding her from doing this or that, which was truly infuriating. They warned her not to create trouble. Was she the one stirring chaos? She had been dragged into this predicament by that scoundrel Yi Xiao Xiao. Her brother harbored an undue bias against her. Without even inquiring, he instinctively blamed her for every mishap. But who ever considered her plight? Who could comprehend her grievances? If it weren't for her current lack of strength, she would never tolerate such condescension from her elder brother. He would certainly experience the bitterness of being wronged if she had the power. How she wished her elder brother were present. He had always showered her with affection and would never allow her to endure such baseless indignities. Yet since her return to Xinhua Peak, she had not seen him, nor did she know his whereabouts. With a heavy heart, Su Lingling hesitated before finally opening the courtyard door. The courtyard was modest, empty save for a stone table on one side, devoid of even a single tree. The thought of residing in such a meager place made her heart ache. Here she was, a future transcendent cultivator, reduced to such a state within the Tianxiang sect, which was truly disheartening. Lost in her thoughts, her expression of grievance suddenly froze. She halted, turned sharply to the stone table, and gasped in astonishment. Yi Xiaoxiao, you scoundrel, what are you doing here? Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Siyu were leaning over the stone table, muttering indistinctly to one another. Su Lingling's unexpected outburst startled them, prompting them to straighten up. Upon recognizing her, Mu Siyu initially brightened, only to subsequently frown and retake her seat, retorting, if you're coming, just come. Why shout so loudly? When will you return the spirit stones you owe me? Yi Xiaoxiao scoffed dismissively, turning away, unwilling to engage. The mention of spirit stones irked Su Lingling. You should ask Su Yun for those. I owe you nothing. She strode confidently to the stone table, casting a condescending gaze upon Yi Xiaoxiao. With a sudden forceful slap on the tabletop, her eyes gleamed with a cold light as she spoke icily. For the sake of our long-standing sisterhood, I do not wish to resort to violence against you. Apologize now, and I shall overlook the past. Both were startled by the loud noise, while Mu Siyu wore a perplexed expression, utterly unaware of the unfolding situation. It took Yi Xiaoxiao a moment to regain her composure, but she felt no fear as she tilted her chin defiantly to meet Su Lingling's gaze, sneering, apologize? Su Lingling, how dare you utter such words? It was you who launched a covert attack on me first. I merely retaliated in self-defense, and you expect me to apologize? Dream on. Su Lingling's formidable demeanor faltered slightly. Yet she quickly regained her composure and raised her voice. Can you blame me? I was merely considering both our fates. Had I not acted as I did, you would never have consented to descend, and we both would have faced dire consequences. Yi Xiaoxiao scoffed. I care not for your excuses. Do not forget, I am now a direct disciple of the Phoenix Sect Master. Dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. Upon hearing this, Su Lingling's anger flared even more, and she retorted angrily. What do I have to fear from you? Had it not been for you, I would have been the one studying under Brother Tianxiang. That wretched girl stole my opportunity and dares to flaunt it before me, seeking her own demise. Yi Xiaoxiao smirked derisively. You pathetic fool. If you have the courage, feel free to make a move. Noticing the escalating tension, Mu Siyu hurriedly intervened. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. This bickering will not resolve anything. How about this? Let us settle it with a duel. Whoever loses must apologize. What do you think? Upon hearing this proposal, both women froze simultaneously, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yi Xiaoxiao, aware of her inferior cultivation, feared that engaging in combat would result in injury, hindering her future training. Su Lingling, on the other hand, worried that should she lose, she would face Brother Tianxiang's wrath, and thus hesitated to engage unless she had a justifiable reason. After a moment of silence, Su Lingling's eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed furiously, You wretched Yi Xiaoxiao, it is you who has caused my current predicament. How dare you mock me here? Watch how I deal with you. With that, she raised her foot and forcefully kicked Yi Xiaoxiao in the shoulder, sending her flying. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated this foolish girl would actually strike. Without uttering a cry of pain, she was sent sprawling to the ground. Skidding to a halt against the wall, struggling to rise, she clutched her shoulder, glaring at Su Lingling, her face contorted in pain as she spat angrily. You shameless wretch, you truly dared to strike. Su Lingling laughed haughtily. What is there to fear? I am at the early stage of foundation establishment, while you are merely at the mid-stage of chi refinement. To provoke me invites a lesson, or else my wrath shall not be assuaged. Yi Xiaoxiao was not intimidated by her, maintaining a cold stare as she slowly nodded. Very well. Mu Siyu is right, at this juncture. The only resolution lies in a duel between us. Regardless of the outcome, this matter shall not be mentioned again afterwards. Su Lingling nodded in agreement. That is precisely my intent. As Yi Xiaoxiao flicked her wrist, an ancient long sword materialized in her grasp. She remarked, This sword is a magnificent magical artifact specially prepared for me by my master. I had intended to showcase my prowess and dominate my peers during the grand competition. Yet here I am, debuting it in this unexpected encounter. A magnificent magical artifact? Su Lingling raised an eyebrow. My own artifact has been destroyed. So today I shall allow you to gain an advantage. Let us duel barehanded. With that, she moved like a flash of fire, darting towards Yi Xiaoxiao, and raised her hand to strike at her opponent's face. Yi Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed. She was acutely aware that in terms of speed and strength, she could not match Su Lingling, who was at the foundation establishment stage. However, having practiced swordsmanship under Su Yun's tutelage for many years, she had honed her skills to a commendable level. Even with her current physical frailty, she could still muster a semblance of defense. Furthermore, during the years spent awakening her potential, Su Yun had taken her under his wing, providing rigorous training that, though arduous, had significantly enhanced her abilities, far surpassing this mere blacksmith's apprentice. As the gust of wind from Su Lingling's palm approached, Yi Xiaoxiao deftly evaded with a slight shift of her body. The long sword in her hand gleamed with a sharp light as she aimed a precise thrust at Su Lingling's lower back from an unexpected angle. A sharp clang resonated, yet it failed to breach Su Lingling's defenses. Chapter 148. The Three Divine Beings. Terrifyingly strong, the disparity in power between the two was insurmountable. This sword strike could not even shatter Su Lingling's most basic protective spirit shield. Su Lingling raised an eyebrow and smiled, countering with a swift slap. Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze turned icy. She did not flinch, as her entire being erupted with spiritual energy. Her garments billowed as she unleashed a blinding flash of light from her sword. In a fluid motion, the sword's tip condensed into a slender black serpent that surged forth, viciously piercing the pale red shield. With a sharp crack, the shield was breached, allowing the serpent to force its way through the fissure, sinking its fangs into Su Lingling's abdomen. The tremendous force sent her hurtling backward, her fingertips narrowly grazing Yi Xiaoxiao's hair in the process. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Yi Xiaoxiao's lips, and just as she was about to utter a taunt, she was sent flying by the powerful gust generated by that slap. Simultaneously, two dull thuds echoed through the courtyard as both combatants were propelled several meters apart before coming to a halt, sprawled on the ground in disarray. Yet, upon inspection of their injuries, it was evident that Su Lingling was far worse off. Yi Xiaoxiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, struggling to rise from the ground. She coughed twice and declared, "Su Lingling, your Dantian is injured. You cannot harness spiritual energy for 10 breaths. You have lost." Su Lingling stood aghast. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Xia Zhiwei, but now she found herself outmatched by Yi Xiaoxiao, who was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Stumbling to her feet, she glared at Yi Xiaoxiao and retorted, "What is so impressive about that? You're merely relying on the power of a magical artifact. If it weren't for Su Yun destroying my superior artifact, you would never have triumphed today." Yi Xiaoxiao scoffed dismissively, "A waste is a waste." Just as Su Lingling was about to respond, a cold snort rang out from outside the door. "Fighting amongst fellow disciples will result in 10 lashes. As the words fell, an elder with hair as white as snow strode into the courtyard, offering no opportunity for explanation. With a stern expression, he drew a disciplinary whip and aimed it at Su Lingling. The sting of the whip on her arm left a painful mark, causing her to scream in shock and turn to flee. "You scoundrel, do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? This is outrageous." The elder's beard quivered with anger as he raised his hand for another lash, bellowing, "To offend one's superior and insult an elder of the sect warrants an additional 10 lashes." His wrist flicked with relentless force, the whip seemingly guided by an unseen hand, landing squarely on Su Lingling's back, knocking her to the ground. Enraged, Su Lingling shouted, "Stop! Cease this at once. I am the daughter of the Lord of the Divine Fire Peak. Do you dare to strike me? Ah, it is you, the body of calamity. I have heard much about you," the elder said, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Su Lingling. He then raised his hand for yet another strike, declaring, "To offend one's superior and remain unrepentant, I shall indeed punish you." As he spoke, he showed no mercy, continuing to lash out until her back was drenched in blood, regardless of her anguished screams. Having dealt with one, Yi Xiaoxiao could not escape her fate and was soon struck down by a whip as well. "Why is this happening?" Yi Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with fury, and shouted. It was clearly she who initiated the conflict. "Why do you strike me?" The elder let out a cold snort, stating that the discipline hall does not inquire into reasons, only adhering to sect rules. "She initiated the attack, and you only need to report to me. I shall impose 20 lashes upon her. However, should you intervene, you would be violating sect regulations, and both of you shall face punishment together." Having spoken, he raised his hand to strike, showing no regard for anyone else. The fabric of Yi Xiaoxiao's back was shredded, and in a moment, she was left bloodied and bruised, groaning in pain as she collapsed to the ground. Yet, even in such agony, her defiance did not wane. She clenched her fists, trembling all over, and glared at the elder, exclaiming, "You old fool, this is utterly unreasonable." The elder was taken aback by her words and immediately retorted with fury, "To defy authority and insult an elder warrants an additional 10 lashes. Truly, seeing is believing." The legendary figure of calamity had just received 10 lashes for insulting the elder, and here was Yi Xiaoxiao, audacious enough to hurl insults. Did she possess no sense? The elder raised his hand once more, causing Yi Xiaoxiao to writhe in pain on the ground, crying out, "Stop! You must cease this. I am a direct disciple of the Phoenix Sect Master. If you dare to lay a finger on me again, I shall report you to my master." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened. Dare to threaten an elder? Another 10 lashes. The elder stood firm, the whip in his hand dancing like a venomous dragon, striking her limbs and back with unerring precision, regardless of how she attempted to evade him. As he lashed out, the elder proclaimed, "Both Sect Master Feng and Sect Leader Su specifically instructed that during your visit, you must learn the rules well. No matter how severely you are punished, they will not pursue the matter further. It is in your best interest to behave and not give me cause to catch you erring again." Both individuals cried out in pain, their hatred for the elder boiling within them, yet they dared not speak out again. Soon, the punishment concluded, and the elder turned his gaze towards Mu Siyu. "You witnessed your fellow disciples in conflict, yet did not intervene. For this, I shall record a demerit against you. 3 demerits equal 1 lash." Hearing this, Mu Siyu's face drained of color, and she defiantly retorted, "On what grounds? This is unjust." She had intended to berate the elder for his lack of discernment, but feared becoming a target herself. So her voice quickly softened as she explained, "Elder He, I assure you, I did advise them." "I did." Elder He frowned. "Oh, then why did they engage in battle? Did they disregard your counsel?" Mu Siyu nodded and shook her head simultaneously. "They listened. They truly did." Elder He's frown deepened as he pressed further. "If they listened, why did they fight? How did you advise them?" Hurriedly, Mu Siyu recounted her previous words. "They were arguing, so I suggested they cease their bickering. If it was futile, then why not settle it with a fight?" At this revelation, Elder He's pupils constricted. Truly, she was a disciple that even the Phoenix Sect Master found troublesome. She was indeed remarkable. Not knowing how to chastise her, he bluntly declared, instigating fellow disciples to brawl results in 10 lashes. Terrified, Mu Siyu turned to flee, shouting, "I refuse to accept this. You are bullying me. I clearly advised them. So why do you strike me?" "You advised them?" Elder He laughed in exasperation. "Is this how you counsel? Encouraging clandestine fights? You are quite audacious. To utter words yet conceal their true meaning, and to dare speak them in the presence of an elder. Do you truly consider me a fool?" Frankly, he would prefer the words to be false rather than the truth. A lie at least offers a glimmer of hope, whereas the truth. The Sect Master Feng has indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. However, Mu Siyu is unperturbed by such thoughts, shouting as she flees, "You claim not to bully others, yet it was you who questioned me first." I answered, and still, "You struck me." Hiss. Elder He felt a piercing headache, drawing in a sharp breath. Having served as the elder of discipline for over a millennium, he had never encountered a disciple so unmanageable. It was not merely that she was disobedient, she simply could not comprehend. In that instant, Elder He sensed an immense challenge before him, his very blood beginning to boil. Chapter 149. Even at the risk of tarnishing the reputation of the elder of discipline, you 3 have indeed demonstrated a modicum of strength capable of unsettling the tranquil heart that I have maintained for centuries. Elder He exhaled slowly, his eyes brightening with a newfound intensity, as he regarded the trio as if they were extraordinary treasures. After a moment's contemplation, he placed a tome and a vial of elixir upon the table. "Today's lessons have concluded. You 3 shall recuperate well. Once your injuries have healed, we shall proceed to the next topic. This book contains the fundamental codes of conduct of our sect, and you are to familiarize yourselves with its contents by the end of today." He paused momentarily. "No, that would be too lenient. You 3 are exceedingly dull-witted. Thus, I shall grant you 3 days to memorize it all. 3 days hence, I will return to personally assess your progress." With that, Elder He departed with a grave demeanor, hastening away. The prowess of these 3 disciples was formidable. Conventional tasks would be futile. He resolved to devise a specialized curriculum tailored to these 3 imbeciles. Even if it meant risking his own reputation as the elder of discipline, he was determined to cultivate them into well-mannered and respectful disciples, thereby justifying his millennium of service in the Hall of Discipline. In the courtyard, the 3 of them collapsed to the ground, their bodies marked by crimson streaks of blood, writhing in agony, unable to muster the strength to roll over. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Mu Siyu, struggling, erupted in furious exclamations. "It's all your fault. If you 2 rascals hadn't insisted on fighting, I wouldn't be suffering alongside you." After her tirade, she began to sob, patting her garments. "Woe is me. My clothes. These were the treasured garments gifted by my master, now ruined by that old man. You must compensate me for my precious attire." Night Xiao, feeling wronged herself, retorted immediately, "How can you blame me? It was that fool Su Lingling who insisted on raising her hands. If you hadn't retaliated, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Su Lingling was incensed by this remark, propping herself up and glaring at Night Xiao. "Nonsense. Who told you to fight back? If you had just stood there, nothing would have happened. Furthermore, if blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at that scoundrel Su Yun. I heard from my second brother that we were cast here due to that great demon's machinations. At this revelation, both were taken aback. What did you say? They had initially believed that their troubles stemmed from displeasing their master at Fuyuntai, only to discover it was, in fact, due to Su Yun, that great demon. Su Lingling, gritting her teeth and standing despite the pain that brought tears to her eyes, mustered the strength to approach the table and, wiping her tears, remarked, "Didn't you hear what elder he said? He mentioned my father had instructed him to discipline us severely." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Mu Siyu's eyes, yet she refrained from arguing. Instead, it was Knight Xiao Xiao who exploded in anger. "Nonsense. Our master has always treated us well, always thinking of us when there is something good, and even seeking ways to help me awaken my potential. How could he possibly utter such hurtful words? In my opinion, those words were surely fabricated by that old coot." "Lower your voice," Su Lingling cautioned, startled. "If he hears you, we shall all face dire consequences." The knight was shrouded in silence as Xiao Xiao trembled slightly, casting a furtive glance towards the door, muttering, "Look how frightened you are, just a mere elder. I am not afraid of him. Were it not for my insufficient cultivation, I would have surely seized the whip today, allowing him to experience the severity of my wrath." As she spoke, her teeth clenched in indignation. "Not even my aunt has struck me so harshly. How dare he, a mere disciplinary elder, wield such force against me?" Yet, she quickly silenced herself. What if he suddenly returns? Lingling, unable to suppress her frustration, thought to herself how she wished to gag Xiao Xiao. This foolish girl. If elder he had not punished her enough, she deserved another 100 lashes to learn her lesson. "What are you saying? If someone hears us?" Lingling shivered involuntarily. She had endured far too many lashes in recent days and truly wished to avoid further punishment. First, at Xinxia Peak, before Su Yun and brother Tianxiang, she was beaten unconscious by her father, leaving her heart shattered into pieces. Only just recovering, she had endured 30 more lashes today. Moreover, these lashes were a consequence of her losing a fight, which made her discomfort even more profound. If Su Yun were to learn of this, he would surely find endless amusement in her misfortune. Xiao Xiao, baring her teeth, approached the table, her gaze fixed on the courtyard entrance, scoffing, "So timid. You might as well scare yourself to death." Lingling rolled her eyes. "If you are not afraid, why do you keep looking at the door?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of this. It serves no purpose now. Let us not forget, we carry a great enmity. We must not turn against one another. Or how shall we confront that great demon? In my view, today's events were orchestrated by him. He must have employed some means to gather us here, deliberately inciting us to turn against each other." "What? The great demon?" Xiao Xiao exclaimed in exasperation, banging her hand on the table. "Do you have any evidence?" Lingling furrowed her brow. "Whether there is evidence or not matters little. Aside from the great demon, no one would conspire against us." Those words earlier were certainly uttered by Su Yun. He deliberately instructed Elder He to confine us here, consumed by jealousy of our talents, fearing we might cultivate too swiftly and surpass his new disciples. Humph, he wishes to trap us, preventing us from learning the celestial arts from Master Feng, fearful that we might outshine that wretched Xia Jiwei in the grand competition. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Xiao, her urgency palpable. If that is the case, we must not fulfill the great demon's wishes. We must find a way to escape and expose his crimes, seeking Master's justice. Indeed, once we meet Master Feng, the great demon's schemes shall be laid bare. Lingling felt a thrill of excitement. Brother Tianxiang had long sought to catch Su Yun in a compromising position, and now, having delivered such an opportunity into his hands, he would surely be overjoyed. In gratitude, he would naturally take her as his cherished disciple, guiding her with utmost care. In this manner, she would command the admiration of her father and elder brothers, compelling them to return to her in tears, beseeching her forgiveness, and even kneeling before her to confess their transgressions, imploring her to return to the sacred flame peak to assume control. The mere thought of such a scenario brought immense satisfaction to Su Lingling, as if it had already come to fruition. The trio quickly aligned their positions. However, Yi Xiao Xiao began to fret. "We were sent here by Ting Han. If your words hold truth, then Ting Han has already betrayed our master. Upon our return, we must avoid him at all costs. We cannot allow anyone to uncover our presence." This reasoning was sound, and they also needed to steer clear of my second brother, who had likely allied himself with Su Yun. The mention of this matter ignited a fierce anger within Su Lingling, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing to wield the whip against Su Yun with great force. No wonder her second brother harbored such disdain for her and continually sought to expel her from the sacred flame peak. It was all a result of obeying Su Yun's commands. You two must cease your discussions and tend to your injuries, Mu Siyu interjected, barely able to withstand the strain. Her hands trembling as she opened the vial, anxiously bringing it to her lips. Hurry and heal your wounds. We must depart swiftly to avoid detection by that old wretch. Chapter 150. You are too early in your contentment. The pain was excruciating. Had she foreseen such a beating, she would have resolutely refused to accompany Shui Han to this place. As for Su Lingling's claims regarding Su Yun's conspiracy, Mu Siyu harbored considerable skepticism. She had already discerned, to some extent, that her master was not as benevolent in this lifetime as in her previous one. He could be quite stern and lacked the gentleness she had anticipated. She had hoped to receive the same treatment on Shiku Peak as she did in her past life, allowing her to devote herself entirely to her cultivation and transcend her boundaries with the insights she had accumulated, ultimately achieving the tribulation. However, now she found herself beset by a myriad of vexations, leaving no time for her to cultivate. Furthermore, her master offered her no rare treasures. Only a handful of ordinary high-grade spirit stones and exceptional qi condensing pills. What use were these? If she did not instigate some form of change soon, it would likely take her an eternity to succeed in crossing the tribulation. As she observed the two still deliberating on their escape, Mu Siyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Even if they managed to flee, they would undoubtedly be captured and beaten again. It was perhaps wiser to remain still. 3 days elapsed. After taking medicine and resting, the trio finally regained their strength. The mysterious vial of pills proved remarkably effective. Their whip wounds had already healed, leaving only faint scars that would soon vanish entirely. At that moment, they sat around a stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the azure tome with furrowed brows. With their injuries mended, it was certain that the old man would soon compel them to memorize this wretched book. Mu Siyu picked up the book and read aloud. Sect Regulations, Prohibition of Conspiracy, First Volume. What sort of nonsense was this? A tome 3 fingers thick and still labeled as the first volume, demanding that they memorize it in 3 days? Was this old man intentionally trying to make their lives difficult? Su Lingling urged, why dwell on the title? Open it and see. Perhaps each page contains but a single sentence. Mu Siyu's eyes brightened at this logic. However, upon opening the first page, her vision darkened. The text was densely packed, overflowing with words. It was not merely a single sentence, but certainly more than 10. The first rule read, one must not deceive one's master or annihilate one's ancestral teachings, depending on the severity of the offense. The elder of the law enforcement hall may execute immediate punishment, and all disciples of the sect may pursue and reclaim all knowledge acquired. The second rule stated, one must not harm fellow disciples or engage in private duels. Should there be personal grievances, a fair competition may be conducted under the witness of a mentor at the Fuyan platform, and private skirmishes are strictly prohibited. Violators will be punished by the elder of the discipline hall. Minor offenses will incur 10 strikes with the disciplinary whip, while severe offenses will lead to the nullification of cultivation methods and expulsion from the sect. Mu Siyu could scarcely endure reading beyond the second rule. What was this nonsense? Was it deliberately targeting them? She flung the book onto the table, her face stern as she declared, I refuse to read further. You may peruse it yourselves. Su Lingling looked at her in astonishment, prepared to voice her thoughts, when a voice rich with concealed delight wafted in from the courtyard entrance. Indeed, studying diligently from dawn. The effort I have exerted over these past days has not been in vain, as I have tailored a special curriculum for you. The familiar voice sent a shiver down the spine of the trio, and they hurriedly turned to see Elder He stepping through the door. It was truly reassuring to behold. Elder He gazed upon the three in the courtyard, and felt that the tribulations he had endured over the past 3 days were entirely worthwhile. As long as one is willing to learn earnestly, even if the 3 of them are complete fools, he is confident in his ability to teach them well. Elder He, what brings you here? Morong Siyu's voice faltered slightly. Having just referred to him as an old man, she was uncertain whether he had heard her. The deadline has passed. I have come today to assess your progress, Elder He proclaimed, standing a short distance away. Noticing that the trio remained seated and unmoving, he frowned and commanded, come here and stand properly. Why the hostility? Yi Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath, though she dared not voice her thoughts. There was no choice. They were genuinely frightened of being punished. Seeing this, Elder He felt a sense of satisfaction. Within merely 3 days, the 3 had begun to comprehend human speech. Excellent progress indeed. Before assigning the next topic, I must first review your previous studies. Which of you 3 will step forward first? His gaze swept across their faces, and seeing no signs of guilt, his satisfaction deepened. Very well, it appears you all possess confidence. He casually pointed at Morong Siyu. You shall go first. The trio was already somewhat bewildered, but upon hearing his words, Morong Siu appeared even more perplexed. What do you mean? Elder, he sensed something amiss and reiterated. What do you mean by what? Recite the inacceptable from beginning to end. Morong Siu was even more bewildered. Didn't you say we should first recover from our injuries? My wounds have yet to heal, and you expect me to recite? Elder, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. His pupils contracted in shock as he asked. Are you implying that none of you have recited it yet? Morong Siu nodded, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Yes, that is right. Yes, that is right. Such a seemingly simple phrase bore an immense weight. Elder, he felt darkness closing in around him, his entire being trembling with suppressed rage, nearly causing him to falter. Terrifying, truly terrifying. He had never anticipated that not a single one among the three could comprehend his words. After a millennium of professional experience, he faced the greatest challenge of his career. From this day forth, these three would no longer be foolish disciples awaiting instruction. They would become the stubborn ailments he must conquer with all his might. Taking a deep breath, Elder, he gripped his whip and turned to the other two. What about you? Have you recited it? His voice, strained from suppressing his emotions, had taken on a gentler tone. Su Lingling sensed an air of danger and instinctively took a half-step back, honestly stammering. No, we haven't recited it. She quickly added. You said we should first recover from our injuries before moving on to the next topic. How can you go back on your word? Yi Xiao, regaining her senses, chimed in loudly. Exactly. It was you who failed to communicate clearly. How can you blame us? Su Lingling nodded vigorously. Yes. This is entirely your fault. You cannot lay all the blame on us. Originally, she had hoped to use this opportunity to shift the responsibility, but for reasons unknown, Elder He's expression darkened further, becoming somewhat intimidating, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Terrified, she quickly backtracked, saying, You need not feel guilty. We won't hold it against you. Just be clearer in your instructions next time. Elder He's expression grew solemn as he took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, reciting, Indeed, you are truly a vessel of calamity, capable of unsettling even my tranquil state. Among all those who bear the burden of fate throughout the ages, your constitution is undoubtedly a rarity. He gradually withdrew the disciplinary whip, casting a stern gaze upon the three individuals. For unfinished assignments, you shall receive 5 lashes. With that, he raised his hand and struck at Su Lingling, commanding, distorting truth and slandering an elder, you shall receive an additional 10 lashes. The whip danced with a crisp and resonant sound, interspersed with Su Lingling's piercing cries, transforming the courtyard into a scene of tumult. Why is this happening? Su Lingling protested vehemently amidst her screams. I refuse to accept this. Clearly, you were at fault first, and it was you who failed to clarify. We bore no grudge against you. How dare you continue to bully us? Elder, he paused, fury igniting in his eyes. Unrepentant as ever, you shall receive 10 more lashes. Chapter 151. The Elder's Resolute Conviction. Su Lingling was on the verge of madness. The whip struck her like a knife, causing her to roll on the ground in agony, her screams echoing, yet she refused to relent. I am innocent. How dare you strike me? You old fool. You abuse your power and act unjustly. I shall report you to Master Feng and ensure your disgrace. After her outburst, she called out to Yi Xiao, quickly contact Master Feng for help. If he doesn't arrive soon, we shall be beaten to death. She deliberately raised her voice, hoping to intimidate Elder He into retreat. To her surprise, Elder He was not deterred. Instead, his eyes widened in anger. Such audacity. Even now, you dare to threaten me? You are utterly lawless. His beard trembled in fury, unable to fathom such foolishness. A mere admission of guilt could have ended this ordeal, yet she persisted in her outcry. Add 10 more lashes. 10 more. Elder He, consumed by rage, unleashed the whip with renewed ferocity, finally instilling fear in Su Lingling. As she rolled and screamed in torment, she cried out, Are you trying to kill me? As a disciplined elder, is violence all you know? What else are you capable of? Against a fool who cannot comprehend reason, corporal punishment is the most effective method. Should you dare threaten me again, I shall impose further lashes. Elder He, exasperated by her obstinacy, began to teach her a lesson. Afraid that he might not finish before nightfall, he continued. With each strike of the whip, Su Lingling's skin was torn, her screams gradually transforming into pleas for mercy. This is coercion. Fine, I shall remain silent. Are you satisfied now? Even in her pleas, she refused to show weakness, as if she would rather die than submit. Elder He, however, paid no heed to her sincerity or lack thereof, continuing until he had administered the full measure of punishment. Then, He turned his attention to the now terrified Yi Xiaoxiao. For failing to complete your studies, 5 lashes. For colluding with others to slander an elder, 10 lashes. This time, Yi Xiaoxiao, having learned from Su Lingling's mistakes, did not shout in protest. Instead, she raised her arm to shield herself from the whip, wincing in pain, while accurately hurling insults. You are insane. You are the one at fault, yet you blame us. You are truly deranged. Su Lingling is right. As a disciplined elder, aside from wielding the whip, what else do you know? You exploit your power to oppress us, no different from those wicked beings. Once I am free, I will report you to my master. Elder, he huffed, not from exhaustion but from indignation. He regarded Yi Xiaoxiao's accusations with a stern demeanor, his gaze unwavering as he replied, oppression? This is not oppression. I, as the disciplined elder of this sect, am merely fulfilling my duty to impose punishment according to our laws. It is not something you too can easily challenge. Yi Xiaoxiao, you slander an elder and attempt to shake my resolve. Thus, an additional 20 lashes. 20 lashes? Knight Xiaoxiao trembled in fear, realizing the old man was truly ruthless. Did he not fear that he might injure her and incur the wrath of her master? Instinctively, she wanted to utter a challenge, but the words lingered on her lips as she bit down hard, her eyes filled with defiance. She was not like Su Lingling, the coward who pleaded for mercy after just a few lashes. She hailed from the Knight family, a direct disciple of the sect leader. Her dignity forbade her from bowing her head. However, the next moment, she could no longer contain herself. Struck relentlessly, she darted around the courtyard, shrieking in agony, blood splattering everywhere. The commotion drew a crowd of curious disciples, who initially thought there was a celebration, only to realize that 3 disciples were being punished, an even more sensational sight. Soon, the walls were lined with heads peering in, grinning and exchanging knowing glances. Yet none dared to utter a sound. Rather than feeling shame under their scrutinizing gazes, Knight Xiaoxiao felt invigorated. Let everyone judge for themselves. This old man is unreasonable. It is he who has erred, yet he blames us, threatening to beat us to death. We have only been here for 3 days, and he has already resorted to using the whip. Our previous wounds have yet to heal, and he strikes again, as if he wishes to end our lives. She intended to incite the other disciples' sense of justice, to speak on their behalf, but upon recognizing the identity of the one wielding the whip, the spectators collectively gasped, too terrified to utter a word, and fled in haste. Knight Xiaoxiao was bewildered, only faintly hearing whispers of ancient calamities and fateful bodies. With even Elder he having been furious for 3 days. Elder he paused, taking several deep breaths to quell his fury, and pointed at the group with a mix of exasperation and amusement. You dare to slander me, even threatening me at this juncture? Truly, you are remarkable, simply remarkable. He found himself almost wanting to applaud the foolishness of such audacity, for it was indeed a rarity to be this foolish. Shaking his head in disbelief, Elder he rolled up his sleeves with determination. It seems you wish to confront me. If that is the case, I shall ensure that by nightfall. You learn to keep your mouth shut. With that, he raised his whip and struck Knight Xiaoxiao's legs, declaring, 10 lashes for distorting the truth, 10 lashes for defaming the elder, and an additional 10 lashes for your unrepentant behavior. The sounds of the whip echoed through the courtyard, punctuated by anguished cries, interspersed with curses and retorts. Those at a distance felt their skin crawl with admiration for the trio's incredible resilience. Even in such dire straits, they refused to concede or admit fault. These 3 female disciples were indeed unparalleled in their stubbornness, who claimed that there could only be one fateful body. Clearly, there were 3. Knight Xiaoxiao was on the verge of unconsciousness, only to be revived by Elder he with medicinal pills, before the punishment continued anew. Yet, with her formidable will as the Lingshu sword immortal, she endured the punishment, cursing and fighting back, until the whipping finally ceased. There was no alternative. What could she do but endure? There was no escape, and fainting was not an option. She could only withstand the blows until her voice became hoarse and she could no longer cry out, at which point the lashes finally ceased. But what did it matter if she was nearly beaten to death? These lashes would only temper her resolve, rendering her even stronger. As the Lingshu sword immortal, even if she were to be slain, she would never yield. Moreover, the more she suffered now, the more heartbroken her master would be upon seeing her. And the old man he would face a more terrible fate. She merely needed to bide her time, and when the day of retribution arrived, she would repay all the suffering she endured 100-fold. Chapter 152. Merely the hardship of Elder he as the punishment of whipping for Yi Xiaoxiao concluded. It was finally Mu Siyu's turn, though she was already paralyzed by fear. The 2 dear sisters, having just begun to recover, were once again gravely injured. writhing on the ground in agony and despair. Being in the early stages of chi refinement, she could scarcely endure such a barrage of lashes. With a piercing scream, Mu Siyu turned to flee, leaving Elder He momentarily astonished. What a spectacle! The two unfortunate precedents lay sprawled on the ground. Yet this fool still dared to attempt escape? The body of calamity was undeniable. It had nearly shaken his resolve earlier, truly terrifying. Yi Xiaoxiao was equally extraordinary, exhibiting tremendous fortitude, resolutely refusing to beg for mercy. Gritting her teeth against the pain, cursing until her voice grew hoarse. But in comparison to Mu Siyu, they seemed to fare somewhat better. This individual was nothing short of a lazy and foolish simpleton, devoid of any redeeming qualities. She had been the most spirited in her flight last time, and now she dared to run again. Did she not realize that escape was utterly futile? Yet, from another perspective, even if she knew she could not flee, her relentless determination to attempt it was, in itself, a commendable trait, was it not? Elder He let out 3 hearty laughs before taking a deep breath, shaking his head as he spoke. You 3 truly represent the greatest affliction of my life. With that, he delivered a lash that sent Mu Siyu sprawling to the ground, and the remaining strikes fell like relentless raindrops, eliciting shrill screams as she rolled on the ground. The intensity of her cries was exceedingly piercing, leaving Elder He momentarily stunned. Based on his millennia of execution experience, the pain should not be so extreme. However, it mattered little now. The fact that she no longer dared to insult him was already a significant improvement. Elder He withdrew his whip and stood tall, glancing at the dimming sky, before addressing the 3 who lay in anguish. Indeed, the day has not yet darkened. Today's lessons come to an end. I shall reiterate, within 3 days. You must memorize this book of forbidden knowledge. You are to recuperate while studying. Idleness and negligence are not permitted. I shall return in 3 days to assess your progress. Should you fail to complete it, the punishment shall be doubled. Fearing that the 3 might not grasp his intent, he articulated his words with utmost clarity. If they could not comprehend this, then they were truly beyond salvation. With a silent sigh, Elder He paid them no further heed, his expression grave as he left behind a vial of medicinal salve and departed. He had previously underestimated these 3 extraordinary individuals. This trial was rather formidable, even for him, presenting a significant challenge comparable to the tribulations faced during a breakthrough. The specially designed curriculum was insufficient to facilitate their transformation. Such an immense undertaking necessitated a complete overhaul of his lesson plan. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered Ting Han, who approached riding on a cloud. Elder He, Ting Han inquired with a smile, the Phoenix Sect Master has sent me to inquire about the progress of your disciples' instruction. Has there been any improvement? He glanced into the courtyard. I heard it was quite lively here. Is there some joyous occasion? Elder He nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the recent commotion. Indeed, my teachings have begun to yield results. He mused, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. From this day forth, the 3 of them should be able to comprehend human speech. However, a flicker of confusion crossed Feng Tianxiang's eyes. Could it be that Elder He had been influenced by the chaotic energy of the body he was meant to guide? What merit was there in such a claim? After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped the situation. He recalled that the foolish Mu Siyu occasionally struggled to understand human language. Could it be that both Yi Xiaoxiao and Su Lingling were similarly afflicted? Indeed, it seemed so. No wonder it was said that like attracts like. The convergence of these individuals was not without reason. This, without a doubt, marked a significant advancement. It appeared that sending them to the discipline hall had proven beneficial, albeit at the expense of Elder He's efforts. After a moment's reflection, Feng Tianxiang instructed, please gather some rare herbs and treasures for Elder He, especially those that aid in calming the mind. Ensure he receives an ample supply. We must not allow him to become unwell. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Ting Han replied, nodding in agreement. Yet, a note of concern crept into his voice. However, it seems the 3 disciples have been rather severely punished. I heard cries while I was there, and I noticed several empty bottles that once contained medicinal ointments scattered on the ground. Feng Tianxiang frowned. They must have been punished for their transgressions. It is of little consequence. As long as they can be properly taught, such physical wounds are trivial. Elder He had been deliberately chosen for his strict adherence to rules, being the most traditional and severe among the elders, yet his methods were always measured, leaving no lingering dangers. The process of instruction, however, would undoubtedly involve some discomfort. After pondering the situation, he inquired, have they truly remained subdued despite their punishment? Ting Han confirmed, indeed, they have not caused any further disturbances. The 3 are currently recuperating in the courtyard, displaying remarkable obedience. They lack even the strength to protest, merely groaning softly as they rest on the ground. Feng Tianxiang fell into deep thought. Had he known that a good thrashing would instill such compliance, he might not have felt compelled to speak so gently before. Yet, allowing others to impose discipline would ensure that the two foolish ones would remember their lessons well. This was indeed fortunate. With Elder He personally overseeing their instruction, he could rest a little easier knowing they would not embroil themselves in further troubles. In recent days, he had experienced considerable vexation due to these two disciples, but now he finally glimpsed the prospect of their transformation. He eagerly anticipated their return, confident that they would emerge renewed and invigorated. The thought of soon welcoming two entirely new disciples filled Feng Tianxiang with an undercurrent of excitement. His diligent efforts in teaching them seemed poised to bear fruit at last. Moreover, there was another matter to address. Ting Han recounted the altercation between Su Lingling and Yi Xiaoxiao. Indeed, junior sister Yi possesses exceptional talent, having managed to defeat Su Lingling, who is at the foundation establishment stage. Her understanding of the sword path is truly remarkable. This revelation illuminated Feng Tianxiang's eyes, lifting his spirits considerably. His efforts in taking Yi Xiaoxiao as his personal disciple were not in vain. This young apprentice indeed possesses a remarkable talent for the swordsmanship. Ever since he accepted Yi Xiaoxiao as his student, his fortunes have taken a turn for the better, with a succession of gratifying events bringing him genuine joy. In this uplifted mood, he instructed, "When you go, do bring some healing ointments for them, to prevent any severe injuries that might compromise their foundations." Ling Han accepted the command and departed, while Feng Tianxiang gazed towards the direction of Xinxia Peak, his countenance a blend of joy and hesitation. His disciple had begun to triumph over adversaries even in the qi refining stage. Although the foe was merely the incompetent Su Lingling, it still constituted an impressive feat of overcoming a higher-level opponent. Upon reflection, this achievement far surpassed the capabilities of Su Yun's disciples. This rare opportunity beckoned the question, should he take a moment to meander around Xinxia Peak? After a brief contemplation, Feng Tianxiang found himself unable to resist the urge to rise. Recently, he had been plagued by ill fortune, persistently besieged by inexplicable individuals, with incessant requests for mentorship and nonsensical chatter that had thoroughly vexed him. He had come to a subtle realization that each time he sought out Su Yun, calamities seemed to follow, as if he were cursed with misfortune. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. His luck had been exceptionally favorable lately, with a series of auspicious events. Now would surely be a propitious time to visit, especially since that boisterous individual clamoring for mentorship, marked by misfortune, was confined within the discipline hall and could not possibly seek him out again. With all three absentees, there was no doubt that nothing untoward would occur. Thus, he resolved to take a trip to Xinxia Peak. Chapter 153. What if it is a misunderstanding? The mere thought of Su Yun's expression upon learning that Yi Xiaoxiao had triumphed against a stronger opponent caused a smirk to tug at the corners of Feng Tianxiang's mouth. Having taken Yi Xiaoxiao under his wing first, Su Yun must have long harbored resentment. Now, upon discovering her remarkable victory, he would undoubtedly be seething with rage, perhaps even unable to find solace in his cultivation for 3 consecutive days. With this in mind, he raised his hand and summoned a food box that materialized from thin air, which he promptly stowed away before soaring towards Xinxia Peak. Meanwhile, Ting Han arrived at the small courtyard of the discipline hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of 3 writhing figures on the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at the state they are in. Elder He truly has a heavy hand. They are merely young girls of 14 or 15, and he shows no concern for their well-being. Ting Han shook his head and gently called out, "Wake up, all of you. Stop sleeping. Master Feng has sent me with spiritual medicine." At the mention of Master Feng, the 3 groaning individuals simultaneously jolted, as if a surge of energy had compelled them to rise swiftly. "Master, Master," Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, propping herself up only to be met with the sight of Ting Han's face, which instantly filled her eyes with disappointment. Pouting, she turned her head away. "Oh, it's just you, Uncle Master. Why isn't Master herself here? It's been 3 days, doesn't she miss us?" Mu Siyu, however, disregarded such thoughts. With her injuries less severe, she hurriedly scrambled to her feet, lamenting, "Uncle Master, please help us escape. That old man is utterly inhumane. He strikes without provocation and offers no respite." As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes, and she raised her arm to reveal her wounds, her voice quivering with grievance. "Look at our injuries, all inflicted by that old man. My precious robe, gifted by Master, has been torn to shreds." At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao also grasped the situation, rushing over to complain, "Uncle Master, you must urge Master to rescue us. That old scoundrel is bullying us." Have Master imprison him until he meets his demise. I never want to see him again. Even Su Lingling, appearing as if she had found a savior, staggered to her feet, weakly asserting, "Yes, Uncle Master. That old man is nearly beating me to death. If this continues, I may never see Master Feng again." The way she spoke made it seem as if her senior brother was yearning to see her. Ting Han frowned at the exchange. After all, Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Siyu were direct disciples of his brother, so it was not surprising for them to address him as Uncle Master. However, Su Lingling had not even established a formal apprenticeship, so why was she following suit? Nevertheless, given her status as a body of calamity, her actions were hardly unexpected. Clearing his throat, Ting Han glanced at the empty medicine bottles strewn about, then retrieved a large box filled with healing ointments and placed it on the table. Upon inspection, it was evident that there were nearly 100 bottles within. The discipline hall indeed endured hardships, prompting Master Feng to specifically instruct him to deliver an ample supply of healing medicines. Upon learning that the medicines were sent by Feng Tianxiang, a wave of joy surged through the group. It appeared that her senior brother had anticipated their suffering and arranged these remedies in advance. Clearly, his concern for them stemmed from a genuine place in his heart. Reflecting on the formidable figure of Su Yun, it is evident that she is fully aware of their injuries, yet chooses to remain indifferent, failing to even cast a glance their way. However, Mu Ziyu quickly comprehends the gravity of the situation. If her senior brother was already privy to the likelihood of violence here, why did he still send them to this perilous place? A surge of indescribable emotions wells up within her, prompting her to hastily approach and implore, "Uncle Master, could you escort us back? The grand competition is imminent, and I desire to return to my cultivation rather than squander time here." She harbors a profound vendetta, and thus cannot afford to waste precious moments in such a setting. With their sharp intellect, they could easily acquire the sect's formalities through mere study, rendering their current suffering unnecessary. Yexiaxio swiftly follows suit, gazing at Ting Han with a pitiful expression. "Indeed, Uncle Master, please take us back. There is no viable way to cultivate here, and that scoundrel elder dared to strike us. You must teach him a lesson on our behalf." She had suffered the worst of the assaults, her attire tattered and blood still flowing from her wounds, painting a truly harrowing picture. Ting Han, taken aback, felt his eyelids twitch in disbelief. What was he to do? To confront Elder He in the discipline hall was tantamount to courting disaster. Even after enduring such brutality, they remained restless. Truly, Elder He must be enduring a great trial. Feeling somewhat vexed, Ting Han casually remarked, "Elder He has always been just. If you have been punished, it is undoubtedly due to your own misdeeds. As long as you show a willingness to amend your ways, Elder He will not strike without cause." He concluded with a caveat, "Remember, do not show disrespect to your elders. Maintain decorum, and Elder He will not complicate matters for you." Having said this, he could no longer bear the incessant chatter of the trio, and, with a flicker, vanished from sight. What a farce. He had merely come to deliver medicine, and these three fancied him as a servant to command? How naive. Why has he left? Yexiaxio found herself bewildered, having hoped for Tingen's assistance in their escape. Yet he had departed so abruptly. It's one thing for him not to help us, but to speak so dismissively. This is utterly unjust. He did not even bother to investigate, immediately laying the blame at our feet. Su Lingling shakily crawled onto the table, gasping for breath. Despite her frailty, she mustered her remaining strength to mock. "See, this is your esteemed Uncle Master. I warned you, he is likely in cahoots with Su Yun, and you still sought his aid. Serves you right. Do you believe that upon his return, he will not tell Sect Leader Feng that we provoked Elder He and thus deserve the beating?" She had long perceived the truth. Aside from Brother Tianxiang, there was not a single virtuous soul within this sect. Surely not. Mu Ziyu hesitated, pondering that as a cultivator in the harmonization stage, he could not possibly distort the truth so egregiously. Humph, whether true or false, we shall ascertain it once we escape. Yexiaxio snorted coldly, retrieving a medicinal pill from a wooden box and consuming it with determination. Ting Han can no longer be relied upon. Our immediate priority is to heal our wounds and seize the opportunity to flee. Remaining here any longer will surely lead to our demise at the hands of that old wretch. What shall we do with this book? We require time to heal, and he will return in 3 days. Mu Siyu's face was fraught with distress. What a wretched book this is. She did not even wish to cast a glance at it, yet now they were expected to memorize it entirely. Was this not akin to a death sentence? Let us memorize it for now, buy ourselves some time. Once we find an opportunity, we shall flee back to Zikufeng. Yi Xiaoxiao's expression was icy, her eyes filled with loathing. As long as we return to our master, that old wretch would not dare to trouble us again, no matter how bold he may be. Returning to Zikufeng. Mu Siyu felt a twinge of hesitation. If matters unfolded as she feared, their return to Zikufeng would be akin to walking into a trap, and surely they would be sent back by their master. Yet if they do not escape, alas, let us first depart from this place and take one step at a time. What if she has misjudged her senior brother? Chapter 154. Su Youli's return to Xinxia Peak. Meanwhile, Su Youli was diligently striving to join Xinxia Peak. In recent days, she had been lingering at the foot of the mountain, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Yun. However, she had learned to be more astute, no longer pushing forward to wait for the guards to shoo her away. Instead, she would conceal herself at a distance, swiftly retreating at the slightest sign of movement from the guards, only to return once they had departed. Though she had yet to see Su Yun, her speed in evading capture had significantly improved, marking a small triumph amidst her tiring efforts. Given her lowly status, she found herself unable to approach Su Yun directly, so she remained in wait, hoping for an opportune moment to cross paths with him or to receive a message through Ling Ying. For 3 consecutive days, she toiled in the morning and returned in the afternoon to await a chance encounter, yet her efforts bore no fruit. Realizing this was an ineffective strategy, she decided to return to the herb garden for a brief respite. To her surprise, an opportunity truly presented itself. Delivering medicine to Xinxia Peak? I want to go. I want to go, Su Youli exclaimed, eagerly pulling Liang Qian along. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon her. Even the heavens seemed unable to overlook Su Yun's indifference and had arranged for her to draw near Xinxia Peak. However, Liang Qian appeared hesitant. Su Youli's previous awkwardness had nearly caused trouble, and this time, Sister Feng had not summoned her. Unsure of how to express this, she hesitated before saying, "You've been absent these past few days, and Sister Feng thought you were busy. She's arranged for other junior sisters this time. Perhaps next time, when you're free, we can go together." Upon hearing this, Su Youli felt a chill in her heart, but quickly devised a plan. She raised her voice, declaring, "My absence had its reasons. Master Feng guided me in alchemy recently, and I have been engrossed in my studies. Now that I am finished, please take me with you. It's nothing to add another person to the group." "Master Feng?" Liang Qian gasped in surprise, but shook her head in refusal. "I cannot assist you with this. You must speak to Sister Feng yourself." Regardless of the truth of her claim, the crux of the matter was that Su Youli was prone to causing trouble. She had narrowly escaped angering the people of Xinxia Peak last time. Should she cause another mishap, it might implicate Liang Qian as well. Taken aback, Su Youli had not anticipated that even invoking Master Feng would not persuade Liang Qian. Humph, she had previously taken 30 inferior spirit stones from her without repayment, and now she was unwilling to extend even this small favor. How foolishly kind she had been to her. Frustrated, she pouted and turned away. "If you won't help, then I will go speak to her myself. Sister Feng is quite accommodating." Sister Feng, believing Su Youli merely wished to accumulate merits for alchemical materials and finding her earnestness commendable, readily agreed to let her accompany them. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Su Youli silently praised Sister Feng for her understanding, then cast a discontented glance back at Liang Qian, leaving her utterly baffled. Goodness, was Su Youli unwell? Liang Qian had helped her countless times, considering her inability to manage tasks and providing her with extra care. Not only did Su Youli fail to express gratitude, but she also harbored resentment toward Liang Qian. How foolish it was to have treated her with kindness. Liang Qian felt a pang of discomfort within her, perceiving that her heartfelt efforts over the past few days had been in vain. Despite having assisted her countless times before, today, a single instance of refusal led to resentment from the other party. She chuckled bitterly at herself and silently retreated, maintaining distance from Su Youli. It seemed prudent to regard her as a wolf in sheep's clothing. It would be wise to keep such ungrateful individuals at arm's length to avoid the potential misfortune that might stain her hands and soil her garments. However, Su Youli was oblivious to these sentiments. All she knew was that Liang Qian owed her spirit stones, and her refusal to assist this time was nothing short of heartless. As for Liang Qian's previous acts of kindness, Su Youli perceived them merely as gestures made to curry favor, believing she owed nothing in return. To express her dissatisfaction with Liang Qian, she deliberately engaged in laughter and conversation with Sister Feng, refusing to spare Liang Qian even a glance. Anticipating that the latter would come to her and apologize, only to mock her afterward, Sister Feng, noticing the evident disparity in treatment, chose to remain silent. Interpreting it as a mere quarrel between the two, she thought it best to wait a few days before intervening. "Sister Feng, what shall we deliver this time?" Su Youli feigned intimacy as she inquired. "It seems we've been frequently sending spirit herbs to Xinxia Peak. Are they consuming them so rapidly?" Sister Feng patted the nearby box. "These are all spirit herbs that assist in cultivation. The 4 senior brothers and sisters under Sect Master Su are progressing at an extraordinary pace. She deliberately paused, lowering her voice to add, I have heard that the fastest among them, Brother Zhao, has already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and is poised to break into the core formation stage. The other 3 senior sisters are also around the mid-foundation establishment stage, hence their consumption is indeed swift. Upon learning that these resources were intended for those individuals, Su Youli felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over her. Sect Master Su truly indulged them, providing an abundance of magical artifacts and elixirs. Even these supportive spirit herbs were replaced every few days without regard to their sustainability, hastily exchanged the moment their efficacy waned, showing a complete lack of appreciation. As for the prospect of reaching the core formation stage, she scoffed. It was likely just idle gossip Sister Feng had overheard. In her previous life, they had access to the same resources and had spent several years merely attempting to break into the core formation stage. Yet, Zhao Qianfeng and his companions had only been cultivating for 4 months. It was implausible for them to advance so swiftly. In her contemplation, Su Youli felt a sudden wave of melancholy. Had she not departed from Xianxia Peak and instead apprenticed under Sect Master Su as in her past life? Might she have enjoyed endless resources and the meticulous guidance of Su Yun? Would her cultivation have effortlessly ascended to the mid-foundation establishment stage like Xia Wei? Such disheartening thoughts flickered only briefly before Su Youli resolutely shook her head, dispelling those chaotic notions. Hope rekindled in her eyes, illuminating her resolve. These challenges were merely temporary. With her decision to return firmly in place, she believed that upon reuniting with Su Yun, everything would swiftly revert to its rightful course. Given her experiences from her past life, she felt confident that not only the foundation establishment and core formation stages, but even the tribulation stage, would succumb easily to her efforts. As for the possibility of Su Yun rejecting her, it was hardly a consideration. There was no reason for concern. When she first descended from the mountain, Su Yun had secretly devised numerous schemes to retain her presence. Now that she had chosen to return of her own volition, he must surely be overjoyed. Naturally, given Su Yun's formidable nature, he would likely feign disapproval, casting a displeased demeanor for her benefit. However, this time, she would not allow his expressions to unsettle her. Instead, she would graciously permit him to vent his frustrations. She had resolutely resolved to return to Xianxia Peak, for what were a few minor trials in the grand scheme of things. With such thoughts, Xianxia Peak was now in sight, and Su Youli hurriedly composed herself, contemplating how to address Su Yun upon their reunion. Should she offer a straightforward apology and then formally request to be his disciple, restoring their previous camaraderie? Or should she feign a touch of reluctance, waiting for him to take the initiative in accepting her as his pupil? Oh dear, such a dilemma. Chapter 155. Oh no. How did she get here? In her heart, Su Youli couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning the astonishment on Su Yun's face, followed by his delight as he accepted her as his personal disciple. Humph, those 2 foolish individuals, Mu Siyu and her companion, were still basking in their pride for joining the Western Bitter Peak, while the truth remained known only to her. Feng Tianxiang was a deceiver, a grand deceiver. Although she was uncertain of his motives, the fact was that he had caused a rift between her and Su Yun, leading to the collapse of her millennium of cultivation, forcing her to start anew. The mere thought of having been deceived for so long in her past life filled Su Youli with an intense desire to pound Feng Tianxiang into the ground. That despicable rogue, had it not been for his nonsensical words, she would never have drifted apart from Su Yun, nor would she have endured such suffering. If given the chance, she would surely expose Feng Tianxiang's true nature, revealing him to everyone and ensuring his disgrace within the Tianxian sect. With such lofty aspirations set firmly in her heart, she cast a determined gaze towards Xianxia Peak, her eyes igniting with a fervent flame. Su Yun, I am coming. Meanwhile, within Xianxia Peak, Su Yun was entertaining Feng Tianxiang, listening to his praises of Yi Xiaoxiao. I must extend my gratitude to my senior brother for this matter. I had initially declined her, and had it not been for my reluctance to watch her suffer, I would have never accepted her as my personal disciple. However, I was surprised to discover that despite her lacking spiritual roots, her talent in the sword path is quite remarkable. Even in the Qi refinement stage, she has been able to surpass her opponents. Truly a delightful surprise. Feng Tianxiang feigned admiration, all the while secretly observing Su Yun's expression, eager to witness his astonishment and subsequent regret. To his surprise, Su Yun remained unfazed, even nodding with a beaming smile. It seems that Yi Shiji is indeed fated to be my junior's disciple. With your careful guidance, she will undoubtedly shine in the upcoming competition, perhaps even securing the position of the new disciple leader. Now it was Feng Tianxiang's turn to be astonished. He had intended to irritate Su Yun, yet instead, the latter was genuinely congratulating him. Did Su Yun really consider his acceptance of Yi Xiaoxiao a commendable achievement? Feng Tianxiang's smile faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just then, Su Yun casually remarked, "When my master brought Yi Shizhi to seek me, I heard her express her determination to become your personal disciple. I never expected that months later you would actually accept her. Why bring this up while we were having a pleasant conversation?" A wave of uncomfortable memories surged within Feng Tianxiang. Did my senior brother truly not realize how badly he had been harmed by Yi Xiaoxiao? Why would he mention that in front of him? Unable to maintain his smile, Feng Tianxiang's eyes flashed with complexity as he sighed and shook his head. Ah, the unpredictability of life, indeed. By the way, I believe I saw the summer disciples engaged in a sparring session as I arrived. Since I have some free time today, why not take me to watch, senior brother? Su Yun initially intended to refuse, but suddenly sensing a familiar presence descending upon Xinxia Peak, he changed his mind. Very well, junior brother, follow me. As the conversation concluded, he swiftly conveyed a message to Lingyin and Li Shi, instructing them not to hinder her and to allow her to ascend to the duel platform. What a fortuitous moment it was, for both his junior brother and Su Youli shared a profound connection. However, Feng Tianxiang remained oblivious to these intricacies, cheerfully following Su Yun towards the arena. Once the spectators had exchanged their greetings, they settled at an elevated vantage point to observe the contest. Yet, upon catching sight of the scene below, a heavy sensation enveloped his heart, though he maintained a faade of composure, exclaiming with delight, "Zhao Shizi truly possesses remarkable talent. In such a brief span, he has already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. I dare say, within a month, he may attempt to coalesce his golden core." Feigning difficulty, Su Yun shook his head, responding, "Such matters are not easily determined. The golden core is no trifling breakthrough. Countless prodigies have faltered at this juncture, never advancing an inch in their lifetimes. I can only assist him to the best of my ability. However, the outcome ultimately depends on his own efforts." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiang felt a measure of relief, engaging in idle chatter. As long as Zhao Qianfeng could not achieve the golden core in the near term, he still harbored hope. With 8 months remaining until the grand competition for new disciples, if he were to allocate additional resources, his several disciples might also aspire to reach the golden core stage. Meanwhile, below, Su Youli approached the duel platform, her face alight with joy. She had been fretting over how to encounter Su Yun when unexpectedly, Lingyin volunteered that Su Yun's direct disciple was presently engaged in battle, extending an invitation for them to observe. It seemed that even fate conspired in her favor. Although she harbored no affection for Su Yun's new disciple, the opportunity to draw closer to Su Yun brought her delight. Upon spotting him, her smile widened, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she began to strategize her approach. However, a glance in another direction extinguished her cheer. To her dismay, Feng Tianxiang, that deceiver, was also present. Why was this scoundrel, who should be at Shiku Peak, here? The affection she once held for Feng Tianxiang had transformed into loathing. It was this very rogue who had led her to this predicament. Once she successfully transcended the tribulation, she vowed to assist Su Yun in vanquishing Shiku Peak and avenging herself. Sister Ning was truly impressive, holding her own against Brother Zhao, who stood at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, even with her mid-foundation establishment prowess. The other disciples from the herb garden gazed at the duel with wide eyes, occasionally gasping in awe, which only served to agitate Su Youli. All they do is fight. While she acknowledged Su Yun's commendable character, his methods of teaching his disciples left much to be desired. The realm of cultivation is not solely about combat. Beyond incessantly pressuring his students to cultivate and engage in brawls, he seemed devoid of other pursuits. Once she successfully became his disciple, she would earnestly advise him that an exclusive focus on conflict was inadequate. Fostering connections and engaging with others should be his foremost priority. Contemplating this, she seized the opportunity to discreetly slip away while the others were distracted, making her way towards the high platform. Perhaps by a stroke of luck, Su Yun was not seated upon the clouds to observe the contest, but rather on the lower elevated platform, conveniently affording her the chance to approach. The guards and maidservants were engrossed in the spectacle, failing to notice her presence, which filled Su Youli with elation. Indeed, it appeared that fate was truly favoring her. Otherwise, how could those Nascent Soul and Transformation Stage Guardians have overlooked her? It seems that her chances of success this time are quite substantial. Su Youli's countenance radiated excitement, yet she suppressed her exhilaration as she swiftly ascended. With each step drawing her closer, her breath became increasingly rapid, and her heart began to pound vigorously. Unlike her previous encounter with Feng Tianxiang, This time she was set to confront the formidable demon, Su Youli, who had once taken her life in a past existence and whom she had forsaken in this one. It was only natural for her to feel a tinge of anxiety. She hurriedly maneuvered around the final steps, darting past Li Shi and positioning herself before Su Youli. The sudden appearance of another individual elicited no surprise from the surrounding guards and maidservants, save for Feng Tianxiang, who appeared somewhat bewildered. This young girl looked remarkably familiar. Had she not sought him out alongside that fateful body at Fuyun Terrace? The familiar scene resurfaced in his mind, causing Feng Tianxiang's pupils to constrict and his body to tense instinctively. What was going on? Why was she here? This was dire news. In all his calculations, he had completely overlooked this detail. The source of his previous headaches was not merely the three foolish individuals, but also this alchemical maiden who had orchestrated the feigned assault. Chapter 156. Finally, it's his turn to watch the spectacle. Feng Tianxiang was truly frightened by these lunatics, instinctively wanting to flee. Just then, Su Youli spoke up. You. He deliberately paused, and Su Youli immediately cooperated, continuing, you should replace these guards. None of them noticed my approach. Her words plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Although the guards remained steadfast at their posts, their peripheral gazes instinctively drifted towards the high platform, their expressions revealing a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Even Feng Tianxiang was taken aback, clicking his tongue in surprise before subtly settling back down. Impressive. These female disciples were extraordinary, each more formidable than the last. The audacity of her words was almost beyond belief, surpassing even Mu Siyu. Fortunately, they were not here for him today, but rather to trouble Su Youli. Thus, he was eager to observe the unfolding drama. After being disgusted by these peculiar individuals for so long, it was finally his turn to enjoy the spectacle. Su Youli nearly burst into laughter. Had he not endured the tribulations of his past life, he would undoubtedly have been angered. However, after experiencing the trials of the past, he had long since become indifferent to honor and disgrace. No matter what these individuals did, he felt no discomfort, his mind instead embracing an unparalleled tranquility. Yet occasionally, he found their foolish remarks genuinely amusing. Did you come here just to say that? Su Youli casually glanced at her before redirecting his gaze to the arena below, indicating his desire for brevity. Of course not. Su Youli shot a sidelong glance at Feng Tianxiang, stepping directly in front of Su Youli. Her neck arched as if to say something. However, upon catching sight of the impatience in Su Yun's brow, she instinctively lowered her head. I need to tell you something. Actually, I wish to return, to continue cultivating alongside you. Regarding what you mentioned before, I agree. I am willing to become your disciple, your personal student. Her words carried an air of grievance, as if she had suffered greatly. This time, Su Youli could not suppress his laughter, shaking his head with a smile. Our fates have run their course. Although your comprehension is remarkable, I shall not be lenient. Go, descend the mountain, and pursue your own path. Cultivation? Path. Exceptional comprehension? What was Su Youli talking about? Feng Tianxiang scrutinized Su Youli, confusion etched across his face. No matter how one looked at it, she was merely a lowly disciple with a single water spirit root. It would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune for her to achieve the Nascent Soul stage. What right did she have to speak of paths? Moreover, he had previously observed the pills she concocted. How to describe them? Unfathomable. To utter such words, Su Youli must either be mad or privy to some hidden truth. Not only Feng Tianxiang, but even Su Youli appeared bewildered, her expression suddenly transforming to one of excitement. So that's it. No wonder Su Youli has been so insistent on keeping me close, wanting to take me as his personal disciple. He couldn't bear to let me go before, because he recognized my extraordinary talent. Very well, Su Youli, you truly possess remarkable patience. For over a millennium in his previous life, he had never once mentioned this matter, until today, when the truth finally emerged, revealing itself to her. This revelation only fortified her confidence further. With such extraordinary enlightenment within her grasp, Su Youli would undoubtedly not allow her to depart. Su Youli raised her head, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes, and spoke slowly. Master Su, I understand that you wish to hone me through the trials of the outside world. Now that I have endured countless hardships and successfully transformed, I am ready to return to Xinxia Peak to cultivate under your guidance. I humbly request your consent. At this point, her expression shifted abruptly to one of seriousness as she proclaimed loudly, should you harbor any reservations, I am willing to swear before all present that as long as you fulfill your promise to accept me as your direct disciple, I shall forever remain by your side, unwavering in my loyalty. Her impassioned declaration moved her deeply, tears brimming in her eyes. For Su Youli, she was prepared to go to such lengths. truly the finest disciple one could wish for. Consequently, the mistakes inadvertently made against Su Yun in her past life could now be entirely erased. Su Youli, filled with fervor, awaited Su Yun's touched acknowledgement. However, her fervent words left the crowd bewildered. What did it mean to vow never to leave? Did she truly comprehend the implications of her statements? If Master Su were to accept her, she would eternally belong to Xianxia Peak, a fact that could never change. Why did she feel the need to vow for him to believe her? Today was indeed an eye-opener. Such an oath was unprecedented. Even Feng Tianxiang appeared somewhat dazed. Confirming his senses, she was indeed more outrageous than Mu Siyu. Even he felt an urge to reprimand her, and Su Yun managed to endure such a display? Enough said. My decision is final, Su Yun stated solemnly, commanding, take her back. Upon hearing this, Su Youli's expression shifted drastically. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Su Yun. Why? I have gone to such lengths. Why are you still unwilling to let me return? A wave of bitterness surged within her, her eyes welling up with tears. Have you ever inquired about the suffering I endured outside? Do you know the lengths I went to see you? Everything I did was for the good of Xianxia Peak. Why must you cast me away? Why can you not show some understanding? Her agitation grew, her voice rising to a near roar. Why? What is the reason for this? After all my efforts to finally see you, why must you drive me away? Why can you not consider my feelings? Her voice reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of all present. As they recognized the source of the outcry, Sister Feng's complexion paled dramatically, a difficult swallow catching in her throat, her body trembling uncontrollably. This Su Youli? What was she trying to accomplish? The others shared similar sentiments, their gazes towards the elevated position now filled with trepidation. What was happening? When did she arrive there? Su Yun remained silent, merely waving his hand for Li Shi to hasten in escorting her away. Li Shi, understanding his intent, approached and, without employing any magic, simply grasped her arm, guiding her down the mountain path at a leisurely pace. Su Youli struggled with all her might, desperately flailing her arms in an attempt to shake off Li Shi's grip, yet it proved futile. She could only extend her neck and cry out to Su Yun. Why? Please tell me, why is this happening? Xianxia Peak is more than capable of supporting me. Why can't you just accept me? I merely wish to return. I yearn to cultivate alongside you. Why must you be so heartless, so utterly unyielding? As the distance between them widened, her cries did not diminish. Instead, they grew louder and more heart-wrenching. With his back turned to her, Su Yun did not cast a glance in her direction. Instead, he let out a weary sigh and raised his hand to cast a soundproof spell. The cacophony abruptly ceased, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Li Shi seemed to receive an unspoken command, swiftly employing her magic to seal Su Youli and promptly return her to the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples. In an instant, the other miscellaneous disciples scattered as if fleeing from a plague, not daring to approach her in the slightest. I have embarrassed my junior brother, Su Yun remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Just then, Feng Tianxiang, curious, leaned in and inquired, is there a connection between you and this female disciple? To this, Su Yun merely sighed and shook his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Chapter 157. Is it true or false? This left Feng Tianxiang even more perplexed, instinctively turning his gaze towards the silently weeping female disciple. Her expression was resolute yet tinged with a hint of grievance, as she stood alone in the corner, wiping away her tears, occasionally glancing in this direction with sorrowful eyes. Feng Tianxiang's curiosity deepened. From his understanding of Su Yun, his senior brother was rather aloof, preferring to resolve matters through force and rarely engaging in idle chatter. Yet, this female disciple had dared to utter such audacious words in front of so many. Even more outrageous was the tone she adopted, as if Su Yun's failure to forgive her constituted a grave transgression. Such a fool ought to have been swiftly silenced by Su Yun's hand at the very first utterance. However, to his surprise, Su Yun had somehow restrained his fury. No, that was incorrect. He appeared not to be angry at all, instead sighing in self-pity, which was entirely at odds with his character. This feeling was amiss, profoundly unsettling. Furthermore, this woman was merely at the chi refinement stage. Why did the guards not intervene? They must have noticed her actions, and there had to be some reason unknown to him. Feng Tianxiang recalled having previously sent someone to investigate this woman, discovering she was merely a maid dismissed by Su Yun, with average aptitude and background, lacking any remarkable qualities. Yet, observing Su Yun's current demeanor, it was evident that this woman was far more than just an ordinary maid. As he pondered these thoughts, he overheard another sigh from beside him. Alas. To be frank with you, my junior brother, this girl spent quite some time at Xianxia Peak, and having taken advantage of my affection, she has grown quite unruly. I had no choice but to send her down the mountain for some discipline. Su Yun's voice was laced with a sense of resignation, evoking a wave of melancholy in those who heard it. Feng Tianxiang nodded in understanding. I see, my senior brother has truly invested great effort in her. This explained much. Indeed, the girl's temperament was quite outrageous, and her association with that calamity, Su Lingling, suggested she was not lacking in the ability to provoke. However, one thing still perplexed him. If she were merely an ordinary maid, why would Su Yun treat her with such leniency? With this thought in mind, Feng Tianxiang could not help but inquire. However, my senior brother, forgive my candor, but this woman is just a lowly maid. If she is disobedient, it would suffice to expel her, and it is truly unwarranted to show her such tolerance. According to the sect's rules, she has already spoken disrespectfully to you, and you ought not to spare her. If you have reasons that prevent you from acting, I can take matters into my own hands, commanding her imprisonment, ensuring she understands the consequences of her insubordination. As he spoke, Feng Tianxiang observed Su Yun's expression closely. His apparent concern was, in truth, a subtle probe of Su Yun's stance. If she was indeed just an ordinary servant, Su Yun would certainly hand her over without hesitation for him to deal with. Should she possess extraordinary qualities, Su Yun would undoubtedly intervene to stop him. Under his somewhat urgent gaze, Su Yun sighed once more. Junior brother, you are unaware that this girl is not merely an ordinary maid. Otherwise, how could I have indulged her to such an unrestrained degree? Indeed, this girl harbored secrets. Feng Tianxiang's expression sharpened, and he tentatively inquired. After all, she is merely a maid in the initial stages of qi refining. What could possibly make her special? He paused, noticing Su Yun's reluctance to elaborate, and lowered his voice to ask, could it be that this girl shares some unique connection with senior brother? This question was perhaps inappropriate, as it encroached upon Su Yun's privacy, yet Feng Tianxiang found himself unable to restrain his curiosity. Given Su Yun's current standing, it was unwarranted to dote upon someone to such an extent, especially considering the air of mystery surrounding the girl. If he could not uncover the truth, he feared his mind would be restless for several days. Furthermore, should he leave today, he might not have another opportunity to inquire in the future. In reality, there was nothing much to it. Su Yun, perceiving that the moment had come, ceased his sighing and retorted, Junior brother, have you not noticed anything peculiar about the pills this girl crafted when you observed them? Pills. Feng Tianxiang was taken aback. Recalling the extraordinary elixirs he had seen that day, his eyes betraying confusion. What could possibly be special about those pills? One bottle contained the most ordinary pills imaginable, while another held peculiar ones. What makes these different? Could it be that the strangeness itself qualified as special? Su Yun regarded him with surprise. Did you not find that the pills were notably smooth and rounded, and that her crafting technique was quite distinctive? Smooth and rounded? Distinctive? Feng Tianxiang's expression soured. I do recall them being smooth and rounded. I suppose one could consider the technique distinctive, but what does that signify? Su Yun exclaimed in admiration. That is precisely her uniqueness, which I previously mentioned. Her insight. Insight. Feng Tianxiang appeared bewildered. Is that truly a form of insight? Noticing his confusion, Su Yun continued. Surely, you must have felt that those pills bore a certain familiarity? As if wishing to abandon the riddles, Su Yun straightforwardly remarked, within those pills, there are traces of Master Gu's technique. Master Gu. Feng Tianxiang felt a jolt in his heart. Had she learned alchemy from Master Gu? Not at all. Su Yun shook his head, clarifying that during her 3 years at Xinxia Peak, she had never encountered Master Gu. What then is this? Feng Tianxiang grew anxious. Why did Su Yun speak in such disjointed phrases, leaving him to guess and speculate? Just then, Su Yun's expression shifted to one of profound mystery as he slowly stated, she has only seen Master Gu's pills. What? Feng Tianxiang was taken aback, hastily asking, are you implying that she has deduced Master Gu's alchemical techniques simply by observing the pills and managed to replicate them? That is Master Gu's unique method. As a 9th-grade alchemist, his reputation is exceptionally renowned throughout the central continent. The elixirs personally crafted by Master Gu are regarded as priceless treasures in the outside world, each capable of fetching an astonishingly exorbitant price. Countless exceptionally talented high-ranking alchemists have aspired to decipher his unique techniques through the study of his pills, yet over the years, they have consistently met with failure. Remarkably, this female disciple, after merely glancing at the elixirs, was able to replicate a rough version. Although her approach was somewhat askew, with a little more time and guidance, she might indeed capture some of Master Gu's extraordinary essence. More significantly, she is still only in the qi refinement stage. Such an innate understanding of alchemy at her current level of cultivation suggests that her comprehension of martial arts, as well as other domains, is likely to be equally profound. If this is indeed the case, Feng Tianxiang began to contemplate. Chapter 158. Should we accept her? Su Yun did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. Although her aptitude is lacking, her comprehension surpasses that of others, provided she has ample resources. Her progress in cultivation would far exceed that of her peers. What do you think, junior brother? Can such comprehension be deemed as genius? Feng Tianxiang's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded thoughtfully. While her aptitude is poor, her extraordinary comprehension indeed qualifies her as a genius. In fact, comprehension is often far more significant than aptitude. Yet, if that is the case, why did you expel her from the mountain? If she misinterprets your intentions and succumbs to despair, would it not be a tragic waste of such a talent? Su Yun forced a wry smile and shook his head. In the path of cultivation, mere comprehension is insufficient. Her temperament is flawed, and she harbors an inflated sense of self-worth, believing herself to be the foremost genius in the world. She is constantly preoccupied with unrealistic aspirations. My actions are intended to temper her spirit. I see, you truly care for her well-being, senior brother. Feng Tianxiang nodded slowly, his perception of Su Youli undergoing a significant transformation. Despite her poor aptitude, her remarkable comprehension allows her to grasp complex concepts with ease. If we can assist her in improving her aptitude and provide diligent guidance, she will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. If this holds true, she indeed possesses extraordinary talent. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Feng Tianxiang's mind, prompting him to inquire further. However, senior brother, I noticed her today displaying signs of remorse. Why not accept her and teach her directly? What if she suffers too great a blow and her determination falters? Upon hearing this, Su Yun hesitated momentarily, then feigned calmness as he replied, I am merely testing her. Should she return, I shall certainly accept her on the spot. However, fate dictates our paths. If she becomes disheartened by this incident, it implies she is unfit to be my disciple. If she is lost, so be it. Though these words seem harsh, Feng Tianxiang discerned a trace of feigned composure in Su Yun's eyes, which brought him a sense of reassurance. He tentatively asked, but what if she fails to grasp your true intentions, succumbs to despair, and seeks guidance from another? If that were to happen, Su Yun's gaze momentarily lost focus, but he soon regained his composure and replied, then it would merely indicate that she and I are not destined to be connected. Agreed. Feng Tianxiang felt a surge of joy. As long as he had this assurance, he would not be held accountable for any actions he took. With this thought in mind, he suppressed a smile and said, I had no idea that you, senior brother, would go to such lengths for a mere servant girl. It truly gives me a newfound respect for you. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. You jest, junior brother. She is merely a servant girl. Despite her exceptional comprehension, she is not worth expending too much effort over. If she succeeds, then well and good. If not, it is of little concern. You maintain a remarkably open-minded perspective. Feng Tianxiang, feeling impatient, endured the tedium of the arena battles for a while before finally seizing the opportunity to take his leave. As soon as he departed from Xinxia Peak, he hurriedly flew towards the West Bitter Peak. He naturally could not take Su Yun's words at face value. Those remarks could only serve as supplementary proof. The truth of the matter required further investigation. If, as Su Yun stated, the woman named Su Youli is indeed an undiscovered genius of extraordinary comprehension, then he must not let her slip away. Conversely, if she is merely an ordinary talent, he would certainly not expend excessive effort on her. However, the moment these thoughts emerged, a hint of complexity flickered in Feng Tianxiang's eyes. With such vexing individuals, having two was already more than enough. Should he take in another? He felt torn, unwilling to miss out on a potential genius, yet fearful of being driven to exasperation by these foolish ones. Meanwhile, at Xinxia Peak, Su Yun's lips curled slightly upward before quickly suppressing the smile, instructing, release them, and inform them that there is no need for self-reproach. Everything shall return to normal. It would not be long before Feng Tianxiang dispatched someone to inquire about all matters concerning Su Youli from these servant disciples. By displaying just the right amount of benevolence, he could easily lead them to misunderstand his intentions. Moreover, it was fortuitous that he need not elaborate extensively after this incident. These individuals would not dare to bring Su Youli back to Xinxia Peak, thus saving him some effort. Additionally, arrangements had already been made on the side of Tingyu Tower, ensuring that Feng Tianxiang would obtain the desired intelligence, which would be authentic, albeit possibly lacking some critical details. However, it was not unusual to occasionally overlook non-essential information. Next, it remained to be seen when his junior brother would convince himself to take on a disciple. Below, Su Youli continued to struggle, desperately wishing to stay. No, I do not wish to leave. Her expression was one of profound sorrow and indignation, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. She shouted at the high platform, "Why? Why must you act this way? I admit, I was indeed a bit willful before and inadvertently lost my temper with you, but that is hardly a grave matter. Could we not simply take a step back? Moreover, I did not intentionally lash out at you, and I have already acknowledged my mistake. As the esteemed leader of the sect, why can you not show me leniency? Must you insist on quarreling over such trivialities?" Hearing this, Ling Ying's expression darkened, and she raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap across Su Youli's face. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, her strength was considerable, sending Su Youli sprawling to the ground. "How dare you speak disrespectfully to the young master? You are courting death." Her actions caused the other servant disciples to flinch, hastily bowing their heads and silently cursing Su Youli for being such a troublemaker. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Youli's mouth, and her internal organs were severely injured. Yet, she showed no fear. Even as she lay on the ground, she glared fiercely at Ling Ying and cried out sorrowfully, "Once again, it is the same. I merely misspoke a few words. Must you resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Does bullying the weak bring you joy? A dignified Yuan Ying stage cultivator stooping to bully a mere Qi refining disciple. This is your way of doing things? You wretched creature, do you dare to insult me further?" The bell's sound stirred a true fire within, her eyes ablaze with fury. With a thunderous shout, her entire being resonated with spiritual energy, and she raised her hand, ready to strike this scoundrel down on the spot. The atmosphere was charged with murderous intent, and the other attendants shrieked in alarm, hastily retreating. Li Shi, however, swiftly intervened. Directing her ire at Su Youli, "Cast her out. She is not permitted to approach Xinxiao Peak even a step further." This rogue was utterly insufferable. In their previous encounters, she had not realized just how infuriating this individual could be. A single utterance could unsettle the mind and ignite one's wrath, leaving one yearning to strike her down immediately. In a certain sense, Su Youli was indeed a rare talent, capable of rivaling even the legendary body of calamity spoken of in hushed tones. Chapter 159. Establish a clear boundary with her. A group of guards surged forward, seizing Su Youli and forcefully tossing her into the air, truly casting her off the mountain peak. The intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped Su Youli, leaving her icy and stripped of all strength. She could no longer afford to scream in disgust. Her limbs flailed helplessly as she gasped for breath, even rendered speechless by fear. She could not perish. There were countless matters yet to attend to. She had not returned to Xinxiao Peak, had not unmasked Feng Tianxiang's true identity, nor had she regained her cultivation level. She could not die here. In her heart, Su Youli cried out, cursing the guards for courting death, while fervently hoping that Su Yun would come to her rescue. Li Shi sighed helplessly. These fools truly wished for this useless one to meet her demise. Such a height would undoubtedly shatter Su Youli into pieces. It mattered not if this foolish girl perished. What was crucial was that the young master had no intention of letting her die just yet. With a flicker of thought, Li Shi enveloped Su Youli in a sphere of spiritual energy, transporting her hundreds of miles away before gently releasing her. Truth be told, had the young master not found this waste of space useful, she would have wished to crush her long ago. This simpleton had endured so much during her time away, yet had learned not a shred of decorum. Instead, her tongue had become adept at inciting anger. Why save her? She was merely a traitor. If she were to die, so be it. Ling Ying was furious. A mere slap was insufficient to vent her frustration. If it were possible, she would have liked nothing more than to reduce that scoundrel to mere pulp, eliminating any future threats. But the time was not ripe. Li Shi shook her head, urging restraint. Yet, how exasperating she was. Ling Ying pouted with a huff, then took several deep breaths, stealing her expression as she turned toward the group of lowly disciples. Her voice turning notably colder. "Follow me. After the handover, leave swiftly." The others were already terrified. Upon hearing they could salvage their lives, they instinctively gasped, cautiously trailing behind Ling Ying as they hastily departed. That scoundrel Su Youli had truly brought them to ruin today. They had come joyfully to deliver spiritual herbs, even catching a glimpse of the two vice sect masters. Such a stroke of fortune. Yet, due to Su Youli's sudden madness, they had nearly faced punishment themselves. On the descent, someone could no longer contain their anger, cursing that troublesome creature. Even Sister Feng, known for her gentle demeanor, was seething, gritting her teeth in frustration, wishing to drag that scoundrel back for a thorough reprimand. Liang Qian also felt a wave of dread. Thankfully, she had not defended Su Youli today. Otherwise, the blame would have surely fallen upon her. This ingrate had offended so many of her peers, even incurring Sister Feng's ire. coupled with Xianxia Peak's stance, she would surely face hardships in the herb garden from now on. She must never associate with Su Youli again and needed to sever all ties completely. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be dragged down by that fool and bear the resentment of her fellow disciples. With this thought, Liang Qian took a deep breath, quickening her pace. Meanwhile, Su Youli had crawled up from a muddy pit, disregarding the filth as she slumped to the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Moments ago, she genuinely believed she would perish in this place. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, she was rescued by a surge of spiritual energy. Otherwise, her demise would have been inevitable. As for her savior, it undoubtedly must be Su Yun. What a contradiction. Though he professes to be heartless, is he not simply concerned for my well-being? Despite feeling somewhat wounded, Su Youli was enveloped by a wave of warmth. The fact that Su Yun was able to save her indicated that he had not entirely forsaken her. He merely chose not to accept her for the time being. Given Su Yun's temperament, could it be that he believed her current low cultivation would invite ridicule from Feng Tianxiang, prompting his reluctance to take her in? With this thought, Su Youli braced herself and rose from the ground. While she still harbored some grievances towards Su Yun, her perspective had shifted significantly compared to before. She had never paid much attention to Su Yun's demeanor, but now it seemed he was rather commendable. Although he was stern with them, he ensured they received what they deserved, never neglecting their needs. In stark contrast, that scoundrel Feng Tianxiang was truly lacking. One merely had to observe Mu Siyu's miserly demeanor to grasp that he wouldn't even part with precious spirit stones, falling far short of Su Yun's generosity. Yet, on the other hand, while Su Yun's cold exterior concealed a warm heart, was his demeanor not excessively frosty? Earlier, when she arrived, Su Youli had considered various approaches. But ultimately, she found herself incensed by Su Yun, failing to articulate a single coherent thought. Although Su Yun's anger was somewhat understandable, his explosive reaction towards her was unwarranted. Even when she had insisted on leaving Xianxia Peak, he had never displayed such fury. Why had it transformed into this now? Surely, even if she had erred, he ought to grant her a chance for redemption, but Su Yun seemed unwilling to offer even a sliver of opportunity. For the sake of mere pride. Look at how he had brought her to this state. They shared a bond of over 1,000 years as master and disciple. Did he not recall a shred of their past affection? A pang of sorrow struck Su Youli, and the warmth she had felt moments ago dissipated, leaving her with a profound sense of injury. That unreliable Feng Tianxiang, full of deceit, spouting nonsense day in and day out. How many of his words could be deemed truthful? Now, with Su Yun exhibiting such callousness, what was she to do? Was she to return to the life of a mere servant disciple? A tightening sensation gripped Su Youli's heart, instilling a sense of urgency within her. No, she could not succumb to despair. Being a servant disciple was not a sustainable path. If she wished to transcend her tribulations once more, she must return to Xianxia Peak. Su Yun's reluctance to accept her was likely as she had surmised. Thus, if she were to elevate her cultivation, would he not be inclined to take her in? Having spent considerable time together in her past life, Su Youli believed she understood Su Yun reasonably well. If she could exhibit sufficient talent, he would surely reassess his stance and once again welcome her to Xianxia Peak. Yes, that's it. Since Su Yun valued her comprehension, she would showcase her innate understanding to everyone, particularly to him. If he truly cared, he would swiftly act before anyone else and reinstate her at Xianxia Peak. Feng Tianxiang has proven to be unreliable. She now finds herself with but one path ahead. Regardless of the outcome, she is resolute in her determination to make an attempt. She must rely on her own efforts to regain Su Yun's favor. The sole opportunity to capture Su Yun's attention lies in the forthcoming grand competition for new disciples. Should she manage to distinguish herself in this contest, Su Yun will undoubtedly be astonished, and at that moment, all she must do is decline the overtures of the other elders, thus preserving Su Yun's dignity, and in return, Su Yun would acquiesce to her request to take her as a disciple. However, Zhao Qianfeng has already begun the process of condensing the golden core. While she is still merely in the initial stage of qi refinement. 8 months, a transition from the qi refinement stage to the golden core stage, is a formidable challenge. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled her resolve. With ample resources, the golden core stage is not beyond reach. With this thought, Su Youli, after slightly channeling her energy to heal her injuries, raised her hand to summon a celestial crane and set off towards the medicinal garden. Fortunately, Ling Yin's slap had not been delivered with full force, although her face burned with pain. The injuries were not severe, merely some damage to her meridians that would heal with a few days of rest. That scoundrel will pay dearly once she returns to Xianxia Peak. With a dark expression, Su Youli flew towards the medicinal garden, but upon her arrival, She sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 160. Humph. It is merely jealousy in times past. Although she possessed a proud disposition and seldom interacted with others, the fellow disciples, all of whom were mere servants, would merely ignore one another when their paths crossed, without any peculiarities. However, upon her arrival, she immediately sensed a barrage of malevolent gazes directed her way. Those stares were laden with contempt, disdain, and loathing, provoking a sense of discomfort within her. What is this? Why do these worthless individuals regard me thus? Have the events at Xianxia Peak spread, and are they aware of my connection with Su Yun, consumed by jealousy? Su Youli murmured to herself, before letting out a cold snort, suppressing her unease as she chose to disregard their scrutinizing stares, walking with her head held high towards her modest dwelling. Though uncertain of the specifics, it was highly likely that her assumptions were correct. These individuals were envious of her talents, resentful of her conversation with Su Yun, and jealous of the bright future that awaited her. As for the truth, a simple inquiry with Liang Qian would reveal all. Despite her dissatisfaction with Liang Qian's attitude, she could not deny that the girl possessed considerable skills. Not only did she maintain good relations with the other servant disciples, but she also enjoyed a favorable rapport with several elders. Consequently, Liang Qian was well informed. Whenever incidents occurred in the medicinal garden, she was always the first to acquire the details and relay them back to Su Youli. This time, it would surely be no different. With these thoughts in mind, Su Youli dismissed the piercing gazes and focused on her journey, swiftly arriving at her dwelling. However, upon reaching her destination, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What has happened here? Who did this? The once modest abode now lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate heap, with not a single intact stone in sight. Senior Sister Feng stood nearby, accompanied by a group of servant disciples, laughing and observing the wreckage. Upon hearing her outburst, they turned to look, and upon recognizing Su Youli, their expressions darkened immediately. Sensing something amiss, Su Youli approached and demanded, Senior Sister Feng, who is responsible for this? How dare they destroy my residence? I shall not let this go unpunished. Her first instinct was to attribute it to Su Yun, but upon reflection, she realized she had not offended him. Why would he vandalize her home? Could it be the doing of Feng Tianxiang? That seemed even less plausible. How could the esteemed Deputy Sect Leader engage in such unscrupulous behavior? Senior Sister Feng's demeanor remained indifferent, as though she had not heard Su Youli's inquiries. She replied slowly, No one has demolished your house. A celestial crane accidentally fell and struck it. You might want to find alternate accommodations. This wreckage will be handled by the disciples of the 100 Arts Hall. A celestial crane, accidentally striking it? Su Youli's eyes widened in disbelief. Did they truly think her foolish enough to accept such a perfunctory excuse? It was all too coincidental that she had just visited Xianxia Peak, and upon her return, a celestial crane just happened to fall and destroy her home. Such serendipity was inconceivable. Someone must be scheming. She instinctively wanted to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet the fear of inciting Sister Feng's ire, thus jeopardizing her inclusion in future excursions to Xianxia Peak, compelled her to suppress her fury. With a voice tinged with indignation, she inquired, Let us assume it was indeed the celestial crane that caused this. When can we expect the artisans from the 100 Arts Hall? Will it be repaired before nightfall? Sister Feng remained silent, but a senior disciple beside her, seemingly around 17 or 18, interjected with a mocking tone, Tonight? Surely you jest. Her voice dripped with scorn. The 100 Arts Hall is exceedingly busy. The repair tasks for various peaks are scheduled centuries into the future. It is quite possible that you will not see attention for another decade, or even 8 years. Pray tell, she continued, you have lingered in the medicinal garden for so long, yet you remain oblivious to such a simple matter? Su Youli's eyes flashed with anger as she retorted, What did you say? A decade or 8 years? The female disciple feigned surprise. Oh, it appears you truly are unaware. A decade or 8 years would be considered fortunate. You may be waiting for several centuries before your turn arrives. Su Youli felt her irritation swell. She had never previously noticed how unpleasant this individual's words were. If one cannot articulate themselves properly, they ought to remain silent, for their incessant prattle is maddening. Though her anger surged, she understood the necessity of restraint. This was not Xianxia Peak, and causing trouble could lead to punishment from the elders. Thus, she quelled her temper and inquired as calmly as possible, Then where shall I reside? Surely, I cannot sleep amidst the ruins? At this, Sister Feng finally spoke. To the north, there are a few unoccupied rooms. They may be a tad isolated, but there are no other vacant spaces available. You may take up residence there. As she spoke, someone nearby tossed a key in her direction, the throw lacking force, nearly causing it to drop to the ground. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to catch it just in time. Such blatant malice instilled a sense of foreboding within Su Youli. Yet she could only glare at the individual before asking once more, "What of Liang Qian? Where does she reside? I can share a room with her." "Liang Qian?" Sister Feng expressed surprise, then chuckled. "She returned early and has moved in with me. There are no other accommodations available for you." Su Youli was taken aback. "What? Liang Qian is no longer sharing a room with me?" Her words prompted Sister Feng and the others to stifle their laughter at her naivete. This foolish girl had no awareness of the trouble she had stirred. Who would dare share living quarters with her now? "Well, if she won tea, then I shall find comfort in solitude." Su Youli huffed, clutching the key tightly as she made her way northward, her heart still simmering with resentment. Let her not think for a moment that she was unaware. Her room had undoubtedly been destroyed by some envious servant disciple. The most likely perpetrator, without a doubt, was Liang Qian. Having shared the same roof for so long, they were originally equals among servant disciples. Yet now, with her connection to Su Yun, jealousy was bound to rear its head. Such occurrences were not without precedent. When she had first been taken under Su Yun's wing, many handmaidens had expressed their discontent, deeming it unfair. Fortunately, her esteemed status at the time had deterred any overt acts against her, granting her a modicum of experience. This time, Liang Qian bore the greatest suspicion, followed closely by Sister Feng and the other servant disciples. These individuals are destined to remain mere menial disciples throughout their lives, at best attaining the status of a deacon elder, effectively ensuring that they will never see the light of advancement. Witnessing her newfound potential for ascension today, it is only natural for them to harbor jealousy, even to the extent of wishing her misfortune, devising every conceivable means to thwart her promising future. Su Youli comprehends this predicament all too well, yet regrettably lacks evidence and dares not create a scene, thus must endure for the time being. However, this period of forbearance will not last long. Once she returns to Xianxia Peak, she will demand justice from Su Yun, compelling these scoundrels to kneel and beg for mercy. As she continued on her path, Su Youli sensed something amiss. The further north she ventured, the more desolate it became, with the surrounding spiritual energy diminishing alarmingly. Her countenance darkened, and her dissatisfaction reached a boiling point. What is the meaning of this? The spiritual energy here was already scant. How could one possibly cultivate in such a barren place? It feels utterly deceptive. Upon arriving at the so-called houses described by Sister Feng, Su Youli could hardly contain her outrage. What were those supposed to be? They were nothing more than dilapidated wooden shanties, with half of the wooden doors lying on the ground, and the windows in tatters, not to mention the abundance of cobwebs and bird nests. All signs indicated that this locale was utterly unfit for habitation. Had she perhaps arrived at the wrong place? Chapter 161. Are you here to apologize? Suppressing her discomfort, Su Youli, with a spirit of experimentation, finally discovered a lock on the half-collapsed wooden door. With a composed expression, she attempted to unlock it. Click! The lock yielded with a satisfying sound, but her face darkened immediately. Undoubtedly, this revolting act was orchestrated by Sister Feng. Humph! Are you envious of my talents and status? Sister Feng, have you ever considered that such actions might offend me? Initially, she had hoped to cultivate a good relationship with Sister Feng, but now it seemed unnecessary. Jealousy is a most fearsome thing. No matter how she tried to befriend her, the other party would only intensify their bullying. Therefore, she decided to disregard these nuisances for the time being and deal with them one by one after her own success. A cold smile spread across Su Youli's lips as she planted her foot firmly on the door, only to inadvertently create a large hole in it. Her fists clenched tightly, and she nearly lost her composure in exasperation. What is this? Can such fragile material truly serve as shelter for people? She took a deep breath, her fists tightening further before gradually relaxing, her eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Do you think this will thwart me? Humph, you underestimate me greatly. As a former great cultivator of the tribulation stage, renowned as the spring sun sword immortal, her tenacity far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In her past life, enduring under Su Yun's command for so long was a testament to her indomitable will. Now, these minor setbacks paled in comparison to Su Yun's methods. That individual once cast them, mere cultivators in the god transformation stage, into a small world teeming with ferocious beasts, including a peak-level demon. They had nearly perished there, but fortunately, the fifth junior sister unleashed her formidable strength at the brink of death, burning her blood to forcibly elevate her realm and shattering her life-bound artifact to slay the demon, ultimately leading them to escape. Such life-and-death tribulations were rare for these lowly disciples, yet she had faced them multiple times. Before someone like her, a seasoned cultivator tempered by blood, these tactics seemed utterly laughable. Do you think tossing me into a dilapidated house counts as torment? Humph. It won't be long before you regret everything you have done to me today, profoundly regret it. With a cold laugh, Su Youli cast a glance at the decrepit wooden house and, maintaining her stern demeanor, proceeded toward the alchemy chamber. If there was no place to stay, she would forego lodging for now. Her immediate priority was to swiftly enhance her cultivation and capture Su Yun's attention. All of this required resources, and for her, the quickest way to obtain them was through alchemical concoction. She recalled the exclusive techniques taught by Master Gu, along with the alchemical skills imparted to her by Su Yun. If Su Yun was correct, then by abandoning her modified methods and adhering to these techniques, the pill she produced would surely be of exceptional quality. Thus, not only could she validate Su Yun's words, but she could also rely on these pills to facilitate her rapid ascent. Although she could not fully ascertain the truth of Su Yun's words at that moment, she felt compelled to attempt a verification of their authenticity. 2 hours later, in the alchemy chamber, Su Youli sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace. The ground fire had been sealed once more, and the furnace was gradually cooling, leaving behind 5 dark brown pills quietly resting within. Despite her habitual efforts to shape these pills into perfect spheres, she found herself unable to achieve the same level of roundness as before, as she was adhering strictly to the techniques taught by Su Yun. Due to her lack of proficiency, she had utilized 2 portions of materials to produce only 5 pills. Having no excess to spare, she collected the furnace and the pills upon hearing a knock at the door. When she opened it to find the somewhat surprised female disciple, she let out a cold snort, unreservedly displaying her disdain. This foolish girl had only lent her the alchemy chamber for a mere 2 hours and had called for her 5 times, claiming to remind her of the time. She was clearly intent on disrupting her thoughts, aiming for her to fail in her alchemical endeavor. Disregarding her, Su Youli stepped forward, only to hear the female disciple shout from behind, "Wait! Clean the alchemy chamber before you leave." Su Youli abruptly turned around, her eyes blazing with anger. Do not overstep your bounds. After all, she was destined to become a genius capable of transcending tribulations. How could she engage in such menial tasks? The female disciple, undeterred, glared back defiantly. This chamber was lent to you. Everyone is required to clean up after use. Why should you be the exception? I refrained from commenting before when there was little mess, but this time, you've left a chaotic scene. Are you expecting me to tidy up after you? Let me make this clear. If you do not clean the alchemy chamber today, you will not be permitted to borrow it again in the future. Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of other disciples, who began to whisper among themselves, voicing their disdain without restraint, calling her uncouth, lazy, and greedy. Su Youli heard their words clearly. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly felt a shift in her demeanor. Scanning the faces of those who were snickering, she let out a cold laugh, mocking, "Ah, the venom of jealousy is truly fearsome, but you can only utter such words while I soar to greatness." To her, these individuals were merely envious, which explained their behavior towards her. Ignoring the stunned disciples, she turned back to the alchemy chamber, feeling not anger but a sense of superiority as she remarked, "Cleaning the alchemy chamber is a trivial task. I shall do it." She could not afford to lose access to this chamber, as it was the sole place from which she could attain all that she desired. As for their taunts, let them speak. What difference did it make? Their actions only underscored their own ineptitude, as they dared not act beyond mere insults. Moreover, the more they disparaged her, the more it revealed their envy, affirming that her path was indeed the correct one. Once she exchanged the pills for greater resources and elevated her cultivation to return to Xianxia Peak, these individuals would surely regret their actions today. Onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom that they would hear such bizarre sentiments from a member of the human race in their lifetime. Was this individual perhaps insane? She neglected to clean up her own mess, and when others remarked upon it, she audaciously claimed that they were envious of her. Envious of what? Of her careless littering and unsanitary habits? It was no wonder that she had been expelled by the sect leader Su. She was, after all, a lunatic. Even the female disciple overseeing the alchemy room was taken aback by her response. What was with that reluctant tone? Why not to tidy up after using the alchemy room? Her words sounded as though she was coercing the disciple. What should have been a trivial matter could have been resolved with a simple cleanup, and she would have said nothing further. However, since this obstinate individual was so resistant, it became necessary to address the situation more thoroughly. Clean it properly. I shall be inspecting it shortly. With that, she imposed a full hour of scrutiny upon Su Youli. After every cleaning session, the disciple would invariably find faults, compelling her to redo the task. Again and again, this cycle continued. Su Youli endured and endured, holding back her frustrations, until just before the end of the workday. She barely met the demands. By the time she returned to her quarters, Darkness had descended. That wretched fool. I shall remember you when I rise to greatness. You shall be the first to face my wrath. Su Youli cursed inwardly. Had it not been for the alchemy room's utility to her, she would have relished tearing that insolent woman's tongue to shreds today. At such a tender age, she was already learning to nitpick. Truly, she had been spoiled beyond measure. Lost in her thoughts, her gaze shifted, and she noticed a figure before the wooden cabin. Liang Qian? What was she doing here? Was she perhaps coming to apologize? Still simmering from her earlier indignation at Liang Qian's lack of assistance, Su Youli feigned ignorance, deliberately ignoring her and brushing past without a glance. An apology should come with humility. Why should she lower her head first? Chapter 162. This time, it is truly an exquisite pill. The sound of Liang Qian's voice caused Su Youli's lips to involuntarily curve upwards. Feeling she had the upper hand, she coldly replied without turning her head, "There is no need for flattery. Your actions today have gone too far, and I shall not forgive you so easily." It was evident to her that Liang Qian was attempting to leverage her connection with the Xianxia Peak to curry favor, hoping that she might assist her in the future. Such individuals were not unfamiliar to her from her previous life, but it was her first encounter with someone who came to ingratiate themselves without even a token gift. Truly, one who did not grasp the most basic of etiquette was destined to be a mere servant. However, considering the time they had spent together, although Liang Qian had indeed provoked her today, she was willing to offer a modicum of forgiveness, provided a proper apology was forthcoming. Yet, this notion left Liang Qian momentarily bewildered. She had committed no wrongdoing, so why should she apologize? Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and placed a small cloth pouch into Su Youli's hand. As Su Youli's eyes brightened in surprise, Liang Qian slowly articulated, "These are the 30 low-grade spirit stones I previously kept for you. Now that we are no longer living together and may not do so again, I shall return them to you." With that, Liang Qian turned and departed, her steps resolute and devoid of hesitation. In contrast, Su Youli stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the pouch in her hand, the light in her eyes gradually dimming as a sense of bewilderment washed over her. What she had anticipated as a gift turned out to be the return of her spirit stones. Just recently, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Liang Qian returning them. Yet now that they were indeed returned, a feeling of disappointment and even anxiety enveloped her. After a moment of stupor, Su Youli suddenly called out, "Wait, you." But the space before her was now empty. Where was Liang Qian? Had she truly left? Wasn't she supposed to apologize? The words Liang Qian had spoken sounded almost as if she were bidding farewell. They were merely no longer residing together for the time being. Once the house was repaired, she intended to move back. Did this girl really need to treat the situation so gravely? Clenching her fists gently, Su Youli inhaled deeply, contemplating pursuing Liang Qian to invite her back, to graciously extend her forgiveness. However, just as she began to move, she suddenly steeled herself and resolutely turned back toward the wooden house. What was this nonsense? She had done no wrong. If she chased after Liang Qian now, wouldn't it become her fault? If Liang Qian chose to leave, so be it. She was a formidable tribulation transcending cultivator, even without Liang Qian. Many others would seek to win her favor. She would not lack for friends. On the contrary, when the time came, it would be Liang Qian who would regret her actions. Su Youli, feeling flustered, meditated for a lengthy period to calm the tumult within her heart. Subsequently, she retrieved the pill she had concocted earlier that day, observing it for a moment before tilting her head back and swallowing it. The pill transformed into familiar spiritual energy that dissipated, proving to be consistent with those distributed by the sect, and even slightly more effective. Though only marginally superior, this was a chasm that many alchemists would struggle to overcome in their lifetimes. Truly, she is remarkable. She is nothing short of a natural prodigy in alchemy. With a clear direction, she can effortlessly reach heights that most can only aspire to in their lifetimes. However, this realization only serves to validate Su Yun's assertions, confirming that the methods taught by Master Gu were indeed correct. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Youli felt a surge of unease. Previously, her eagerness to return to Su Yun stemmed from unavoidable reasons, but now her desire to reunite had intensified. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of panic and fear began to creep in. With a forceful punch, Su Youli struck the stone bed, wincing in pain, yet successfully dispelling that dreadful thought. Refocusing her attention on the elixir before her, setting aside other considerations, she resolved to replicate this effective formula henceforth. Her aim was to harness the remarkable properties of this elixir to amass her initial fortune, which would subsequently provide her with the resources needed to enhance her strength. However, before proceeding, she needed to ascertain whether others would recognize the value of her concoction. Just as before, Her perceived superior elixir had gone unnoticed in the market, with no one willing to part with even 50 spirit stones. If the same were to occur this time, it would indicate that her elixirs still harbored flaws, thwarting her ambitions of wealth. With such thoughts occupying her mind, Su Youli took a deep breath, abandoning any notion of idleness or slumber, and began the rare practice of meditation and cultivation. She aimed to gather her energy, preparing to refine several batches of the elixir for sale the following day. She fervently hoped that her concoctions would prove flawless, allowing her to earn spirit stones for her cultivation. Only through this means could she solidify her golden core before the grand competition, thereby capturing Su Yuli's attention. Yet deep within her heart, she harbored a conflicting desire for her elixirs to remain unrecognized, a notion she knew to be irrational, yet it lingered nonetheless. The following day, as anticipated, upon her arrival to work, both the elders and disciples cast glances laden with various implications. Some were disdainful, others dismissive, but most exhibited a respectful distance. Only those disciples who had accompanied her to Xinxia Peak retained a palpable hostility. She understood the reasons behind their behavior. They deemed themselves of a different caliber, hesitant to engage with her, yet simultaneously envious of her achievements. Lacking the means to impede her progress, they resorted to such underhanded methods to vent their frustrations. Even Liang Qian had not exchanged a single word with her, nor had she spared a glance in her direction. The opinions of others did not concern Su Youli, or rather, she chose not to dwell on them at that moment. However, Liang Qian's silence truly saddened her. Yet, this sorrow was fleeting, as she chided Liang Qian for missing a unique opportunity for reconciliation, further igniting her determination to elevate her cultivation and return to Su Yun, compelling those petty individuals to regret their actions. Su Youli stifled her emotions and completed her tasks with utmost efficiency, subsequently retreating to the alchemy chamber to refine her elixirs. After 3 consecutive days of diligent work, she finally amassed 10 vials of elixirs, ready to take to the market for sale. This junior sister, whom I have not seen for quite some time, has once again concocted a new exquisite elixir. Just after being displayed for a brief moment, a familiar face approached. Upon closer inspection, Su Youli recognized it as the individual who had previously ridiculed her concoctions, seemingly a disciple of the Dragoness Peak. With her arms crossed, she smiled with pride and declared, "You do possess discerning taste. When I, this young lady, take action, I naturally produce only the finest elixirs, and indeed, this is a type you have never encountered before. This elixir is crafted using the secret techniques not disclosed by Master Gu, an opportunity that Su Yun had once secured at a significant cost. Thus, it is truly extraordinary. Moreover, she has integrated some esoteric methods taught by Su Yun to enhance the quality of the elixirs, and although she is still not entirely proficient, the effects of this elixir surpass those of standard exquisite elixirs by an impressive 30%. To these lower-tier disciples, such elixirs are akin to divine pills." Chapter 163. How truly distressing for me. A supreme pill I have never even seen? The disciple raised an eyebrow, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he grasped a vial of pills in his hand, stating, "If this is indeed the case, I would purchase a bottle, even if it were the previously deemed useless pills." After all, he had already witnessed an extraordinary supreme pill once. With his junior sister's remarkable intellect, it was hardly surprising that she could concoct something equally peculiar. After this contemplation, he carefully extracted a detoxification pill, cradling it in his palm. With utmost caution, he opened the vial, holding his breath as he peered inside. A gentle whiff revealed an aroma so captivating that he quickly sealed the lid once more. His meticulous actions left Su Youli gritting her teeth in frustration, unable to suppress her exclamation, "If you wish to observe, do so properly. What is the meaning of this? What was this scoundrel doing?" She was not concocting poison. After all, was such caution truly necessary? The disciple chuckled softly, offering no defense. Once he ascertained that he was unharmed, he leaned in to take another sniff. The rich scent of the medicine instantly brightened his expression. "This aroma, indeed, seems exceptional." No longer hesitating, he gradually poured out a single pill for closer examination. Upon merely a glance, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, glancing around nervously before carefully returning the pill to the vial. Clutching it tightly, he whispered to Su Youli, "Senior sister, your talent is truly remarkable. Today, I find myself greatly enlightened. By the way, how much for this pill?" Su Youli, filled with pride, lifted her chin, a smile creeping upon her lips. "You do possess some discernment. It is 100 low-grade spirit stones per vial." 100. The disciple's eyes widened, nearly gasping in disbelief. He quickly glanced about and leaned in, lowering his voice. "Are you extorting me?" I acknowledge that this pill is indeed extraordinary, but it is merely a low-tier pill. 100 low-grade spirit stones is far too. Before he could finish, Su Youli snatched back the vial, frowning as she reprimanded, "That is the price. Buy it or not. It is no jest. In my past life, I was a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage. The pills I personally refined are treasures that rival rare gems." Reflecting on the past, even Su Youli and Feng Tianxiang were so astonished upon first seeing her pills that they couldn't bear to consume them, choosing instead to solemnly store them in her presence, underscoring their preciousness. To acquire them at such a low price now was a stroke of fortune for this fledgling cultivator. How dare he complain of the cost? In her former life, even at a price of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, many would have scrambled to purchase them. "You." The disciple pointed at Su Youli, struggling to articulate his thoughts before finally nodding. "Fine. 100 it is. I'll take them all." He retrieved the spirit stones and handed them to Su Youli, meticulously concealing the pills as he stealthily departed. However, after taking just a few steps, he hurried back, winking at Su Youli. "Might I inquire when my esteemed junior sister will next visit? I shall bring ample spirit stones and acquire as many as you have." Su Youli, counting the spirit stones, replied impatiently, "That is none of your concern. I shall come when I wish. Why ask so many questions? Since the elixirs are indeed real, she has no need to worry about selling them, nor to grace this individual with a pleasant demeanor." The disciple, having faced disappointment, bore no ill will, rather. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he solemnly nodded and said, "Geniuses are often temperamental. I understand. If fate permits, we shall meet again." With that, he clasped his hands in farewell and departed, his excitement barely concealed. The transaction was straightforward. 10 bottles of elixir exchanged for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, despite holding these stones, Su Youli could not summon any joy. Her earlier outburst had not been intentional. Upon receiving the spirit stones, an unsettling sensation began to gnaw at her chest, constricting her breath and causing a growing sense of palpitations that deepened her discomfort. It felt as though a once impenetrable barrier within her heart had been breached, even if only by a slender fissure, inciting agonizing spasms that quickened her breath and drained the color from her face. Pain etched across her features. Cold sweat beaded on her brow as she leaned on the table, gasping for air, her gaze slowly turning vacant and unfocused. Despite her reluctance to admit it, the relentless evidence had shattered her once steadfast doubts. All signs pointed to the conclusion that the scoundrel, Feng Tianxiang, had indeed deceived her. The claims of being unparalleled and unique had proven false. The methods she had learned in her past life for refining elixirs were entirely erroneous. Conversely, only the techniques imparted by Su Youli were valid, and the secret method obtained from Chief Gu, at such a cost, was indeed correct. No wonder her elixirs had languished unsold. They were not the unprecedented marvels she had envisioned, but rather a collection of utterly ineffective concoctions. She felt profound anguish, for she had been grievously wronged by Feng Tianxiang. His mere words had led her to betray her master and ancestors, to draw her sword against Su Youli, and ultimately, to meet a tragic demise, watching her millennium of cultivation vanish in an instant. Her eyes, stinging, soon brimmed with tears, just as she was about to succumb to sorrow. Su Youli grasped the edge of the table with fierce determination, an inferno of rage igniting within her, instantly drying her tears. It was not her fault. She could not be blamed. The true culprits were the treacherous lies of Feng Tianxiang. Had he not deceived her, had he not spun his webs of falsehood, she would never have committed such heinous acts. All her ire was directed at Feng Tianxiang. Yes, it was all his fault. She too was a victim, suffering greatly, while he remained the true villain. Despicable wretch. When I reclaim my former glory, I shall ensure that you pay in blood for your debts. Vengeance for my master, vengeance for my sisters, and vengeance for myself. After unleashing her fury, the ache in her heart slightly eased, and Su Youli finally regained her composure, collapsing wearily onto the chair. Since it was Feng Tianxiang's fault, she could not bear the full weight of the events of her past life. Though she had faltered in some respects, it was merely a matter of failing to discern the true nature of Feng Tianxiang sooner. It was her inability to timely distinguish the truth within his deceitful words that had led to her misunderstanding of Su Youli. Indeed, it is true that Feng Tianxiang's deception is so masterful that anyone else would surely fall victim to it as well. She merely committed the same error that anyone could make, and it is entirely forgivable. After all, no one can guarantee that they will never be deceived throughout their lifetime. Can they? Contemplating this, Su Youli released several deep breaths, finding solace as she closed her eyes. Although she had been duped, which indirectly caused harm to Su Youli, she was fortunate that fate had shown her mercy, granting her a second chance. Given this opportunity, she resolved to exert every effort to make amends to Su Yun and to protect him from further manipulation by Feng Tianxiang. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, causing Su Youli to sit upright in astonishment. Since Feng Tianxiang had deceived her regarding the elixir, might it not be possible that his other words were also laced with deceit? Chapter 164. The loyal and righteous Su Youli. Feng Tianxiang once stated that Su Yun did not genuinely wish to rescue her. He further claimed that all the resources she possessed were bestowed upon her by him. He mentioned that, to aid her in cultivating the laws, he implored the sect leader for an extended period to secure a law crystal for her, but due to pressing matters, he entrusted Su Yun with its delivery. Could it be that all of this was merely a fabrication? Moreover, Feng Tianxiang had spoken extensively to the foolish Mu Siyu and her companions. Although she was unaware of the particulars, simply reflecting on her own situation made it clear that he had undoubtedly deceived them as well. This meant that everyone had been misled by Feng Tianxiang. Su Youli's eyes sparkled as her sorrow dissipated significantly. How wonderful it was that she was not alone in her deception. Rather, they were all ensnared in his web of lies. Consequently, as a former sister-in-arms from their past lives, she felt a profound obligation to safeguard them, to help them recognize Feng Tianxiang's true nature, and to liberate them from their suffering, freeing them from that scoundrel's deceit. Subsequently, she would lead them in making amends to Su Yun and join forces to confront that rogue, Feng Tianxiang. Indeed, this was her course of action. This was not an attempt to shirk responsibility, nor was it a ploy to drag them down with her. Rather, it was a means to unveil the truth, to prevent them from being blinded by malevolence. This was an act of salvation, undertaken for their benefit. As the first to awaken and the most astute among her sisters, she bore the responsibility to assist them in their enlightenment. With this thought, the initial terror that had emerged upon comprehending the truth completely vanished. Filling Su Youli with renewed vigor, she resolved to seek out Mu Siyu and the others, to ascertain whether they had independently come to their senses. If they had, that would be splendid. If not, she would devise a way to assist them. Yet, it occurred to her that she was likely the only one with such intelligence. That foolish group was probably still ensnared in Feng Tianxiang's lies. Contemplating this, Su Youli raised her chin with a sense of pride, a mysterious feeling of superiority welling up within her. Compared to those simpletons, she had indeed ascended to a far greater height. There was no denying her exceptional insight, which even Su Yun envied. With clarity of purpose, Su Youli swiftly tidied up the furniture and took to the skies on a celestial crane, heading toward the medicinal garden. Before seeking out Mu Siyu, she wished to bring along some newly refined elixirs to showcase her accomplishments as a prodigy to those dim-witted individuals. The following afternoon, after a bustling morning, Su Youli summoned the celestial crane, hurrying toward the West Bitter Peak with the elixirs she had painstakingly concocted through the night. She could no longer endure another moment in the medicinal garden, where jealousy ran rampant, and they had united to ostracize her. Even the elder in charge of the warehouse treated her with indifference. When she attempted to purchase materials, not a single word was exchanged. A stark contrast to the previous amiability, which was truly infuriating. Ah, there is a saying, in a small temple, demons abound. In shallow waters, turtles are plentiful. This medicinal garden exemplified that sentiment, filled with the lowest of servants, destined to serve others, yet constantly scheming to bully those above them. Clearly, she must devise a swift escape from this place of strife. Otherwise, she would find it impossible to concentrate on her cultivation. As her thoughts surged, Su Youli found herself alternating between cursing the blind and ignorant disciples of the medicinal garden and lamenting her own prodigious alchemical skills. She pondered how to awaken Mu Siyu and her companions, while also indulging in daydreams of a blissful return to the Xinxia Peak. After contemplating this several times, she finally arrived at the West Bitter Peak. Descending gracefully from the crane's back, Su Youli instinctively tilted her head, intending to summon the guard for an announcement. However, she suddenly realized that this was not Xinxia Peak. Recalling the scene from earlier when she had been unceremoniously thrown out by the guard, she quickly lowered her head and politely addressed the sentinel. I kindly ask you, senior brother, to announce my arrival. I seek to meet senior sister Mu Siyu. Her words startled the guard. In this era, there were still those daring enough to seek out the renowned Mu sister. Her audacity was indeed remarkable. The guard scrutinized Su Youli for a moment, and his previously puzzled expression shifted to one of gravity. Oh, so it was she, the female disciple of considerable reputation at the West Bitter Peak. This was the very same girl who had once dared to secretly infiltrate the residence of the Phoenix Sect Master. No wonder she possessed such boldness. Recognizing her identity, the guard spoke bluntly. Mu's sister is not present, you. But before he could finish, he suddenly stiffened, unable to utter another word. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, causing him to hurriedly bow. "Thank you, Commander." Ting Han disregarded the guard, instead casting a disapproving glance at Su Youli, and asked in a calm voice, "I recall warning you last time not to approach West Bitter Peak. Are you prepared to face the consequences for your visit today?" Su Youli's expression changed. Oh no, how could she have forgotten? After being expelled last time, Ting Han had explicitly warned her not to return. Cursed be it. In her past life, they had shown her great respect, speaking only kind words, yet this time, they continued to speak harshly to her. Such a narrow-minded individual was truly infuriating. Just wait. Once she regained her cultivation, she would take her revenge personally. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Youli nevertheless bowed sincerely and, with a tinge of apprehension, said, Aye, as a junior. Have come to see Senior Sister Mu. What business do you have with her?" This question left Su Youli momentarily speechless. She had come to boast about her newly concocted elixirs while also gauging the other's attitude towards Feng Tianxiang, yet she could not express this openly. After a moment's contemplation, an idea struck her. "As a junior, I share a sisterly bond with Senior Sister Mu. Recently, I have refined a batch of exceptional elixirs, and I thought to bring some for her." Bringing elixirs? Ting Han's gaze shifted immediately. While this young one might be a bit foolish and audacious, her lack of self-awareness was somewhat commendable, yet her intentions were truly admirable. Knowing full well that she would face punishment for coming to West Bitter Peak, she still risked such peril to deliver elixirs to her friend, demonstrating her deep sense of loyalty and willingness to take risks for her companions. With this realization, Ting Han's expression softened, her tone less harsh than before, infused with a touch of warmth. "What elixirs do you speak of? Please, bring them forth for me to see." He recalls that a few days ago, his senior brother had mentioned that this junior possesses remarkable insight into the alchemical arts. Today presents an opportune moment to observe her talents. Upon hearing this, Su Youli was momentarily taken aback. How could a cultivator of the integration stage show interest in her elixirs? Could it be that her reputation as a prodigy had spread throughout the Tianxian sect overnight? Truly, she is destined for greatness, her fortune unparalleled. In an instant, Su Youli's confidence surged, and she straightened her posture, presenting the vial. This display of self-assurance caught Ting Han's attention, prompting him to regard her with renewed interest. Just moments before, she had appeared somewhat anxious, yet upon discussing elixirs, she transformed into a figure of confidence. This clearly indicates that she possesses genuine skill, otherwise, she would not exhibit such calm assurance. Contemplating this, Ting Han felt a surge of anticipation. He was eager to discover what made this elixir so exceptional. With a mere thought, the vial unsealed itself, and a brownish-yellow pill gently floated out. At first glance, Ting Han felt a jolt of astonishment and could not help but look back at this unassuming junior, inquiring, "Is this elixir your creation? Is that even a question? If it were not my work, would it be yours?" Su Youli thought, rolling her eyes internally, then bowed her head respectfully, affirming, "Indeed, it is." Ting Han's gaze sharpened momentarily before he nodded in approval, saying, "It is indeed impressive. Would you consider selling me a piece?" Su Youli looked up in surprise. Surely, she had misheard. A cultivator at the integration stage purchasing such low-tier elixirs? Was Ting Han so flush with spirit stones that he had no other use for them? He might as well gift her some, as she was in dire need of spirit stones at present. Chapter 165. This fate he would rather not have, however, upon further reflection. Su Youli could not help but admire Ting Han for his discerning eye. After all, this was a pill that even Su Yun had taken the initiative to collect. Ting Han's ability to recognize its unique qualities revealed a certain level of sophistication in his judgment, making him worthy of collecting her elixirs. With this thought, she nodded with pride, of course. Ting Han found amusement in her reaction. It was no wonder this girl appeared somewhat foolish. She was, in fact, a young prodigy completely absorbed in alchemy, her every thought consumed by the art of pill-making, leaving her somewhat naive in other respects. Look at her. Though she might seem a bit dim-witted at times, the moment alchemy was mentioned, she instantly radiated confidence and pride. This distinct disposition indeed hinted at extraordinary talent. "This elixir is truly exceptional. I shall not take advantage of you. I will exchange it for this item." Ting Han produced a spirit stone and tossed it to her. Su Youli caught it and was immediately taken aback. "What? It's actually a high-grade spirit stone." This revelation alleviated her immediate concerns, as she was in dire need of cultivation resources. This single high-grade spirit stone would suffice to purchase numerous alchemical materials. With time to familiarize herself, she might even acquire some second-tier formulas to concoct and sell more valuable pills. Yet, one could not help but wonder if Ting Han was being a tad stingy. If he was going to reward her with a spirit stone, why not be a bit more generous? Only a single high-grade spirit stone seemed rather miserly, especially considering that if Ling Yin were present, she would have exchanged a premium spirit stone instead of this ordinary high-grade one. The thought of a premium spirit stone made the high-grade one in her hand lose its allure, and the excitement on Su Youli's face quickly faded into indifference. Observing Su Youli regain her composure so swiftly after a brief moment of astonishment, Ting Han couldn't help but nod inwardly. A mere servant disciple without any background. She had previously been unremarkable at Xianxia Peak, and it was likely that this was her first encounter with a high-grade spirit stone. Yet, she managed to remain calm in such a short time and even displayed a sense of detachment when accepting it, demonstrating her remarkable temperament. Mu Shixi had indeed found a good friend and sister in this young woman. Ting Han nodded appreciatively, retrieving the elixir and placing the vial back in front of Su Youli. Mu Shixi is currently studying the ways of etiquette in the Discipline Hall. If you wish to find her, you may go there. The Discipline Hall? Studying etiquette? What is that all about? Su Youli pondered. Mu Xiu was already over 1,000 years old. Instead of diligently cultivating at Shiku Peak, she had chosen to learn etiquette, which seemed like a sheer waste of time. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed Ting Han's figure vanish into thin air, leaving behind a resonant declaration. In the future, you may ascend directly to the mountain. There is no need to stop her. This statement was intended for both the guards and Su Youli. Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Youli was filled with joy. Truly, she had managed to impress him. With just a low-tier elixir, she had won Ting Han's genuine admiration, prompting him to adopt such a method to please her. Henceforth, whenever she wished to visit Shiku Peak to see Mu Xiu, it would be immensely more convenient. Indeed, she intended to visit the Discipline Hall to seek out that fool and inquire about Feng Tianxiang. What is there to learn about etiquette? She needed to swiftly retrieve him, for only with his awakening could she confront Feng Tianxiang effectively. Su Youli turned to leave, not even uttering a word of thanks. This scene elicited mild discontent from Ting Han, who had already reached the mountain summit. Yet, upon reflection that the other party was somewhat foolish, he resigned himself to it. Those who could play alongside Mu Shixi were hardly normal individuals, and if the opportunity arose in the future, he would send her to the Discipline Hall to learn some etiquette. However, it was evident that this girl cared quite a bit for Mu Shixi, as she remained unfazed by the precious high-grade spirit stones, yet became ecstatic upon hearing news of Mu Shixi and hurried off to the Discipline Hall to see her. Such loyalty and affection were indeed commendable. With these thoughts in mind, Ting Han hastened into the study, just in time to see Feng Tianxiang wearing a troubled expression, lost in thought with closed eyes. He approached and poured tea for him, inquiring, "What troubles you, senior brother?" Feng Tianxiang shook his head with a sigh. What else could it be? The method for awakening the Lingshu sword body is exceedingly elusive. I have combed through ancient texts without discovering a single clue. Even suitable cultivation techniques are hard to find. Those top-tier methods often require contributions amounting to millions, which is quite vexing. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Rather, he feared that Yi Xiaoxiao's mental faculties were somewhat lacking, and he was apprehensive that his efforts in cultivating her might ultimately be in vain. Given the circumstances, it would be wiser to find her a high-tier cultivation method to practice first, and once she awakened, he could assess her performance before deciding whether to impart the superior techniques. Contemplating this, he suddenly set down his teacup and cautiously asked, "Do you suppose the Lingshu sword body might not even require awakening at all? I have never heard of a special constitution affecting one's intelligence before. Yi Xiaoxiao's mental challenges are rather significant, which I find somewhat peculiar." Ting Han hesitated briefly before replying, "Do not rush, senior brother. The Lingshu sword body is indeed rare. Aside from those who have perished or remain unknown, the records contain only a handful. As for the specifics of its constitution, only those few individuals can provide accurate accounts. I have dispatched someone to search for related information elsewhere, and should any news arise, it will be relayed promptly." Feng Tianxiang nodded. "Very well. If all else fails, we can utilize the methods recorded in our sect to awaken hidden constitutions, testing them one by one until we uncover some clues." Having come to this conclusion, he exhaled a breath of frustration, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. "I noticed you seemed pleased earlier. Have they made progress in the Discipline Hall?" Aside from the Lingshu sword body, his primary concern now was the etiquette training of Mu Xiu and Yi Xiaoxiao. If they could create fewer troubles, he would have less to worry about. After years of cultivation, he had never encountered disciples as exasperating as these two. Typically, it is the master who manages the disciples' antics. It is a first in history for disciples to vex their master to such an extent. This was not the matter at hand. Listening to Han take out a vial and place it on the table, he spoke, "Just now, I encountered the female disciple named Su Youli at the foot of the mountain. She claimed to be delivering elixirs to Master Mu's nephew. Upon observing her potion, I found it to be truly remarkable, so I procured one for you to examine, brother. Su Youli's elixir? Feng Tianxiang immediately recalled who she was, the very same disciple who had caused quite a commotion at Xianxia Peak a few days ago, only to be expelled from the mountain by Su Yun. He remembered that Su Yun had found her both admirable and exasperating, appreciating her talent while being troubled by her antics, akin to a troublesome body of calamity. He had even contemplated bringing her to Shiku Peak, but after sending someone to investigate, he found no redeeming qualities and set the idea aside for the time being. Little did he expect that, by a twist of fate, her elixir would come to be presented before him. Could it be that this female disciple was destined to cross paths with him? Chapter 166. Strangely enough, despite everyone avoiding the outdoors, why did my eyelids continue to flutter? Feng Tianxiang fell into a contemplative silence. If fate were truly on his side, he might consider imparting some knowledge. However, her innate talent was exceedingly poor, and there was no evidence to support her comprehension. After months of cultivation, she had only managed to reach the initial stage of qi refining, and her grasp of alchemy was far from commendable. All these factors combined made it quite difficult for him to take action. Feng Tianxiang furrowed his brows. What extraordinary qualities could a pill crafted at the initial stage of qi refining possess? Ting Han chuckled. My senior brother, you will see for yourself. Seeing his confidence, Feng Tianxiang chuckled lightly in return. Very well, since this elixir has garnered your admiration, I shall take a glance. As he spoke, the vial opened on its own, and the pill floated gracefully above the table, spinning delicately. Upon a mere glance, Feng Tianxiang's gaze sharpened, and he quickly sat upright, asking with earnestness, this elixir, did she truly concoct it? Ting Han nodded. It is beyond doubt. I inquired directly, and she spoke no falsehood. Feng Tianxiang examined the pill closely. It seems my brother's words hold truth. This woman indeed possesses remarkable insight, with certain redeeming qualities. The last time I witnessed her alchemical skills, they were peculiar yet ordinary. In just a few short days, she has astonishingly grasped the alchemical secrets of Master Gu. Ting Han concurred. There is no error. Although the pill's patterns are incomplete and consist of only one layer, it is undoubtedly the 9-color dragon pattern that can only be produced by Master Gu's unique techniques. Though she is still somewhat unrefined, it is sufficient to indicate that she has mastered Master Gu's secrets. With diligent contemplation, she may yet aspire to become a 9th-grade alchemist. Listening to this somewhat extravagant praise, Feng Tianxiang fell silent, focusing intently on the low-grade elixir, his eyes growing increasingly bright. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Tell me, if I were to bring her to the West Bitter Peak to study alchemy, could she perhaps become the first 9th-grade alchemist of West Bitter Peak? No sooner had he uttered these words than he began to muse to himself. Yet this girl is too naive, lacking in social awareness and etiquette. If she were to join West Bitter Peak and associate with those two fools, who knows what sort of farce might ensue? Perhaps I should recommend her to Master Gu? Noticing his inner turmoil, Ting Han advised. Such a talent would certainly thrive at the Dragon Peak. Yet only by remaining at West Bitter Peak could she truly become a boon to you, my senior brother. From my observations, while this girl may seem somewhat foolish, it is merely a reflection of her obsession with alchemy. In truth, her character is commendable. She values loyalty and righteousness, remaining unaffected by worldly distractions, a truly rare gem. These words caused Feng Tianxiang's eyelids to twitch involuntarily, and he regarded Ting Han with a puzzled expression. Loyalty and righteousness? A commendable character? Are you certain you are speaking of Su Youli? He recalled vividly the many audacious remarks she had made at Xianxia Peak. Even after many days, the memory still left him astonished. Were he in Su Yun's position, he would have ensured she understood the consequences of her insubordination, regardless of her perceived talent. How can such a foolish and ignorant person, devoid of respect for hierarchy and laws, be regarded as a paragon of character and talent in the eyes of Ting Han? Indeed, it is perplexing. Under the bewildered gaze of Feng Tianxiang, Ting Han reluctantly recounted the events that transpired at the foot of the mountain, prompting Feng Tianxiang to nod in understanding. So it is, he mused. By your account, this woman does possess some merit of character. However, he added after a moment of contemplation, her temperament is undeniably vexing. Keep a close watch on her. Should you ascertain that her aptitude is indeed extraordinary, extend a hand to assist her, but do not rush to recruit her. The world is replete with exceptionally gifted individuals. She is not the only option. If she proves to be of utility to our sect, then let her be sent to Yulong Peak to trouble Gu Fengzhu instead. I shan't take her on again. Unless this woman provides a compelling reason for me to accept her, I will not invite trouble upon myself. Ting Han nodded in agreement. After all, she was merely a lowly disciple, currently flying under the radar. A bit more observation would require little effort. Moreover, his senior brother seemed disinterested in her, even maintaining a respectful distance. Pushing too hastily could prove detrimental. Thus, it would be wise to proceed with caution. To overlook a talent of such exceptional potential would indeed be a great loss for Shiku Peak. Since his senior brother was hesitant to speak openly, Ting Han resolved to subtly draw her closer on his behalf. Strange, he mused. Why have my eyelids been twitching incessantly of late? Could there be some impending misfortune? Feng Tianxiang suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, though he could not pinpoint its source. Ting Han, concerned, responded, what calamity could possibly arise within Tianxian sect? Perhaps you have simply been overworked. It would be prudent to take some time to rest. Feng Tianxiang rubbed his temples, conceding, very well. I shall retreat into seclusion for a few days. If any trivial matters arise, you may handle them independently, but do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Understood. As Ting Han readily agreed, a sudden realization illuminated his mind. At this critical juncture, his senior brother's words seemed to hint at something deeper. Oh, it must pertain to Su Youli. After all, she hails from Xinxiao Peak. If his senior brother openly expressed his intent to accept her, it would surely offend Su Yun. By using seclusion as an excuse to remain aloof, his senior brother allows Ting Han, the unsuspecting intermediary, to engage with Su Youli and by chance bring her into Shiku Peak, a most astute strategy. Should Su Yun inquire later, he could simply feign ignorance. Though she might not believe him, at least appearances would be maintained. If Su Yun persisted, that would become a matter for Xinxiao Peak to contend with. Brilliant. Truly. My senior brother is a master of strategy, executing his plans flawlessly. No wonder he hesitated despite his evident interest in Su Youli's aptitude. He was merely concerned about this very issue. Thus, as the second in command of Shiku Peak, Ting Han felt it was his duty to alleviate his senior brother's burdens. Enlightened by these revelations, he nodded earnestly and spoke with gravity. Please rest well, senior brother. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps resolute. However, Feng Tianxiang appeared utterly bewildered, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Wasn't he merely tasked with handling some trivial matters? Why did the gravity of the situation seem so pronounced? Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. But he felt as though his eyelids were twitching more violently than before. Meanwhile, Su Youli arrived at the Taichung Hall at last, unfamiliar with its precise location. She could only navigate by inquiring along the way, asking anyone she encountered about the whereabouts of Mu Siyu. Initially, her senior brothers and sisters, seeing her merely seeking directions, responded with amiable expressions, inquiring whom she was looking for. Yet, upon the mention of the name Mu Siyu, the once friendly disciples suddenly transformed, their faces betraying terror as they hastily fled, as though they had encountered a specter, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What on earth had Mu Siyu done to provoke such fear and loathing? Merely uttering her name was sufficient to send the foundation-building disciples scurrying in panic, while even those in the golden core stage turned pale at the sound of it.